After 1 year of marriage, I became a live-in son-in-law despised by everyone. They all saw me as a useless loser, and even my wife looked down on me with utter disdain. But what they didn't know was that I was once the young master of a wealthy family in the capital, and I willingly married into my wife's family out of gratitude. That was until my younger sister showed up, driving a luxury sports car worth millions, humiliating my wife and her family with money. My true identity could no longer be hidden. My name is Feiyang, the young master of the Yun family from the capital, now living as a live-in son-in-law in Donghai City. From the moment my father abandoned me back then, my life has been filled with nothing but endless disdain and mockery.
Feiyang, are you coming with me to see father or not?
My younger sister Shaeru, the high and mighty young lady of the prestigious Yun family in the capital, dressed in luxurious attire, watches me mop the floor with undisguised disdain on her face.
Father?
He doesn't deserve to be called father. I snorted coldly. Over a decade ago, for the sake of his status in the Yun family, he abandoned me and my mother. Now that he needs a son to fight for the family fortune, he suddenly remembers me.
I'm not going.
I'm a married man now, and I've lost interest in the life of young Master Yun.
Darling, is this the woman named Su Yuhan?
Yun Shaeru pointed at the wedding photo on the wall, her voice dripping with disdain.
So what if she's a little pretty? What makes her worthy of our Yun family's son from the capital?
Hearing her belittle Su Yuhan, a cold glint instantly flashed in my eyes.
I warn you, it's best not to speak ill of my wife, otherwise, I won't let you off easy.
Yun Shaeru snorted contemptuously at me, still defending Su Yuhan.
Are you out of your mind? In the past year of marriage, has Su Yuhan even looked at you properly? The Su family relatives have been mocking you endlessly. Don't you have any shred of masculine dignity left? This is my own business, none of your concern. I scoffed coldly and continued mopping the floor.
15 years ago, my mother and I were abandoned by my father, penniless, fleeing starvation until we reached Donghai. On the verge of death, it was 4-year-old Su Yuhan who tugged at her father Su Wenshan's sleeve and pleaded for us. That's how we survived. Her smiling face, angelic as it was, etched itself deeply in my mind. Marrying her became my chance to repay that kindness.
For her sake, no amount of humiliation could ever outweigh my devotion. You think I give a damn about your Jingcheng Yun family?
If you've got nothing important to say, get lost. My wife will be back soon, and I'd rather not explain your presence to her. I turned and spat at Yun Shaeru. You're truly beyond redemption. Yun Shaeru let out a heavy snort and turned to leave.
Wait,
I called out to her. Yun Shaeru turned around with a cold smile, thinking I had changed my mind. I snatched the small gift box from her hand. Inside was a Rolex watch worth over 300,000 yuan. My father-in-law had been talking about it for ages, and my wife Su Yuhan had always wanted to buy one to make him happy, but she couldn't bring herself to spend the money. This watch would be the perfect gift. Since you refused to accompany me to see Dad, how can you have the nerve to take this watch from my hand?
Yun Shaeru asked indignantly. My wife is happy,
I said without blushing.
You're really pathetic.
Yun Shaeru waved the Bugatti car key in her hand. There's a Bugatti parked downstairs. If you come back with me to meet my father, the car is yours, and he'll give you an extra 10 million as a greeting gift.
Like I care. I shrugged. Anything that can't make my wife happy isn't worth shit. Furious, Yun Shaeru left. Just then, my old Nokia rang. It was Su Yuhan calling. Darling, my tone softened.
I've told you countless times, don't call me wife. Su Yuhan's voice on the other end of the phone was icy cold.
If it weren't for the pressure from the Su family's patriarch, why would I marry a useless man like you?
Come downstairs now, I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the neighborhood.
It's Dad's birthday today, and we're eating out. Remember to dress appropriately. Su Yuhan hung up before I could say anything. When I went downstairs, Su Yuhan and her mother Zhang Qiuyun were already waiting at the door. Where the hell is Yun Feiyang? Why isn't he out yet?
Zhang Qiuyun complained bitingly, believing that this good-for-nothing loser like me had ruined her daughter's future.
Yuhan, have you been waiting long? I asked with a smile. Didn't I tell you to dress more presentably?
Su Yuhan frowned, noticing my slightly faded t-shirt and jeans. I usually don't have much spare money. This is the most presentable outfit I own. After getting married, I didn't look for a job and stayed home to cook and do laundry for Su Yuhan. She gave me 3,000 yuan each month, all spent on daily necessities. I noticed Su Yuhan's health wasn't great, so I chose to stay home specifically to help regulate her health.
Now, she's improved a lot.
You're just making excuses, Zhang Qiuyun said sharply. Mom, stop it, Su Yuhan spoke up to cut her off. Zhang Qiuyun asked me again if I had prepared a gift, and I waved the small gift box in my hand. Such a tiny gift, it's obviously nothing good at first glance, she said disdainfully. At that moment, a pink Bugatti sports car slowly drove past us. The driver was Yun Shaeru, and both Su Yuhan and Zhang Qiuyun looked at it with envy in their eyes. Yuhan, when will you be able to drive a car like this? Zhang Qiuyun asked. In the car, I remained silent for a long time before saying to Su Yuhan, Yuhan, if you like that Bugatti, I can get one for you.
You're just a live-in son-in-law who only knows how to do laundry and cook. Where did you get the money from? Zhang Qiuyun sneered. I really am. You think you're some rich second-generation heir? In that case, I must be the world's richest person. Joking aside, Have you been watching too many soap operas?
Zhang Qiuyun scoffed dismissively. Su Yuhan also shook her head in disappointment. I like that car, but I'll work hard to earn the money and buy one that truly belongs to me, instead of daydreaming here. We arrived at the Emperor Hotel, where Su's relatives had already gathered. A young man in a tailored suit stood up and warmly greeted Su Yuhan. He was Gao Guangping, her college sweetheart and now the president of a listed company. Zhang Qiuyun immediately became enthusiastic. Xiao Gao, you're here. Yuhan, come sit next to Xiao Gao and make sure he's well taken care of.
Auntie, hello.
Knowing we were meeting today, I prepared a small gift. I hope you don't mind. Gao Guangping handed Zhang Qiuyun a box containing a jade green bracelet worth 40 to 50,000.
Zhang Qiuyun's eyes immediately lit up. Like it? Of course I like it.
Out of politeness, Su Yuhan merely nodded at Gao Guangping and sat beside me, which warmed my heart. She didn't want to embarrass me.
Yun Feiyang, who do you think you are? What right do you have to dine with our Su family?
Zhang Qiuyun, displeased with me, sneered harshly.
Get out of here, and don't let me see you again.
She stormed off in a fury.
Mom, this is a family gathering. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Su Yuhan's face darkened. At that moment, Su Yuhan's cousin Su Zhihao spoke up. Brother Gao, today is Uncle's birthday.
I heard you specially picked out a gift for him, right? Gao Guangping took out a gift box containing a 20-year-old wild ginseng root, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding Su family relatives. This wild ginseng must be worth at least 100,000 yuan.
Xiao Gao, what are you saying?
Your mere presence already brings great face to your Uncle Su. Zhang Qiuyun quickly reached out to receive it.
Auntie, won't your son-in-law be angry if you accept Brother Gao's gift? Su Zhihao asked sarcastically. If my parents like it, then just accept it.
I don't care anyway, I shrugged. You heard him, even he says he doesn't mind.
What right does a live-in son-in-law have to get angry? Zhang Qiuyun sneered. The relatives all cast contemptuous looks at me, and even Su Yuhan's eyes were full of disappointment. She thought I had no dignity at all.
I said indifferently, anyway, both this bracelet and the wild ginseng are fake.
What kind of sentiment is this?
What nonsense are you spouting? Gao Guangping shouted, a trace of panic in his voice.
Chapter 4, Shut your stinking mouth. You call it fake, so it's fake?
Zhang Qiuyun chimed in for Gao Guangping. Little Gao came with good intentions to celebrate your birthday.
You can't come up with a decent gift, so you just sling mud at him? Yun Feiyang pulled out the root that resembled wild ginseng.
It's a Chinese spurge root, processed by peeling. It resembles ginseng in shape. It has no fragrance, a faint odor, and causes numbness in the tongue when chewed.
It's poisonous.
Dad, this stuff won't strengthen your body, it's poisonous.
Now that Yun Feiyang mentioned it, this wild ginseng did indeed bear a slight resemblance to smilax root.
Next, Yun Feiyang picked up the jade bracelet Gao Guangping had given Zhang Qiuyun. He dipped a chopstick in water and let a drop fall onto it. The water test for jade: if the droplet coalesces without dispersing, like water on a lotus leaf, it proves the material is jade. As Yun Feiyang spoke, the droplet immediately scattered, not a hint of cohesion. This so-called precious jade Mr. Gao had spoken of was clearly nothing more than a cheap imitation made from dyed glass.
Market value? 20. Whether to accept such trash or not was irrelevant. Wearing it out would only be an embarrassment anyway. Yun Feiyang gave a faint, cold laugh.
Having lived in the Yun family of the capital until the age of 5, he could spot such things at a glance.
Gao Guangping felt awkward.
He had counted on the Su family lacking any connoisseurs to pull this off. But he never expected Yun Feiyang to see through it instantly and expose him in public. Where was his face now?
Uncle. Aunt.
Gao Guangping hurriedly explained, these two items were purchased by someone I entrusted.
I never imagined the seller would deceive me.
Rest assured, I'll have someone procure replacement gifts and have them delivered in a few days.
Zhang Qiuyun responded magnanimously, young Gao, the fault isn't yours. You were deceived too. Your thoughtfulness is already commendable. Unlike certain people who couldn't even muster that much thought.
As she spoke, Zhang Qiuyun shot Yun Feiyang a vicious glare, clearly finding him an eyesore.
The fact that the bracelet and ginseng were fake remained undiscovered by everyone present, as Yun Feiyang chose not to reveal it.
Her pride was thus satisfied. Yet this good-for-nothing son-in-law, pretending to be a big shot, had to come out and act like he knew everything.
I think Brother Gao meant well. Unlike certain people who can't even produce counterfeit goods yet stand here spouting sarcastic remarks. Su Zhihao chimed in deliberately.
Since the Su family's company had business dealings with Gao Guangping, several relatives immediately came forward to support him.
Little Gao, don't worry about it. As long as your heart is in the right place, that's what matters. Instead of making snide remarks, why not bring a real gift? Looking at you, you can't even produce a fake one. Who said I didn't prepare a gift for father-in-law?
Dad, this is the classic Rolex you've often mentioned.
Yuhan's been eyeing it for ages, try it on.
Yun Feiyang handed over the gift box. It was indeed the Rolex he had set aside earlier. Su Wenshan took the watch, his face filled with surprise. It really is that Rolex classic model I had my eye on. The relatives around them also exchanged strange glances. A watch costing over 300,000 yuan, where could Yun Feiyang have gotten that kind of money?
Gao Guangping's face turned grim. He'd come to ruin the occasion, yet Yun Feiyang had outdone him. Could it be fake? Su Shihao found it hard to believe. Where had Yun Feiyang gotten such extravagant funds? Su Wenshan's expression instantly turned cold. I've examined this watch thoroughly. The certificate is right here, how could it be fake? Even Zhang Qiuyun couldn't help but wonder inwardly, could this freeloading son-in-law be putting on an act? I get it. Su Shihao slammed his hand on the table. After the old man passed away, my father audited the accounts and discovered a 10 million yuan shortfall. He suspected the old man had left it to Yun Feiyang. Yeah, I heard about that too. Another relative looked utterly convinced, suddenly understanding. No wonder he could afford a 300,000 watch. He got the old man's 10 million inheritance. The old man treated Yun Feiyang like more than family while he was alive. Leaving him 10 million in inheritance is entirely possible. Tell me, did you buy this watch with your own money? Su Yuhan fixed her beautiful eyes on Yun Feiyang. No one knew Yun Feiyang better than Su Yuhan. With only 3,000 yuan in monthly living expenses, where could he have found 300,000 to buy this watch? It truly wasn't my money. Yun Feiyang wasn't lying, it was Yun Shihao who had bought it. Did my grandfather really leave you 10 million? Su Yuhan pressed on. That's correct. Yun Feiyang didn't deny it.
The Su family patriarch had indeed left Yun Feiyang 10 million. But this 10 million wasn't intended for him, it was meant for the patriarch's illegitimate child born outside the family.
Fearing this affair would tarnish the Su family's reputation, the patriarch had only confided in Yun Feiyang. He left the 10 million for Yun Feiyang to deliver to his illegitimate son. How much of the 10 million grandfather gave you is left? Return it to the Su family immediately. Su Yuhan said coldly. After all, Yun Feiyang had made no contributions to the Su family. If he rashly took 10 million from them, how could his family ever hold their heads high in the Su household again? None left. Yun Feiyang had long since given every last cent to the illegitimate son's family. You've disappointed me so much. A wave of profound disappointment flared in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. After marrying Yun Feiyang a year ago, Su Yuhan's family had endured nothing but scorn, yet this young man was living it up with 10 million. 10 million yuan, even Su Yuhan envied that kind of savings. No wonder Yun Feiyang had been coasting along, living off others. With 10 million in his pocket, who would bother striving anymore? What infuriated Su Yuhan most was that in just one short year, Yun Feiyang had managed to blow through the entire 10 million. Su Yuhan was heartbroken. She longed for her husband to one day settle down and work diligently. She didn't expect him to become wealthy or powerful, but at the very least, she wanted him to live like a man. But she never imagined Yun Feiyang would truly be the deadbeat everyone called a freeloader. Su Shihao sneered. I told you, how could a freeloading son-in-law ever afford a 300,000 yuan watch? Gao Guangping remained silent, but his lips were stretched into a smug smile. Compared to being a deadbeat, squandering the Su family patriarch's inheritance was even more despised by the Su relatives. 10 million yuan was enough to make every relative green with envy. Zhang Qiuyun shouted, Yun Feiyang, you've brought shame upon all three of us. Yun Feiyang made no attempt to clarify. The old patriarch had repeatedly urged Yun Feiyang before his death not to reveal the matter of the illegitimate child, and Yun Feiyang naturally kept it tightly under wraps. After all, this is a gesture from my son-in-law. I'll keep it. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Su Wenshan quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Keep it? Su Shihao sneered coldly, second uncle, one must be fair. Yun Feiyang took 10 million from grandfather behind all of our backs. This matter can't just be swept under the rug. Zhang Qiuyun immediately protested, that was Yun Feiyang taking grandfather's 10 million. What does it have to do with our family? Second aunt, you heard it yourself, Yun Feiyang has already squandered every last cent of that 10 million. And since Yun Feiyang is Su Yuhan's husband, how could it not concern your family? Su Shihao had Zhang Qiuyun cornered, his cold smile growing even more pronounced. Zhang Qiuyun was momentarily speechless, then blurted out in desperation, I'll make Yuhan divorce that good-for-nothing boy the moment I get home. Truth be told, Zhang Qiuyun had long wanted Lu Yuhan to divorce Yun Feiyang. Even if they divorce, your family must repay the Su family 10 million. Su Shihao grew even more smug as he said, not repaying is fine than your year-end dividends. Su Shihao didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was crystal clear. The 10 million would be deducted from Su Yuhan's share of the dividends. Enough. Su Yuhan's icy demeanor instantly revealed itself. I'll make sure Yun Feiyang repays this 10 million. Repay? With what? Can you even come up with 10 million now? Ridiculous. Su Shihao understood Su Yuhan's family situation. Her family only received the bare minimum salary and bonuses from the company each month, with savings of at most 1 or 2 million yuan. 10 million? That's a colossal sum for them. Who is Su Yuhan? A Bugatti supercar is here for delivery. Please accept it. There he stood at the door, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his expression haughty. As he surveyed the private room, his overwhelming aura left the Su family members present gasping for breath. A Bugatti supercar? Every face in the room stiffened, surprise evident even in their voices. A supercar worth tens of millions. Are you certain this is for Su Yuhan? Su Jihao looked utterly incredulous. How could Su Yuhan possibly have such influence? Don't you understand what I'm saying? The middle-aged man frowned, his imposing aura making Su Jihao shiver in fear. Only the absolute elite could afford to gift a Bugatti. Su Jihao dared not cross such a powerful figure. Miss Su Yuhan, I've delivered the gift. I hope you like it. The middle-aged man bowed slightly before departing, though his gaze lingered briefly on Yun Feiyang as he left. Yun Feiyang's expression froze. The Yun family of the capital, what immense clout they possessed. Half an hour earlier, Yun Feiyang had sent a message to Yun Shearu. In just half an hour, a brand new Bugatti sports car had been delivered. Zheng Qiuyun's eyes lit up as she grabbed Su Yuhan's hand, asking excitedly, Yuhan, who gave you this gift? Tell me all about it. Su Yuhan was equally puzzled. She had never met anyone wealthy enough to gift a Bugatti. Gao Guangping's expression darkened. He had come today to show off, but a Bugatti sports car had completely silenced him. Such a top-tier luxury car was beyond his means for a lifetime. Who on earth had Su Yuhan befriended? Someone capable of gifting a luxury car worth tens of millions must be quite the figure. Married and still fooling around everywhere. Whispers swirled around them, some envious, some jealous. Su Yuhan, no wonder you were so confident about paying back Yun Feiyang's 10 million. You've already hooked up with a rich playboy. Su Jihao's tone carried both envy and sarcasm. Su Jihao, what are you saying? Our Yuhan never had any real feelings for someone like Yun Feiyang. Divorce was inevitable. Su Yuhan actually caught the eye of a wealthy tycoon. This was absolutely fantastic news for Zheng Qiuyun. See? That's your pure and chaste wife. Su Jihao sneered at Yun Feiyang. Su Jihao, drop the sarcasm. I, Su Yuhan, will never sell myself for money, never. I'll repay Grandpa's 10 million myself for Yun Feiyang. When the time comes, have your uncle deduct it from my year-end bonus. Su Yuhan had no idea why someone would send her a Bugatti. Then explain this, who exactly gifted you that Bugatti supercar? Su Jihao snorted, you put on such a high and mighty act normally, yet after marriage you go flirting with rich playboys. You've brought shame upon the entire Su family. Though his words dripped with contempt, deep down, Su Jihao was consumed by envy. How did Su Yuhan quietly hook up with a wealthy family? Su Jihao, shut your filthy mouth. This Bugatti was my gift. What business is it of anyone else's? At that moment, Yun Feiyang stood up, his voice tinged with coldness. Chapter 5, it really is you. Why won't you believe it? You? Ha! Not only Su Jihao, but every relative of the Su family burst into contemptuous laughter. You're just a lowly son-in-law who can't even make it onto the stage. Where did you get the money to buy a supercar? You're out of your mind. You've got a green hat right on your head, and you're still defending your pure and chaste wife? Yun Feiyang, you're really something. It's all about the money, right? Who knows, maybe that wealthy young heir will offer him a fortune just to marry Su Yuhan. Hearing the surrounding jeers, Su Yuhan's face darkened with fury. Yun Feiyang, this is my business. What right do you have to speak up? Yuhan, this car really is a gift from me. Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly. Why wouldn't Yuhan believe him? I don't need you to look out for me. What kind of person are you? Don't you think everyone already knows? Your nonsense is just making things worse for me. Wasn't Yun Feiyang just making things worse? A son-in-law like him could afford a Bugatti? Who was he trying to fool? Speaking out of turn at a time like this, wasn't he deliberately making things worse? Su Yuhan stormed to her feet, glaring around the room. I never seduced any rich playboy, and I wouldn't accept a Bugatti. Stop smearing me with your filth. Excuse me, I must be going. With that, Su Yuhan stormed out of the hotel. It's all your fault, you jinx. Zheng Qiuyun shot Yun Feiyang a vicious glare before dragging Su Wenshan out of the hotel. If Yun Feiyang hadn't interfered, Su Yuhan would be driving that Bugatti right now. Yun Feiyang didn't linger at the hotel. By the time he stepped outside, Su Yuhan had already driven away. The fiery red Bugatti remained parked at the hotel entrance. Su Yuhan hadn't driven it away. Having such a beautiful daughter was truly a blessing. She'd even hooked up with a top-tier tycoon. Relatives nearby who spotted the Bugatti wore looks of pure envy. Yun Feiyang sighed and walked back inside. Such a gorgeous car, destined to stay parked here from now on. Just as he reached the doorway, the sound of an argument drifted out from inside the house. No way. We can't let that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang drag us down. We must convince Yuhan to divorce him. Inside, Zheng Qiuyun's sharp voice cut through the air. Su Wenshan's voice was soft. That kid Yun Feiyang may not be much, but he's honest and not a bad person. He treats Yuhan well. Zheng Qiuyun narrowed her eyes. Honest and straightforward? Look at that so-called honest and straightforward man. Would he silently take 10 million from the old man? He's only after the money. This marriage was arranged by our father, not Feiyang. Perhaps seeing how coldly Feiyang was treated by the Su family, Dad gave Yun Feiyang 10 million as compensation. Su Wenshan hesitated. So he pocketed the 10 million? How long has it been? He's already blown through the entire 10 million. Zhang Qiuyun grew angrier as she spoke. That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang must divorce Yuan.
If she stays with him, her life is ruined. Look at my best friend's daughter, she's not as good as our Yuhan, but she married a great husband and soared to success. I refuse to be trampled underfoot my whole life. You saw it yourself, rich playboys throw around Bugatti sports cars like candy. If Yuhan marries into wealth, 10 million won't even be a concern. Imagine the prestige for me, Zhang Qiuyun, if word got out. Su Wenshan lowered his voice. Don't just look at the surface. How do you know what their true intentions are? What intentions could they have? For a top-tier wealthy young master to take a fancy to Yuhan? That's a blessing for our family. Finally, I can hold my head high in front of my best friend. I wonder which wealthy family's son has such discerning taste to set his sights on our Yuhan. Zhang Qiuyun was already daydreaming about her daughter's life in a wealthy family. Little did she know, the one delivering the sports car was her own good-for-nothing son-in-law, the very man she despised. Su Wenshan was getting angry too. All you ever do is compare. Zhang Qiuyun raised her voice even louder. So what if I compare? If a man has real talent, why would I need to compare? Do you want our daughter to end up like me, looked down upon by others for the rest of her life? What's wrong? Marrying me, Su Wenshan, is such a hardship for you? The sound of a cup shattering echoed from inside the room. Yun Feiyang unlocked the door with a key, his expression blank as he stepped inside. Zhang Qiuyun's eyes burned with intensified contempt. Why did you even come back? Think you haven't dragged my family down enough already? Forget comparing him to that wealthy playboy who gifted a sports car. Even Gao Guangping was leagues ahead of Yun Feiyang. Bang! At that moment, the door to Su Yuhan's room burst open. Mom! Su Yuhan's face flushed with anger, startling Zhang Qiuyun into glaring fiercely at Yun Feiyang before she could speak. Yun Feiyang, you come in with me. Su Yuhan turned and walked into the bedroom, with Yun Feiyang following behind. Though there was a bed in the bedroom, Yun Feiyang slept on the floor every night. You haven't spent all that 10 million, have you? 10 million in just 1 year? Su Yuhan didn't believe it. Yun Feiyang simply couldn't bring himself to spend it. Yuhan, the old man did give me 10 million, but that 10 million is gone now. Believe me. Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly. If he'd known it would be this troublesome, he never would have agreed to help old Master Su with such thankless work. Forget it. I know it's hard for you to part with 10 million. Keep it for yourself. I'll repay that 10 million for you. Once it's settled, we'll divorce. Don't misunderstand, this divorce has nothing to do with that Bugatti sports car. I, Su Yuhan, have never seduced any rich playboy. I want to build a life of luxury through my own hard work. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang as she continued. This 10 million is also my way of thanking you for looking after me this past year. But I don't want my husband to be a man who does nothing. Our marriage was arranged by grandfather. Now that he's passed away, let's bring this to a swift conclusion. I want a husband who can shield me from life's storms, not some good-for-nothing who married into the Su family for money, as others claim. Su Yuhan looked utterly exhausted. Over the past year, how many people had mocked Yun Feiyang for marrying into the Su family for money? Yet Su Yuhan still clung to a sliver of hope for Yun Feiyang. Others called him a freeloader, yet Yun Feiyang had diligently tended to her needs throughout the year. She could feel his care for her. Yet Yun Feiyang had secretly taken 10 million from the old master, and when the truth came out, he lied to her, claiming the money was already gone? She finally saw Yun Feiyang for who he truly was. He had truly married into the Su family for money. Yun Feiyang stared at Su Yuhan. Yuhan, I swear to heaven not a single penny of that 10 million went to me. But rest assured, I'll repay every cent myself. I'll never divorce you in this lifetime. You? 10 million? How do you plan to repay it? Su Yuhan scoffed. Yun Feiyang was dreaming. Even Su Yuhan herself would struggle to come up with 10 million yuan in such a short time, let alone him. His reason for not wanting a divorce was nothing more than wanting to live off the Su family as a freeloading son-in-law. Yun Feiyang said calmly, Yuhan, if I told you the Bugatti really was a gift from me, would you believe it? Stop daydreaming. I've already said this 10 million is my compensation to you. Go to sleep. Su Yuhan shook her head. Yun Feiyang had truly lost his mind. If he could afford a Bugatti, why would he marry into the Su family for money? And why would he take the old man's 10 million? Yun Feiyang sighed. Explaining this to Su Yuhan would be incredibly difficult in such a short time. It seemed he'd have to explain it gradually later. But when it came to the 10 million, Yun Feiyang would handle it himself. He wouldn't let this matter drag Su Yuhan into it. Chapter 6, The First Compensation. The next day, when Yun Feiyang woke up, Su Yuhan had already left for work. On the bedroom desk, Yun Feiyang spotted a letter of intent for a business partnership. Recently, Su Yuhan and Su Zhihao had been competing for a major client. However, with the company currently under the control of Su Jihao's father, Su Wenyan, Su Yuhan held little competitive advantage. Yun Feiyang glanced at the company name on the letter, Ronghai Group. If Yun Feiyang remembered correctly, he knew the CEO of Ronghai Group.
After a moment's hesitation, Yun Feiyang slipped on his coat and headed out the door.
Little sister, please let me see Sister Rong. I'll just say a few words and leave. At the front desk of Ronghai Group, Su Jihao held the letter of intent, his face pleading.
You don't have an appointment. I can't let you in. Besides, not just anyone can see Sister Rong. The receptionist eyed Su Jihao dismissively.
Every day, countless people from Donghai want to partner with Sister Rong.
What makes the Su family, a minor family, so special? Please, just help me out. Give me 5 minutes. Su Jihao pleaded earnestly.
Ronghai Group had always been a client the Su family coveted, and Su Wenyuan had pinned great hopes on this deal.
Su Jihao didn't want to disappoint his father. Please leave. Sister Rong is unavailable at the moment.
The receptionist kept her head down, playing with her phone, completely ignoring Su Jihao.
Sweetie, do me a favor. Just let me in, and all this is yours. Su Jihao discreetly slipped an envelope across the counter.
Inside lay a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan.
He couldn't believe the receptionist wouldn't be tempted.
To his surprise, the receptionist narrowed her eyes coldly.
You're bribing me? Get out of here. If you don't leave immediately, believe me, I'll call security right now. Watching the receptionist's furious expression, Su Jihao felt utterly helpless. He could only take the letter of intent and slink away from the front desk. Su Jihao was on the verge of giving up. He'd been stationed at Ronghai Group's front desk for over 10 days now. Not only had he failed to meet Sister Hong, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of Sister Rong. Ronghai Group was a major player. For someone from the Su Group to get an audience with Sister Rong?
It was incredibly difficult. Not far away, Yun Feiyang spotted Su Jihao emerging from Ronghai Group, looking utterly dejected.
It seemed Su Jihao had been thoroughly humiliated.
But then again, given Sister Rong's temperament, she probably wouldn't readily grant an audience to someone like Su Jihao.
Squashing out his cigarette butt, Yun Feiyang approached the company reception desk.
Hello, I'm here to see Sister Rong, Yun Feiyang said calmly.
The receptionist lifted her head, gave Yun Feiyang a once-over, and immediately frowned. She'd just gotten rid of that clingy pest Su Jihao, and now another clueless fool showed up? Su Jihao was, after all, the future heir of the Su family. But what kind of person was this kid standing before her? I don't recognize him. Do you have an appointment?
The receptionist's tone carried a hint of impatience.
No.
Just tell Sister Rong to come down and meet me.
Receive you? Are you kidding me?
The receptionist snorted derisively.
What are you, some kind of VIP? You think Sister Rong would come down to meet you? Are you out of your mind?
Though Sister Rong was a woman, she held immense prestige in Donghai's underworld.
The Ronghai Group she founded is renowned throughout Donghai City.
Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries give her face.
What does this kid think he is? How dare he ask Sister Rong to come out and meet him?
Judging by his shabby appearance of plain shirt, faded jeans, he certainly didn't look like anyone of importance.
Forget it. I'll call myself.
Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number.
Sister Rong, I'm at your company's front desk. Come down and pick me up. With that, Yun Feiyang hung up. The receptionist looked at Yun Feiyang as if he were an idiot. Was this kid dreaming? With Sister Rong's current status, people come to visit her. When has she ever personally come down to pick anyone up?
Soon, Sister Rong's figure appeared in the lobby, and the receptionist's expression changed.
Sister Rong actually came out? Could she really be here to greet Yun Feiyang? Impossible.
Sister Rong appeared to be around 26 or 27, dressed in a sophisticated, mature-looking blazer. Her exquisite features were complemented by black stockings and high heels, accentuating her legs to appear even longer and more elegant. Sister Rong scanned the area, and upon spotting Yun Feiyang at the front desk, her beautiful eyes lit up with delight. Under everyone's gaze, Sister Rong walked over gracefully. Her slender arms wrapped around Yun Feiyang's neck, her voice sweet enough to melt bones.
Brother, when did you return to the country?
Her voice was so soft and sweet that the receptionist's eyes went wide with awe. Sister Rong, sophisticated and unmarried to this day, was the dream lover of countless men in Donghai. Yet Sister Rong was the kind of woman who kept herself pure. If she had leveraged her looks and body, her business would likely be 10 times larger by now. The receptionist had never seen Sister Rong this intimate with any man before. This man was the first. Could it be that this man and Sister Rong share some special connection? Yun Feiyang chuckled. Been back over a year now. Then why haven't you come to see your sister? Sister Rong's voice carried a hint of reproach, like a girl pouting at her boyfriend. I just haven't been able to break free, Yun Feiyang said apologetically. Let's talk in my office. Rong's sister hooked her arm through Yun Feiyang's, looking quite affectionate. The receptionist couldn't help but wonder to herself. Would Yun Feiyang blame her? Oh no, oh no.
Looks like I'll have to find a chance to apologize to Yun Feiyang. Sister Rong's office was simply decorated yet exuded style.
Once inside, Sister Rong boldly sat on Yun Feiyang's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tender affection, almost melting him.
You came looking for me today, does that mean you're willing to marry me?
Sister Rong's delicate hands traced circles on Yun Feiyang's chest, making him feel a bit overwhelmed.
3 years ago, Sister Rong encountered danger while conducting business abroad.
Yun Feiyang, who was responsible for her security at the time, risked his life to rescue her from the bandits' lair. To evade their pursuers, Yun Feiyang carried Sister Rong on his back and fled deep into the jungle. Sister Rong had taken a liking to this determined and responsible man, but Yun Feiyang had rejected her.
So why did he come to her door today? Could it be he's finally agreed to marry her? Sister Rong, you wouldn't want to rush into things, would you? Yun Feiyang cleared his throat.
If Sister Rong went all out, even the most steadfast man wouldn't be able to resist.
If you're marrying me, sister, then it's not reckless.
Sister Rong drew closer to Yun Feiyang, her eyes growing increasingly tender. Yun Feiyang quickly let go of Sister Rong. Sister Rong, you know my nature.
If I wanted to rush things, I'd be the one taking the initiative. Yun Feiyang was never the type to take advantage of someone out of gratitude. Besides, how could Yun Feiyang ever do anything to betray Su Yuhan?
He came to Ronghai Group to help Su Yuhan secure the partnership with Ronghai. A hint of disappointment flickered in Sister Rong's beautiful eyes.
In Donghai, how many men would jump at the chance to take advantage of her?
Yet this young man remained steadfastly unmoved.
Could it be that he didn't come today to agree to marry her?
Sister Rong, actually, I came today because there's something I need your help with. Sister Rong's expression turned slightly disappointed as she feigned a pout and scolded playfully, I thought you were here to agree to marry me.
Oh well, guess I just fell for you. Sister Rong, has the Su Group been contacting you lately? Yun Feiyang inquired.
Sister Rong nodded, frowning as she replied, that Su Jihao fellow keeps using business talks as an excuse to pester me.
It's truly infuriating. Don't worry, little brother. You're the only one in my heart.
Sister Rong feared Yun Feiyang might misunderstand and hastened to explain.
Sister Rong, the favor I need from you actually involves the Su Group too. I want Sister Rong to partner with the Su Group. The 10 million yuan matter had put Su Yuhan in a difficult position.
Securing Ronghai as a client for her would be his first act of compensation for all the grievances she'd endured over the past year.
Chapter 7, Collaboration. Su Group. Su Jihao wandered through the company building, his gaze dull and defeated. Good morning, Manager Su.
The receptionist flashed him a sweet smile, but Su Jihao couldn't muster any interest. For over 10 days, he hadn't even seen Sister Rong.
Today was the family meeting. How would he explain himself to Su Wenyuan?
In the conference room, all the Su family relatives were present. Su Wenyuan sat in the chairman's seat, his fierce eyes commanding respect. The Su Wenshan family was also present, though they were seated at the far end. Jihao, how are the negotiations with Ronghai Group progressing? Jihao is the most promising child of our Su family. With him handling it, there's absolutely no problem. Su Wenyan now held the position of chairman of Su Group. Out of respect for him, all the relatives began to flatter Su Jihao. I've already met Sister Rong, but such a major partnership isn't something that can be negotiated in a day or two. Su Jihao delivered this tall tale without breaking a sweat. Just because Sister Rong hasn't met him now doesn't mean she won't in the future. With a little effort, he might get another chance. Ronghai Group isn't just any ordinary company. We're certainly not the only ones seeking to partner with them. Let's take it slow and steady. Su Wenyuan, being Su Jihao's father, immediately saw through the situation and quickly stepped in to smooth things over for his son. For Jihao to have met Sister Rong was already quite an accomplishment. The surrounding relatives nodded repeatedly, their voices dripping with flattery. Su Yuhan, I'm not the only one handling the Ronghai Group matter. How's your end progressing? Having hit a brick wall with Ronghai, Su Jihao didn't believe Su Yuhan could have made any headway. He wanted to shift the focus onto Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan looked troubled. I've visited Sister Rong multiple times, but she's turned me away each time. However, I left the company's letter of intent at the front desk. I wonder if it'll be of any use. No wonder. Su Jihao sneered coldly. When I met Sister Rong today, she complained that our Su Group is petty and small-minded. This must be your doing behind the scenes. Su Jihao, what do you mean? Su Yuhan's brows furrowed. I, Su Jihao, have never shown Sister Rong any letter of intent. If she finds our Su family petty, isn't that because of your letter? Su Jihao began shifting the blame onto Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan, even if you can't help, don't sabotage us behind our backs. If our Su family loses this major client, Ronghai, can you take responsibility for that? Relatives around them seethed with indignation, as if Su Yuhan had committed some heinous crime. The incident where the old patriarch had left Yun Feiyang 10 million yuan had already made every relative despise Su Yuhan's family to the core. Now that they had an opening, they seized the chance to throw in a few taunts. Su Yuhan's face turned icy.
The terms of the letter of intent were set by all of us. I was merely the messenger. What does this have to do with me? Su Zhihao retorted smugly, how do I know you didn't secretly alter the terms for personal gain?
Since joining this company, I, Su Yuhan, have never taken a single penny that wasn't rightfully mine.
Su Zhihao, speak with some conscience. Su Yuhan was visibly angered. Su Zhihao was clearly using this as an excuse to target her.
Just then, a knock sounded at the conference room door.
Come in. Su Yuan commanded.
Chairman, someone's at the front desk claiming to be from Ronghai Group.
They're here to discuss a business partnership.
The receptionist's words instantly sent shockwaves through the conference room.
Say that again?
Even Su Yuan stood up abruptly, his piercing eyes filled with astonishment.
With Ronghai Group standing, they actually sent someone personally to discuss cooperation? That's quite the honor for the Su family. Quickly, show them in. Su Yuan's voice brimmed with excitement. Congratulations, Zhihao. You've secured another major client for our Su family.
Only Zhihao has the capability to secure a deal with a major corporation like Ronghai. Relatives nearby showered him with praise, their flattery pouring out. The Ronghai Group deal was no small matter. If this contract came through, everyone's year-end bonus would double.
Su Zhihao was a bit bewildered. He hadn't even met Sister Rong? Why would Sister Rong send someone to negotiate with the Su family? Yet Su Zhihao wore a smug look.
He was the only one who'd been in frequent contact with Ronghai Group lately.
If not for his efforts, who else could it be? Ronghai Group must have sent representatives to discuss cooperation precisely because they recognized his tenacious spirit.
Su Yuan nodded approvingly, truly worthy of being my son. Seeing Su Zhihao return covered in dust, he had assumed the negotiations had failed.
But who would have thought Su Zhihao actually secured the deal with Ronghai Group?
Su Yuhan, if it weren't for you sabotaging things behind the scenes, I would have secured Ronghai Group ages ago. Su Zhihao sat back smugly, legs crossed, even lighting a cigar.
So what if it's just Ronghai Group? What's so great about that?
Zhang Qiuyun muttered discontentedly beside him. Mom, our Su family offered Ronghai Group a partnership worth 100 million.
Su Yuhan's voice sounded utterly defeated. 100 million yuan.
Zhang Qiuyun had never seen that much money in her life, and her eyes lit up with envy.
Yuhan, why didn't you secure this client? 100 million yuan deal. That would mean at least several million more in year-end bonuses. Su Yuhan's eyes dimmed. Land Ronghai? It's too difficult.
She'd experienced it firsthand. Even the elevators at Ronghai Group were off limits to her, yet Su Zhihao had somehow managed to secure a deal.
With Ronghai Group as a major client, Su Yuan's family would solidify their position within the company. Before long, Su Yuhan would be completely pushed to the margins of the company.
Soon, the receptionist ushered in a middle-aged man dressed in a tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Most of the Su family members' eyes lit up. They had seen this man in Ronghai Group's materials. Wang Chuanping, general manager of Ronghai Group. Position equates to status, and Wang Chuanping standing within Ronghai Group is second only to Sister Rong. Sending an employee of this caliber to negotiate with the Su Group clearly demonstrates Sister Rong's high regard for them.
This is an extraordinary show of respect. Su Zhihao nearly burst out laughing.
He hurried forward, bowing and scraping, immediately grasping Wang Chuanping's hand with a face and tone dripping with flattery. Mr. Wang, Sister Rong has shown us tremendous favor by sending you personally.
Welcome, welcome. Please, take a seat, take a seat.
Su Zhihao feigned familiarity with Wang Chuanping while simultaneously adopting the air of a host, implicitly positioning himself as the lead negotiator for the collaboration with Ronghai Group. Wang Chuanping eyed Su Zhihao up and down, his piercing gaze hinting at confusion.
You are. I'm Su Zhihao. I just visited Ronghai earlier, have you forgotten?
Su Zhihao said with a thick layer of flattery.
Wang Chuanping shook his head and coldly brushed Su Zhihao's hand away. Sorry, I'm not here to see you. May I ask who Su Yuhan is? Chapter 8, Coercion. Su Yuhan?
Not only Su Zhihao froze, but every Su family relative in the conference room froze.
Wang Chuanping wasn't here to see Su Zhihao? Could it be he came for Su Yuhan? Though puzzled, Su Yuhan stood up. Hello, I'm the one you're looking for.
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes met Wang Chuanping's. A hint of warmth replaced the icy expression on Wang Chuanping's face as he stepped forward, extending his hand in a friendly gesture.
Miss Su, it's a pleasure. Sister Rong has sent me specifically to discuss cooperation between Su Group and your company. Pleased to meet you.
Though Wang Chuanping's voice was not loud, it left the entire Su family in the conference room stunned.
Was Wang Chuanping actually here to see Su Yuhan? And judging by his demeanor, he seemed far too amiable. Where was the icy demeanor he'd shown when speaking to Su Zhihao?
Naturally, Wang Chuanping dared not slight Su Yuhan. Before arriving, Sister Rong had specifically instructed Wang Chuanping to maintain a friendly demeanor. Though the Su Group was a small-time operation in Wang Chuanping's eyes, he dared not disobey Sister Rong's orders.
Mr. Wang, have you made a mistake? Sister Rong sent you to find me, correct? Su Jihao looked utterly incredulous.
For the past 10 days, Su Jihao had been relentlessly pursuing Sister Rong.
By all accounts, shouldn't she be collaborating with him? Are you questioning me? Wang Chuanping's icy stare sent a shiver down Su Jihao's spine.
No, Mr. Wang, you've misunderstood. Though Wang Chuanping was merely the general manager of Ronghai, the company's operations dwarfed those of the Su family. Even if Su Jihao had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare disrespect Wang Chuanping.
Miss Su, would you be available to discuss our collaboration now? If not, please set a time, and I'll pay you a visit. Wang Chuanping was courteous towards Su Yuhan.
To receive personal attention from Sister Rong, their relationship must be quite special.
Of course I'm available. How could I not be? Zhang Xiaoyun quickly chimed in from the side. 100 million yuan deal. This was a stroke of luck.
Zhang Xiaoyan looked around smugly at the Su family relatives, her posture straightening with newfound confidence.
With Ronghai as their top-tier client, who would dare give them a hard time at the company now? Mr. Wang, please follow me.
Under Su Jihao's venomous glare, Su Yuhan led Wang Chuanping out of the conference room.
The relatives around them now wore peculiar expressions.
Where there had once been flattery, now there seemed to be schadenfreude.
Su Jihao was mortified enough to wish he could sink into a hole.
He had just boasted with full confidence that Su Yuhan had removed his hindrance, only to discover Wang Chuanping had come to seek cooperation with her.
Su Jihao had lost all face.
About an hour later, Su Yuhan returned to the conference room, holding a folder. All the relatives' eyes lit up.
It seemed Su Yuhan's negotiations with Ronghai had gone smoothly.
If this 100 million yuan deal closed, every member of the Su family could expect a few million more in their year-end bonuses.
Yuhan, how did the talks with Mr. Wang go? Su Wenshan inquired with concern. Zhang Qiuyun boasted triumphantly from the sidelines, what's there to say? My daughter is the most capable child in the Su family. A company like Ronghai Group? She'll handle it with ease.
Su Wenyuan and Su Jihao's expressions turned cold.
Su Yuhan could threaten their positions within the Su group.
If she secured the Ronghai contract, they risked becoming dependent on her in the future.
Mission accomplished.
Mr. Wang was straightforward and even increased the cooperation amount to 150 million. If we perform well, he'll add 30% to the cooperation amount annually.
Did you hear that? My precious daughter is truly capable.
Zhang Qiuyun, inherently materialistic, grew even more excited upon hearing Su Yuhan's words and threw her arms around Su Yuhan's neck.
Su Yuhan, you've done well.
Su Wenyuan gave a cold nod, then lit a cigar and said slowly, now that the Ronghai deal is secured, this project will be handed over to Jihao.
What? I refuse. Zhang Qiuyun's expression darkened as she protested, Ronghai is a project secured by our Yuhan.
It should be managed by her.
Why hand it over to Su Jihao? Zhang Qiuyun refused to accept this. Why should she willingly hand over such a lucrative opportunity? Su Wenyuan was blatantly trying to snatch it away. Su Yuhan's face turned icy. Uncle, I don't understand your reasoning. You must give me a reasonable explanation. An explanation? Su Wenyuan sneered coldly, what about Yun Feiyang taking 10 million from the old man? Do you have an explanation for that to the Su family?
Don't forget, your family still owes the Su family 10 million. Hand over the project you're working on now, and I'll still give you your year-end dividend. This 10 million will be forgiven. Otherwise, Su Wenyuan's expression darkened as he sneered coldly, you'll immediately cover the company's 10 million yuan deficit.
Uncle, how could I possibly come up with 10 million now?
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes flashed with anger.
How much money have the Su family's relatives siphoned off from the company over the years?
Su Wenyuan alone had taken tens of millions. Even if Yun Feiyang had taken the 10 million left to him by the old patriarch, it was mere pennies compared to what these relatives had secretly siphoned off.
Su Wenyan was clearly using this as an excuse.
Since you can't produce it, hand over the project you're handling. You're too young to manage such a large-scale project. Su Wenyuan surveyed the room and declared, if Jihao takes charge of this project, I guarantee our family relatives will receive an additional 5% share annually. All the relatives' eyes lit up. Whether Su Jihao or Su Yuhan managed the project made no difference. As long as they get a bigger share of the profits, who cares who's in charge? Yuhan, your uncle is only looking out for you. You're too young, hand over the project. After all, there's money to be made. Wouldn't it be easier for you to step aside? All the relatives began to persuade her. That's the money grandfather gave to that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang. What does it have to do with our Yuhan? Zhang Qiuyun seethed with anger. That juicy deal was ruined by Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang is truly a disaster magnet. Second aunt, at yesterday's banquet, Su Yuhan personally took on that 10 million debt. Everyone present can vouch for it. Su Jihao sneered. You! Zhang Qiuyun was nearly beside herself with rage. This was no different from outright robbery. Fine, I'll step aside from this project. But don't ever use that 10 million again to pressure me. With that, Su Yuhan flung the documents in her hands across the room and stormed out of the conference room. Zhang Qiuyun cast a look of despair and envy at the documents on the conference table before storming out of the room with Su Wenshan in tow.
Chapter 9, Why Still Don't You Believe Me? On the drive home, Su Yuhan's face remained icy as she drove in silence. It's all that good for nothing Yun Feiyang's fault. If it weren't for that useless fool, that 150 million project. Mom! Su Yuhan coldly cut Zhang Qiuyun off. Enough. I've made my decision.
I'm giving up the Ronghai Group project. This way, Yun Feiyang's 10 million yuan debt to the Su Group would be wiped clean, and Su Yuhan should have repaid the favor of his care over the past year. Once they returned, she would settle things with Yun Feiyang once and for all.
Su Wenshan, you really are something. Couldn't you just say a word for your daughter? You are, after all, a son of the Su family.
Zhang Qiuyun grew increasingly furious, venting her anger on Su Wenshan instead. The eldest brother calls the shots at home and in the company.
What good would my words do?
Su Wenshan defended himself. It's all because of useless men like you that we women have to suffer too.
Zhang Qiuyun's voice dripped with resentment.
Zhang Qiuyun, have some conscience. Su Wenshan snapped angrily.
Back in the day, you were just a factory girl.
I, Su Wenshan, married you because I saw your kindness and capability.
But look what you've become over the years.
Zhang Qiuyun, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, shrieked, marrying me, Zhang Qiuyun, was your good fortune.
Stop arguing.
Su Yuhan was already irritated after losing the project.
Zhang Qiuyun finally quieted down.
After a long pause, she said, No, Yuhan, you must divorce Yun Feiyang sooner rather than later.
Otherwise, he'll drag you down for the rest of your life.
This is a Ronghai Group project.
All your hard work over the years would be for nothing.
Mom, the truth is, Ronghai Group's cooperation has very little to do with me.
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Effort? Even Su Yuhan was a bit baffled.
She'd never even stepped foot in Ronghai Group's elevator, let alone met Sister Rong.
Who on earth could possibly command such favor from Sister Rong? Zhang Qiuyun's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam. Yuhan, could it be that wealthy young man who gifted you the Bugatti? It must be him. Zhang Qiuyun looked utterly convinced. Who else but a rich playboy could make Sister Rong show such favor?
Yuhan, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but some opportunities are fleeting.
As a woman, you must seize them. Zhang Qiuyun adopted a tone of earnest advice.
In her eyes, only a top-tier tycoon like this could be the ideal son-in-law.
Su Yuhan remained silent. She didn't even know who he was.
Besides, he might have ulterior motives.
Better to wait and see. When Su Yuhan returned home, she was shocked to find Yun Feiyang wasn't there. Where is that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang? Why hasn't he cooked dinner?
Zhang Qiuyun shouted in frustration. Everyone had grown accustomed to Yun Feiyang handling all the household chores, and suddenly felt a bit unsettled.
Sorry, I got held up with something and came back late.
Just then, Yun Feiyang walked in from outside, a look of apology on his face.
Sister Rong insisted on keeping Yun Feiyang for dinner. If he hadn't insisted on leaving, she probably would have made him stay overnight. Where have you been? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes turned cold.
She caught a whiff of alcohol on Yun Feiyang, mixed with a faint scent of expensive perfume.
I met an old friend. I'll start cooking right away. Watching Yun Feiyang bustle about in the kitchen, Su Yuhan's eyes betrayed a mix of scrutiny and displeasure. The perfume on Yun Feiyang was so expensive that even Su Yuhan couldn't afford it. Could it be that Yun Feiyang had taken the 10 million from old Master Su to chase women? Soon, steaming hot dishes were served on the table. Yuhan, you've been in contact with Ronghai Group lately, haven't you? During the meal, Yun Feiyang casually asked. Given Sister Rong's efficiency, the contract must have been signed by now. With Ronghai Group as a client, Su Yuhan's influence within the company would undoubtedly grow significantly. How do you know about Ronghai Group? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes turned cold. This morning while cleaning your bedroom, I saw the letter of intent on your desk. Yun Feiyang explained, but he didn't mention his meeting with Sister Rong. Yun Feiyang feared Su Yuhan might misunderstand. Zhang Qiuyun's face twisted in anger. You have the nerve to bring up Ronghai Group? If not for you, how would the Ronghai Group project have fallen into Su Jihao's hands? Mom, what do you mean? Yun Feiyang's brows furrowed. He had clearly instructed Sister Rong to engage Su Yuhan, so how did this lucrative opportunity end up in Su Jihao's hands? Pretending ignorance, are you? Zhang Qiuyun snapped harshly. You took the old man's 10 million, and today Su Wenyuan used that as leverage to force Yuhan to hand over the Ronghai project. What? Yun Feiyang's expression darkened. Su Jihao was actually sabotaging things? Yuhan, I'll repay that 10 million soon. Su Jihao won't get the Ronghai project. Yun Feiyang had always worried that 10 million would trouble Su Yuhan, but never imagined Su Jihao would exploit it so quickly. How do you plan to repay it? Zhang Qiuyun snapped, furious. Smell the alcohol and perfume on you. After pretending for a year, you finally couldn't resist going out to drink and chase women, huh?
Since that's the case, hurry up and divorce our Yuhan. Let me tell you, some wealthy young master has set his sights on her. Not only did he gift her a Bugatti sports car, but he also secured the Ronghai Group project for her.
If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't waste our Yuhan's time. In Zhang Qiuyun's eyes, Yun Feiyang was a good-for-nothing deadbeat holding Su Yuhan back. She couldn't even begin to imagine that without Yun Feiyang, Su Yuhan wouldn't have even gotten to meet Wang Chuanping.
Yun Feiyang desperately wanted to say that Bugatti was his gift, but he knew no one would believe him.
After dinner, seeing Su Yuhan enter the bedroom, Yun Feiyang followed her in. Yuhan, I'll repay this 10 million as soon as possible. The Ronghai Group project will be yours sooner or later.
Yun Feiyang hadn't anticipated that the old man's 10 million would burden Su Yuhan with such distress. If he'd known, he never would have taken on this thankless task back then.
Answer me. Where were you tonight? Why do you smell of expensive perfume? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed coldly on Yun Feiyang as she demanded.
Su Yuhan could tolerate Yun Feiyang taking the 10 million, but she couldn't tolerate him taking the 10 million and chasing women everywhere.
Did he even have her, his wife, in his heart?
I went out today to meet Sister Rong and negotiate the Ronghai Group project for you. This perfume scent is from Sister Rong. I swear to heaven, I haven't done anything to betray you.
Yun Feiyang declared firmly. Met Sister Rong? Yun Feiyang, you wouldn't dare imply you have a relationship with her, would you? Su Yuhan's lips curled into a mocking sneer.
We're old acquaintances, which is why he did me a favor.
Enough, Yun Feiyang. When will you stop living in a fantasy world? Su Yuhan impatiently cut Yun Feiyang off.
Yun Feiyang must have overheard Zhang Qiuyun mentioning Sister Ronghai earlier to make such a bold claim.
Yun Feiyang and Sister Rong are old acquaintances? How could that be possible?
Sister Rong was the queen pin of the East Sea underworld.
How could Yun Feiyang, a good-for-nothing son-in-law, possibly have any connection to her? She was utterly speechless with him now.
Not only was he coasting through life, but he also loved to brag. He embodies every bad trait a man could have.
Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly. It seemed Su Yuhan still didn't believe him.
Yun Feiyang, I've already taken care of the 10 million yuan matter for you. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes held a hint of weariness. Let's finalize the divorce soon. She wanted a husband who could shield her from life's storms, a real man, not a good-for-nothing who squandered their savings, much less a useless dreamer who spent his days spinning tall tales.
If I pay back this 10 million, does that mean we don't have to divorce? When we married, I promised to take care of you for life. I don't want to break that promise. Yun Feiyang fixed his gaze on Su Yuhan, his eyes brimming with sincerity.
Truthfully, over a decade ago, when Su Yuhan placed 2,000 yuan in Yun Feiyang's hands, he had already silently vowed to protect her for the rest of his life.
You? Can you even come up with 10 million? Don't tell me you're going to claim you're actually a rich kid again? Su Yuhan scoffed and shook her head. Move out tomorrow. I need some time alone to be quiet. I'm exhausted.
Su Yuhan lay down on the bed and pulled the covers over herself.
I will move out.
But I'll never divorce you in this lifetime. I'll prove I have the ability to make you happy. Then, Yun Feiyang will move back in with his head held high. Click. The faint sound of the door closing made Su Yuhan's heart skip a beat. Had he really left? Tears welled up in Su Yuhan's eyes. The thought of never seeing this man again, the man she'd lived with for over a year, left her heart feeling suddenly hollow. Perhaps she had never truly given up on this husband. The deeper the love, the greater the disappointment. She too wished her husband could be a slightly more normal man, at the very least, live like others described him, just coasting through life. If he really paid back the 10 million, would she give him another chance? Su Yuhan shook her head and sighed helplessly. How could he possibly willingly hand over the money? Chapter 10, You have no right to negotiate with me. Blue Sky Hotel, Donghai. This was Donghai's most luxurious 5-star hotel, where only the wealthy and powerful stayed. The presidential suite on the 28th floor offered a 360-degree, unobstructed view of Donghai City's nightscape. Inside the suite, Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette, his deep eyes fixed on the bustling cityscape beyond the window. Young Master Yun, the young lady has arrived. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit bowed behind Yun Feiyang. This was none other than the same man who had previously delivered the Bugatti sports car to Su Yuhan. I haven't agreed to return yet. Don't call me young master. Yun Feiyang turned his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion. I'm merely the son discarded by the Yun family. Tap. The sound of high heels echoed as Yun Xiaoru approached, striding like a proud princess with an air of arrogance on her face. Come to your senses? A smug, cold smile curled at the corner of Yun Xiaoru's lips. No one could resist the temptation of the Yun family's young master status. Call Yun Hanshan now. I have something to tell him personally, Yun Feiyang said indifferently. Yun Xiaoru snapped, Yun Feiyang, you have the audacity to address my father by his first name. Curb your temper, Miss Yun. Right now, you're the ones in need of my favor. If you don't do as I say, I'll never grant your wishes. Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed.
Where was even a trace of the timid, lowly son-in-law's demeanor? You!
Yun Shaoru's face twisted with fury, yet she could do nothing against Yun Feiyang. In the Yun family of the capital, male heirs were the key to controlling the clan. With the sudden disappearance of the eldest brother, all of father's hopes now rested solely on Yun Feiyang, the abandoned son. Before arriving in Donghai, Yun Hansan had repeatedly instructed Yun Shaoru, whatever Yun Feiyang demanded, she must fulfill it as long as he agreed to return to the capital.
You'd better not try any tricks.
Yun Shaoru dialed a number, then handed the phone to Yun Feiyang.
Is this Feiyang?
The authoritative voice of Yun Hansan on the other end sent a chill down Yun Feiyang's spine.
It's me. State your terms. I'll accept any condition if you're willing to return to the capital. Yun Hanshan's detached voice came through the phone. Transfer all of the Yun family's assets in Donghai to my name. I'll consider returning to the capital. Yun Feiyang's cool words caused Yun Shaoru's brows to furrow. Yun Feiyang's demand was too harsh. Even if father surrendered all assets in the East Sea, Yun Feiyang still wouldn't guarantee his return to the capital. The terms were unequal. Father would never agree. Yun Hansan murmured, your demands are too harsh. Yun Hansan, you have no choice. If you refuse my terms, I guarantee you'll never find me again. A flicker of anger rose in Yun Shaoru's heart.
All these years, this was the first time she'd seen anyone threaten the Yun family of the capital and dare to address her father by his first name. Hand the phone to Xiaoro. After a long silence, Yun Hanshan's voice came through the phone.
Soon, Yun Shaoro hung up and walked over to Yun Feiyang. Father has agreed to your terms.
From this moment on, all personnel and resources of the Yun family in Donghai are at your disposal.
Yun Shaoru's expression darkened. But you'd better not pull any tricks.
The Yun family in the capital is not someone you can afford to offend.
What I choose to do is none of your concern. Now, leave the Blue Sky Hotel immediately. You are not welcome here. Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened. Yun Shaoru's haughty demeanor infuriated him. Yun Feiyang, you've lost your mind. I am the Yun family's eldest daughter. I'm staying in a hotel owned by the Yun family, and you dare to kick me out? Yun Shaoro roared angrily. The Blue Sky Hotel is now my property. I have every right to kick anyone out. Get out. Fine.
Yun Shaoru's face twisted with displeasure, yet she had no recourse against Yun Feiyang.
Yun Hansan had repeatedly instructed her to go along with Yun Feiyang for now.
Once he left for the capital, she would make him pay. With that thought, Yun Shaoru grabbed her bag and stormed out of the hotel.
Young Master Yun, over the years, I've cultivated considerable influence on your behalf.
In truth, the Yun family's holdings in Donghai.
This middle-aged man was Uncle Rong, the long-serving steward who had followed Yun Feiyang's mother for years. He had drifted to Donghai with Yun Feiyang and his mother years ago. Yet Uncle Rong possessed extraordinary connections. Over the past decade, he had secretly cultivated considerable influence for Yun Feiyang.
While Yun Hansan also held assets in Donghai, they held little appeal compared to Yun Feiyang's influence.
Rongshu couldn't understand why Yun Feiyang insisted on taking Yun Hanshan's assets.
Yun Feiyang waved his hand, his gaze icy. This is Yun Hanshan's compensation to us, to my mother and me. Furthermore, I intend to enter the Yun family with my mother in a dignified manner, not as discarded pawns in a battle over inheritance. Young master, if there's anything Uncle Rong can do for you, just say the word. Uncle Rong grasped Yun Feiyang's meaning. The greater his power, the stronger his bargaining position with Yun Hansan.
Uncle Rong, show me Yun Hanshan's assets now. It's all here for your review.
Uncle Rong handed over an iPad with a respectful expression. After a cursory glance, Yun Feiyang stated calmly, in half an hour, have the heads of every company on this list come to the hotel to meet me.
News of Yun Feiyang moving out of Su Yuhan's home quickly spread throughout the Su family.
Zheng Qiuyun was the happiest of all. After over a year, her daughter had finally come to her senses. With Yun Feiyang that scourge out of the picture, her daughter would soon marry into a wealthy family, and Zhang Qiuyun could finally live the life of luxury she'd always dreamed of. Gao Guangping was the first to hear the news from Su Zhihao, and he grinned so widely his mouth nearly split. Now he finally had the chance to win the beauty's heart. Su Yuhan arrived at the company with a dazed look on her face. With Yun Feiyang gone, Su Yuhan felt as if something vital had been missing from her life, leaving her profoundly unsettled. Still dazed, she entered the conference room. Before she could fully register her surroundings, a bouquet of flowers blocked her path. Yuhan, here are 99 roses, representing 99 parts of my love for you. Gao Guangping's voice snapped Su Yuhan out of her reverie. Yet, her expression showed no trace of emotion. Instead, her brows furrowed. Su Yuhan replied coldly, I'm sorry, I'm already married. Gao Guangping's expression hardened. Yuhan, I heard that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang has moved out of your house. Before long, you'll be single. Gao Guangping took a deep breath and spoke to Su Yuhan in an even more heartfelt tone. Yuhan, you know how I feel. I've loved you for so long. From now on, no one can stop us from being together. Let me take care of you for the rest of my life. Gao Guangping's eyes lit up.
With such heartfelt devotion and 99 roses, he couldn't believe Su Yuhan wouldn't be moved. Who told you Yun Feiyang moved out?
Su Yuhan's tone was icy as she scanned the room, her beautiful eyes fixed coldly on Su Jihao, her aloof elegance undeniable. Yun Feiyang has only temporarily returned home to care for his family.
Yun Feiyang said he would prove he could make Su Yuhan happy.
Though Su Yuhan found it highly unlikely, she wanted to give Yun Feiyang a chance.
Gao Guangping, we're already history. Su Yuhan shook her head. Even if she and Yun Feiyang were to divorce, she would never marry Gao Guangping.
He no longer held a place in her heart.
Chapter 11, The Bigwigs Gather.
A flash of irritation flickered in Gao Guangping's eyes. Yuhan, do you truly hold no regard for our past affection? Yuhan, Xiaogao has always been deeply devoted to you. You should give him a chance. If the old man hadn't forced you apart back then, wouldn't you be married to Xiaogao now? Your divorce from that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang is inevitable.
Xiaogao doesn't mind that you're remarrying, that's already generous of him.
Xiaogao came to our company today to discuss business, but of course, his main purpose was to see you.
If a man treated me like that, I'd have married him long ago.
Relatives nearby chimed in with their own words of advice.
But these people weren't genuinely looking out for Su Yuhan's best interests.
Gao Guangping's company has a partnership with the Su Group, and these people were just trying to curry favor with him.
Xiaogao, let's focus on business today. We can talk about you and Yuhan later.
Zhang Qiuyun hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over.
At this point, Zhang Qiuyun no longer wanted Su Yuhan to marry Gao Guangping.
After all, Gao Guangping was merely the president of a small listed company. How could he compare to that mysterious wealthy young man? It would be better for Su Yuhan to marry that mysterious tycoon.
Gao Guangping's expression darkened.
He knew that without offering some benefit, Zhang Qiuyun would never side with him.
Yuhan, you know I came here today to discuss a partnership.
Gao Guangping straightened his posture slightly, his tone tinged with pride, but when it comes to partnerships, it's naturally better to strengthen family ties. If our relationship can progress further, I can arrange for my company to increase the cooperation by 50 million.
50 million in cooperation? Not only the Su family relatives, but even Zhang Qiuyun's eyes lit up.
If Su Yuhan could secure Gao Guangping as a client, it might just offset the loss of Ronghai.
With Gao Guangping on their side, they could even counterbalance Su Jihao and his son.
Seeing the prospect of money, the Su family relatives began speaking up for Gao Guangping one after another.
Yuhan, this is your best opportunity.
You should have divorced that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang long ago.
Young Gao is your best choice. Yuhan, this is your chance to make money for the Su family.
If you dare refuse, don't blame us elders for not giving you face. Even Zhang Qiuyun began shooting meaningful glances at Su Yuhan. Rather than pinning your hopes on some wealthy playboy who never shows his face, holding on to Gao Guangping, a solid, reliable son-in-law, is the sensible choice.
Gao Guangping, you're forcing my hand, aren't you?
Su Yuhan's pretty face turned icy, her gaze toward Gao Guangping filled with disappointment. She never imagined her ex-boyfriend of 4 years would turn out to be such a despicable, shameless person. Using his power and influence to force her into marrying Gao Guangping.
Gao Guangping hurriedly protested, "No, Yuhan. I only wanted to prove that I'm the only man worthy of you." At that moment, Su Jihao showed no sign of pressure regarding Gao Guangping's investment. This had been arranged between him and Gao Guangping. Once Su Yuhan remarried Gao Guangping, he would confine her to domestic duties, marrying well and raising children, effectively severing her ties to the Su family's inner circle of power. As for Gao Guangping's partnership,
it would fall into Su Jihao's hands.
This was also why Su Jihao had consistently fueled the conflict between Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan.
Just then, a knock sounded at the conference room door. Moments later, the receptionist opened it and entered.
"Manager Su, there are a few people here to see you. It seems urgent. I'll have them come in right away."
After the receptionist finished speaking with Su Yuhan, several middle-aged men dressed in suits entered the room. The moment the visitors entered, every pair of eyes in the conference room lit up.
Including Gao Guangping. Mr. Feng, chairman of Deshang Real Estate. Mr. Liu, general manager of Pingning Finance. Every single one of them was a big shot.
These individuals were all potential major clients for the Su Group. Even Su Wenyuan had sought personal meetings, yet each time, these influential figures had kept them at arm's length.
So why were these influential figures all showing up in person today? Su Wenyuan immediately stood up, his expression brimming with respect. How did these bigwigs come? Su Wenyuan dared not speak too loudly, his body instinctively bending lower. Each of these visitors was a major figure in Donghai City. Any one of them could easily be mentioned in the same breath as Sister Rome. Liu, the head of Pingning Finance, spoke first. "I'm here today to see Miss Su Yuhan." Su Yuhan? Su Wenyuan froze. When did Su Yuhan have the chance to meet these bigwigs? That would be me. Though puzzled, Su Yuhan stepped forward and spoke calmly.
Mr. Liu's gaze turned respectful as he smiled warmly and said, "I, Liu, have been entrusted today to discuss a collaboration with Miss Su." Mr. Feiyang and the others gathered around, smiling as they added, "We feel the same."
We've never had the chance to meet Miss Su before. It's truly an honor to get to know you now.
The expressions of all the Su family relatives in the conference room froze.
An honor? When had meeting Su Yuhan become such an honor for these bigwigs? These were all heavyweights dominating the Donghai business circle. Why would they deign to meet a minor manager from a third-rate company like Su's today? Alright then, let Deshang Real Estate make the first move. 100 million yuan in cooperation, 1 year. President Liu patted his chest and declared, since someone is vouching for her, we trust Miss Su's capabilities.
Mr. Feiyang quickly chimed in, since old Liu is so generous, I'll also commit to 100 million yuan in cooperation.
Miss Su, don't feel pressured.
Whether we profit or incur losses, we'll shoulder the responsibility.
Whoa! The Su family relatives couldn't help but gasp. Weren't these bigwigs being a bit too humble? Whose favor were they currying? In Donghai, could someone really wield such immense influence?
Gao Guangping wished he could sink into a crack in the ground right now. Just moments ago, he'd used a 50 million yuan partnership deal to pressure Su Yuhan, convinced he had it in the bag. But in the blink of an eye, a 200 million yuan deal had been handed to him on a silver platter.
Compared to that, what chance did he stand? Su Zhihao's eyes burned with envy. Had these bigwigs all lost their minds? He, Su Zhihao, was the future helmsman of the Su family. Even if they wanted to partner with the Su family, shouldn't they be coming to him? Why were they approaching Su Yuhan first? Who exactly has Su Yuhan been associating with lately? Even big shots like Sister Rong, President Liu, and President Fong were giving her face? If this keeps up, Su Yuhan's influence in the company will soon surpass his. Su Yuhan was puzzled too. She asked in a low voice, you mentioned earlier that you were acting on someone's behalf. May I ask who exactly is showing me, Su Yuhan, such favor? Would you mind revealing that? Chapter 12, who could it be? To be honest, Su Yuhan was deeply puzzled. The Bugatti sports car, the collaboration with Ronghai, and now these bigwigs proactively seeking partnerships. There must be someone quietly supporting her behind the scenes. She refused to be kept in the dark. Zhang Qiuyun's expression was filled with anticipation. The person who could command such respect from these big shots couldn't be ordinary.
Even Zhang Qiuyun was eager for this mysterious young tycoon to make an appearance. Mr. Liu gave a cryptic smile and said, I'm sorry, Miss Su, but we're only responsible for the partnership.
We can't disclose anything else. After Mr. Liu and his group left, Zhang Qiuyun pulled Su Yuhan aside with a knowing look. Yuhan, who exactly is helping you? Think carefully, have you met any influential figures recently? Su Yuhan hesitated, then shook her head. I can't think of anyone. Never mind then.
We'll just wait for this big shot to show up. Zhang Qiuyun's face lit up with anticipation.
Which wealthy young master is this?
He has such good taste to set his sights on our Yuhan.
But Su Yuhan didn't share Zhang Qiuyun's joy. Instead, her brow furrowed.
She still remembered what Yun Feiyang had told her last night. If Yun Feiyang truly repaid the 10 million, she would be willing to build a life with him. But this mysterious rich young man.
Su Yuhan shook her head inwardly. Such selfless generosity must surely come with ulterior motives.
Even if she, Su Yuhan, yearned for a life of luxury, she would only achieve it through her own efforts, not through someone else's charity or pity.
Presidential Suite, Blue Sky Hotel. Mr. Liu and his team, returning from the Su Group, stood before Yun Feiyang with respectful expressions.
Young Master Yun, we have signed the contract with Miss Su as per your instructions.
Mr. Liu bowed slightly and addressed Yun Feiyang with utmost respect.
Though they were major players in the Donghai business circle, they were backed by the Yun family of the capital. They knew Yun Feiyang's identity, the young master of the Yun family of the capital, and dared not offend him.
Well done. Yun Feiyang nodded. Mr. Fong, prepare a check for 10 million yuan for me now.
I'll need it shortly.
I'll get it ready immediately.
Yun Feiyang turned, lit a cigarette, and gazed out the window at the cityscape, his eyes deep and intense.
Yuhan, I will reclaim everything you've lost.
After Mr. Liu and the others left, Yun Feiyang departed the Blue Sky Hotel and headed to an old residential complex in the suburbs of Donghai.
This was where Yun Feiyang's mother, Shenlanji, resided.
After being abandoned by the Yun family, Shenlanji and Yun Feiyang drifted to Donghai, surviving on the 2,000 yuan Su Yuhan had given them. Later, Shenlanji reunited with her childhood best friend, Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing's family lived in this very neighborhood, and Shenlanji resided directly across from Zhang Qingqing, an apartment Zhang Qingqing had helped her find.
Shenlanji now worked as an accountant at a company.
Though her earnings weren't substantial, she managed to support herself. Yun Feiyang hesitated about whether to tell Shenlanji about the Yun family's affairs in the capital. Moreover, Yun Feiyang had moved out of Su Yuhan's place and came to stay with Shenlanji for a couple of days. Though in her 40s, Shenlanji maintained an excellent figure. Even without fancy clothes, her every movement exuded an elegant grace.
Feiyang, why are you back? Shenlanji's eyes widened with surprise at Yun Feiyang's sudden return. Yun Feiyang remained composed. I've come back to spend a few days with you.
Xinlanji, with her gentle and perceptive nature, instantly sensed something was amiss.
She smiled and said, "Did you have a fight with Yuhan?"
It's normal for young couples to argue. Mom, I truly came to see you today, Jin Feiyang replied with a smile.
Xinlanji sighed softly.
Feiyang, over a decade ago, if not for Yuhan's kindness, we would have starved to death on the streets long ago.
So no matter what, we must always remember her kindness. Understand? Yun Feiyang nodded. Mom, I haven't forgotten. In Yun Feiyang's heart, Su Yuhan who had saved him was an angel. Even if Su Yuhan now harbors thoughts of divorce, Yun Feiyang would fight tooth and nail to win her back. Lanji, you're back?
Just then, a voice sounded from outside the door.
A middle-aged woman entered, a faint smile playing on her lips.
The visitor was none other than Xinlanzi's close friend, Zhang Qingqing.
Has Feiyang returned too?
Zhang Qingqing's gaze softened with affection.
Aunt Zhang. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod. Zhang Qingqing had a blessed appearance, clearly a kind-hearted person.
After all, someone who had been Xinlanji's close friend for so many years couldn't be a bad person.
Zhang Qingqing looked Yun Feiyang over from head to toe, a satisfied smile spreading across her face.
You didn't even stay long after returning from the army.
What are you busy with out there now? Zhang Qingqing asked with a smile. I haven't had time to look for a job yet. Yun Feiyang didn't hide the truth. Zhang Qingqing nodded and said to Xinlanji, you've seen our little one. I also have a good impression of Feiyang. Remember the promise we made when we were young?
I'd have a daughter, you'd have a son, then our families would be even closer.
Zhang Qingqing was unaware of Yun Feiyang's marriage to Su Yuhan.
She only knew he'd served overseas for several years and had returned just a year prior. Those were just youthful nonsense, how could anyone take them seriously? Xinlanji quickly objected. After all, Yun Feiyang was already married to Su Yuhan, such matters couldn't be taken lightly. You said it as a joke, but I took it seriously. What? Do you look down on our one as the daughter of a humble family, unworthy of your family's status? Zhang Qingqing was Xinlanji's close friend and knew her background. Even though Yun Feiyang was the Yun family's outcast, who knew? Maybe one day they'd take him back? What are you thinking? Knowing Zhang Qingqing was deliberately provoking her, Xinlanji retorted, if I were the type to chase after power and privilege, would I have been your best friend for all these years? What nonsense! This is the young couple's own business. We shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Fine, I know you care about me most. I came today because my family just made dumplings and invited you over. Coincidentally, Feiyang is here too, let's all go together. Hold on, I'll just change clothes. Soon, Yun Feiyang followed Xinlanji and Zhang Qingqing to Zhang Qingqing's home. Stepping into Zhang Qingqing's home, the 90-plus square meters weren't huge, but they clearly reflected her character and taste. Simple and elegant, it wasn't extravagant, but the style was undeniably refined. At the same time, some small decorative items appeared extremely luxurious, giving a very pleasant impression. Inside the house were a middle-aged man in his early 40s and a young woman around 20. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared meticulously groomed. Though he exuded an air of scholarly refinement, his gaze carried a hint of arrogance. The young woman bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Qingqing, both exceptionally beautiful and slender, especially her long, slender legs. Sitting on the sofa, her skin appeared very fair. Chapter 13, The Debt of Gratitude. The young woman also eyed Yun Feiyang and Xinlanji up and down, her gaze carrying a hint of haughtiness, giving off an air of looking down on others. These two individuals were none other than Zhang Qingqing's husband and daughter Wen Guangshan and Wen Wen. Wen Guangshan worked in the public sector, earning a fixed salary. Yet such positions carried a certain prestige, and those who secured them often held themselves in high regard. In truth, this wasn't a universal phenomenon. On the contrary, within the government, the higher the position, the more down-to-earth and diligent the person tended to be, viewing themselves as public servants and working conscientiously. These individuals are generally low-key and treat others with humility. It's the ones stuck in the middle, full of themselves, who look down on others. Evidently, Wen Guangshan belonged to the latter category. Having spent his entire career in the public sector, Wen Guangshan found himself in a place like Donghai, where highly capable individuals were everywhere. Though he was competent, he could only climb as high as section chief in his career. His salary was meager, barely enough to support a family in Donghai. Fortunately, Zhang Qingqing held a mid-level position at a foreign enterprise, earning a decent income. The household was practically supported by Zhang Qingqing alone. Yet Wen Guangshan, convinced he served the state, still carried himself as the head of the household, a man of limited ability but considerable heirs. Wen Wen seemed to have absorbed her father's attitude, her face carrying a similar air of arrogance and self-importance. But this was understandable. Wen Wen perfectly inherited Zhang Qingqing's genes, possessing remarkable beauty. Coupled with her privileged upbringing, her lofty standards were hardly surprising. Aunt Xin. Still, Wen Wen was polite enough to nod and greet Xinlanji upon seeing her. Wen Guangshan didn't stand up, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He knew Xinlanji. But when Guanshan knew very little about her, only that she was Zhang Qingqing's down on her luck friend, even renting her apartment with Zhang Qingqing's help.
Such a friend was beneath Wen Guanshan's notice. Wen, Guanshan, let me introduce you. This is Yun Feiyang, Lanji's son. He recently returned from military service overseas. Soldier? Wen Guanshan's expression grew even more dismissive. Just a lowly soldier, no different from Shen Lanji, utterly unremarkable. Even when Wen's eyes held a hint of disdain. Zhang Qingqing's expression darkened, afraid of hurting Yun Feiyang's pride. Within the entire family, only Zhang Qingqing knew Yun Feiyang's true identity. The son of the Yun family from the capital. Though he was down on his luck now, who knew? He might rise to great heights someday. Her reason for mentioning Wen and Yun Feiyang's arranged marriage to Shen Lanji was to seize this opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Shen Lanji. Once close friends, soon to be in-laws. Becoming in-laws with the Yun family of the capital was no small matter. Feiyang, come sit down quickly. Today auntie made meat-filled dumplings, you must eat plenty. Even your mother says auntie's cooking is excellent. Zhang Qingqing hurriedly ushered Yun Feiyang to a seat. Yun Feiyang had a favorable impression of Zhang Qingqing, but he could sense that Wen Guanshan and Wen looked down on both his mother and himself. After all, in Wen Guanshan and Wen's eyes, Shen Lanji was merely Zhang Qingqing's down on her luck friend. However, seeing that Shen Lanji didn't seem to mind, Yun Feiyang didn't want to make Zhang Qingqing feel awkward around Shen Lanji's close friend, so he sat down as well. You're Yun Feiyang, right? It's been a year since you got back from the military. You should be looking for a job by now, shouldn't you? Wen Guanshan asked casually. Not yet, Yun Feiyang replied. Wen Guanshan snorted coldly, you've been back from the army for a year and still haven't found work? Are you planning to live off your parents forever? People like that are just like their mother, they'll never amount to anything. Zhang Qingqing's expression darkened. Fearing Wen Guanshan would ruin their family's image in Yun Feiyang's eyes, she quickly interjected, Feiyang, I know the vice president at Wen's company. Here's what we'll do. Auntie will pull some strings tomorrow and get you a position at the company. That way, you'll be Wen's colleague. That way, Wen will have more chances to interact with Yun Feiyang and deepen their relationship. Shen Lanji was pleasantly surprised. Qingqing, is that really possible? Shen Lanji understood Yun Feiyang's situation at the Su household. Without a job, he'd endured plenty of disapproving looks. Perhaps landing a job could elevate Yun Feiyang's standing within the household. I'm an old acquaintance of Wen's company vice president. Rest assured, I'm fairly confident about this. Feiyang, hurry up and thank Aunt Zhang. Shen Lanji was also delighted. As long as her son could make something of himself, she, as his mother, would be overjoyed. Thank you, Aunt Zhang. Yun Feiyang didn't want to disappoint his mother, so he put on a grateful expression. What difference did it make whether Yun Feiyang worked at any of the numerous companies in Donghai? Besides, he still needed to help his wife regain control of the Su group. Who had time for some messy company job? It seemed he'd have to find an excuse to decline. Wen snorted coldly beside him and muttered, Mom, don't get too optimistic. Huarun is a major corporation in Donghai, not just anyone can get in there. It depends on the person. Zhang Qingqing reassured Yun Feiyang, don't worry. Aunt Zhang will definitely put in a good word for you. Just make sure you perform well tomorrow. Yun Feiyang remained silent, but his eyes narrowed slightly. China Resources? It was one of the Yun family's subsidiaries in Donghai, which Yun Feiyang had spotted on the list yesterday. He had met the head of Huarun before, though he had little recollection of him. After all, a company like Huarun was only considered second tier among the Yun family's enterprises in Donghai. Shen Lanji, however, was quite pleased. As long as Yun Feiyang had a job, she was satisfied. After returning home, Shen Lanji sat on the sofa and said, Feiyang, you absolutely must seize this opportunity. Don't let Aunt Zhang's kindness go to waste. Yun Feiyang nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I won't disappoint you. Yun Feiyang had intended to find an excuse to decline, but if it was China Resources, he could certainly take the position. After all, it was his own company, so scheduling would be flexible. Most importantly, Yun Feiyang didn't want to disappoint his mother. Seeing the resolute look in Yun Feiyang's eyes, Shen Lanji felt deeply comforted. His temperament mirrored her own in her youth, resolute yet confident. With confidence, a person can truly make something of themselves. Feiyang, I bought some oranges today. Come with me to give some to Aunt Zhang to thank her for her kindness. Hearing Shen Lanji's words, Yun Feiyang nodded and followed her out the door. As soon as Yun Feiyang and Shen Lanji arrived at Zhang Qingqing's door, Wen Guanshan's voice echoed from inside. Qingqing, are you really going to let that kid join Wen company? Isn't that favor a bit too much? Wen Guanshan sat on the sofa, his expression sour. He couldn't quite grasp it. The Shen family had no real connections. Why would Zhang Qingqing go out of her way to help them just because of their friendship? Perhaps Zhang Qingqing was just being polite to Shen Lanji. Of course. But I promised Lanji this personally. Zhang Qingqing said while glancing at her phone. You're out of your mind. When Guangshan couldn't grasp it, Shinlanji is just your best friend. Even with relatives, I've never seen you be this attentive. Zhang Qingqing glared at him. What do you know? Chapter 14, Impossible. When Guangshan didn't know Shinlanji's true identity, so naturally he didn't understand the benefits of climbing into her good graces. I don't understand. When Guangshan snorted coldly, even if you begged Vice President Wenwen for help, would she agree? Wenwen chimed in from the side, exactly.
Mom, you're not that close to our vice president, you just know each other. That kid's just a lowly soldier.
What qualifications could he possibly have to join our company?
Nowadays, anyone joining our company needs at least a bachelor's degree. Shinlanji, standing outside the door, overheard the conversation inside. She unconsciously tightened her grip on Yun Feiyang's hand. Yun Feiyang noticed Shinlanji's face had grown slightly pale. True, Zhang Qingqing had a good relationship with her mother, but when Guangshan had never once looked at Shinlanji properly. Zhang Qingqing was also troubled by the issue of a stepping stone. After a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly said, Old one, don't we have a Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll at home? Where did you put it? This Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll was something Zhang Qingqing had stumbled upon while browsing. Though not by a renowned master, it held significant historical value. Its worth was considerable, 2/10,000 of yuan.
It's in the study. What's the matter?
When Guangshan also treasured the calligraphy scroll, having boasted about it to his colleagues for quite some time. He'd even taken photos to show off to his colleagues. After all, for people like them who considered themselves to be of some standing, possessing such a refined and scholarly item made them feel as if their status had instantly risen a notch. I heard the vice president really appreciates items with high cultural value. When I go to see him tomorrow, I'll bring this calligraphy scroll.
Maybe if he likes it, he'll agree to take Feiyang in. Impossible. When Guangshan instantly flew into a rage, what kind of nobody is that kid? He's not even worth a single character in my calligraphy. To give away my work for him? Absolutely not.
When Guangshan was displeased. Zhang Qingqing must have lost her mind to care so much about that kid.
Even when one couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, have you lost your mind? Zhang Qingqing's expression darkened. What do you know? I'm doing this for your own good.
Also, Wenwen, at the company, you should try to build a good relationship with Feiyang. Lanji and I made a promise when we were kids, once we both have children, we'll become even closer.
Impossible. Impossible. When Guangshan and Wenwen shouted in unison. Zhang Qingqing was completely out of her mind. Who was Wenwen?
She grew up in Donghai, her father worked for the government, and her mother was a high-ranking executive at a foreign company. She'd lived a life of luxury since childhood.
The gap in their social standing was enormous. Even if Wenwen were to be with Yun Feiyang, did he have the means to provide her with the same lifestyle she was accustomed to? Qingqing, I think you've been bewitched by Shinlanji.
When Guangshan exclaimed angrily, starting today, you're to have nothing to do with Shinlanji. He's just the son of a down-and-out friend. What right does he have to marry Guangshan's precious daughter? When Guangshan had high hopes for Wenwen. His daughter was meant for a higher branch. He'd heard the bureau chief's son was around Wenwen's age and had long had his eye on her.
How could he let that Yun Feiyang get his hands on her? How short-sighted. Zhang Qingqing felt a bitter sorrow she couldn't voice.
After all, Shinlanji's background meant he couldn't openly explain the situation to Guangshan and Wenwen. This calligraphy scroll was purchased by me. I hold the right to dispose of it. Seeing that reason wouldn't work, Zhang Qingqing simply glared at him. She made her own decision. Climbing into the Yun family's favor in the capital was Zhang Qingqing's best opportunity. Now she couldn't let it slip away so easily.
Mom! That was just your generation's joke. I'm not taking it seriously. Wenwen retorted angrily. Besides, the man Wenwen, marry will be either wealthy or noble. What does Yun Feiyang amount to? When Guangshan's face turned cold, Zhang Qingqing, if you ruin my daughter's entire life, I won't let you off the hook. How exactly do you plan to settle this? Zhang Qingqing retorted, with less than 6,000 yuan a month, what can you possibly do in Donghai? Your job is nothing but a fancy title. What use is it? If it weren't for my job at the foreign company, you wouldn't even be able to afford food. From Wenwen's school days to her tutoring fees, I paid for everything. All these years we've been married, hasn't every single household expense come out of my pocket? Wenwen is my own flesh and blood. How could I ever harm her?
To be honest, Zhang Qingqing had already been annoyed with Guangshan when he was sniping at Yun Feiyang earlier.
Short-sighted. Fortunately, Yun Feiyang had a forgiving temperament.
Otherwise, Guangshan would never have known what he'd gotten himself into. The Yun family of the capital was one of China's most powerful superclans.
Guangshan was merely a low-level section chief in the government.
Within the Yun family of the capital, there were even individuals holding positions at the core levels of the government. A mere flick of their finger could crush Guangshan. Wenwen refused to accept this. If you want to marry him, go ahead and marry him yourself. Anyway, Wenwen, have no interest in some good-for-nothing poor kid like that. With that, Wenwen turned on her heel and stormed into her room in a huff. Bang! The heavy slam of the door echoed her silent protest.
When Guangshan's face darkened.
That Yun Feiyang kid had stirred up nothing but trouble since he arrived, like some kind of disaster magnet. Zhang Qingqing, let me make this clear, you bought the calligraphy book, so you can give it away if you want, I won't interfere.
But Wenwen is my daughter.
If you dare push our daughter into the fire pit, I won't let you off the hook. With that, when Guangshan stormed into the bedroom, his face as cold as ice. What terrible taste. Zhang Qingqing muttered under her breath. She was the one truly concerned for her daughter's happiness.
It was true that Zhang Qingqing had arranged a betrothal with Shenlanji, but the real reason she was determined to marry her daughter to Yun Feiyang wasn't that verbal agreement. Had Yun Feiyang been a good-for-nothing or a spoiled playboy, Zhang Qingqing would never have even broached the subject of marrying off her daughter. After all, Zhang Qingqing had spent years working in a foreign enterprise. She could see through Yun Feiyang at a glance. He was low-key and not a bad person.
With the backing of the prestigious Yun family from the capital and his own commendable character, Zhang Qingqing was eager to bring Yun Feiyang and Wenwen together. First, she must retrieve the calligraphy book. Zhang Qingqing had already made up her mind. But at that moment, Shenlanji, who had overheard the entire conversation outside the door, didn't knock again.
After a moment's hesitation, she sighed and pulled Yun Feiyang back home. Chapter 15, I'll let you return with dignity. Sitting on the sofa, Shenlanji spoke slowly after a long pause. Feiyang, you've seen Aunt Chang's intentions, she wants to match you with Wenwen. Shenlanji shook her head. Wenwen is a pretty girl with potential. But Wenwen is a girl who looks down on others. I'm afraid she wouldn't consider us. Besides, you're already married to Yuhan. Yuhan has been kind to us. You mustn't let her down. And Wenwen has a strong spirit, she can be sharp when she talks to you. You absolutely mustn't fall out with her. Aunt Zhang took the Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll from our home for you. Once you start earning a salary, you must repay her double the value. And Aunt Zhang has been kind to your mother when you were little and mom had no savings, she even covered your rent for the past few months. Do you understand what I mean? Yun Feiyang nodded. Yun Feiyang knew right from wrong. Though when Wen and when Guangshan were unfriendly, Zhang Qingqing had done Shenlanji a favor. But Yun Feiyang would repay that kindness. When the opportunity arose, Yun Feiyang would lend them a helping hand. As for his relationship with Wenwen, on the day he married Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang had sworn to cherish her for the rest of his life. Even the most exceptional woman would pale in comparison to Su Yuhan. Seeing Yun Feiyang remain silent, Shenlanji sighed, I know I've wronged you. I gave you the identity of the Yun family in the capital, but I couldn't give you this kind of honor. Shenlanji's tone carried a hint of self-reproach. Every descendant of the Yun family in the capital lived a life of luxury and privilege. Yet Yun Feiyang chose to follow her, enduring this life of hardship at the bottom. Worse still, he endured the snide remarks of Wen Guangshan and his daughter behind his back. Yun Feiyang paused thoughtfully before asking, Mom, if one day Dad comes back to take you, would you go with him? Shenlanji paused, sighed, and replied, as long as you're happy, I'd do anything. Turning her head, Shenlanji secretly wiped away a tear. Returning to the Yun family in the capital would indeed bring her hardship. But if she went with him, Yun Feiyang would suffer a lifetime of hardship. Compared to that, she would rather endure some hardship herself. That was motherhood. Yun Feiyang chose not to continue the conversation. The matters concerning the Yun family in the capital must remain hidden from his mother for now. When the time was right, Yun Feiyang would reveal everything about the Yun family in the capital. Yun Feiyang understood his mother's resolve. To ensure he could live a good life, she was willing to endure any hardship, no matter how great. Hardships? That was over a decade ago. From this day forward, Yun Feiyang would never again allow those he cherished to suffer injustice. He would lead his family into the Yun family of the capital with dignity and honor, refusing to accept pity from others. The next day, at China Resources Group, General Manager Zhang Weiguang stood beside Yun Feiyang with hands hanging at his sides, his expression one of utmost respect. Young Master Yun, why didn't you let old Zhang know you were coming? I could have sent a car to pick you up. China Resources was an enterprise under the Beijing Yun family's name. Zhang Weiguang owed his current influence entirely to the Yun family's protection. Knowing Yun Feiyang's stature, he dared not show the slightest disrespect. I intend to join the company. Make the necessary arrangements. Truthfully, Yun Feiyang hadn't intended to join China Resources. But seeing Shenlanji's joy yesterday, he didn't want to disappoint his mother. I'll prepare this office immediately. You will be Huaruan's general manager from now on. Zhang Weiguang hurriedly replied with utmost respect. Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively, no need. For now, Yun Feiyang didn't want to tell his mother about the Yun family affairs in the capital. Coming to work at China Resources was merely to give his mother some peace of mind. Zhang Weiguang was doing a fine job, there was no need for Yun Feiyang to take his position. This left Zhang Weiguang perplexed, he couldn't fathom what Yun Feiyang was truly after. Write me a letter of introduction. I'll need it today. Zhang Weiguang dared not defy Yun Feiyang's wishes and replied, alright, I'll take care of it immediately. After settling his affairs, Feiyang arrived at the company entrance. Coincidentally, Zhang Qingqing had gone shopping, leaving only Wenwen waiting at the gate. Seeing Feiyang approach, Wenwen's face darkened with displeasure. Zhang Qingqing actually wanted to set her up with that penniless kid Feiyang? How could that be? Such a good-for-nothing boy, how could he possibly be worthy of Wenwen? Feiyang. I need to talk to you, Wenwen said coldly. Feiyang turned his head. What is it? My mother is kind-hearted.
She treats all her good friends with genuine sincerity.
But that doesn't give certain people the right to be ungrateful.
I hope certain people will recognize their place.
What isn't yours, you'd best not covet. Feiyang frowned. What do you mean? Wasn't I clear enough?
Wenwen said coldly, in the past, whenever my mother paid Anshin's rent, Anshin would always return the money voluntarily.
I thought she was a reasonable person, but I was wrong.
Yesterday I discovered your mother approached our family with ulterior motives.
You'd better explain yourself clearly. Our family is above reproach, we won't tolerate anyone slandering us. Feiyang's gaze turned icy.
He could tolerate Wenwen's cold words toward him, but he couldn't tolerate her mocking his mother behind his back.
Can't you see the deeper meaning behind my mother's actions?
I won't waste my breath on you. My mother and Anshin arranged a betrothal for us, but you need to understand your place.
The man I, Wenwen, will marry must be either wealthy or noble, not the son of a destitute woman without a husband.
Even if my mother forced me, I'd never set my sights on you. Wenwen said with utter disdain.
Who you marry has nothing to do with me.
And if you dare say another word about my mother, I'll take your life.
A sudden icy glint flashed in Feiyang's eyes.
Shenlanji never expected anything from Zhang Qingqing.
Wenwen's self-righteous, high and mighty attitude was utterly revolting. What do you think you're doing? Wenwen shuddered at Feiyang's threat. You're a man, are you really going to lay a hand on a woman?
Don't forget, without my family, you'll never get into China Resources.
You're crazy. Feiyang didn't want to explain to Wenwen.
If it weren't for making his mother happy, China Resources Group meant less than a fart in Feiyang's eyes. He wouldn't have come to work here. And he certainly wouldn't have anything to do with this self-important little chick. Wenwen was pretty, but to Feiyang, she was worthless, not even 1/10,000th as valuable as Su Yuhan.
What Wenwen held as precious treasures were utterly insignificant to Feiyang.
Had it not been for Zhang Qingqing's kindness to Shenlanji, Yang would never have tolerated Wenwen speaking that way about his mother. Once he repaid Aunt Zhang's kindness, Feiyang would take his mother and leave this place.
Just then, Zhang Qingqing returned, smiling as she asked, getting so familiar already? What were you chatting about? Feiyang, tell Auntie? Chapter 16, The Gap. Feiyang shrugged. Nothing much. Wenwen was telling me about the company. Introducing the company?
Wenwen snorted coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
Give it a rest. Have you any idea what you are? Someone like you isn't even qualified to set foot in our company, and you expect me to introduce you? Don't even dream about it.
I advise you to leave now, before you make a fool of yourself.
Feiyang gave a cold laugh but said nothing. The company itself belonged to Feiyang, who dared refuse him entry? Zhang Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Feiyang, don't worry. With Auntie's letter of recommendation, it'll be fine.
After speaking, Zhang Qingqing shot Wenwen a complicated look. Wenwen had been corrupted by her father, learning to look down on people like a dog. If one day someone from the Yun family in the capital came looking for Feiyang, it would likely be Feiyang who looked down on Wenwen. Wenwen noticed the red brocade box in Zhang Qingqing's hand. She knew it contained that Song Dynasty calligraphy manual, and her heart sank with resentment. Why on earth did this penniless boy deserve Zhang Qingqing's wholehearted devotion? Even she, his own flesh and blood daughter, had never received such treatment. Soon, Zhang Qingqing led Feiyang and Wenwen to the office of the deputy general manager. Wenwen poured cold water on the idea. Mom, I advise you not to waste your efforts. This calligraphy scroll isn't by a famous artist. Even if you know the vice president, it won't get you much favor. Besides, China Resources is a top-tier company. For someone like Feiyang with no formal education, getting hired is nearly impossible.
What nonsense!
Zhang Qingqing shot Wenwen a glare before reassuring Feiyang, don't worry.
Wenwen's just trying to scare you.
Feiyang smiled, unconcerned.
Outside the vice president's office stood another mother and son.
The mother wore heavy makeup, dressed in trendy clothes, with curled hair, and her nose was practically in the air.
Are you here for a job interview?
The curly-haired woman raised her eyebrows in inquiry.
Zhang Qingqing nodded and countered, you too?
The curly-haired woman snorted lightly, I suggest you leave this morning. As she spoke, the curly-haired woman proudly introduced the bespectacled boy beside her. This is my son, a top student at Donghai University who just graduated this year.
We're here for job interviews today.
I heard the vice president appreciates ancient calligraphy scrolls, so I specially brought a Wang Shiji scroll. With my son's talent and such a valuable calligraphy collection, the vice president still made us wait here.
And you? Humph.
The curly-haired woman snorted through her nostrils, her face brimming with disdain.
Zhang Qingqing's heart sank instantly.
Compared to this curly-haired woman, Yun Feiyang truly had no standout qualities. His background was lacking, and the calligraphy scroll she held wasn't by a renowned master. Under different circumstances, she might have pleaded her case.
But with this curly-haired woman standing in stark contrast, the vice president would likely remain unyielding.
Even the curly-haired woman and her son, with his outstanding achievements, had been put on hold for days.
Wouldn't she face the same fate? Yet at this moment, Yun Feiyang appeared utterly composed, her gaze devoid of any fear, instead radiating calmness. Pretending.
Seeing Yun Feiyang like this, Wenwen felt deeply annoyed. She sneered, "Mom, I told you before, our company doesn't hire lightly.
You just wouldn't listen. Look at him, does he even seem like someone here for a job?" Yun Feiyang was truly a disaster.
Not only had he turned her household upside down, but he was also wasting Zhang Qingqing's time.
The bespectacled young man beside him wore an even more arrogant look, practically looking down his nose at Yun Feiyang.
"Kid, I suggest you leave.
You're no match for me."
The bespectacled boy's tone dripped with smugness, clearly not giving Yun Feiyang the time of day.
Yun Feiyang smiled faintly. This self-important fool is truly laughable. Squeak. Just then, the door opened and a female assistant peeked her head out. "You're all here for job interviews, right? Come on in together."
The assistant scanned the group outside the door. Every so often, a wave of people like this would show up, thinking they were something special, coming to apply for jobs on their own initiative. Zhang Qingqing hurriedly handed over the red box in her hand and whispered to Yun Feiyang, "Feiyang, remember to be respectful later. When introducing yourself, be confident and composed.
Don't forget to give this brocade box to the vice president and say it's from me." Regardless, Zhang Qingqing had already spoken her piece.
To climb aboard the mighty tree of the Yun family in the capital, one had to give it their all.
What if Vice President Wan overlooked something? "Kid, trash should follow my lead. Move it, I'm going in first. That's the rule." The bespectacled boy bellowed arrogantly, shoving Yun Feiyang aside as he strode into the office with his nose in the air. Yun Feiyang remained as calm as a monk, completely unfazed by the boy's attitude. Wenwen stood nearby, watching with a cold sneer. Getting pushed around like that and not even reacting, is he even a man?
A man like that would never be worthy of marrying someone as exceptional as Wenwen.
The female assistant led Yun Feiyang and the bespectacled young man into an inner office.
Upon entering, they found a middle-aged man seated across the desk.
The company's vice president of human resources.
The bespectacled young man entered and immediately presented the Wang Shiji calligraphy collection he held. "Vice President, knowing your fondness for calligraphy, I specially prepared this copy of Wang Shiji's preface to the Orchid Pavilion for you. Though not a unique copy, it holds significant cultural and collectible value." After speaking, the bespectacled man glanced at Yun Feiyang with a hint of smugness. Yet Yun Feiyang showed no trace of envy, maintaining an utterly composed expression. This left the bespectacled man feeling somewhat resentful.
"What are you pretending? Let me show you what a real gap looks like."
The vice president put on his glasses, studied the calligraphy for a while, and nodded. It is indeed Wang Shiji's authentic work. But getting into the company depends on real talent, not underhanded tricks." With that, the vice president pushed the scroll back. "Take this precious gift back with you.
And don't bother coming to see me again. There are no vacancies in the company right now.
Someone who relies on underhanded tactics to get in probably won't amount to much anyway." The bespectacled young man was now thoroughly embarrassed. If even Wang Shiji's calligraphy scroll couldn't work, what could he possibly do? This was his most valuable asset.
"Still not leaving? Do you want me to call security to have you removed?"
The vice president's expression darkened, and the bespectacled boy shuddered in fright, his eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment. Earlier, he'd been so cocky in front of Yun Feiyang, only to be kicked out the moment he stepped in.
It was indeed embarrassing. But if even he got rejected, Yun Feiyang, the kid who seemed unremarkable, would surely get kicked out too. The vice president spotted Yun Feiyang and inquired, "You must be the person Zhang Qingqing introduced?" Chapter 17, Self-Important.
That morning, Zhang Qingqing had specifically called the vice president. Since the vice president knew Zhang Qingqing, he agreed to give Yun Feiyang a chance.
Yun Feiyang nodded. "That's right, it's me. Which university did you graduate from?"
The vice president glanced at Yun Feiyang a few times, his eyes revealing a hint of satisfaction.
Compared to that bespectacled young man, Yun Feiyang seemed far more composed and dependable. "After graduating high school, I enlisted in the military." "Joined the military?" The deputy general's brow instantly furrowed. Zhang Qingqing is really out of line.
China Resources is currently on the rise, hiring top-tier graduates one after another.
How could she recommend someone like this? "You can leave. Our company isn't the right fit for you."
The young man, who had just reached the doorway, heard the vice president's words and let out a cold, mocking laugh. At the same time, Zhang Qingqing and the others outside also heard the vice president's voice, and their hearts sank instantly.
"Son, did the vice president keep you?" The curly-haired woman asked anxiously.
The young man closed the door and shook his head, his face still bearing a proud expression.
The vice president's standards are too high. Even I couldn't get hired.
You heard it yourself, no one else stands a chance.
Wen snapped angrily, Mom.
I told you not to come and embarrass us, but you wouldn't listen.
Zhang Qingqing's expression darkened too.
She'd caught snippets of the vice president's earlier words. Moreover, the calligraphy scroll Zhang Qingqing had given Yun Feiyang was merely a Song dynasty imitation, nothing like Wang Shiji's genuine work. If even this guy got rejected, Yun Feiyang probably didn't stand a chance.
Are you trying to drive me away?
Inside the room, Yun Feiyang furrowed his brow and asked calmly.
You do have composure promising. But with your educational background, we can't retain you. I'm afraid you'll have to leave. The vice president stated flatly. Yun Feiyang sighed.
Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and left immediately.
But not now.
Shen Lanji had placed high hopes on Yun Feiyang, and he truly didn't want to disappoint her.
Take a look at this before you answer. Yun Feiyang tossed the letter of introduction onto the vice president's desk and said indifferently. This is the general manager's letter of introduction? You're the young master of the Yun family?
The deputy general manager's eyes narrowed instantly. He had just received a call from Zhang Weiguang. Zhang Weiguang had repeatedly emphasized that the bearer of this letter was the young master of the Yun family from the capital, instructing the deputy general manager to ensure proper arrangements were made. He dared not slight Yun Feiyang. So it's the young master. Old Lu here has been mistaken. Please, have a seat. The deputy director's demeanor softened into politeness, even rising respectfully to pull out a chair for Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang waved his hand. I don't have time to sit here.
Oh, here, take this.
Yun Feiyang handed over the calligraphy scroll he was holding. This. The deputy general manager hastily explained, Young master, I, Old Lu, do appreciate calligraphy books, but I've never let any shady character into the company just because of a calligraphy book.
He certainly didn't want to make a bad first impression on Yun Feiyang. I know. Yun Feiyang nodded. I saw.
That guy with glasses brought calligraphy books in before, but Mr. Lu didn't pull any strings for him.
To be honest, this Vice President Lu's temperament is quite similar to Su Yuhan's.
All these years, Su Yuhan worked tirelessly for the Su Group without ever taking a single penny of ill-gotten gains from the company. Therefore, Yun Feiyang held a favorable impression of this vice president.
You must accept this. Yun Feiyang said indifferently.
Yun Feiyang had come to work at the company primarily to put Shin Lanji's mind at ease. Moreover, he had no immediate plans to tell his mother about the matters concerning the Yun family in the capital.
Refusing the calligraphy scroll would easily arouse Shin Lanji's suspicions.
The vice president looked troubled, but he dared not defy Yun Feiyang and could only follow his instructions.
Don't mention my affairs to anyone for now. Yun Feiyang instructed.
When the time was right, he would personally tell his mother about the Yun family in the capital.
Outside the office, Zhang Qingqing waited anxiously for Yun Feiyang. Moments earlier, the bespectacled young man had emerged with a look of disappointment.
He'd been turned down by the vice president. This sent a chill through Zhang Qingqing's heart.
If even such an outstanding candidate was turned down, what hope did Yun Feiyang have?
Yun Feiyang had no connections, just a few years of military service under his belt, and his gift was nowhere near as impressive as the bespectacled boy's.
Wasn't rejection a certainty? I advise you to leave now.
At that moment, the curly-haired woman sneered, even someone as outstanding as my son was rejected by the vice president.
Your guy? No chance.
The curly-haired woman radiated an inexplicable confidence in her son.
If he can't even get into the company, do the rest of you even have a chance? Mom, let's just leave. I don't want to be embarrassed by Yun Feiyang.
One said resentfully.
Yun Feiyang really was a jinx, dragging her down to share in the ridicule. Zhang Qingqing sighed too.
She hadn't expected getting into China resources to be this difficult.
If Yun Feiyang got rejected, would he blame her? Just then, the office door swung open, and Yun Feiyang appeared in the doorway.
Just as Zhang Qingqing moved to comfort him, she noticed a middle-aged man following behind Yun Feiyang.
Who else could it be but the vice president? The vice president was beaming, and to her surprise, he seemed to show Yun Feiyang a degree of respect. Deputy Director, it's been a while.
Zhang Qingqing greeted him with a warm smile. Simultaneously, even the curly-haired woman who had been brimming with superiority earlier, along with her son, shifted into a respectful demeanor. In the vice president's presence, they had no grounds for arrogance.
Qingqing, it's been a while. The vice president understood Zhang Qingqing's close relationship with Yun Feiyang and naturally didn't put on airs as his company's vice president.
Thank you for introducing such an excellent employee to me. The vice president said with a smile.
I'm terribly sorry, Vice President. I hadn't realized your company's standards for employees were so high. I've caused you trouble.
Zhang Qingqing had intended to apologize to the vice president, but suddenly realized something, her eyes widening instantly.
Sir, what did you just say? Zhang Qingqing's tone brimmed with disbelief. You're willing to keep Feiyang? The vice president smiled. Why wouldn't I? Having such an outstanding employee is a blessing for China Resources. This. Wen, who had been standing nearby expecting Yun Feiyang to emerge dejected, now stared at him in surprise. The vice president was notoriously strict, rarely showing such flexibility. Even top graduates from prestigious universities often failed to meet his standards. Yet Yun Feiyang had caught his eye? It must be that calligraphy scroll from home. Otherwise, how could a poor kid without a college degree possibly catch the vice president's attention? Wen couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward Yun Feiyang. That kid was just so lucky. Yun Feiyang now owed her family a huge favor. She would find a way to make him repay it. Chapter 18, Scheming. Meanwhile, the curly-haired woman and her son were visibly uncomfortable. Earlier, mother and son had flaunted their wealth and mocked others, only for the vice president to reject them while keeping Yun Feiyang. Even if they harbored 100 grievances, they dared not voice them to the vice president or Yun Feiyang. With that thought, the pair exchanged a glance and promptly slunk away. Staying any longer would have made them want to sink through the floor from sheer embarrassment. Zhang Qingqing was overjoyed. As she left, she was practically beaming with delight. Patting Yun Feiyang on the shoulder, she said cheerfully, I told you Feiyang would make something of himself. If Lan Ji hears this news, she'll be thrilled. The fact that Yun Feiyang had caught the deputy director's eye made Zhang Qingqing even happier. Even if Yun Feiyang wasn't the son of the Yun family in the capital, joining China Resources meant he'd have a job and wouldn't starve. Wen would be happy following him. Mom, it's all thanks to our family's calligraphy practice book, right? Wen said with a frown. If it weren't for their calligraphy manuals, would Yun Feiyang have become a Huarun employee? What a joke. What made him think he could? Yun Feiyang didn't deny it either. He said to Zhang Qingqing, Aunt Zhang, thank you for the calligraphy book. Though it had nothing to do with the calligraphy book, Yun Feiyang didn't want Zhang Qingqing to harbor any doubts. As long as Feiyang made something of himself in the future, Auntie's calligraphy book wouldn't have been given in vain. To be honest, Zhang Qingqing felt a bit uneasy inside. She knew full well the value of this calligraphy manual. It couldn't hold a candle to Wang Shiji's calligraphy scrolls. If the calligraphy manual truly held the key, why hadn't the curly-haired woman's son been kept? Could it be that the vice president had unique tastes? But she didn't have time to dwell on it. As long as Yun Feiyang got into the company, that was all that mattered. Zhang Qingqing left feeling satisfied, but Wen was left feeling unsettled. Especially seeing Yun Feiyang's calm indifference toward her made Wen feel uncomfortable. Yun Feiyang only got into the company because of the calligraphy book her family provided. What was there to be proud of? It wasn't his achievement. Yun Feiyang. Wen's tone dripped with irritation. Mark my words, my mother even gave away calligraphy practice sheets for your sake. The subtext of Wen's words was clear. Don't forget Zhang Qingqing once you make it big. I know. Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to argue with Wen. Good to know. Wen still carried herself with an air of superiority. Don't think just because you got into the company, you're qualified to be with me. You're nowhere near good enough. You only got hired because of my family's calligraphy collection. If you mess up one day, you'll be kicked out. That would bring shame to our family. That's none of your business. Wen's self-important attitude really rubbed Yun Feiyang the wrong way. If not for Shinlanji's instructions, Yun Feiyang would have stopped dealing with this brat long ago. What's there to brag about? You're still relying on our family. Seeing Yun Feiyang's dismissive attitude, Wen felt even more annoyed. The moment he accepted her family's calligraphy collection and joined the company, he started putting on airs with her. There are plenty of talented people in this company. Just you wait, sooner or later, you'll be exposed. Wen grew even more contemptuous. He was just some penniless kid. Before Yun Feiyang could even complete his onboarding paperwork, Zhang Weiguan's call came through. Young Master Yun, President Fan has prepared a 10 million yuan check. I'll deliver it to you right away. Zhang Weiguan's voice sounded obsequious over the phone. I'll come get it. Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed the time had come to reclaim the Ronghai Group project for Yuhan. Su Group. At that moment, Su Zhihao watched Su Yuhan bustling about outside his office. His face remained cold, and he felt extremely displeased. After snatching the Ronghai project from Su Yuhan, he never expected so many bigwigs to suddenly appear, all scrambling to collaborate with her. If this trend continued, the group's power would gradually consolidate in Su Yuhan's hands. Zhihao, has Mr. Wang from Ronghai Group contacted you? Su Wenyuan's voice sounded from the side, and Su Zhihao's expression darkened. This Ronghai project was snatched from Su Yuhan by Su Zhihao. He wondered if Wang Chuanping would acknowledge him. Noticing Su Zhihao's unease, Su Wenyuan realized he hadn't taken action. His voice grew stern. With so many heavyweights backing her, Su Yuhan is thriving right now. We must rein in her momentum. Alright, call Wang Chuanping right now and finalize the investment details. Su Zhihao conceded the point, pulled out his phone, and dialed Wang Chuanping. The call connected quickly. Mr. Wang, hello. This is Su Zhihao from Su Group. We met when you visited our company last time, correct? Su Zhihao's tone was exceedingly respectful.
He knew Wang Chuanping's background as the general manager of Ronghai Group. Su Zhihao dared not offend him, fearing that a single wrong word might upset Wang Chuanping.
Su Zhihao? What is it? Wang Chuanping's voice on the other end sounded slightly impatient. Wang Chuanping had met Su Zhihao before.
The Su family was of modest means, and its descendants should have been diligent in their duties, upholding the family honor. Yet Su Zhihao fancied himself a wealthy young master, living a life of idleness and debauchery, achieving nothing worthwhile. Wang Chuanping despised such people most of all. Mr. Wang, regarding the investment collaboration you mentioned last time with our Su Group, I'm calling today to finalize the details. Even though he detected impatience in Wang Chuanping's voice, Su Zhihao dared not show anger. His tone remained thick with flattery and ingratiation.
Cooperation? Wang Chuanping's voice turned icy. That's between me and Miss Su.
It has nothing to do with your Su Group.
Any cooperation matters, I'll handle personally with Miss Su. That's final. Before Su Zhihao could respond, Wang Chuanping hung up the phone.
Sister Rong had instructed that the cooperation matter involved Su Yuhan, and Wang Chuanping recognized only Su Yuhan. Someone like Su Zhihao had no standing to speak with him, Wang Chuanping. This. Left hanging on the line, Su Zhihao was utterly dumbfounded, then a surge of anger suddenly welled up inside him.
Why was it always Su Yuhan? He, Su Zhihao, was the future heir of the Su family. Why did every single person seeking cooperation with the Su Group bypass him and go straight to Su Yuhan? What do you think? Su Wenyuan asked from the side.
Su Zhihao shook his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of defeat. He had snatched the Ronghai project from Su Yuhan's hands, but never imagined Wang Chuanping wouldn't acknowledge him at all. If this project fell through under Su Zhihao's stewardship, the fickle relatives of the Su family would make life miserable for both father and son.
What did Wang Chuanping say? Su Wenyuan inquired. He said he would only discuss the partnership with Su Yuhan. Su Zhihao's eyes flashed with irritation. Has that little mink Su Yuhan stumbled upon some powerful patron lately? Have these bigwigs lost their minds, all coming to her for partnerships? Su Wenyan's expression darkened.
Only then could Ronghai Group's project stand a chance against the one Su Yuhan was handling. If the Ronghai project fell through, not only would their positions in the company be in jeopardy, but even the Su family relatives would turn their guns on them.
Dad, what should we do now? Su Zhihao was growing anxious. Convene a family meeting immediately. Su Wenyan's eyes turned cold. Trying to seize power from me, Su Wenyan? Su Yuhan doesn't have the qualifications. Chapter 19, Slander and Harassment.
Soon, the Su family relatives arrived at the conference room.
Su Yuhan's family was also present.
In stark contrast to her earlier dejection, Zhang Qiuyun now wore a smug expression.
She even pulled Su Yuhan to sit in the secondary seat.
With so many influential partners backing her in the mysterious tycoon's favor, Zhang Qiuyun felt her spine straighten with confidence.
Su Yuhan, is this where you're supposed to sit? Go sit at the back. Seeing Zhang Qiuyun's arrogance, Su Zhihao felt resentment and growing irritation. Su Zhihao, this is the seat our Yuhan deserves.
Zhang Qiuyun's voice was firm. Don't forget, our Yuhan now holds at least 1/3 of the company's investment resources. I dare anyone to make her sit at the back again. Zhang Qiuyun looked around smugly. The Su family relatives all wore expressions of detached indifference. Su Yuhan and Su Zhihao had been locked in a long-standing power struggle, yet these elders always pretended not to see. Whoever ended up in charge, as long as their dividends remained unchanged, they were satisfied.
Seeing the relatives remain silent, Su Zhihao's gaze darkened.
Yet he could do nothing about Su Yuhan, so he merely snorted heavily in displeasure.
Su Wenyuan, why did you summon us here?
Our Yuhan has been busy negotiating partnerships with the bigwigs lately. Zhang Qiuyun's voice carried a note of triumph, as if the resentment she'd suppressed for so many years finally had an outlet. Su Wenyuan snorted coldly and said, a sudden meeting means there's naturally something important to discuss.
Su Wenyuan paused before announcing, Ronghai Group has suspended our cooperation. What?
The expressions of all the relatives changed instantly.
Wasn't this a partnership we'd already agreed upon? How could they just suspend it like that?
A 150 million investment meant millions more in annual dividends.
See how? You're in charge of this project now, what the hell happened?
A relative demanded coldly.
Su Zhihao, we elders trusted you back then, which is why we let Yuhan hand this project over to you. If you can't handle it, hand it back to Yuhan immediately. Relatives nearby joined the chorus of criticism, leaving Su Zhihao visibly flustered. What good is grabbing a project if you lack the capability? Our Yuhan is truly promising big shots or lining up to partner with her. Zhang Qiuyun sneered triumphantly.
Now it was finally their turn to put Su Wenyuan and his son in their place.
Promising? Su Wenyuan deliberately snorted coldly. Su Yuhan is indeed ambitious, stabbing the Su Group in the back. Su Yuhan's gaze turned icy. Uncle, what exactly do you mean by that? Su Yuhan, don't play dumb when you know exactly what's going on.
Just now, Mr. Wang from Ronghai called to cancel the cooperation plan. He said unless you, Su Yuhan, personally negotiate, the partnership is suspended for now. Su Yuan sneered coldly, Su Yuhan, your skills have improved. You've hooked up with a wealthy young heir, not only kicking your good-for-nothing husband out of the house, but also getting Ronghai to sever ties with the Su group.
Su Yuhan, do you even care about the Su family? About the Su group? The relatives around them exchanged uneasy glances.
It was no secret within the Su family that a mysterious wealthy young man had taken a fancy to Su Yuhan.
But was Su Yuhan really willing to sacrifice millions in annual income for these relatives just to serve her own interests?
This struck a nerve with the opportunistic relatives.
Su Yuan poured fuel on the fire. Su Yuhan, is your next move to use this wealthy playboy to drive every single relative of the Su family out of the company?
Su Zhihao poured more fuel on the fire. No wonder some wealthy playboy has set his sights on you.
I bet you're up to no good. Using him to kick everyone out of the company, then handing it over to him? Nice plan.
Using our Su family's assets as your stepping stone to marry into a wealthy family. Su Zhihao's words instantly turned the faces of all the surrounding relatives pale. This struck at the core of their interests.
The Su group was the Su family's economic lifeline, the fruit of their lifelong struggle. It couldn't just be handed away like this. Su Yuhan, you've got some nerve. Was Ronghai group your doing?
Don't think having a wealthy young heir as your backer gives you free rein.
Let me tell you, we couldn't care less about your investments.
Su Yuhan's face darkened as she coldly retorted, you've all lost your minds. Even if I, Su Yuhan, were to marry into a wealthy family, I would never stoop to such despicable tactics.
Su Yuhan's beautiful face turned icy with rage.
She had never flirted with any wealthy young heir. Su Yuan and his son were completely fabricating this out of thin air.
Then explain why all these bigwigs in Donghai are lining up to partner with you? Su Zhihao asked pointedly from the side.
Su Yuhan was at a loss for words. Su Yuhan could sense someone had been helping her lately, but even she didn't know who it was.
See?
Su Zhihao lit a cigar, even she can't come up with an excuse now.
Su Yuan snorted coldly, Su Yuhan, I'm giving you a choice.
Return the 10 million the old man left your family, and hand over all your cooperative resources. In return, I can arrange a cushy retirement position for you within the company.
If you refuse to see reason?
Su Wenyan's eyes turned cold, I can use my authority as chairman to expel you from the company immediately. Furthermore, you and the Su family will have no connection whatsoever.
What right do you have to kick us out? We're part of the Su family too. Yuhan had never considered selling off the Su family's assets. Zhang Qiuyun shouted. She had just stood tall before the Su family relatives, and now it was all gone. Besides, that 10 million was taken by Yun Feiyang. What does it have to do with our Yuhan? Su Yuan lit a cigar with smug satisfaction. Don't bother with excuses. Ask these Su family relatives, do they believe a word you say?
At that moment, the Su family relatives were seething with anger.
If what Su Zhihao and his son said was true, Su Yuhan deserved to be condemned.
Despair flickered in Su Yuhan's eyes. She had long anticipated that her rapid rise would make Su Zhihao and his son wary. But she never imagined Su Zhihao and his son would go this far. But where could she possibly come up with 10 million yuan now? Unlike other relatives, Su Yuhan didn't siphon money from company accounts. All these years, she had only taken her salary plus project bonuses, leaving her with very little savings. Where would she find 10 million in savings? But if she couldn't produce the 10 million, Su Yuhan would be kicked out of the company immediately. Zhang Qiuyun's gaze also betrayed a hint of irritation. It was all Yun Feiyang's fault. Had Yun Feiyang not taken the 10 million from old Master Su, Su Yuhan wouldn't be facing this kind of exclusion at the company. These investments from the bigwigs would have made Su Yuhan thrive in the company. But now, everything was ruined. But Zhang Qiuyun probably didn't realize that if it weren't for Yun Feiyang, these bigwigs wouldn't have come to the company in the first place to seek out Su Yuhan for investment. That 10 million was my responsibility all along. I'll repay it. Just as Su Yuhan was sinking into despair, a faint voice cut through the air, drawing everyone's gaze. Chapter 20, Who Dares Touch Su Yuhan? Su Yuhan turned her head and saw the faint figure standing by the conference room door. Her heart suddenly stirred. Who else could it be but Yun Feiyang? After a few days apart, Yun Feiyang seemed to have lost some weight, yet he appeared much more spirited. Seeing Yun Feiyang, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. Though Yun Feiyang hadn't amounted to much, throughout their year of marriage, he had attended to her daily needs with meticulous care. During the days Yun Feiyang had been gone, Su Yuhan hadn't even managed to eat a single peaceful meal. Yun Feiyang? Is that you? A mocking glint flashed in Su Zhihao's eyes. This is the Su family conference room. What right does a loser kicked out by his own wife have to stand here? Get the hell out. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Who said I was kicked out by Yuhan? I just went home to handle some matters.
Su Zhihao sneered even more contemptuously, "You've got some nerve." It was an indisputable fact that Yun Feiyang had been kicked out by Su Yuhan. For him to show his face back here was nothing short of shameless. "Su Yuhan, this family meeting involves confidential matters. If that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang leaks any details, can you take responsibility for that?" Su Zhihao shouted loudly. Su Yuhan's expression darkened as she glared at Yun Feiyang. "What are you doing here? This isn't your place. Get out immediately. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have come." Yun Feiyang walked over calmly and sat beside Su Yuhan. "Yun Feiyang, what are you doing? You've caused enough trouble already. Do you intend to drag our Yuhan into this mess too?"
The moment Zhang Qiuyun saw Yun Feiyang, her eyes flashed with intense anger.
If Yun Feiyang hadn't taken that 10 million from old Master Su, would Su Yuhan be in such a predicament? "I came today to make amends for my mistakes." "Make amends?" Su Zhihao sneered with disdain. "How exactly do you plan to make amends?"
"Naturally, by returning the 10 million.
Yun Feiyang gave a cold, indifferent laugh. "Pay back 10 million? You? That's laughable."
Su Zhihao burst into laughter, his face dripping with contempt.
"You're a jobless loser, how could you possibly come up with 10 million? Even Su Yuhan's brows furrowed.
In just a few short days, Yun Feiyang would have to rob a bank to come up with 10 million.
If he couldn't produce it, it would only make Su Yuhan's situation even more embarrassing. "Here, take this 10 million yuan check. It's from old Master Su, I'm paying it off for him."
Yun Feiyang casually tossed the check onto the table, his tone indifferent. Seeing the string of zeros on the back of the check on the table, everyone in the conference room froze in shock.
Had Yun Feiyang really produced 10 million? How could that be possible?
10 million was a colossal sum for any relative of the Su family.
He was just an unemployed good-for-nothing. Where on earth did he get 10 million? Could it be fake?
Su Zhihao tremblingly picked up the check, examining it with extreme caution, as if afraid of damaging the 10 million yuan document. A cold smile curled at the corner of Yun Feiyang's lips. To Yun Feiyang, this 10 million was worthless paper, yet in Su Zhihao's eyes, it shone like gold. How laughable. When he examined the security strip on the check, Su Zhihao's heart sank. It was real. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Had Yun Feiyang really gone out these past few days to prepare 10 million? A flutter of emotion suddenly stirred in Su Yuhan's heart. Did he truly value her this much? He'd actually secured 10 million just to avoid divorce? But how exactly had Yun Feiyang managed to get his hands on 10 million? Even Zhang Qiuyun was momentarily stunned. The old man had indeed left Yun Feiyang 10 million, but he'd spent 30,000 on a watch, and Yun Feiyang must have splurged quite a bit. He'd only been gone for a few days? How did Yun Feiyang make up the shortfall? "I've already repaid the old man's 10 million.
Su Zhihao, don't ever use the 10 million to bully Yuhan again." Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened, and the aura around him shifted abruptly. Su Zhihao's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, he realized the spineless son-in-law he'd always treated like a doormat had suddenly become unrecognizable. The aura emanating from this man sent a cold sweat running down Su Zhihao's back. How could Yun Feiyang have produced 10 million yuan in just a few short days? Could it be that he had some powerful backer? If Yun Feiyang truly had powerful backers, why had he endured a year of humiliation at the Su family? Besides, Yun Feiyang was a good-for-nothing loser, a pathetic cuckold who'd been cheated on. What was there to fear? "Yun Feiyang, I truly pity you." Su Zhihao sneered coldly. "Do you know why Su Yuhan kicked you out of the house? Was it just for this 10 million? Wake up. Some rich kid has set his sights on Su Yuhan. Not only did he gift her a Bugatti sports car, but these past few days he's been sending prominent figures from Donghai to collaborate with her. Even if you paid back that 10 million, your wife, who you think is pure as snow, wouldn't give you a second glance. To get into a wealthy family, she'd still kick you to the curb." Su Zhihao was deliberately trying to drive a wedge between Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan. He couldn't believe that even if Su Yuhan hooked up with the rich kid and made Yun Feiyang wear the green hat, Yun Feiyang would still pay back that 10 million for her sake. Fearing Yun Feiyang might change his mind, Zhang Qiuyun hurriedly interjected. "Yun Feiyang, let me make this clear, this 10 million was your debt to begin with. You should be the one to repay it. This is our family's business. Su Zhihao, no need for you to meddle." Yun Feiyang's words sent a chill through Su Yuhan's heart. Now, the gaze she cast upon Yun Feiyang was filled with complex emotions. Filled with resentment and grievance, she had never once shown him a kind face or spoken a single kind word in over a year of marriage. Yet in her darkest hour, Yun Feiyang hadn't cared about any of that. If he were a freeloading son-in-law just biding his time, would he have stood by her unwaveringly like this? Perhaps, deep down, Yun Feiyang truly had feelings for her? So what if he repaid the 10 million? Just then, Su Wanyuan snorted coldly beside her. "Su Yuhan, you must hand over all project authority in your possession to prove your innocence." Su Yuhan's face darkened. Su Wanyan was right. If she didn't relinquish control of the projects, these fickle relatives would continue to suspect her of colluding with that unseen wealthy young man to seize the Su family's assets. I, Lu, wish to partner with Miss Su. Let's see who dares force her to relinquish her authority. At that moment, Mr. Lu entered from outside, accompanied by none other than Mr. Feng. Su Wenyan, you have some nerve. How dare you meddle in my partnership project? Mr. Feng's piercing gaze fixed on Su Wenyan, causing Su Wenyan's body to shudder violently. Wasn't this the big shot who came to collaborate with Su Yuhan just a few days ago? These people are always so busy, how did they all show up at once? Su Wenyuan's face darkened as he forced himself to speak. Mr. Feng, Mr. Lu, Su Yuhan has always had a poor reputation within our Su family. Her character is unreliable. With such a significant investment from several major figures, as the chairman of Su Group, I naturally cannot entrust it to Su Yuhan. Since you value the reputation of Su Group, I, Su Wenyuan, will personally oversee this collaboration. What do you say? Su Yuhan's current leverage lies in these major players' partnerships. Once her reputation is tarnished and these collaborations are seized, she'll lose the capital to compete within the company. Chapter 21. Where did you get the money? You? Su Wenyuan? Mr. Feng's eyes brimmed with contempt. I, Feng, was entrusted by someone who values Miss Su, not the Su Group, and certainly not you, Su Wenyan. The Su Group is nothing but a third-rate enterprise. Is it really worth us making a trip? Ridiculous. Su Wenyuan's aged face flushed crimson. To be mocked by a Donghai heavyweight in front of so many people, where could the face of the Donghai family head possibly be saved? But both Mr. Feng and Mr. Lu were major figures in Donghai. Even if Su Wenyuan had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare offend these two Donghai heavyweights. After a moment's hesitation, Su Wenyuan poured more fuel on the fire. Mr. Feng, Mr. Lu, your cooperation with Su Yuhan clearly harbors ulterior motives. As chairman of the Su Group, how could I ever allow the Su Group to fall into outsiders' hands? Everyone, would you really want to see the Su Group fall into someone else's hands one day, while all of us from the Su family get kicked out of the company? Su Wenyan's words were undeniably inflammatory. At this moment, the opportunistic relatives of the Su family were seething with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, Su Zhihao directed his accusations squarely at Yin Feiyang, elders of the Su family. Think about this, where did Yin Feiyang, a freeloading son-in-law who does nothing but eat and wait to die, get this 10 million yuan? I say it must have come from these so-called bigwigs. All to secure Su Yuhan's control over the Su family. Su Yuhan, you're ruthless and scheming. Not only did you use the Su family's assets as bargaining chips to marry into wealth, but you even exploited your useless husband for one last act of service. Su Wenyuan then turned to Yun Feiyang with utter contempt, sneering, Yun Feiyang, spill it. How much did that wealthy playboy pay you to help him marry your own wife? Have you no shred of male dignity left? Mr. Feng, seething with anger, was about to speak up for Yin Feiyang when Yin Feiyang silenced him with a chilling stare. Yun Feiyang had made it clear he had no right to reveal Yun Feiyang's true identity publicly. Only Yun Feiyang had the right to reveal his true identity to Su Yuhan. No one else, regardless of who they were, possessed that privilege. Yun Feiyang, you've truly disgraced us men. I'm ashamed of you. And you, Su Yuhan, don't think hooking up with some mysterious rich kid gives you the right to lord it over the Su family. We elders are still alive, it's not your place to speak up, you little girl. Su Zhihao and Su Wenyuan wore expressions of pure satisfaction. This reaction was precisely what he had sought. The effect of Su Yuhan being attacked by the entire group. Su Yuhan's face darkened as her beautiful eyes scrutinized Yun Feiyang. She too was curious about the origin of Yun Feiyang's 10 million. Could it be that these bigwigs had truly given it to him to help her marry into a wealthy family? If that were the case, Yun Feiyang would disappoint her greatly. At that moment, General Manager Lu surveyed the room, his eyes narrowing slightly. In that case, I, Lu, can make a promise to every member of the Su family present. The Su Group will forever bear the Su name. I, Lu, am here to collaborate and make money, not to cause trouble. This is also my personal pledge. Everyone, if you've been swayed by certain individuals and missed out on profit opportunities, think carefully about your choices. Mr. Feng nodded in agreement. Don't believe their lies. They're deceiving you. Su Zhihao shouted. You're Su Zhihao, right? Mr. Feng sneered coldly, you're young and inexperienced. I understand your perspective. But you can have your father, Su Wenyuan, go out and ask around. I, Feng, have been in the Donghai business circle for decades. My reputation precedes me. My word is my bond. When have I ever gone back on my word? Mr. Lu sneered even more coldly. A kid who hasn't even grown a full set of hair dares to question us too? If you don't believe us, I can sign a contract with you right now. The formidable presence of Mr. Feng and Mr. Lu instantly became palpable, while the Su family relatives visibly stiffened. Indeed, words spoken are like water spilled. That's precisely why they've risen to become big shots. Don't believe a word they say, it's just stalling tactics. Su Zhihao shouted urgently, seeing the hesitation in his relative's eyes. Mr. Feng's expression darkened. I came here with sincere intentions to collaborate. If the Su Group stands me up, you should know the consequences, right? The penalty alone would be more than you could afford. President Liu even threatened, Liu, have some standing in the East China Sea. If even I can't seal this deal, just let word get out, see if any company in the East China Sea dares to partner with the Su group. Whoa! Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Liu's words instantly made the Su family relatives gasp in shock. Indeed, Mr. Liu was right. If Mr. Liu were to fly into a rage, Su Group's clients would likely flee immediately. Without profits, what purpose would the Su Group serve? Moreover, these two bigwigs had already made a promise. The company would forever bear the Su name, and they would never seize the Su family's assets. Yuhan, we misunderstood you. Don't hold it against us elders, we only acted in the Su family's best interests. Yes, Yuhan. From now on, we'll entrust the projects of President Feiyang and President Liu to you. We have complete confidence in you. No matter what happens in the future, we elders will stand by you. The relatives who had once publicly condemned Su Yuhan instantly changed their tune, showering her with flattery and flattery. Su Yuhan's pretty face remained icy. She had seen through them. These relatives were nothing but fickle opportunists. They were only showering her with compliments because they saw potential benefits to be gained. If trouble truly arose, they'd betray her in an instant. Have you all lost your minds? You actually trust Su Yuhan, that woman with ulterior motives? Su Zhihao looked utterly heartbroken. Su Zhihao, enough. You're the one who botched the Ronghai Group partnership, yet you're blaming it on Yuhan? I say Yuhan is the most capable child in the Su family. Mr. Liu and Mr. Feiyang partnering with our Su family is them giving us face. Are you seriously going to refuse to give them face too? The Su family relatives began to gang up on Su Zhihao and his son. Of course. If we don't follow what President Feiyang says, no company in Donghai will dare partner with the Su family. That would be the end of us. Su Zhihao tried to retort, but Su Wenyuan silenced him with a stern look. Mr. Liu and Mr. Feiyang are the big shots in Donghai. If they wanted to take down a second-rate company like Su Group, it would be a piece of cake. If these two tycoons were protecting Su Yuhan, they wouldn't have been able to bully her today. But this matter can't just be swept under the rug. Su Zhihao, you saw it, this is the entire Su family's decision. And we've returned the 10 million. From now on, stop using these matters to harass our Yuhan. Zhang Xiuyun's posture straightened once more, her face now wearing a smug expression. Su Yuhan shot a complex glance at General Manager Liu and General Manager Feiyang. She couldn't fathom why these Donghai bigwigs were all going out of their way to help her. Whose favor were they really trying to curry? As Mr. Feiyang prepared to leave, Su Yuhan stopped him. Mr. Feiyang, if I may ask, who exactly sent you to show me, Su Yuhan, such favor? Though his generosity had always been substantial, benefiting her immensely, she felt uneasy about accepting favors without having earned them. Mr. Feiyang cast a subtle glance at Yun Feiyang standing behind Su Yuhan and smiled. I'm sorry, Miss Su, I cannot say. Yun Feiyang had specifically instructed that his identity remain undisclosed for now. He wanted to tell Su Yuhan himself, not through someone else's mouth. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion, her voice tinged with apprehension. Mr. Feiyang, might you share just a hint? I can't accept favors without merit. I fear I might not be worthy of this. Mr. Feiyang chuckled. Rest assured, Miss Su. You deserve every bit of it. By the way, Mr. Feiyang, does this 10 million from Yun Feiyang have anything to do with you and Mr. Liu? Su Yuhan raised her eyebrows as she asked. Why did Yun Feiyang suddenly come up with 10 million? Even if he still had a substantial amount left, Yun Feiyang had already spent a portion. A watch costing 300,000 yuan was no small sum for Yun Feiyang. How did he cover the difference? Su Yuhan suspected that Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Liu had lent a hand. If that were the case, had Yun Feiyang really sold her to that mysterious rich young man for money? Chapter 22, Cut the Bull. Mr. Feiyang smiled faintly. The 10 million for Mr. Yun is his own property, not something we provided. Miss Su, as your senior, I'd advise you to cherish everything you have. Catching Yun Feiyang's icy glare, Mr. Feiyang realized he'd said too much. With an awkward chuckle, he added, of course, Miss Su, you'll understand what I mean. With that, Mr. Feiyang departed. Su Yuhan watched his retreating figure, lost in thought. Yun Feiyang hadn't sold her out for money. This was the outcome Su Yuhan had most hoped for. Yet, a lingering doubt remained in her mind. Who could possibly be helping her so selflessly? What exactly did Mr. Feiyang mean by his words? Yuhan, if you can't figure it out, don't dwell on it. Zhang Xiuyun, however, seemed quite at ease. It's all because that mysterious rich young man values you. Didn't you hear what Mr. Feiyang said afterward? He told you to cherish everything you have now, meaning to treasure all the benefits this wealthy young man brings you. As for the others, ditch them ASAP. As she spoke, Zhang Xiuyun shot Yun Feiyang a smug glance, the implication crystal clear. With this mysterious rich kid as competition, Yun Feiyang had better keep his distance from Su Yuhan from now on. Su Yuhan frowned, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang. After a moment's hesitation, she explained, I've never made a move on anyone. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Though Su Yuhan's tone was icy, Yun Feiyang's heart burned.
At the very least, he could sense that Su Yuhan still had him in her heart. Zhang Qiuyun grew anxious upon hearing this. Yuhan, you're no longer involved with that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang. Why are you still explaining yourself to him? Mom, if it weren't for Yun Feiyang's 10 million today, I would have left the company. With that 10 million, Yun Feiyang could live comfortably for the rest of his life. Why would he come to the Su family and put up with this humiliation? Truthfully, Yun Feiyang had put up that 10 million for her sake, and that deeply touched Su Yuhan. At the very least, it made her feel he cared for her, not just marrying into the Su family for money. So what if it's 10 million? That was money Yun Feiyang owed in the first place. Why should you be saddled with it? Zhang Qiuyun sneered. Even if he doesn't pay it back, that mysterious rich young man will cover it for you. That mysterious rich kid gave her a sports car and mobilized so many big shots to help Su Yuhan. Could Yun Feiyang ever compare? Yun Feiyang remained silent, only letting out a cold laugh inside. If Zhang Qiuyun knew that the mysterious rich young man she spoke of was actually him, would she spit blood? Mom, stop it. I know what I'm doing. Su Yuhan cut Zhang Qiuyun off impatiently, then turned to Yun Feiyang. Since you've repaid the 10 million, you're welcome to move back home anytime if you wish. Su Yuhan meant every word. She had looked down on Yun Feiyang before, believing he was only after her money. But today, Yun Feiyang had produced 10 million yuan from the old master. Perhaps she had misunderstood him. Zhang Qiuyun protested vehemently. Yuhan, you've lost your mind. How could such a man be worthy of you? How can you let him back in? Don't forget, there's still that mysterious wealthy young man secretly helping you. Su Yuhan had barely managed to kick Yun Feiyang out, and Zhang Qiuyun certainly didn't want him coming back to distract her daughter. Mom! Su Yuhan's eyes turned cold. I've never flirted with any rich young master. Don't spread rumors. I won't betray the investments of Mr. Fong and Mr. Liu. Of course, if someone harbors ulterior motives and tries to threaten me with Mr. Fong and Mr. Liu's partnership, they're dreaming. I'm not that kind of gold-digging hypocrite. She, Su Yuhan, did crave a life of luxury, but she envisioned achieving it through her own hard work. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. He hadn't misjudged Su Yuhan. She was worth his utmost effort to protect. You've truly lost your mind. Zhang Qiuyun was furious. How could Su Yuhan reject a wealthy young heir just for that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang? Yuhan, how can you be sure Yun Feiyang has pure intentions? Seeing she couldn't dissuade Su Yuhan, Zhang Qiuyun began smearing Yun Feiyang's reputation. That kid clearly had money before. Why didn't he use it? Back then, he'd rather leave home than part with that 10 million. Don't you wonder why? He must have heard about these tycoons in Donghai wanting to partner with you, so he's using this 10 million to curry favor. Think about it, with a partnership worth hundreds of millions, what he stands to gain far exceeds 10 million. This kid is clearly after the money. Yun Feiyang's face darkened. Mom, the biggest beneficiary of this partnership is Yuhan. What does it have to do with me? Besides, is that really how you see me? Zhang Qiuyun narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with sarcasm. If it weren't for the money, why would you be stuck in our family as a worthless son-in-law? You don't have a shred of manhood. A poor schmuck like you, my eyes see right through you. Mark my words, as long as I'm around, you won't ruin our Yuhan. She's destined for a wealthy family, not to be tarnished by a penniless nobody like you. Yun Feiyang, if you dare move back in, I, Zhang Qiuyun, will be the first to oppose it. If you set foot in our house again, I'll fight you to the death. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. Zhang Qiuyun wasn't entirely wrong. Earlier, Su Yuhan had asked Yun Feiyang about the 10 million yuan matter, and Yun Feiyang had clearly stated he didn't have it. So how could 10 million suddenly appear out of nowhere? Perhaps there really was something fishy going on here. Yun Feiyang, tell me, where did you get 10 million? Stop using the rich kid excuse. I don't buy it. Su Yuhan couldn't help but frown. Yun Feiyang felt helpless. He really was a rich kid. Why wouldn't Su Yuhan believe him? A good friend I used to know heard about my recent struggles and lent me some money. He even helped me land a job. With no other choice, Yun Feiyang could only come up with a flimsy excuse. A job? Zhang Qiuyun sneered with a frown. How much do you make a month? You've got no education, no connections, and no skills. Your salary tops out at 3,000. 10 million? You'll be paying it back for the rest of your life. Even Su Yuhan frowned. What kind of friend would lend Yun Feiyang 10 million? As long as I work hard, I'll pay it back someday. Yun Feiyang sighed in resignation, offering no other explanation. That 10 million was Yun Feiyang's own asset to begin with. Even China resources belonged to him. Why would he need to repay it? Hearing this, Su Yuhan felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. Work hard? This was the first time since their marriage that Yun Feiyang had spoken with such ambition. Yuhan, whether you believe me or not, I never intended to harm you. I've told you I'll prove to you that I have the ability to protect you. If you don't believe me, then I won't move back in. Truthfully, Yun Feiyang also didn't want the Su family to know his true identity. He was now Yun Hanshan's trump card in the family inheritance battle. If other members of the Yun family in the capital discovered Yun Feiyang's existence, it would cause trouble for Su Yuhan.
Since Su Yuhan didn't believe him anyway, Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to explain. The truth would come out eventually anyway. Humph. Good for you for knowing your place. How could a penniless nobody like you compare to a wealthy young master? Zhang Xiuyun wore a smug expression. If I were you, I'd stay far away from Yuhan. Save yourself the embarrassment later. Mom. Su Yuhan frowned and cut Zhang Xiuyun off. Though Su Yuhan remained skeptical of Yun Feiyang's motives, she saw no evidence he'd gained anything from her. She was willing to trust Yun Feiyang. As long as he truly wanted to live a decent life, she was willing to start over with him. Su Jihao's office. Su Jihao and his son sat with grim expressions, their moods seemingly sinking to rock bottom. Dad. We can't just let this slide. Su Jihao slammed the cup in his hand onto the desk and shouted angrily. Su Yuhan now held several major client projects in her hands. Coupled with the Su family's fickle relatives siding with her, if things continued this way, their power within the company would be gradually eroded. Su Wenyuan's expression darkened. We certainly can't let that little Su Yuhan run rampant for long. Dad, what can we do? Su Jihao was a man of little initiative, good only at getting angry. Without Su Wenyuan, he was nothing. Su Wenyuan pondered for a moment, a cold, vicious smile curling his lips. Su Yuhan's only asset is that wealthy young master, right? Guess what, do you think those wealthy young masters would fancy a woman who's been worn out? Su Jihao's eyes suddenly lit up. Dad, leave this to me. I'll make sure Su Yuhan's reputation is utterly ruined. She won't be able to hold her head up anywhere in Donghai. Chapter 23, Exchange? After leaving the Su group, Yun Feiyang returned to Huarun. Throughout the journey, Yun Feiyang pondered strategies to expand his influence. He needed capital to compete with the other scions of the Yun family in the capital. Relying solely on his limited capital in Donghai wouldn't suffice. After all, if Yun Hansan held such revered status within the Yun family, he wouldn't have considered using Yun Feiyang as a pawn in his power struggle. Upon arriving at Huarun, the company had already announced Yun Feiyang's new position. He was assigned to the general manager's office. This was precisely Yun Feiyang's intention. The workload wasn't heavy, though Yun Feiyang wasn't there primarily for the job anyway. I heard you joined the general manager's office? Wen Wen's voice suddenly drifted over, causing Yun Feiyang to frown involuntarily. Why her again? What? Got a problem with that? Yun Feiyang frowned and retorted. What gives you the right? You're just a discharged soldier who never even went to college. What qualifies you to be in the general manager's office? Getting into the general management office isn't something just anyone can do. The work is easy, the pay is high. How many people are busting their brains trying to get in? Wen had also fought tooth and nail to get into the company, but she was only assigned to the secretarial department. Compared to the general management office, it was anything but leisurely. Wen was seething with envy. Yun Feiyang shrugged. That's the leadership's decision. If you're unhappy, take it up with them. With that, Yun Feiyang walked away. Wen's eyes flashed with intense anger. Humph. Don't think just because you're in the general manager's office you can show off to us. You're nowhere near that level. If it weren't for her family's calligraphy collection, would Yun Feiyang even be able to enjoy the perks of working in a department like the general management office? What a joke. At lunchtime, Yun Feiyang carried his tray and sat down to eat. Not far away, Yun Feiyang spotted Wen sitting with several young, attractive female colleagues. Soon, a few tall, handsome male co-workers joined them at the table. Every so often, those men would glance in Yun Feiyang's direction, their expressions dripping with condescending disdain. You didn't need a genius to figure out what Wen had been saying about him. After finishing his meal, just as Yun Feiyang was about to leave, several figures blocked his path. You must be Yun Feiyang. Care to chat? The leader stood about 1.9 meters tall, his clothes exuding extreme luxury. His entire physique was sharply defined, giving him the air of a dashing young gentleman. Behind him followed several tall, burly male colleagues and a stylishly dressed girl. One of them was Wen. Yun Feiyang frowned. These people meant trouble. No time. Yun Feiyang truly didn't want to waste his time on someone as tedious as Wen. If not for the sake of Zhang Qingqing and Xinlanji, he wouldn't have uttered a single word to Wen or Wen Guangshan. No time? You'll make time. The tall guy blocked Yun Feiyang's path, smirking coldly. I suggest you listen to me, Gao Hong. In this company, no one dares to disrespect me, Gao Hong. Gao Hong had every reason to speak with such confidence. His father was the company's vice president of sales, and through his father's connections, he had become the sales department manager. His handsome looks naturally attracted many girls. Yun Feiyang glanced at Wen. Your friend? If he is, tell him to stop bothering me. A girl beside Wen shouted, Who do you think you are? Talking to Wen like that? You're just a good-for-nothing poor kid. If it weren't for Wen's family helping you out, would you even have the right to stand here talking to us? The girl was Zhang Manwen, Wen's best friend. The people in Wenwen's circle were all children from relatively wealthy families within the company. Wenwen's family background was actually among the least privileged in the group. However, Wenwen was beautiful and favored by Gao Hong, which gave her a high standing within this clique. Yun Feiyang, don't think you can get away with harboring any misguided notions about Wenwen just because your parents are well connected. You're not worthy. Zhang Manwen declared haughtily. Finished? Finished. I'm leaving.
Yun Feiyang turned to leave with a careless expression. Gao Hong gave a subtle signal to several colleagues behind him, blocking Yun Feiyang's path.
I didn't give you permission to leave. Think you can just walk out? Gao Hong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Go ahead, what are you going to do about it? Yun Feiyang's patience had worn thin. He really didn't want to waste any more time on Gao Hong and his crew. Nothing much. Just wanted to show you what I'm capable of. Soon, Gao Hong and his group were strutting proudly, leading Yun Feiyang toward the taekwondo gym downstairs from the company building.
Wenwen, abandoning her previous sarcastic attitude toward Yun Feiyang, chatted animatedly with Gao Hong as they walked ahead.
She even spoke coyly about her hair, occasionally glancing in Yun Feiyang's direction. Their eyes all held a hint of showiness. Gao Hong was someone Wenwen rather liked.
His father was the company's sales vice president, while his mother was a well-connected socialite holding a government position far above Wen Guangshan's rank. Handsome, wealthy, and attentive to Wenwen, this was the kind of man she favored.
Now, Yun Feiyang?
A penniless young man fresh out of the military, with a destitute mother and a father nowhere to be found.
What right did he have to date Wenwen?
She couldn't fathom what had gotten into Zhang Qingqing, insisting on pairing her with this dead-end kid.
Fine.
Today, this kid would see the real gap between them.
In the presence of genuine wealth, he was utterly worthless. Downstairs in the company building, the taekwondo club was busy practicing kicks. Seeing these flashy moves, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head.
Such flashy moves, even if practiced, were only good for building physical strength.
What practical use did they have in combat? In a real fight, are you going to tie up your opponent's hands and forbid them from using them? True combat demands a solid lower body. This high-kicking style actually leaves most of your openings exposed to the opponent, making it easy to show weaknesses. Good morning, Director.
As Gao Hong walked by, many of the practitioners nodded in greeting.
This taekwondo gym is mine. Not much, only 2 million.
After joining the company, Gao Hong quickly won over colleagues by giving many free taekwondo gym memberships, cultivating a network of supporters among his co-workers.
Yun Feiyang, show us what you've got?
Gao Hong tossed over a set of protective gear, his eyes flashing with a hint of challenge.
Gao Hong had practiced taekwondo since childhood. His father had even hired a retired taekwondo athlete to be his instructor. Now, Gao Hong was a black belt master in taekwondo. You're no match for me. This is pointless.
Yun Feiyang curled his lip. Yun Feiyang had learned only lethal combat techniques during his military service abroad.
Taekwondo?
Nothing but flashy moves. By the age of 15, Yun Feiyang had already begun carrying out missions, facing nothing but the most ruthless criminals.
Someone like Gao Hong was just a greenhorn. You? Ha! Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, not just Gao Hong, but everyone in the dojo burst into arrogant laughter. Did I hear that right? He actually said Director Gao Hong isn't his match? Who is this guy? Talking such big game?
Never seen him before, but looking at his scrawny frame, clearly no master fighter. If Director Gao Hong sets his sights on him, he'll probably end up in the hospital for a couple of days. Zhang Manwen sneered with utter disdain. Kid, anyone can talk big.
Do you even know who Manager Gao is? A black belt master. Even some active provincial-level taekwondo athletes can't hold a candle to Gao Hong. Kid, you're not scared now, are you? Care to exchange blows? Gao Hong retorted provocatively. Chapter 24, Rules?
Wenwen tugged at Gao Hong's arm from the side and whispered, just teach him a lesson.
Don't go too far. My mom can tell. I'll get scolded again when I get home.
Gao Hong softened his tone.
Don't worry, Wenwen. I know he's your friend. Just a friendly spar.
Wenwen nodded reassuredly.
But Gao Hong didn't think that way at all.
That stinking brat was just a penniless punk. What right did he have to compete with Gao Hong for a girl? Today, he was determined to send that punk to the hospital for half a month and knock some sense into him. Seeing the situation escalate, Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, if you're looking for a thrill, I'll oblige you.
With that, Yun Feiyang leaped onto the stage. No protective gear? Gao Hong raised an eyebrow. No need for gear when dealing with you. What? Gao Hong was getting annoyed. He'd never been treated with such disrespect before. Is this kid out of his mind? Director Gao Hong's legs pack serious power. I've heard he can kick through someone's ribs. I remember when I first joined the Taekwondo club, I saw Director Gao Hong shatter a wooden board with a single kick. Was it solid wood? Director Gao Hong is truly formidable. In Taekwondo, all the boards used for demonstrations are specially treated. Two boards glued together, anyone with decent strength could split them in two with a kick. But Gao Hong was different. He shattered a solid wooden board with a single kick, reducing it to splinters. That proves Gao Hong is truly skilled. Gao Hong clenched his fists, assuming a fighting stance. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with his handsome appearance, he immediately drew shrieks from the surrounding female spectators. Go, Director Gao Hong! Director Gao Hong is so handsome. The constant shouts only fueled Gao Hong's confidence. Come on, show me what you've got. Gao Hong beckoned Yun Feiyang with a flick of his finger. Yun Feiyang sneered and extended one hand. What's that supposed to mean? Gao Hong's expression darkened. One hand is more than enough to handle you. Cut the crap. I'm in a hurry. Get on with it. Yun Feiyang grew impatient. There were always these self-important types seeking attention. Looking for death. Gao Hong's expression darkened as he charged toward Yun Feiyang. Truth be told, Gao Hong had trained before and could put up a decent front. Twisting his body, he used momentum to deliver a spinning kick aimed at Yun Feiyang's chest. Yun Feiyang didn't budge, and Gao Hong sneered coldly. Having trained in Taekwondo since childhood, the power in his legs was already formidable. This kid wasn't even dodging, he was practically asking for it. This kick would likely shatter a few of his ribs. Thud. Just as everyone expected the kick to send Yun Feiyang flying, he casually reached out and grabbed Gao Hong's leg in his hand. What? Everyone's gaze froze, their eyes instantly widening in astonishment. That kid actually caught Gao Hong's leg with just one hand? How was that possible? Gao Hong's leg was one that could shatter wooden planks. Gao Hong's heart sank. He felt Yun Feiyang's hand like an iron clamp, gripping his leg with iron-like strength. Gao Hong tried to pull his leg back, but no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't budge it an inch. How could this be? Gao Hong began to panic. Previous opponents would have been finished with a single kick from him, yet this kid had actually managed to withstand it? This was completely beyond his expectations. Is that all he's got? The contemptuous sneer on Yun Feiyang's lips shattered Gao Hong's pride. Then, with a single swing of his arm, Yun Feiyang flung Gao Hong away. Whoosh! Gao Hong flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a pile of protective gear. Dazed and disoriented, stars danced before his eyes. Truth be told, Yun Feiyang had held back. He deliberately tossed Gao Hong onto the foam padding. Had it been any other surface, Gao Hong would likely have been broken. After all, Gao Hong was just a nobody. Yun Feiyang had no deep grudge against him. A little lesson was all he needed. Director Gao Hong. At that moment, several people rushed toward Gao Hong and hurriedly helped him to his feet. Although Gao Hong wasn't injured, his eyes betrayed a hint of irritation. This was a major embarrassment. As the head instructor of a prestigious Taekwondo dojang, he'd been tossed aside by this kid in a single move, his reputation utterly shattered. And Yun Feiyang had done it with just one hand. Wen Wen's expression froze in shock. Could Yun Feiyang be a master too? Gao Hong was a black belt in Taekwondo, yet in Yun Feiyang's hands, he was tossed aside like a child. You cheated. At that moment, Zhang Manwen pointed at Yun Feiyang and shouted loudly. Taekwondo rules forbid using hands. You threw Manager Gao with your hands, that's clearly cheating. Exactly. You don't even know the rules of Taekwondo. This victory is dishonorable. Apologize to Director Gao Hong right now. Instantly, a group of women began chattering away, piling criticism on Yun Feiyang as if he'd committed some heinous crime. Seeing that those around him hadn't lost faith in him, Gao Hong breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, his tone sounded magnanimous. Enough. Yun Feiyang is new here and doesn't know the rules. I won't hold it against him. Manager Gao, it's precisely your magnanimity that gave this brat an opening. Zhang Manwen looked thoroughly displeased. Your magnanimity shouldn't be used as a license for others to run wild. Yun Feiyang laughed in exasperation. Gao Hong, if you're not satisfied, tie my hands. I'll let you have your way whether you use your hands or not, I couldn't care less. This Gao Hong really is shameless. He actually had the nerve to say something like that. Anyone with eyes could see at a glance that Gao Hong was no match for Yun Feiyang. And these people were talking about some rule about not using hands? Before stepping onto the stage, Gao Hong said it was a friendly sparring match. He never specified it had to be Taekwondo. Why couldn't Yun Feiyang use his hands? If he's not satisfied, let's do it again. Yes, Director Gao Hong let him witness the true power of Taekwondo. Director Gao Hong, we're rooting for you. Before, Gao Hong might have swelled with pride at such cheers of encouragement. But now? He felt like cursing under his breath. Forget it. With a sweeping gesture, Gao Hong declared, we'll stop here for today. We'll discuss sparring another time. He wasn't stupid. Yun Feiyang had just effortlessly parried his kick, proving the kid possessed genuine skill. At the very least, he was trained in martial arts. Gao Hong had no desire to embarrass himself again. You know my rules, I don't spar lightly with others, and I only spar once with the same opponent. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll send my junior brother over. Let this kid see how powerful our Taekwondo is. Gao Hong dismissed the matter with a flimsy excuse. Meanwhile, several women nearby glared at Feiyang with fury. Chapter 25, Playing the Magnanimous. You're shameless.
How dare you break the dojo's rules right here? Zhang Manyu was the first to speak up.
Exactly. We Taekwondo practitioners despise you. When this person is your friend, right? Could it be that your friend is such a low-class person? Soon, others began attacking Wen as well.
Gao Hong had always shown Wen special favor, which sparked intense jealousy among girls harboring ulterior motives toward him. In their eyes, Wen was just an ordinary girl from a regular family.
So what if she was pretty? What was so great about that?
Feiyang, hurry up and apologize to manager Gao.
Wen felt utterly humiliated.
She had initially been curious about Feiyang's impressive skills, but after hearing others talk, she grew increasingly disgusted with him.
Just as expected, a poor kid who doesn't even know the rules. Feiyang laughed. What did I do wrong that I need to apologize? You don't even know that you're not allowed to use your hands in a Taekwondo dojang? And you claim you did nothing wrong? Wen snapped angrily, you messed up, fine. But don't drag me down with you. Feiyang shrugged. If he's not satisfied, he can challenge me again. This time, I'll only use one leg.
Using only one hand was already giving Gao Hong considerable face. After all, the power of Feiyang's single leg far surpassed that of his single hand.
Gao Hong never spars with the same person twice. You're only so brazen because you're banking on him saying that, right?
Wen found herself increasingly repulsed by Feiyang. He'd outsmarted Gao Hong with petty tricks, making her look utterly foolish in front of her colleagues.
Now, he was bragging shamelessly, utterly despicable. Feiyang flipped off the stage and strode out without looking back.
Being around these people was nothing but a joke to him.
Where are you going? You haven't apologized to manager Gao yet. Wen fumed. How could this kid be so ungrateful?
Feiyang halted, turned, and sneered coldly, where I go is none of your business, is it?
If an apology is needed, you can apologize for me. With that, Feiyang walked straight out of the Taekwondo dojo.
Wen stomped her foot in anger.
She would definitely tell her mother and Aunt Shen about today's incident.
Turning back, Wen said to Gao Hong with a touch of embarrassment, Gao Hong, I'm sorry.
I've put you in a difficult position. Watching Wen's apologetic expression, Gao Hong felt a surge of satisfaction.
He had feared that his mistake would ruin his image in Wen's eyes.
Instead, it had backfired completely.
Adopting a magnanimous air, Gao Hong said, Wen, it's nothing.
I did it willingly.
I only blame myself for underestimating him and failing to vent your anger.
Wen shook her head. It's not your fault. Feiyang just doesn't know how to behave.
Zhang Manyu, standing nearby, added indignantly, look at that guy gloating.
It's so annoying.
The crowd around them seethed with righteous indignation, eager to see Feiyang humiliated. Gao Hong's expression shifted as he suggested, Wen, if you still want to vent, I have another idea.
Forget it, Gao Hong.
His mom and mine are close friends.
If we go too far, I'm afraid my mom would blame me.
Zhang Manwen bristled.
Are you just going to stand by and watch that jerk strut around in front of us? And Manager Gao, are we just going to let him get away with this injustice?
Wen hesitated, bit her lip, and said, Manager Gao, just don't go too far.
Gao Hong smirked smugly. Don't worry, he said smoothly. We'll just make sure that kid understands his place. After this, he'll keep his distance from you for sure. Hearing Gao Hong's words, Wen felt reassured. Tell me what you want me to do. It's actually quite simple.
Gao Hong lowered his voice, his expression turning smug. After giving Gao Hong a stern talking to, sure enough, Gao Hong and Wen never bothered Feiyang again.
Even at work, they kept their distance from Feiyang. With the noisy crowd gone, Feiyang enjoyed his newfound peace.
However, he noticed Gao Hong and the others occasionally glancing his way, their eyes clearly brimming with smug satisfaction.
After work, at the company entrance, Wen stopped Feiyang. What is it? Feiyang frowned, clearly annoyed. Wen's breath caught in her throat at Feiyang's attitude. That brat.
He only got into the company because of her family's calligraphy collection.
What gives him the right to show off?
But just you wait, he'd get his comeuppance soon enough.
Where are you going? Wen asked through gritted teeth. Where else could he be going? Home, of course. But where I go is none of your business. With that, Feiyang started to walk around Wen. You're not going anywhere. Wen blocked Feiyang's path. I'm not going home. What gives you the right to go? I want to go out and have fun. Come with me. Go have your own fun. Why drag me into it? Don't get in my way.
Feiyang grew increasingly annoyed.
Try leaving alone, just try it.
My mom said you have to commute with me, and Aunt Shen said you have to protect me at the company. If you dare go home alone, I'll stay at a co-worker's house tonight and see how you explain it.
Wen's expression was smug. Feiyang frowned. What exactly do you want? I told you, come play with me. With that, Wen led the way out of the company building.
Feiyang, his face dark, had no choice but to follow.
Soon, Yun Feiyang followed Wenwen into a bar not far away. Though it wasn't evening yet, the bar was already bustling with people. Most of them were there to seek entertainment.
They suppressed themselves during the day at work, so at night, they came to places like this to have a drink and cast all their troubles behind them.
Amidst the deafening DJ beats, a crowd swayed wildly on the dance floor, as if determined to shed every ounce of daytime frustration and discontent in one fell swoop.
In the dim lighting, Yun Feiyang spotted a graceful figure.
She looked a lot like Su Yuhan. But the lighting was too dim for Yun Feiyang to see clearly. Perhaps he was mistaken. Su Yuhan was reserved by nature and wouldn't typically frequent such places. Even if she did, it would likely be for business. But judging by how at ease Wenwen seemed, she clearly frequented such places. Soon, Wenwen led Yun Feiyang into a private booth.
When Yun Feiyang saw the people inside the booth, his expression darkened. Gao Hong, Zhang Manwen, and several other colleagues, all the same people from this morning. In a place like this, entertainment naturally involved pairing men and women together.
Frankly, Yun Feiyang had little in common with these people.
Being dragged to a place like this left him feeling distinctly uncomfortable.
You expect me to hang out with you in a place like this? Yun Feiyang frowned. Wenwen frowned. What's wrong with having fun in a place like this? What era are we living in? You're so old-fashioned.
Wenwen wore a look of utter disgust. Dancing and drinking were long since routine for them.
Yun Feiyang really hadn't seen much of the world. What a bumpkin.
Gao Hong deliberately slapped his forehead, his face twisted in mockery. I forgot someone as poor as you probably hasn't been to a place like this before. No worries, everything you spend today is on me, Gao Hong. Let me show you the glamour of Donghai. Wenwen added smugly, Manager Gao is giving you such a favor, why aren't you sitting down?
You've never seen anything like this.
Seeing Yun Feiyang remain silent, Wenwen assumed he felt embarrassed, which only fueled her smugness. This was the life of urban elite white-collar workers.
If not for her family, Yun Feiyang would never have experienced this in his lifetime.
This was the gap between her and him. The noise here was deafening.
Not far from the bar, a graceful figure with beautiful eyes couldn't help but glance in Yun Feiyang's direction, a hint of confusion in her gaze. That figure was none other than Su Yuhan. Chapter 26, Just Playing Around? Could that be Yun Feiyang? Su Yuhan silently pondered. The lighting in the bar was far too dim for Su Yuhan to make out anything clearly. She only felt that the figure over there bore a slight resemblance to Yun Feiyang. But why would Yun Feiyang be at a bar? He just handed over 10 million, and he'd only started working recently. Even if he wanted to come to a bar, he wouldn't have that kind of money, would he? Never mind. Su Yuhan shook her head. She was here today to meet an important client. Business came first. Yun Feiyang hesitated for a moment before finally sitting down at the booth. Though Wenwen wasn't fond of Yun Feiyang, she was still Aunt Zhang's daughter. He couldn't let anything happen to her here. Just then, a pair of youthful, glamorous twins walked over from the other side of the bar. The twins were quite attractive, with figures that were downright provocative. Their matching mini skirts drew the attention of many in the bar. They'd been waiting all night, coming to the bar daily to pick up men. The moment Gao Hong entered, the twins had already noticed him. He was decked out in designer labels, with a watch alone worth hundreds of thousands, and he looked incredibly young. Hey, handsome, wanna grab a drink? The older twin flashed Gao Hong a sweet smile, her shapely legs standing bare before him. Wenwen's expression darkened. Sorry, he's already with someone tonight. Gao Hong was someone Wenwen valued, so when random people came to hit on him, she naturally put on the airs of a mistress of the house. Flattered by the beautiful women's attention, Gao Hong smirked triumphantly. He then nodded toward Yun Feiyang and deliberately stated, I have a date. But my friend here is single tonight. You two are welcome to join him for a drink. Him? The twin sisters eyed Yun Feiyang with disdain, snorting coldly, a penniless guy like him? He's not worthy of drinking with us. Having cut their teeth in the scene, these women had sharp eyes. They were here to reel in the wealthy. Yun Feiyang's clothes were shabby, not a single item worth anything. What right did he have to drink with them? Exactly. Our monthly allowance alone runs into the tens of thousands. Does this guy even make 10 grand a month? Hick. The twins' voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either, instantly drawing the attention of several nearby patrons. Now, many eyes were fixed on Yun Feiyang, their gazes dripping with scorn. Yun Feiyang's attire screamed, never been to a bar before. Dressed head to toe in cheap knockoffs, no wonder those two women were mocking him. Gao Hong roared with laughter, Yun Feiyang, even passers-by look down on you. Wenwen frowned and snorted coldly, Yun Feiyang, now you see the gap between us, don't you? Bringing you out only embarrasses me. No matter what tricks you and your mother play, I will never have anything to do with you. Because you're simply not worthy of my circle. Yun Feiyang gave a faint, cold smile, lit a cigarette, and offered no response. Who needs to fit into Wenwen's circle? If it weren't for Aunt Zhang's sake, would Yun Feiyang have followed Wenwen to this bar? Ridiculous. Seeing Yun Feiyang's silence, the twin sister sneered with even greater disdain. What a loser. A man bullied into silence, not even daring to speak up. Even if you gave him 100 guts, would he dare speak up? Ridiculous.
From a nearby booth, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang, her delicate brows furrowing involuntarily. Yes, the man not far from the bar was indeed Yun Feiyang. Su Yuhan had heard the words spoken by those provocatively dressed twins. However, Su Yuhan didn't step in to stop them. Because her client was seated right beside her. She didn't want anyone to know she had such a cowardly husband. A sigh escaped Su Yuhan's heart. Yun Feiyang had told her he got into the company through connections and borrowed money to cover the shortfall. Could it be these very friends he relied on? How could these friends who had been mocking Yun Feiyang be the ones lending him money? Could it be that they were only willing to lend him money precisely because they could publicly mock him? In their eyes, Yun Feiyang was probably nothing but a joke. Su Yuqing couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Though Yun Feiyang's intention to help her repay the debt was kind, he had sacrificed a man's dignity for money. Over at the booth, Yun Feiyang had been completely marginalized. The twins hadn't left. Instead, they sat down beside Gao Hong. Wenwen felt the pressure and started competing with the twins in a drinking contest. Gao Hong looked smug, gazing at Yun Feiyang with a show-offy expression, clearly relishing the sight of the beauties drinking for him. Yun Feiyang, wanna step outside? There's more than just this bar, plenty of other things to explore. After 3 rounds of drinks, seeing everyone was sufficiently tipsy, Gao Hong addressed Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang frowned. He didn't want to go. But Wenwen was already a bit tipsy, staggering as she walked. Refusing now seemed impossible. After all, Wenwen was Zhang Qingqing's daughter, and Zhang Qingqing was Xin Lanqing's close friend. Yun Feiyang didn't want anything to happen to Zhang Qingqing's daughter while she was in his care. Fine, whatever you say. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Gao Hong's expression grew even more smug. Today, he would make Yun Feiyang see just how wide the gap between them truly was. Not far away, Su Yuhan watched Yun Feiyang enter the basement level, a moment of hesitation flickering in her eyes. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but we'll have to discuss this another time. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must excuse myself. With that, Su Yuhan picked up her bag and quietly followed Yun Feiyang. She wanted to see what outrageous things Yun Feiyang would do next. The twins and Wenwen were both visibly drunk, leaning heavily on Gao Hong, who was thoroughly enjoying the attention. Gao Hong strode arrogantly through the crowd, leading them down to the bar's basement level. Yun Feiyang hadn't expected the basement level to be such a hidden gem. It was an underground casino. The bar owner had clearly put thought into it, decorating the space lavishly. The air was thick with the pungent scent of tobacco, slightly choking. The mingled scents of cigars, tobacco, and perfume, along with the constant clamor of voices, flowed steadily from within. Numerous bunny girls served drinks, weaving through the crowd, occasionally getting groped by some patrons. Money, women. This was a place where primal urges ran wild. At the entrance, several burly men in black blocked Gao Hong and his group. Gao Hong had shed his earlier smugness, adopting a respectful demeanor instead. Gentlemen, I'm a friend of Black Brother who runs this place. I've already made arrangements. Please let us in. Standard procedure. You dare break the rules here? The burly man in black frowned, instantly sending a shiver down Gao Hong and his companions. Especially when seeing these burly men with tattoos peeking out around their necks, she shrank back behind Gao Hong in fear. At that moment, Gao Hong shot Yun Feiyang a cold glance. He'd expected this penniless fool to be scared out of his wits, but Yun Feiyang seemed utterly unfazed, calm and composed as ever. Chapter 27, Utterly Disappointed. What's he pretending for? Gao Hong sneered coldly. He was probably already scared out of his wits. These burly men might be intimidating, but compared to the ruthless criminals Yun Feiyang had encountered abroad, they were nowhere near as dangerous. The burly man in black patted everyone down. When he reached Yun Feiyang, his expression visibly stiffened. He could sense Yun Feiyang's solid muscles, clearly no ordinary man. But since Yun Feiyang carried no weapons, there was naturally no reason to fear him. Yun Feiyang also sized up the burly man in black. The burly man in black gave Yun Feiyang a few seemingly casual pats, but he was meticulous. With just a few touches, he could determine if Yun Feiyang was carrying anything. It was clear he was an old hand at this. Upon arriving at the casino, Gao Hong and his group immediately exchanged several thousand chips. Yun Feiyang, wanna play a couple of hands? Gao Hong shot Yun Feiyang a deliberately provocative glance. Yun Feiyang remained silent. 9 times out of 10, gamblers lose. While ordinary people might think casinos are straightforward, Yun Feiyang knew better. The dealers here were all former card sharps, giving them any hand they wanted was child's play. Plus, there were machines rigged with hidden mechanisms. Some dream of striking it rich overnight? It was utterly impossible. Others gambled with bloodshot eyes, even betting their homes. Can you imagine? No wonder the government bans gambling, there's a good reason for it. Seeing Yun Feiyang remain silent, the twin sister sneered, handsome, does he look like he's got money? Just some poor schmuck from the sticks. Poor schmuck? Yun Feiyang sneered inwardly. Yun Feiyang could buy the entire casino with his money. He simply refused to waste it on such nonsense.
Not far away, Su Yuhan noticed Yun Feiyang hadn't exchanged any chips.
A hint of relief flickered in her beautiful eyes. Under these circumstances, Yun Feiyang's ability to keep himself clean and upright made him a man of integrity.
Gao Hong shot Wen a meaningful glance. He'd come today to humiliate Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang had to play along with him.
If you don't have money, I'll give you some.
Wins are yours, losses are mine. Are you even a man? Afraid to gamble?
Wen shoved a handful of chips into Yun Feiyang's hand, her eyes brimming with contempt.
Yun Feiyang, you're not scared of losing so badly you'll wet your pants, are you? Ha! Just as I thought, a penniless loser. Look at your petty, tight-fisted ways. The person supporting you can't be much of a catch either. I warn you, don't drag my family into this. Yun Feiyang's gaze turned icy. Angry? You dare lay a hand on me?
Black brother who runs this place is my friend.
Try messing with me, and see what happens. Gao Hong declared arrogantly.
Handsome, look at him cowering. He doesn't even dare gamble, let alone fight, the twin sister sneered.
Fine then, I'll play along. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened, his gaze turning icy. Humph. Can't afford chips? Relying on a woman's money. Penniless? The twins rolled their eyes before strutting over to the gambling table with Gao Hongji. Not far away, Su Yuhan, who had just assumed Yun Feiyang was being reasonable, felt disappointment cloud her beautiful eyes. Though she hadn't overheard his conversation with those men, she saw Yun Feiyang had already taken his seat at the table. Originally, Yun Feiyang hadn't participated in gambling, leading Su Yuhan to believe he was sticking to his principles. But now it seemed that was only because he hadn't had any money. When someone slipped him chips, Yun Feiyang took his seat without hesitation. Su Yuhan sighed inwardly.
This man had truly disappointed her beyond measure. For money, he would allow others to publicly mock him. But she could understand it after all, Yun Feiyang was doing it to repay her.
But Su Yuhan simply couldn't bear it. Yun Feiyang actually went gambling. With that thought, Su Yuhan turned and stormed out of the basement level.
Gao Hong and Wen were playing Sick Bo, a game well suited for those who gambled for fun. Simply put, it involved shaking dice, betting on totals, and predicting numbers. Simple, easy to grasp, and popular with mid to low-end customers. Place your bets. Gao Hong was quite generous, slapping all his chips down on the table. As Wen's crush, she naturally followed Gao Hong's lead and bet on big. Yun Feiyang, your turn. Gao Hong stared at Yun Feiyang with a mocking expression. Handsome, look at him, do you think he dares to bet? The twin sister sneered coldly, even the dice in his hand were given to him by a woman. Looks to me like he's just waiting for the game to end so he can cash in those 1,000 yuan dice. What a cheapskate. Yun Feiyang said nothing, merely flicking the dice onto the 6-point side. Gao Hong and the others froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. This kid really hasn't seen much of the world. Betting on a number on his very first dice game? That's hilarious. Wen sneered even more disdainfully. Yun Feiyang, do you even know how to play? If you don't waste the chips I gave you. That's thousands of yuan. When you start playing dice, you always bet on big or small first. Betting on specific numbers? The odds on such high payouts are minuscule, you'll lose everything in no time. Yun Feiyang went all in on 6 on his very first hand. Think he's rolling in dough? This kid must be desperate, hoping to strike it rich overnight at the gambling table. His twin sister sneered with utter disdain. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently, maybe I'll get lucky. Having served in the military overseas, Yun Feiyang possessed heightened hearing. Despite the earlier commotion, he had caught the card count. Open. The dealer opened the dice cup, drawing everyone's attention. 1, 2, 3 small 6. Gao Hong and the others' expressions instantly turned grim. 6 to 1? According to the rules, the odds at 6 o'clock were 14 to 1. Yun Feiyang's few thousand yuan instantly turned into tens of thousands. What a stroke of luck. Though Wen grumbled under her breath, envy flashed in her eyes. Tens of thousands of yuan, that was several months' worth of Wen's salary. Damn, what rotten luck. Gao Hong's face was twisted with displeasure. He'd actually lost money to this kid. Just then, the bunny girl promptly brought over the chips. Without a second thought, Gao Hong grabbed a handful. He didn't even glance at the numbers on the chips in his hand. Losing to Yun Feiyang? He had to get his revenge. With Gao Hong leading the charge, Wen naturally couldn't refuse to follow. Her heart was pounding now. Earlier, she'd bought several thousand yuan worth of chips, enough to cover her living expenses for days. If she kept gambling, winning would be fine, but what if she lost again? Her salary wasn't high enough to sustain this kind of gambling. But everyone else was still playing. If she didn't join in, she'd be looked down upon. Wen, trust me, we'll win it back on the next hand. Gao Hong declared confidently. Wen hesitated, but still prepared to place her bet alongside Gao Hong. Stop gambling. You've lost thousands, haven't you learned your lesson? Yun Feiyang frowned and warned. Gambling is a losing game. In casinos, ordinary people only end up losing everything. Wen, can you handle this?
If you can't take the losses, don't play. The twins seized the chance to sneer. If you're too scared to play, then get off the handsome guy's back and move aside. Provoked by her rival's taunts, Wen instantly grew irritated. She shot Feiyang a disgusted look and snapped, "If even you can win, why can't I? Don't bother me." Especially after catching Gao Hong's unusual expression, Wen steeled her resolve. No matter what, Gao Hong was her choice. She was going to marry Gao Hong someday. No matter what, she would follow him wherever he went. Get out of my way.
Wen brushed Feiyang's hand away, her eyes flashing with disgust.
Feiyang frowned. Wen really was a bit ungrateful. But since he couldn't persuade her, so be it.
Gao Hong watched Wen take the chips, a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
This was exactly the outcome he wanted. Soon enough, not only would Feiyang lose a fortune, but Wen would follow suit, and that would be his moment to shine. Let's go again.
Soon, Gao Hong and Wen were down to their last few chips. Gao Hong grabbed another handful, glaring viciously at Feiyang.
I refuse to believe you can win forever.
Today, I'll make you lose everything down to your underwear. Yet within an hour, Gao Hong had already grabbed 3 handfuls of chips. Feiyang, on the other hand, had his ups and downs, but his stack had actually grown. After all, in such a noisy environment, mishearing the dice rolls was entirely possible. After losing her last chip, Wen's expression had already changed slightly. Even she couldn't keep track of how many chips she'd lost. Meanwhile, Feiyang had won all his bets at high odds. By now, the chips piled before him amounted to tens of thousands.
Chapter 28, Setting the Trap.
At that moment, a dark-faced middle-aged man approached, flanked by several burly men in black. Gao Hong, spotting the man, immediately began bowing and scraping.
Brother He, long time no see.
Brother He gave a nod, sizing Gao Hong up from head to toe before speaking.
Here to play?
Yes, Brother He.
Just here to support your place.
All right. Brother He snapped his fingers, and one of the burly men in black handed him a piece of paper.
You can play, but know your limits.
Brother He handed over the white paper and said, you and your friend lost a total of 560,000 just now. Of course, you lost a little less, just over 100,000. The rest of them combined lost 400,000.
What?
The expressions of everyone around them instantly changed.
560,000? How could it be so much?
Earlier, they'd been so caught up in gambling they'd forgotten how many hands they'd played.
But now that they added it up, it came to a staggering 560,000? Wen's monthly salary barely reached 10,000 yuan.
She glanced at the bill and saw the figure she had just lost: 70 or 80,000 yuan.
For their family, this was no small sum. Did Brother He miscalculate? Gao Hong asked.
Logically, Gao Hong's expression should have betrayed some panic. Yet Feiyang saw not a trace of it. Instead, Gao Hong appeared completely composed.
Something fishy was going on.
Feiyang sneered coldly. You can check the bill yourself. Brother He never makes mistakes in his business dealings. Gao Hong feigned terror. Brother He, for the sake of our friendship.
Smack!
A burly man in black behind Brother He delivered a sharp slap across his face. The surrounding colleagues were startled, their eyes instantly turning tense. Gao Hong stumbled backward several steps, clutching his mouth, and fell silent. Now, Gao Hong's entourage, even when Wen and her best friend, were utterly speechless, holding their breath in terror. They weren't streetwise types. They'd never witnessed such a scene before. Nor could they have imagined that a debt this massive would ever land on their heads.
Feiyang's gaze remained impassive.
The burly man in black had slapped Gao Hong across the face just now, appearing fierce, but he'd clearly held back his strength. There was likely something fishy going on. Who the hell do you think you are, calling Brother He brother? If that 560,000 isn't paid back tonight, no one leaves here. Wen was so terrified she burst into tears. Completely at a loss, she'd never witnessed such a scene before. If only she'd listened to Feiyang back then and stayed away from gambling. When she lost a few thousand, she should have quit. Now she's saddled with 70 or 80,000 in gambling debt.
Take these people to my room. And bring that kid along too. Go waved his hand dismissively, then pointed at Feiyang with a cold stare. Wen and the others were already terrified. At this point, they dared not disobey. After all, they owed him a substantial sum of money. Feiyang didn't leave, calmly following them to Brother He's room. Looks like you guys can't pay either. Inside the room, Black Brother sat cross-legged on a chair and declared, here's the deal, write me an IOU, and you lot will stay on my turf to earn money for me. When the debt's cleared, you're free to go. What? Hearing Brother Black's words, the expressions of all the colleagues, including Wen, instantly changed. Earn money at the establishment? Even as colleagues, they understood the implication. Regardless of gender, it meant selling themselves. I'll get my parents to raise the money. I'm going home.
Her twin sister's makeup was already smudged from crying. She would never do such a thing.
Want to pay back the debt? Fine.
But with me, Black Brother, it's only high-interest loans.
Let me see how much you owe. Brother, he deliberately glanced at the ledger. You owe 50 grand. The interest has already climbed to 2,000. This is usury. Smack.
A burly man beside Brother Hay slapped the woman hard across the face, sending her crashing to the floor.
These are the rules in Blackie's joint. Got a problem with that? When you were taking chips to gamble, you were all too eager, weren't you? Now you've lost all your money and want to renege on your debt?
Everyone trembled in fear. They'd never seen anything like this before.
Black Brother shrugged and said, of course, I can give you a chance to pay back only the principal. As long as you work diligently in my establishment, you only need to repay the principal. Brother Hay's eyes swept over all the girls. These women all looked inexperienced, each one a prime specimen. Especially the one nestled in Gao Hong's arms, exquisitely delicate, with skin as white and translucent as porcelain.
She was the cream of the crop. Gao Hong stood up then and said to Brother Black, 1-1 and I can settle our accounts right now.
A faint smile touched Gao Hong's lips. Truth be told, this was a setup orchestrated by Gao Hong and Black Brother. On the surface, he had Wenwen bring Yin Feiyang over to lure him into the trap, making Yin Feiyang realize the gap between them. But he had a backup plan, a trap for Wenwen as well. Gao Hong had agreed with Brother Hay that once everything was settled, Wenwen would be his. Once he paid off Wenwen's debts, he could make any demand he wanted while she was emotionally vulnerable. Smack!
No sooner had Gao Hong finished speaking than he received another slap.
Didn't you hear what Brother Hay said? Everyone must work under Brother Hay's turf, no exceptions. Who do you think you are? Going against Brother Hay? Gao Hong froze in shock. Brother Hay, we had an agreement. Smack! Another slap, this time a solid one.
Gao Hong's face instantly swelled, and his eyes darted around in panic. In front of Brother Hay, it's best not to speak out of turn. Several burly men in black surrounded everyone, and Gao Hong panicked. Brother Hay was clearly cutting the bridge after crossing it. But with so many of them, even if Gao Hong had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare defy Brother Black.
Brother Hay, spare me. I don't want to sell my ass.
Gao Hong was now completely broken, his voice dripping with supplication.
He never imagined Black Brother had him in his plans too. As long as you guys work for me obediently and balance the books, I'll let this slide. Otherwise, I'll take these ledgers straight to your parents. What happens then, I can't guarantee. Brother Hay wore a look of regret, while everyone else was terrified.
If this matter truly reached the company, their reputations would be utterly ruined.
Especially Gao Hong, his father was the company's vice president. If word got out, how could Gao Hong's father save face? Take them away. Let them work tonight.
Brother Hay waved his hand, his eyes gleaming with obvious satisfaction.
Colleagues like these, especially the attractive ones, were a rare breed. Clients would be quite fond of them. I won't go. I won't go.
Wenwen was now crying so hard her hair was all disheveled. If she had just gone home quietly with Yin Feiyang, or even just had a drink and called it a night, none of this would have happened.
But now it was too late. Cut the crap and come with me. A burly man in black, seeing Wenwen's outburst, gave a cold snort and walked over. He had 100 ways to deal with disobedient girls like this. Just as the burly man's hand was about to grab Wenwen, another hand shot out and seized him. Chapter 29, Ingratitude. Looking for trouble? The burly man in black raised an eyebrow, then glared at Yin Feiyang. This kid was the only one among them who'd actually won money. But Black Brother had no intention of letting Yin Feiyang off the hook.
Yin Feiyang's expression remained impassive. You can take the others, but not this girl. After all, Wenwen was Zhang Qingqing's daughter.
Yin Feiyang couldn't let anything happen to her while she was in his custody. Oh ho, someone else who's not afraid to die.
The burly men in black surveyed the area, all of them bursting into derisive laughter. They were all professionally trained men.
What could this punk possibly have to fear?
This woman owes you 70,000 in total.
Here's all the money I've won, consider it her apology. Let her go, and we'll call it even. Just like that?
The burly man in black froze, the scorn on his face deepening.
Who the hell do you think you are, telling us to let it go?
Black Brother snorted coldly. Winning money in my place shows you've got some skill.
But will you live long enough to enjoy it?
Brother Hay had already positioned himself to take Yin Feiyang down.
Even if Yin Feiyang paid back the money now, it wouldn't matter. Today, no matter what, these girls must be put to work. You? Enjoy winning money, huh? Chop off this kid's hand. Brother Black's words made Wenwen's legs buckle, and she collapsed with a thud. She'd thought Yin Feiyang covering her debt would save them, but now it was clear Black Brother had no intention of letting them off the hook. Forget it. Yin Feiyang lit a cigarette with a faint smile. Since reason failed, fists would speak. Snap. A faint crack echoed as the burly man in black bent his arm at an exaggerated angle. Immediately, a piercing scream erupted. The burly man clutched his arm, writhing on the ground in agony. This. The other burly men in black were stunned. No wonder this kid was so cocky, he's a martial artist. He could snap a man's arm with a single casual move. That's not the kind of strength an ordinary person possesses. Damn it. Causing trouble in my turf? Take care of this kid. Black brother's expression darkened instantly. Daring to cause trouble on his turf? If word got out, where would Brother Hei's reputation stand? The other burly men in black instantly closed in around Yun Feiyang. But now, the arrogance and swagger had vanished from their eyes, replaced by a look of serious concern. This kid across from us isn't simple, he snapped someone's bones with ease. He's trained. Wen, you go ahead. Yun Feiyang's words startled Wen, who had been momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Yun Feiyang to be the one shielding her from danger at this moment. Hurry up and go. Gao Hong hurriedly pulled Wen and the others toward the exit. All the burly men in black had surrounded Yun Feiyang. This was the perfect opportunity. The others, however, paid no attention to Yun Feiyang, who had taken the bullet for them, and bolted for the exit. However, several quick-thinking thugs grabbed the twin sisters and held them back. Let me go. Let me go. The twins' makeup was already smudged from crying. If they were left here, they'd have no choice but to sell their bodies. How could they ever lure wealthy men again? As for Wen and Gao Hong, they didn't care about their stamina anymore. They ran as far as they could. By the time they finally stopped, they had already covered a considerable distance. Everyone was gasping for breath. Now they'd literally run for their lives. When Wen finally regained her senses, a flicker of worry crossed her face. What about Yun Feiyang? Wen asked tentatively. After all, Yun Feiyang was under her care. If something happened to him, how could she explain it to Aunt Shun? What else could we do? Are you suggesting we go back to rescue him? One person shook their head. I'm not going. Me neither. Yun Feiyang volunteered to take the bullet for us. We didn't ask him to. Exactly. If we hadn't come to the bar to gamble just to embarrass Yun Feiyang, none of this would have happened. He brought this on himself. At that moment, they launched into a flurry of chattering accusations, not only forgetting that Yun Feiyang had helped them escape, but even shifting the blame onto him. Gao Hong interjected from the side. Wen, if we go back, Black Brother will probably force us into dirty business. Are you willing to do that? Wen fell silent. She felt somewhat indebted to Yun Feiyang, but when weighing her own interests against his, she prioritized herself. Think about it. Aunt Zhang brought out that Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll, which made him our company as boss. Even though Brother Hei is a man of the underworld, he wouldn't dare kill someone. At worst, Yun Feiyang might get a beating. That would even out the debt of gratitude for Aunt Zhang's calligraphy scroll. Wen agreed, nodding. Exactly. Without my family's calligraphy scroll, he'd have remained a penniless nobody his whole life. But Wen looked troubled. How am I supposed to explain this to my family? Especially Aunt Shun. Gao Hong's eyes darted around before he pulled out a photo from his phone. Wen, look, your twin had a drink with Yun Feiyang midway through. I snapped a picture. When you get back, tell your family Yun Feiyang took you to the bar. Since Yun Feiyang's getting beaten up, he can't deny taking the fall for this. Wen nodded. Alright, I guess that's the only way. Though Wen felt a bit guilty toward Yun Feiyang, the thought that he'd joined China Resources Group because of her family's calligraphy scrolls eased her conscience considerably. That's exactly right. Gao Hong glanced around and hurriedly said, we should get out of here fast. What if Brother Hei sends people after us? Wen glanced toward the bar before following Gao Hong out. Meanwhile, in Brother Hei's room at the bar, 7 or 8 burly men in black were already sprawled out in a chaotic heap. But Brother Hei wasn't an ordinary man. He had many underlings. As soon as 7 or 8 fell, another 7 or 8 closed in. At the doorway, a dense crowd of burly men in black had gathered. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Many of the burly men in black couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with intense coldness. This kid's fighting skills were simply too formidable. In the blink of an eye, every single one of them had been knocked down. Kid, you're ruthless. Daring to cause trouble on my black brother's turf? Today, I'll cripple you. Black Brother was furious. Mobilizing so many burly men in black had already alarmed quite a few patrons. Some had already gathered around, especially after witnessing Yun Feiyang take down the burly men in black. They were secretly astonished. Brother Black was deeply displeased. If he didn't make this kid pay dearly today, where would his face be? Chapter 30, toiling like a beast of burden. Is that all you've got? Yun Feiyang sneered contemptuously. There were roughly 50 or 60 burly men in black in the venue. Taking them all down wouldn't be particularly difficult. It wasn't that Yun Feiyang refused to give Brother Hei face. Originally, Yun Feiyang had intended to repay Wen's debt himself, but Brother Hei had refused, insisting on taking matters into his own hands. Break this brat's legs first. Brother Hei's face darkened as he roared. After humiliating him like this brat couldn't die easily. The burly men in black shuddered, but had no choice but to slowly advance toward Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang's combat prowess was simply too overwhelming. Ordinary men stood no chance against him. They had no choice but to gang up on him. Halt! At that moment, a cold, commanding voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, accompanied by a graceful figure appearing in the doorway. Sister Rong? Yun Feiyang froze. How did she get here? Sister Rong?
As soon as Brother Hay caught sight of the visitor, his previously sullen expression instantly lit up. Brother Black knew exactly who Sister Rong was. She was the renowned Queen Pin of the East Sea underworld. Compared to her, Brother Hay was nothing but a small fry in the criminal world. For Sister Rong to crush him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Sister Rong, your presence at my humble establishment is truly a blessing. Tonight, every single item on your tab is on the house. This is Brother Hay's treat. Smack! Sister Rong slapped Brother Hay across the face. If I'd arrived a moment later, you'd have thought you could rule the roost. Sister Rong's icy elegance instantly radiated, her powerful aura causing those nearby to gasp in awe.
What the hell does that mean, Sister Rong?
Brother Hay clutched his face, his expression pure terror.
He couldn't recall ever crossing Sister Rong.
Even if you gave him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare cross Sister Rong.
Sister Rong said nothing, walking up to Yun Feiyang with a hint of intimacy in her expression. Brother, did these people go too far?
This. Haeged's heart sank, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. The burly men in black surrounding them froze in place. This young man has quite the connection with Sister Rong.
What was Sister Rong's status? A major figure in the East Sea underworld, the dream lover of countless men?
Even the most prominent figures in the East Sea had never received such intimate treatment from Sister Rong.
What on earth was Yun Feiyang's background? Could he be the heir to some mysterious clan? Even if you hadn't come, I could handle it. Yun Feiyang shrugged. Sister knows you're formidable.
Rong smiled faintly, her alluring charm leaving the men present practically mesmerized. That little bastard Shohei has no sense of his place, daring to lay a hand on you. Rest assured, little brother, I'll personally deal with him. Hearing this, Brother Black panicked instantly, scrambling forward to cling to Sister Rong's leg.
Sis Rong, spare me.
I didn't know this gentleman was your friend. Please, have mercy. He'd spent half his life building this business, he hadn't even begun to enjoy it yet.
Forget begging. You crossed my brother, you won't end well.
Hearing this, Brother Hay rushed over and clung to Yun Feiyang's leg, pleading repeatedly, Big brother, please don't hold this against me. If you're willing, this whole operation is yours.
Little Hay is giving it to you. Compared to the business, staying alive was obviously more important.
Hand deliver that IOU to One herself.
I might consider letting you off. Yun Feiyang's voice turned icy.
And that Gao Hong don't think I can't see through your schemes. From now on, if Wen or her family suffers even a scratch, I'll personally skin you alive. Though Wen had wronged Yun Feiyang, her mother, Zhang Qingqing, had done Shinlanji a favor.
By doing this, Yun Feiyang was repaying that debt. I will carry out your instructions exactly. He Ge nodded repeatedly. As long as he didn't have to die, he'd agree to anything.
At this moment, Brother He harbored an even deeper hatred for Gao Hong. That good-for-nothing Gao Hong had gone and provoked such a powerful figure.
Yun Feiyang turned his head and addressed Sister Rong. Sister Rong, could you do me a favor? Sister Rong replied with a warm smile, why be so formal with your sister?
Your matters are my matters. Yun Feiyang had saved Sister Rong's life, and she was deeply devoted to him.
Naturally, she wouldn't refuse his request.
Yun Feiyang pondered for a moment before saying, prepare a gift worth 20 million yuan and send it to the address I gave you. Rest assured, Sister Rong, I will repay you the sum. This 20 million wasn't for Shinlanji, nor was it for Yun Feiyang himself. It was for Zhang Qingqing's family. 20 million yuan, combined with Yun Feiyang's intervention today, would finally repay Zhang Qingqing's debt of gratitude to Shinlanji. From now on, Shinlanji would have no further connection to Zhang Qingqing's family. Whether it's repaid or not doesn't matter, it's only 20 million after all.
I'll handle it immediately.
Sister Rong said with a smile.
Forget 20 million, even 200 million would be fine.
Sir, please save us.
We sisters will be your servants forever.
The twin sisters, who had earlier sneered at Yun Feiyang, now wore expressions of utmost deference, their voices dripping with supplication.
They'd assumed Yun Feiyang was just a penniless youngster, but never imagined he was such a big shot.
If I'd known, I would have hooked up with Yun Feiyang back then. That Gao Hong is nothing but a silver-plated gun barrel. When trouble hits, he bolts like a scared rabbit.
Not a real man at all.
Black brother shuddered and stammered, I didn't know these two beauties were the boss's friends. Rest assured, any debts between them and me are completely wiped clean.
Yun Feiyang gave a cold laugh and said indifferently, I don't know these two. Do with them as you please. Don't call me brother.
The twin sisters panicked instantly. If Yun Feiyang didn't protect them, they'd be stuck here selling themselves for the rest of their lives. Big brother, please spare us. We're young and foolish, don't hold it against us. If you're willing, we'll be your mistresses, always at your beck and call, serving you like oxen and horses. The twins knelt repeatedly, their expressions pleading.
Seeing Yun Feiyang's cold expression, Brother He understood. He waved his hand at the black-clad men.
Immediately, the black-clad men dragged the pleading twins out. After making his arrangements, Yun Feiyang shared a few cups of wine with Sister Rong before leaving the venue and heading home.
Meanwhile, at Zhang Qingqing's home, Shenlanji was growing increasingly anxious. Had Zhang Qingqing not held her back, Shenlanji would have rushed to the bar to rescue Yun Feiyang. Chapter 31, Slander. Lanji, calm down. Even if you stormed into the bar now, what could a lone woman possibly accomplish? Zhang Qingqing held Shenlanji back, speaking urgently. But I can't just stand by and watch my son get beaten to death. Tears streamed down Lanji's face. This was Shenlanji's only hope. Whose fault is this? It's all because your son is good for nothing. He actually follows others to bars to drink and gamble. Doesn't he know his own place? When Guangshan snorted coldly from the side. Even now, he still harbored resentment toward Yun Feiyang.
Wasting a Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll on some penniless brat.
Guangshan, keep your mouth shut. Zhang Qingqing frowned, finding Wen Guangshan's words a bit too harsh. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Not only is Yun Feiyang a good for nothing, but he dragged my precious daughter to the bar too. My precious daughter nearly got dragged down by him. When Guangshan shouted loudly. Shenlanji's eyes were bloodshot. She didn't know the full details and couldn't refute Wen Guangshan's accusations. My daughter is spoiled by me. She's destined to marry someone of high status. I advise certain people to recognize their place. When Guangshan sneered. Deep down, he looked down on Shenlanji, who seemed like a refugee, and even more so on Yun Feiyang, a poor kid with little education. A family of country bumpkins. When your auntie apologizes to you on Yun Feiyang's behalf. Shenlanji said with reddened eyes, rest assured, I've already spoken to Feiyang. He knows his place. What kind of self-awareness is that? When Guangshan bellowed, today he takes my daughter to a bar. What about tomorrow? I advise you to keep your son far away from my daughter. Wan Guangshan. Zhang Qingqing cut him off angrily. Are you done yet? Just so you can show off your big mouth? Today, Zhang Qingqing had finally managed to win over Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji with a single calligraphy scroll, effectively paving the way for Wen. When Guangshan's few words completely destroyed Shenlanji's favorable impression. Zhang Qingqing, mark my words. My daughter isn't just yours, she's mine too. When Guangshan's. If you dare push her to the edge, I'll never let you off the hook. Where was even a shred of Wen Guangshan's scholarly demeanor now? No matter what, his daughter must marry into a prestigious family. She couldn't possibly end up with a penniless youngster like Yun Feiyang. Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Shenlanji rushed out and, upon seeing Yun Feiyang, threw her arms around him. You scared the life out of me. As she spoke, tears streamed down Shenlanji's face. Yun Feiyang felt a surge of warmth. He felt his mother's embrace, an embrace filled with worry. Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine. Yun Feiyang patted Shenlanji's back and said with a smile. When Wen's eyes widened in astonishment. Because she saw that Yun Feiyang was completely unharmed. How could this be? Black brother from the bar had so many burly men in black under him. Was Yun Feiyang some kind of martial arts master? And with all that money owed, how could black brother possibly let Yun Feiyang walk away unscathed? Humph. You're fine, but my daughter nearly paid with her life. When Guangshan snorted coldly from the side. Yun Feiyang frowned. What do you mean? Yun Feiyang could sense the hostility in Wen Guangshan's tone. What do you mean? When Guangshan glared at him. Don't you know exactly what I mean? On your very first day at work, you're already trying to act like some elite white-collar type, dragging my daughter to a seedy place like a bar. If this keeps up, won't things just go completely haywire? My daughter is so quiet and reserved, are you trying to corrupt her? When Guangshan grew angrier as he spoke, people who've been poor their whole lives just haven't seen the world. Yun Feiyang frowned, then turned to Wen. Did you tell your family I took you to the bar? A flicker of panic crossed Wen's eyes. What's the big deal? If it weren't for you, would I have gone to a place like that today? Had Gao Hong not intended to intimidate Yun Feiyang, he wouldn't have sent Wen to take him to the bar. Yun Feiyang chuckled. Interesting. You wouldn't dare pin the gambling debts from the bar on me too, would you? Gambling debts? When Guangshan's eyes narrowed, what gambling debts? What's going on? It was Yun Feiyang. Panicked, Wen pointed at Yun Feiyang and blurted out, he egged me on to gamble at the underground casino in the bar. I couldn't resist and lost 70 or 80,000. What? When Guangshan's face contorted with rage, his muscles twitching violently. He lunged toward Yun Feiyang, clawing at the air. You good-for-nothing brat. Look what you've done to my precious daughter. I'll beat you to death right now. A debt of 70 or 80,000 yuan. This was agonizing for Wen Guangshan, who only earned 6,000 yuan a month. Zhang Qingqing rushed to restrain Wen Guangshan. What are you doing? We haven't even figured out what happened yet. Why are you losing your temper? Zhang Qingqing didn't believe Yun Feiyang was that kind of person. Though Yun Feiyang looked young, he carried an air of steadiness. He'd just started at the company and hadn't even received his first paycheck. There was no way he'd gamble. What's there to ask? When has Wen ever lied? When has she ever been to a bar? When Guangshan fumed, our Wen used to be so sweet and well-behaved. She's only known this boy for one day, and look what she's become. Do you even see your own daughter anymore? Zhang Qingqing turned to Yun Feiyang. Feiyang, tell auntie, did you really take Wenwen to a bar? Yun Feiyang replied calmly, we did go to a bar, but I didn't take her there, she took me. You're lying. Wenwen hurriedly held up her phone to show the photos, saying, look. This is Yun Feiyang drinking with a woman.
When Guangshan glanced at it, his face twisted with disgust.
You little brat. You're not even old enough, yet you're trying to act like some rich man chasing women? Where do you get the nerve? Shenlanji frowned slightly and asked, Feiyang, what's going on here? Yun Feiyang explained, I didn't seek out this woman. If you didn't arrange it, then did Wenwen set it up? You two went to the bar together, would Wenwen be that kind? When Guangshan bellowed. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yun Feiyang shrugged. Anyway, I didn't encourage Wenwen to gamble. Otherwise, why wouldn't I have gambling debts? Yet Miss Wenwen ended up owing 70 or 80,000? Wenwen was starting to panic.
Her gambling and bar hopping had nothing to do with Yun Feiyang. Some of the things she said were actually taught to her by Gao Hong on the way back.
Surname Shen, this is the fine son you've raised. Daring to act but not daring to own up. Seeing he couldn't win against Yun Feiyang, when Guangshan shifted his blame toward Shenlanji. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened. I'm warning you, this has nothing to do with my mother. If you drag her into this. His mother, Su Yuhan, was Yun Feiyang's Achilles heel.
Yun Feiyang could endure wrongs himself, but he couldn't bear to see these people suffer even the slightest injustice.
Chapter 32, This is the truth. I said it, so what?
Some bastard with no upbringing, no father to speak of, can't keep himself in line, and now he's corrupting my daughter.
When Guangshan, that's enough. Zhang Qingqing couldn't bear to listen anymore.
Shenlanji clenched her jaw, drew a slow breath, and forced her anger down. Mr. Wan, regardless of whether my son is involved in Wenwen's gambling debt, I, Shenlanji, will pay off that 80,000 yuan debt for Wenwen. We may be poor, but my son and I stand tall and proud. We're not the bastards others claim us to be. Shenlanji's beautiful eyes instantly turned cold, and her aura naturally emanated, causing Wen Guangshan to soften slightly.
Humph. Good to know.
From now on, keep your son away from my daughter.
Though when Guangshan had softened slightly, he still put up a front. Yun Feiyang's face darkened.
If not for Zhang Qingqing's sake, Wen Guangshan would have died 1,000 times over by now.
Brother, hey, is this the place? The address Sister Rong gave us seems to be here.
Just then, a voice echoed from the stairwell. When Wenwen saw who it was, her expression instantly changed. It was none other than the bar owner, Brother He, accompanied by several burly henchmen in black.
What are they doing here? Could they be here to collect a debt?
The thought made Wenwen instinctively press herself closer behind Wen Guangshan.
The trouble she'd gotten herself into today was truly enormous. A gambling debt of 70 or 80,000 yuan, that was no small sum. Wen, who are these people? Noticing Wen's uneasy expression, Zhang Qingqing asked.
They're the bar owners. They must be here to collect the gambling debt.
Wen's voice trembled with panic, and Wen Guangshan looked uneasy too.
These guys were clearly rough and tumble types, big and burly, dressed in black suits. Tattoos were visible peeking out from their cuffs. Don't be fooled by Wen Guangshan's high and mighty demeanor around ordinary folks. Truth be told, he hadn't seen much of the world, just a lowly section chief. Facing these underworld figures, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. But how could he lose face in front of his wife and child? Excuse me, is this Wen Guangshan's residence? Black Brother didn't spot Yun Feiyang, only Wen Guangshan. He checked the door number and timidly asked. I am Wen Guangshan. Now that he'd been forced into this situation, Wen Guangshan had no choice but to step forward and hold his ground. Cold sweat was already trickling down his back. Let me make this clear, my daughter's gambling debts have nothing to do with me. Someone has already paid them off for her. If you want to collect, go after that mother and son. It has absolutely nothing to do with us. When Guangshan pointed at Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji, hastily shifting the blame. Just as Yun Feiyang was about to step forward, Shenlanji clasped his hand and stood before him, her expression resolute. A wave of warmth washed over Yun Feiyang. Watching his mother's resolute figure, Yun Feiyang finally understood what it meant to be a mother's strength. Even if Shenlanji had nothing left, she would sacrifice everything for Yun Feiyang. At that moment, Brother He spotted Yun Feiyang standing behind Shenlanji, and his gaze softened instantly. Especially when he met Yun Feiyang's icy stare, Brother Black nearly wet himself in fear. Yun Feiyang was someone who treated even big shots like Sister Rong with respect. What chance did a lowly street thug like him stand? Just as he was about to rush over to curry favor, Yun Feiyang shot Brother Black a meaningful glance. Brother Black understood immediately. Yun Feiyang had instructed him to deliver this IOU personally into Wen's hands. With that in mind, Black Brother quickly turned to Wen Guangshan, who shuddered in fright. So you must be Wen Guangshan? Brother He inquired. Wen Guangshan's heart skipped a beat. Was this guy tone deaf? The 7 or 8,000 yuan gambling debt had clearly already been settled with Shenlanji. Why was he coming after him? That's right, it's me. Let me tell you, I'm Wen Guangshan, a section chief in the government. You'd better watch your step.
Wen Guangshan could only play the status card now.
But the other party clearly wasn't an ordinary person.
Could his status really intimidate this man? So your section chief won. Brother Black immediately bowed and scraped, grasping Wen Guangshan's hand with such obsequiousness that it left Wen Guangshan utterly dumbfounded.
Director Wen, you can call me Brother Black.
I'm not here to collect debts today, but to clear up a misunderstanding.
This gambling debt of 70 or 80,000 yuan is a misunderstanding involving Miss 101.
I'll tear up the IOU right now.
I hope you won't hold it against me, Director 1. Brother He put on an act of flattery.
Of course. Back at the bar, Yun Feiyang shielded Wen proof their relationship wasn't ordinary. In fact, Wen might even be Yun Feiyang's girlfriend. Seeing Wen so youthful and charming, it's a perfect match, beauty paired with a hero. Otherwise, why would Yun Feiyang go to such lengths, making him personally deliver the IOU? He even had Sister Rong prepare a 20 million yuan gift to be delivered to Wen Guangshan's home. 20 million. It must be a dowry. Wen Guangshan would soon be Yun Feiyang's father-in-law, so Brother He naturally dared not be disrespectful. Since it was all a misunderstanding, that made things straightforward. Wen Guangshan finally caught on. Who would have thought his title as section chief would carry such weight? It instantly intimidated Brother He. It even made Brother He instantly abandon all those gambling debts. Xiao He, keep your hands off these heartless schemes from now on. If I hear about it, you better believe I, Wen Guangshan, will investigate you. Wen Guangshan felt quite smug inside, his speech now tinged with officialdom. Though Xiao He inwardly cursed, his face remained cheerfully smiling. If Yun Feiyang hadn't been there, Xiao He would have smashed a fist right into Wen Guangshan's self-important face. What's so great about being a mere section chief? It's all because his daughter found a powerful protector, right? Section Chief Wen was right. Today was all a misunderstanding. If that stinker Gao Hong hadn't called me to set a trap, Miss Wen wouldn't have gone gambling in the first place. Xiao He said, bowing and scraping. What did you say? Wen's heart sank. Miss Wen didn't know? That bastard Gao Hong called me to set you up. Then he stepped in to pay off your gambling debt. That way, whatever conditions he demanded tonight, you'd have to agree to them. Xiao He explained. Gao Hong. Wen's expression darkened instantly, then turned to anger. Wen Guangshan frowned even more deeply. He had heard of Gao Hong and knew his background. Originally, he thought someone like Gao Hong was worthy of being his son-in-law, but he never imagined he'd turn out to be such scum. In that case, I'll take my leave, Little Black. Brother He hastily placed the IOU in Wen Guangshan's hand, then turned to glance at Yun Feiyang with trembling eyes before fleeing the scene as if escaping. Brother Black didn't dare linger a moment longer. Just seeing Yun Feiyang now made him start to tremble. Mr. Wen, you heard it yourself. Wen's bar visits and gambling have everything to do with Gao Hong and absolutely nothing to do with Feiyang. Shenlanji said coldly to Wen Guangshan. Chapter 33, The Sky-High Wedding Gift List. Wen Guangshan snorted lightly, so what if it's unrelated? You saw it yourself, these underworld figures all bow their heads before me, Wen Guangshan. You know exactly what your son is like. I'm laying it out plainly, he and my precious daughter, Wen Guangshan's daughter, will never be together. Brother He's attitude inflated Wen Guangshan's confidence. Indeed, the power of officialdom was formidable. I never intended to climb above your family's station anyway. Feiyang, let's go home. With that, Shenlanji pulled Yun Feiyang back home. Yun Feiyang said nothing. Once we've repaid these debts of gratitude, I won't have anything to do with the likes of Wen Guangshan. Lan Ji. Zhang Xingqing hesitated, about to speak, but seeing Shenlanji walk away without a backward glance, she sighed. She had painstakingly paved the way for Wen in front of Lan Ji, only for Wen Guangshan to ruin it all. Xingqing, why are you still calling her? It's best she never speaks to us again. Wen Guangshan was smug, finally rid of that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang. Zhang Xingqing really wanted to slap that smug look right off Wen Guangshan's face. How could a mere section chief wield such power? The other guy was a big shot in the underworld, running underground casinos and bars, money and manpower at his beck and call. And Wen Guangshan? He was just a minor figure in the government apparatus. To put it bluntly, his job was to organize materials for his superiors every day. Any random colleague could handle the job. What kind of future could it possibly offer? It just sounds impressive when you say it out loud. The reason Brother He was giving him so much face was probably because he was giving face to someone else. After Wen got home, she slammed the door shut and locked herself in her room. Don't worry, daughter. That Gao Hong kid may be unreliable, but Dad has plenty of connections. I'll find you another good guy. Wen Guangshan shouted through the door at Wen inside her room. To be honest, Wen Guangshan had always been self-assured, but he'd never been so carried away as to lose his head. But Brother He's attitude just now had him feeling a bit too cocky. Who knew his status could command such respect? Seeing Wen Guangshan's haughty demeanor, Zhang Xingqing couldn't help but shake her head. He truly didn't know that in this world, there are always people more capable than you, and skies beyond skies. After returning home, Shenlanji prepared a basin of warm water for Yun Feiyang. Wash your face. They didn't do anything to you, did they?
Shenlanji kept glancing left and right anxiously, fearing Yun Feiyang had suffered any injustice at Black Brother's hands.
Mom, you've asked me that almost 8 times already. Yun Feiyang wiped his face with the warm towel, smiling as he spoke. Truthfully, Yun Feiyang's heart felt warm and fuzzy right now.
Especially today, when he saw his mother fearlessly shielding him, his heart felt warm. Since childhood, he and his mother had relied on each other for everything, and she had always been unwilling to let him endure hardship.
Did you find the woman in the bar? Shenlanji took the towel from Yun Feiyang's hand and asked.
Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly,
Mom, Yuhan and I are married. Why would I go looking for other women? Shenlanji's face softened with relief.
He was the fine son Shenlanji, had raised.
By the way, did you start at the company today? Yun Feiyang knew Shenlanji would ask this. Nodding, he replied, Deputy General Manager Lu said I'm reliable and hired me.
In front of Shenlanji, Yun Feiyang had completely forgotten his own identity. He was simply her son.
That's good.
Shenlanji was pleased. Though China Resources wasn't the top company in Donghai, it still had promising prospects. As long as Yun Feiyang focused on his work, he'd never have to worry about basic needs in the future. As long as her son was making something of himself, that was all that mattered to her as a mother.
The next morning, Shenlanji left for work early.
When Yun Feiyang woke up, he saw the milk and eggs on the table and felt a warm glow in his heart. During his year at the Su household, Yun Feiyang had always been the one cooking for others. Seeing someone prepare breakfast for him now felt strangely unfamiliar.
That was motherhood. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs. Yun Feiyang quickly washed up, got dressed, and headed out. Downstairs, a brand new Porsche Cayenne SUV was parked.
Several boxes lay open, filled with gold and silver jewelry alongside numerous other valuable luxury items. In the most conspicuous spot of the car lay a contract.
Hanlin Huafu.
This was a high-end residential complex in Donghai, where a single unit was valued at several million yuan.
This contract involved the transfer of 2 units on an entire floor. This contract alone was worth nearly 10 million.
At this moment, a crowd began gathering to watch. After all, this was an older neighborhood. While the residents were technically Donghai locals, they weren't wealthy families, just ordinary households.
When had they ever seen such extravagant things? Good heavens, all these treasures? Is this a dowry for someone? Whose daughter is so fortunate to have such fine attire? To marry such a distinguished husband? Haven't you seen? It's the Wang Wangson family. Look, the leader is negotiating with Wang Wangson right now. Wen Guangshan? Why him? Someone snorted disdainfully, he's just a lowly section chief. How did he get such good fortune? Yun Feiyang understood immediately.
He hadn't expected Sister Rong to move so swiftly in no time. A lavish gift worth 20 million had arrived. This lavish gift should surely repay Zhang Qingqing's kindness. This must be Mr. Wen Guangshan, correct? The leader was a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. His presence radiated an air of distinction, exuding the aura of someone accustomed to command.
That's me. Wen Guangshan looked utterly flustered.
He hadn't expected these items were meant for him. A hint of disdain flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes.
Wen Guangshan was clearly from humble origins.
Every time people like him saw the man, they reacted with the same trembling deference.
Here is the gift voucher for you. Please sign for it.
The middle-aged man handed over the gift receipt. Though he looked down on Wen Guangshan, he dared not be disrespectful. After all, the person who had tasked him with this matter was no ordinary figure.
He extended courtesy to the messenger. When Guangshan tremblingly took the gift receipt, startled into a shudder that nearly made him drop it.
The floor with the best natural light and views in Hanlin Huafu.
1 Mercedes sports car. A set of platinum jewelry.
A rare calligraphy scroll from the Song dynasty.
And more besides. Wang Wangshan glanced at the final sum on the gift list and sucked in a sharp breath. Good heavens! 20 million.
Not only was this more than his entire lifetime salary, but he'd never even seen 2 million before.
Could this be a mistake?
Zhang Qingqing also saw the gift list and asked the middle-aged man with some confusion.
How could it be a mistake? When Guangshan's eyes widened. Didn't you hear them ask for my name?
Zhang Qingqing was puzzled.
How could their family receive such a generous gift? Who on earth sent this? Mom, I think this gift certificate is meant for me. Chapter 34, Self-Important.
Wen tilted her little head back, looking haughty. Wen seemed very confident. A house, a car, and jewelry, these are clearly betrothal gifts.
The rest are just extras. Hearing Wen say this, Zhang Qingqing began to believe it. Wen, have you recently befriended the son of some big shot? Zhang Qingqing frowned and asked. I'm not sure. Wen was also a bit doubtful, but she still said, but it's definitely my betrothal gifts. Think about it, that guy Xiaohei yesterday, bowing and scraping like that? He was clearly here to apologize. And it's all because of my influence, right? When Guangshan muttered, "Dad, do you really believe that? Don't you see what kind of official you are? Do you really have that much clout?"
Wenwen grew more and more convinced as she spoke, even convincing herself it must have been someone with a crush on me who smoothed things over for me. Originally, her disappointment in Gao Hong had left Wenwen feeling downcast. But the mysterious figure who appeared this morning instantly inflated Wenwen's confidence. She was beautiful and came from a well-off family destined to marry into wealth. After Wenwen said that, Zhang Qingqing and Wen Guangshan actually started to believe it. "Sir, do you know who sent such a generous gift?" Wen Guangshan asked tentatively. "I'm sorry, I only handle the delivery. Beyond that, I can't say anything else." With that, the middle-aged man nodded, climbed into a luxury car, and drove off. He didn't want to linger in this place any longer. Especially the vulgar display of Wen Guangshan and Wenwen, it made him feel sick. Wen Guangshan was overjoyed, planting a kiss on Wenwen's cheek as he exclaimed, "I told you so. My daughter was destined to marry into a wealthy family. Who would have thought the wealthy family would come so quickly?" Now, Wen Guangshan was already imagining his life as the father-in-law of a wealthy family. At that moment, when Guangshan spotted Yun Feiyang in the crowd, his eyes flashing with obvious pride. "Yun Feiyang, did you see that? That's the kind of family truly worthy of my daughter." "You?" When Guangshan sneered contemptuously. Wenwen lifted her little head, her expression brimming with pride. "Feiyang, come on. Auntie will drive you to work." Zhang Qingqing, however, remained unfazed. Though she tried her best to bring in Feiyang and Wenwen together, if they had nothing in common, forcing them together was pointless. Besides, last night Wen Guangshan had already fallen out with Yun Feiyang. At the same time, Wenwen now had a wealthy young master pursuing her. The matter between Yun Feiyang and Wenwen was best left alone. As Zhang Qingqing went to fetch the car, Wenwen strode over to Yun Feiyang with an air of superiority. "You saw it yourself," she declared. "All these things are betrothal gifts for me, Wenwen." Wenwen declared haughtily, "There's a huge gap between us. It's impossible for us to be together. My mother only gave you a job because of Aunt Shen. But I advise you to know your place and stop bothering me." Believing Yun Feiyang was waiting for the car because of her, Wenwen's tone carried an air of utter arrogance. Yun Feiyang scoffed coldly, "You really are full of yourself." Truthfully, even if Yun Feiyang weren't married now, he wouldn't have the slightest interest in Wenwen. Not all women were as materialistic as Wenwen. Su Yuhan had also received many favors. Yet Su Yuhan had always remained true to her principles. In Yun Feiyang's eyes, Wenwen wasn't even worth a single finger of Su Yuhan's. "Whether you admit it or not, I'm destined to marry into a wealthy family someday, while you'll forever be the son of a down-and-out woman." Wenwen's words instantly turned Yun Feiyang's expression icy. "If it weren't for Aunt Zhang's sake, you'd be dead already for saying that." Yun Feiyang's face darkened. His mother was Yun Feiyang's Achilles heel. Wenwen was playing with fire. Wenwen took a step back. You dare do anything? Anyone who sets their sights on me won't let you off the hook." Yun Feiyang let out a cold laugh. If Wenwen knew the man behind her was Yun Feiyang, would she spit blood? "What are you laughing at?" Wenwen frowned. "Nothing. Keep dreaming about marrying into a wealthy family." Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to engage with Wenwen and simply left the residential complex. He didn't want Zhang Qingqing to pick him up either. She had legs of her own. Yun Feiyang couldn't care less. Zhang Qingqing had driven Wenwen in a Mercedes sports car. The Mercedes sports car instantly drew the attention of many colleagues. When Wenwen stepped out of the car, she wore an air of arrogance, as if she were already part of a wealthy family. Among the onlookers were Wenwen's close friends, who immediately swarmed around her, chattering excitedly. "Oh my gosh, Wenwen, did your family get a new car?" One friend's envious expression only fueled Wenwen's vanity. "Yeah, a Mercedes sports car. Around $1 million. Wenwen nodded, feeling even more pleased with herself. "How did your family get so rich?" "Your dad isn't. How could my parents possibly afford such an expensive sports car?" "It was a gift." Wenwen's face glowed with sweetness. She was already daydreaming about the wealthy young master who'd set his sights on her driving a luxury car, roses in hand, kneeling before her on one knee. Who's that generous? Giving away a sports car worth over $1 million? Wenwen beamed with pride. "It's worth way more than $1 million. Wenwen recounted this morning's events to her best friend. All her friends' eyes turned green with envy. In their eyes, Wenwen was pretty much useless except for her looks. Her family background wasn't as privileged as theirs, and her work skills were nothing special. Yet just by virtue of her charming looks, she'd managed to attract a wealthy heir who'd sent her a dowry worth $20 million? When Wenwen showed them the photo of the gift list on her phone, the women couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow! These women were all gold diggers through and through, green with envy, wishing they too had a wealthy heir come knocking with a dowry. Yet despite their envy, they put on a show of congratulations. They knew that Wenwen would now enter the life of the wealthy elite, supported by their patronage. By following in Wenwen's footsteps, they could bask in some of her glory. Back in their clique, everyone looked down on Wenwen. Now, all the girls swarmed around her, pretending to be besties. Arriving at the company, Gao Hong stood nearby, bandaged and bruised all over his face. Last night, he'd been brutally beaten by Brother He for no apparent reason. Brother He had made a threat: the 560,000 yuan debt would be solely on Gao Hong's shoulders, and from now on, every time they saw him, they would beat him. Now, spotting Yun Feiyang nearby, seemingly unscathed, Gao Hong's eyes flashed with malice, his face twisted with venom.
Wasn't it Yun Feiyang who had taken the hit for him before? Logically, Yun Feiyang should have been beaten up too.
Yet here he sat, perfectly fine, while Gao Hong was beaten to a pulp.
Though Gao Hong's face twisted with venom, he dared not seek trouble with Yun Feiyang. Back at the Taekwondo dojo, Yun Feiyang had sent him flying with a single hand. Gao Hong knew Yun Feiyang possessed formidable strength. Even 10 of him combined wouldn't stand a chance against Yun Feiyang.
If he wanted to cause trouble for Yun Feiyang, he'd have to find another opportunity. Just then, Gao Hong spotted Wen and her group of girlfriends approaching from outside. His expression instantly softened into a broad smile. He immediately stepped forward to greet them.
Wen, are you okay after last night?
Wen's brows furrowed, her eyes flashing with obvious distaste. Truth be told, Wen had spent last night pondering whether to accept Gao Hong's advances. Although the methods he and Brother He had used weren't exactly honorable, they were ultimately for her sake. But today, after receiving the 20 million yuan gift voucher, Wen made up her mind instantly. Gao Hong's family was wealthy, but they were far from being a true aristocratic family. Frankly, Gao Hong could only be considered well-off, not truly elite. Compared to the tycoon's son who presented her with a 20 million yuan dowry check, Gao Hong was nothing but trash.
Gao Hong, don't ever come looking for me again. It's over between us.
Wen deliberately raised her voice, instantly drawing the attention of many people in the company.
Chapter 35, This is Reality.
The office was in the middle of a break when suddenly, countless eyes turned toward them. Gao Hong's face, already swollen like a pig's head, instantly turned the color of liver.
Wen, what did you just say? Gao Hong's expression was pure embarrassment. How could Wen's attitude have changed so drastically in just one night? Gao Hong, isn't Wen being perfectly clear?
One of Wen's close friends stepped forward, her voice dripping with arrogance. With your background, you're not worthy of our Wen. We know everything that happened last night. You and Black Brother teamed up to deceive us. Humph. If it weren't for the man behind Wen helping us, you would have sold us out. These friends looked triumphant, as if Wen marrying into a wealthy family meant they'd all suddenly risen in status too.
Wen, I did this for your own good. Gao Hong's expression darkened.
He'd spent a fortune on Wen, yet they'd never shared the most intimate connection.
If things ended with Wen now, wouldn't all that money he'd spent go to waste? Gao Hong, I advise you to stop dreaming.
Wen's girl squad is out to brag. This morning, some rich heir already delivered a 20 million yuan betrothal gift to Wen's family.
Ask yourself, do you have the clout to pull out a 20 million yuan gift receipt? What? It's just Gao Hong. Even the onlookers around them were filled with shock. 20 million?
To marry one woman, he actually presented a 20 million yuan dowry. Truly, the lives of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension.
No wonder Wen dumped Gao Hong. If I had a wealthy heir like that proposing to me, I'd definitely say yes. Originally, Wen's little clique was quite famous in the company. They were all children of wealthy families, spending their days at the company hanging out together, buying luxury goods, and competing over their lifestyles. If Wen could marry into a wealthy family, this little clique's status at the company would likely skyrocket. Hearing the hushed whispers around her, Wen lifted her chin even higher, radiating the air of someone destined for a wealthy marriage. Wen, is what they're saying true? Gao Hong's expression turned awkward. Given the Gao family's circumstances, they certainly couldn't afford a dowry bill in the tens of millions.
If he tried to compete with a playboy of that caliber for a woman, Gao Hong was bound to lose. Of course it's true. And Brother He already confessed to me about what happened at the bar yesterday.
Wen now put on a show of magnanimity. You and Brother He teaming up was actually for my sake. I'm deeply touched. But matters of the heart can't be forced. Yesterday, you were like a little boy in front of Brother He. But when my real boyfriend stepped in, Brother He became the one acting like a little boy, delivering the IOU right to my doorstep. That's the gap between us from now on.
Wen lifted her chin haughtily. I, Wen, am destined to marry into a wealthy family.
Gao Hong, I advise you to give up on this notion.
Hearing this, Gao Hong felt helpless, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of anger and resentment. He had sacrificed so much for Wen, yet in the end, it all remained superficial, with no real progress.
Yet even if Gao Hong harbored resentment, he dared not show it.
That wealthy young master's background was simply too formidable, far beyond anything Gao Hong could ever hope to challenge. No wonder Brother He beat him up out of nowhere yesterday. Turns out it was that mysterious rich kid's doing.
Get out of the way. Gao Hong?
When Wen's best friend shoved Gao Hong aside with obvious displeasure, her eyes flashing with arrogance.
Wen was soaring to new heights.
Following her lead, maybe she could hook up with some other rich playboy too. Especially after they saw the 20 million yuan gift voucher Gao Hong, once their golden boy, now seemed like nothing but hot air.
Not far away, Feiyang witnessed it all and couldn't help but shake his head. This was reality. Just yesterday, Wenwen had been clinging to Gao Hong like glue.
Yet faced with the temptation of a massive dowry, she could turn on him so completely.
Of course, not all women in this world were like Wenwen.
Take Su Yuhan, for instance. Even if presented with a 200 million yuan business deal, she would remain steadfast in her principles. Soon, the news of Wenwen receiving the wealthy family's dowry spread throughout the company. For the entire morning, Wenwen fantasized about the wealthy young master who had taken a fancy to her driving a top-of-the-line sports car, roses in hand, kneeling to propose. That afternoon, Sister Rong called Feiyang, requesting to meet him.
Feiyang didn't refuse.
After all, he hadn't properly thanked Sister Rong for facilitating the cooperation between Rong Hai and the Su group. Sister Rong requested Feiyang's address, instructing him to wait at the company entrance after work. She would send someone to pick him up. At quitting time, Feiyang arrived at the company entrance.
Not far away, Wenwen emerged from the building surrounded by a large entourage.
Her face radiated an air of profound arrogance, radiating a look that clearly held others in utter contempt.
Spotting Feiyang at the entrance from afar, Wenwen's haughty expression only deepened.
Leading her entourage, she strode toward him with an air of superiority.
Feiyang, you see this? We're simply not meant to be in the same world. Keep your distance from me from now on. Otherwise, if my boyfriend catches you, you'll be in for a world of trouble.
Wenwen lifted her haughty little chin, her tone dripping with arrogance.
Feiyang smiled.
Seems like you were the one who came crawling over, not the other way around. This gold digger who judges people by their status will have her day of reckoning.
Feiyang, what kind of attitude is that? How dare you speak to Wenwen like that? Let me tell you, if Wenwen's boyfriend finds out, do you think you'll even be able to keep your head above water in Donghai? Look at your penniless status. If it weren't for Wenwen's family pulling strings, would you even have gotten into the company, let alone the general manager's office?
Wenwen's best friend immediately launched into a tirade against Feiyang, as if he'd committed some heinous crime.
Wenwen gloated triumphantly. Feiyang, if it weren't for Vice President Lu's favor, do you think you'd have gotten into the general manager's office? Don't forget, the calligraphy practice sheets you gave Vice President Lu? They came from my family. You're climbing the ladder using our family's influence. Don't forget to repay us for our kindness.
Feiyang truly felt defeated by this self-important woman.
Think whatever you want. Wenwen's attitude toward him didn't faze Feiyang in the slightest. After all, it wouldn't be long before Feiyang completely cut ties with Wenwen and her kind. What's your attitude? One of Wenwen's close friends was furious. Don't you dare forget your place. You're just a country bumpkin. If it weren't for Wenwen's family, you'd probably be living on the streets right now. Exactly. Waiting at the company entrance. Are you hoping to hitch a ride home with Aunt John? Have you no shame?
I know exactly what he's up to. He's trying to use this chance to get something going with Wenwen.
Let me tell you, it's impossible. Wenwen's the kind of girl wealthy young masters go after.
Save yourself the trouble. She'll never look at you twice. No sooner had they finished speaking than a convoy of luxury cars pulled up at the school entrance.
Chapter 36, Not Here For Me?
It was a neat convoy of luxury cars.
All Ferraris.
And all the license plates were special plates.
The cars arrived in strict order, 6 in total, immediately drawing the attention of many.
Wenwen and her materialistic girlfriend's eyes lit up instantly.
Oh my gosh.
Top-tier sports cars, Ferraris. And 6 of them at that. That was quite the extravagant display. At that moment, the convoy began driving directly toward Wenwen and her group.
Wenwen's heart instantly raced with excitement.
They must be here to pick her up.
Was it the wealthy young master who had sent her the betrothal gift finally making his appearance? The wealthy young master who had never shown his face? Just seeing those 6 Ferraris with matching license plates told her the suitor's background was no ordinary affair.
The thought of marrying into such a top-tier family made Wenwen smile in her sleep. Wenwen, those cars seem to be heading right for us, one of her friends exclaimed enviously.
Yeah, could this be the wealthy young master delivering Wenwen's betrothal gifts? Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Wish someone would treat me like that. Her friends wore sour expressions, inwardly muttering, so what if she's pretty? Is the rich heir blind? How could he possibly fancy such a shallow, materialistic airhead? Swish! The Ferraris pulled up in a row before Wenwen and her friends, and Wenwen's heart instantly began racing. Was he really here for her? They really were here for her. Could it be that today she would finally meet the Prince Charming she'd been dreaming of? The Ferrari's batwing doors slowly opened, and one by one, burly men in black suits emerged from the vehicles. They moved in perfect formation, approaching Feiyang with synchronized precision. Good day, Mr. Yun. Mr. Yun?
Not only did Wenwen's expression freeze in shock, but even her girlfriends behind her were instantly stunned.
These men weren't here to pick up Wenwen, they were here for Feiyang? How could that be? How could a penniless young man like Yun Feiyang possibly possess such status and standing?
Yet these men in black stood in perfect formation before Yun Feiyang, compelling them to believe it. A hint of resignation flashed in Yun Feiyang's eyes.
Sister Rong's temperament.
Whenever she takes a liking to someone, she makes such a grand display.
Get in the car.
Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod, ignoring the astonished looks from Wen and the others as he followed the man in black into the Ferrari. The Ferrari roared to life with a deafening engine roar, spraying Wen's face with exhaust fumes before speeding away.
Wen's expression darkened.
Her gaze toward the Ferraris held a deep sense of bewilderment.
She never imagined Yun Feiyang could command such a fleet of cars.
The materialistic girlfriends behind Wen were equally stunned.
Wen, just who was Yun Feiyang? What kind of person? Wen shook her head too. She had no idea either. Could it be that Yun Feiyang had some mysterious connections? Impossible. Humph. What else could he be? Just the son of a down-and-out woman. Wen looked thoroughly annoyed. If Yun Feiyang really had deep connections, how could he let his mother live in such a shabby place? But 6 Ferraris. That was truly extravagant.
The others around them murmured in astonishment, their faces brimming with envy.
Just then, Zhang Qingqing's Mercedes sports car pulled up at the school gate.
Compared to the fleet of top-tier luxury Ferraris, her Mercedes certainly paled in comparison.
Wen, didn't Feiyang leave work with you? Zhang Qingqing asked, not seeing Yun Feiyang anywhere. How should I know? I'm not his nanny.
Having been upstaged by Yun Feiyang, Wen felt annoyed, and her tone carried a hint of irritation. Seeing her daughter's attitude, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She spoke earnestly, Wen, I advise you to be nicer to Yun Feiyang.
Otherwise what?
Wen snorted coldly, I'm marrying into a wealthy family.
Yun Feiyang is just a country bumpkin.
What difference does it make if I treat him poorly?
She couldn't imagine what kind of deep-rooted background someone like Yun Feiyang could possibly have. Maybe that Ferrari was just rented.
Zhang Qingqing knew her words wouldn't sway Wen, and she couldn't help but shake her head.
Marry into a wealthy family? In China, is there a wealthier family than the Yun family in the capital? None. Yun Feiyang was the son of the Yun family of Beijing.
But Zhang Qingqing couldn't bring herself to say such things to Wen. Wen had been pampered by Wen Guangshan since childhood.
Though lacking in family background, she possessed an inflated sense of self-worth.
If things continued this way, even if she married into a wealthy family, she would inevitably show her true colors sooner or later.
Well, they'd just have to take things one step at a time.
Soon, Yun Feiyang arrived with the motorcade at a bar in Donghai called Galaxy. This was Sister Rong's establishment. It was also the largest bar in Donghai. Of course, it was also notorious as a money pit ordinary people simply couldn't afford to spend here. In the office on the 18th floor, Sister Rong had been waiting for Yun Feiyang all along. As Yun Feiyang approached, Sister Rong embraced him tenderly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her gaze, as liquid as water, nearly melted Yun Feiyang.
Brother, if I hadn't called you myself, would you never have come to see your sister?
Her tone was tinged with reproach, her soft, velvety voice capable of melting anyone's bones. Yun Feiyang cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness. About that Su group matter earlier. I still owe you a proper thank you, Sister Rong. Sister Rong furrowed her delicate brows. Speaking of which, little brother, why have you suddenly taken an interest in a third-rate company like Su Group?
Nothing much. Just a minor thing. Yun Feiyang didn't mention his relationship with Su Yuhan.
Knowing Sister Rong's temper, if she found out Yun Feiyang was married, she'd likely storm over to Su Yuhan's place and cause a scene. Besides, there was the looming presence of the Yun family in the capital. He needed to keep his connection with Su Yuhan as quiet as possible. The fewer people who knew, the better. Ideally, everyone would believe Su Yuhan's husband was some unknown loser. That was the only way to protect Su Yuhan to the greatest extent possible. Sister Rong frowned slightly before saying, however, Ronghai's collaboration with the Su Corporation isn't going smoothly. The chairman of Su Corporation seems to be deliberately suppressing this matter.
Yun Feiyang nodded in agreement.
Su Wenyan and Su Zhihao both regarded Su Yuhan as their #1 enemy, so naturally they wouldn't let her off easy.
This matter. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble Sister Rong to handle it. Sister Rong smiled. Anything concerning you, little brother, is always on my mind. After chatting for a while, a man in black knocked on the door. A patron at the bar wanted to buy Sister Rong a drink. Such requests were commonplace in the bar. Sister Rong was famously alluring in Donghai. How many men longed to experience the charms of such a rare beauty? Even if nothing happened, just seeing her would be a treat for the eyes. A significant portion of the Galaxy's clientele came specifically for Sister Rong. Even for some high-ranking officials and dignitaries, Sister Rong had no choice but to oblige and share a drink. With Sister Rong gone, Yun Feiyang had no intention of lingering at Galaxy. If Sister Rong returned later, leaving would become considerably more difficult. Upon reaching the second-floor bar, the deafening music nearly knocked people off their feet.
Yet within the sea of drinkers, many were lost in ecstasy, their bodies swaying wildly to the pulsing rhythm. This was how they vented the frustrations of their day.
Just then, a graceful figure nearby caught Yun Feiyang's attention. Who else could it be but Su Yuhan?
Beside her stood a middle-aged man in a trench coat, the very picture of a dashing gentleman. He held a glass aloft, chatting incessantly with Su Yuhan.
Yun Feiyang's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 37, Beast. Why was Yuhan here? And to meet a stranger? Could it be? Impossible.
Though Yun Feiyang had only been married to Su Yuhan for a year, he understood her nature well. She was the type who was coldly elegant and kept herself pure. Every relative in the Su family exploited their positions to embezzle money from the company, but Su Yuhan never did. It wasn't that she disliked money, she simply knew her place. Even if dissatisfied with her marriage, she would never act recklessly. Yun Feiyang composed his expression, took a seat in the corner of the bar, ordered a cocktail, and watched Su Yuhan from afar. Though the middle-aged man chattered incessantly, Su Yuhan maintained a calm smile, neither overly dramatic nor distant.
A weight lifted from Yun Feiyang's heart.
It seemed likely that Su Yuhan was here to discuss business with this middle-aged man. Moments later, a waiter brought over an orange juice. Seizing the moment when Su Yuhan wasn't looking, the middle-aged man swiftly swiped his hand, slipping a small object into her glass.
Amidst the noisy, dimly lit surroundings, Su Yuhan remained completely unaware.
Having served in the military overseas, Yun Feiyang kept his attention firmly on Su Yuhan.
How could he possibly miss the middle-aged man's deft maneuver? Yun Feiyang's gaze instantly darkened. Daring to have dirty thoughts about my woman? You're asking for trouble. Su Yuhan was completely unprepared.
After downing the orange juice, her consciousness began to blur. Soon, her body went limp and slumped to one side, all willpower gone. The middle-aged man's face lit up with delight. This was the chance he'd been waiting for. Su Yuhan was simply a prime specimen. The thought that this exquisite beauty would soon be his made the middle-aged man feel like his whole body was about to explode. The middle-aged man hurriedly helped Su Yuhan to her feet and headed toward the bar exit. Not far away, Yun Feiyang set down his glass, tapped a 100 yuan bill onto the table, and followed the middle-aged man out of the bar. The middle-aged man supported Su Yuhan as they made their way to a hotel just down the street from the bar. Clearly, the middle-aged man had prepared in advance. He had already booked a room on the 6th floor and now carried the unconscious Su Yuhan directly into the hotel room. Inside the room, a man sat with his legs crossed, none other than Su Zhihao.
Mr. Wang, did you get what you wanted? Watching Mr. Wang lay Su Yuhan on the bed, Su Zhihao's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. I owe you big time, Su.
Thanks for hooking me up with such a prime specimen. Mr. Wang rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with excitement. He had truly struck gold. Su Yuhan was the cream of the crop. Even a veteran of the pleasure trade like Mr. Wang rarely encountered such a rare gem. Su Zhihao tentatively inquired, Mr. Wang, what about the deal we discussed earlier? Mr. Wang patted his chest. Don't worry, little brother. Once I'm done enjoying myself, I'll sign the contract with you immediately. At least a 15 million yuan deal. Su Zhihao laughed heartily. Then I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Wang. Oh, and there are some little helpers over there. I left the DV on the table. Remember to film something exciting so your little brother can enjoy the show too. Mr. Wang chuckled lewdly. Ha! Seems you're one of us, little brother. Bang! At that very moment, the hotel room door was violently kicked open. When Su Zhihao saw who stood at the doorway, his expression instantly changed. Yun Fei? How come it's you, you good for nothing? Yun Feiyang's gaze was as cold as ice, like an enraged lion. The icy aura radiating from him made Su Zhihao and Mr. Wang shiver. Su Zhihao, you beast! Yun Feiyang yanked Su Zhihao toward him, his eyes blazing with fury. Yuhan is your cousin. How could you treat your own kin like this? Have you no conscience left? Yun Feiyang never imagined Su Zhihao could sink so low. For his own ends, he'd even resorted to harming his own kin. Who the hell are you to interfere? Su Zhihao tried to pry Yun Feiyang's hands off him, but they were like iron clamps, impossible to break free. Yun Feiyang, let go of me. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, I'll skin you alive. Trapped by this useless fool, Su Zhihao seethed with rage, erupting into a torrent of curses. Skin me? You think you have what it takes? Yun Feiyang hoisted Su Zhihao off the ground with one hand and slammed him against the wall. Yun Feiyang, what right do you have to meddle in the Su family's affairs? Suspended in midair, Su Zhihao shouted furiously, you've already been kicked out by Su Yuhan. Divorce is inevitable. I'm doing you a favor. If Su Yuhan cheats during the marriage, you'll get that compensation money. Anyway, you came to the Su family as a son-in-law just for the money, right? Or do you actually have some kind of marital affection for Su Yuhan? Bro, is this the pathetic husband of Su Yuhan you've been talking about? Originally, having his plans disrupted left Mr. Wang somewhat flustered. But once he understood Yun Feiyang's identity, a cold smile spread across his face. Su Jihao had mentioned that Su Yuhan had a son-in-law by marriage who, for money, spent his days washing clothes and cooking for her, a real loser.
Kid, here's the deal, film me with Su Yuhan. Don't worry, you won't work for free, I'll give you 20 grand as compensation. What do you say?
A flicker of excitement crossed Mr. Wang's lips. The thought of playing with his wife right in front of Yun Feiyang thrilled him.
That kid was a complete loser. He'd even become a son-in-law for money. He couldn't refuse this 20,000. Yun Feiyang remained silent, his expression growing colder.
He slowly set Su Jihao down, then picked up the 2 bottles of aphrodisiac from the bedside table. Seeing this, not only Mr. Wang but even Su Jihao's eyes held a hint of mockery. Sure enough, for a spineless freeloader like Yun Feiyang, money was the simplest solution.
Are these 2 bottles for you?
Yun Feiyang asked coldly, fixing his gaze on Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang's eyes gleamed with even greater smugness as he taunted, "Kid, if you feed this to me yourself, I'll give you an extra 10,000. After all, Mr. Wang didn't care about 10,000 or 20,000.
Ha! Mr. Wang, didn't I tell you this kid was a freeloader? For money, he'd sell his own wife. In a minute, when he sees the excitement, he might even cheer." Su Jihao assumed Yun Feiyang would obediently comply once he got the money, so he mocked him even more brazenly. Exciting?
A mocking sneer suddenly curled at the corner of Yun Feiyang's lips.
Actually, I've got an exciting idea.
With that, Yun Feiyang yanked Mr. Wang toward him, popped the cap off the bottle of aphrodisiac, and shoved the entire contents down Mr. Wang's throat.
Gulp, gulp. With a powerful shove, Yun Feiyang pinned Mr. Wang against the wall.
The man struggled to break free from Yun Feiyang's iron clamp grip, but it was utterly futile.
Want to spit it out? Swallow every last drop.
Yun Feiyang held Wang Zong's mouth shut while Su Jihao stood by, utterly stunned by Yun Feiyang's actions.
Was this really the same Yun Feiyang he remembered, the weak and incompetent one? You're out of your mind, Yun Feiyang. Do you know who this man is?
If you dare lay a finger on Mr. Wang, you're dead meat.
Su Jihao shouted in fury. An entire bottle of stimulant pills had been force-fed into Mr. Wang's mouth by Yun Feiyang. If anything happened, how could he, Su Jihao, ever take responsibility?
Yun Feiyang turned his gaze toward him, the cold smile still playing at the corners of his mouth. His voice sent a shiver down Su Jihao's spine. You won't escape either.
Chapter 38, It's you? What are you doing?
If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Su family won't let you off. The memory of being lifted by one hand and slammed against the wall by Yun Feiyang sent another shiver down Su Jihao's spine.
Has this kid lost his mind?
Normally, when Zhang Qiuyun yelled at Yun Feiyang, the kid wouldn't even dare to utter a peep. The entire Su family treated him with scorn and bullying. He couldn't believe this weak, incompetent son-in-law would dare lay a hand on him today.
Hurt you? That would dirty my hands.
But Yun Feiyang glanced at the dazed Wang Zong sprawled on the floor, the drug's effects kicking in.
He sneered coldly, a pretty boy like you, I wonder if Mr. Wang would even like you? You. Su Jihao's eyes narrowed sharply. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yun Feiyang yanked him toward him and forced the contents of another bottle of stimulant straight down Su Jihao's throat. Guh. Su Jihao struggled violently, but against Yun Feiyang, an ordinary man like him was powerless to resist. The entire bottle was forced down his throat. You dare lay a hand on me? Yun Feiyang, you're finished. Cough.
Su Jihao never imagined the son-in-law he'd always looked down upon would dare lay a hand on him. Enraged, he coughed violently, trying to expel the potion.
This was an entire bottle of medicine. Taking so much, who knew what would happen?
Meanwhile, the effects of the drug had begun to take hold in Mr. Wang.
His gaze fixed on Su Jihao with an unnerving intensity, sending a chill down Su Jihao's spine. You two can play around all you want. Yun Feiyang lifted Su Yuhan, who lay unconscious on the bed, intending to leave the room. Yun Feiyang, you bastard. You can't just leave me behind. Take me with you. Su Jihao understood Yun Feiyang's intention.
Yun Feiyang intended to lock Su Jihao and Mr. Wang inside the room. The two of them had taken massive amounts of stimulants. Locked in here, trouble was bound to happen.
Yun Feiyang, don't go. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Stop. I'm Su Jihao. Damn it. You sick pervert, let me go. Ah.
Behind him, Mr. Wang had already started tearing at Su Jihao's clothes. Paying no heed to Su Jihao's agonized screams behind him, Yun Feiyang took Su Yuhan to the hotel and booked a room. He gently laid Su Yuhan onto the hotel bed. Mr. Wang had drugged Su Yuhan, but with Yun Feiyang by her side, the effects would wear off by morning.
Gazing at the exquisite features on the bed, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He had been a bit too hasty. Su Yuhan's rapid rise within the company had inevitably aroused the suspicion and fear of Su Jihao and his father. But Yun Feiyang never imagined Su Jihao would go this far. He was determined to destroy Su Yuhan completely. Yuhan, rest assured. With me here, no one will ever hurt you. Yun Feiyang gazed intently at Su Yuhan's exquisite features, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. He then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Find a man named Wang Yuliang. Track him down. Castrate him. A chill permeated Yun Feiyang's tone, his entire aura turning icy.
This Wang Yuliang was none other than the very Mr. Wang who harbored improper intentions towards Su Yuhan.
Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my wife will pay the price.
The next morning, when Su Yuhan slowly awoke, her head felt like it was splitting open.
That was Su Yuhan's first thought. Where am I?
Su Yuhan slowly pushed herself up, her eyes clouded with confusion.
Her last memory from yesterday was sharing a drink with Mr. Wang.
After that, she had struggled, but quickly lost consciousness.
Could it be?
A wave of panic washed over Su Yuhan, but then she came to her senses. Her body felt perfectly normal.
You're awake? Have some hot water to warm your stomach.
Just then, a concerned voice sounded beside her. Su Yuhan turned her head, and a flash of intense anger suddenly flared in her eyes.
Yun Feiyang? Why are you here? Su Yuhan's brows furrowed.
The scene of Yun Feiyang gambling at the bar that day was still vivid in her mind. She felt deeply disappointed in him.
Yesterday, I was the one who brought you back from the bar.
Yun Feiyang briefly recounted yesterday's events and cautioned Yuhan that Wang Zong is someone sent by Su Zhihao.
You need to be careful. Su Yuhan's expression eased considerably.
Then, as if something occurred to her, her brow furrowed again.
Yun Feiyang, how did you even get into Galaxy? Galaxy is the most exclusive bar in all of Donghai. Without solid financial backing, you couldn't even afford a glass of tap water there. A friend invited me, Yun Feiyang offered a casual excuse. A friend?
Disappointment deepened in Su Yuhan's eyes, her voice tinged with sarcasm.
A friend who lends you money?
That friend of yours sure treats you well. The thought of Yun Feiyang associating with shady characters just to borrow money made Su Yuhan seethe.
When would Yun Feiyang ever act like a normal man? Yun Feiyang dared not say more, afraid that any extra word might give him away.
This is hot water. You drank last night, so having some hot water in the morning will warm your stomach.
Yun Feiyang placed the glass of water on the table.
Seeing the hot water, Su Yuhan's heart softened slightly. Even though Yun Feiyang was hanging out with those shady friends for money, he was doing it to pay off Su Yuhan's 10 million debt. Yesterday, Yun Feiyang had saved her, and throughout the night at the hotel, he had remained completely proper. Even if Yun Feiyang wasn't much of a catch, he treated her quite well since they got married.
During the days Yun Feiyang was away from home, Zhang Choyun neglected her household duties.
With no one cooking, Su Yuhan had been eating leftovers day after day, causing her chronic stomach ailment to flare up.
Was it really you who saved me last night? Su Yuhan set down her water glass, still finding it hard to believe. Back when Su Zhihao used to mock Yun Feiyang relentlessly, Yun Feiyang never once retaliated. In Su Yuhan's mind, Yun Feiyang was the soft-spoken type who wouldn't even retort when publicly mocked. How could he possibly lay a hand on Su Zhihao? Yun Feiyang offered a flimsy excuse. Su Zhihao and that Mr. Wang were so startled when they saw me, they didn't even dare say a word before running off. Only then did Su Yuhan nod in understanding. It seemed Su Zhihao had feared the incident escalating and tarnishing his family's reputation. Su Yuhan had blocked their path at the company, so these two wouldn't let it go easily. She'd have to be extra wary of this father-son duo from now on. It's getting late. I have to go to work. I'll head out first. Su Yuhan smoothed her clothes, picked up her bag, and shot Yun Feiyang a complex look before leaving the hotel. Yun Feiyang didn't linger at the hotel either and soon departed as well. On the way to the company, a hint of worry lingered in Su Yuhan's expression. If Yun Feiyang were an ambitious person, Su Yuhan would be willing to start over with him. But among those unsavory friends, she genuinely feared he might pick up bad habits. She had already given up on him completely, yet yesterday, he had saved her life. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuhan made up her mind. She resolved to give Yun Feiyang one last chance. Su Group Headquarters, Su Zhihao's office. Su Zhihao sat with a grim expression, his posture oddly contorted. He dared not sit fully on the chair. Yesterday's encounter with that Mr. Wang had been utterly brutal. Now, even the slightest touch sent sharp pain shooting through his buttocks. Damn it all to hell. Furious, Su Zhihao hurled the teacup in his hand across the room. Chapter 39, Scheming, the Donghai Wang family.
Zhihao, you really should go to the hospital. This condition could be serious or minor if it gets infected and word gets out.
Su Wenyuan's expression darkened.
If news of Su Zhihao's affair with Ms. Wan leaked, not only would Su Zhihao be utterly disgraced, but Su Wenyuan, as his father, would likely suffer the consequences too. Su Zhihao's face twisted with embarrassment. Father, I'll go to the hospital this afternoon. It's all that good for nothing Yun Feiyang's fault. If it weren't for Yun Feiyang, the scandal of Su Yuhan being defiled would have spread today. That wealthy young heir would surely dump Su Yuhan. Everything Su Yuhan had been relying on would vanish into thin air. Is the partnership with Mr. Wang off then? Su Wenyuan's face darkened, his gaze toward Su Zhihao tinged with disappointment. Su Zhihao had been a spoiled playboy since childhood, utterly incapable of handling even minor matters. Worse still, he'd likely offended Mr. Wang.
Su Jihao's expression instantly tensed as he whispered, "Dad, you don't know Mr. Wang, he's in trouble." In trouble? Su Wenyuan's heart leapt. What happened? I just got the news myself. That Mr. Wang, last night, someone castrated him.
As he spoke, Su Jihao made a downward gesture with his hand.
This morning, Su Jihao swallowed his humiliation and went to see Mr. Wang, hoping to discuss how they could cause trouble for Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan. But Mr. Wang ended up in the hospital last night. Su Jihao was puzzled. Mr. Wang was still full of energy yesterday, how could he end up in the hospital this morning? Upon inquiring, Su Jihao was stunned.
On his way home yesterday, Mr. Wang had been castrated.
He's still unconscious and hasn't regained consciousness. What? Even Su Wenyuan's expression darkened. Have you identified who did this? Su Jihao shook his head. That's the scariest part. That back road was pitch black.
The assailants moved fast and covered their faces, no way to get a clear look.
Su Jihao was visibly shaken now, tentatively suggesting, "Dad, could it be that mysterious rich kid who had his eye on Yuhan?"
If that mysterious rich kid had targeted Su Jihao.
Su Jihao shuddered in terror.
Su Wenyuan's expression darkened noticeably as he replied in a low voice, "Besides him, who else could it be? To strike so swiftly and so ruthlessly, without powerful backing, how could it be possible? Who else could it be but that mysterious rich kid?
Damn it, is that rich kid blind? How could he set his sights on a married woman?" Su Jihao spat in disgust. Ever since that rich kid appeared, Su Yuhan had been rising like the sun in the company.
Before long, she'd be riding roughshod over both father and son.
"Dad, do you think that rich kid might come after me?" Su Jihao asked, his voice trembling.
He'd have a hand in it if he went after Su Yuhan. Su Wenyuan mused, even if he does, he'll go after that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang first.
How could he marry Su Yuhan without eliminating Yun Feiyang?
If Su Jihao and his father knew that the mysterious rich kid they feared so much was actually Yun Feiyang, they might just spit blood.
Exactly.
Su Jihao swallowed hard and said, "Dad, with that mysterious rich kid as her backer, Su Yuhan will eventually ride roughshod over us.
We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. What can we do? Are we supposed to hire someone to harm Su Yuhan? Have you forgotten how Mr. Wang was castrated?"
Su Wenyan was equally displeased, but the thought of that wealthy young master rich enough to sway even the big shots of Donghai gave him a headache. If that tycoon's wrath ever turned toward them, it wouldn't be a laughing matter.
"Dad, how about we reach out to the Wang family?" Su Wenyan suggested tentatively. The Wang family? Su Wenyan's expression darkened instantly. "Nonsense," he snapped. "Approaching the Wang family? That would be like handing over most of the Su family's assets to them. The Donghai Wang family, their offspring permeate both government circles and business circles. They absolutely rank among Donghai City's elite families. The Wang family had once sent representatives to approach Su Wenyan. The Donghai Wang family could become the Su family's powerful backer, granting Su Wenyan greater access to high society and allowing him to thrive effortlessly in Donghai. But the conditions were harsh. The Su family would have to hand over half their annual profits as protection money. Su Wenyuan hesitated for a long time before refusing. Half of their profits? How could he possibly part with that? "Dad." Seeing Su Wenyan's refusal, Su Jihao hurriedly pleaded, "Do we really have any other choice right now? Just think about it, how long has Su Yuhan been hooked up with that wealthy playboy? She's already riding high at the company. If we have no backing, forget about half the family fortune, soon the entire Su group will be entirely under Su Yuhan's control. Once she gains power, do you think she'll spare us? Dad, we are the legitimate sons of the Su family. What right does Su Yuhan have to inherit the Su group?" Su Jihao's words instantly turned Su Wenyuan's expression cold. Su Jihao was right. If they, father and son, had no backing, the entire Su family would belong to Su Yuhan. What would be left for them? "Dad, delaying decisive action only invites chaos. We have no way out now." Su Jihao poured more fuel on the fire. Su Wenyuan gritted his teeth. "There's no other choice. Tonight, I'll pay a visit to the Donghai Wang family." "Excellent." Su Jihao's eyes sparkled with triumph. Finally, he had the leverage to challenge Su Yuhan. And that Yun Feiyang he turned his anus into a sunflower. Su Jihao would make Yun Feiyang taste that same agony. "Before I finalize the agreement with the Wang family, you must keep Su Yuhan in check. Above all, prevent her from exposing Mr. Wang's affairs." "Understood?" Su Wenyuan instructed Su Jihao. Just then, Su Jihao spotted Su Yuhan entering the company. "Dad, don't worry. I already have a plan." Su Jihao slowly rose to his feet and walked out in an eerie posture. Su Yuhan also spotted Su Jihao. Instantly, a cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Su Jihao, what have you done?" Despite their familial bond, Su Jihao had lost all humanity in his pursuit of corporate power, going so far as to have her violated. It was utterly despicable. Su Jihao forced himself to speak. "Su Yuhan, don't turn the tables on me. I was only trying to help you get more clients. How could I have known that Mr. Wang would have ulterior motives? And you expect me to believe your bull? Su Yuhan sneered coldly. If there were truly clients, Su Zhihao would have secured them himself. Why would he even think of her? Su Yuhan, believe it or not,
this was my goodwill gesture. Even if you complain to the elders of the Su family, I have my justifications.
But you. Su Zhihao's eyes flashed with anger. That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang laid a hand on me last night. A useless son-in-law, a worthless good-for-nothing, dares to lay a hand on a descendant of the esteemed Su family? What kind of nonsense is this? I suspect you, Su Yuhan, instigated this. If word of this reaches the elders of the Su family, let's see if they'll protect you or me. Su Zhihao spoke thus, fearing Su Yuhan might report him early. Su Zhihao, you got what you deserved. Su Yuhan's gaze was cold and sharp. Yet, deep down, Su Yuhan was genuinely surprised. Could it be that Yun Feiyang had actually laid a hand on Su Zhihao yesterday for her sake? She hadn't believed it before, but hearing Su Zhihao say it himself made her reconsider her opinion of Yun Feiyang. Su Yuhan, I'm injured too. Let's call it even. If you dare spread word about last night, I, Su Zhihao, won't back down. Su Zhihao adopted a defiant attitude, clearly determined to play dirty with Su Yuhan to the end. Fine then. From now on, I'll focus on my projects, and you can run your general manager duties. We'll stay out of each other's way. You'd better not try any shady tricks on me. Su Yuhan couldn't be bothered to engage with Su Zhihao and walked away. Su Yuhan had picked up on Su Zhihao's subtext. Given the standing of Su Zhihao and his father within the Su family, even if Su Yuhan reported this matter to the elders, their fickle nature would likely lead them to merely stand by and watch. Humph. So what if you're riding on some rich playboy's coattails? Just wait until I get the Wang family's backing, then we'll see how long you can keep jumping around. Watching Su Yuhan's retreating figure, Su Zhihao's expression darkened with venom. Chapter 40, Watch Your Tongue. Su Yuhan entered her office to find the collaboration proposal between President Feiyang and President Liu already laid out on her desk. Su Yuhan couldn't help but recall the 10 million yuan check Yun Feiyang had presented earlier. If Yun Feiyang had taken the 10 million given to him by old Master Su and lived a carefree life, Su Yuhan wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But Yun Feiyang had returned the 10 million for her sake, only to end up mingling with those unsavory friends. Regardless of whether she divorced Yun Feiyang in the future, if he was corrupted by those people because of her, Su Yuhan would be plagued by guilt. Gritting her teeth, Su Yuhan picked up her phone, found Yun Feiyang's number, and dialed it. On the other end, Yun Feiyang had just arrived at the company when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Yun Feiyang's eyebrows lifted, a flicker of joy crossing his face. It was Su Yuhan. To be honest, during the time Yun Feiyang had been away, Su Yuhan had never once called him first. Even during their entire year of marriage, she had rarely initiated calls. Could it be something was wrong? But hadn't they just parted ways? Yuhan, is there something you need? After a moment's hesitation on the other end, Su Yuhan asked, Where are you working now? China Resources Group. Yun Feiyang didn't hide anything. Let's grab lunch together. I'll come find you at China Resources. 12:30, that's it. With that, Su Yuhan hung up coldly. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. This was the first time Su Yuhan had ever invited him to lunch truly significant. The thought of it made him hum a tune as he walked. All morning, Yun Feiyang was in high spirits. He kept checking the time, wishing noon would hurry up. By noon, Yun Feiyang was already waiting at the company entrance. Yun Feiyang, what are you doing here? Just then, a haughty voice rang out from behind him. Yun Feiyang frowned and turned his head. It was Wen Wen and her group of girlfriends. These people were truly like a shadow that wouldn't go away. This isn't your personal territory. What business is it of yours where I stand? Seeing Wen Wen's haughty demeanor, Yun Feiyang felt thoroughly annoyed. Where did Wen Wen get this sense of superiority? It was sickening. Yun Feiyang, don't think we don't know what you're thinking. Deliberately waiting at the door for our Wen Wen, creating a chance encounter. You're quite the schemer. But do you even deserve her? Our Wen Wen is destined for a wealthy family. A penniless guy like you could never be with her in a million years. Hearing her best friend's words, Wen Wen lifted her little chin, her face brimming with pride, her eyes gleaming with a hint of show-off. Yun Feiyang scoffed coldly, me creating a chance encounter? Your imagination is truly vivid. A girl like Wen Wen? She's not even 1/10,000th as good as Su Yuhan. Why would Yun Feiyang ever notice her? Give me a break. Yun Feiyang, don't think we don't see through your tricks. You're just playing hard to get. Look at yourself, you don't have the qualifications for that. One of Wen Wen's friends declared haughtily. You're overthinking it. I made dinner plans with someone, it has absolutely nothing to do with Miss Wen. Now get lost. Yun Feiyang's eyes darkened, his expression clouded with irritation. Today was the first time Su Yuhan had ever asked him out. Yun Feiyang wasn't about to let trash like Wen Wen ruin his good mood. Waiting for someone? Wen Wen's friend looked utterly skeptical, sneering, you? A penniless kid? Who'd want to eat with you? Anyone who'd even consider you must be some low-class, second-rate trash. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened. I'm warning you, watch your mouth.
In Yun Feiyang's heart, the two most important people were his mother and Su Yuhan. This was his Achilles heel. He'd rather suffer wrongs himself than see these two closest to him endure any injustice.
Oh? Hit a nerve? Looks like it really is about chasing girls.
But anyone willing to dine with you, Yun Feiyang, probably isn't exactly impressive either. Nothing compared to R11. No sooner had Wenwen's best friend finished speaking than a car pulled up slowly at the company entrance. The door opened, and a graceful figure stepped out.
Who else could it be but Su Yuhan? Su Yuhan's arrival instantly drew the attention of most people.
Her tailored blazer, graceful figure, fair skin, and long legs, especially her stunning face and aloof elegance, created an aura of unapproachable beauty. Even Wenwen, who always prided herself on her beauty, couldn't help but feel a pang of self-consciousness upon seeing Su Yuhan. Compared to the coldly beautiful and irresistible Su Yuhan, she felt like an ugly duckling.
Even many men's gazes were instantly drawn to Su Yuhan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yuhan, her icy aura intact, fixed her beautiful eyes on Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang, get in the car. What?
Wenwen and her girlfriend stared wide-eyed at Yun Feiyang, disbelief written across their faces.
How could this be? Such a stunningly beautiful woman was actually here for Yun Feiyang? Could it be that this goddess whose beauty even made Wenwen jealous actually had some connection to Yun Feiyang? Yun Feiyang froze. Get in the car. Where to? I told you, I'm treating you to dinner. Su Yuhan's icy words made the men around them so jealous their eyes turned red. How could someone as ordinary as Yun Feiyang possibly warrant such a goddess like Su Yuhan treating him to dinner?
As for Wenwen and her gold-digging friends who had earlier mocked Yun Feiyang with scornful remarks, their faces burned with humiliation. If Su Yuhan was the kind of woman they claimed was beneath them, then they were even more beneath.
Wenwen, isn't that Su Yuhan? Donghai's famously aloof goddess.
Rumor has it she married some good-for-nothing loser.
What a waste. Then why is she approaching Yun Feiyang? Watching Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan's receding figures, one of Wenwen's friends asked with a complex tone. Honestly, even she envied Su Yuhan's goddess-like aura. Now that's a woman. Humph. Wenwen snorted coldly through her nose and said, do you remember that day when 6 Ferraris picked up Yun Feiyang? Her friends nodded. We remember. It must have been Su Yuhan who picked up Yun Feiyang. Wenwen looked utterly certain as she sneered, she married some loser, her marriage is a mess, so she goes out and keeps a pretty boy like Yun Feiyang on the side? And she calls herself a cold, elegant goddess? Disgusting. Her friends suddenly understood. No wonder a penniless guy like Yun Feiyang got picked up by a fleet of Ferraris. Turns out Su Yuhan was keeping him as her lover. What a pair of scum. When Wen's friends spat contemptuously, their faces twisted with disgust. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan arrived at a rather upscale Western restaurant next to the company. Chapter 41, Not What You Think. Su Yuhan felt a bit off. This was the first time since their marriage that she'd gone out to eat with Yun Feiyang. And it was just the two of them. A faint smile played at the corners of Yun Feiyang's mouth. To be honest, his palms were sweaty. He was nervous. Let's order. Su Yuhan broke the awkward silence first, waving down a waiter nearby. Located on one of Donghai's busiest streets, the Western restaurant was quite upscale. To maintain the essence of French cuisine, even the waitstaff were hired from France. The waiter approached with a smile. May I assist you, ladies? Su Yuhan raised her delicate eyebrows, a hint of awkwardness in her eyes. The waiter spoke French, and the menu was entirely in French, neither of which Su Yuhan understood. She felt a surge of panic. Maybe we should find another place? Su Yuhan thought to herself. After all, with the language barrier, sitting here would only lead to awkwardness. We need to order. Just as Su Yuhan was lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly spoke in perfect French, none other than Yun Feiyang, seated across from her. He actually speaks French? Watching Yun Feiyang converse effortlessly with the waitstaff, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. Su Yuhan had underestimated Yun Feiyang. In her mind, Yun Feiyang had always been an incompetent, weak son-in-law. This was something Su Yuhan couldn't quite wrap her head around. You speak French? After the waiter left, Su Yuhan looked at Yun Feiyang with a questioning expression in her eyes. Yun Feiyang smiled. Before marrying you, I served in the military overseas. Basic communication isn't a problem. I see. Su Yuhan gave a slight nod. Unsatisfied with her arranged marriage, Su Yuhan had never inquired about Yun Feiyang after they wed. She hadn't known he'd served in the military or even lived abroad. Soon, the food Yun Feiyang had ordered arrived. Yun Feiyang ordered a simple steak for himself, while the dishes he selected for Su Yuhan were clearly thoughtfully prepared. Marseille fish soup tiramisu. You love fish and desserts most. I ordered these especially for you. As Yun Feiyang slid the dishes toward her, a flutter stirred in Su Yuhan's heart. Yun Feiyang knew Su Yuhan better than she knew herself.
Even in something as simple as ordering food, he was constantly considering her.
Su Yuhan couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
If Yun Feiyang showed even a shred of ambition, she'd gladly build a life with him.
After all, a man as considerate as Yun Feiyang was truly rare. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Perhaps it was precisely because Yun Feiyang lacked ambition that he possessed such a considerate nature. Are you just having a steak? Su Yuhan gazed at Yun Feiyang's plate and said, order whatever you want. It's on me. This was Su Yuhan's way of thanking Yun Feiyang for his help the previous night. Steak is already quite good, Yun Feiyang chuckled. This is actually my first time having it since returning to the country.
A hint of self-reproach clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes.
For Yun Feiyang, steak truly was a treat.
After all, in the year since his marriage, Yun Feiyang had only been served leftovers at the Su household.
Even mealtimes were marred by Zhang Choyun's sarcastic remarks. Yuhan, why did you come find me today?
Yun Feiyang cut a small piece of steak and placed it on Su Yuhan's plate, asking with a smile. Su Yuhan hesitated before replying, I came to persuade you to resign from China Resources.
Yun Feiyang froze, puzzled. Why? This is my first job. Haven't you always wanted me to? I want you to have ambition.
Su Yuhan cut him off, her mind drifting back to the casino scene, a layer of disappointment settling over her heart.
But I don't want your ambition to come at the cost of selling your dignity. Yuhan, I don't understand what you mean. Yun Feiyang looked utterly perplexed. I went to a bar near your company earlier and ran into you there. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes darkened, tinged with disappointment. Yun Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that time he went to the bar with Gao Hong and the others? At the bar, Yun Feiyang had spotted a figure that looked remarkably like Su Yuhan. Could it really have been her? You heard about me, Yuhan. Things aren't what you saw. You don't need to explain.
If I hadn't gone to that bar to meet a client that day, I never would have discovered the source of your 10 million.
Su Yuhan sighed with disappointment.
When you brought that 10 million yuan check to the Su Group and told me you'd found a job, I was truly touched.
The husband everyone called a deadbeat finally showed some ambition for me. You told me the money came from your good friends. Are you referring to those who publicly mocked and ridiculed you? They even dragged you along to gamble.
Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke these words.
It's not what you think.
Yun Feiyang knew he couldn't defend himself after all, his gambling was undeniable. But the 10 million had absolutely nothing to do with joining the company or those so-called friends.
Su Yuhan didn't believe he was a rich kid, and Yun Feiyang was at a loss. Yun Feiyang, tell me, why did you take grandfather's 10 million back then? Did you marry me for the money too? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Yun Feiyang.
Truthfully, this had been her innermost thought throughout their entire year of marriage.
No one would willingly become a lowly son-in-law with no status. Besides money, what else could it be for? I didn't marry for money.
I haven't spent a single penny of grandfather's 10 million on myself. I swear on my life. Regarding the matter of the Su family patriarch's illegitimate son, he had made a promise, no matter what, he would never reveal it to any descendant of the Su family.
Gazing into Yun Feiyang's resolute eyes, Su Yuhan's heart softened.
If Yun Feiyang truly cared about money, he would have left long ago after getting the 10 million.
Why would he stay in the Su family, enduring everyone's disdain?
I told you before, I'll help you repay those debts.
Seeing Yun Feiyang's troubled expression, Su Yuhan hurriedly explained, I don't want a divorce. If you're willing to work hard, I'll give you a chance. I just don't want you to sell your dignity as a man just to pay off debts. Leave China Resources and come work at Su Group. Start from the bottom and gradually repay your friends. After all, Yun Feiyang was Su Yuhan's husband in name. Recalling how he'd been looked down upon at the bar filled her with unease. Su Yuhan resolved to trust Yun Feiyang one last time. If he proved willing to strive for improvement, she would grant him a chance to start anew. Yun Feiyang finally understood why Su Yuhan had come here today. It turned out she had come to give him a helping hand. Knowing she still cared, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Did you hear what I said? Su Yuhan's pretty face darkened as she snapped angrily. This was the first time she'd ever considered Yun Feiyang's well-being. Shouldn't he show a little gratitude? Chapter 42, General Manager's Office? Yuhan, joining China Resources isn't what you imagine. Quitting right after joining wouldn't look good. Yun Feiyang didn't intend to stay at China Resources long-term. He simply didn't want to disappoint Shinlanji. Of course, Yun Feiyang wasn't as hopeless as Su Yuhan made him out to be. That 10 million was truly his own money, but what could Su Yuhan do if she refused to believe it? Anger and disappointment clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. Yun Feiyang was being utterly unreasonable. This was the first time she'd ever considered Yun Feiyang's interests, and he actually refused? If Yun Feiyang had a better option, Su Yuhan would naturally support him. But instead, he was hanging out with those good-for-nothing friends. Yun Feiyang, think carefully. I'll only make this request once. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes blazed with anger. Yuhan, I know you mean well, but I have my own judgment.
Those people aren't my true friends, and the 10 million I gave back to the Su family was above board.
You have nothing to worry about. You.
Just as Su Yuhan was about to speak, her phone rang.
Su Yuhan picked it up and frowned. Yun Feiyang also saw the caller, Su Jihao. Yun Feiyang's heart sank.
Although the matter with Mr. Wang hadn't been resolved, given the temperament of Su Jihao and his son, they likely wouldn't let Su Yuhan off so easily. Yun Feiyang had intended to help Su Yuhan seize control of the Su family, yet he had overlooked the danger she now faced.
Su Jihao? Though reluctant, Su Yuhan answered the call. I understand. I'll return immediately. With that, Su Yuhan hung up coldly. Yuhan, is something wrong?
Yun Feiyang's gaze held a hint of concern.
I have a meeting. I need to go back.
Su Yuhan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she persisted. Yun Feiyang, are you sure you don't want to work at the Su Group? You have no connections at China Resources. What future could you possibly have there?
At best, you'd be a low-level employee.
At the Su Group, with me there, I could secure you a position with real prospects. Su Yuhan was only looking out for Yun Feiyang, yet he couldn't seem to appreciate her kindness.
I'm actually quite content at China Resources.
The vice president placed me in the general manager's office, high salary, easy work.
And about the bar incident, it wasn't what you saw. Yuhan, when the time is right, I'll explain everything to you. You're in the general manager's office? Su Yuhan froze.
How could someone like Yun Feiyang with no connections, no background, no credentials actually get into CR Vanguard's general manager's office?
Su Yuhan had assumed Yun Feiyang was just a low-level employee at the company.
You can ask Mr. Zhang at China Resources.
I'm not lying to you. Yun Feiyang said with a smile. Doubt clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. Could it really be true, as Yun Feiyang claimed, that the person who lent him money wasn't one of those shady friends from the bar? Those shady friends couldn't even get into the general manager's office. How could they possibly arrange for Yun Feiyang to get in?
To be honest, Su Yuhan was starting to find Yun Feiyang a bit hard to figure out. He spoke French, and without a word, he'd gotten himself into the general manager's office at China Resources.
Was Yun Feiyang just incredibly lucky?
As long as you know the truth in your heart. Since Yun Feiyang hadn't picked up bad habits from those shady friends, Su Yuhan felt temporarily reassured.
Su Yuhan picked up her bag.
Su Jihao was urging her to hurry, so she had to leave.
Just as she was about to leave, Su Yuhan hesitated.
She stopped in her tracks.
Yun Feiyang, I remember what you said.
One day, you'll prove you can protect me, stand before me, shielding me from the storms.
I'll be waiting for that day. With that, Su Yuhan departed. Regardless, Yun Feiyang was still Su Yuhan's husband.
Since Yun Feiyang claimed the money wasn't borrowed from those shady friends, Su Yuhan was willing to believe him.
Yun Feiyang now had a promising job working under Mr. Zhang at China Resources, with excellent prospects for future advancement.
As long as Yun Feiyang strives to improve himself for her sake, she would give him a chance and open her heart to him.
Of course, the deciding factor for Su Yuhan was that Yun Feiyang's heart truly belonged to her.
Previously, Su Yuhan had assumed Yun Feiyang had become a son-in-law for money, but now she realized she might have overthought it. For her sake, Yun Feiyang had put up 10 million yuan and even laid hands on Su Jihao yesterday.
That was what truly moved Su Yuhan.
A man needn't achieve great things as long as he strives to improve and holds his wife in his heart. He's worthy of trust.
Watching Su Yuhan's receding figure, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Yuhan, I'll make sure that day comes sooner.
Yun Feiyang clenched his fist before picking up his phone and dialing a number. Uncle Rome, deploy some men to provide round-the-clock covert protection for Su Yuhan.
Young master, I'll handle it immediately. Upon returning to the company, Yun Feiyang spotted Wen Wen and Gao Hong at the entrance.
Gao Hong was holding Wen Wen's hand, his voice tinged with pleading. Wen Wen, give me one more chance.
That wealthy young master never showed up. Maybe he went to the wrong place? I'm the one who truly loves you. Gao Hong, give it a rest.
Wen Wen flung Gao Hong's hand away, speaking with lofty disdain. I'm about to marry into a wealthy family. That's an undeniable fact no one can change.
Stop bothering me.
If my boyfriend finds out, you know exactly what will happen.
Don't try to intimidate me with your father. He's just a minor vice president at China Resources. My boyfriend is a wealthy heir. Your family can't hold a candle to him. Wen Wen's loud voice immediately drew a crowd of onlookers.
The pointed stares from onlookers made Gao Hong so embarrassed he wished he could sink into a hole.
Leave me alone from now on. Wen Wen tossed out a haughty remark before striding away.
Gao Hong's face turned as dark as liver, his eyes brimming with intense fury. The pointed stares from those around him only deepened his humiliation. Amidst the crowd, Gao Hong spotted Yun Feiyang's figure. Instantly, his face twisted into a furious expression.
Yun Feiyang, this is all your fault. If you hadn't come to the company, how could Wen Wen have left me?
Gao Hong roared at Yun Feiyang, fuming like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
What the hell does this have to do with me? Yun Feiyang frowned.
Although Wen Wen dumped Gao Hong because of the exorbitant gift voucher Yun Feiyang had given her, it was ultimately Wen Wen's own nature that led to this.
A gold digger like one would have found other temptations even without Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang had merely sped up the process. The reason I'm talking about you is precisely because of you. Gao Hong's face flushed crimson.
Had it not been to humiliate Yun Feiyang, he never would have gambled at Brother Hei's place, losing all face before 1-1.
You're crazy. Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to stoop to Gao Hong's level and walk straight into the company. Yun Feiyang's nonchalant attitude only fueled Gao Hong's rage. Yun Feiyang, you just wait.
If I can't touch 1-1, I'll make an example out of you, you penniless bum.
Gao Hong entered the office of the vice president of sales.
Across the desk sat a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit.
None other than Gao Hongru, Gao Hong's father. Seeing Gao Hong enter, Gao Hongru's brow furrowed. What happened to your face?
Gao Hongru had been away on business these past few days and had only just returned. He was unaware that Gao Hong had been beaten up by Brother Hei earlier. Gao Hong deliberately adopted a look of grievance. Dad, I got bullied at work.
Who dares bully my son? Gao Hongru's expression darkened.
After all, he was the company's vice president of sales, wielding considerable authority within the organization.
Within the company, aside from General Manager Zhang, Gao Hongru looked down on everyone else. And now, at China Resources, someone had the audacity to bully his son? Chapter 43. Who gave you the guts? Dad. It was some new kid. Mentioning Yun Feiyang only fueled Gao Hong's rage.
He used the calligraphy practice sheets from Wen's family to climb his way into a relationship with Deputy General Manager Lu.
He was even placed in the company's general manager's office.
I meant well, inviting him for drinks to build rapport, but he colluded with the bar owner to set me up. Gao Hong turned the tables, framing Yun Feiyang for the scam he'd pulled with Black Brother.
Gao Hongru's expression immediately darkened. Deputy General Manager Lu?
Gao Hongru paused, then sneered coldly. Every time I asked Vice President Lu for help, that stubborn old man would pull out the company regulations and make excuses. I thought Vice President Lu was some kind of upright person, but look at him now, all for a calligraphy scroll. He's even placed someone in the general manager's office.
Deputy General Manager Lu was Gao Hongru's rival within the company.
Gao had long sought an opportunity to humiliate him, and now, finally, his chance had arrived.
Humph. Now I've got him by the balls.
Gao Hongru snorted coldly, his voice tinged with smug satisfaction. Dad, that kid's going against me. He must be acting on Vice President Lu's orders.
If we just let this slide, Dad, where will your face be? Who in the company will give you, the Vice President of Sales, any respect? Gao Hong poured fuel on the fire beside him. Sure enough, the words hit home, and Gao Hongru's expression darkened. Daring to mess with me, Gao Hongru? He's gone mad. Xiao Hong, I'll get you justice right now.
Gao Hongru picked up the phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call connected. Xiao Mei, come to my office now.
Soon, Xiao Mei swayed her sexy hips into Gao Hongru's office.
Xiao Mei, whose real name was Gao Mei, was around 25 or 26. Her face was heavily made up, and the scent of her perfume was almost overpowering. Her outfit was undeniably provocative: a short skirt, black stockings, and high heels. She deliberately left the top 2 buttons of her blouse undone, her ample bosom practically spilling out, swaying with every step. This Xiao Mei was no ordinary employee. She was the human resources manager at China Resources.
Of course, Gao Mei had another identity. She was Gao Hongru's secret lover.
It was through Gao Hongru's connections that she had secured the position of human resources manager.
Mr. Gao, what brings you here? Seeing Gao Hongru's son in the office, Gao Mei dared not act too boldly.
She merely flashed Gao Hongru a subtle, flirtatious glance, her voice deliberately sweet and high-pitched.
Seeing Gao Mei so provocative, not just Gao Hongru, but even Gao Hong couldn't help but react.
I called you here today for serious business.
Gao Mei giggled coquettishly. Mr. Gao, when have you ever called me here for anything but serious business?
If Gao Hong hadn't been present, Gao Hongru would have charged over to strip Gao Mei bare, pinning her to the desk for a moment of passion.
There's a new guy at the company named Yun Feiyang, right? And he's been assigned to the general manager's office? Gao Hongru cleared his throat and asked sternly. Mei Shim, I remember him.
Gao Mei chuckled lightly, her eyes flashing with disdain.
Gao Mei scrutinized every new hire. Gao Hongru wasn't the only man in Gao Mei's life.
A woman like her hunted for prey daily.
Yun Feiyang's plain attire was beneath her notice. Fire Yun Feiyang publicly right now. Make him lose all credibility in the company and never hold his head up again. Gao Hongru didn't just want to drive Yun Feiyang out to vent Gao Hong's anger, he also wanted to make Vice President Lu lose face. After all, Yun Feiyang was personally recruited by Vice President Lu. Firing him publicly would leave Lu's face hanging. Fire him publicly?
Gao Mei hesitated before speaking. Mr. Gao, Yun Feiyang was personally assigned by Mr. Lu.
Doing this would offend him. Gao Hongru shrugged it off. Just do as I say. Haven't you been eyeing Chanel's latest handbag? If you follow my instructions, I'll buy it for you. Really? Gao Mei's eyes lit up instantly. But you better not lie to me.
Gao Mei had once tried to get her hands on Vice President Lu too, but he was a stubborn old man. Whether she offended him or not didn't matter, she'd come to the company to snag a rich guy, not to work.
As for Feiyang, just a penniless kid, she could brush him off with any excuse. Once you handle this matter, I'll take you there immediately. Gao Hongru patted his chest and assured Gao Mei. Only then did Gao Mei leave, satisfied.
Once she got her hands on Chanel's latest handbag, she could show it off to her girlfriends. At that moment, Feiyang was discussing work matters with a colleague when the click-clack of high heels drew the attention of nearly everyone in the office.
You're Feiyang?
A haughty voice cut him off.
Accompanying it was an overpowering scent of perfume that made Feiyang wrinkle his nose. Gao Mei, the HR manager. What could she possibly want with him? Manager Gao, you wanted to see me? Feiyang inquired.
Gao Mei's eyes held a hint of superiority as she appraised Feiyang with a few glances, then gave a light snort, her expression growing even more disdainful. As an experienced manipulator of men, Gao Mei could tell a man's financial status just by his attire.
Feiyang was dressed entirely in cheap, knockoff clothes, obviously a penniless youngster.
I'm here to inform you of the company's latest decision. Starting tomorrow, you no longer need to come to work.
Gao Mei deliberately spoke loudly enough for the entire company to hear. Swish! Instantly, countless eyes turned toward Feiyang, some with schadenfreude, others with confusion.
Not far away, when one and her materialistic girlfriends overheard Gao Mei's words. Their expressions were filled with schadenfreude.
When, didn't I tell you?
A poor guy like him won't last long in our company. Wen nodded with a cold smile.
If it weren't for our family's connections, he wouldn't even have gotten in.
Once his true colors show, he'll be kicked out sooner or later.
Feiyang frowned and asked, what do you mean? Fired? He never told Zhang Weiguan he was leaving the company. Who at China Resources would be bold enough to fire him? Of course not. What else? Keep you here eating for free?
Gao Mei rolled her eyes, speaking with disdain.
Feiyang retorted coldly, who exactly is firing me? He doesn't have the authority. Gao Mei publicly announcing Feiyang's dismissal was clearly targeting him. This wasn't Zhang Weiguan's decision, someone was targeting Feiyang. No authority? Gao Mei laughed dismissively. What kind of person are you to even talk about qualifications? You don't even have the right to know who fired you.
Feiyang asked coldly, if that's the case, then at least give me a reason for my dismissal.
I'll give you a reason.
Gao Mei sneered with disdain. At Huaran, every employee holds at least a bachelor's degree.
What about you? What right do you have to join the company, especially the general manager's office, when you never even attended university? If you lack the ability, don't take up someone else's position. Get out. The company doesn't welcome someone like you who can't hold their own. A poor schmuck without even a degree. Never attended university? Suddenly, employees from surrounding companies began whispering and gossiping. Feiyang never went to college? Then how did he get hired? How did he land a position in the general manager's office? Could it be he pulled some strings? Looks like his connections weren't strong enough, he's only been here a few days and already getting kicked out? Everyone's gaze toward Feiyang was now laced with cold mockery. Could anything be more humiliating than being publicly expelled from the company? If word of this got out, Feiyang wouldn't find work at any other company. Gao Mei, who gave you the audacity to fire Feiyang? Just then, a commanding voice cut through the air, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 44, I've made the decision. Isn't that Vice President Liu? Everyone exchanged stunned glances. Could it be that Feiyang's backer was none other than Vice President Liu? Deputy Director Liu was notoriously strict within the company and rarely pulled strings. Anyone who could command his favor must have considerable clout. Vice President Liu strode over to Feiyang in a few quick steps. His voice carried a hint of respect as he asked, old Liu arrived late. Did Gao Mei treat young Master Mr. Yun too harshly? Feiyang had repeatedly instructed both Vice President Liu and Zhang Weiguan to address him as Mr. Yun within the company, not young Master Yun. Just now, Vice President Liu nearly slipped up. No big deal. Just a minor slip. Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Truth be told, Feiyang had no desire to stay at China Resources. Had it not been for Shinlanji insisting he keep a job, he would have left long ago. Gao Mei, who gave you the audacity to fire a company employee without my approval? Deputy General Manager Liu turned around and roared at Gao Mei, his anger boiling over. Gao Mei worked in human resources, which fell directly under Vice President Liu's purview. If someone under his purview offended the young master of the Yun family, and Zhang Weiguan came down hard, Vice President Liu would bear full responsibility. This is my decision, Gao Hongru's decision. Got a problem with that? At that moment, another authoritative voice echoed through the room. Gao Hongru strode in alongside Gao Hong, both men walking with an air of superiority, their faces beaming with smug satisfaction. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed the dismissal of Feiyang was no simple matter. Everyone in the company knew Gao Hongru and Vice President Liu were secretly at odds. Feiyang was merely a pawn in their power struggle. Gao Hongru, you dare fire Mr. Yun?
A smirk of schadenfreude touched Vice President Lu's lips as he let out a cold chuckle. Gao Hongru had been away on business these past few days and was unaware of Yun Feiyang's true identity. But Yun Feiyang was the young master of the Yun family in the capital. The entire Huarun group was under his command.
Fire Yun Feiyang?
With just one word from Yun Feiyang, Gao Hongru would be kicked out of the company immediately without any reason at all.
A penniless kid who never even made it to college? Why wouldn't I fire him?
Gao Hongru declared with an air of superiority. Lu Chanka, I, Gao Hongru, thought you were an upright man. Turns out you're just as guilty of pulling strings behind the scenes. But even if you're playing favorites, you should at least find someone competent for the company. Instead, you bring in Lu Zi, a college-less ex-soldier.
And you put him in the general manager's office? Do you even care about this company anymore?
This time, Gao Hongru wasn't just trying to embarrass Yun Feiyang, he was targeting Vice President Lu himself.
By publicly humiliating Yun Feiyang, he was effectively humiliating Vice President Lu. Sure enough, Gao Hongru's words carried a sharp edge.
Many in the company now looked at Yun Feiyang with strange expressions, even tinged with contempt. Deputy General Manager Lu remained composed, dismissively stating, "Old Lu here doesn't wield that kind of influence. Whether Mr. Yun stays with the company or joins the General Manager's office, neither decision rests with me."
Deputy Director Lu wasn't exaggerating.
Everything concerning Yun Feiyang had been personally arranged by Zhang Weiguang. Deputy Director Lu had merely followed instructions.
Deputy Director Lu.
Gao Hong stepped forward slowly, a smug look on his face.
Do you really think we'd believe that?
Gao Hong surveyed the room, deliberately stirring the pot.
Colleagues, I know some inside information. He paused dramatically before bellowing, that Yun Feiyang kid? He's the son of a down-and-out friend of Wen Wen's mother from the Secretariat.
Out of friendship, Wen Wen's mom gave Vice President Lu a calligraphy scroll from the Song dynasty. That's how this kid climbed his way into Vice President Lu's favor and snagged a spot in the general manager's office.
Wen Wen, I'm right, aren't I?
Gao Hong deliberately turned toward Wen Wen, who stood nearby, and called out triumphantly. Wen Wen straightened her back, her eyes flashing with pride. Gao Hong is absolutely right. Yun Feiyang really did get into the company because of our family's calligraphy scroll. The fact that Yun Feiyang got hired because of Wen Wen's family connections was public knowledge within the company, and it made Wen Wen look good. At the same time, Yun Feiyang had always been a thorn in Wen Wen's side. Publicly humiliating him, even kicking him out of the company, felt incredibly satisfying. The expressions of the surrounding colleagues grew even more peculiar, and they began whispering among themselves. No wonder he got kicked out after just 2 days. He only got hired because of a calligraphy book. That connection was way too flimsy.
Now, Vice President Lu probably wouldn't protect this kid anymore, right?
Gao Hongru's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Old Lu, no offense, but I can understand your fascination with calligraphy.
But is it really worth ruining your reputation over something so trivial and unpresentable?
Gao Hong felt immensely satisfied, gloating triumphantly. Yun Feiyang, someone like you has no place in this company.
Get your ass out of here now.
Humiliating Yun Feiyang in front of so many people gave Gao Hong a sense of vindication. At the same time, Gao Hong shot a triumphant glance at Wen Wen, a clear act of defiance.
Gao Hongru, the company's vice president, was Gao Hong's ultimate backing.
Wen Wen would be wise not to embarrass him in the future.
Otherwise, she'd meet the same fate as Yun Feiyang.
Gao Hongru, I did accept that letter, Wen Wen said, but Mr. Yun's hiring has absolutely nothing to do with me.
Believe it or not, it's up to you. Deputy General Manager Lu regarded Gao Hongru's smug expression as if watching a frantic monkey, finding it utterly laughable. Furthermore, Mr. Yun's employment status will be handled personally by General Manager Zhang upon his return. Neither you, Gao Hongru, nor I have the authority to decide his fate. Within the entire company, only Vice President Lu knew Yun Feiyang's true identity besides Zhang Weiguang. Would Gao Hongru and Gao Hong dare humiliate Yun Feiyang in front of the entire company? They must be tired of living. No authority? Ha!
Gao Hongru burst into a contemptuous laugh. I, Gao Hongru, am the Vice President of China Resources.
And you dare say I have no authority to fire a kid who got into this company through connections?
Not only did Gao Hongru wear a look of scorn, but Gao Hong himself laughed unrestrainedly.
Deputy Director Lu, you're only saying this because General Manager Zhang isn't in the office today, right?
If he found out you let this kid into the general manager's office, who knows what he'd do? Gao Hong adopted a threatening tone.
Bringing up General Manager Zhang, Vice President Lu probably wouldn't protect Yun Feiyang anymore, right?
Deputy Director Lu gave a faint, cold laugh. Even before General Manager Zhang, I have nothing to feel guilty about. Gao Hongru, I advise you not to mess around.
Otherwise, you won't even have a place to cry when you regret it. The Gao family truly were frogs in a well. What does being a vice president at China Resources matter?
Yun Feiyang is the young master of the Yun family in the capital.
The entire China Resources group belongs to the Yun family. What does Gao Hongru amount to? Regret? Gao Hongru sneered with disdain. I'll make trouble today. I decided to fire Yun Feiyang. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Let's see who can make Gao Hongru regret it.
This trash isn't fit to be seen in public. He has no place staying at China Resources. He, Gao Hongru, oversees the sales department. Within the company, he answers only to the general manager.
Why should he give anyone else face? Gao Hongru, you have some nerve.
Seeing Gao Hongru's attitude, Deputy General Manager Lu's face darkened with anger.
Gao Hongru was acting like a complete fool. If Yun Feiyang really got kicked out of the company, Zhang Weiguang's fury would likely drag him into the mess. At this thought, Vice President Lu cast a questioning glance toward Yun Feiyang. Should we reveal Yun Feiyang's identity? However, Yun Feiyang shook his head slightly at Vice President Lu. His identity must not be known to too many people.
Deputy Director Gao, since you wish to drive me away, I won't force myself to stay. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently, his expression darkening.
But you'd better not regret this. Before long, you'll be begging me to return to the company. Chapter 45, Guidance. Regret? Beg you?
Gao Hongru laughed dismissively, his voice brimming with arrogance.
Yun Feiyang, have you any idea who you are? Me, Gao Hongru, begging you? Save it. Get out now. I'm the vice president here. What makes you think I'd ever beg you? Haven't you heard? Get out. Gao Hong felt immensely satisfied he'd finally gotten his revenge.
When one approached, her petite face radiating arrogance, Yun Feiyang, you saw it yourself.
Even if you took our family's calligraphy scroll, you can't stay in this company. Because we're simply not meant to be on the same level. I advise you to leave.
Staying any longer will bring shame not only to me and Vice President Lu, but to your mother as well.
Gazing at the haughty one, Yun Feiyang shook his head and sneered coldly, is that so? Don't be so sure.
Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette and remarked indifferently, but you did get one thing right, we truly aren't on the same level.
There's no need for me to say more. With that, Yun Feiyang straightened his clothes and walked straight out of the company. Mr. Yun.
Deputy Director Lu hurried after him. Glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, he fumed, young Master Yun, why won't you let me reveal your identity publicly?
Yun Feiyang shook his head. Not yet. But you're just leaving the company like this? How am I supposed to explain this to President Zhang? Deputy General Manager Lu protested anxiously. If President Zhang really came down hard, Vice President Lu would likely be implicated too. Yun Feiyang smiled. What's there to explain? The one who'll have trouble explaining is Gao Hongru.
I've said it before, Gao Hongru will come begging me to return to the company sooner or later.
With that, Yun Feiyang turned and walked away without looking back. Deputy General Manager Lu panicked and quickly pulled out his phone to call Zhang Weiguang. Mr. Zhang, it's bad. Something's happened at the company.
After leaving China Resources, Yun Feiyang headed to the presidential suite at Blue Sky Hotel. Young master, you're back, Uncle Rong said, bowing respectfully.
Uncle Rong. I asked you to arrange protection for Yuhan. How is that going? Yun Feiyang still harbored some concern for Su Yuhan.
Su Yuhan's standing within the Su group has soared, and Su Zhihao and his son won't let this go easily. It's been arranged. She's under 24-hour covert protection. Uncle Rong nodded in response.
Thank you for your efforts.
Yun Feiyang gave Uncle Rong a nod and a smile, which made Uncle Rong feel quite pleased. Before accompanying Shenlanji to Donghai, Uncle Rong had spent considerable time at the Yun family's residence in the capital, encountering numerous members of the Yun clan. Most were arrogant, self-important brats, but Yun Feiyang stood out low-key, resilient, and level-headed.
Uncle Rong had been impressed.
He had chosen to look after Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji back then, and he had no regrets. A young man like this would one day become someone those spoiled brats would look up to. Still uneasy, Yun Feiyang pondered for a moment before saying, Uncle Rong, hand over the security personnel files.
I need to review them. Uncle Rong handed over an iPad. Yun Feiyang flipped through a few pages and nodded.
Uncle Rong was reliable as ever. He'd arranged for dependable experts, working in shifts to ensure watertight security. I'll go meet them. Yun Feiyang still felt uneasy. It would be better to meet these people in person. Armed with the address Uncle Rong provided, Yun Feiyang arrived at the temporary quarters of this security team. They had set up their base in a secluded residential house, with surveillance cameras installed at regular intervals. In the narrow alley, Yun Feiyang casually stubbed out his cigarette butt and walked inside. Inside the house, two men stared at the monitors while eating instant noodles and sausage.
Hunter, is this really necessary? Staring at the monitors all day?
The speaker was a clean-cut young man, his eyes tinged with resignation.
I just can't believe anyone would come to a place this remote. Better safe than sorry.
Falcon, a burly man in his 30s, revealed arms with muscles like steel cables. His face was chiseled, the very picture of efficiency.
Cobra, when will you ever fix that arrogant attitude of yours?
Uncle Rong specifically told us the person we're protecting this time is important.
We can't afford any mishaps. Cobra shook his head and sneered, with all these surveillance cameras, I don't believe anyone could sneak into our base right under our noses. Is that so? Just then, a faint voice drifted in from the doorway.
The speaker lit a cigarette, his eyes gleaming with confidence.
Cobra and Falcon both jolted upright. Who are you? How did you get in?
Falcon went on high alert, his hand already on the gun at his waist. This person was highly skilled. To find a blind spot, evade surveillance, and appear silently behind them, this was no ordinary person.
Even Falcon, a top-tier expert, felt he couldn't match him. Feiyang spoke calmly, don't panic.
If I wanted to act, you wouldn't even have time to draw your weapon. Besides, if I were an enemy, both of you would already be dead.
Falcon and Cobra felt a chill deepen within them. The man was right.
Appearing behind them without a sound, undetected by both Falcon and Cobra, he truly could have taken their lives at will. After speaking, Feiyang handed over a letter and said, "Uncle Rong sent me." Hawk opened the letter, his expression shifting instantly.
You're the young master of the Yun family? Hawk was astonished.
In their minds, the offspring of those great families were all spoiled brats.
Could one of them actually be such a master?
Yes. Feiyang nodded, then fixed his gaze on Cobra, his voice tinged with coldness. I know you're skilled, but this world is vast, there are always those more skilled than you. Since Uncle Rong has entrusted a life to you, I expect no mishaps.
Feiyang was issuing a warning to Cobra.
These elite masters often look down on others, assuming the East Sea lacks skilled fighters, which could easily lead to trouble.
Su Yuhan was crucial to Feiyang, and he wouldn't tolerate any mishaps involving her.
Young master, it was my oversight. Cobra felt awkward. He had just declared no one could slip past when Feiyang appeared silently behind him, slapping him right in the face. After all, Cobra was a top-tier bodyguard, this was a major embarrassment.
This won't happen again.
With that, Feiyang stubbed out his cigarette and walked straight out of the cottage.
Cobra and Falcon were both top-tier experts. Feiyang had no doubts about their capabilities. But what Feiyang feared was their overconfidence, which could ruin everything.
In security work, even the slightest oversight could give the enemy an opening. His meeting with them had merely served as a lesson.
A sinking feeling gripped Feiyang's heart. He still couldn't shake his unease about Su Yuhan. After a moment's hesitation, Feiyang sent a message to Shanlanji. Tonight, Feiyang wouldn't be returning home.
He would go to Su Yuhan's place instead.
However, he dared not appear openly at Su Yuhan's residence. If Zhang Qiuyun saw him, Su Yuhan would be put in an awkward position again. Familiar with the layout, Feiyang slipped easily into Su Yuhan's home.
Seeing the empty space where their wedding photo once hung in the living room, Feiyang felt a sharp pang in his heart.
Chapter 46. Do you know who Feiyang is?
Pushing open the door to Su Yuhan's bedroom, Feiyang was surprised to find that the makeshift bed he'd slept on for over a year hadn't been removed. Lifting his head, Feiyang saw the photograph hanging on the bedroom wall, and warmth filled his heart. The photo hanging above Su Yuhan's bed was none other than the wedding portrait that had once adorned the living room. The living room wedding photo must have been taken down by Zhang Qiuyun, yet Su Yuhan had secretly hung it on her bedroom wall. She hadn't even brought herself to remove Feiyang's makeshift bed.
It seemed Su Yuhan was waiting for Feiyang to return. A faint smile curved the corners of Feiyang's lips. Deep down, Su Yuhan still had him in her heart. Click. Just then, the faint sound of a door opening echoed outside the bedroom. Feiyang's heart sank, someone was returning. Feiyang immediately hid. Having served in the military overseas, hiding like this was child's play for Feiyang. If he wanted to, Feiyang could hide in Su Yuhan's home for a year without anyone noticing. Yuhan, hasn't that wealthy young heir reached out to you yet? It was Zhang Qiuyun's voice. Feiyang recognized it instantly. Mom. Su Yuhan's voice followed, tinged with irritation. Didn't I tell you? I don't know any rich heir, and besides, I'm not divorced yet. Feiyang. Why are you bringing up that good-for-nothing Feiyang again? Zhang Qiuyun's voice shot up 2 octaves as she snapped. You finally got rid of that good-for-nothing Feiyang. Now's the perfect time to get divorced. Hasn't he caused you enough trouble already? Zhang Qiuyun's tone was filled with exasperation. Before I married Feiyang, Su Zhihao and his father made life difficult for me at the company. Su Yuhan replied coldly, you don't get something for nothing. What could that wealthy young master possibly be thinking? Do you know? It's already a blessing that a wealthy family would even consider you, Yuhan. What nonsense are you thinking? Mom. Su Yuhan couldn't take it anymore. Do you really think so little of me, Su Yuhan? I'm not eating this meal.
Feiyang heard a clatter, followed by footsteps and the slam of a door. He knew Su Yuhan had retreated to her bedroom. Feiyang hid in the secret compartment of the bedroom. Having lived here for over a year, Feiyang knew Su Yuhan's habits well. She wouldn't easily enter this hidden alcove. Through the alcove door, Feiyang watched Su Yuhan storm to the desk and sit down, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Her gaze fixed on the wedding photo above the bed, her voice tinged with hurt. Feiyang, I'm giving you one last chance to prove yourself. If you disappoint me again this time, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Inside the secret chamber, Yun Feiyang clenched his fists unconsciously. Yuhan, you're staking your own happiness on this.
How could I ever let you lose?
At that moment, in the general manager's office of China Resources, Zhang Weiguang sat with a cold expression, saying nothing. Deputy General Manager Lu stood nearby, his eyes betraying a look of anxiety.
General Manager Zhang, what should we do?
Seeing Zhang Weiguang remain silent, Deputy General Manager Lu asked anxiously.
Gao Hongru must have grown a pair of balls to expel Yun Feiyang from the company without authorization. If the Yun family in Beijing holds us accountable, even Zhang Weiguang might suffer the consequences. What can we do? Zhang Weiguang glared. I was gone for just 1 day, and Gao Hongru caused this huge mess?
He'll clean it up himself.
Clean it up? Gao Hongru doesn't even know young Master Yun's true identity yet, and he's still bloating. Deputy General Manager Lu was seething with rage, itching to crush Gao Hongru flat. I'll summon him immediately.
Zhang Weiguang angrily grabbed his phone and dialed Gao Hongru.
Mr. Zhang, you needed me?
At the company, Zhang Weiguang was the only person Gao Hongru feared. Seeing Zhang Weiguang's call, Gao Hongru's tone turned polite. Come to my office immediately.
The moment he heard Gao Hongru's voice, Zhang Weiguang's temper flared. This late? Is it urgent? I'm at home now. Gao Hongru paused on the other end. You have half an hour to get to the company.
If I don't see you in my office in half an hour, you'll be packing your things tomorrow and out of this company.
With a sharp click, Zhang Weiguang slammed the phone down. On the other end, Gao Hongru was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth had happened to make Zhang Weiguang so furious? But since Zhang Weiguang had spoken, Gao Hongru dared not defy his orders. Gao Hongru quickly grabbed his car keys and sped toward the company.
All the way there, Gao Hongru kept wondering to himself what unthinkable offense he had committed to make Zhang Weiguang so furious.
Soon, Gao Hongru arrived at Zhang Weiguang's office.
Inside, Gao Hongru spotted Lu Chanka and froze. How dare Lu Chanka still be here? If General Manager Zhang found out about Yun Feiyang's situation, Lu Chanka would be in big trouble.
A mercenary who never even attended university, assigned to the General Manager's office? What a joke! Mr. Zhang, what has you so furious? Gao Hongru cautiously inquired of Zhang Weiguang. Gao Hongru, let me ask you, did you fire an employee named Yun Feiyang today? Zhang Weiguang's face darkened as he struggled to suppress his rage. Gao Hongru understood immediately. So it was Lu Chanka who had snitched.
But Gao Hongru remained unperturbed, inwardly sneering.
Yes, I fired him. Gao Hongru shot Lu Chanka a smug glance and sneered that Yun Feiyang never even attended university.
As the vice president in charge of human resources, you disregarded company policy by letting such an unqualified person join the company and even enter the general manager's office. Mr. Zhang, keeping scum like Yun Feiyang in the company brings shame upon China Resources.
And Vice President Lu, do you also need to explain your actions? Explain my ass.
Zhang Weiguang could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table, his fierce eyes blazing with rage that seemed ready to devour Gao Hongru. Gao Hongru shuddered in terror, stammering, Mr. Zhang, I was only thinking of the company's best interests.
Gao Hongru, have you lost your mind? Zhang Weiguang roared. Who gave you the authority to arbitrarily fire new hires?
Company policy states only I, Zhang Weiguang, have the power to dismiss employees.
Have you no respect for me either?
Stunned by Zhang Weiguang's tirade, Gao Hongru's voice dropped. Mr. Zhang, he's just some insignificant nobody. I really don't think it's worth troubling you over such a minor issue.
Bull.
Zhang Weiguang spat so hard droplets landed on Gao Hongru's face.
Do you even know who Mr. Yun is?
You're a nobody not even worth a single finger of his. He's the youngest son of Yun Hansan from the Yun family in Beijing. The entire China Resources group belongs to him.
What right do you have to fire young Master Yun? Whoa!
The moment Zhang Weiguang finished speaking, Gao Hongru sucked in a sharp breath, his body going limp. Cold sweat drenched his entire back.
Chapter 47, The Blind Fool. Zhang Weiguang wouldn't lie to him. So this matter was almost certainly true. Good heavens, what have I done? The thought of humiliating Yun Feiyang in front of the entire company that day made Gao Hongru's heart sink.
Gao Hongru sat slumped in his chair for a long while, his mind unfocused, before slowly coming to his senses. Yun Feiyang was actually the young master of the Yun family from the capital. This was a grave offense.
Lu Chanka, why didn't you stop me back then? What were you thinking? How could you not tell me Mr. Yun's true identity?
Gao Hongru's face flushed with fury as he roared at Lu Chanka.
Lu Chanka must have done this deliberately. No wonder Lu Chanka was so protective of Yun Feiyang, he must have known Yun Feiyang's true identity all along. Lu Chanka sneered coldly, you can ask Mr. Zhang. Mr. Yun specifically instructed me not to disclose his true identity within the company.
It's your own fault for being so blind as to go looking for trouble with Mr. Yun.
Gao Hongru's face turned pale, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Zhang, what should we do now? You must plead with Mr. Yun on my behalf. Gao Hongru had spent his entire career at China Resources, finally securing the position of vice president.
Everything he had now came from being CR Vanguard's vice president. If Yun Feiyang fired him, all the hard work of his life would be for nothing. Zhang Weiguang snorted coldly, Gao Hongru, you dug this hole yourself, you dig yourself out. Mark my words, if you don't bring Mr. Yun back to the company, you're out. After offending young Master Yun, I'd be surprised if you could even keep your head above water in Donghai.
Gao Hongru immediately recalled Yun Feiyang's parting words. True to form, he soon pleaded with Yun Feiyang to return to the company. But he humiliated Yun Feiyang in front of so many people at the company. How could Yun Feiyang ever forgive him?
Mr. Zhang, you absolutely must help me figure this out. All these years, I've worked my fingers to the bone for this company. If not for achievements, then at least for sheer effort.
Gao Hongru looked at Zhang Weiguang with pleading eyes.
A man in his 40s, he was on the verge of tears.
Zhang Weiguang's expression darkened. Alright, go bring young Master Yun back to the company first.
If he agrees, I, Zhang Weiguang, can do you a favor and plead your case. But then he snorted coldly, but young Master Yun is a certain kind of person.
Whether he'll listen to me? I can't guarantee that. Gao Hongru looked utterly defeated.
Zhang Weiguang had offered the best solution available.
I'll go handle it immediately. Gao Hongru snatched his car keys and rushed out of the office.
Meanwhile, Gao Hong sat smugly on his sofa at home, engrossed in a mobile game. He was in a great mood. Today, in front of the entire company, he had kicked that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang out of the company, giving him a sense of revenge.
Now, who in the company dared to embarrass Gao Hong? Bang! Just then, Gao Hongru burst in from outside, startling Gao Hong. Dad! Can you be a little gentler?
Gao Hong grumbled with a look of displeasure. Gao Hongru, still seething with anger, saw Gao Hong lying on the sofa playing games leisurely. This only fueled his rage further, and he slapped Gao Hong across the face.
You ungrateful son! You nearly got me killed. Gao Hongru was nearly driven to despair by the Yun Feiyang incident, yet here was Gao Hong, indulging in pleasure? If Gao Hong hadn't caused trouble, why would Gao Hongru have gone out of his way to pick a fight with Yun Feiyang? Dad, why did you hit me? Gao Hongru covered his face. Could it be? Gao Hongru found out about the over 500,000 he owed the casino? Do you even know who Yun Feiyang is? And you expect me to take the fall for you?
Gao Hongru's voice was tinged with fury as he grabbed the teapot beside him and swung it toward Gao Hong's head. Gao Hong flinched and dodged in terror. Dad!
Are you out of your mind? I'm beating you for Mr. Yun's sake. Gao Hongru roared angrily. Dad! You're hitting me over some kid who never even went to college? What does Yun Feiyang think he is? Is he worth you doing this for him? What is he?
Gao Hongru roared. Yun Feiyang is the youngest son of Yun Hansan from the Yun family in the capital. The young master of the Yun family.
What do you think he is? Gao Hongru grew angrier as he spoke. Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror and see what you are.
All you do is eat, drink, and play.
I've been too lazy to bother with you.
But now you've got the nerve to offend the young master of the Yun family. If you don't want to live, don't drag your old man down with you.
Gao Hongru's rage boiled over. If this matter with Yun Feiyang wasn't resolved satisfactorily, Gao Hongru would be finished in the East Sea.
Gao Hong froze in terror where he stood.
What? Yun Feiyang is actually the young master of the Yun family from the capital? Wasn't he the son of Wen's mother's down-and-out friend? Dad, are you serious? Gao Hong tentatively asked Gao Hongru. Gao Hongru glared and snapped, why would I lie to you? Otherwise, why do you think that stubborn old man Lu Chanka protects him so fiercely? Whoa! Gao Hong couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his heart tightening with tension. The Yun family of the capital.
A company like China Resources was merely a second-tier venture of the Yun family in Donghai.
Recalling how he'd mocked Yun Feiyang as a penniless fool, Gao Hong wanted to slap himself twice. A poor schmuck?
Yun Feiyang was simply choosing not to stoop to his level.
Dad, what do we do now? Gao Hong suddenly panicked. This was it, he'd really dug himself into a hole with Yun Feiyang. But Gao Hong and Yun Feiyang weren't even in the same league. Yun Feiyang could crush a small fry like Gao Hong with just one hand. Gao Hongru sat down with a cold expression, pondering for a long while before asking, do you know where young Master Yun lives?
Gao Hong shook his head, then nodded repeatedly. I heard from Wen that young Master Yun lives next door to her family.
I know where Wen's house is. If we find Wen's place, we might just find young Master Yun. You're finally proving somewhat useful. Gao Hongru snorted heavily before saying thoughtfully, alright then. First thing tomorrow morning, you're coming with me to young Master Yun's place to apologize.
Even if you have to kneel, you must bring young Master Yun back to the company.
Understand? Dad, I'll do whatever you say. Gao Hong nodded repeatedly. Now that he knew Yun Feiyang's true identity, he dared not act recklessly. Oh, right. Gao Hongru remembered something and hurriedly added, you absolutely must not reveal young Master Yun's true identity.
Especially within the company, don't let anyone find out casually.
This is something young Master Yun specifically instructed me about. You must remember it. Got it? Understood, understood. Gao Hong nodded repeatedly.
Though Gao Hong didn't understand why Yin Feiyang insisted on this, since it came from Yin Feiyang himself, even if Gao Hong had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare defy it. Now, not only Gao Hongru, but Gao Hong himself had secretly resolved, once they earned Yin Feiyang's forgiveness, they would become his loyal servants. If Yin Feiyang told them to go east, they wouldn't dare go west.
Chapter 48. What can we offer in return? Early the next morning, Gao Hongru and his son drove to Yin Feiyang's residence.
Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Yin Feiyang had regained consciousness. He had spent the entire night in a state of light sleep. This habit stemmed from his days as a mercenary abroad, staying alert during night watch so he could instantly awaken if attacked. At that moment, Su Yuhan was still fast asleep in bed. Gazing at Su Yuhan's delicate curves faintly visible beneath the covers, Yin Feiyang suppressed the urge to kiss her forehead and slipped out of her home. Back home, Shenlanji was sweeping the floor. Spotting Yin Feiyang return, she hurriedly brought out breakfast and asked, "Hurry up and eat. Did you go back to Yuhan's place last night?" Yin Feiyang nodded, choosing not to elaborate on his situation with Su Yuhan. Shenlanji's face lit up with a warm smile. Work been going smoothly these past few days? Once you get your first month's pay, remember to pay back Auntie Zhang for the calligraphy book. Pay back calligraphy practice money? Give me a break. Just then, a cold snort echoed from the doorway. Wen and her family of 3 happened to be stepping out. Wen's face wore a sneer, her demeanor haughty and superior. "Aunt Shen, didn't Yin Feiyang tell you?" Wen tilted her head back, her nostrils practically flaring with disdain. Shenlanji froze, her voice deepening. "Feiyang had business last night and didn't return. What's the matter? Something came up and he didn't come back?" Wen's cold smile deepened, her tone dripping with scorn. "I'd say it wasn't business, he was too ashamed to come back, wasn't he?" Wen, I advise you to shut your mouth." Yin Feiyang's eyes were icy, his voice thick with displeasure. Shenlanji was unaware that Yin Feiyang had already left the company. Moreover, Yin Feiyang considered this merely a minor matter. It wouldn't be long before Gao Hongru came begging him to return. "What? Angry?" Wen wore a smug expression. "A real man stands by his actions. Since you got fired, what's there to be afraid of telling your family?" "What?" Shenlanji's expression suddenly changed. She grabbed Yin Feiyang's arm and asked anxiously, "Feiyang, is Wen telling the truth? You were fired from the company? But you were doing so well." Shenlanji knew that without a job, Yin Feiyang had always held little standing in the Su family. He finally landed a job at a solid company with promising prospects. How could things go wrong after just a few days? "Mom, don't worry. Rest assured, it won't be long before they're begging me to come back." Yin Feiyang reassured her. "Beg me?" Wen scoffed dismissively. "Do you think Huarun is some trash dump? I told you before, someone like you could never get into China Resources. Gao is the company's vice president of sales. What makes you think he'd even consider begging you to join? Ridiculous." Wen. "Stop it." Even Zhang Qingqing couldn't bear to listen anymore and quickly interrupted Wen. After all, Yin Feiyang was a member of the Yun family from the capital. If Wen offended him, she wouldn't get off scot-free. "Mom, why are you protecting Yin Feiyang?" Wen continued, her voice full of arrogance. "For him, you even gave away our family's Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll. And what did this kid do? He got fired after just a few days on the job? What a waste of our family's scroll." When Guangshan added with smug satisfaction, "Shenlanji, Wen Guangshan, am magnanimous. You needn't return the calligraphy scroll. I see right through your schemes. Remember this, our Wen is destined to marry into a wealthy family. Your Yin Feiyang will never be worthy of our Wen." Shenlanji's pretty face instantly turned cold as she snapped, "I never once considered having Feiyang marry Wen. And as for the Song Dynasty calligraphy scrolls, I will return them. I don't need your magnanimity. With what will you repay them?" When Guangshan snorted coldly, "Yin Feiyang's been kicked out of the company. Do you even make 5,000 a month? Ridiculous." Zhang Qingqing was beside herself with helplessness. When Guangshan and Wen were being utterly unreasonable. If they discovered Yin Feiyang and Shenlanji's true identities, they'd likely be terrified. Just then, footsteps echoed down the hallway as Gao Hongru and Gao Hong peered cautiously around the corner. Seeing Gao Hongru and his son approach, Wen felt even more smug. If she wasn't mistaken, Gao Hongru and his son had come to kick a man when he's down. "Aunt Shen, allow me to introduce you. This gentleman is Gao Hongru, vice president of sales at China Resources Group. And this young man is his son, Gao Hong." It was Vice President Gao himself who personally made the decision yesterday to dismiss Yin Feiyang from the company. Wen introduced them with an air of superiority, while Gao Hongru and his son's expressions instantly turned awkward. Seeing Yin Feiyang's dark expression made their hearts race even faster. The Gaos had come today to apologize and make amends. Naturally, they hoped Yin Feiyang's dismissal would remain unknown to his family. But Wen, that gold digger, had a mouth like a sieve. She'd actually blabbed it straight to Yun Feiyang's family.
Gao Hongru couldn't afford to quarrel with Wen now. He approached Yun Feiyang with a respectful demeanor, his tone dripping with flattery.
Mr. Yun, I deeply apologize for my previous offenses. It was my profound ignorance that led me to offend you. Please do not hold my actions against me.
What? Gao Hongru's words left Wen Guangshan and Wen utterly dumbfounded. Had they misheard? Weren't Gao Hongru and his son here to kick a man when he's down? Why was Gao Hongru acting so fawning toward Yun Feiyang, practically like a lapdog? Deputy Director Gao, didn't you already fire Yun Feiyang from the company? Wen frowned, voicing her confusion from the sidelines. Nonsense.
Gao Hongru shot her a sharp look and retorted, that was just me joking with Mr. Yun.
How could you take it seriously?
Turning to Yun Feiyang, he added with flattering deference, Mr. Yun is a rare talent, exactly the kind of person China Resources needs.
Besides, who am I to fire Mr. Yun? Wen was baffled. Yesterday, Gao Hongru had been so adamant. How could his attitude have changed so completely today? Had Gao Hongru lost his mind? Could it be because of Su Yuhan? It must be. Yun Feiyang was being kept by Su Yuhan.
Deputy General Manager Gao only let Yun Feiyang return to the company because of Su Yuhan.
A freeloader. Wen felt increasingly annoyed. I recall you said yesterday that China Resources doesn't need employees like me who can't be seen in public, right? Yun Feiyang's lips curled into a cold smile. If Yun Feiyang's guess was correct, Gao Hongru had likely already discovered his true identity. Otherwise, Gao Hongru wouldn't be groveling like this.
Mr. Yun, please don't take it seriously.
Gao Hongru waved his hands frantically. I was just joking with Mr. Yun. Yun Feiyang gave a cold laugh. What if I did take it seriously?
At those words, Gao Hongru's face drained of color, and he swallowed hard.
Chapter 49, a backer?
All night long, Gao Hongru had steeled himself mentally.
Yesterday, Gao Hongru had humiliated Yun Feiyang in front of so many people at the company. How could Yun Feiyang just let it go?
Mr. Yun, Gao Hongru, beg you.
Please come back to the company with me.
His voice softened, his expression pleading. If Yun Feiyang refused to return to the company, Gao Hongru feared he himself would be forced out.
If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. If you tell me to return, I'll return. But wouldn't that make me look like a complete fool?
Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Shenlanji beside him discreetly tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Feiyang, he's the company's vice president.
Mind your attitude.
In Shenlanji's view, Gao Hongru was, after all, Yun Feiyang's superior at the company.
Yun Feiyang was being far too disrespectful.
Mr. Yun, Gao Hongru, was ungrateful earlier. If you refuse to return to the company with me, I'll have no choice but to kneel and apologize personally.
Seeing Shenlanji interceding for him, Gao Hongru seized the opportunity to play the victim in front of her. Yun Feiyang wasn't swayed by Gao Hongru's tactics. He coldly replied, if you wish to kneel, then kneel. Gao Hongru gritted his teeth, grabbed Gao Hong's arm, and with a thud, knelt directly before Yun Feiyang. Mr. Yun, if you refuse to return to the company with me, I, Gao Hongru, will kneel here until I die. This. Wen was stunned.
In just one short day, Gao Hongru seemed like a completely different person, coming here to grovel and bow to Yun Feiyang.
Yun Feiyang was just a penniless young man. Even if he was being supported by Su Yuhan, how could he possibly command such influence that Gao Hongru would kneel and apologize?
Shenlanji quickly pulled Yun Feiyang aside and whispered, Feiyang, since they're inviting you back, don't make things difficult for them.
This job opportunity was hard-won for Yun Feiyang. It seemed the company genuinely valued him. Mom, let's go back inside. Gao Hongru brought this upon himself. He has no one else to blame. Let Gao Hongru kneel, it'll teach him a lesson.
Aunt Zhang, I will repay the kindness you've shown me and my mother. Yun Feiyang turned his head, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness as he fixed it on Zhang Qingqing. Furthermore, I have no interest in anything belonging to your family. Aunt Zhang, I hope you will properly discipline your family members and stop them from making baseless accusations. It seemed he needed to get his mother out of this place quickly. Seeing Wen and the others every day was making even Yun Feiyang feel sick. After all, Yun Feiyang had already given the Wen family a 20 million yuan gift voucher, which also counted as repaying Zhang Qingqing's kindness.
Feiyang.
Before Zhang Qingqing could explain, Yun Feiyang had already turned and entered the house with Shenlanji.
Zhang Qingqing's expression darkened.
All the good impression she'd painstakingly cultivated in front of Shenlanji and Yun Feiyang had been completely ruined by Wen and Wen Guangshan.
Now, Wen's marriage to Yun Feiyang was completely out of the question.
At the same time, Zhang Qingqing began to notice something. Even Gao Hongru, a company vice president, had come to Yun Feiyang's door to kneel and apologize.
It seemed Yun Feiyang might have already made contact with the Yun family in the capital. At this thought, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but shake her head. Perhaps this was just fate. Wen was destined to never be part of the elite. Mom, look at that ingrate Yun Feiyang.
He took our calligraphy practice sheets, got hired at the company, and still gives you attitude. You shouldn't have bothered with him in the first place. When Wen's face was twisted with displeasure. When Guangshan chimed in beside her, Qingqing, you should cut ties with Yun Feiyang's family from now on. Don't forget, our Wenwen received a 20 million yuan betrothal gift. She's destined to marry into a wealthy family. If that wealthy young master finds out our Wen family associates with such disreputable people, we'll be the laughingstock. Those two ungrateful fools, they must be blind. Gao Hong snorted coldly from the side, his eyes brimming with contempt. Wealthy families? The Yun family of the capital is among China's most prestigious aristocratic clans. What other wealthy family could possibly compare to Yun Feiyang? When Guangshan actually abandoned Yun Feiyang for 20 million? Absolutely ridiculous. When Guangshan, I truly don't know what to say to you. Zhang Qingqing stomped her foot in anger and stormed into the house. Wen shot a resentful glance at Yun Feiyang's house before following Zhang Qingqing inside. After breakfast, when Wen left for work, Gao Hongru and Gao Hong were still kneeling at the entrance of Yun Feiyang's residence. Every so often, neighbors passing by Yun Feiyang's door pointed and whispered at Gao Hongru and his son. Wen couldn't help but ponder silently. Could Yun Feiyang really have such clout just because of Su Yuhan? Earlier, the Ferrari team came to pick Yun Feiyang up from the company. Now, even someone of Gao Hongru's stature has come to kneel and apologize? Perhaps Yun Feiyang has hooked up with someone even higher up? Humph. What good is having a powerful backer? Could he ever compare to a scion of a wealthy family? Wen snorted coldly, her mind already envisioning that mysterious scion of a wealthy family kneeling before her with flowers, proposing marriage. Feiyang, why don't you let your company's vice president come in for a moment? They've been kneeling outside for nearly an hour. Inside the room, Shenlanji looked visibly tense. Regardless of whether they apologize or not, kneeling for so long could seriously harm them. Let them kneel and reflect on their actions. Yun Feiyang carried a cup of tea, looking relaxed and at ease. Shenlanji pondered for a moment before asking doubtfully, Feiyang, are you hiding something from me? Shenlanji had also sensed something was amiss. How could Yun Feiyang, a young man who just started his job, possibly have the clout to make a vice president come and kneel to apologize? Yun Feiyang hesitated before replying, Mom, I'll explain everything to you in time. I know you're a good boy. Shenlanji sighed and said, but you must understand a mother's worries. I'm afraid you've picked up bad habits out there, making questionable friends for money and status. Yun Feiyang patted Shenlanji's shoulder with a smile, his voice tinged with resignation. Mom, don't you even trust your own son anymore? You're the good son I raised. I just fear you might take the wrong path. Shenlanji finally relaxed a bit, but her expression grew somber as she continued, Feiyang, even if you become successful someday, you must always treat Yuhan's family well. If it weren't for Yuhan back then, your father and I would have starved to death on the streets long ago. Mom, I won't let Yuhan down. Yun Feiyang nodded, understanding Shenlanji's meaning. Shenlanji feared that once Yun Feiyang achieved success, he might change his heart towards Su Yuhan. Feiyang, Deputy Director Gao and the others have been kneeling outside for so long. With all these people coming and going, if someone sees them, it won't look good. Shenlanji was kind-hearted at heart. Seeing Gao Hongru and his son kneeling outside like that, she felt a bit embarrassed. Yun Feiyang didn't want to embarrass his mother either. He opened the door and coldly addressed Gao Hongru and his son, I'll give my mother face. Come in. Gao Hongru and his son felt as if they'd been granted a reprieve. They scrambled to their feet. Chapter 50, I advise you not to make this a big deal. But they had knelt for far too long. Their legs felt weak, and the moment they stood up, they collapsed back down with a thud before Yun Feiyang. Shenlanji shook her head at the sight, fetching 2 chairs to steady them before they could finally make their way into the house. Thank you, thank you. Knowing Shenlanji was Yun Feiyang's mother, Gao Hongru and his son nodded repeatedly, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Upon entering the room and seeing its sparse furnishings, Gao Hongru couldn't help but wonder, wasn't Yun Feiyang the young master of the Yun family in the capital? How could he live in such a place? Yet despite his inner turmoil, Gao Hongru dared not show the slightest disrespect outwardly. Mr. Yun, please come with me to the company. Seeing Yun Feiyang had relented, Gao Hongru breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pleaded. If you don't come with me, Mr. Zhang will definitely fire me. All these years, I've worked like a horse for the company. I single-handedly built the entire sales network for China Resources. Mr. Yun, even if I haven't earned any merit, I've certainly put in the hard work. Please, for the sake of my dedication, give me a break. Rest assured, once we're back at the office, I'll immediately apologize to you at the company meeting. Please spare me this once. After speaking, Gao Hongru shot Gao Hong a knowing glance. Gao Hong immediately understood. Mr. Yun, it was my son Gao Hong who was blind as a bat and offended you earlier. From now on, whatever you say, Gao Hong will never question it. Seeing the father and son bowing and scraping in sycophantic submission, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This was the sheer power of the Yun family's status in the capital. To ordinary people like Yun Feiyang, they were targets to be insulted at will.
Yet the identity of the young master of the Yun family of the capital could transform Gao Hongru and his son into two fawning lapdogs. Such a cold, hard reality. Fine. I'll go back to the company with you.
Yun Feiyang paused briefly before replying indifferently. After all, Gao Hongru had rendered meritorious service to China Resources. Yun Feiyang saw no need to pursue him to the bitter end.
Thank you, Mr. Yun. Thank you, Mr. Yun. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Gao Hongru was instantly overcome with gratitude. As long as Yun Feiyang agreed to return to the company, Gao Hongru would avoid being fired by Zhang Weiguang. However, Yun Feiyang's expression darkened as he stated, the company's sales department will now be overseen by Vice President Liu.
You will assist Vice President Liu.
This was Yun Feiyang's punishment for Gao Hongru's condescending attitude.
Gao Hongru's expression changed visibly.
Relinquishing control of the sales department would drastically diminish Gao Hongru's influence within the company. More crucially, serving under Lu Chanka, that stubborn old guard, meant his days ahead would be anything but easy. Unwilling? Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed. No. Gao Hongru waved his hands repeatedly.
Whatever you say, Mr. Yun.
I'll assist Vice President Liu from now on.
As long as he could stay at China Resources, Gao Hongru still had a place to eat. If Yun Feiyang kicked him out of China Resources, Gao Hongru wouldn't be able to make a living anywhere in the entire Donghai region. Shen Lanji's eyes held a trace of confusion.
Even a company vice president like Gao Hongru obeyed Yun Feiyang without question. This matter was definitely not simple.
Though Shen Lanji had already guessed the general outline, she knew Yun Feiyang must have his own reasons. She waited for the day he would choose to tell her himself. Yun Feiyang rode along with Gao Hongru and his son to Huaran. Throughout the ride, Gao Hong sat beside Yun Feiyang, his expression tense yet deferential, fearing that a wrong word or gesture might displease Yun Feiyang. Soon, the car pulled up at the company entrance.
Gao Hongru went to park, while Gao Hong, not daring to be left alone with Yun Feiyang, followed him inside. Yun Feiyang walked straight into the company.
Per company policy, all employees were supposed to be in the conference room awaiting the morning meeting. Yun Feiyang pushed open the conference room door and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, countless eyes instantly turned toward Yun Feiyang, their expressions filled with confusion and disdain. Why is this guy back at work? Wasn't he fired by Deputy General Manager Gao yesterday? Was he here to cause trouble? Trying to get the company to compensate him for his unemployment? Compensation? What was there to compensate for someone like him, who was nothing but a disgrace? He only got into the company through connections in the first place. The buzz of whispers reached Yun Feiyang's ears, but he merely smiled faintly.
Yun Feiyang, what brings you back?
Just then, a displeased voice reached Yun Feiyang's ears, accompanied by a pungent scent of perfume.
Without even turning his head, Yun Feiyang knew exactly who it was. Gao Mei. You've been fired by Vice President Gao. Don't you know that?
Gao Mei commanded haughtily, someone of your caliber has no place at China Resources.
Get out now.
Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, the deputy director Gao you speak of was kneeling at my door this morning, begging me to come back to work.
Are you sure you want me to leave? Kneeling at your door? Ha!
Gao Mei burst into unrestrained laughter, sneering, you're dreaming.
Vice President Gao begging you to return? What are you, anyway? What right do you have for Vice President Gao to personally beg you back? It was Deputy Director Gao who ordered Gao Mei to publicly fire Yun Feiyang yesterday. How could Gao Hongru possibly change his mind in just one day? Not only did Gao Mei not believe it, but the surrounding colleagues also wore expressions of mockery. Does this kid just make stuff up on the spot? Who does he think Vice President Gao is, that he'd go beg him to come back to the company? Has this kid lost his mind after getting fired? If President Zhang finds out about this, Vice President Liu will be implicated too. Poor Vice President Liu getting dragged down by scum like this.
Hearing the surrounding mockery directed at Yun Feiyang, Gao Mei grew even more smug.
She declared triumphantly, Yun Feiyang, did you hear that? No one here welcomes you. Leave China Resources now. The company has no use for an employee like you who can't even hold his own.
Yun Feiyang stared at Gao Mei with a cold smile and said flatly, if I don't want to leave today, no one can make me go.
Gao Mei's temper flared, her narrow eyes narrowing further. Trying to play the fool with me? Look at yourself. If you don't leave now, you think I won't call security? I advise you not to escalate this. If things get out of hand, the one getting fired today might just be you. Yun Feiyang shrugged. A small-time player like Gao Mei was frighteningly stupid. Me? Gao Mei looked utterly incredulous, sneering, you think a calligraphy scroll could get you hooked up with a big shot like Vice President Liu? Let me tell you, no matter who your backer is today, you're still getting kicked out of this company. I'm Mr. Yun's backer. I'd like to see who gave you the nerve to tell Mr. Yun to get out of this company. Zhang Weiguang's authoritative voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. Chapter 51, A Worthless Piece of Trash. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Weiguang strode forward with such force that his overwhelming presence sent a cold sweat trickling down Gao Mei's back. Meanwhile, every colleague in the conference room stared at Zhang Weiguang in utter astonishment. What on earth was going on? Zhang Weiguang was no ordinary person.
He was the general manager of China Resources Group. Every decision at China Resources rested solely on his shoulders.
Who would have thought he'd actually be defending Yun Feiyang? Not far away, Wen and her girlfriends were utterly shocked. Wen, didn't you say Yun Feiyang hooked up with Vice President Lu because of your family's calligraphy collection? Why is General Manager Zhang protecting Yun Feiyang too? Wen's expression darkened, unsure how to respond.
Truth be told, Wen now felt the whole situation was a bit fishy. A fleet of 6 Ferraris.
This morning, Gao Hongru and his son even knelt at Yun Feiyang's doorstep. And now with President Zhang protecting Yun Feiyang like this. Surely Su Yuhan alone couldn't command such influence? And besides, Yun Feiyang was just a freeloading pretty boy. Shouldn't big shots like Mr. Zhang look down on such men the most? Gao Mei hadn't expected Zhang Weiguan to actually defend Yun Feiyang. She quickly interjected, Mr. Zhang, this isn't my idea. It's Deputy Director Gao's decision.
In front of Zhang Weiguang, Gao Mei dared not act recklessly, so she could only use Gao Hongru as a shield.
I was just joking with Mr. Yun. Gao Mei, who told you to take it seriously? Just then, Gao Hongru's voice echoed from the doorway.
He strode swiftly toward Gao Mei, his eyes flashing with irritation.
He'd only stepped away to park the car. How could Gao Mei have caused trouble in that brief moment? Deputy Director Gao, how could even you?
Hearing Gao Hongru's words, not only Gao Mei but every colleague in the company looked utterly bewildered, clueless about what had just happened.
Yesterday, Gao Hongru had been adamant about firing Yun Feiyang. How could he have changed his tune so drastically in just one day? Joking? Is that how you joke around? Gao Hongru was clearly just making excuses for yesterday's actions. Colleagues, yesterday I was merely joking with Mr. Yun.
The dismissal was not to be taken seriously. I hereby publicly apologize to Mr. Yun and hope he won't hold it against me.
With that, Gao Hongru actually bent over in full view of everyone, his obsequious posture blinding all the colleagues.
Also, Lu Chanka, I didn't hire Mr. Yun just because of that calligraphy scroll.
To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I'll return the scroll to Wen.
It's just a worthless calligraphy scroll. I don't know what there is to brag about. Lu Chanka flung the worthless calligraphy scroll right in front of Wen. Deputy General Manager Lu clearly remembered Wen's haughty demeanor from yesterday, and his tone couldn't help but carry a hint of sarcasm. Had Yun Feiyang not instructed him to keep it, Lu Chanka wouldn't have given this second-rate calligraphy scroll a second glance. Yun Feiyang made no move to stop him.
Gao Hongru's earlier act of kneeling at Yun Feiyang's doorstep had already aroused Xinlanji's suspicions, so Yun Feiyang saw no need to hide anything. Wen's face instantly turned awkward.
Especially when she felt the strange stares around her, her face flushed red. I thought Yun Feiyang got into the company because of this calligraphy book.
Turns out that's not the case.
Come to think of it, it was just a mediocre calligraphy piece.
How could it possibly catch Vice President Lu's eye? Wen had simply been imagining things. So how did Yun Feiyang get hired? Are you stupid? Can't you see? Even Zhang Weiguang is Yun Feiyang's backer. His connections are terrifying. All the colleagues couldn't help but marvel. The previously mocking and sarcastic looks toward Yun Feiyang gradually faded away. Instead, they were filled with deep apprehension and curiosity. Deep down, everyone was secretly wondering, just who exactly is Yun Feiyang?
Hearing the whispers around her, Wen wished she could sink into a hole. She had always believed Yun Feiyang got into the company because of her family's calligraphy collection, and she had even bragged about it to her colleagues. Yet in the end, the calligraphy she had held in such high regard proved utterly worthless in the eyes of Vice President Lu and Yun Feiyang.
But Wen couldn't wrap her head around it. Yun Feiyang was just the son of a fallen woman. Even Su Yuhan couldn't possibly have that much clout, right?
Seeing the mix of apprehension and respect in her colleagues' eyes toward Yun Feiyang only fueled Wen's jealousy. Even when she boasted about marrying into a wealthy family, she hadn't received such envious stares from her colleagues. Seeing how President Zhang and the vice presidents were all protecting Yun Feiyang, Gao Mei knew better than to push her luck. Her voice softened into a sweet, coquettish tone. Mr. Yun, I didn't realize you were joking with Vice President Gao.
It was all a misunderstanding. Please don't hold it against me.
As she spoke, Gao Mei's body brushed against Yun Feiyang's, seemingly by accident, while the flirtatious glint in her eyes was impossible to hide.
How could Yun Feiyang not understand Gao Mei's intentions? But a woman this fake and gold digging? Gao Mei wasn't even 1/10,000th as good as Su Yuhan.
If I recall correctly, you just said that no matter who steps in today, I'd be kicked out of the company, right?
Mr. Yun, they just don't know a good thing when they see it. Please forgive them.
Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Gao Mei's heart clenched, and her face flushed with embarrassment.
Gao Mei was a master of seduction, using her charms to ensnare countless men. But she never imagined Yun Feiyang could reject a woman who practically threw herself at him. Was he lacking in that department?
Yun Feiyang then glanced at Zhang Weiguang and said calmly, Mr. Zhang, you make the decisions regarding company matters.
I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. A reasonable explanation? How could Zhang Weiguang fail to grasp the underlying meaning in Yun Feiyang's words?
Gao Mei, starting today, you no longer need to come to China Resources for work.
Someone like you, who can't be shown in public, is unworthy of our China Resources group. Now, get the hell out of China Resources immediately. Zhang Weiguang returned Gao Mei's words to Yun Feiyang verbatim. Gao Mei's expression darkened instantly.
Even if her seductive skills were unmatched, she was merely a plaything for men with ulterior motives.
Offending a big shot like Zhang Weiguang brought Gao Mei absolutely no benefit.
With that realization, Gao Mei gritted her teeth and slunk out of the conference room.
By now, it was clear to anyone with eyes to see. Zhang Weiguang's deference toward Yun Feiyang suggested that the person backing Yun Feiyang likely held even greater influence than Zhang himself.
With that thought, some of the more attractive female colleagues had already begun scheming about how to lure Yun Feiyang into their clutches.
Gao Mei's incident was merely a minor interlude.
During the meeting, Yun Feiyang could feel the heated gazes of his colleagues, especially some of the female ones.
But Yun Feiyang chose to ignore these advances, knowing full well their ulterior motives. Yun Feiyang, stop right there.
As the meeting concluded, a sharp command rang out from behind him.
Chapter 52, I'll wait for you. It was when one. Yun Feiyang turned with a frown. What now? I already returned your calligraphy book. What more do you want? Truthfully, Yun Feiyang couldn't muster any interest in materialistic women like Wen. Yun Feiyang. What kind of attitude is that? Wen looked thoroughly annoyed. If it weren't for my mom introducing you, you wouldn't have gotten into Huarun.
Don't think that just because you're now a sugar daddy's toy, you can strut around in front of me.
Yun Feiyang frowned coldly, hooking up with a rich woman? What nonsense are you spouting? You dare say you're not being kept by Su Yuhan? Wen snorted. That day, Su Yuhan came looking for you herself.
My best friend and I both saw it.
Her face twisted with contempt as she sneered. Do you really think a goddess like Su Yuhan would ever notice you? Don't say I didn't warn you she's married. To her, you're nothing but a kept man. What are you trying to pull?
Yun Feiyang froze for a moment before laughing. Thanks for the heads up.
If Wen knew Yun Feiyang was actually Su Yuhan's husband, who knows what she'd think?
Seeing Yun Feiyang's utterly unconcerned demeanor only fueled Wen's irritation. She snorted, Yun Feiyang, don't forget I'm the woman a wealthy family has set their sights on. No matter who's backing you, in front of a real wealthy family, you're nothing. I advise you to stop putting on that arrogant air in front of me. No matter what you have, you're worthless compared to my wealthy boyfriend.
Seeing Wen acting like a bully with someone else's backing, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Are you really that sure the person who gave you 20 million actually sees you as worthy? Do you truly believe you're fit for a wealthy family? Yun Feiyang looked at Wen as if she were a complete fool. What did you just say? He gave me a 20 million yuan dowry check, and with my looks, how could I possibly be unworthy of a wealthy family?
Yun Feiyang's piercing gaze stung Wen's pride, setting her face ablaze with fury as her voice rose to a roar. The wealthy young man who'd sent the dowry hadn't shown his face yet, leaving Wen anxious and uncertain.
Just wait and see. Yun Feiyang sneered coldly.
She could wait a lifetime. Her dreams of marrying into wealth would never come true.
I think you're just jealous of me, aren't you?
Wen forced out, once I marry into a wealthy family, you'll be nothing in my eyes. May your wish come true soon.
Yun Feiyang shrugged. And by the way, I have zero interest in you. My mom never wanted me to marry you either. I already have someone I'll cherish for the rest of my life.
From now on, spare me your smug superiority. And you and your father can stop acting all sentimental around me and my mom.
I don't care. With that, Yun Feiyang turned and walked away.
Truth be told, seeing Wen that gold digger made him feel sick to his stomach. He didn't even want to spare her another glance.
What's there to gloat about? Seeing Yun Feiyang's dismissive attitude, Wen's face twisted with fury. Just some pretty boy, and you call him the love of your life? Ridiculous. Just wait.
When that wealthy heir comes begging for my hand, we'll see how you strut around me then. The day that wealthy young master came to marry her, Yun Feiyang would lose all grounds to act arrogant in front of Wen.
At noon, Yun Feiyang instructed Uncle Rome to transfer 30 million yuan into his bank account.
2 million was to repay Sister Rome, while the remaining million was earmarked for purchasing a property in Donghai.
On one hand, this would prompt Shenlanji to move out of Wen's family home as soon as possible.
On the other hand, Yun Feiyang had a bit of a personal motive.
Eventually, Su Yuhan would move out of the Su family home to live with him. This apartment would serve as the new home Yun Feiyang was preparing for Su Yuhan. Soon, Yun Feiyang's bank account showed the additional 30 million.
He picked up his phone and dialed Sister Rong.
Brother.
Sister Rong's voice, soft to the bone, drifted through the phone, making one's body go weak. Sister Rong's allure differed from Gao Mei's deliberately affected vulgar charm. Her charm emanated from her very essence, utterly irresistible. Yun Feiyang cleared his throat lightly and said, Sister Rong, I'll come see you tonight.
Tonight?
A girlish giggle came through the phone. Sis understands.
Sis will book a room right now and wait for you. Yun Feiyang grimaced awkwardly. Sister Rong, you've misunderstood. I'm coming to return the 20 million I borrowed from you earlier. You saved my life, sister. What's a measly 20 million? Sis Rong's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Why was Yun Feiyang being so formal with her now? That's one thing. This is another. I'll still need your help in the future, Sister Rong, Yun Feiyang said. Sister Rong sighed helplessly. Alright then. Just knowing you came to see me makes me happy. Should I send a car to pick you up? No. I'll get there on my own. Please don't send anyone to pick me up. Yun Feiyang hastily refused on the other end of the line. Last time Sister Rong sent a fleet of Ferraris, it caused Wonwon to misunderstand. Who knows how flashy she'll be this time. Yun Feiyang disliked that sort of thing. He'd just take a taxi over. Then I'll be all cleaned up and waiting for you. Sis Rong giggled coquettishly, teasing Yun Feiyang until his face flushed. Around 6 in the evening, Yun Feiyang hailed a cab and arrived at Galaxy. Though dusk had just fallen, Galaxy was one of Donghai's premier night spots, already bustling with people. From a nearby booth, Yun Feiyang spotted a familiar face. Su Zhihao? However, the bar's lighting was too dim. Su Zhihao sat in the booth where Yun Feiyang could see him, but Su Zhihao couldn't spot Yun Feiyang in the crowd. Su Zhihao wasn't alone. Beside him sat a young man dressed in extravagant attire, his face radiating arrogance. The young man held a wine glass, crossed his legs, and wore a smug, arrogant smile. Su Zhihao, wine glass in hand, was now hovering beside a young woman, bowing and scraping like a lapdog. The young woman didn't appear to be a nightclub hostess. Her attire was opulent, and the diamond tail ring on her little finger alone was worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. She clearly came from a wealthy family. Yun Feiyang paused briefly as Su Zhihao's ingratiating voice drifted over. Miss Lin, allow me, Su Zhihao, to offer you a toast. Su Zhihao's face was plastered with flattery, his sycophantic grin stretching so wide his features nearly crumpled together. Who are you? Why should I drink with you? The young woman frowned, her eyes brimming with disdain, clearly unimpressed by Su Zhihao. I'm a friend of young Master Wine, Miss Lin. Consider us acquainted now. Just have a drink with me. Despite being sharply rebuffed, Su Zhihao persisted like a fawning sycophant, plastering on insincere smiles. What kind of friend are you? At best, you're just Wang Mingyang's lapdog. What gives you the right to drink with me, Lin Miao? Chapter 53, I advise you to know your place. This. Su Zhihao held his wine glass, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yun Feiyang could tell this Lin Miao was no ordinary person. Su Zhihao had tried to curry favor, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Yun Feiyang shook his head, unwilling to watch Su Zhihao make a fool of himself at the booth. He headed straight for Sister Rong's office. Inside, Sister Rong had been waiting for him. The moment she saw Yun Feiyang, delight filled her beautiful eyes as she beamed and wrapped her arm around his. Brother, you finally deigned to visit your sister. Her tone was both delighted and reproachful, laced with a hint of reproach that could practically melt a man's bones. Yun Feiyang cleared his throat lightly and said, even if we don't meet, we can still keep in touch by phone. By the way, Sister Rong, I'm returning the 20 million to you. This visit was for serious business. Sister Rong had helped him immensely, and taking her 20 million again felt downright awkward. What's the big deal? Sister Rong's beautiful eyes flashed with reproach. Our relationship? That 20 million couldn't possibly settle it. Yun Feiyang said nothing, but still transferred the 20 million into Sister Rong's account. Sister Rong sighed softly, her voice tinged with playful reproach. You, always like this. Do you want me to spend my entire life unable to repay your kindness? Back then, Yun Feiyang had saved Sister Rong's life. To repay him, she had offered him many rewards, but Yun Feiyang had refused them all. Yet now, he was returning a mere 20 million. Yun Feiyang chuckled, saving Sister Rong was my duty and job. You're full of excuses. Rong glared at Yun Feiyang with feigned indignation. The attackers were overwhelmingly powerful. Everyone was fleeing for their lives. Out of all the security personnel, only Yun Feiyang risked his life to shield Sister Rong. Responsibility? Probably only someone with Yun Feiyang's straightforward nature would have that kind of awareness. Knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. A flicker of delight crossed Sister Rong's beautiful eyes. Brother, I'll introduce someone to you shortly. Sister Rong rose with a smile and went to open the door. When Yun Feiyang saw the young woman standing at the doorway, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Wasn't this the very same Lin Miao who had been at the booth earlier, the one Su Zhihao kept toasting? Did Sister Rong miss her? Did she call her over to see you? Lin Miao entered and gave Sister Rong a big hug, her delicate face beaming with joy. You're telling me? If I hadn't called you, you wouldn't have come to see Sister Rong. Rong Jia beamed back, feigning reproach in her tone. It was clear Sister Rong and Lin Miao were very close best friend level. Did you call me over today because something's up? Lin Miao leaned close to Sister Rong, flashing her a mischievous wink. I asked you to come for a favor. As she spoke, Sister Rong's beautiful eyes deliberately glanced at Yun Feiyang. Sister Rong had harbored feelings for Yun Feiyang for quite some time. With Yun Feiyang's return to the country, Sister Rong had already prepared herself for a long-term campaign to win him over. Good news is meant to be shared with your best friend. Sister Rong introduced Yun Feiyang to Lin Miaomiao to pave the way for the future. A man? A flicker of something unusual danced in Lin Miaomiao's beautiful eyes. Don't be fooled by Sister Rong's bone-deep allure in her personal life, she knew exactly how to handle things. Given Sister Rong's standing in the East Sea underworld, many men pursued her, though most harbored ulterior motives. Often, Sister Rong used Lin Miaomiao as a shield. Sister Rong, I understand. Leave this matter to me. With that, Lin Miaomiao strode powerfully before Yun Feiyang, her lovely face now as cold as ice. What's your name? Lin Miaomiao scrutinized Yun Feiyang from head to toe, her beautiful eyes flashing with disdain. Just as Yun Feiyang opened his mouth to speak, Lin Miaomiao waved him off. I couldn't care less about your name. Let me make this perfectly clear. Lin Miaomiao's expression darkened as she snorted. Sister Rong is a renowned powerhouse in the East Sea martial world. You should ask yourself, do you even have the qualifications to pursue her? And even if you did, couldn't you at least dress properly? Where's your money? You came empty-handed? Lin Miaomiao grew increasingly annoyed. How could Yun Feiyang be so shabby? This was the first time she'd ever seen someone come to court Sister Rong empty-handed. And Yun Feiyang's clothes were all ordinary stuff. How utterly clueless. Yun Feiyang gave a wry smile. You seem to have misunderstood me. Lin Miaomiao's attitude was clearly hostile. The moment they met, she launched into a barrage of sarcasm at Yun Feiyang. But since Lin Miaomiao was Sister Rong's friend, Yun Feiyang didn't want their relationship to become too awkward. Misunderstanding? Lin Miaomiao snorted. The real misunderstanding is you squatting in Sister Rong's office. Don't you have the decency to look at your own status before daring to pursue our Sister Rong? Hearing this, Sister Rong grew anxious and quickly tugged Lin Miaomiao discreetly, signaling her to hold her tongue. Lin Miaomiao waved her hand dismissively. Sis Rong, you're holding me back. With a man like this who clearly has ulterior motives, don't give him any face. You should grab a big stick and chase him out right now. Sister Rong's head was spinning. Miaomiao, you've misunderstood me. Sister Rong stamped her foot impatiently and whispered, I just wanted your advice, not for you to chase him away. Ha! Lin Miaomiao's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze fixed on Yun Feiyang's beautiful eyes, now filled with even deeper confusion. Sis Rong, did you take the wrong medicine? Lin Miaomiao frowned. How many rich playboys have been shamelessly chasing after you, and you've never agreed to any of them? Why would you suddenly take a liking to someone like this? In Lin Miaomiao's eyes, Yun Feiyang had absolutely no redeeming qualities and certainly didn't look like he came from any wealthy, noble family. Don't you trust Sister Rong's judgment? Rong Jia murmured reproachfully. Lin Miaomiao rolled her eyes. Women in love have zero IQ. I can't agree with that. Sis Rong, you're a big shot in the Donghai underworld. Don't get fooled by some pretty boy's sweet talk. Besides, this guy's looks are just average, hardly enough to make your IQ drop to zero, right? Lin Miaomiao's words made Yun Feiyang shake his head in exasperation. Though Lin Miaomiao's words stung, she was undeniably straightforward and ultimately had Sister Rong's best interests at heart. Sister Rong's expression darkened slightly as she whispered to Lin Miaomiao, Miaomiao, remember when I told you about that man I risked my life to save abroad years ago? Of course. You mean that Yun Feiyang who carried you into the jungle? He's my idol. Lin Miaomiao's eyes lit up with admiration. Ever since you told me that story, I sometimes even dream about that hero. Now that's a real man. Women's hearts are simple beauties adore heroes. Then, Lin Miaomiao coldly addressed Yun Feiyang, listen, let me tell you, a man like Yun Feiyang is the one truly worthy of Sister Rong. I advise you to know your place and stop bothering her. Miaomiao. He is Yun Feiyang. Hearing this, Sister Rong grew even more anxious and blurted out. Chapter 54, Something's Off. What? Lin Miaomiao froze solid on the spot. After several seconds of stunned silence, she finally snapped out of it, wrapping her arms around Yun Feiyang's arm and pouting, why didn't you tell me sooner that your name is Yun Feiyang? You made me misunderstand you. Lin Miaomiao felt a bit embarrassed. Ever since Sister Rong mentioned Yun Feiyang, Lin Miaomiao had idolized him as a hero, even dreaming of meeting this idol. She never imagined that on their very first meeting, she'd treat Yun Feiyang so poorly. Now her face burned crimson. Yun Feiyang grimaced awkwardly, I never got a chance to introduce myself either. Lin Miaomiao felt even more awkward. He had actually intended to speak earlier, but Lin Miaomiao had abruptly cut him off. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were Yun Feiyang. Lin Miaomiao said apologetically. Yun Feiyang shook his head with a helpless smile. It was clear Lin Miaomiao was just protecting Sister Rong, with no ill intent. Besides, she'd always been Sister Rong's shield. How about this, from now on, I'll call you brother? After learning Yun Feiyang's true identity, Lin Miaomiao's large eyes sparkled with excitement. Calling you Mr. Yun feels too formal. Yun Feiyang chuckled. Whatever you like. Brother, when did you return to China? Are you staying for good this time, or just visiting for a few days? How about this, let me treat you to a meal.
The only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Donghai is run by our family.
Lin Miao grew more animated by the second, firing off a barrage of questions that left Yun Feiyang momentarily flustered. Was this really the same girl who moments ago seemed ready to chase Yun Feiyang away to defend Sister Rong?
Sister Rong chuckled helplessly beside her. Meow meow, why are you clinging to your brother like this? You're bombarding everyone with questions, no wonder they're all flustered. Lin Meow Meow teased with a laugh. What's up, Sister Rong?
Jealous? I'm just a little fan of my brother, I won't compete with you. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't take him away. Sister Rong chuckled. Isn't that Su family guy chasing after you now?
Everyone's saying you're his girlfriend.
Lin Meow Meow snorted coldly, dismissively saying, what's Su Zhihao even worth? He's just Wang Mingyang's lapdog. How dare he think he's worthy of me, Lin Meow Meow.
If he dares spread rumors outside and tarnish my reputation again, I'll make him regret it. As she spoke, Lin Meow Meow shot Yun Feiyang a coy glance and added with a smile, when I do find a boyfriend someday, it'll be a real man like you, big brother.
Yun Feiyang's head was spinning. He finally understood how those starstruck girls felt. When they saw someone they idolized, they couldn't help themselves. Brother, are you leaving again after returning to China? Lin Meow Meow tugged at Yun Feiyang's sleeve as she asked. Yun Feiyang shook his head. I won't be leaving again. Then where are you working now? Lin Meow Meow's eyes lit up. How about this? Why don't you come work at our company? Name your salary, any amount is fine. I'll ask my dad. What are you thinking?
Sister Rong chuckled and tapped Lin Meow Meow on the head. Brother already has his own job at China Resources.
Stop stirring things up. Sister Rong understood Yun Feiyang's character.
He wasn't the type to resort to any means for money or power.
China Resources, huh?
Lin Meow Meow pondered for a moment, a peculiar gleam appearing in her eyes.
I see. Seeing Lin Meow Meow's eager expression, Yun Feiyang could only shake his head helplessly.
It seemed a certain distance was necessary between fans and idols.
After a brief stop at Sister Rong's place, Yun Feiyang departed. Brother, wait for me. I'll walk with you. Lin Meow Meow immediately followed Yun Feiyang as he walked away.
Sister Rong watched from behind, shaking her head and muttering, Meow Meow, I can only wish you luck.
If even Sister Rong was helpless against Yun Feiyang, how could Lin Meow Meow possibly stand a chance? Brother, wait for me.
Not long after leaving the galaxy, Lin Meow Meow caught up.
Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly. It's so late. I should be heading home. You're not planning to come home with me, are you? Lin Meow Meow's eyes lit up. Sure. If you're willing, I'll stay at your place. But we've only just met. What if I'm a bad person? Yun Feiyang waved his hands frantically. If Su Yuhan found out, she'd skin him alive. Who says this is our first meeting?
I've seen you several times in my dreams.
Lin Meow Meow's words made Yun Feiyang's head spin even more.
He shook his head repeatedly. You should head back home soon. When you run into crazy fans like this, there's really nothing you can do. Lin Meow Meow hesitated for a moment, then her eyes lit up.
How about this, could you walk me home? It's so late, and I'm just a little girl with no one to protect me. Would you feel comfortable leaving me to go home alone? Alone? Yun Feiyang chuckled. Not far behind Lin Meow Meow, Yun Feiyang had spotted at least 5 bodyguards lurking in the shadows. How could this girl possibly claim she had no protection? Still, Yun Feiyang could tell that if he didn't escort Lin Meow Meow home today, she wouldn't let it go. Come on, I'll walk you home. Yun Feiyang could only shake his head helplessly as he addressed Lin Meow Meow. A flicker of delight instantly lit up Lin Meow Meow's eyes.
She had been waiting for him to say just that. Lin Meow Meow skipped ahead of Yun Feiyang, while he trailed behind, feeling a bit anxious.
Tonight, Yun Feiyang still needed to go to Su Yuhan's place.
He was worried about her. Lin Meow Meow's family resided in a manor in Donghai. Within a 10-mile radius, it was the only estate in sight, immediately hinting at Lin Meow Meow's extraordinary family background. But Yun Feiyang's mind was preoccupied with worry for Su Yuhan, leaving him uninterested in Lin Meow Meow's true identity. You're home now. I should be going. Yun Feiyang escorted Lin Meow Meow to the door and waved goodbye. MHM, big brother. We'll meet again soon. See each other again? Yun Feiyang shook his head. He would definitely keep his distance, staying far away from fans. Watching Lin Meow Meow run cheerfully into the house, Yun Feiyang turned and left. Soon, Yun Feiyang arrived at Su Yuhan's residential complex. Through the window, Yun Feiyang noticed Su Yuhan's bedroom light was off. Based on Yun Feiyang's understanding of Su Yuhan, she had a very regular schedule, going to bed promptly at 11 p.m. every night. There was only one explanation: Su Yuhan hadn't returned yet. Yun Feiyang glanced at the time, it was already 9 p.m. Why hadn't Su Yuhan returned yet? But that was fine. Yun Feiyang quietly slipped into Su Yuhan's bedroom, standing outside the window, waiting for her return.
Soon, Su Yuhan's car slowly pulled up. Yet Yun Feiyang sensed something amiss. Trailing behind Su Yuhan's car was a Mercedes sports car.
As Su Yuhan stepped out of her car, a young man with an arrogant look in his eyes got out of the Mercedes sports car behind her.
Yun Feiyang recognized the young man instantly.
None other than the young man who had been drinking with Lin Miaomiao and Su Zhihao at the bar.
Yun Feiyang remembered his name, Wang Mingyang. Chapter 55, What do you take me for? Wang Mingyang now held a bouquet of roses, dressed impeccably, exuding the air of a dashing gentleman. At that moment, Su Yuhan also spotted Wang Mingyang, and her expression darkened slightly. Zhang Qiuyun, however, had eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuhan, it's good to see you again.
I bought these roses on my way here.
They're for you. I hope you like them.
Wang Mingyang presented the roses to Su Yuhan with both hands, his eyes burning with intense passion.
Su Yuhan possessed a cool, aloof temperament and an exceptionally delicate beauty.
Though Wang Mingyang had encountered countless women, he had never met one as coldly beautiful as Su Yuhan. Especially those two long, fair legs utterly captivating, leaving Wang Mingyang utterly spellbound.
Wang Mingyang, I've told you before I'm married. I cannot accept your flowers. Su Yuhan's voice was icy cold. I've heard about it. He's a son-in-law named Yun Feiyang. Wang Mingyang's tone dripped with disdain. With your status, how could a good-for-nothing like Yun Feiyang possibly be worthy of you? Besides, I've heard he's already moved out of your family home. Divorce is only a matter of time. Su Yuhan replied coldly, what kind of man Yun Feiyang is has nothing to do with you. Even if I do get divorced, I won't be with you. Su Yuhan's refusal left Wang Mingyang feeling slightly awkward.
Zhang Qiuyun, noticing the tension, quickly took the flowers from Wang Mingyang's hands and said earnestly, Young Master Wang, Yuhan is young and inexperienced. If she said anything to offend you, please don't take it to heart.
Wang Mingyang put on a magnanimous air and said, it's fine. After all, I've set my sights on Yuhan. Yuhan, one day you'll understand my feelings. Su Yuhan turned away coldly and headed straight upstairs, clearly unwilling to engage with Wang Mingyang. Young Master Wang, please don't be angry. Rest assured, I'll have a serious talk with her when we get home.
Yuhan has been spoiled rotten since childhood.
Zhang Qiuyun knew Wang Mingyang's background was no ordinary affair, and her words were laced with flattery. You're so sensible, mother-in-law. In that case, I'll take my leave. With that, Wang Mingyang climbed into his Mercedes sports car and sped away. Truly the heir to a wealthy family.
Zhang Qiuyun marveled at the sight, gazing longingly at the Mercedes sports car.
It's just a sports car. Is it really worth all that? Su Wenshan frowned and shook his head. Zhang Qiuyun's gold-digging, fawning demeanor, where was even a shred of the girl he'd once loved? Then buy me a Mercedes sports car and let me see it? You get that measly salary from the Su family every month and can't even skim a little cash from the accounts.
Zhang Qiuyun snorted coldly, her words dripping with sarcasm.
Even if I did like money, I wouldn't stoop to using the methods you suggest to get it. Su Wenshan snorted angrily and stormed upstairs. If you were worth anything, would I need to envy others? Zhang Qiuyun rolled her eyes and yelled after Su Wenshan's retreating figure.
By the window, Yun Feiyang's expression remained dark and sullen.
Wang Mingyang was pestering Su Yuhan. Yun Feiyang clenched his fists tightly. He was still Su Yuhan's husband, yet Wang Mingyang had the audacity to pursue her right at their doorstep. This was blatantly disregarding Yun Feiyang. Outside, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed. Su Yuhan and the others were back. Yun Feiyang darted into the hidden alcove. Soon, Zhang Qiuyun's urgent voice echoed from outside.
Yuhan, Wang Mingyang is the young master of the Donghai Wang family, a bona fide wealthy heir.
You absolutely must seize this opportunity. Mom! Will you ever stop? Su Yuhan's displeased voice echoed back, I'm already married, and besides, Yun Feiyang and I. Why are you still bringing up that good-for-nothing deadbeat?
Zhang Qiuyun looked exasperated. The Donghai Wang family.
A prestigious Donghai clan. How many chances do you get to marry into such a wealthy family? How could you give it up for that Yun Feiyang? Besides, aren't you two already living apart? Divorce is inevitable. How can Yun Feiyang compare to a Donghai playboy like Wang Mingyang? Think about it, that mysterious wealthy young man secretly helping you lately? Could it be this Wang Mingyang?
If it really is him, I'll cut ties with Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong tomorrow. Su Yuhan's words sent a sudden chill through Yun Feiyang's heart in the secret chamber.
This won't do.
If Su Yuhan really cuts ties, it'll be a complete disaster.
Have you lost your mind?
Zhang Qiuyun shouted, you've been using the partnership with Mr. Fong and the others to keep Su Zhihao and his father in check at the company.
How can you just cut it off? Besides, even if young Master Wang helps you, so what?
With him backing you like this, you and young Master Wang will end up getting married sooner or later.
Who wants to marry him? Su Yuhan snapped, Mom, you must have heard about Wang Mingyang's reputation in Donghai. Don't you know what kind of man he is?
All he does is eat, drink, and chase women. Not long ago, he got a university professor pregnant, forced her to have an abortion, and then dumped her. That university teacher was so traumatized she jumped off a building. Even though she survived, she went completely insane.
She's still in a mental hospital now.
If I marry that heartless, spoiled playboy, I'll ruin the rest of my life.
Zhang Qiuyun tried to comfort her. What do you know? That's all gossip spread by outsiders. Those busybodies are just jealous of young Master Wang. Enough. Disappointment clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes as she retorted coldly, what do I even mean to you? Am I just a tool to climb into a wealthy family? Does my happiness really matter less than marrying into a wealthy family? Su Yuhan couldn't believe Zhang Qiuyun would sacrifice her to push her toward a spoiled rich kid like Wang Mingyang just to climb the social ladder. She was Zhang Qiuyun's own flesh and blood. Zhang Qiuyun, let me tell you this, Wang Mingyang is no good. Every influential figure in Donghai has heard of his reputation. Su Wenshan roared angrily, Yuhan is my daughter too. Wang Mingyang wants to marry my daughter? No way. Zhang Qiuyun retorted, breathless with fury, Su Wenshan, what right do you have to speak here? If it weren't for your own failure, how could our daughter have been forced by the old man to marry that good-for-nothing Yin Feiyang? Yuhan might have married into a wealthy family long ago. I'm doing this for Yuhan's sake. A wealthy family once she marries into one, just wait and see who dares look down on us then. Su Wenshan flung his sleeve in anger, you're beyond redemption. The innocent Zhang Qiuyun from over 20 years ago had completely changed, becoming worldly and opportunistic, utterly repulsive. Mom, no matter what you say, I won't have anything to do with Wang Mingyang. If Mr. Lu and Mr. Fang's investment is truly connected to him, then I'd rather not have this kind of impure partnership. With that, Su Yuhan stormed into her bedroom, slamming the door shut. Through the secret alcove, Jun Feiyang saw the worry clouding Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes, and his heart ached for her. Wang Mingyang, Su Zhihao. Yun Feiyang clenched his fists tighter, you've offended Su Yuhan. I'll make you pay for this. With that thought, Yun Feiyang sent a text message to Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, look into someone named Wang Mingyang. I need all the information on him. Chapter 56, Second Rate. Su Wenyuan's residence. Wang Mingyang sat on the sofa with Su Wenyuan and his two sons, each holding a glass of red wine. Beside them, several scantily clad bunny girls attended to their every need, some lighting cigarettes, others pouring drinks, and a few giving massages. The scene was utterly indulgent. Young Master Wang, Su Yuhan is the most beautiful woman in the Su family. Having her become your mistress couldn't be more fitting. Su Zhihao sipped his wine, his tone dripping with smug satisfaction. Su Yuhan was the token of allegiance offered by Su Wenyan and his son to the Donghai Wang family. Judging by the smile on Wang Mingyang's lips, he seemed quite satisfied with Su Yuhan. Apart from her cool and fiery temperament, Su Yuhan was practically flawless. Wang Mingyang sipped his wine, smacked his lips, and declared smugly, but a woman like that just begs to be conquered. Once I, Wang Mingyang, have tamed this ice queen, she'll have no choice but to obey even if I make her grovel at my feet. Then we'll just wait for young Master Wang's good news, huh? Su Zhihao wore a smug expression. Wang Mingyang paused, then mused, but Su Yuhan is a bit ungrateful. To truly conquer her, I'll need to put in some effort. Any good ideas, you two? The women Wang Mingyang had dealt with before were easy to handle. Bombard them with flowers, gifts, and money, and before long, they'd be firmly in his grasp. But Su Yuhan seemed to be a bit of a surprise to Wang Mingyang. Money held no sway over her whatsoever. It was a real headache. Su Wenyuan's eyes darted around as he spoke, young Master Wang, I do have a method that might quickly win Su Yuhan over. Spit it out. Wang Mingyang's eyes lit up. Any method that could conquer Su Yuhan was a good one. Already, Wang Mingyang was imagining the pleasure of savoring Su Yuhan's coldly alluring figure. Recently, a mysterious figure had brought Su Yuhan numerous benefits. A Bugatti sports car, Ronghai, and even some real estate and financial tycoons from Donghai had all approached Su Yuhan for collaboration. At this point, Su Wenyuan's expression darkened. If not for someone's assistance, how could Su Yuhan have stolen so much of Su Wenyuan's prestige within the company? Su Zhihao's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Dad, I get it. You want young Master Wang to take all this on, right? Su Wenyuan nodded, grinning triumphantly. If the Su Wenshan family knew young Master Wang was the one backing Su Yuhan, that woman Zhang Qiuyun alone would be fawning over him. Who knows? Su Yuhan might even lower her guard and reciprocate his favors. Wang Mingyang also chuckled smugly, that's a brilliant idea. Alright, let's do it. But what if that rich kid finds out? This isn't something to mess around with. Su Zhihao asked with some concern. What's there to fear? Su Wenyuan sneered coldly, by then, Su Yuhan will already belong to young Master Wang. Even if that mysterious rich kid blames anyone, it'll be on Su Yuhan for being a gold digger. Who knows? He might even thank young Master Wang for helping him see her true colors. Wang Mingyang boasted even more arrogantly, in Donghai, who dares not give me, Wang Mingyang, face? Me sleeping with his woman? That's me showing him respect. Su Zhihao burst into laughter, his eyes flashing with satisfaction.
Having been held back by Su Yuhan for so long, Su Zhihao felt deeply frustrated.
Now, finally, Su Yuhan was about to be trampled under his feet.
Young Master Wang, once you've got that Su Yuhan chick, our deal.
Su Wenyuan promptly reminded him, as they had agreed upon with Wang Mingyang. Su Yuhan would become Wang Mingyang's woman, and the Su family would henceforth rely on the Donghai Wang family. In return, the Wang family would only take 30% of the Su family's profits. Don't worry. I'll intercede with the Wang family. No problem. Wang Mingyang patted his chest in assurance.
Then we'll just wait for young Master Wang's good news. In his triumphant state, Su Wenyuan wrapped his arm around a nearby bunny girl, his confidence soaring. Within the room, the sickening laughter of the three slowly spread.
The next morning, Yun Feiyang awoke from a light sleep. Gazing at Su Yuhan lying on the bed, her face still bearing traces of exhaustion even in sleep, Yun Feiyang felt a pang of heartache. Yuhan, don't worry. With me here, no one dares to bully you.
He gently smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, but Su Yuhan let out a soft moan, nearly waking from her slumber. He couldn't let her discover him.
A chill ran down Yun Feiyang's spine, and he quickly slipped away.
Soon, Yun Feiyang hailed a cab and arrived at the Blue Sky Hotel.
Inside the presidential suite, Uncle Rong rose to greet Yun Feiyang as soon as he entered. Young master, you're back. Uncle Rong bowed respectfully to Yun Feiyang. Have you found anything about Wang Mingyang?
Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette, his gaze turning icy.
We've found out.
Uncle Rong handed him an iPad and said in a deep voice, Wang Mingyang is the youngest son of the head of the Donghai Wang family. The Donghai Wang family is a somewhat respectable but second-rate wealthy clan in Donghai. The current head, Wang Hongfei, started out as a grave robber. He struck it rich after plundering a Song dynasty wealthy man's tomb, acquiring valuable artifacts. He then laundered his ill-gotten gains through legitimate businesses. Over the years, every penny earned from grave robbing has been laundered through his businesses. This Wang Hongfei transformed the Wang family from destitution into a second-tier clan in Donghai, so he could be considered somewhat capable.
Wang Mingyang is the youngest son of Wang Hongfei, and the family fortune won't pass to him.
Consequently, Wang Mingyang grew up as a spoiled, ill-mannered brat with a poor reputation in Donghai.
Oh, and one more piece of information, the Wang family once attempted to offer protection to the Su family, but the terms they proposed were far too harsh, leading to a rejection by Su Wenyuan. However, recently, Su Wenyuan and his son from the Su group have been getting quite close to Wang Mingyang. Yun Feiyang casually flipped through the Wang family's files before tossing his iPad aside. It seemed Su Zhihao intended to use Wang Mingyang to target Su Yuhan. A good-for-nothing son from a second-rate family dares to harbor such twisted thoughts toward Yuhan? Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened, the chill radiating from him intensifying. Su Yuhan was Yun Feiyang's Achilles heel.
Forget a mere scion of a second-rate family. Even if the King of Heaven himself laid a finger on her, Yun Feiyang would still beat him to a pulp. Young master, there's one more piece of news I haven't mentioned.
Uncle Rong ventured cautiously. Speak. Yun Feiyang frowned. Wang Mingyang is currently with Su Zhihao and his son at the Su group. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yun Feiyang's expression abruptly changed. It seemed Wang Mingyang and Su Wenyuan were planning to make a move against Su Yuhan today.
I just got this news myself, Uncle Rong said helplessly. Yun Feiyang immediately stood up in a fluster, speaking as he walked. Have Zhang Weiguang prepare a 200 million yuan contract right now. Also, send a car to deliver the contract to me immediately and take me to the Su group. Yun Feiyang's gaze grew even colder. Anyone who dares to wrong Su Yuhan, I'll chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. Chapter 57, Shameless.
As soon as Yun Feiyang left the hotel, Su Yuhan arrived at the company, her expression somewhat dazed.
Last night's incident with Wang Mingyang had left her restless, and a trace of worry lingered between her brows.
Zhang Qiuyun's attitude toward Wang Mingyang was particularly troubling to her. The moment she entered the conference room, Su Yuhan's expression darkened.
For there, in the conference room, she spotted someone none other than Wang Mingyang. Moreover, Su Zhihao and his son, along with most of the Su family relatives, were gathered around Wang Mingyang, their faces plastered with thick layers of obsequious flattery. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes instantly turned cold. She knew Wang Mingyang's background in Donghai. Given the Su group's power, they truly had to cater to Wang Mingyang.
Yuhan.
Seeing Su Yuhan enter, Wang Mingyang stood up, his gaze fixed on her with intense passion. Though a hint of weariness lingered in her expression, it did nothing to diminish her breathtaking beauty.
Even though Wang Mingyang had seen countless beauties, he couldn't help but be utterly captivated by Su Yuhan. What are you doing here? Su Yuhan frowned, clearly annoyed by Wang Mingyang's persistent attention. Young Master Wang, do you know Yuhan? A relative of the Su family asked in confusion. It was plain for all to see that Wang Mingyang's gaze was practically glued to Su Yuhan. Though we've only known each other briefly, Yuhan and I hit it off instantly. Wang Mingyang spoke with the air of a dashing gentleman. Who says we hit it off? No matter how hard you try, I have no interest in you. I don't want to see you. Please leave. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes grew colder, filled with anger. Su Yuhan.
Su Wanyuan cut in coldly, his voice laced with fury.
Do you know who young Master Wang is? How dare you speak to him like that?
Young Master Wang is from the Donghai Wang family.
He's here representing the Wang family to discuss a partnership with our Su group. He's an honored guest, understand?
Su Wanyuan held a cigar between his fingers, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction.
Exactly. Su Yuhan, how arrogant can you be? How do you know young Master Wang came specifically for you? He's here to discuss business. Even if he did come for you, it's because he's giving you, Su Yuhan, face. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't you dare forget your place. You're already with that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang. What's with all this high and mighty act? Now she's putting on airs as some goddess in front of the Su elders? Who knows how flirtatious she gets behind closed doors with those rich playboys? Young Master Wang, don't say I didn't warn you. Watch out for someone like Su Yuhan. The Su family's marriageable daughters were all slinging mud at Su Yuhan. In their eyes, you're a prime catch. Su Yuhan's already married, yet she's still competing with them. I never hid my marriage from anyone, and I, Su Yuhan, have never actively seduced any wealthy young master. How dare you smear me? Su Yuhan's face was flushed with anger. These Su family women had envied Su Yuhan since childhood. When Su Yuhan was betrothed, they spread rumors to ruin her reputation, terrified that the men they coveted would be drawn to her instead. After Su Yuhan married Yun Feiyang, these women spread rumors everywhere, kicking her while she was down. Hearing this, Zhang Qiuyun feared Yun Feiyang would ruin things and quickly interjected, "That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang moved out of our house ages ago. Divorce was inevitable anyway. I know all this. That son-in-law Yun Feiyang? He's beneath Yuhan." As he spoke, Wang Mingyang's lips curled into a lecherous grin. He hadn't married Su Yuhan for love in the first place. Whether they stayed married or not was irrelevant. Conquering this ice queen in bed would give Wang Mingyang far greater pleasure. Whether he's worthy or not is none of your business. That's my concern, Su Yuhan's. Even if I divorce him, you won't stand a chance. Wang Mingyang may be rich, but he's just a spoiled playboy who toys with women. Compared to him, Yun Feiyang was at least decent to her. Seeing Wang Mingyang's sour expression, Zhang Qiuyun quickly tried to smooth things over. Young Master Wang, Yuhan just has this cold demeanor. Rest assured, once you get to know her better, you'll see she's actually warm and considerate. Save it. Su Yuhan retorted coldly, I'll never be caring or gentle towards someone like Wang Mingyang. Zhang Qiuyun tugged at Su Yuhan's arm in panic, snapping, Yuhan, what's gotten into you? This is a wealthy young master. Do you want to spend your life with that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang and disgrace your mother? Seeing Zhang Qiuyun siding with them, Su Jihao's eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction. Su Yuhan, don't think having big shots like President Liu and President Fang backing you gives you the right to put on airs in front of young Master Wang. I'll tell you straight up. Su Jihao deliberately paused, scanning the room before continuing. Do you know why Mr. Fang and Mr. Liu are partnering with Su Yuhan? Jihao, could it possibly be related to young Master Wang? Zhang Qiuyun's eyes flickered with anticipation, her voice trembling slightly. Yesterday, Zhang Qiuyun had already suspected that recent developments involving these big shots might be connected to Wang Mingyang. Could it really be true? Who else could it be besides young Master Wang? Even if Su Yuhan was exceptionally capable, how could she possibly catch the eye of Donghai's bigwigs? Ridiculous. Without young Master Wang's backing, Su Yuhan is nothing. A relative of the Su family looked at her with certainty, envy evident on their face. Yuhan, I'm truly sorry for keeping this from you all this time. Of course, I wanted to surprise you. Seeing the Su family relatives fiercely defending him, Wang Mingyang grew even more smug, his nose practically in the air. With such immense favor, coupled with his status as a wealthy young master, Su Yuhan should be deeply moved. Su Yuhan, did you hear that? If it weren't for young Master Wang, would you have any real influence in the company? Don't you know what you are? Yet you act all high and mighty with young Master Wang. If you were truly capable, would you have severed ties with CEO Liu and CEO Fang? I bet Su Yuhan only puts on airs in front of us. Behind closed doors, who knows how eager she is to please young Master Wang? Su Yuhan's face darkened instantly. She clenched her teeth, let out a slow sigh, and her eyes glinted with self-mockery. Yeah. What merit did she, Su Yuhan, truly possess to earn the favor of so many bigwigs? From the very beginning, it was all someone else's calculated help. These days, there are so many shameless people who brazenly claim things that aren't theirs. I feel embarrassed for him. Just then, a faint voice drifted in from the conference room doorway, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 58, a slap would be too mild. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Who else could it be but Yun Feiyang? Why was he here? Yun Feiyang approached Su Yuhan, his tone gentle, are you all right? Seeing the exhaustion etched on Su Yuhan's lovely face, Yun Feiyang felt a pang of heartache. Su Yuhan shook her head slowly. I'm fine. Why did you come? Yun Feiyang smiled. I'm here to fulfill my promise. With Yun Feiyang here to protect Su Yuhan today, no one could bully her. Who are you? Noticing the intimate manner between Su Yuhan and Yun Feiyang, Wang Mingyang's tone carried palpable irritation. Hearing Wang Mingyang's words, Yun Feiyang turned his head. His previously gentle gaze instantly turned icy cold. A spoiled rich kid like Wang Mingyang dares to set his sights on Su Yuhan?
Young Master Wang, this is the man I mentioned to you, the son-in-law who married into the Su family, Su Yuhan's useless husband, Yun Feiyang.
Su Zhihao's gaze toward Yun Feiyang was filled with resentment.
The incident at the hotel was still vivid in his mind. Even now, the back of Su Zhihao's neck occasionally throbbed with a stinging pain. So it was him.
And he dares to think he's worthy of Yuhan? What a joke! Wang Mingyang eyed Yun Feiyang up and down, his disdain growing even more pronounced. How could Yun Feiyang's shabby appearance compare to that of the young master of the Wang family? And now this kid dared to stand before him, Wang Mingyang, with a cold, defiant expression. Who was he trying to intimidate? Yun Feiyang, do you even know who this man is? Just hearing his name would scare the living daylights out of you. This is none other than Wang Mingyang, the young master of the Donghai Wang family. Su Zhihao introduced him with an air of superiority. You've met Mr. Fong and Mr. Liu, right? Those bigwigs only agreed to cooperate with Su Yuhan because of young Master Wang's influence. Let me make this crystal clear, young Master Wang has set his sights on Su Yuhan. If you know what's good for you, divorce Su Yuhan immediately. Maybe young Master Wang will even throw you a hefty severance package. All the relatives around them wore expressions of utter scorn. How dare someone of Yun Feiyang's lowly status stand in front of Su Yuhan? Anyway, didn't you marry into the Su family for the money? Su Zhihao's word is my word. Name your price. How much will it take for you to divorce Su Yuhan? I'll give you a reference price, 2 million. With that, Wang Mingyang pulled a checkbook from his suit pocket, swiftly signed it, and strode over to Yun Feiyang with a smug expression, pinching the check between his fingers. Here's 2 million. Take this money and get the hell out of my sight. Don't get in my way, or else. Smack. Before Wang Mingyang could finish his sentence, a resounding slap landed squarely across his face. Whoosh! Wang Mingyang stumbled backward several steps, crashing his backside onto the ground. You dare hit me? Wang Mingyang's face burned like it was on fire, the stinging pain intensifying as a surge of rage shot straight to his heart. He was the esteemed eldest son of the Donghai Wang family, yet he'd been struck by Yun Feiyang, a lowly son-in-law who wasn't even worthy of being seen in public? What kind of nonsense is this? Young Master Wang, are you alright? Su Zhihao rushed over to help Wang Mingyang to his feet. If Wang Mingyang suffered any harm at Su Group, it would spell trouble. Do I look like I'm fine? Wang Mingyang's anger flared as he roared at Su Zhihao. Su Zhihao whipped his head around and snapped at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang, aren't you going to kneel and apologize to young Master Wang? Apologize? Yun Feiyang's temper flared instantly. He bullied my wife and insulted my dignity with 2 million yuan. Slapping him was the least I could do, and you want me to apologize? Yun Feiyang, do you even know who young Master Wang is? Su Zhihao roared. He's the young master of the prestigious Donghai Wang family. You're not even worth a single finger of his. Zhang Qiuyun, how do you discipline your dog? Letting him run around biting people? Su Wenyuan also turned his criticism toward Zhang Qiuyun. If young Master Wang blamed them, neither father nor son would be able to handle the consequences. Yun Feiyang, why are you stirring up trouble out of nowhere? This is our Su family's business. What's it got to do with you? Haven't you caused us enough trouble already? Zhang Qiuyun glared at Yun Feiyang, pointing an accusing finger at his nose as fury erupted into a torrent of curses. Su Yuhan's entire first half of life had been ruined by Yun Feiyang, that incompetent son-in-law who married into the family. She had finally managed to climb her way into the Donghai Wang family. She couldn't let Yun Feiyang ruin that too. Shut your mouth. Yun Feiyang roared, startling Zhang Qiuyun. For some reason, Zhang Qiuyun felt as though the son-in-law before her had transformed into a different person. His overwhelming aura made cold sweat break out on her back. How dare you yell at me? But Zhang Qiuyun quickly snapped back to her senses. Yun Feiyang was merely her Su family's son-in-law, a lowly, insignificant figure. What right did she have to yell at him? To climb into a wealthy family, you'd sell Yuhan like this? Have you ever once seen her as your own daughter? Yun Feiyang yanked Zhang Qiuyun toward him, his voice thick with fury. If you ever lay a finger on Yuhan again, yelling at you will be the least of your worries. I'll take your life. If not for Zhang Qiuyun being Su Yuhan's mother, she wouldn't deserve death 1,000 times over. For Su Yuhan's sake, Yun Feiyang could endure Zhang Qiuyun's cold sarcasm, but he could not tolerate her mistreating Su Yuhan. Zhang Qiuyun, this is your fine son-in-law. He actually dares to yell at you. Does he have any sense of propriety left? Su Zhihao snorted coldly. Yelling at you is one thing, but this brat actually dared to lay a hand on young Master Wang? Who does he think he is? Some lowlife like him can provoke someone like young Master Wang? Don't forget, our Su Group's recent 200 million yuan deal was all thanks to young Master Wang. Wang Mingyang clutched his face and sneered coldly. Yun Feiyang, I'm only letting you off with 2 million because of Yuhan. In my eyes, you're not even worth 200 bucks. Seems that slap didn't wake you up. Want to try again? Yun Feiyang's icy expression made Wang Mingyang flinch. Yun Feiyang, you have some nerve. Do you have any respect for propriety? Su Zhihao surveyed the room, fanning the flames. Esteemed elders of the Su family, are you all just going to stand by and watch this brat offend young Master Wang, causing him to withdraw hundreds of millions in investments? With Su Zhihao's provocation, all the relatives glared angrily. Kneel and apologize to young Master Wang. Otherwise, we'll expel you from the Su family right now. Billions in investments, millions in annual dividends. How could a good-for-nothing son-in-law like Yun Feiyang compare to Wang Mingyang? Su Zhihao, are you saying that Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong only partnered with Yuhan because they were giving this so-called young Master Wang face? Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette, sat down, and fixed Su Zhihao and Wang Mingyang with a gaze tinged with faint derision. Of course. If not young Master Wang, then who else you, a good-for-nothing deadbeat just waiting to die. Chapter 59, Chaos ensues. Yun Feiyang's expression remained impassive, though the cold smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He addressed Su Yuhan. Yuhan, you can call Mr. Fong and Mr. Lu right now and have them come witness Su Zhihao confronting this so-called young Master Wang. Let's see if Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong really give this guy any face. Call them? A flicker of panic crossed Su Zhihao's eyes. If Su Yuhan actually made that call, everything would be exposed. Su Yuhan, you can make that call, but you'd better think carefully about the consequences. You signed the contract with Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong. You breached it, so the penalty should be paid by you, Su Yuhan. It has nothing to do with our Su group. Su Zhihao shifted to threatening Su Yuhan. A contract worth over 200 million yuan, the penalty alone was astronomical. If Su Yuhan actually made that call, it would mean breaching the contract. The penalty alone was more than she could afford to pay. Then forget marrying into a wealthy family, she wouldn't even be able to afford basic living expenses. Yuhan, that bastard Yun Feiyang hitting me is his problem. I can pretend I never heard what you said earlier. If you're willing, forget about the 200 million cooperation. Whatever cooperation you want, I can support. A cold smile curled at Wang Mingyang's lips as his expression grew increasingly smug. No one could resist such a sugar-coated bullet, especially one of such staggering magnitude. In Wang Mingyang's eyes, Su Yuhan would never dare make this call. The astronomical penalty clause would instantly shatter Su Yuhan's current privileged life. She lacked the guts for that. So what if she was cold and aloof? So what if she was haughty? Once he dealt with Su Yuhan, he would make this ice queen grovel at his feet. Su Yuhan clenched her teeth, her beautiful face icy. Wang Mingyang, I know exactly what you're up to. But I, Su Yuhan, am not the kind of woman who would sacrifice her dignity for money. Dream on if you think I trade my happiness and self-respect for a life of luxury. Not only Wang Mingyang, but Su Yuhan's relatives were stunned too. They hadn't expected Su Yuhan to actually turn down these big shots partnerships. This woman's temperament was far too fierce. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. This was indeed the Su Yuhan he knew, a woman who would never bow to someone like Wang Mingyang, even if it meant never again living a life of luxury. Yuhan, you're out of your mind. How could you just abandon everything like that? Zhang Qiuyun shouted reluctantly from the sidelines. Su Yuhan had just secured her footing in the company through these big shots cooperation. How could she just abandon it like that? Su Yuhan's entire first half of life had been ruined by Yun Feiyang. Now, finally, a wealthy young master had taken an interest in her. Even if he was only playing games, she absolutely had to seize this opportunity. If the 2 billion yuan deal fell through and she had to pay breach of contract penalties, not only would Zhang Qiuyun's dreams of marrying into wealth be shattered, but they might even struggle to live a normal life afterward. Mom! This mess is my doing, I'll take full responsibility. A resolute glint flashed in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. No matter what, I will never marry a heartless, ungrateful man like Wang Mingyang. You're out of your mind. Zhang Qiuyun slapped Su Yuhan hard across the face, fuming. I don't care if you ruin your own life, but are you dragging the whole family down with you? How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful daughter? What are you doing? Yun Feiyang grabbed Zhang Qiuyun's hand, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare you hit Yuhan? Who do you think you are? In Yun Feiyang's heart, Su Yuhan was an angel. Even if Zhang Qiuyun was Su Yuhan's mother, she had no right to strike her. It's all because of you, you disaster, stirring up trouble here. You ruined Yuhan's life. How did I end up with a son-in-law like you who can't even hold his own in public? Zhang Qiuyun was beside herself with rage. She lunged forward, trying to claw at Yun Feiyang, but he shoved her away. Mom! Su Yuhan cried out loudly. Even if Yun Feiyang hadn't come today, I wouldn't have let someone like Wang Mingyang get away with this. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes held a steely resolve as she looked at Yun Feiyang, a hint of gratitude playing at the corners of her mouth. Yun Feiyang, thank you for protecting me at a time like this. But the breach of contract penalty is entirely my responsibility, you don't have to bear it. For the first time, Su Yuhan felt a flicker of affection for Yun Feiyang. At the very least, she sensed he wasn't solely motivated by profit. Perhaps he truly hadn't married into the Su family for money. Yun Feiyang patted Su Yuhan's shoulder and smiled. I told you I'd prove I'm worthy of standing before you. Don't worry about the penalty fee. Trust me, call President Fong and President Lu. Su Yuhan nodded, pulled out her phone, and dialed Mr. Fong. The Su family relatives couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Has this kid lost his mind? Su Yuhan was beautiful, but to risk astronomical penalties for her looks? Absurd. Yet Yun Feiyang wore a confident smile, his eyes fixed solely on Su Yuhan. Seeing Su Yuhan actually pull out her phone, Su Shihao's expression instantly changed. Young Master Wang, look at this. Su Shihao glanced at Wang Mingyang and whispered, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. If that call actually went through, everything would be exposed. What's there to fear? I'm the young master of the esteemed Donghai Wang family. Would they dare refuse me? Hearing Wang Mingyang's pointed remark, Su Shihao understood. Wang Mingyang was right. Given the Wang family's prestige in Donghai, both Mr. Fong and Mr. Lu would show Wang Mingyang some respect. To put it bluntly, Su Yuhan was merely a woman they fancied. Su Shihao knew the temperament of these wealthy young masters. Take Wang Mingyang, for instance. The novelty of any woman would fade for him within a month. Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong would never risk antagonizing the Donghai Wang family over a woman. Over the phone, upon hearing Su Yuhan's words, General Manager Fong's body trembled violently. He urgently said, Miss Su, this can't be explained in a few words over the phone. I'm heading to Su Group right now with old Lu. As Su Yuhan hung up, despair flashed in Zhang Choyun's eyes. It's over. Everything is ruined. Our entire future is destroyed. Zhang Choyun sank to the floor in despair, her expression utterly defeated. This had been Su Yuhan's best chance to climb into the Donghai Wang family, but now, it was all over. How could our Su family produce such an unfilial descendant? You've betrayed the affection the old master showed you in his lifetime. Su Yuhan, you've destroyed a multi-billion yuan partnership for our Su Group. You are now completely severed from the Su family. Paying the breach of contract penalty is solely your responsibility. It has nothing to do with the Su Group. After all, young Master Wang was after Su Yuhan. They had to distance themselves from this connection. Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, honored elders, without Su Yuhan, you wouldn't even have met Mr. Fong or Mr. Lu. A multi-billion-dollar deal? What does that have to do with your Su Group? Yun Feiyang was right. These partnerships were originally established to support Su Yuhan. These Su family relatives only received such generous dividends because of her. What right did they have to undermine Su Yuhan? Yun Feiyang, who do you think you are? What business do you have speaking here? Besides, Mr. Fong and the others came to cooperate because of young Master Wang's favor. What does that have to do with Su Yuhan? We are all elders of the Su family. You, a son-in-law by marriage, have no right to speak to us. Elders? A colder sneer spread across Yun Feiyang's lips. Do you even act like elders? Beyond grabbing dividends, have you shown any regard for blood ties? Su Yuhan has severed all ties with the Su family. Stop trying to exploit family bonds. Our family has no place for such unfilial offspring. We must sever ties with Su Yuhan now. Otherwise, that astronomical penalty clause will drag the entire Su Group into ruin. Yun Feiyang scoffed coldly, unwilling to waste words on these opportunistic relatives. In Yun Feiyang's mind, these people weren't worthy of claiming any kinship with Su Yuhan. Barely 10 minutes later, frantic footsteps echoed outside the conference room. Amidst the commotion, General Manager Fong and General Manager Lu burst into the room. Chapter 60, What the hell are you? Zhang Choyun's face drained of color upon seeing Fong and Lu. This was the end. Her family would likely face a lifetime of hardship. Miss Su, what on earth is going on? Why cancel the partnership out of the blue? Mr. Fong hurried over, a hint of panic in his eyes. They had spotted Yun Feiyang seated here too. Could it be they were dissatisfied with the terms? They could offer concessions. This was the very first task Yun Feiyang had entrusted to them. If they botched it and angered him, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Before Su Yuhan could speak, those relatives turned the tables and started shifting the blame. Honorable partners, our Su family understands that you two are only cooperating with Su Yuhan because of young Master Wang's favor. But Su Yuhan actually dares to disregard young Master Wang's face? How utterly ungrateful. Su Yuhan is no longer part of the Su Group. Her actions have absolutely nothing to do with the Su family. Gentlemen, the penalty clause is entirely Su Yuhan's responsibility. Whatever punishment you wish to impose on her, our Su family fully supports it. They finally understood. It wasn't Su Yuhan who initiated the termination of the partnership, someone had sabotaged it behind the scenes. Seeing Yun Feiyang's grim expression nearby, Fong and Lu immediately panicked. Which blind fool told you we partnered with the Su family only out of respect for the Wang family? And which bastard informed you we intended to terminate our contract with Miss Su? Name them. I, Lu, will tear their mouths off. Who the hell is trying to ruin them? Stabbing them in the back? Looking for trouble? All the Su family relatives froze in shock. Judging by what Fang and Lu said, they weren't here to cooperate with Su Yuhan because of the Wang family's influence? What was going on?
The Su family's gaze shifted toward Su Wenyuan, his son, and Wang Mingyang.
Su Wenyan and his son looked awkward.
They had no choice. This lie was told for Wang Mingyang's sake. Now, they could only look to Wang Mingyang for help.
Fang and Lu were both heavyweights in the Donghai business district.
Su Wenyan and his son didn't have the guts to go against them. Only Wang Mingyang could step in and smooth things over.
Wang Mingyang rose slowly, straightening his clothes.
A smile he considered confident played at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his head slightly. He struck a rather imposing pose.
Mr. Fang, Mr. Lu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Mingyang of the Wang family of Donghai.
I have heard of your reputations as major figures in Donghai.
Pleased to meet you both.
Not far away, Yun Feiyang's lips curled into an even more mocking sneer at the words.
Wang Mingyang really had some nerve, daring to step forward and admit it? The most crucial part was that Wang Mingyang was putting on airs in front of Fang and Lu. What gave him the right? Just because he's the eldest son of the Wang family of the East Sea? Even Wang Hongfei, the head of the Wang family, wouldn't dare put on such airs before Fang and Lu. I know exactly who you are.
Mr. Fang waved his hand to cut Wang Mingyang off. I'm asking you, did you say that our collaboration with old Lu and Miss Su was done out of respect for your Donghai Wang family?
Both Fang and Lu wore grim expressions, their tone dripping with accusation.
That's correct.
Wang Mingyang spoke with an air of arrogance. We hope you too will consider the Donghai Wang family's reputation. The Donghai Wang family? Mr. Fang instantly lost his temper. What exactly is your Donghai Wang family? Do you think you have the right to boss us around? Even if Wang Hongfei himself showed up, he wouldn't dare demand favors from someone like me. You're just Wang Hongfei's good-for-nothing son. What gives you the nerve to expect me to show you any respect? Wang Mingyang, who gave you the audacity to put on such airs? What kind of man do you think I am, Lu? Do I need to kowtow to your Wang family? Your family is a small, insignificant clan. How dare you use my and Mr. Fang's reputations to gild your own family's name? Fang and Lu's faces darkened with fury, their eyes blazing with the urge to slap Wang Mingyang across the face. What does the Wang family of Donghai amount to? Can they even compare to the Yun family in the capital? Fang and Lu had strictly followed Yun Feiyang's instructions. They hadn't revealed a single detail about him while helping Su Yuhan. Wang Mingyang's reckless remarks in front of Yun Feiyang were bound to ruin the favorable impression Fang and Lu had built with him. Seeing Yun Feiyang's icy expression sent shivers down their spines. If Yun Feiyang were to hold them accountable, they would be the ones caught in the crossfire. Zhang Qiuyun, who had been utterly despairing, now stared wide-eyed at Fang and Lu, her expression one of utter disbelief. So it turned out Fang and Lu weren't actually giving Wang Mingyang face? Did that mean they wouldn't have to pay that astronomical penalty? Joy flashed across Zhang Qiuyun's face as she threw her arms around Su Yuhan, exclaiming excitedly, Yuhan, did you know all along that the partnership had nothing to do with Wang Mingyang? Su Yuhan remained silent, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Fang and Lu, then glanced at Yun Feiyang. She didn't know who had been helping her behind the scenes. But what intrigued Su Yuhan even more was that Yun Feiyang seemed to have known about this beforehand. How did he know? Following Su Yuhan's gaze, Zhang Qiuyun also looked at Yun Feiyang. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips as he observed Fang and Lu, nodding approvingly. These two, Fang and Lu, were quite capable and had decent skills. They could be put to good use in the future. What are you laughing at? What business is it of yours what those two big shots are up to? Zhang Qiuyun still remembered Yun Feiyang's earlier outburst at him, and his tone was clearly displeased. Yun Feiyang merely gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. If Zhang Qiuyun knew that Fang and Lu were his people, who knew how she would react? The words from Fang and Lu instantly caused the expressions of the Su family relatives to darken. So the collaboration between Mr. Fang and Mr. Lu with Su Yuhan wasn't the Wang family's decision? That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang actually hit the nail on the head. Couldn't even a powerhouse like the Wang family control these two tycoons? Whose favor were they really showing? Could it be a family even more powerful than the Wangs? That would place them among Donghai's top elite. Oh no, oh no. We just pushed Su Yuhan around like that. Did we offend whoever's backing her? That's someone who doesn't even give the Wang family the time of day. The Su family was barely a third-rate clan in Donghai. To their relatives, even second-tier families like the Wangs were considered aristocratic, let alone clans even more powerful than the Wangs. Instantly, the expressions on those Su relatives' faces turned awkward as they looked at Su Yuhan, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. If Su Yuhan truly held them accountable, could they even bear the consequences? Zhang Qiuyun gloated triumphantly, did you hear that? These two big shots aren't just riding on the Wang family's reputation to partner with our Yuhan. I dare anyone to make us pay breach of contract fees now. Wang Mingyang's expression darkened further. He was accustomed to being a spoiled playboy in Donghai. Everyone bowed and scraped before him, addressing him as young Master Wang. Never before had anyone dared to show him such disrespect.
But Wang Mingyang had only ever dealt with small-time players like Su Zhihao before, never someone of this stature.
Gentlemen, the Wang family of Donghai holds considerable standing within the Su family. To be treated with such disrespect is simply unacceptable, wouldn't you agree?
Wang Mingyang moved out of the Wang residence, hoping that Fang and Lu would show restraint for the sake of the Wang family's reputation.
If Wan Hongfei personally asks me, Fang, to show some face, I might consider it.
At that moment, Mr. Fang noticed Yun Feiyang give him a slight nod, understanding Yun Feiyang's meaning.
This meant no face would be given to Wang Mingyang.
With that understood, Mr. Fang got the message.
A petty family like the Donghai Wangs?
What the hell are they? Mr. Fang sneered contemptuously. Wang Mingyang, take a good look at yourself. You're nothing but a spoiled playboy who spends his days carousing.
You expect me to show you respect? You're not worthy. Wang Mingyang, you don't even have the right to inherit the Wang family's fortune, let alone represent them before us.
Mr. Lu looked utterly dismissive as he surveyed the room, his voice icy. Our partnership with Miss Su has absolutely nothing to do with this worthless Wang scion.
Breach of contract? Out of the question. Wang Mingyang's face twisted with humiliation, his eyes blazing with fury as if he could devour Fang and Lu whole.
This was the first time he'd been publicly humiliated. If it were anyone else, Wang Mingyang would have exploded in rage long ago.
But Fang and Lu?
One was a real estate titan in Donghai, the other a financial heavyweight, both on par with Wang Hongfei himself.
As the spoiled youngest son of the Wang family, what right did he have to show them such disrespect? The Su family relatives finally understood. Fang and Lu had come to support Su Yuhan. Now, all the relatives exchanged awkward glances, utterly embarrassed. Yuhan, we've wronged you. Please don't hold it against us.
Yes, we were deceived by Su Wenyuan and his son.
If you must blame anyone, blame them. Su Wenyan, Su Zhihao, you two started this mess. Say something. Truthfully, the root of this matter lay with Wang Mingyang.
But how could these Su family relatives dare direct their anger at the young master of the Donghai Wang family? They could only use Su Wenyan and his son as shields.
You needn't say another word.
Su Yuhan's expression hardened, her cold, elegant demeanor fully revealed. I've already been expelled from the Su family.
Apologies? Not necessary. Chapter 61, A Matter of Prestige. Zhang Qiuyun's face turned deathly pale upon seeing Fang and Lu.
This was the end. Her family would likely face a lifetime of hardship.
Miss Su, what on earth is going on? Why cancel the partnership out of the blue?
Mr. Fang hurried over, a hint of panic in his eyes. They had spotted Yun Feiyang seated there too. Could it be that the terms of the partnership weren't satisfactory? They could offer concessions. This was the very first task Yun Feiyang had entrusted to them. If they botched it and angered him, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Before Su Yuhan could speak, those relatives turned the tables and started shifting the blame. Honorable partners, our Su family understands that you two are only cooperating with Su Yuhan because of young Master Wang's favor.
But Su Yuhan actually dares to disregard young Master Wang's face? How utterly ungrateful. Su Yuhan is no longer part of the Su group. Her actions have absolutely nothing to do with the Su family. Gentlemen, the penalty clause is entirely Su Yuhan's responsibility.
Whatever punishment you wish to impose on her, our Su family fully supports it.
They finally understood.
It wasn't Su Yuhan who initiated the termination of the partnership, someone had sabotaged it behind the scenes.
Seeing Yun Feiyang's grim expression nearby, Fang and Lu immediately panicked. Which blind fool told you we partnered with the Su family only out of respect for the Wang family? And which bastard informed you we intended to terminate our contract with Miss Su? Name them. I, Lu, will tear their mouths off. Who the hell is trying to ruin them? Stabbing them in the back? Looking for trouble? This. All the Su family relatives froze in shock. Judging by what Fang and Lu said, they weren't here to cooperate with Su Yuhan because of the Wang family's influence? What was going on?
The Su family's gaze shifted towards Su Wenyuan, his son, and Wang Mingyang.
Su Wenyan and his son looked awkward.
They had no choice, this lie was told for Wang Mingyang's sake. Now, they could only look to Wang Mingyang for help.
Fang and Lu were both heavyweights in the Donghai business district.
Su Wenyan and his son didn't have the guts to go against them, only Wang Mingyang could step in and smooth things over.
Wang Mingyang rose slowly, straightening his clothes.
A smile he considered confident played at the corners of his mouth as he lifted his head slightly. He struck a rather imposing pose. Mr. Fang, Mr. Lu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Mingyang of the Wang family of Donghai. I have heard of your reputations as major figures in Donghai. Pleased to meet you both. Not far away, Yun Feiyang's lips curled into an even more mocking sneer at the words. Wang Mingyang really had some nerve, daring to step forward and admit it? The most crucial part was that Wang Mingyang was putting on airs in front of Fang and Lu. What gave him the right? Just because he's the eldest son of the Wang family of the East Sea? Even Wang Hongfei, the head of the Wang family, wouldn't dare put on such airs before Fang and Lu. I know exactly who you are. Mr. Feiyang waved his hand to cut Wang Mingyang off. I'm asking you, did you say that our collaboration with old Lu and Miss Su was done out of respect for your Donghai Wang family?
Both Feiyang and Lu wore grim expressions, their tone dripping with accusation.
That's correct.
Wang Mingyang spoke with an air of arrogance. We hope you too will consider the Donghai Wang family's reputation.
The Donghai Wang family? Mr. Feiyang instantly lost his temper. What exactly is your Donghai Wang family? Do you think you have the right to boss us around? Even if Wang Hongfei himself showed up, he wouldn't dare demand favors from someone like me. You're just Wang Hongfei's good-for-nothing son. What gives you the nerve to expect me to show you any respect? Wang Mingyang, who gave you the audacity to put on such airs? What kind of man do you think I am, Lu? Do I need to kowtow to your Wang family? Your family is a small, insignificant clan. How dare you use my and Mr. Feiyang's reputations to gild your own family's name? Feiyang and Lu's faces darkened with fury, their eyes blazing with the urge to slap Wang Mingyang across the face. What does the Wang family of Donghai amount to? Can they even compare to the Yun family in the capital? Feiyang and Lu had strictly followed Yun Feiyang's instructions. They hadn't revealed a single detail about him while helping Su Yuhan. Wang Mingyang's reckless remarks in front of Yun Feiyang were bound to ruin the favorable impression Feiyang and Lu had built with him. Seeing Yun Feiyang's icy expression sent shivers down their spines. If Yun Feiyang were to hold them accountable, they would be the ones caught in the crossfire. Zhang Qiuyun, who had been utterly despairing, now stared wide-eyed at Feiyang and Lu, her expression one of utter disbelief. So it turned out Feiyang and Lu weren't actually giving Wang Mingyang face? Did that mean they wouldn't have to pay that astronomical penalty? Joy flashed across Zhang Qiuyun's face as she threw her arms around Su Yuhan, exclaiming excitedly, Yuhan, did you know all along that the partnership had nothing to do with Wang Mingyang? Su Yuhan remained silent, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Feiyang and Lu, then glanced at Yun Feiyang. She didn't know who had been helping her behind the scenes. But what intrigued Su Yuhan even more was that Yun Feiyang seemed to have known about this beforehand. How did he know? Following Su Yuhan's gaze, Zhang Qiuyun also looked at Yun Feiyang. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips as he observed Feiyang and Lu, nodding approvingly. These two, Feiyang and Lu, were quite capable and had decent skills. They could be put to good use in the future. What are you laughing at? What business is it of yours what those two big shots are doing? Zhang Qiuyun still remembered Yun Feiyang's earlier outburst at him, and his tone was clearly displeased. Yun Feiyang merely gave a cold laugh, saying nothing. If Zhang Qiuyun knew that Feiyang and Lu were his people, who knew how she would react? The words from Feiyang and Lu instantly caused the expressions of the Su family relatives to darken. So the collaboration between Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Lu with Su Yuhan wasn't the Wang family's decision? That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang actually hit the nail on the head. Couldn't even a powerhouse like the Wang family control these two tycoons? Whose favor were they really showing? Could it be a family even more powerful than the Wangs? That would place them among Donghai's top elite. Oh no, oh no. We just pushed Su Yuhan around like that. Did we offend whoever's backing her? That's someone who doesn't even give the Wang family the time of day. The Su family was barely a third-rate clan in Donghai. To their relatives, even second-tier families like the Wangs were considered aristocratic, let alone clans even more powerful than the Wangs. Instantly, the expressions on those Su relatives' faces turned awkward as they looked at Su Yuhan, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. If Su Yuhan truly held them accountable, could they even bear the consequences? Zhang Qiuyun gloated triumphantly, did you hear that? These two big shots aren't just riding on the Wang family's reputation to partner with our Yuhan. I dare anyone to make us pay breach of contract fees now. Wang Mingyang's expression darkened further. He was accustomed to being a spoiled playboy in Donghai. Everyone bowed and scraped before him, addressing him as young Master Wang. Never before had anyone dared to show him such disrespect. But Wang Mingyang had only ever dealt with small-time players like Su Zhihao before, never someone of this stature. Gentlemen, the Wang family of Donghai holds considerable standing within the Su family. To be treated with such disrespect is simply unacceptable, wouldn't you agree? Wang Mingyang moved out of the Wang residence, hoping that Feiyang and Lu would show restraint for the sake of the Wang family's reputation. If Wang Hongfei personally asks me, Feiyang, to show some face, I might consider it. At that moment, Mr. Feiyang noticed Yun Feiyang give him a slight nod, understanding Yun Feiyang's meaning. This meant no face would be given to Wang Mingyang. With that understood, Mr. Feiyang got the message. A petty family like the Donghai Wangs? What the hell are they? Mr. Feiyang sneered contemptuously, Wang Mingyang, take a good look at yourself. You're nothing but a spoiled playboy who spends his days carousing. You expect me to show you respect? You're not worthy. Wang Mingyang, you don't even have the right to inherit the Wang family's fortune, let alone represent them before us. Mr. Lu looked utterly dismissive as he surveyed the room, his voice icy. Our partnership with Miss Su has absolutely nothing to do with this worthless Wang scion. Breach of contract? Out of the question. Wang Mingyang's face twisted with humiliation, his eyes blazing with fury as if he could devour Feiyang and Lu whole. This was the first time he'd been publicly humiliated. If it were anyone else, Wang Mingyang would have exploded in rage long ago.
But Feiyang and Lu?
One was a real estate titan in Donghai, the other a financial heavyweight, both on par with Wang Hongfei himself.
As the spoiled youngest son of the Wang family, what right did he have to show them such disrespect? The Su family relatives finally understood. Feiyang and Lu had come to support Su Yuhan. Now, all the relatives exchanged awkward glances, utterly embarrassed. Yuhan, we've wronged you. Please don't hold it against us.
Yes, we were deceived by Su Wenyuan and his son.
If you must blame anyone, blame them. Su Wenyan, Su Zhihao, you two started this mess. Say something. The root of this matter lies with Wang Mingyang.
But how could these Su family relatives dare direct their anger at the young master of the Donghai Wang family?
They could only use Su Wenyan and his son as scapegoats. Hearing these fickle relatives' words, Yun Feiyang's lips curled into a cold smile. Earlier, they helped Wang Mingyang bully Su Yuhan for a share of the profits. Now, for the same dividends, they were helping Su Yuhan squeeze Su Wenyuan's family. It was truly revolting. Chapter 62, Beating Up Wang Mingyang. Feiyang and Lu had already made up their minds. Su Wenyuan wants to claim Su Yuhan's achievements as his own? He can dream on. Feiyang and Lu would absolutely not let Su Wenyan and his son off easy. This was the very first task Yun Feiyang had entrusted them with. If they botched it, and Yun Feiyang blamed them, it would be General Manager Feiyang and General Manager Lu who would suffer the consequences. Su Wenyan and his son's expressions darkened instantly. Truth be told, nearly every contract, big or small, secured by the Su Group over the years was largely thanks to Su Yuhan's efforts. Su Wenyuan had merely used certain tactics to seize them. The Su family's capabilities were limited. An investment of over 200 million yuan, such a massive undertaking, was beyond their ability to manage. The thought of facing pressure from the powerful Feiyang and Lu clans and potentially paying hefty breach of contract penalties was too daunting for Su Wenyuan and his son to contemplate. Moreover, judging by Feiyang and Lu's intentions, the Su Group would likely face a rough ride ahead. Miss Su, please don't worry about the 200 million yuan investment in the Su Group. Once your company is established, Mr. Lu and I will personally visit to discuss cooperation. Mr. Feiyang's words made the Su family's relatives green with envy. Why did Su Yuhan have such incredible luck? Her useless husband had quietly secured a 200 million yuan investment for her, and even these bigwigs were fawning over Lu Yuhan. Mr. Feiyang, Mr. Lu, let's discuss the partnership later. A hint of hesitation flickered in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes as she glanced at Yun Feiyang. Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Lu were big shots who had come to help Su Yuhan at someone else's request. If the person behind the scenes harbored the same shady motives as Wang Mingyang, it would spell trouble. Su Yuhan had already agreed to give Yun Feiyang a chance. She didn't want to embarrass him. Zhang Qiuyun instantly discerned Su Yuhan's thoughts and flattered both executives. Rest assured, on the day Yuhan's company is established, I will personally invite you both. Please also convey to those who entrusted you with this task that our Yuhan will personally express her gratitude to them at the earliest opportunity. Su Yuhan shot Zhang Qiuyun a sharp glance. Why bring up that mysterious rich young man in front of Yun Feiyang? Wasn't that just embarrassing Yun Feiyang in public? Well then, we can rest assured. Goodbye. Feiyang and Lu also felt relieved. With the previous 200 million investment gone down the drain, they could only collaborate with Su Yuhan's company to salvage the situation. They could only hope Yun Feiyang wouldn't hold it against them. As they departed, Feiyang and Lu cast one last glance at Yun Feiyang, their hearts still pounding. However, to the Su family relatives, the look in Feiyang and Lu's eyes took on a different meaning. To them, Feiyang and Lu were flexing their muscles on behalf of the mysterious wealthy young master backing them, sending a clear message to Yun Feiyang. Even Zhang Qiuyun's words revealed her deep admiration for the mysterious wealthy young master backing Feiyang and Lu. Yun Feiyang, so what if you secured 200 million in investment for Su Yuhan? Isn't what Zhang Qiuyun truly values the heavyweights like Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Lu? Oh no! She doesn't value Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Lu themselves, it's the super wealthy dynasty behind them she covets. Su Zhihao's tone dripped with scornful sarcasm, clearly fanning the flames. A mere son-in-law by marriage, relying on a fluke of luck to catch the eye of the China Resources CEO, what does that really mean? Compared to a true tycoon family, what is he? Yun Feiyang must think that Huaruan's 200 million will win Su Yuhan's heart. Maybe she's already scheming how to marry into a wealthy family. After all, Su Yuhan was no longer tied to the Su family. Her relatives were all stoking the fire, hoping to use that mysterious rich young man's influence to get Yun Feiyang to withdraw his 200 million investment. After all, who would want their wife accepting help from another man? Who would willingly wear such a blatant green hat? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes turned cold. I've never met any wealthy young master. Stop smearing me with your filth. And I didn't accept any follow-up investment from Mr. Feiyang or Mr. Lu just now. Zhang Qiuyun grew frantic, pulling Su Yuhan aside and whispering urgently, Yuhan, what are you saying? I've already agreed to Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Lu on your behalf. Don't speak recklessly.
Although Yin Feiyang had secured 200 million in investment for Su Yuhan, in Zhang Qiuyun's heart, a super wealthy family clearly suited her ambitions better. Su Yuhan was Zhang Qiuyun's ticket to climbing the social ladder. How could she let Su Yuhan squander this golden opportunity over Yun Feiyang? Yun Feiyang, did you see that? No matter how well you perform, compared to the top-tier elite families, you're worthless. Su Zhihao continued to fan the flames. I really feel sorry for you. What good is all that effort to secure 200 million? It's not even worth as much as some wealthy playboy who hasn't even shown his face. A mocking smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. Stop judging Yuhan with your narrow-minded worldly views. I'm her husband, I trust her character. Yun Feiyang, I truly pity you. Su Zhihao sneered coldly. You've got a green hat right on your head, and you're still so calm? He's just been bullied by the Zhang Qiuyun family for too long. Sooner or later, he'll lose both his wife and his fortune, and only then will he learn his lesson. The Su family relatives wore expressions of mockery, reveling in his misfortune. Wang Mingyang, in particular, adopted an arrogant, superior air as he sneered, Yun Feiyang, you're a disgrace to all men. A spineless man like you has no right to compete with me, Wang Mingyang. That unseen wealthy young master, however, is worthy of being my opponent. Yuan, I loved you too much before, which is why I claimed the investments from the Fong and Lu tycoons were connected to me. I hope you won't blame me. With that, Wang Mingyang presumptuously approached Su Yuhan, reaching out to wrap his arm around her waist. Su Yuhan felt sick to her stomach and immediately dodged him, coldly stating, You'd better not touch me. Yuhan, there's no need to be shy. I know you're already considering giving me this chance. Rest assured, I'll prove it to you. I, Wang Mingyang, am the man who truly deserves you. I'll surpass that mysterious rich kid in every way. Su Yuhan's icy beauty only fueled Wang Mingyang's obsession. He slowly edged closer, preparing to pin her against the wall. He would conquer this ice queen. What are you doing? Yun Feiyang stepped between Wang Mingyang and Su Yuhan, his temper flaring. How dare Wang Mingyang be so inconsiderate? Seeing Yun Feiyang interrupt his moment, Wang Mingyang instantly flared up. Yun Feiyang, don't think landing a 2 billion investment gives you the right to oppose me, Wang Mingyang. Your backer is just Mr. Zhang, right? China Resources Group? In the eyes of our Wang family, it's nothing. Wang Mingyang pointed his finger right at Yun Feiyang's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. I advise you to be smart and divorce Yuhan ASAP. Otherwise. Snap. Before Wang Mingyang could finish his threat, Yun Feiyang grabbed his arm and twisted it with brutal force. Wang Mingyang's finger pointing at Yun Feiyang snapped clean off. Ah! Wang Mingyang screamed in agony, his voice thick with rage. You bastard, you dare hit me. He, the young master of the esteemed Donghai Wang family, had been struck by a worthless son-in-law? And not just once, but twice. And in front of all these people. If word got out, where would his reputation stand? Yun Feiyang didn't say a word. He grabbed Wang Mingyang by the collar and landed an uppercut straight to his jaw. Wang Mingyang's face still stung fiercely. Before he could recover, Yun Feiyang's punch sent stars dancing before his eyes. Yun Feiyang, you're out of your mind. Su Zhihao panicked and rushed forward to stop Yun Feiyang. Wang Mingyang wasn't just anyone. If he got beaten up at Su Group, the fallout would be catastrophic. How could he possibly bear the blame? Get lost. Don't get in my way. Yun Feiyang snorted coldly, sending Su Zhihao flying with a single kick. Today, he would cripple this blind fool, Wang Mingyang. Su Zhihao felt as if he'd been hit by a truck. His body slammed heavily onto the ground, and he couldn't recover for a long time. During his military service overseas, Yun Feiyang had faced nothing but hardened criminals. Scum like Wang Mingyang and Su Zhihao, whose bodies had long been hollowed out, were no match for him. Whoa! The Su family relatives all sucked in their breath involuntarily, their gazes toward Yun Feiyang now thick with apprehension. Chapter 63, I'm only giving you one chance. Everyone knew Yun Feiyang had served in the military. But they never imagined his skills would be this terrifying. A man weighing over 100 pounds was sent flying with a single kick. Was he some kind of martial arts master? The men of the Su family exchanged nervous glances, none daring to intervene. Of course not. Su Zhihao, who had just intervened, was now lying on the ground. They certainly weren't going to tempt fate. Forget it. Seeing this, Su Yuhan hurried over and grabbed Yun Feiyang's arm, urging, don't make this into a big deal. Wang Mingyang wasn't just any ordinary person. If something serious happened, it wouldn't be something to laugh off. Yun Feiyang's determination to stand up for her warmed Su Yuhan's heart, but she didn't want him to get into trouble either. Gazing at Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang's previously icy stare softened considerably. He nodded and said, you decide. Wang Mingyang, today I'll spare your life for my wife's sake. But if you ever dare to act arrogant in front of me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Yun Feiyang flung Wang Mingyang aside like a dog. Wang Mingyang's body slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving him gasping for breath for a long while. Let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. Gazing at the Su group building, familiar yet strangely distant, a complex mix of emotions flickered in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. After all, this was the place she had fought so hard for. Leaving it now left her with a bitter, hollow feeling.
Yun Feiyang, I'll never let you off the hook. Wang Mingyang's face darkened as he scrambled to his feet.
Staring at Yun Feiyang's retreating figure, his voice dripped with vicious coldness.
Outside the company, the gaze Su Yuhan cast upon Yun Feiyang held a hint of tenderness.
This was the first time in all their years of marriage that Yun Feiyang had protected her, and the feeling was surprisingly pleasant. She had always thought Yun Feiyang was a soft-spoken type, but today he had changed her perception. For her sake, Yun Feiyang had even dared to lay a hand on young Master Wang. And he hadn't betrayed their year-long relationship for money. She hadn't misjudged him.
Thank you.
Su Yuhan shed her icy demeanor, her voice softening slightly. This was simply the promise I made to you.
There's nothing to thank me for between us.
Over a decade ago, if not for Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang and his mother would have perished on the streets of Donghai.
Su Yuhan had saved Yun Feiyang.
Whatever he did for her was only right.
How do you make your crushing carp soup?
I've tried making it these past few days, but it doesn't taste the same as yours. Su Yuhan suddenly changed the subject, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang with anticipation. This question was actually a hint that Yun Feiyang could come home to help her cook fish soup. Moreover, she had already decided to give Yun Feiyang a chance. Perhaps it was time for him to come home. But Yun Feiyang completely missed the subtext, blurting out like a fool, "I'll make it for you when I get the chance."
Su Yuhan wanted to stomp on Yun Feiyang's head.
Su Yuhan was too shy to just come out and tell Yun Feiyang to go home. She'd been planning to find an excuse to send him home, but this idiot hadn't caught a single hint.
Does this guy have zero emotional intelligence? What if I want to eat it right now?
Su Yuhan gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang.
Wasn't that clear enough? If Yun Feiyang still didn't get it, Su Yuhan was about to curse.
To her surprise, Yun Feiyang scratched his head and said, "There's a restaurant not far from here. I learned how to cook fish from the chef there.
If you want some, I can take you." Su Yuhan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to punch Yun Feiyang hard, and let out a heavy snort. She'd finally realized Yun Feiyang's emotional intelligence wasn't just zero, it was negative. He couldn't even grasp the most basic hints. "You go ahead. I'm not eating anymore." Su Yuhan turned away in a huff and climbed straight into the car. It wasn't that Su Yuhan wouldn't let Yun Feiyang come back, it was that the guy just didn't get the hint.
Fine, let him stew outside for 2 days.
Zhang Qiuyun's expression darkened instantly. Yun Feiyang hadn't grasped Su Yuhan's meaning, but Zhang Qiuyun understood it instantly. Zhang Qiuyun grew anxious. If Yun Feiyang returned home, it would completely ruin her chance to climb into a wealthy family. She couldn't let Yun Feiyang ruin her plans. "Yun Feiyang, let me make this clear. Yuhan is destined to marry into a wealthy family. If it weren't for the Su family patriarch, what right would you have to marry her?"
Zhang Qiuyun lowered her voice, her tone laced with threat. "I advise you to recognize your place. What isn't yours, you should let go of sooner rather than later.
Yuhan is my wife, that's an undeniable fact.
I'll cherish my wife for the rest of my life. If anyone dares to set their sights on my wife or try to drive a wedge between us, no matter who they are, don't blame me for turning on them."
Yun Feiyang fixed Zhang Qiuyun with an icy stare. Only for Su Yuhan's sake could Yun Feiyang resort to threatening Zhang Qiuyun. Otherwise, Zhang Qiuyun's fate would be far worse than that of the previous Mr. Wang. "Threaten me? Got some nerve, huh? Think you're hot stuff now? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? You think hooking up with China Resources gives you the right to stand tall in front of me? Think about that unseen tycoon's son, you're not even worth a single finger of his. Try to touch me, and see what happens. That tycoon's son will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Zhang Qiuyun gritted her teeth. Yun Feiyang smiled.
If Zhang Qiuyun knew that the wealthy young master she'd been obsessing over was actually Yun Feiyang, who knows what expression would appear on her face.
"What are you laughing at?" Zhang Qiuyun snapped, clearly annoyed.
"I want you to remember my words.
I'm giving you this chance only once." Yun Feiyang's gaze remained impassive, unwilling to stoop to Zhang Qiuyun's level. Zhang Qiuyun had better not mess around. If she harmed Su Yuhan, no matter Zhang Qiuyun's status, Yun Feiyang would make her pay the price. "Mom, get in the car."
Su Yuhan urged from inside the car, her beautiful eyes shooting Yun Feiyang a resentful glance that left him utterly baffled.
Was Yuhan angry with him? But no matter how hard he racked his brain, Yun Feiyang couldn't figure out how he'd offended Su Yuhan. "Don't try to bully me. As long as I'm here, you're not moving back home. Who do you think you are?"
Zhang Qiuyun spat out the words venomously before climbing into Su Yuhan's car.
"Feiyang, I'm sorry you had to go through this."
Su Wenshan shot Yun Feiyang a complicated look, patted his shoulder, then got into the car himself. Stuck with a snobbish mother-in-law like Zhang Qiuyun, Su Wenshan was powerless. On the drive, Su Yuhan wore a sour expression.
The memory of Yun Feiyang's earlier foolish demeanor made her blood boil. "Yuhan, even though Yun Feiyang secured you 200 million in investment, you must understand clearly a low-class person like Yun Feiyang is beneath you.
Seated in the car, Zhang Qiuyun pondered for a long while before launching into a heartfelt lecture.
Su Wenshan couldn't take it anymore. Zhang Qiuyun, could you just shut up for a moment? If Feiyang hadn't saved the day today, how would Yuhan have gotten out of that mess? Chapter 64, is it her? For the past year at our home, Feiyang gave up job opportunities and served our entire family without complaint. A person should have some conscience. Feiyang isn't without merit. How long has he even been working? And already caught the eye of the Huarun CEO?
I see him as a reliable, low-key young man, someone worthy of trust.
Hearing Su Wenshan's words, a flicker of guilt crossed Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes.
Yun Feiyang had always endured scorn at home, and Su Yuhan was partly to blame. Back then, Su Yuhan believed Yun Feiyang was after her family's money, which is why she let him stay home as a house husband. If Yun Feiyang had gone out to work from the start, he probably wouldn't have endured so much unwarranted scorn.
Su Wenshan, what do you know? Zhang Qiuyun narrowed her eyes. What's so great about Yun Feiyang? Isn't it just because the CEO of China Resources favors him? Those rich brats call all the shots, you know. Without Huarun's CEO Zhang, what's Yun Feiyang? Even Huarun's CEO has to grovel before those wealthy heirs. Zhang Qiuyun turned to Su Yuhan with a pained expression. Just listen to mom's advice. Whether it's young Master Wang or that unseen tycoon's son, aren't they both better than Yun Feiyang?
Su Wenshan snapped angrily. All you ever think about is those wealthy families.
Forget it, a spoiled rich kid like Wang Mingyang has nothing but ulterior motives. Are you really willing to sacrifice Yuhan's happiness for the rest of her life just to get into one of those families? What good is just being nice to Yuhan?
Zhang Qiuyun's narrow eyes narrowed further. I married you because I saw how good you were to me.
What good did it do?
I'm still looked down upon my entire life.
You're nothing but a shrew.
Su Wenshan turned away in anger, snorting coldly.
Enough. Stop arguing.
Su Yuhan frowned, interrupting Zhang Qiuyun and Su Wenshan.
My own affairs are my own to decide. You two stay out of it. Honestly, thinking about Yun Feiyang's cluelessly dense demeanor left Su Yuhan speechless. It seemed Yun Feiyang wouldn't move back unless Su Yuhan took the initiative. With Zhang Qiuyun stirring things up beside her, Su Yuhan felt utterly flustered. The matter with Yun Feiyang would have to wait.
Right now, Su Yuhan was focused on starting her company.
Yun Feiyang had indeed helped secure the initial funding. But what about clients? A company couldn't rely solely on Huarun as its only client, could it? This thought made Su Yuhan's head spin even more. After leaving the Su group, Yun Feiyang headed to Huarun. Not far from the company entrance, Yun Feiyang spotted a convoy of black luxury cars roaring up and coming to an imposing halt at the Huarun gate. Each vehicle was a black Mercedes-Benz S600 armored sedan, instantly drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Who could this be? Such a grand display? Definitely someone you wouldn't want to cross. Hearing the murmurs of discussion around him, Yun Feiyang's gaze also held a hint of puzzlement. Could there really be an employee at China Resources with such clout? Even Zhang Weiguan probably doesn't have this kind of clout, right?
Soon, a young woman with an oval face stepped out of the Mercedes in the center.
Her eyes sparkled with mischief and anticipation.
Dressed in a neat and refreshing outfit, she instantly drew everyone's attention. Behind her followed several young people, both men and women, chatting familiarly with her.
Judging by their attire, none of them seemed to be children from ordinary families. Yun Feiyang's expression froze. He recognized the girl. None other than Lin Miao, the young fan who had previously insisted Yun Feiyang escort her home. What was she doing here? Could it be she was here to discuss business with China Resources? Yun Feiyang couldn't help but grimace inwardly. It seemed he'd have to avoid this girl at the company for a while. Otherwise, if he got tangled up with this little girl, Lin Miao, he'd likely be stuck dealing with her for a while. She might even ask him to drive her home again. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. Yun Feiyang deliberately ate across the street, dragging out the meal for ages, just to wait until Lin Miao left the company before going in. But the little girl Lin Miao showed no sign of leaving China Resources at all. Yun Feiyang had no choice. Glancing at the time, he was already nearly an hour late. After a moment's hesitation, he slipped quietly into the building. After the previous meeting, all Huarun employees now knew Yun Feiyang was no ordinary figure. Seeing him enter, they dropped their previous haughty demeanor. Many smiled and nodded at him. No sooner had he sat down than Yun Feiyang overheard several colleagues at the neighboring desk chattering away. Though they lowered their voices, Yun Feiyang, with his professionally trained hearing, could pick up every word. He could even discern the sound of dice rolling in a casino, let alone the voices of these people. Hey, have you heard? A big shot just joined our company, someone with serious clout. A female colleague whispered, her voice hushed and her expression almost mystical. What big shot? Spill it already. A girl with glasses and a bubble tea in hand looked over eagerly. Haven't you seen it? The motorcade downstairs at our company? That's none other than Lin Miao, the young princess of the Donghai Lin family. The Lin family of Donghai? Which Lin family? Which other Lin family could it be? The Lin family, one of Donghai's 4 great families.
Nearly a quarter of Donghai's commercial buildings belong to them.
That fleet downstairs is here to escort Lin Miao Miao, the Lin family's precious jewel. So it's Lin Miao Miao.
No wonder she radiates such powerful presence. When she entered Mr. Zhang's office earlier, I caught a glimpse. Just that necklace around her neck must be worth hundreds of thousands. And that latest Chanel trench coat she's wearing? Over 40,000. I hesitated for ages but couldn't bring myself to buy it. A girl's eyes flickered with complexity, her voice thick with envy. Rumor has it Lin Miao Miao is the only daughter among the third generation of the Donghai Lin family.
Her father, Lin Qingxuan, is the eldest son of the second generation.
Her mother was over 30 when she conceived her. Upon learning it was a girl, the entire Lin family was overjoyed. They cherished her like a precious treasure, showering her with endless pampering. Another person chimed in with solemn admiration. She truly is a child favored by heaven.
Well, that's strange.
Given Lin Miao Miao's status, she shouldn't be coming to a small place like Huarun.
What's she doing here? Exactly. Huarun is only a second-tier company. A precious jewel like Lin Miao Miao wouldn't deign to come here for business talks, would she?
What's more, she didn't come alone. Following her are all the scions of Donghai's elite families.
They don't come in peace. Could she be here to find someone? But who at Huarun could possibly have that kind of clout? Someone important enough for Lin Miao Miao to personally visit? Of course it's me.
Just then, a haughty voice cut through the air, drawing the attention of all the whispering colleagues.
Yun Feiyang lifted his head and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The speaker was none other than Wenwen. Chapter 65, Leave It to a Friend.
Wenwen lifted her little head, looking smug, with several of her girlfriends trailing behind her.
Looking for you? You're imagining things, aren't you?
The girl holding the milk tea seemed skeptical.
With Wenwen's family background, how could she possibly catch Lin Miao Miao's eye?
Sure, Wenwen's dad worked for the government, but the Lin family had numerous descendants holding high-ranking positions in government departments.
What was a mere section chief? Besides coming for our Wenwen, who else could it be? One of Wenwen's best friends said triumphantly, "Don't forget, Wenwen's received a dowry from a wealthy family. Has anyone else in the company gotten that?" Exactly.
The one who set his sights on Wenwen must be a young master from the Donghai Lin family. Miss Lin came specifically for Wenwen. The reason is simple, she wanted to see the future daughter-in-law of the Lin family. The colleagues all rolled their eyes, especially at Wenwen's arrogant, show-offy attitude.
What's there to brag about? You claimed Yun Feiyang got hired because of your family's calligraphy collection. Turns out you were just deluding yourself. Exactly. Who knows if that story about the gift list is even true? The company's colleagues had long been fed up with Wenwen's little clique.
Snobby, fake, gold diggers they put on that high and mighty act every day. It's so annoying.
Why wouldn't it be true? Wenwen's face turned icy as she was sharply rebuked.
Spotting Yun Feiyang nearby, she stormed over.
Yun Feiyang, tell them. Were you at our door that morning? Did you see those red envelopes? Say something.
Seeing Yun Feiyang ignore her, Wenwen grew even more furious and shouted. The story of the exorbitant gift money was true. She absolutely couldn't let anyone think she, Wenwen, was bragging.
All eyes instantly turned to Yun Feiyang.
Though Yun Feiyang and Wenwen were neighbors, their relationship was clearly strained. Anyone could see that.
If Yun Feiyang didn't deny the story about the exorbitant gift voucher, it was likely true. Yun Feiyang frowned and said, "So what if it's true? It has nothing to do with me. Stop bothering me." You all heard that, right?
With Yun Feiyang's words, Wenwen was already quite satisfied. She now surveyed the room with haughty pride, basking in the envious glances around her, her expression brimming with smug satisfaction. In Wenwen's eyes, her being courted by a wealthy family was now an indisputable fact.
Did you all hear that? Why else would a wealthy family's princess like Lin Miao Miao deign to come to a small place like Huarun? It must be for our Wenwen. At Huarun, is there anyone else who could possibly have any connection with a wealthy family princess like Lin Miao Miao?
Wenwen's girlfriends looked down their noses, as if by marrying into a wealthy family, they too would be elevated to a higher status. Hearing this, Wenwen grew even more smug.
Her gaze fixed on Yun Feiyang as she let out a contemptuous laugh. Yun Feiyang, you should see the gap between us now, shouldn't you? No matter who's backing you, even if Mr. Zhang is your patron, what difference does it make?
In the eyes of a super wealthy family like Lin Miao Miao's, Mr. Zhang is nothing.
Yun Feiyang's gaze remained impassive.
He said nothing, only a faint, cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He couldn't be bothered to stoop to the level of a self-important, hypocritical gold digger like Wenwen. From the very beginning, Yun Feiyang had never once considered having any connection with Wenwen. It was all Wenwen's delusional one-sided fantasy. What was truly nauseating was Wenwen's self-important, arrogant demeanor. Click. Just then, the door to Zhang Weiguang's office swung open. Zhang Weiguang and Lin Miao Miao, along with the other scions of wealthy families, emerged from the office. Miss Lin, welcome to our Huarun Group internship. From now on, we're essentially colleagues within the same company. Zhang Weiguang extended his hand to Lin Miao Miao with a warm smile. His casual words caused the expressions of the company colleagues to stiffen.
Lin Miaomyo is here for an internship? I thought she was here to discuss business.
I heard Lin Miaomyo is still a junior at Donghai University.
With her background, she could intern anywhere she wants.
Yet she chose China Resources.
Interns at China Resources before graduation? Looks like she really came for someone specific in our company. As the surrounding voices murmured, their gazes inevitably drifted toward Wen. After all, Wen was the only person in the company linked to a wealthy family. Could it be that Wen had truly caught the eye of the Lin family from Donghai?
If Wen really joins the Donghai Lin family, I'd be utterly disappointed in such wealthy families.
An employee couldn't help but shake his head. Yeah, who knew the tastes of these wealthy scions were so shallow? All that matters is a pretty face. Wen's abilities are undeniable.
She barely got into the company through Gao Hong's connections, and her skills are mediocre. She's just pretty.
Her character is downright phony and gold digging. 20 million just to marry a woman like that? TSK.
The lives of the wealthy, we truly can't fathom them. Many couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. These rich kids really have terrible taste.
At that moment, Wen's gaze toward Lin Miaomyo brightened. Even Wen's closest friends couldn't hide their envy. Just the dark gold bracelet on Lin Miaomyo's wrist was worth nearly 6 figures.
Not to mention the diamond tail ring adorning her pinky finger. Every single item served to flaunt the elite status of these wealthy heirs. Wen was thrilled.
Before long, she too would marry into a wealthy family and enjoy the same privileged life as Lin Miaomyo.
Wen took a deep breath, clenched her teeth, and slowly approached Lin Miaomyo.
You must be Miss Lin Miaomyo? I'm Wen, delighted to meet you. I understand you came to China Resources specifically for me. From now on, we'll be part of the same social circle. I hope you'll look out for me.
Wen flashed what she considered a friendly smile and extended her hand toward Lin Miaomyo. The thought of befriending and interacting with a high society heiress like Lin Miaomyo filled Wen with anticipation. Perhaps she should take some etiquette and deportment lessons. The admiring glances from those around her made Wen's sense of superiority and self-esteem soar.
Lin Miaomyo's expression darkened. She looked Wen up and down but did not extend her hand. Who are you? I don't know you.
Lin Miaomyo frowned, a hint of distaste visible between her brows. She might be somewhat attractive, but to be friends with Lin Miaomyo, good looks alone weren't enough. Likely she'd heard about her status and was trying to cozy up. Such people were even less qualified to be friends with her, Lin Miaomyo. This. Wen instantly looked awkward, her outstretched hand frozen mid-air, her eyes filled with utter surprise.
Lin Miaomyo wasn't after her after all? Chapter 66, Want to marry into a wealthy family? You're not qualified. Wen's face flushed crimson.
She had mustered tremendous courage just moments ago to approach Lin Miaomyo and strike up a conversation. If Lin Miaomyo hadn't come to the company for an internship, Wen would have lost face completely.
Miss Lin, this is Wen. A wealthy young heir recently presented our Wen with a 20 million yuan betrothal gift. She is destined to marry into a wealthy family.
We thought Miss Lin came to our company to befriend Wen, but it turns out to be a misunderstanding. Seeing Wen's awkwardness, her best friend quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Miss Lin, what a surprise this misunderstanding turned out to be.
Regardless, since we'll all be moving in the same social circles, getting to know each other better can't hurt. Wen put on her sweetest, most charming expression, determined to leave a favorable impression on Lin Miaomyo.
Playing the marrying into a wealthy family card, Lin Miaomyo should give her some face, right? After all, she'd soon be a wealthy family's daughter-in-law. Entering their social circle was only natural. A mere 20 million yuan in dowry? What's that? A betrothal gift? You're dreaming.
Behind Lin Miaomyo, a slightly plump young man snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. This slightly plump young man was Huang Xiaoyang, also a scion of a wealthy family in Donghai. Though the Huang family wasn't among Donghai's 4 great families, they were undoubtedly a respectable aristocratic lineage.
Huang Xiaoyang usually hung out with Lin Miaomyo and her friends. You're Wen, right? Do you even understand how our wealthy families propose? If that wealthy young master truly intended to marry you, how could he possibly propose anonymously?
Huang Xiaoyang's mocking gaze left Wen standing there, her face flushing crimson, unable to utter a word. You're not exactly a looker either. A young man beside Huang Xiaoyang, dressed in a shirt, also eyed Wen briefly before shaking his head. This was Lu Kuan, another scion of a wealthy family in Donghai. His family background was comparable to the Huangs, and he'd been secretly pursuing Lin Miaomyo for ages, clinging to her side like a leech every single day. Especially her demeanor terrible. Lu Kuan curled his lip and snorted coldly. Wen was merely pretty, but aristocratic refinement was ingrained in one's bones. It was obvious to anyone that Wen was putting on an act. To enter a wealthy family, you need both the aura and the capability of one. Look at how you're acting around us. No matter how hard you try, you can't fake the substance of a true heir.
Huang Xiaoyang sneered coldly. You think a measly 20 million yuan dowry check will get you into a wealthy family? Do you think the upper class is a vegetable market where you can just walk in whenever you want? Frankly, I'm baffled which blind, so-called aristocratic heir actually took a fancy to you and handed over a 20 million yuan gift voucher? If I, Lu Kuan, had known, I'd have stayed far away from such questionable taste. What an embarrassment! Huang Xiaoyang retorted, Lu Kuan, you know nothing.
Sending 20 million anonymously was just to hook up with a girl.
It was just for fun.
Otherwise, I'd have had my family discuss marriage arrangements long ago.
True enough.
Lu Kuan shrugged, a cold smirk curling his lips.
A guy like you? Stay away from Meow Meow. Don't you have the slightest idea who you are? Thinking you can just casually link yourself to Donghai's top elite families? What gives you the right to enter our circle?
Though Huang Xiaoyang and Lu Kuan spoke in low voices, nearly all their colleagues nearby heard clearly. Some even wore mocking smirks.
I knew it.
A woman like Wenwen could never marry into a wealthy family.
Turns out the rich kid just wanted a fling. That rich kid hasn't shown his face yet, maybe he's having second thoughts. How embarrassing. She doesn't understand how the elite world works, yet she flaunts that one-time hookup gift receipt everywhere, actually believing she could marry into a wealthy family?
The murmurs of her colleagues instantly made Wenwen's face flush crimson. She wished the ground would swallow her whole. While she reveled in the vanity of the hefty gift, she ignored the fact that she simply wasn't worthy of such generosity. It turned out marrying into a wealthy family had always been nothing but a fantasy of hers. To the true scions of wealthy families, she was nothing. Someone of her background would only bring shame to a wealthy family, even if she did manage to marry into one.
One. You actually lied to us. We were so wrong to trust you. From this moment on, I'm cutting ties with you. Stay away from us. You disgust me.
Those so-called best friends who had clung to Wenwen, always putting her first, now looked at her with disgust and distanced themselves one after another. So what if the gift list was real? Wenwen wasn't marrying into a wealthy family at all, she was just a woman a rich playboy wanted to toy with. What's there to admire about a woman like that? Wenwen, get this straight, you're nowhere near ready to marry into a wealthy family. And don't even think about redeeming yourself, you're just trash, humph. Huang Xiaoyang's cold sneer made Wenwen lower her head, clenching her teeth. Indeed, she had been scheming just moments ago to marry into a wealthy family someday and prove herself to these snobbish scions who looked down on her. Hearing Huang Xiaoyang's words, Wenwen knew her chances were slim. Even if she married into a wealthy family, she'd still be looked down upon by those privileged brats.
Enough. I didn't come to China Resources for her anyway.
Just let her know where she stands, don't push it too far, Lin Miaomio said, frowning. Although Wenwen had been the one to strike up the conversation earlier, which was indeed a bit presumptuous, someone of Lin Miaomio's stature didn't need to stoop to her level.
Someone like Wenwen was bound to have nothing in common with her anyway.
However, Lin Miaomio's words carried a subtle undertone that other colleagues picked up on. If Lin Miaomio wasn't targeting Wenwen, it meant she had come to CR Vanguard for someone else.
Who in the company could possibly command such influence? Who could possibly persuade a princess from a wealthy family like Lin Miaomio to intern at a place like China Resources? Ha!
Lin Miaomio glanced around the room, catching sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Only, that figure kept his head down, as if afraid of being noticed.
Finally found him.
Lin Miaomio's eyes lit up instantly, her voice tinged with delight. She skipped and ran straight to the person across from her, plopping down with a thump.
Her gaze brimmed with pure, unadulterated surprise. Brother! There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Didn't you see me? Why didn't you say hello? The person before Lin Miaomio was none other than Feiyang. Feiyang gave an awkward chuckle. I was working just now. Didn't see you. Work? He was clearly avoiding Lin Miaomio.
Feiyang had assumed Lin Miaomio was just dropping by for a casual business chat. Little did he know she was actually here for an internship. The thought of constantly running into her in the future gave Feiyang a headache. He knew he had to find a way to extricate himself from this situation as soon as possible. Now, all his colleagues were staring at him with surprise and confusion.
Was Lin Miaomio here for Feiyang?
Lin Miaomio gazed at Feiyang with sparkling eyes, radiating the adoration of a devoted fan. I begged my dad for ages before he finally arranged this internship at China Resources, she said with a smile. To get here, I promised to take a big cut from my monthly allowance.
Isn't that touching? Chapter 67, my friend. Touched. Touching my ass.
If only Feiyang hadn't told Lin Miaomio he worked at China Resources. This girl would be perfectly fine just focusing on her studies at school. Why come to China Resources and pester him every day? Feiyang looked utterly helpless as he said, You're still a student. You should be studying at school. Besides, your family owns so many companies far more prestigious than China Resources. Why come here for an internship? Lin Miaomio pouted, Of course I came for you. Why else would I be here? If you're not touched, that's one thing, but don't blame me.
Lin Miao's pitifully aggrieved expression left the surrounding colleagues frozen in place. Lin Miao actually came to intern at China Resources for Yun Feiyang? What was Lin Miao's background? The cherished daughter of Donghai's premier tycoon family, the sole female heiress spanning 3 generations of the Lin clan, a true princess of the elite. With her proud nature and status, she actually came to intern at a second-rate company like China Resources for Yun Feiyang? What kind of background does Yun Feiyang have? How much clout does he have? Huarun may be a small company, but its core operations require specialized expertise. You haven't even graduated yet, won't you just be a hindrance? Of course, that was merely the excuse Yun Feiyang offered. He still believed there should be a distance between an idol and their fans. Otherwise, it would get complicated. He's here for an internship. Worst case, I'll just forego my internship stipend. If that doesn't work, I'll pay the company myself. Is that not acceptable? Lin Miao's plaintive, aggrieved voice only made everyone shake their heads in disbelief. Comparing people really is infuriating. Everyone was practically falling over themselves to curry favor with Lin Miao, while Yun Feiyang? He looked like he couldn't care less about her. And Lin Miao? She seemed to be clinging to Yun Feiyang like a leech, insisting he was the only one for her. Yet from start to finish, Yun Feiyang wore an indifferent, impatient expression, leaving all his colleagues in awe of his ruthless demeanor. Yun Feiyang's background must be seriously impressive. He dared to treat Lin Miao this way, and yet she only knew how to act coy, never getting angry. She always presented herself as completely obedient to Yun Feiyang. When one stood nearby, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Jealousy mingled with shock. She'd been shamelessly trying to cozy up to Lin Miao, only to be met with scornful remarks from these wealthy heirs. But what about Yun Feiyang? Lin Miao was utterly submissive to him. No matter how harsh his words, she never showed anger. In Wen's mind, Yun Feiyang was merely the son of Zhang Qingqing, a fallen friend, someone beneath her station. So what gave Yun Feiyang the right to make Lin Miao grovel like that? Could it be Yun Feiyang was Lin Miao's kept man? The thought filled Wen's face with jealousy. First there was Su Yuhan, that coldly beautiful goddess, and now Lin Miao, this princess from a wealthy family, throwing herself at him. What was Yun Feiyang, really? Just a smooth talker who knew how to charm women? At that moment, Lu Kuan, watching from a distance, felt a deep sense of resentment. He pursued Lin Miao relentlessly to no avail, yet in the blink of an eye, she was suddenly so attentive to this unknown nobody? What was this guy's background? Could he possibly be more powerful than the Donghai Lu family? Judging by his attire, he certainly didn't look like the son of a wealthy family. Lu Kuan slowly walked over and sat down beside Lin Miao. His tone dripped with arrogance. Miao, won't you introduce us? Who is this fellow? Lin Miao linked her arm through Yun Feiyang's. This brother is my friend, Yun Feiyang. I came to intern at China Resources specifically because of him. A friend? Huang Xiaoyang also approached, sizing Yun Feiyang up. Miao, you actually have friends outside our elite circle? However, Huang Xiaoyang's impression of Yun Feiyang was far better than Wen's. Wen's face practically screamed gold digger trying to worm her way into high society. Yun Feiyang, however, was the complete opposite. The way he looked at these wealthy heirs was no different from how he'd look at any ordinary person. In contrast, Lin Miao's gaze toward Yun Feiyang held a hint of admiration. This puzzled Huang Xiaoyang somewhat. Given Lin Miao's status, why would she be so attentive to an ordinary person? Something was definitely off. Seeing Lin Miao intimately draped her arm around Yun Feiyang's, Lu Kuan's eyes nearly shot flames. Miao, how could you associate with such unsavory characters? Lu Kuan sneered, you're the Lin family's eldest daughter. Associating with such unsavory characters will tarnish your reputation. Shut up. Hearing her idol being mocked by Lu Kuan, Lin Miao's expression immediately darkened, her voice tinged with anger. Lu Kuan, who I befriend is none of your damn business. Besides, what kind of person are you to speak ill of my brother? In Lin Miao's heart, Yun Feiyang was her idol. How could anyone dare insult her idol in front of her? How could she possibly tolerate that? Miao, I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing Lin Miao defend Yun Feiyang only made Lu Kuan's anger flare. Who said you get to look out for me? What are you to me? Lin Miao puffed out her small chest, her expression fierce. Some of the surrounding colleagues couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seemed Yun Feiyang truly held a special place in Lin Miao's heart. For his sake, she'd even publicly disregard Lu Kuan's face. Lu Kuan's face darkened with fury, but he dared not speak his mind. Lin Miao was the apple of the Lin family's eye. Though the Donghai Lu family was wealthy, they were nothing compared to the Lins. Most crucially, Lu Kuan had pursued Lin Miao for a long time and didn't want to ruin his image in her eyes. Left with no choice, Lu Kuan could only target Yun Feiyang. Lu Kuan's expression darkened as he threatened Yun Feiyang in a low voice. Kid, I don't care who you are. I advise you to know your place. Miao is the apple of the Donghai Lin family's eye. What makes you think you're worthy of being her friend?
You'd better get lost and stop dreaming of using Meow Meow to infiltrate our elite circles. If you do anything to tarnish the Donghai Lin family's reputation, not only will the Lin family come after you, our Lu family won't let you off either.
Lu Kuan brought up the status of the Donghai Lin family and the Lu family to pressure Yun Feiyang. He didn't care what kind of person Yun Feiyang was.
At this moment, anyone with even a shred of common sense wouldn't dare cross these two powerful families.
Zhang Weiguan, standing nearby, felt deeply unsettled.
He was about to speak up for Yun Feiyang when Yun Feiyang's piercing gaze silenced him. Helpless, Zhang Weiguan could only let out a heavy, cold snort, a mocking sneer curling his lips.
This Lu Kuan really didn't know his place.
The Donghai Lin family was still a force to be reckoned with.
The Lu family of Donghai? Could they even compare to the Yun family of the capital, one of China's most powerful clans? If Lu Kuan knew Yun Feiyang's true identity, what right would he have to act so arrogantly in front of him?
Yun Feiyang retorted coldly, I never cared about your so-called elite circles to begin with.
Drop the threatening tone. Chapter 68, You're Not Worthy. This was precisely why Yun Feiyang wanted to avoid Lin Miaomiao. It seemed he must find an opportunity to leave Huaran. Lu Kuan. Lin Miaomiao's gaze darkened. If you say another word out of line, get out. I never want to see you again. Yun Feiyang's words had deeply wounded Lin Miaomiao. What did he mean by not wanting to integrate into her circle? Did Yun Feiyang not want to be her friend? Lu Kuan, you're not even worth a single finger of my brother in my eyes. Get out. Lin Miaomiao was furious. If her relationship with Yun Feiyang suffered any damage because of Lu Kuan, she would never forgive him for the rest of her life. Miao Miao, you're yelling at me over this guy? Lu Kuan was boiling with jealousy, seething inside. What's worse, Lin Miao Miao actually fancies some low-class punk like him. What gives him the right? Wasn't I clear enough? Lu Kuan, if you don't get out of here now, I'll tell the entire Lu family about how you've been harassing me. Then I'll see how you explain yourself to your father. Lu Kuan instantly felt awkward. The Lin family and the Lu family were worlds apart. Lu Kuan knew he was being ungrateful for pursuing Lin Miaomiao. If word of his pursuit of Lin Miaomiao reached his father's ears, he'd be scolded again. If word got out, the entire Lu family would become the laughingstock of Donghai. Everyone would mock Lu Kuan for his audacity. Fine. I'm leaving. Lu Kuan gritted his teeth and shot Yun Feiyang a vicious glare. You just wait, kid. This isn't over between us. As he passed Yun Feiyang, Lu Kuan spat out a threatening parting shot before storming off. That brat stole his woman, he wouldn't let it slide. Yun Feiyang frowned, his face clearly displeased. He never had any interest in Lin Miaomiao to begin with, yet now he'd been dragged into this mess for no reason. But if Lu Kuan really had the nerve to come looking for trouble, Yun Feiyang wouldn't be the one to blame. Not far away, Wen Wen's lips curled into a smug, schadenfreude-filled smile. Though Yun Feiyang had the protection of the Donghai Lin family, he had now offended the Donghai Lu family. Offending a powerful family? That was something ordinary people dared not even dream of in a lifetime. Lin Miaomiao could protect him for a time, but could she shield him forever? The day Lin Miaomiao grew tired of Yun Feiyang would be the day his luck ran out. Yun Feiyang's current triumph is merely fleeting, it means nothing. Brother, rest assured. With me here, Lu Kuan wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Lin Miaomiao had already positioned herself to shield Yun Feiyang from any blows. Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. It seemed he had to leave China Resources. After the incident with Lin Miaomiao, the entire company viewed Yun Feiyang differently. Whereas before some dared to approach him casually, now everyone wore expressions of apprehension. They nodded and smiled from afar, not daring to come closer. Of course. To them, Yun Feiyang was the man Lin Miaomiao had chosen. Women harboring ulterior motives certainly didn't have the guts to compete with Lin Miaomiao. At quitting time, Yun Feiyang slipped away quickly while Lin Miaomiao wasn't paying attention. Otherwise, Lin Miaomiao would insist he walk her home again. Instead of rushing to Su Yuhan's place, Yun Feiyang headed home to check on Shunlanji. In the hallway, he ran into Wen Wen, who had just gotten off work. Yun Feiyang pretended not to see her and started to walk away, but Wen Wen's voice called out from behind him. Yun Feiyang, stop right there. What is it? Hurry up and say it. Yun Feiyang looked thoroughly annoyed. What are you so smug about? Wen Wen was annoyed by Yun Feiyang's attitude and sneered, so you hooked up with Lin Miaomiao? Think being a pretty boy is so great? What gives you the right to act all high and mighty in front of me? Are you out of your mind? Which eye of yours saw me hooking up with Lin Miaomiao? Yun Feiyang frowned. Then how do you explain Lin Miaomiao coming to the company today? Wen Wen snorted. Don't forget, I also know about you being kept by Su Yuhan. Guess what would happen if Lin Miaomiao found out about you and Su Yuhan? Wen Wen, I'm warning you, don't mess with me. Or else, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Yun Feiyang's gaze instantly darkened. Though he and Lin Miaomiao were nothing, she was a spoiled princess from a wealthy family, fearless and reckless. If she discovered he was already married to Su Yuhan, she'd likely storm the Su residence and cause a huge scene. Yun Feiyang didn't want to give Su Yuhan any misunderstandings either. What? Scared? Wen wore a smug expression, convinced she held the upper hand over Yun Feiyang.
If not for Aunt Zhang's sake, you wouldn't even have the right to stand before me now.
Wen, I advise you to behave yourself.
After all, there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world.
Yun Feiyang's cold gaze fixed on Wen, his powerful aura sending a chill down her spine. Who are you trying to scare? Just some pretty boy like I'd be afraid of you? Humph. Even young Master Lu won't let you off the hook.
The impression Yun Feiyang had just made on Wen was like a lion suppressing its rage. But the thought that Yun Feiyang was merely the son of Zhang Qingqing, a down-and-out friend, filled Wen with silent fury.
What was there to fear about Yun Feiyang?
He was nothing but a worthless nobody.
Yun Feiyang, just you wait.
Even if that 20 million wasn't a dowry, I'm still someone the rich young master values.
With him around, you're the one who has no right to stand before me.
Wen made up her mind.
So what if he only fancied her looks?
She would do whatever it took to keep that wealthy young man who favored her by her side. Then, she'd see how Yun Feiyang dared to act so arrogant in front of her. You really are beyond redemption. Yun Feiyang shook his head and turned to walk straight into the house. A gold-digging hypocrite like Wen will never deserve true happiness. Back home, Shenlanji dozed off at the dining table. Seeing the food covered with plates on the table, Yun Feiyang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. During the days Yun Feiyang had been home, Shenlanji had waited for him to eat every single time unless he specifically told her he wouldn't be coming back. His mother was Yun Feiyang's harbor. Outside, Yun Feiyang might be a tyrant who could shake the heavens, but at home, especially in front of his mother, he was forever just a son. And in Shenlanji's heart, Yun Feiyang was also a child who would always need someone to care for him.
Mom!
Yun Feiyang called softly. Shenlanji opened her sleepy eyes and, seeing him return, wiped away drool.
You're back?
Shenlanji hurriedly fetched his coat and asked, You're back early.
Isn't the company busy? Not wanting his mother to know about Lin Miao, Yun Feiyang could only make up an excuse. I've gotten the hang of things now. Everything's smooth sailing. Still, you shouldn't leave early. The company has placed their trust in you. You need to make a good impression. Shenlanji pushed the plate across the table. Mom bought you a fish head at the market today. Drinking this soup will boost your brainpower and ease fatigue.
Shenlanji's cooking skills were impressive. The stewed fish head soup was a creamy white, without a hint of fishy odor.
Its freshness carried a fragrant aroma that was truly refreshing. Delicious, isn't it?
Shenlanji said with a smile. Your father used to love it when I made it myself. As she spoke, Shenlanji's voice grew quieter, and her expression dimmed.
Chapter 69. What are they, anyway?
Back when Shenlanji was with Yun Hanshan, she had no idea he was a descendant of the Yun family from the capital. She loved Yun Hanshan deeply, even bearing his son when he had nothing to his name. Even when Yun Hanshan abandoned her for the sake of inheriting the Yun family's legacy in the capital, Shenlanji never harbored hatred toward him. After all, he was the man she had devoted her youth and love to.
Mom? If Dad were to take you back now, would you go with him? Yun Feiyang sensed what was on Shenlanji's mind and asked tentatively.
Shenlanji gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. He's part of the Yun family in the capital now.
How could that be possible? Now, drink your soup. Shenlanji affectionately ruffled Yun Feiyang's hair.
All these years, Shenlanji had long grown accustomed to living alone. She had never coveted Yun Hanshan's aristocratic status, nor did she yearn for the life of the elite.
Yun Feiyang was her everything.
As long as he was by her side, that was all that mattered.
Mom, are you settling in okay here? Yun Feiyang's sudden question caught Shenlanji off guard. What's there to get used to? We have a place to live now that's already quite good. Though Shenlanji said this, Yun Feiyang couldn't just leave it at that. Mom, how about we move out?
I'll buy a nicer place for you to live in.
Besides, I haven't prepared a home for Yuhan after we get married.
This would also be my way of making it up to her. Yun Feiyang had already made up his mind.
Mr. Lu was a real estate tycoon in Donghai. He planned to have Mr. Lu prepare a nice apartment for Shenlanji to move into.
That way, Shenlanji could distance herself from the Wangwangsan family. Later, Su Yuhan could move in too, then they'd truly be a family.
Buy a house?
Shenlanji hesitated slightly and said, houses in Donghai are so expensive these days.
You've just started working, wouldn't that be a bit difficult?
But you're right, for Yuhan's sake, you really should buy a place. Shenlanji knew Yun Feiyang had been living at the Su residence all this time, enduring his mother-in-law's cold stares. Buying a house would at least give them some breathing room.
How about this?
Shenlanji hesitated for a moment before saying, Mom has saved up a bit over the years. I'll also borrow some from our Shen family relatives to cover your down payment.
Yun Feiyang's expression darkened. Mom, why would you even contact those relatives?
Back when Shenlanji brought Yun Feiyang to Donghai to escape famine, she had intended to seek refuge with those relatives. Not a single one was willing to lend a hand, not even offering a single steamed bun. For all these years, Shenlanji hadn't contacted them. Yet now, for Yun Feiyang's sake, Shinlanji was willing to swallow her pride and go back to be rebuffed by those same cold-hearted relatives.
It's okay. They're still my family. They'll help me.
Shinlanji gently stroked Yun Feiyang's head and comforted him. As long as you and Yuhan are happy, that's all that matters to me.
What kind of family are those people?
Yun Feiyang quickly interjected, Mom, please don't go looking for them. I'll figure out the housing situation myself.
Yun Feiyang understood Shinlanji's nature. For Yun Feiyang's sake, she'd endure any hardship. But Yun Feiyang didn't want her to beg those snobbish relatives for the house. The house wasn't a big deal to Yun Feiyang, he was just preparing Shinlanji for the possibility. Hurry up and eat. Shinlanji ruffled Yun Feiyang's hair, avoiding a direct answer.
After finishing their meal, Yun Feiyang chatted with Shinlanji for a while before leaving for Su Yuhan's home. Not far from Su Yuhan's house, Cobra puffed on his cigarette, occasionally glancing toward the lit windows of her home.
Everything okay?
A voice suddenly came from behind, causing Cobra's nerves to instantly snap taut.
Young Master Yun. Recognizing the visitor, Cobra relaxed, though his gaze toward Yun Feiyang grew complex. Cobra considered himself a skilled fighter, yet in Yun Feiyang's presence, he felt like a child.
Yun Feiyang had approached without making a sound. Had he moved just now, Cobra's life would have been taken in an instant?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything's normal. Cobra nodded to Yun Feiyang, his expression tinged with deep respect. In Cobra's line of work, there was an innate reverence for true masters. Good work. I'll take the night watch tonight. Since their last lesson, Cobra and his team had grown far more cautious and steady. Their squad consisted of 4 members, each a skilled operative, so Yun Feiyang felt confident in trusting security duties to them. Having worked non-stop through the first night watch, these men hadn't rested at all. Since Yun Feiyang had nothing else to do today, he might as well take the night shift for now. Young Master Yun, this isn't quite proper. Cobra hesitated, this is my job, after all. What? Don't you trust me? Yun Feiyang countered with a smile.
Of course not, young Master Yun. You're just teasing me. Cobra hastily explained. Ever since Yun Feiyang slipped into their headquarters unnoticed last time, Cobra and his crew had been utterly impressed by his skills. If they looked down on Yun Feiyang's skills, what would that make them? Leave it to me. You guys take a break. Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette, his deep eyes fixed on Su Yuhan's window. This was his promise to Su Yuhan. To protect Su Yuhan with all his might for the rest of his life. Su family villa. Su Wanyuan and his son sat on the sofa with Wang Mingyang. Gone was their earlier arrogance and smugness, their faces were cold and grim.
Yun Feiyang, I, Wang Mingyang, will never let you off the hook.
Wang Mingyang gritted his teeth as he spoke. No one had ever dared to lay a finger on the young master of the Wang family.
How dare Yun Feiyang, a mere son-in-law, show such audacity? Even if Zhang Weiguang is his backer, so what? Zhang Weiguang is just a company CEO. What kind of background does he have to challenge the young master of the Wang family? Su Wenyuan's face darkened as his eyes darted around. Young Master Wang, Yun Feiyang is just a minor player. Once we've dealt with Su Yuhan, won't Yun Feiyang be at your mercy? In Su Wenyan's view, Su Yuhan taking Yun Feiyang's 200 million posed a massive threat to the Su group. Numerous clients within the company maintained good relations with Su Yuhan. Already today, many clients had proactively reached out to her, eager to collaborate with her new venture. Wang Mingyang's expression darkened as he replied, rest assured, it won't be long before I take care of Su Yuhan. Su Xihao's eyes lit up, young Master Wang, what's your plan? Wang Mingyang smirked smugly, Su Yuhan may be a bit cold-hearted, but her mother. Su Wenyuan and his son also chuckled. Though Wang Mingyang was a playboy, he was actually quite sharp. Zhang Qiuyun was indeed the easiest target to break down. Rest assured, it won't be long before Su Yuhan becomes mine, Wang Mingyang's woman. Wang Mingyang grinned sinisterly, his eyes flashing with resentment. And that Yin Feiyang, I'll make him kneel before me and lick my shoes. Chapter 70, the rest is left to your imagination. At that moment, in the Lang family residence by the East Sea, Lin Miaomio sat in her room, brush in hand, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she meticulously sketched the portrait on the rice paper. As she watched the spirited man take shape on the paper, the smile on Lin Miaomio's lips grew even broader. If Yun Feiyang were present, he'd recognize the figure on the paper instantly. Who else could it be? Who was she painting? Was she going to show it to her father? Just as Lin Miaomio was grinning foolishly at the figure on the rice paper, a stern voice suddenly boomed from behind her, startling her half to death. Dad! Why didn't you knock before coming in? Lin Miaomio's tone was tinged with resentment. In her nervousness, she hastily hid the rice paper on the table behind her back. No need to hide it. Your father saw everything. The man who entered possessed fierce, commanding eyes and a stern, chiseled face that radiated authority. It was none other than Lin Miaomio's father, Lin Qingxuan, the current head of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of Donghai. Come, let father see which young man has captured the heart of my precious daughter. Lin Qingxuan extended his large hand toward Lin Miaomio, asking with a smile.
Lin Miaomia had no choice but to hand over the xian paper she was holding. Lin Qingchuan paused, then chuckled. The young man looks quite spirited.
But, why have I never seen him before? Could it be, he's not from one of Donghai's prominent families?
Lin Miaomia shook her head slowly.
He's someone I've always admired.
Her voice brimmed with delight as she continued, Dad, do you think fate exists in this world? Lin Qingchuan chuckled, compared to fate, I place more faith in strength and heritage.
Lin Miaomia replied sheepishly, I knew you'd say that. You may not believe it, but I do. With that, Lin Miaomia snatched the xian paper from Lin Qingchuan's hands. Don't disturb my painting. My dear daughter, Lin Qingchuan said, then tell Dad what fate has you so utterly captivated. I noticed it at dinner tonight. You couldn't eat or drink without thinking about it.
Lin Qingchuan sat beside Lin Miaomiao, his voice filled with affection. Lin Miaomiao propped her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling like stars.
Remember that person I told you about who saved Sister Rong overseas? I remember. How could anyone in this world risk their life for another like that? Lin Qingyuan shook his head involuntarily. He could believe someone risking everything for power or money, but sacrificing their life to save another?
That he found hard to fathom. In all his years at the top, Lin Qingchuan had never encountered such a person.
How could there not be?
Lin Miaomiao beamed with admiration, I finally met him. He works at China Resources now. Lin Qingchuan froze, then realized, no wonder you asked me to help you get an internship at China Resources, it was all for this kid. I just wanted to see him up close. I wanted to understand why such a man exists in this world. Lin Miaomiao rested her cheek in her hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, her eyes brimming with tender affection.
How about this?
Tomorrow, Dad will personally drive you to the company to meet that young man.
What do you say?
Lin Qingchuan said with a smile.
Dad, that's not what I meant. Lin Miaomiao's cheeks flushed instantly. Right, not that meaning. Dad didn't say what he meant anyway. Lin Qingchuan laughed heartily, Dad has things to do. You take your time painting.
As Lin Qingchuan closed Lin Miaomiao's door, his previously cheerful expression instantly turned cold.
Butler, have Zhang Weiguang come here immediately. I have something to ask him.
The icy tone was a stark contrast to the kind father he had been moments before. I'll make the call immediately.
Seeing Lin Qingchuan's grim expression, the butler knew this was no small matter.
Lin Qingchuan was usually composed and level-headed. Having served him for so many years, the butler had never seen him like this before. Zhang Weiguang was somewhat surprised to receive the call from the Lin family of Donghai.
But since Lin Qingchuan himself requested the meeting, Zhang Weiguang dared not refuse. Soon, Zhang Weiguang entered Lin Qingchuan's office.
Seeing Lin sitting across the desk with a cold expression, Zhang's heart sank.
This couldn't be good. Mr. Zhang, did Miao Miao join your company because of a man? Lin Qingchuan's piercing gaze bore into Zhang Weiguang as he spoke. So it was about Yun Feiyang. Since it was about Yun Feiyang, Zhang Weiguang felt even less concerned.
Yun Feiyang was the young master of the Yun family in the capital.
Pairing him with a prodigal daughter like Lin Miaomia wasn't out of the ordinary. I only learned today that Miss Lin was after Mr. Yun.
Before this, Zhang Weiguang had assumed Lin Miaomia was merely experiencing life.
What's the deal with that kid? Lin Qingchuan frowned and asked. He's an employee in the company's general affairs office. Yun Feiyang had instructed Zhang Weiguang not to disclose his identity for now. Fire that blind fool immediately.
Lin Qingchuan's voice carried an air of profound authority. His daughter was a heavenly princess, the jewel of the Lin family of Donghai.
Even if she remained unmarried for life, what of it? How could she possibly have any connection with an ordinary young man? Mr. Lin, did Mr. Yun offend Miss Lin? Zhang Weiguang froze. That couldn't be possible, could it? Just moments ago, Lin Miaomia was clinging to Yun Feiyang's side. How could she turn her back on him so suddenly? He's crossed me, Lin Qingchuan. Lin Qingchuan snorted coldly, I just walked into Miaomiao's room, and she was drawing that little bastard's portrait. My daughter, Lin Qingchuan's daughter, does she just go around liking any ordinary man? Zhang Weiguang understood. In Lin Qingchuan's eyes, Yun Feiyang was nothing but a lowly upstart utterly unworthy of the Donghai Lin family's precious daughter.
But Yun Feiyang was the young master of the Yun family from the capital. If one were to be truly particular, the Donghai Lin family might even be considered climbing the social ladder by associating with the Yun family.
Mr. Lin, I have no authority to fire Mr. Yun. Even China Resources is an asset of Yun Feiyang's family.
It would be more like Yun Feiyang dismissing him.
What do you mean? Are you refusing to give me, Lin Qingchuan, face? Lin Qingchuan's expression darkened, the authority of the Lin family patriarch instantly becoming unmistakable. Zhang Weiguang is utterly ungrateful. It seems he intends to snub Lin Qingchuan's face for the sake of that youngster Yun Feiyang.
Mr. Lin, though I, Zhang Weiguang, may not hold your stature in Donghai, this world is vast, there are always those above us.
Mr. Lin, I can only say this much. I hope you will act wisely. With that, Zhang Weiguang ignored Lin Qingchuan's darkening expression and walked straight out. Though small, China Resources was ultimately an asset of the Yun family in the capital, and Jiang Weiguang was under Lin Qingxuan's jurisdiction. His very presence here to meet Lin Qingxuan was already showing considerable face. Moreover, Jiang Weiguang had only offered that extra reminder because of Lin Qingxuan's standing in Donghai. If Lin Qingxuan truly proved ungrateful and angered Yun Feiyang, the consequences would be beyond his capacity to bear. Chapter 71, Take the 10 million. What kind of attitude was that from Jiang Weiguang? Watching Jiang Weiguang's retreating figure, Lin Qingxuan snorted angrily. A mere general manager of China Resources Group dared to defy his goodwill for some unknown nobody? He was practically rebelling against heaven. Mr. Lin, please don't take Jiang Weiguang seriously. We should first find out the origins of that young man. The butler cautioned from the side. If the young lady's reputation were tarnished by some unscrupulous person, that would be a real problem. Lin Qingxuan's expression darkened. The butler was right. Lin Miaomia was the apple of the Donghai Lin family's eye. They couldn't let some random person tarnish the Lin family's reputation. Indeed. Lin Qingxuan's voice grew solemn. And that young man just happened to appear before Miao Miao? He might have already investigated everything about Miao Miao. We must guard against his ulterior motives. Tomorrow, I'll personally escort Miao Miao to the company and see what this fellow is really made of. Lin Qingxuan's gaze instantly turned icy. If you want to be my son-in-law, Lin Qingxuan's son-in-law, first see what you're made of. The next day, Yun Feiyang arrived at the company early, hoping to avoid Lin Miao Miao. But just then, a delighted and pleasant voice rang out from behind him. Brother! Turning around, Lin Miao Miao was already running towards him with a smile, saying, "What a coincidence! Running into you at the company? Quite the coincidence." Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Coincidence? Yun Feiyang felt his head spin. Yun Feiyang spotted a discarded bubble teacup atop a nearby trash bin, its straw still bearing Lin Miao Miao's lipstick mark. This girl was clearly lying in wait here. However, Yun Feiyang's attention wasn't on Lin Miao Miao, but rather on the imposing middle-aged man standing behind her. It was Lin Qingxuan. From Lin Qingxuan's gaze, Yun Feiyang detected a hint of scrutiny, tinged with a touch of coldness. So this must be Yun Feiyang? Lin Qingxuan's deep, resonant voice carried immense authority, radiating profound confidence, the kind of tone only someone accustomed to positions of power possessed. And you are? Yun Feiyang frowned. Lin Qingxuan nodded. I am Lin Qingxuan, Miao Miao's father. Seeing the amicable atmosphere between Lin Qingxuan and Yun Feiyang, Lin Miao Miao felt a quiet surge of joy within her. At the very least, her father didn't dislike Yun Feiyang, which would make things much easier going forward. Miao Miao, you go ahead to the company. I have a few words I'd like to share privately with this young man. Lin Qingxuan affectionately ruffled Lin Miao Miao's hair. Lin Miao Miao's voice was barely a whisper, almost pleading, "Dad, don't scare him off." Lin Qingxuan laughed heartily, "Don't worry." Lin Miao Miao finally left early with a sense of relief, though she kept glancing back over her shoulder. She still felt a little uneasy. Lin Qingxuan was notoriously strict in his demands. If he truly intended to select a son-in-law, he'd likely impose some demanding conditions on Yun Feiyang. Only after Lin Miao Miao had walked far away did Lin Qingxuan turn his head. You must have something to say, right? Yun Feiyang frowned. Though Lin Qingxuan had been smiling just now, Yun Feiyang could tell that Lin Qingxuan had only been putting on a show for Lin Miao Miao. You're Yun Feiyang, correct? Lin Qingxuan's face was filled with arrogance. I don't care what your intentions are for approaching my daughter, but I want you to understand your place. My daughter, Lin Qingxuan's daughter, is not someone just anyone can be worthy of. Get to the point. Then I'll make it perfectly clear. Lin Qingxuan said coldly, you've successfully caught my daughter's attention. However, she's young and inexperienced, so she naturally doesn't know what kind of dirty thoughts others might have. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you 10 million yuan considerate compensation for your efforts. I expect you to take this money and vanish from my daughter's life immediately. With that, Lin Qingxuan handed over the 10 million yuan check, his expression haughty. He was certain no ordinary person would refuse such a massive sum. Yun Feiyang glanced at the check in Lin Qingxuan's hand and let out a cold laugh. So Lin Qingxuan was afraid Yun Feiyang would ruin his precious daughter. But Yun Feiyang himself had no strange or unusual feelings toward Lin Miao Miao. Most importantly, Yun Feiyang would leave Huarun sooner or later, and naturally, he would also draw a clear line with Lin Miao Miao. Take back your money. I don't want it. If I didn't want to leave this place, forget 10 million, even 100 million wouldn't tempt me. Young man, do you know who you're talking to? Watch your tone. A black-clad figure behind Lin Qingxuan snapped angrily. Black Panther. Lin Qingxuan waved his hand, cutting Black Panther off. Kid, you've got some guts. If you think it's too little, I can raise the price. Lin Qingxuan's piercing gaze fixed on Yun Feiyang. If this kid intended to get close to Lin Miao Miao, it was likely for personal gain. Naturally, he wouldn't refuse a higher offer. Yun Feiyang shook his head. We really have nothing in common. But rest assured, I have absolutely no interest in Lin Miao Miao. Don't bother me again. With that, Yun Feiyang walked straight out of the place. Explaining things to Lin Qingxuan was pointless.
No matter what Yun Feiyang said, in the eyes of someone as high and mighty as Lin Qingxuan, everything could only be resolved with profit.
It was as if everyone was only after his status and position. Boss, that kid has no idea how to behave. Let me teach him a lesson. Black Panther's gaze turned icy. In Donghai, who dared speak to Lin Qingxuan, the head of the Lin family, with such disrespect? That brat knew Lin Qingxuan's true identity and still showed such disrespect. He must be tired of living. Never mind. Just some ungrateful brat. Since he knows his place, I can rest easy. In Lin Qingxuan's eyes, Yun Feiyang was merely an arrogant young man.
Since he declared he had no designs on Miao Miao, Lin Qingxuan could trust him.
But if he ever found out Yun Feiyang was lying to him, he'd make sure Yun Feiyang paid dearly. Back at the company, Yun Feiyang had barely sat down when Lin Miao Miao approached him, smiling sweetly as she asked, "Did my dad ask you any weird questions?" "No, he just asked me to look out for you more at the company." Although Yun Feiyang didn't have a particularly favorable impression of Lin Qingxuan, he actually liked Lin Miao Miao quite a bit. The girl was a bit annoying, but she was genuinely kind-hearted and didn't harbor any ill will. Yun Feiyang saw no reason to take his frustration with Lin Qingxuan out on Lin Miao Miao. "That's good." Lin Miao Miao nodded, a hint of sweetness flickering in her eyes as the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. "I'll use the restroom. Want to grab lunch together?" Lin Miao Miao suggested. "My family just opened a pretty good restaurant. They have top international chefs." "Forget it. I've got things to do. Next time, I'll treat you." Yun Feiyang didn't want to get too entangled with Lin Miao Miao, so he declined first. "Alright then." After Lin Miao Miao left, Zhang Weiguang emerged from the office and sat beside Yun Feiyang. "Young Master Yun, did Lin Qingxuan say anything too harsh?" Lin Qingxuan's attitude yesterday had Zhang Weiguang deeply concerned. Unaware of Yun Feiyang's true identity, he feared getting caught in the crossfire if things soured between them. "Nothing much. Just some self-important remarks." Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Lin Qingxuan and Yun Feiyang didn't have much interaction, and he couldn't be bothered to stoop to Lin Qingxuan's level. "If you get the chance, make it clear to Lin Qingxuan that I have absolutely no interest in Lin Miao Miao. Tell him to stop bothering me." Such words would carry far more weight coming from Zhang Weiguang. After all, in Lin Qingxuan's mind, he'd trust Zhang Weiguang more. "I'll definitely speak up when the chance arises." Zhang Weiguang nodded repeatedly. Get back to work. Colleagues seeing the general manager hovering over a junior employee will only lead to gossip. Also, have General Manager Lu prepare a set of housing arrangements as soon as possible. Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. He wanted to move his mother out as soon as possible. She couldn't stay next door to Zhang Qingqing any longer. "Young Master Yun, I'll handle it immediately." Zhang Weiguang nodded eagerly and hurried into his office. Chapter 72, Get the hell out of my way. Mr. Lu's call came through shortly after. After all, Mr. Lu was a renowned real estate tycoon in Donghai. With numerous properties under his control, he quickly identified several options suitable for Yun Feiyang's status. He presented Yun Feiyang with 3 options. Each was a villa, differing only in location. One was near a bustling commercial district, another was a convenient suburban villa, and the third was in the outskirts. Though less convenient for daily life, it offered unparalleled tranquility, a place where Yun Feiyang and his family would be completely undisturbed. Yun Feiyang found it difficult to decide immediately. He needed to view the properties before making a final choice. "Young Master Yun, I'll dispatch a vehicle to pick you up from Mr. Sang's company immediately," Mr. Lu said in a low voice over the phone. "No need. Just give me the address. I'll go myself." Mr. Lu was, after all, a major figure in Donghai real estate, a very busy man. It wouldn't do to trouble him. Besides, Yun Feiyang had nothing else to do, so he might as well go himself. How could that be acceptable? Mr. Lu hurriedly protested on the other end, "You're our honored guest. How could I possibly let you go through such trouble?" "Enough. I make the rules." Yun Feiyang hung up the phone without another word. Soon, Mr. Lu's address was sent over. He dared not defy Yun Feiyang's wishes, but Mr. Lu immediately rushed to the sales center without delay. At the same time, he called the sales manager there, instructing him to give Yun Feiyang a proper reception. Soon, Yun Feiyang arrived at the address provided by Mr. Lu. This is a sales office. Just judging by the ostentatious, over-the-top decor in the lobby, you can tell the properties here won't come cheap. This Mr. Lu is quite the smooth operator. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed the apartment Mr. Lu had prepared for him wasn't ordinary either. "Get the hell out of my way." Just then, a loud, arrogant voice boomed from behind Yun Feiyang. He whipped his head around, his brow furrowing. Behind him, a bald man sporting a thick gold chain stood arrogantly before Yun Feiyang, his arm wrapped around a heavily made-up woman. His nose was practically pointing to the sky. The cheap perfume from the woman in his arms stung Yun Feiyang's nose, making him wrinkle his nose. "Get the hell out of my way, you hear me? Daff? The bald man bellowed at Yun Feiyang with an air of superiority, his eyes brimming with arrogance. This lobby's huge, yet you have to pass right through me? Are you sick? Yun Feiyang frowned. Was this guy mentally unstable? Kid, you dare disrespect Brother Lei? Tired of living? Ask around this street who's blind enough to defy Brother Lei? Brother Lei's voice grew louder, instantly drawing the attention of many. Oh, isn't this Brother Lei? What brings you to our sales office? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached Brother Lei, bowing and scraping as he took his hand. Brother Lei was a notorious thug on this street, always strutting around with an air of superiority. Everyone here gave him some respect. Yun Feiyang spotted the name tag on the man's uniform, sales manager, Huang Darren. Of course he's here to buy a house. What else would he be doing here? Brother Lei deliberately spoke loudly. After all, anyone who could afford property in this area was undoubtedly wealthy. Sure enough, many eyes turned their way with a hint of envy. The woman in Lei Ji's arms looked especially pleased with herself, clinging to him and acting coy, practically burying herself against him. Buying a house? Huang Darren's eyes lit up instantly. He tentatively asked, Brother Lei, could you be the person introduced by our company's general manager Lu? Just moments ago, Huang Darren had received a call from Mr. Lu. A buyer would be arriving soon, and Huang Darren was instructed to ensure they were well taken care of. Should anything go wrong, he alone would be held accountable. Could it be this Brother Lei? Mr. Lu? Brother Lei raised an eyebrow, his expression unflappable. Of course. I'm good friends with your Mr. Lu. After saying this, Brother Lei deliberately lifted his head, looking smug and self-satisfied. If these people knew he was friends with Mr. Lu, they'd surely give him all kinds of face. I see. Brother Lei, please come in. Huang Darren instantly put on a flattering expression. Though he couldn't fathom how Lei Go, a mere small-time thug, could command such influence to warrant Mr. Lu's arrangements, since it was Mr. Lu's wish, Huang Darren couldn't very well refuse. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but snort coldly from the side. This Brother Lei really has no shame, taking credit for something like this. What are you laughing at? Hearing Yun Feiyang snicker, Brother Lei shot him an annoyed glance. Nothing. Just laughing at how some people overestimate themselves. Yun Feiyang could see right through Brother Lei, just a small-time thug. No real backing, just putting on airs to save face. What's that supposed to mean? Spit it out clearly. Brother Lei snorted in annoyance. How could he lose face in front of his woman? You sure you want me to spell it out? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, I'm afraid you'll end up embarrassing yourself beyond repair. Embarrassed? Brother Lei declared with an air of superiority, haven't you heard of my reputation? Even real estate tycoon Mr. Lu gives me face. The mockery on Yun Feiyang's lips thickened, you really have no shame. You try to make everything about yourself. Don't you know your place? Would Lu Guangwen give face to someone like you? It wasn't that Yun Feiyang looked down on ordinary people. It was just that Lei Go, a petty thug who spent all day bragging about himself and avoided real work, was truly despicable. Lu Guangwen was Mr. Lu's real name. Hearing this, Huang Darren's heart skipped a beat. How dare Yun Feiyang? To actually address the boss by his first name in the company? That's a serious lack of respect for Mr. Lu. This kid must either have some serious connections or be just as much of a pretentious little punk as Brother Lei. What did you say? Exposed by Yun Feiyang, Brother Lei's face instantly twisted with anger. But the bluster was already out there. Brother Lei had to keep up the act. Huang Darren, this kid shows no respect for me. I'm telling you straight up, your boss Lu and I are friends. You figure it out. Brother Lei bellowed at Huang Darren, his voice thick with fury. By invoking Mr. Lu, he was certain Huang Darren wouldn't refuse to give him face. Huang Darren's expression instantly turned awkward. After all, Yun Feiyang was a company client, he couldn't afford to offend him. But Huang Darren was a VIP client specifically mentioned in a call from Mr. Lu. Since the opening, anyone Mr. Lu personally called to look after was either wealthy or influential. He dared not refuse face to someone Mr. Lu had personally instructed him to care for. With this thought, Huang Darren's face twisted with distress. He couldn't help but plead softly to Yun Feiyang, Sir, please do me, Huang Darren, a favor. Would you mind leaving this place first? Yun Feiyang raised an eyebrow. You want me to leave? Are you sure? Huang Darren might barely qualify as a competent salesman, but his judgment was seriously lacking. Even a fool could tell Brother Lei was definitely not the person Lu Guangwen had instructed him to look after. Chapter 73, Calling for Reinforcements. Kid, didn't you hear Manager Huang telling you to leave? Get the hell out of here now. Seeing Huang Darren give him such face, Brother Lei grew even more arrogant and overbearing. I can leave, but do you even have the authority to make me? The mocking expression on Yun Feiyang's lips sent Brother Lei into a rage. Who does this kid think he is? He dares to publicly humiliate Brother Lei? Kid, you're turning down a gift and asking for punishment, huh? I'm Lei Go, a man with standing in the underworld. One call from me, and I can bring hundreds of brothers here.
Brother Lei now flaunted his underworld connections to intimidate Yun Feiyang, but Yun Feiyang remained completely unfazed.
Hundreds of men? In the Donghai underworld, is there anyone more powerful than Sister Rong? Yun Feiyang could call in every big shot in the entire East Sea underworld with a single phone call. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to stoop to your level. I advise you to lay low for a while and stop courting trouble.
Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint chill emanating from him that seemed to lower the temperature of the surrounding air.
You're trying to bully my brother Lei? My brother Lei has never feared anyone.
You just wait.
Brother Lei actually pulled out his phone and made a call. Get some brothers over here. I'll send you the address right now.
With that, Brother Lei hung up abruptly, his eyes brimming with smug arrogance. Kid, if you've got the guts, don't leave.
I'm gonna make you kneel and sing Conquest today. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but laugh at Brother Lei's antics.
Small-time thugs like Brother Lei were used to being arrogant and overbearing in their daily lives.
He was the one who started this, yet now he was trying to pin the blame on Yun Feiyang?
Yun Feiyang hadn't intended to stoop to Lei Ji's level, but since the fool wouldn't take the hint, it was time to teach him a lesson.
So scum like him wouldn't dare bully ordinary folks by riding roughshod over others. Soon, a group of yellow-haired punks strutted into the sales office, their noses in the air. Huang Darren's face instantly turned awkward. Young man, please be reasonable. Just apologize to Brother Lei and we'll let this slide. Escalating this won't do you any favors. After all, this is a sales office. With so many clients coming and going, such a commotion would definitely affect business. Most crucially, this Brother Lei was personally recommended by General Manager Lu. Even if Brother Lei had 1,000 faults, he dared not cross him. I came here to buy a house. Why should I leave? Yun Feiyang's lips curled into a mocking sneer. Making such a scene won't end well, it'll probably be Brother Lei who pays the price. Why won't you listen, young man? I'm doing this for your own good. Huang Darren stomped his foot in frustration. This kid seemed so agreeable at first, why is he being so stubborn? Brother Lei, who's that blind fool who dares to mess with our Brother Lei? A few punks strutted over, and Brother Lei felt incredibly proud, his nose practically in the air. That's the blind bastard. Damn it, messing with me? He really wants to die. Brother Lei pointed at Yun Feiyang, his expression brimming with smug arrogance. With so many brothers backing me up, let's see if this kid dares to show me any respect. The sales hall was bustling with people, and the commotion instantly drew many curious glances. Isn't that Brother Lei? Calling so many people? What kind of trouble is he stirring up now? This bunch spends all day doing nothing but ganging up on ordinary folks. If they're so righteous, why don't they go punish the wicked and promote the good? Punish evil? These guys are the villains themselves, are they supposed to punish themselves? The surrounding crowd despised Brother Lei and his crew, casting sympathetic glances toward Yun Feiyang. Yet no one dared step forward to help Yun Feiyang. After all, Lei Gu and his crew were the scum of society, mad dog-like thugs. Mess with them, and you'd get splattered with trouble. Huang Darren's face was tense. What if they really started a scene at the sales office? Wouldn't that ruin business? The thought made Huang Darren glance at Yun Feiyang, hoping he'd back down, apologize, and let the matter drop. But Huang Darren noticed a faint smile playing at the corners of Yun Feiyang's mouth, not a trace of fear in sight. Huang Darren was speechless. How could this young man be so unfazed? With the fire at his doorstep, he still had the nerve to smile? Brother Lei also noticed the cold smirk on Yun Feiyang's lips. He snorted, "Kid, what are you trying to pull with that calm act? I'll give you a taste of excitement right now." With that, Brother Lei waved his hand, and the thugs surged forward in a rush. "Stop!" Huang Darren rushed forward to stop Brother Lei. Mr. Lu said he'd be here himself shortly. I can't let him see this chaos, I'd never survive the blame. Brother Lei, do me a favor for Huang Darren's sake. Can we just let this go? If the higher-ups come down on us for this, I won't be able to explain it. Brother Lei feigned deep thought before declaring with an air of superiority, "For the sake of your boss, I'll grant you, Huang Darren, this favor." Huang Darren immediately turned to Yun Feiyang. "Young man, you heard that? Just give me, Huang Darren, this favor. How about it? You little punk, if you're scared less now, just say so. Kneel down and bang your forehead 3 times on the ground for me, and I might consider letting you off." Making the kid kneel before him in public would make Brother Lei look even more formidable. He couldn't believe this kid wouldn't be scared in front of so many people. That's actually a pretty good suggestion. Yun Feiyang snapped his fingers. "Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times in a bit, and I'll consider letting you off too." Huang Darren stomped his foot in rage. "Young man, don't you know when to back down? Brother Lei may be despicable, but this young man should know when to stop. He'd even given Yun Feiyang a way out, why wouldn't the kid take it? Must he really stoop to the level of a mad dog like Brother Lei? You're being ungrateful, aren't you?" Brother Lei's expression darkened instantly, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do you really need to push me to the brink before you'll be satisfied? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, hurry up. I've got a house to buy, no time for your nonsense."
Being hounded by such an ungrateful fool had completely worn down Yun Feiyang's patience. Guys, since this punk doesn't know his place, forget about giving Brother Lei face. Teach him some damn manners. Brother Lei waved his hand dramatically, deliberately speaking loudly.
Today, he would make Yun Feiyang kneel before him and sing conquest.
Using this brat to establish his authority publicly, he'd see who dared disrespect Brother Lei on this street from now on.
Who dares teach Mr. Yun a lesson? Have they lost their minds? Causing trouble on my turf? Just then, an urgent yet authoritative voice echoed from the doorway.
Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, Mr. Lu strode in, his face etched with concern.
Chapter 74, I see you've got some nerve. At the sight of Lu Guangwen, Huang Daren's face turned ashen. Earlier, Lu Guangwen had repeatedly instructed him to treat the upcoming distinguished guests with utmost hospitality. Not only had Huang Daren failed to properly welcome them, but he'd also left the sales office in utter disarray. How could he possibly explain this to Lu Guangwen? Mr. Lu, I'm terribly sorry.
It was my negligence that caused your distinguished guest such inconvenience.
Huang Daren hastily apologized to Lu Guangwen with utmost respect.
Of course. This was a guest personally invited by Lu Guangwen himself, a rare occurrence, happening maybe once a year. To treat them so carelessly would be nothing short of a sin.
Brother Lei's expression froze, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected Lu Guangwen to show up in person. What if Huang Daren discovered he wasn't the person Lu had specifically instructed him to look after? That would blow his cover. Noticing Brother Lei's gaze, Yun Feiyang's mocking sneer deepened.
He had warned Brother Lei long ago not to escalate matters, lest it become impossible to contain.
Could he blame Yun Feiyang for this? Seeing Yun Feiyang still grinning, Huang Daren's anger boiled over.
Pointing at him, he bellowed, "Young man, I told you to get out of here immediately.
Why won't you listen? Do you think offending Brother Lei will benefit you? Apologize to Brother Lei right now."
Brother Lei's lips curled into a smug smile. So what if he was just bragging? This kid's wearing nothing but cheap knockoffs, clearly no one of status.
Yet here Huang Daren is, defending Brother Lei right in front of Lu Guangwen? Are you blind?
Seeing Huang Daren yelling at Yun Feiyang, Lu Guangwen slapped him across the face, eyes blazing with fury. "I specifically called you to take care of this important customer buying a house, and this is how you treat my guest. You don't want to work here anymore?" Lu Guangwen was nearly beside himself with rage. He'd already messed up Su Yuhan's assignment, and he'd been terrified of leaving a poor impression with Yun Feiyang. Now, finally given another chance by Yun Feiyang, Huang Daren nearly ruined it. If Lu Guangwen hadn't arrived in time, Yun Feiyang, the young master of the Yun family, would have been driven away by that blind fool Huang Daren.
"Mr. Lu, what the hell is going on here?" Huang Daren was dumbfounded. He covered his face, staring at Lu Guangwen with utter bewilderment. Wasn't Brother Lei the person Mr. Lu specifically instructed to look after? He was trying to save Brother Lei's face. Even Brother Lei blinked in surprise. Could this unassuming youngster be the one Mr. Lu specifically ordered to be looked after? What the hell? Do you even know who Mr. Yun is? How dare you yell at him? Lu Guangwen roared, "Mr. Yun is the very person I told you to look after. Have you gone blind? How dare you show disrespect to Mr. Yun?
You're not even worth a single finger of his."
What?
Not only Huang Daren, but everyone around them was stunned.
Yun Feiyang was the person Mr. Lu had specifically asked to be looked after? What kind of background does he have? It was well known that Lu Guangwen rarely showed favor to others. Those who earned his personal attention were invariably either wealthy or influential. Judging by Lu Guangwen's deferential attitude toward Yun Feiyang, his status was clearly no ordinary affair.
Brother Lei's body was already starting to tremble. No wonder Yun Feiyang had that mocking smirk on his face all along. Turns out he's the one Mr. Lu favors. This was bad. He'd provoked someone even Mr. Lu was courting. What was he supposed to do now? He was just a lowly underling in the underworld. What resources did he have to go up against a big shot? "Mr. Yun, this is entirely my oversight. My men have caused you trouble.
I'll fire that blind fool Huang Daren immediately." Lu Guangwen was genuinely furious.
Yun Feiyang had entrusted him with 2 tasks, and both nearly ended in disaster.
What if this left Yun Feiyang with a bad impression? Lu Guangwen depended entirely on the Yun family in the capital for his livelihood.
Huang Daren's face turned sallow as he hurriedly pointed at Brother Lei. "Mr. Lu, this isn't my fault. It's this Brother Lei. He claimed to be someone you introduced. I thought he was the one who needed looking out for. You bastard. You had the nerve to screw me over after I did you a favor?" With that thought, Huang Daren grabbed Brother Lei by the collar, his eyes blazing with fury. This guy usually just plays dumb, but where did he get the nerve to falsely claim connections to Mr. Lu?
Wasn't this just setting him up? Brother Lei didn't dare fight back now.
He was already trembling with fear, his eyes filled with terror.
"Lu Guangwen, this matter truly has nothing to do with Huang Daren. It's all because of this Brother Lei.
Yun Feiyang said indifferently, making Huang Darren feel as if he'd been granted a reprieve. He hurriedly explained to Lu Guangwen, Mr. Lu, it really has nothing to do with me.
I know I was wrong. Please let me off. Before you arrived, I never showed any disrespect to Mr. Yun.
Seeing you come, I panicked and mistakenly accused the wrong person.
Yun Feiyang nodded, offering no denial. Huang Darren wasn't entirely wrong. Huang Darren had been speaking up for Yun Feiyang all along.
Though his judgment was a bit off, he was still a competent salesman.
Have you been coasting through this company? Do you think some low-level thug like this deserves special attention from me, Lu Guangwen? Are you brain dead? Even if you weren't primarily responsible, you bear secondary responsibility for oversight.
Lu Guangwen fumed, while Huang Darren could only nod repeatedly, not daring to argue.
Mr. Yun, how should we handle this? Lu Guangwen turned to Yun Feiyang and asked respectfully. Lu Guangwen had to resolve this matter to Yun Feiyang's satisfaction. Huang Darren isn't at fault. Let it go. Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. Huang Darren had been responsible enough.
Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Lu Guangwen turned and said coldly, for Mr. Yun's sake, I'll let you off. But your judgment is too poor. Go work at the front desk for 2 months to train your eye and reflect on your mistakes.
Any objections? Huang Darren nodded repeatedly, no. I'll reflect earnestly and never dare to do it again. Get lost.
After dealing with Huang Darren, Lu Guangwen's gaze shifted. His icy stare made Brother Lei flinch, cold sweat soaking his back.
You call yourself Brother Lei? What, are you some big shot around here? Lu Guangwen's casual tone made Brother Lei's legs turn to jelly.
The Lu Guangwen across from him was a real estate tycoon in Donghai, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Brother Lei was just a lowly underling who couldn't even show his face in public.
What right did he have to call himself Brother Lei in front of Lu Guangwen? And certainly not one who could command the utmost respect from Yun Feiyang. Mr. Lu, how could I dare call myself Brother Lei in your presence? Just call me Xiao Lei. Brother Lei plastered on a smile, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. The forced grin made his face contort into an awkward grimace. Dare not?
I see you're bold enough to offend even Mr. Yun. Lu Guangwen, who had been smirking moments ago, suddenly darkened. Brother Lei's stern words made his knees buckle, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud.
Chapter 75, You Handle It. Mr. Lu, I know I was wrong. I didn't recognize your importance. Please spare me. I'll never dare again. Brother Lei threw himself at Lu Guangwen's legs, clinging desperately and begging for mercy. Even if Lu Guangwen stood alone, Lei Gu, with his dozen henchmen, dared not act arrogantly in front of him. Lu Guangwen was a real estate tycoon in Donghai with connections reaching to the heavens. Crushing a lowly lackey like Brother Lei was child's play. What good is begging me? You've crossed Mr. Yun. Lu Guangwen coldly kicked Brother Lei away, his tone icy. Hearing this, Brother Lei immediately crawled on his knees before Yun Feiyang, his face pleading, Mr. Yun, Brother Lei, was blind and didn't know my place. I provoked you. I'll kowtow to you right now. Please just let me go like I'm nothing. Thud. Brother Lei truly banged his head hard on the ground before Yun Feiyang in full view of the crowd, terrified of incurring his wrath. The onlookers all wore expressions of glee, their voices dripping with scorn for Brother Lei. Just moments ago, he was arrogantly demanding others kneel before him. Now he's groveling like a coward. Brother Lei is nothing but a bully who only dares to pick on ordinary people. Of course. Give him 100 guts, and he still wouldn't dare bully those big shots. Look at him now acting like a little grandson in front of them. A bully who preys on the weak serves him right. But who exactly is that young man? Even real estate tycoon Mr. Lu gives him such respect? Whatever he is, he's clearly someone Brother Lei can't afford to mess with. A scumbag like Brother Lei deserves to be dealt with by someone tough. The surrounding jeers left Brother Lei mortified, but survival now trumped embarrassment. Compared to embarrassment, staying alive was far more important now. What if I don't want to spare you? Yun Feiyang's calm words sent a shiver down Brother Lei's spine. Mr. Yun, then I can only kneel here and beg your forgiveness. Brother Lei threw caution to the wind. If Yun Feiyang truly grew angry, he could crush him with a single hand. If you like kneeling, then kneel forever. Yun Feiyang snorted coldly and walked away without another word. A self-important jerk like Brother Lei deserved a lesson, so he'd stop picking on ordinary folks in the future. Brother Lei was instantly embarrassed. With people constantly coming and going in the sales hall, if he stayed kneeling here, what face would Brother Lei have left in this neighborhood? But to save his own skin, he had no choice but to stay kneeling. As long as Yun Feiyang didn't tell him to get up, how could he dare to rise? Feeling the whispers and pointed stares around him, Brother Lei hung his head in shame. The henchmen he'd brought scattered like startled birds, and even his garish girlfriend, who'd been practically clinging to him, had vanished without a trace. Of course they fled. If they didn't, Brother Lei would drag them down with him. They still had to survive in this underworld. They dared not cross a top-tier Eastern Sea boss like Yun Feiyang. In Lu Guangwen's office, Lu Guangwen respectfully poured Yun Feiyang a cup of tea. Mr. Yun, it was my oversight. I hope you won't hold it against me. Lu Guangwen's heart was still pounding wildly. He'd botched 2 things in a row. Would young Master Yun be disappointed in him? It's not your fault. I came here of my own accord. Let's set this aside for now. Show me the actual blueprints for the 3 villa properties you selected for me. After all, Yun Feiyang had come for business and didn't want to waste too much time. There are 3 villas in total. Lu Guangwen handed over the physical blueprints and introduced each one. The first villa is located in the bustling downtown area. Rest assured, when constructing this building, I specifically reserved 2 or 3 floors at the top level. Each floor is a single unit, making it a large, open-plan villa. Inside, you can enjoy a panoramic view of the entire Donghai nightscape. The windows are also completely soundproof, ensuring nothing from outside disturbs young Master Yun's daily life. The only drawback is its location in the bustling city center, with constant foot traffic. I'm concerned that individuals with ulterior motives might infiltrate the area. Yun Feiyang glanced at the physical blueprint. It was indeed extravagant. Lu Guangwen clearly poured considerable effort into designing this property. Continue the introduction. Yun Feiyang turned to the second property. The second property was located in the suburbs, surrounded by convenient amenities and unique shops and markets that would appeal to young people seeking a certain vibe. Transportation was easy, and it wasn't far from his workplace. However, it lacked the bustle of the city center and felt a bit less populated. Lu Guangwen continued his introduction. Now for the third one. The third is in a villa district on the outskirts. It's sparsely populated, requiring daily supplies to be delivered by dedicated personnel. There are no shops nearby, ensuring complete seclusion from any disturbances, an ideal retreat for those seeking to live apart from the world. Yun Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Lu Guangwen had truly gone to great lengths for his sake. Uncertain of Yun Feiyang's specific preferences, Lu Guangwen had prepared 3 options for him to choose from. His thoroughness was undeniable. No wonder Lu Guangwen had risen to become a real estate tycoon in Donghai. Which one catches your eye, young Master Yun? If you like all 3, I'll have people prepare them immediately. In Lu Guangwen's view, each property possessed its own unique charm. His original plan had been to gift all 3 to Yun Feiyang. Since he hadn't performed his first task perfectly, this was also an opportunity to curry favor with Yun Feiyang. Go arrange them now. Yun Feiyang waved his hand. He actually liked all 3 houses. Shinlanji, with her gentle and generous nature, would likely prefer the third one, secluded from the bustle of people. Though Su Yuhan was reserved, she still needed to commute to work and couldn't live too far from the city. We'll let Su Yuhan choose between the 2 remaining houses. Rest assured, young Master Yun. This task will be handled perfectly. Lu Guangwen nodded repeatedly. Yun Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. Fang and Lu, real estate and financial tycoons of Donghai, have done much for the Yun family in the capital. They were reliable individuals who might prove valuable in the future. But they were ultimately loyal to Yun Hanshan. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but worry, would these men listen more to Yun Hanshan, or to him? If he ever truly fell out with the Yun family in the capital, whose side would they take? Yun Feiyang shook his head. Overthinking such matters was futile. Once Yun Feiyang built up the strength to challenge the Yun family of the capital, intelligent individuals like Fang and Lu would naturally make the optimal choice. Ring ring. Just then, Yun Feiyang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up casually. Uncle Rong? Uncle Rong rarely called him directly. This must be an absolute emergency. Uncle Rong. Yun Feiyang quickly answered the call. Young master, something's happened. Chapter 76, The Century's Dilemma. Sure enough, Yun Feiyang's heart sank instantly. What happened? Speak up. He had instructed Uncle Rong to protect Su Yuhan around the clock. Could something have happened to her? His heart tightened with anxiety. If Wang Mingyang and Su Wenyuan dared to cause trouble again, Yun Feiyang would take their lives. It's nothing major. It's Wang Mingyang. Uncle Rong's voice came through the phone. Cobra just reported that Wang Mingyang went to Miss Su's residence with a gift worth 8,880,000. Gift? A cold smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. This Wang Mingyang didn't know his place. Did he still harbor some messy thoughts about Yuhan? Don't worry. Yuhan won't accept this gift. Yun Feiyang knew Su Yuhan's character better than anyone. She wasn't the type to sacrifice her dignity and happiness for money. With Wang Mingyang's tarnished reputation, forget 8,880,000. Even if he offered 800 million, Su Yuhan wouldn't give it a second thought. Miss Su naturally wouldn't accept these gifts, but... Uncle Rong's voice paused slightly on the other end of the line. Just say what you need to say. It seemed Zhang Qiuyun was considering accepting the gifts. Yun Feiyang's heart sank instantly. He had warned Zhang Qiuyun not to act recklessly, but she seemed to have ignored his words. Zhang Qiuyun couldn't possibly be unaware of what accepting Wang Mingyang's gift signified. This 8,800,000 yuan was essentially a betrothal gift. If she accepted it, Wang Mingyang would have grounds to pressure her into marriage. Wouldn't that ruin Yuhan's reputation throughout the entire East Sea? Rong Shu, prepare a gift receipt immediately. I'll personally deliver it to the Su family shortly. Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened. He had vowed to protect Su Yuhan for life, and he would never allow anyone to tarnish her reputation. Wang Mingyang. Since you don't know a good thing when you see it, don't blame me. Even if you rely on the Donghai Wang family, I'll make sure they crumble before your very eyes. No sooner had he hung up than Yun Feiyang's phone rang again. This time, however, it was an unfamiliar number. With Su Yuhan on his mind, Yun Feiyang hung up immediately. But soon, his phone rang again. Hello? Who is this? What do you want? Yun Feiyang's voice was low and deep. Are you Yun Feiyang, Shenlanji's son? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Who are you? What did you do to my mother? Yun Feiyang's expression darkened instantly. Could it be another descendant of the Yun family coming to settle scores? It shouldn't be this soon, right? If they dared to harm his mother in the slightest, Yun Feiyang would make them wish they were dead. Don't misunderstand. We're from the East Sea Police Station. Your mother is currently in our custody. We hope you can come over as soon as possible to understand the situation. Police station? Yun Feiyang's heart sank. Shenlanji had always been steady and low-key, never getting involved in messy trouble. How could she end up at the police station? Hello? Are you there? We hope you can come quickly to mediate the dispute. Alright, I'll be right there. After giving Yun Feiyang an address, the other party hung up. Yun Feiyang stared at the phone, consumed by inner turmoil. This was the ultimate life or death dilemma. Your mom and your girlfriend are drowning. Who do you save? Both Shenlanji and Su Yuhan were irreplaceable to Yun Feiyang. He had to save one of them. After a moment's hesitation, Yun Feiyang called Uncle Rong. Young master, the gift list is ready for you. Uncle Rong's deep voice came through the phone. Uncle Rong, I need a favor. Deliver the gift list to Yuhan's home, but don't reveal my true identity. Because only I have the right to tell Yuhan who I really am. No one else. Yun Feiyang decided to head to the police station first to check on Shenlanji's situation. Su Yuhan simply refused to believe Yun Feiyang was a rich kid. He'd explained it countless times, but she always dismissed him as full of it. If Yun Feiyang rashly took the gift list to Su Yuhan, he might end up facing her interrogation. Truth would eventually come out. When it did, Yun Feiyang would personally reveal his identity to Su Yuhan. Zhang Qiuyun was only after Wang Mingyang's 8 million yuan gift. Dealing with people like Zhang Qiuyun and Wang Mingyang was a job for Uncle Rong. Don't worry, young master. Leave this trifling matter to me. Hearing Uncle Rong's words, Yun Feiyang felt no worry. With Cobra and the others guarding the Su residence, it was perfectly safe. In that case, I'm relieved. With that, Yun Feiyang hung up and headed to the police station. Before leaving the office, Yun Feiyang caught sight of the calendar on Lu Guangwen's desk. His heart tightened involuntarily. If Yun Feiyang remembered correctly, the end of this month marked Su Yuhan's birthday and their wedding anniversary. But after they got married, Su Yuhan never celebrated her birthday again. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. This time, he would prepare a grand birthday celebration for Su Yuhan. He would make Su Yuhan the happiest woman in the world. Su Yuhan's home. Su Yuhan sat stiffly on the sofa, her face cold and her eyes filled with disgust. Su Wenshan sat beside her, his old face set in a displeased frown. Not far away, Zhang Qiuyun greeted Wang Mingyang with a warm smile. Zhang Qiuyun brewed Wang Mingyang a cup of Westlake Longjing tea. This tea was from Zhang Qiuyun's private stash, reserved solely for entertaining dignitaries and VIPs. Even Su Wenshan couldn't have it on ordinary days. Wang Mingyang pretended to savor it, then remarked, Auntie Zhang, this tea is a bit stale. Coincidentally, we just acquired some top-quality Longjing. I'll have someone deliver some to you another day. He deliberately feigned expertise, flaunting his family's wealth. Then I'll be most grateful, young Master Wang. As she spoke, Zhang Qiuyun's eyes lit up with delight at the sight of the room filled with precious jewelry and rare antiques, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes almost splitting with joy. Young Master Wang, you came to visit. Why bring all these gifts? Your presence alone is a tremendous honor for our family. Wang Mingyang replied with an air of pride, these are gifts for Yuhan, just a token of my appreciation. Su Yuhan snorted heavily, the disdain in her brows deepening her silent rebuttal. Our Yuhan doesn't care for your gifts, Mr. Wang. Take them back. I advise you to stop wasting your efforts on her. It's useless. Su Wenshan's face was cold as he snorted angrily. He knew exactly what kind of person Wang Mingyang was. A spoiled rich kid who spent his days playing with women and seeking pleasure. How could he possibly be worthy of his daughter? Su Wenshan, what business is this of yours? When did family matters become your concern? Chapter 77, not even worth the dregs. Zhang Qiuyun immediately turned cold. The entire room was filled with luxury goods, totaling 8,800,000 yuan. Only a wealthy aristocrat like young Master Wang could afford such extravagance. Where could one find such a perfect son-in-law? Yuhan is my daughter, why shouldn't I have a say? Su Wenshan snapped, unwarranted kindness is either treachery or theft, don't you understand that? Uncle Su, you misunderstand. I simply wish to be entrusted with Yuhan.
These gifts are merely my token of loyalty, a small gesture of goodwill.
Wang Mingyang's lips curved into a faint smile before he glanced at Zhang Qiuyun. Did you hear that?
Zhang Qiuyun narrowed her eyes. Young Master Wang is the eldest son of the Donghai Wang family.
It's an honor for our family that he's befriending my Yuhan. Zhang Qiuyun knew full well that Wang Mingyang had ulterior motives, but even if he was just playing around, so what? Following Wang Mingyang meant Su Yuhan had essentially joined the elite circle, surely better than trailing behind Yun Feiyang, that good for nothing with no background?
At that moment, Zhang Qiuyun kept eyeing the gold jewelry and gifts, her eyes practically glowing. With all these gifts, she, Zhang Qiuyun, would finally have the face to brag to her girlfriends. Zhang Qiuyun, you really are beyond redemption. Do you have any idea what the consequences would be if you accepted these gifts worth 8,800,000? Seeing Zhang Qiuyun's greedy and power-hungry demeanor, anger surged within Su Wenshan.
This was essentially a dowry. If word of these 8.8 million yuan gifts spreads, how will all of Donghai look upon our Yuhan? Our Yuhan is a married woman. How could she ever show her face to Donghai's elite again? Can't you see what this good for nothing is up to?
He's trying to ruin Yuhan's reputation so he can force her into marriage. If you sell my precious daughter to this wastrel just to climb the social ladder, I'll never forgive you.
Su Wenshan might not be accomplished, but he possesses basic discernment.
He would never let his hard-raised daughter become a plaything for some wealthy playboy.
Uncle Su, you've misunderstood.
I only wish to entrust Yuhan to a friend. This is merely a gift for her, nothing more. Wang Mingyang remained calm, his eyes fixed on Zhang Qiuyun. He knew Zhang Qiuyun's nature, greedy and money-hungry.
An offer of 8,880,000 yuan delivered right to her doorstep? Zhang Qiuyun would never refuse. Did you hear that?
Zhang Qiuyun roared in fury, Su Wenshan, you're good for nothing, but you're full of malice.
What? Do you want your daughter to be just like you, destined for mediocrity her whole life? What exactly is accomplishment? Su Yuhan retorted angrily, is marrying a wastrel rich kid considered success? I'd rather not have that kind of success. Now Su Yuhan realized Zhang Qiuyun was becoming more and more outrageous. Does spending your life with that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang count as ambition?
Look at young Master Wang, he throws down 8,880,000 yuan like it's nothing.
Who else has that kind of generosity?
No sooner had Zhang Qiuyun finished speaking than a voice sounded from outside the door.
Is this the residence of Miss Su Yuhan? Please open the door.
I have a gift certificate for 29,999,000 yuan to present.
29,999,000? Hearing that figure, Zhang Qiuyun's heart skipped a beat. She froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! That much money?
Zhang Qiuyun had never seen such a large sum in her entire life.
Wang Mingyang's expression darkened instantly. Who on earth was this person, throwing down 29,999,000 yuan like that? Could it be that mysterious rich kid who secretly helped Su Yuhan before? Is anyone home? The voice outside the door abruptly snapped Zhang Qiuyun out of her daze. Coming.
Zhang Qiuyun hurried to open the door, her face beaming with such delight that even the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to smile. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, poised and composed. His powerful presence instantly softened Zhang Qiuyun's demeanor, causing her to instinctively bend at the waist.
You must be Miss Su's mother, Zhang Qiuyun?
Uncle Rong appraised Zhang Qiuyun from head to toe, his piercing eyes flashing a hint of disdain. Because of Yun Feiyang, he had specifically investigated the Su Yuhan family and knew exactly who Zhang Qiuyun was. Today's meeting confirmed the rumors. Upon seeing Uncle Rong, Zhang Qiuyun practically turned into a grandson.
Yes, I am Yuhan's mother.
Please, come in. The moment Zhang Qiuyun sensed Uncle Rong's imposing presence, she knew he was no ordinary man. She bowed and scraped repeatedly, her expression utterly fawning. Uncle Rong entered the room with measured steps, surveying the space. Spotting Su Yuhan seated on the sofa, he approached with a hint of deference, bowing slightly as he presented the gift voucher. Miss Su, this is a gift certificate for 29,999,000 yuan from our young master to you.
Please accept it. Young master? Zhang Qiuyun's eyes lit up instantly. This must be the wealthy young master who had been secretly helping Su Yuhan all along. Who else could possibly afford such a lavish gesture? After waiting so long, this wealthy young master has finally appeared. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes were filled with scrutiny as she slowly rose to her feet, though she did not take the gift list from Uncle Rong's hand. May I ask your name?
Su Yuhan's eyes fixed on Uncle Rong as she inquired in a measured tone. Miss Su, you may address me as Uncle Rong, just as you would our young master. Aware of Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan's relationship, Uncle Rong's tone carried a hint of deference. Of course, Uncle Rong also understood Su Yuhan's character.
Su Yuhan's eyes remained fixed on Uncle Rong as she inquired, "Uncle Rong, may I ask were the collaborations previously arranged by Mr. Liu and Mr. Fong with me also instructed by the young master you mentioned?" "That's correct. It was indeed at the instruction of our young master." Uncle Rong nodded in acknowledgement, offering no denial. Yun Feiyang had only asked Uncle Rong not to reveal his true identity to Su Yuhan. There was no need to conceal the matters involving Mr. Fong and Mr. Liu. Hearing this, Zhang Qiuyun nearly beamed with delight. He really is a young master from a wealthy family. Zhang Qiuyun's heart swelled with delight. Moreover, judging by Uncle Rong's aura, he was clearly someone accustomed to holding a high position. Naturally, the young master behind Uncle Rong was no ordinary figure either. Zhang Qiuyun silently rejoiced. No wonder Su Yuhan looked down on Wang Xiao, a rich kid from a second-rate family. It turned out she already knew someone even more powerful from a wealthy family. Beside them, Wang Mingyang's eyes turned cold, filled with resentment and displeasure. He had assumed that with an 8.88 million yuan gift, he could absolutely win over Su Yuhan's family. At the very least, he could win over Zhang Qiuyun, right? But unexpectedly, a mysterious wealthy young man had suddenly appeared, presenting a gift voucher for 29,999,000 yuan. 29,999,000. What Wang Mingyang had offered wasn't even a fraction of that. Though Wang Mingyang was the young master of the Wang family, he had no authority to dispose of significant assets. 8,880,000 yuan was already the absolute limit of his spending power. Seeing Zhang Qiuyun's eyes light up with greed only made Wang Mingyang seethe with anger. "Uncle Rong, I'm sorry, but I can't accept this exorbitant gift out of the blue." Just then, Su Yuhan's words froze Zhang Qiuyun in her tracks, halting her unbridled elation. Chapter 78, Overwhelming Presence. "Yuhan, have you lost your mind? That's 29,999,000 yuan. What an honor. How could you refuse?" Zhang Qiuyun was frantic. "This is 29,999,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my entire life." She had assumed Su Yuhan had rejected Wang Mingyang for the sake of this 29.99 million, but why would she turn down a wealthy young heir too? What on earth had gotten into Su Yuhan? "Miss Su, perhaps I haven't made myself clear." Uncle Rong paused before continuing. 29,999,000 yuan signifies a lasting union. "Miss Su, our young master is deeply devoted to you. We hope you will accept this gift." "Yuhan, did you hear that? This wealthy young master is deeply devoted to you. Are you really going to refuse? Take it already." Zhang Qiuyun grew impatient, shooting repeated glances at Su Yuhan, but she pretended not to notice. "Miss Su, I understand." Uncle Rong gave a slight nod, then pointed at Wang Mingyang with a cold snort. "Is it because of this second-rate, good-for-nothing playboy from a lowly family? I can deal with him right now." With that, Uncle Rong strode directly to Wang Mingyang, his gaze icy cold. The overwhelming pressure he radiated made Wang Mingyang feel like he couldn't breathe. "You're Wang Mingyang, right? The youngest son of Wang Hongfei, that grave robber? Let me make this perfectly clear, you've crossed the wrong people. Now, take these worthless coins and get the hell out of the Su family. This is your last chance. If I catch you here again, I'll have Wang Hongfei summoned and give him a thorough talking to." Uncle Rong's voice grew icier, his powerful aura forged by years at the top slowly radiating outward. Even Zhang Qiuyun beside him felt a chill run down her spine. Having his family background mocked by Uncle Rong in front of Su Yuhan, Wang Mingyang was naturally furious. Few knew that Wang Hongfei was the grave robber. Uncle Rong had exposed this right in front of Su Yuhan. How could Wang Mingyang ever show his face to her again? Yet Wang Mingyang dared not defy Uncle Rong. He could only weakly protest, "But Aunt Zhang already accepted my gift." Uncle Rong turned his head, his cold gaze making Zhang Qiuyun's heart race. Was he telling the truth? Zhang Qiuyun waved her hands frantically in denial. "No, no. How could I possibly look at someone from a lowly family like Wang Mingyang? Wang Mingyang, stop trying to drag me through the mud. I was just being polite to you earlier. Our Yuhan is precious, and you're not worthy of being her friend. Get out of here. You're not welcome in our family." With a super wealthy family like Uncle Rong's, how could Zhang Qiuyun possibly still fancy a good-for-nothing playboy like Wang Mingyang? She instantly switched her demeanor, shifting all the blame onto Wang Mingyang. Su Yuhan frowned deeply inside. Over the years, Zhang Qiuyun had become increasingly unreasonable. How was she any different from those snobbish Su family relatives? "Wang Mingyang, you heard that too?" Uncle Rong said coldly, "Grab your things and get out of here immediately. I'm telling you this for the last time. You've crossed someone you shouldn't have. I'm giving you one final chance. If there's a next time, you'll have that good-for-nothing Wang Hongfei come collect your body himself." Wang Mingyang's face flushed crimson. He flung his sleeves aside with a sharp flick and stormed out of the Su residence, his expression dark and sullen. He knew he couldn't stay. The gift money he'd offered was less than a fraction of what a wealthy young master would give. Even the snobbish Zhang Qiuyun wouldn't stand by him. Miss Su, that filthy scum Wang Mingyang has been driven away. Now, would you care to discuss accepting the gift list with me?
Uncle Rong turned his head, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Yuhan. But Su Yuhan shook her head helplessly.
Uncle Rong, you misunderstand.
My refusal of your gift list has nothing to do with Wang Mingyang. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yuhan continued, Uncle Rong, the powerful family backing you must know I'm already married, right?
Of course I do.
A satisfied smile played at Uncle Rong's lips. So Su Yuhan had refused this extravagant gift for the sake of the young master. No wonder the young master would abandon his peaceful life for this woman, getting involved in the Yun family's power struggles in the capital. It seems this woman is worth it. What merit could I, Su Yuhan, possibly have to earn the favor of a wealthy young master? Su Yuhan met Uncle Rong's gaze with her beautiful eyes and spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. Even if I, Su Yuhan, desired the life of a wealthy family, I would never accept such charity that I don't deserve. Uncle Rong, please convey to your young master that I don't want to accept this unearned favor, nor do I want to be kept in the dark for the rest of my life. Furthermore, a flicker of hesitation clouded Su Yuhan's eyes as she added, I am already married. His actions would bring shame upon both me and my husband throughout the entire East Sea. Yuhan, what right does Yun Feiyang have to deserve you? With me here, divorce is inevitable. Zhang Qiuyun grew frantic. How could she tolerate Su Yuhan letting someone like Yun Feiyang ruin her chance to marry into a wealthy family? Especially a top-tier one. Shut up. Uncle Rong turned coldly and roared, only I have the right to speak with Miss Su here. Who do you think you are, talking nonsense like this? Yun Feiyang was his young master, a man of such exalted status that someone like Zhang Qiuyun had no right to insult him. He'd harbored resentment toward Zhang Qiuyun for quite some time. Were it not for her status as Su Yuhan's mother, Uncle Rong would have slapped her across the face right then and there. You! Zhang Qiuyun froze at Uncle Rong's roar. She was speaking up for the young master behind Uncle Rong's back. Why was this man now glaring at her? But Uncle Rong was a man of high standing. Zhang Qiuyun dared not offend him. If she angered the wealthy young master behind Uncle Rong, how could she ever hope to build connections with such a powerful family? Miss Su, I understand your meaning perfectly. Rest assured, I will relay your words exactly to our young master. This gift list will be personally delivered to you by him. Uncle Rong's gaze brimmed with approval. Most people would have lost their heads long ago after securing connections with the elite. But Miss Su Yuhan remained true to herself, truly rare. It seems the young master has excellent taste. Zhang Qiuyun, however, wore a look of pure resentment. How could Su Yuhan be so unreasonable? The exorbitant gift money was gone in an instant. Just moments ago, Zhang Qiuyun had driven Wang Mingyang away for those 20 million yuan, only to end up with nothing. But Zhang Qiuyun dared not speak up after all. She'd just been scolded by Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, might you share a bit about your young master's background? Su Yuhan frowned as she asked. Truthfully, Su Yuhan wanted clarity. She was utterly tired of playing this guessing game. Chapter 79, do you think we're just here for the paycheck? A faint smile touched Uncle Rong's lips. My apologies, Miss Su. The young master has instructed us not to disclose any information at this time. But rest assured, it won't be long before he tells you himself. You mean he'll come see me? Doubt flickered in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes, mingled with a quiet sense of unease. From Uncle Rong's tone, it seemed this mysterious wealthy young master was determined to win Su Yuhan over. But Su Yuhan was already married. For Su Yuhan's sake, Yun Feiyang had even put up 10 million yuan and secured a 200 million yuan investment from China Resources for her. Truthfully, at this moment, Su Yuhan wasn't thinking about climbing the social ladder. She was wondering what Yun Feiyang would do. What if this wealthy young man made things difficult for Yun Feiyang? At this thought, Su Yuhan couldn't help but shake her head. Unconsciously, she found herself worrying about this husband she had always looked down upon. Perhaps, unconsciously, she had developed similar feelings for this husband who always catered to her every whim. Miss Su, regarding matters concerning our young master, Uncle Rong can offer you a hint. Uncle Rong's calm words snapped Su Yuhan out of her reverie. Miss Su, you and our young master have known each other since childhood. That's all Uncle Rong can say. Miss Su, take care of yourself. Cherish everything you have before you. I, Uncle Rong, take my leave. Cherish everything before you? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes flashed. If she remembered correctly, Mr. Fang had once said the exact same words to her. And then there was Uncle Rong's hint just now that mysterious wealthy young man actually knew her? Su Yuhan couldn't fathom it. Which wealthy family could possibly have any connection to her? She had never actively sought out any wealthy young men from elite families. Could it be someone she'd known since childhood? She sifted through every connection in her mind, yet found no clues. Uncle Rong, I'll walk you out. Seeing Uncle Rong insist, Zhang Qiuyun promptly scurried after him. As they reached the doorway, Zhang Qiuyun glanced back over her shoulder and lowered her voice, whispering mysteriously to Uncle Rong, Uncle Rong, rest assured. I will make sure our Yuhan divorces that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang. You've gone to so much trouble for your young master and our Yuhan. Zhang Choyun's voice grew fainter as she noticed Uncle Rong's expression turning colder and colder, darkening to the point it seemed like it could drip with water.
Zhang Choyun, Uncle Rong, don't usually speak to people like you. But today, I'll make an exception.
Uncle Rong's tone carried an icy coldness that brooked no argument, his aura slowly expanding. Some things you see with your own eyes may not be the truth. Some people, not knowing their place, unwittingly offend those they shouldn't. Regarding Miss Su's matter, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, if you offend the wrong people and do something foolish, the consequences will be more than you can handle. With that, Uncle Rong left without a second glance at Zhang Choyun's stunned, frozen expression.
I'm just speaking up for your young master here. What kind of attitude is that?
Watching Uncle Rong's receding figure, Zhang Choyun muttered discontentedly. But her mind was already made up. She would make sure Su Yuhan divorced Yun Feiyang.
He was some rich kid, a rich kid who couldn't even hold a candle to Wang Mingyang. Was he playing games? That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang wasn't even worth a single finger of his. At that moment, Yun Feiyang had arrived at the police station. From afar, Yun Feiyang spotted Shenlanji signing papers.
His heart sank as he approached.
Mom, what's going on? Hearing Yun Feiyang's voice, Shenlanji turned her head.
Her eyes instantly clouded over with mist, as if she'd been wronged.
Yun Feiyang's temper flared instantly. Officer, I'm Yun Feiyang, Shenlanji's son. What exactly happened to my mother? Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Ms. Shen is suspected of stealing company property. We are investigating her according to the law.
We asked you to come here to ask if you would like to apply for bail pending trial.
A slender female officer explained to Yun Feiyang. Theft? How could that be possible?
Yun Feiyang absolutely refused to believe Shenlanji would steal company funds. No one knew Shenlanji's character better than Yun Feiyang. Having grown up relying solely on his mother, Shenlanji would rather starve or freeze to death than ever steal or rob another person of even the smallest thing.
Now that life had improved, how could she possibly commit a crime? The officer frowned. What are you shouting about? Everything requires evidence.
We're still investigating.
Whether it's actual theft or not, we'll have to wait for the results. Officer had seen plenty of men like Yun Feiyang.
They all start by shouting and screaming.
Every arrested suspect claims they're innocent.
I'm sorry, officer, I didn't mean any offense. Yun Feiyang said in a low voice. Alright, let me get my mother released on bail first. I'll find the evidence to prove her innocence.
Like you can find evidence? The female officer frowned and snorted. We're not just sitting around doing nothing.
This kid looks like a decent guy, but why does he have to be so hard to listen to? They investigate every case thoroughly.
Does he think he can just collect evidence himself? Does he think everyone in this precinct is just coasting by? Officer, please don't misunderstand. I mean no offense. Yun Feiyang was desperate to prove Shenlanji's innocence quickly. Realizing the female officer had misunderstood him, Yun Feiyang sighed in resignation and headed off to post bail for Shenlanji.
As they stepped out of the station, Shenlanji looked visibly exhausted. It was clear this sordid affair had worn her down.
Yun Feiyang hailed a taxi.
On the way, after much hesitation, he finally asked.
Mom, you didn't. Yun Feiyang trusted Shenlanji's character.
If it were for herself, she absolutely wouldn't have stolen company funds.
It was highly likely she did it for Yun Feiyang. For Yun Feiyang's sake, Shenlanji would even endure dealing with those snobbish relatives. Could it be that Shenlanji really did embezzle company funds for Yun Feiyang's down payment?
The thought made Yun Feiyang feel guilty. He shouldn't have told his mother about buying the house.
Feiyang, do you really think I'm that kind of person? Shenlanji sighed.
No matter how desperate I am, I would never do something that goes against my conscience. Hearing this, Yun Feiyang felt relieved. If Shenlanji had truly committed a crime for his sake, he would have blamed himself for the rest of his life.
So what really happened? Why would the company send you to the police station out of the blue? Yun Feiyang frowned and asked.
A flicker of anger clouded Shenlanji's beautiful eyes as she snapped. It's all because of that bastard Fu Hongsheng.
Chapter 80, that's right, it's me. What are you gonna do about it? Fu Hongsheng? Mom, is this the Fu Hongsheng who's been harassing you? At the mention of that name, Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened.
He remembered this man. He was the HR manager at Shenlanji's company. Once, when Yun Feiyang came home, he overheard Shenlanji talking to Fu Hongsheng on the phone. In the call, Shenlanji sounded furious, as if Fu Hongsheng was deliberately or unintentionally pestering her mother.
That was him.
Shenlanji's beautiful eyes flashed with disgust. He recently got promoted to HR director and has become increasingly overstepping.
Mom, tell me exactly what happened. Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened. If Fu Hongsheng had done anything outrageous, Yun Feiyang would make him wish he were dead. Fu Hongsheng went to finance today to collect a 50,000 yuan reimbursement check and left it on his desk. He called me into his office midday to report on work. Before I left, I saw that 50,000 yuan still sitting untouched on the desk. Who knew it would be gone by afternoon?
Shinlanji looked furious. I was the only one who entered his office during that time, yet he told the company's general manager that I took it.
Yun Feiyang frowned. Don't offices at the director level like Fu Hongxing's have surveillance? Wouldn't reviewing the footage reveal the truth? That's the strangest part. Shinlanji frowned.
When the authorities went to retrieve the footage, they discovered Fu Hongxing's surveillance recordings had been erased. The tech department claimed it was an operational error. Footage from several offices was wiped.
That's the real problem. Why couldn't that bastard Fu Hongxing have asked me to come to his office at any other time? He had to choose that specific period.
Now even the police are in a bind. The evidence is stacked against me.
This is highly likely Fu Hongxing deliberately targeting me.
Her frown deepened as she spoke.
Mom, don't worry. I'll handle this matter for you. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened slightly as he let out a cold laugh. He thought the same. The moment Shinlanji stepped into Fu Hongxing's office, the money vanished.
The only evidence, the surveillance footage, had been erased.
If this wasn't a setup, Yun Feiyang absolutely wouldn't believe it.
But Fu Hongxing was courting death.
Feiyang, that Fu Hongxing isn't someone to mess with. You finally landed a decent job, don't do anything rash.
Shinlanji quickly grabbed Yun Feiyang's arm, her eyes filled with concern.
Yun Feiyang had finally settled down.
The company had high hopes for him. With some hard work, he could achieve a stable, prosperous life, maybe even have a healthy baby boy with Su Yuhan someday. Don't throw away your prime years over some petty dispute.
Don't worry, Mom. I know what I'm doing. Why don't you quit your job?
A company that employs scum like Fu Hongxing can't be a good place to work. Yun Feiyang now had the means to provide Shinlanji with a comfortable, stable life and didn't want her to endure any more humiliation at Fu Hongxing's place.
It's fine, Mom. Just stay away from Fu Hongxing. Next month is the half-year bonus. If I quit now, I'll lose 10 to 20,000. You still need money for the house down payment. Yun Feiyang sighed upon hearing this.
So it was all about his down payment after all. Truthfully, buying a house wasn't that difficult for Yun Feiyang, but Shinlanji always thought of him first in everything. Mom, I've actually already bought the house and paid it off in full. You don't need to worry about the down payment anymore. You silly child. Shinlanji ruffled Yun Feiyang's hair and smiled warmly.
Yun Feiyang understood Shinlanji, and Shinlanji understood Yun Feiyang.
This child's temperament mirrored Shinlanji's own in her youth, resilient and self-sacrificing, the kind who would bear hardships themselves to spare their loved ones. Saying this now, Yun Feiyang surely didn't want her to suffer any injustice at the company. After the taxi stopped at the community entrance, Yun Feiyang said to Shinlanji, Mom, I'll go get you something to eat.
Shinlanji had spent the entire day at the police station, drinking only water. There was no way she could let the exhausted Shinlanji cook dinner now. Okay. Shinlanji nodded and walked back alone. Truthfully, the mere thought of Fu Hongxing left Shinlanji physically and mentally drained. Dragging her weary body, she was just about to close the door and rest when a sudden, powerful force blocked her hand. A strong smell of alcohol wafted over with it. Shinlanji's expression darkened. Fu Hongxing, have you lost your mind? How dare you follow me here? The man before her, reeking of alcohol, with his sanctimonious, self-righteous demeanor, a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Who else could it be but Fu Hongxing? The very thought of Fu Hongxing's persistent harassment made Shinlanji feel sick to her stomach. Fu Hongxing belched, instantly filling the air with the pungent stench of cheap alcohol, making Shinlanji want to vomit. Lanji, I heard you had a rough time at the station today. I came to comfort you. Fu Hongxing's face was flushed red, and he wore a sickening grin that made Shinlanji's delicate brows furrow slightly. Don't you know exactly why I ended up there? Shinlanji's face flushed with anger. Stop pretending to comfort me. I don't need it. I had no choice. After all, it was 50,000 in reimbursement funds. I have to be responsible to the company. Fu Hongxing's lips curled into a smug, cold smile as he spoke lazily. I didn't take your filthy money. The police will clear me. Now get out, I don't want to see you. With that, Shinlanji moved to slam the door shut. Wait. Fu Hongxing blocked the door, reeking of alcohol. Shinlanji, you won't give Fu Hongxing any face? Look at yourself, just some down-and-out woman living in this cheap neighborhood. I'm the company's HR director now. It's your good fortune I even noticed you. Shinlanji replied coldly, I don't need that kind of blessing. In Shinlanji's heart, money had never been what mattered. Back when she was with Yun Hanshan, she had no idea he was the son of the prestigious Yun family from the capital. Fu Hongxing's constant harping on status and prestige disgusted her. Shinlanji, you'd better think this through. If you refuse me, don't even think about overturning that 50,000 yuan case. Fu Hongxing roared triumphantly. What do you mean? Are you really framing me for this 50,000 yuan? Shinlanji's expression darkened instantly, for she had already detected the hidden meaning in Fu Hongxing's words. Let me be perfectly clear. I hid the 50 grand myself, and I had the tech department guy delete the surveillance footage. If you do as I say, I can go tell the general manager right now that I had the money tucked in my desk drawer, just a misunderstanding. This whole thing would be over in a flash. If you refuse. Fu Hongxing's lips curled into a sickening, lecherous grin, then you'll be waiting to rot in prison. Chapter 81, I'll kill you. You beast. I've done nothing to you, why are you targeting me? Shenlanji erupted in fury.
All she wanted was to work peacefully and see her son and daughter-in-law live happily.
That was enough. Why did she have to get entangled in this filthy mess? Who gave you the right to reject my kindness? Fu Hongxing stood there with an arrogant smirk. Me taking an interest in you is doing you a favor. If you don't submit to me, I'll destroy you. You're a beast. Get out of my house this instant. Even if I die, I'll never submit to a heartless monster like you. Shenlanji was furious. How could someone as shameless as Fu Hongxing exist in this world? Slam!
Fu Hongxing braced himself against the door, a lecherous grin on his lips. Fueled by alcohol, his audacity grew.
Reject me? I refuse to believe that's possible. Today, Fu Hongxing will make you mine. Once the rice is cooked, see how you refuse. With that, Fu Hongxing lunged straight at Shenlanji. You're insane. This is a society governed by law. If you keep this up, I'm calling the police.
Panic flashed in Shenlanji's eyes as she dodged Fu Hongxing.
So what if it's a society governed by law? When the cops show up, I'll just say you're my woman. This is a domestic dispute. I'm just playing with my own woman, how is that illegal?
Fu Hongxing wore a shameless smirk as he gloated, let me tell you, I've got connections with the cops. Worst case, I'll just get locked up for a few days.
Come on, baby.
Follow me, and I'll make sure you live in luxury from now on.
With that, Fu Hongxing grinned lewdly and lunged toward Shenlanji. Don't you dare. Get away.
Shenlanji twisted her body and dodged him. Fu Hongxing, drunk, missed his target completely and fell flat on his face.
You're feisty. But I love it when they fight back. The more you resist, the more excited I get, ha!
With only Fu Hongxing and Shenlanji left in the room, he felt certain he'd have his way tonight. A sickening grin spread across Fu Hongxing's face. In that moment, he was already imagining the scene of pinning Shenlanji beneath him.
Smack!
Just as Fu Hongxing was about to pounce on Shenlanji, a slap landed squarely on his disgusting face, sending him flying backward.
Put!
Fu Hongxing spat out a mouthful of old blood mixed with saliva, several teeth flying out along with it.
Who the hell dared to ruin my fun?
Fu Hongxing saw stars. When he finally snapped back to his senses, he roared in fury.
The blow left Fu Hongxing's head spinning, sobering him up considerably.
His right cheek was already swelling, and it took him a long while to regain his bearings. Feiyang snorted coldly, refusing to waste words on Fu Hongxing. He lunged forward in a single stride, yanked Fu Hongxing by the collar, and unleashed a barrage of hammer-like punches.
Fu Hongxing howled in pain, clutching his head and wailing incessantly. This kid's fists were brutal. Like iron hammers, leaving Fu Hongxing utterly defenseless. Who the hell are you, kid? Daring to hit Fu Hongxing? I'll make you regret it. Ah! I'm not just talking here. If you don't stop, I'll fight back. Alright. Stop hitting me. I surrender. But even as Fu Hongxing begged for mercy, how could Feiyang let him off so easily?
Shenlanji and Feiyang had relied on each other since childhood.
How could he allow anyone to humiliate his mother right before his eyes? Feiyang.
Shenlanji quickly grabbed Feiyang's raised fist and pleaded, stop fighting.
You'll kill someone if you keep this up.
You can't afford to be careless now.
Shenlanji looked utterly anxious. Feiyang now worked at China Resources with a promising future ahead. This Fu Hongxing may be a scumbag, but he has connections in society. If they really pursue this and Feiyang ends up in jail, his future will be ruined. Don't worry, Mom. That bastard won't die.
At most, he'll get a little skin and flesh punishment. A cold smile played on Feiyang's lips. He wouldn't kill Fu Hongxing so easily. He intended to torture him slowly, making the rest of his life a living hell. This was the price he paid for humiliating his mother. Fu Hongxing scrambled to his feet, half sober now, his face a bruised and swollen mess from the beating.
Fine.
Fu Hongxing's jowls twitched as he snarled, Shenlanji, no wonder you wouldn't listen to me, turns out you've hooked up with some pretty boy.
What are you playing at, acting all high and mighty? You're no better than him. As he spoke, Fu Hongxing glared furiously at Feiyang. That kid was ruthless.
Fu Hongxing felt like he'd been hammered all over with an iron bar. The pain was unbearable. What nonsense are you spouting?
Shenlanji retorted coldly, this is my son. Son? Fu Hongxing sneered coldly, fine, you've got some nerve.
Kid, you just wait. For laying a hand on Fu Hongxing, you'll spend the rest of your life behind bars.
Feiyang sneered coldly. A mere HR director, talking such big talk?
But Fu Hongxing's suggestion was rather good.
Feiyang intended to make sure Fu Hongxing spent the rest of his life behind bars.
Fu Hongxing, if you have any grievances, take them out on me, Shenlanji.
Don't make things difficult for my son. If you really want to tear down the facade, I, Shenlanji, will fight you to the death.
Shenlanji had made up her mind she would never let anything happen to Feiyang. If it came down to it, she would shoulder all the blame alone.
A fallen woman dares to challenge me? You just wait. This isn't over. Fu Hongxing snarled. Haven't you had enough of a beating? Why aren't you getting out of here?
Yun Feiyang feigned raising his fist, causing Fu Hongxing to shudder in terror.
He scrambled away in a panic. Feiyang, you wouldn't dare lay a hand on him.
Shenlanji's face was filled with worry as she spoke in a tense voice.
Fu Hongxing even harbored resentment toward Shenlanji for rejecting his advances. His narrow-mindedness had reached a certain level.
After getting beaten by Yun Feiyang this time, he probably wouldn't just let it go.
If it truly jeopardized Yun Feiyang's future, Shenlanji would regret it for the rest of her life. Mom, he's already picked on us, how can we just endure it? Leave this matter to me. You can rest assured. Yun Feiyang patted Shenlanji's shoulder reassuringly. Once Mr. Liu had the villa arranged, Yun Feiyang would take Shenlanji away. Then, Yun Feiyang would personally tell Shenlanji the truth about the Yun family in the capital.
This is Mom's business.
Don't interfere.
Shenlanji's face remained stern.
You're married now. Your life with Yuhan is what matters most, understand? Yun Feiyang sighed.
With the fire already at their doorstep, Shenlanji was still fixated on her son and daughter-in-law's affairs.
Enough. Let's eat first.
Yun Feiyang bought fish head soup, known for calming the nerves and nourishing the brain, but Shenlanji had little appetite.
After Shenlanji fell asleep, Yun Feiyang took out his phone and dialed Uncle Rong. Chapter 82, I'm on vacation, and you want me to work for you? Uncle Rong, dispatch a team immediately. Provide round-the-clock protection for my mother's safety.
Under the night sky, Yun Feiyang's gaze was icy cold, and a faint chill emanated from his entire being.
Fu Hongxing's appearance left Yun Feiyang deeply uneasy. Such a man was blind and utterly despicable. Had Yun Feiyang not been present today, Shenlanji might have been in grave danger. It wouldn't be long before the other heirs of the Yun family in the capital learned of Yun Hanshan's illegitimate son. Sending men to protect Shenlanji now was a precautionary measure. Rest assured, young master. They'll be here shortly. Uncle Rong moved swiftly. Within half an hour, Yun Feiyang had already spotted the hidden sentry nearby. Though the security personnel moved stealthily, Yun Feiyang was a top-tier expert. Nothing escaped his keen eyes. Snuffing out his cigarette butt, Yun Feiyang stepped outside, where several men in black approached him. Young Master Yun, they said, we are the bodyguards assigned to protect the lady. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod.
These men looked capable, and he could trust them for now.
Yun Feiyang patted their shoulders. My mother's safety is in your hands. Rest assured, young Master Yun. As long as we have breath in our bodies, we'll protect the lady's safety.
Yun Feiyang nodded and hailed a taxi, arriving at the Blue Sky Hotel. Upon entering the room, Uncle Rong handed Yun Feiyang the gift list and bowed, saying, Young master, Miss Su did not accept my gift list.
Yun Feiyang took it and smiled. Exactly as I expected. Such an unequal gift of money, Su Yuhan naturally wouldn't accept it.
If Su Yuhan had accepted Uncle Rong's gift, that would have been Yun Feiyang misjudging the situation.
Miss Su commands my respect. Uncle Rong nodded with a smile.
In all his years, he'd never seen anyone remain true to themselves in the face of such an exorbitant gift.
Of course. She's the woman Yun Feiyang has set his sights on. A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips as he lit a cigarette.
Over a decade ago, the moment he saw Su Yuhan's angelic, radiant smile, Yun Feiyang had resolved to protect her for the rest of his life.
How could his judgment ever be wrong?
But the young master's mother-in-law was truly despicable. Recalling Zhang Qiuyun, Uncle Rong's expression darkened as he said, but I've already given that blind fool a piece of my mind on the young master's behalf.
Yun Feiyang remained silent, his gaze turning slightly cold.
Even if Uncle Rong warned her, Zhang Qiuyun would likely pay little heed. To someone like her, only profit and status mattered. There was no room for blood ties or family affection.
To climb into a wealthy family, she'd even use Su Yuhan as a stepping stone. But with Yun Feiyang watching over her, Su Yuhan would never suffer any injustice. Young master, I hear the lady has suffered some injustice? Uncle Rong's expression darkened. Shall I handle it?
Rest assured, I'll make those blind fools vanish from this world without a trace.
Disappear?
Yun Feiyang snorted coldly. That would be too easy for them.
I know what to do. Once I deal with that bastard, you handle the cleanup. With that, Yun Feiyang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Who are you? How did you get my number?
A deep, youthful male voice answered, tinged with arrogance.
Yun Feiyang.
Thinking of the scruffy, unpredictable young man on the other end, Yun Feiyang rolled his eyes.
Yun Feiyang? I tracked your old phone signal. It showed you drifting in the Atlantic.
I thought you'd done so many bad deeds they tossed you into the sea to feed the fish.
How come you vanished for over a year?
Where the hell did you go? A barrage of questions came from the other end, making Yun Feiyang's head spin.
Why are you talking so much? Did you want me dead? Yun Feiyang snapped irritably. How'd you even find out? Why'd you suddenly call me? Need something from me? I need to ask you about something. Yun Feiyang paused. Can you recover surveillance footage that's been erased?
The unreliable sounding voice on the other end belonged to one of the world's top computer experts.
If even he said it couldn't be recovered, then probably no one else in the world could. That's easy.
The voice on the other end snapped his fingers and said, as long as the computer wasn't smashed to pieces, it's a piece of cake.
Alright, get on the fastest flight to East China Sea right now. The sooner the better.
If this guy can restore the surveillance footage, the charges against Xinlanji will collapse on their own.
East China Sea? Hell no.
A reluctant voice came through the phone. I'm on vacation in Hawaii right now, surrounded by blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign babes, each one a knockout.
You want me to ditch all this fun to work for you? Don't you have any conscience? Cut the crap. I'm personally picking you up at the airport that's already giving you face. Are you coming or not? Yun Feiyang shouted. Damn it. A curse echoed from the other end. I'm giving up my vacation to work for you, and you're not offering any perks? If you show up, I'll treat you to some skewers. Yun Feiyang snapped. Knew you'd be cheap. Fine, what can I say, we're brothers.
Wait there, I'm flying in on my private jet.
See you in 10 hours.
The line went dead with a sharp click.
Uncle Rome's gaze toward Yun Feiyang now held a hint of surprise.
Young master, the caller was
a friend of mine. I asked him to come help me out.
Yun Feiyang made it sound casual, but Uncle Rome didn't see it that way.
He'd overheard enough of the conversation to know the caller was no ordinary person.
It seemed that during his time serving overseas, Yun Feiyang had made some remarkable connections. At this thought, Uncle Rome's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. Unlike any other scion of wealth Yun Feiyang had ever met, he showed not a trace of the spoiled, dissolute habits common among the privileged. Even now, with vast assets at his disposal, Yun Feiyang did not squander them on pleasure like those good-for-nothing heirs. Instead, he had grown more resilient and low-key, advancing steadily and cautiously. This young master, once scorned and cast aside by the Yun family of the capital, would one day stand at a height where all the scions of wealthy families across China, indeed, the entire world, would look up to him in awe. His uncle Rome, who had chosen to follow Yun Feiyang and Xinlanji to Donghai over a decade ago, harbored no regrets. He had chosen the right master. Young master, over the years I've cultivated connections with many of Donghai's prominent families. Perhaps you could spare some time to meet with them soon? Uncle Rome bowed respectfully. Yun Feiyang had only met the Yun family's connections in Donghai. He had never seen the people truly under his command. Since Yun Feiyang had already considered returning to the Yun family, meeting them was inevitable. After a moment's thought, Yun Feiyang replied, not for now. Uncle Rome, you may begin by informing those under your command. They were Yun Feiyang's trump cards, and it wouldn't be long before they were needed. Young master, I'll see to it immediately. Uncle Rome bowed slightly and withdrew. Chapter 83, I like that title. Soon, Uncle Rome gathered all the leaders of Yun Feiyang's current forces for a meeting. The first group Uncle Rome met with were the leaders of Yun Hanshan's forces in the East Sea. These individuals had been acquired by Yun Feiyang from Yun Hanshan and were not personally cultivated by Uncle Rome over the years. Many of them had already met Yun Feiyang. Before their arrival, Uncle Rome had specifically instructed that all who knew Yun Feiyang's true identity must attend. Thus, even minor figures like Gao Hongru and Gao Hong rushed to the hotel upon receiving the news. Surrounded by these heavyweights of the East Sea's high society, Gao Hongru and his son couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this the true power of the Yun family's young master? Recalling how they had previously offended Yun Feiyang, cold sweat broke out on both father and son. So many big shots were Yun Feiyang's people. Fortunately, Yun Feiyang hadn't taken their offense seriously back then. Otherwise, he could have crushed them with a single flick of his wrist. You've all met the young master. I've gathered you here today for one thing only. Uncle Rome swept his gaze around the room, his expression darkening as his voice carried an authority that brooked no refusal. From this day forward, if anyone dares leak a single word about the young master, don't blame me for showing no mercy. These calm words sent a chill down Zhang Weiguang's spine. Thankfully, he had only revealed Yun Feiyang's true identity to Gao Hongru and kept it strictly confidential. From Uncle Rome's tone, it seemed the young master currently didn't wish his identity exposed prematurely. This thought crossed his mind, and Zhang Weiguang immediately glanced at Gao Hongru as if asking a question. Gao Hongru, pulling Gao Hong close, whispered urgently, you haven't mentioned young Master Yun to anyone else, have you? How could I dare? Gao Hong shook his head repeatedly, trembling inwardly. Gao Hong had actually considered telling his brothers about Yun Feiyang's identity, but thankfully he hadn't gotten around to it yet. Otherwise, he'd be in serious trouble. This is the young master's order. I've delivered the message. If anyone dares disobey, don't blame me for tossing them into the sea. Uncle Rome understood why Yun Feiyang acted this way. Yun Feiyang had once said he would personally reveal his true identity to Su Yuhan, for only he had the right to tell her no one else could. After meeting Su Yuhan, Uncle Rome finally understood the reason behind Yun Feiyang's words. Su Yuhan was worth the entire world to Yun Feiyang. However, Uncle Rome's words caused the other big shots present to frown slightly. Mr. Feiyang and Mr. Lu merely gave a faint snort. After all, they were forces cultivated by Yunhan Mountain in the East Sea.
What was Uncle Rong? At best, he was merely Yun Feiyang's messenger. Wasn't speaking to them in such a tone a bit excessive?
Besides, most present were prominent figures in the East Sea.
Uncle Rong was merely a retainer delivering Yun Feiyang's messages. What authority did he have to throw them to the fishes?
It would be more fitting for Yun Feiyang to speak to them in that manner. But since this was Yun Feiyang's will, they could only give face to the young master of the Yun family. Since there are no objections, I hope you'll all take Uncle Rong's words to heart.
Rongshu waved his hand, then instructed his men, bring those people outside in. The people outside? All the bigwigs present froze in surprise. Besides them, did Jun Hansan have other forces in the East Sea?
Outside the door stood numerous middle-aged men dressed in suits.
Among them stood Lin Qingxuan, conspicuous in the crowd.
As the head of one of the East Sea's most prominent families, Lin Qingxuan was surrounded by people whispering to him.
Mr. Lin, why did Uncle Rong suddenly ask us to come over? Though the middle-aged man's voice was not loud, it still drew the attention of many.
These individuals outside the door were among the earliest followers of Uncle Rong. After over a decade of development, they had all become part of the power base Uncle Rong had cultivated for Yun Feiyang and his mother in Donghai. Even the Donghai Lin family, one of the region's most prestigious clans, operated under Uncle Rong's command.
Honestly, I'm not sure either.
Lin Qingxuan shook his head helplessly.
Truth be told, tonight's summons was an absolute emergency.
Uncle Rong is the kind of man who keeps his cool. He rarely issues summonses of this level.
You don't know either? Everyone present couldn't help but stiffen.
Among them, Lin Qingxuan possessed the most exceptional abilities and had achieved the greatest success. Everyone present knew Lin Qingxuan was closest to Uncle Rong, assuming he must be privy to some inside information.
Yet even he remained unaware. It must truly be an unexpected emergency. Creak.
At that moment, the door to the presidential suite opened.
A man in black emerged, bowing as he said, "Gentlemen, Uncle Rong requests your presence."
Lin Qingxuan and his group entered the room with curiosity, only to discover to their surprise that several other people were already present. These were familiar faces, many prominent industry tycoons from Donghai. For instance, there was Mr. Feiyang from the financial sector and real estate magnate Mr. Lu. Their presence sent a wave of quiet shock through Lin Qingxuan and his group. Could it be that these were also Uncle Rong's people? Why hadn't Uncle Rong ever mentioned them before? At the same time, Mr. Feiyang, Mr. Lu, and the others stared back at Lin Qingxuan and his group in astonishment. The new arrivals were all heavyweights from Donghai. Some were even individuals they'd long sought to collaborate with but had never had the chance to meet. Little did they expect to find them all gathered here today. Could it be that this group of big shots who just walked in are also from Yunhanshan? Allow me to introduce them. These individuals who just entered are my men Rongshu's subordinates in the East Sea over the years. Let me also introduce myself. My real name is Chunguarong. They do me the honor of calling me Uncle Rong, but I prefer the name given to me by the East Sea underworld. Uncle Rong paused briefly before saying calmly, "Falcon Hunter." What? The big shots who had been annoyed by Uncle Rong's tone moments ago suddenly froze in place. The name Falcon Hunter was legendary throughout the East Sea. Unlike the overtly prominent aristocratic families, Falcon Hunter was a hidden underground power in the East Sea. The name first reverberated across the East Sea over a decade ago during a major construction bid. At the time, the East Sea government was building a commercial center in the heart of East Sea City, and the project immediately sparked fierce competition among all the city's elite circles. A commercial center in the city center. Securing this project meant wealth would flow endlessly into one's pockets, a mega project guaranteed to bless generations. Yet after fierce competition, the project ultimately landed in the hands of a completely unknown individual. All of Donghai's elite families investigated who this mysterious figure could be, but found absolutely no information. Later, every project this man set his sights on invariably fell into his hands. The business world of Donghai feared his reputation and gave him a nickname, Falcon Hunter. The reason was simple: whatever prey the falcon set his sights on, nothing could escape his grasp. This was the true underground kingpin of the East Sea. Who would have thought that the famed falcon of the East Sea underworld was none other than the unassuming, average-height Uncle Rong standing right before them? Chapter 84, The New Boss. To say nothing else, just look at the men who entered with Uncle Rong earlier. Among them was Lin Qingxuan, the head of one of the East Sea's top aristocratic families. Even the least prominent among them were elite figures in their respective fields. Those big shots who had spoken to Uncle Rong with such arrogance earlier now wore expressions of utmost respect. Uncle Rong, your name is legendary. We were rude. Mr. Feiyang bowed his hands toward Uncle Rong, his expression brimming with deference. He had assumed Uncle Rong was merely a retainer of Yun Feiyang, but never imagined Uncle Rong's background was this formidable. Mr. Lu couldn't help but shake his head, inwardly sighing. So Uncle Rong wasn't just borrowing the prestige of the Yun family in the capital, he genuinely possessed that kind of backing. Mr. Fang and Mr. Lu were already considered formidable figures among Yun Hanshan's forces in the East Sea, yet compared to Uncle Rong's entourage, they paled in comparison.
Not far away, Gao Hongru and his son were already trembling in fear. Who would have thought even Yun Feiyang's retainers were top-tier underground bosses in the East Sea? Fortunately, they had knelt outside Yun Feiyang's door to beg his forgiveness back then. Otherwise, who knew what the consequences would have been? Uncle Rong, I have a question.
You've always operated behind the scenes. Why did you suddenly reveal your identity to us this time? Lu Zong looked at Uncle Rong, his voice tinged with confusion.
Simultaneously, every person present couldn't help but cast puzzled glances toward Uncle Rong. To be honest, Lu Guangwen's question echoed the doubts in everyone's minds.
If Uncle Rong had intended to reveal himself, he would have done so long ago.
Why wait until now? This relates to the announcement I am about to make.
Uncle Rong smiled faintly, scanning the room before pausing. He then declared in a clear voice, "My young master has now come of age and is stepping into the world. I, Uncle Rong, intend to hand over all my forces to him to manage. From this day forward, everyone present must unconditionally obey the young master's commands."
Is that clear? Young master?
The eyes of the senior figures like Lin Qingxuan, who had followed Uncle Rong since the beginning, narrowed sharply. They had served Uncle Rong for so long, yet never realized he was the retainer of a wealthy family's young master. Uncle Rong had always operated behind the scenes in the underworld, never revealing himself publicly. Yet today, he stepped forward for the young master, clearly demonstrating the latter's esteemed position in Uncle Rong's heart. Moreover, Uncle Rong could confidently entrust all his forces to the young master's hands. This young master must be a true prodigy. Now, the veteran figures who had long followed Uncle Rong were filled with even greater curiosity.
Just who is this young master? How could he command such profound esteem from Uncle Rong?
Good heavens, the entire East Sea is about to be turned upside down. This young master is bound to become a legendary figure in the East Sea underworld. Lin Qingxuan murmured to himself. Everyone present was under the command of that mysterious young master. Lin Qingxuan had just roughly estimated that the young master controlled nearly 1/3 of the East Sea's resources.
Not far away, Zhang Weiguang overheard Lin Qingxuan's mutterings.
He chuckled softly and shook his head helplessly. The world was full of such coincidences. If Lin Qingxuan knew that the young man named Yun Feiyang, whom he had personally approached at China Resources with threats and bribes, was the very young master he spoke of, who knows what expression would have appeared on his face? Alas, Lin Qingxuan would never get that chance. Uncle Rong had just made it clear, no one who had seen Yun Feiyang could reveal even the slightest bit of information about him. One could only hope Lin Qingxuan would come to his senses.
Uncle Rong, might you tell us the young master's identity? So that when we see him in Donghai, we can.
Lin Qingxuan's words were cut short mid-sentence by Uncle Rong's raised hand.
The young master does not wish to see you at this time. Rest assured, it won't be long before he receives you personally. You may all withdraw.
Uncle Rong surveyed the room full of powerful figures, a faint smile curling his lips. After today, Yun Feiyang would likely become the man with the most formidable backing in all of the East Sea. Uncle Rong clenched his fists, his gaze calm. "Young master, this is Chen Guorong repaying your kindness. Over a decade ago, Uncle Rong was merely a lowly servant in the Yun household of the capital. After Yun Feiyang's birth, Uncle Rong had remained by his side, providing constant care. Once, Uncle Rong offended the Yun family's legitimate grandson and was nearly beaten to death. Half dead, Shen Guorong saw the 3-year-old Yun Feiyang kneeling before the study of the Yun family patriarch for 2 days and 2 nights.
The Yun patriarch flew into a rage, pointing at Yun Feiyang and cursing him as an unfilial son.
How could the young master of the Yun family, a figure of such exalted status? Yet here he was, kneeling to plead for a servant? This was utterly disgraceful to the Yun family's reputation in the capital. At that moment, the unwavering gaze of the 3-year-old Yun Feiyang etched itself deeply into Uncle Rong's heart. It was Yun Feiyang who gave Chen Guorong a second chance at life. Shen Guorong had always believed that good deeds would be rewarded. For someone like Yun Feiyang, Shen Guorong would risk his own life to protect him. When Yun Feiyang and Shen Lanji were driven from their home, Shen Guorong followed without hesitation.
He was repaying a debt of gratitude. If Yun Feiyang ever harbored thoughts of returning to the Yun family, Uncle Rong would use every ounce of his power to help Yun Feiyang realize the dream. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Uncle Rong's men pulled Yun Hanshan's followers aside, subtly probing for news about Yun Feiyang. But Uncle Rong's earlier warning hung heavy in the air. Everyone who had seen Yun Feiyang kept their mouths shut tight, not daring to say a word. Otherwise, they'd be tossed into the sea to feed the fish the very next day. Lin Qingxuan stayed behind, edging closer to Uncle Rong. He muttered suspiciously, "Uncle Rong, I've been with you the longest. Could you perhaps share some inside information about the young master?" Uncle Rong glanced at Lin Qingxuan and said, "I know exactly what you're thinking. You're probably trying to arrange a marriage for your Miao Miao, right?" Caught out, Lin Qingxuan flushed and stammered, "You know we Lin family have only one precious daughter in 3 generations. Naturally, we must find a worthy match." Among those wealthy scions in Donghai now, how many are truly promising? They're all spoiled, frivolous, and unprincipled. How could any of them be fit for our Miao Miao?
Lin Xingxuan had already harbored ulterior motives. Having worked closely with Uncle Rong, he knew the man's discerning eye and character. Anyone whom Uncle Rong trusted to handle his affairs must be a true standout. Lin Miao is also of marriageable age. Perhaps she would be a perfect match for the young master.
Uncle Rong snorted. So you're implying your Miao Miao is worthy of the young master? That's not what I meant. Lin Xingxuan waved his hands frantically, looking utterly terrified.
Truth be told, if anyone else saw Lin Xingxuan, head of one of Donghai's most prestigious families, being so cautious around Uncle Rong, they'd likely be stunned speechless. Just let our Miao Miao get to know the young master. If that doesn't work out, I'll have her serve as his personal maid.
Lin Xingxuan had a rosy vision. Time reveals true character.
With time spent together, affection might just blossom. Little did Lin Xingxuan realize that the young master he was so desperately trying to ingratiate himself with was none other than Yun Feiyang, the very person he had threatened outside the China Resources building.
Fine.
Since you've been with me the longest, I suppose I can share a bit of information about the young master.
Chapter 85. What if I'm discovered?
Uncle Rong's words instantly filled Lin Xingxuan with delight. Maintaining a good relationship with Uncle Rong meant gaining access to insider information. Lin Xingxuan was already mentally rehearsing the grand wedding scene between Lin Miao and Yun Feiyang. The young master is quite sharp-looking. Oh, and he's male, in his 20s. Not particularly tall, but not short either.
Most importantly, he's trustworthy. Xingxuan, I'm only telling you this much because we're close. No need to thank me.
Uncle Rong gave Lin Xingxuan a mischievous pat on the shoulder before walking away with a casual air.
Lin Xingxuan grimaced. What kind of information was that? Men matching Uncle Rong's description were a dime a dozen on the streets. Not a shred of useful info. Lin Xingxuan didn't even know the young master's surname. Forget it. Lin Xingxuan shook his head. It was all fate.
What's meant for him will be his, what isn't. No amount of begging will change. At this moment, Yun Feiyang remained completely unaware that he had become the young master of the upper-class circles in the East China Sea.
After making the transoceanic call for help, Yun Feiyang slipped secretly into Su Yuhan's home. On the desk in Su Yuhan's bedroom lay a document.
He picked it up casually and froze upon seeing it.
A shared distribution agreement? Yun Feiyang understood.
Su Yuhan had been busy with her new company lately, and this must be the equity distribution for it.
He casually opened the document. To his astonishment, his own name appeared on the paper? And following his name was a staggering 30% equity stake? Second only to Su Yuhan herself, who held 35% of the new company's shares? A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. He understood Su Yuhan's reasoning.
After all, Yun Feiyang had injected 200 million yuan into the new company. Giving him a 30% stake was her way of expressing gratitude. Truthfully, even if Su Yuhan hadn't given him any shares, Yun Feiyang wouldn't have complained. Yet seeing this equity distribution document still warmed his heart. All along, though Su Yuhan had been cold toward him, she had always kept him in her heart. She had always wanted to build a good life with Yun Feiyang. He casually flipped to the last page of the equity distribution document, a blank sheet of paper. A few lines were written on the blank paper. Should I invite Yun Feiyang to work at the company? Yes? No? These words appeared in multiple lines, crossed out and rewritten, revealing Su Yuhan's inner conflict. He's already in the general manager's office at China Resources. Wouldn't it be awkward to ask him to start from scratch at my new company? Yun Feiyang couldn't help but smile. This silly girl. Even when inviting Yun Feiyang to work for her, she was still hesitating and considering his feelings. For Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang would give up even the presidency of the United States, let alone a mere position in the general manager's office at China Resources. Besides, Yun Feiyang had only taken the job at China Resources to put Xinlanji's mind at ease. On top of that, with that crazy fan Lin Miao constantly pestering him, Yun Feiyang had long wanted to leave China Resources. Coincidentally, Su Yuhan's new company was launching, so Yun Feiyang decided to simply go help her instead. After all, hadn't Yun Feiyang always had a reputation for being a freeloader? What was there to fear? Snap! Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed from outside. Yun Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He knew Su Yuhan had returned. He hastily tossed aside the stock allocation document and darted straight into the hidden compartment. Soon, Su Yuhan walked into the room, having taken off her coat. In her hands, she carried a takeout box of pan-fried dumplings and a box of medicine. A pang of heartache struck Yun Feiyang. He recognized the medicine in Su Yuhan's hand. Medicine for stomach pain. During the time he'd been away from her home, no one had cooked for her. With barely enough to eat, it was only a matter of time before her stomach gave out. Yun Feiyang clenched his fist silently. Once Mr. Lu's house was ready, he would find a way to bring Su Yuhan out. Otherwise, all the effort Yun Feiyang had put into restoring Su Yuhan's health over the past year would be completely wasted.
Su Yuhan walked to the desk, setting down the pan-fried buns and stomach medicine.
Her gaze fell upon the equity distribution agreement on the table, and a flash of terror suddenly flickered in her beautiful eyes.
Something's wrong.
Su Yuhan murmured to herself, I distinctly remember leaving the document right in the center of the desk when I went out.
How did it end up in the corner? Oh no.
Su Yuhan's words instantly made Yun Feiyang, lurking in the dark alcove, tense up. In his haste, Yun Feiyang had casually placed the document down and forgotten to return it to its original spot.
Su Yuhan was the kind of person whose attention to detail bordered on the extreme. How could she not notice the documents had been tampered with? Had Yuhan really noticed?
His heart leapt into his throat.
Could someone have entered? Su Yuhan's heart tightened as she frantically scanned the room. Who? Who came in? Su Yuhan cried out nervously, glancing around. Could it be Wang Mingyang's people? At that moment, Su Yuhan's gaze fell upon the hidden alcove within the room. A hidden compartment?
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed intently on the hidden compartment in the bedroom.
If someone had truly entered the room, they could only be hiding in the secret compartment.
Su Yuhan's expression grew tense as she stared intently at the hidden compartment, slowly making her way toward it. Inside the hidden compartment, Yun Feiyang felt his heart leap to his throat.
What to do? What to do? If Su Yuhan caught him red-handed, what could Yun Feiyang possibly say? Could he possibly confess that during his time away, he'd been hiding in the secret compartment of Su Yuhan's bedroom every single day, spying on her? Lately, Su Yuhan slept quite freely, unlike before when Yun Feiyang was around she used to sleep fully clothed. If Su Yuhan discovered he'd seen her completely naked, what kind of image would he have left in her mind? Most crucially, how could Yun Feiyang possibly explain himself? As Yun Feiyang's mind raced with wild thoughts, Su Yuhan's hand had already touched the door of the secret alcove. If she opened that door, she would see Yun Feiyang inside, his face flushed with embarrassment and tension. Chapter 86, The Unappreciative Wang Mingyang. Yuhan, have you seen the jade bracelet on my desk? It's gone. Hurry out and help me look for it. Just then, Zhang Qiuyun's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door, interrupting Su Yuhan's intention to open it. I'll be right there. Su Yuhan called out to the hallway, cast a hesitant glance at the hidden alcove, and left the room. Inside the dark alcove, Yun Feiyang exhaled a long breath of relief. Zhang Qiuyun finally proved useful. Had Zhang Qiuyun not spoken up, Yun Feiyang, who had been hiding in the secret compartment, would have been discovered by Su Yuhan. Mom, did you go into my room today? Su Yuhan's voice drifted in from outside. You have the nerve to say that. If I hadn't cleaned your room at noon, I wouldn't have seen the share certificate on your desk. Zhang Qiuyun's furious voice echoed from outside. That good-for-nothing freeloader Yun Feiyang, what gives him the right to get 30% of your new company? You've lost your mind. Mom, don't forget that Yun Feiyang helped secure the 200 million investment for the new company. That was his own choice. What does it have to do with you? Besides, how do you know he doesn't have ulterior motives? Yun Feiyang had no patience left for Zhang Qiuyun and Su Yuhan's argument. He quickly slipped out of the hidden compartment and escaped through the window of Su Yuhan's bedroom. Of course. If he didn't leave now, what if Su Yuhan came back to check the secret compartment? He'd be caught red-handed. Seems like from now on, he'd have to keep his distance from Su Yuhan. Sneaking into her bedroom just wasn't going to work anymore. News of the Eastern Sea's underground boss, Falcon, handing over all his resources to his young master spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Sea's high society. After all, with so many big shots under Uncle Rong's command, they were all eager to figure out just who this young master of Uncle Rong's really was. Soon, the entire Donghai elite were speculating, who was this young master who could make a big shot like Hunter Falcon willingly step aside? Naturally, some members of the Yun Hanshan faction had seen Yun Feiyang in person, but these individuals remained tight-lipped, daring not to reveal a single detail about him. Su Wenyuan's villa. Wang Mingyang wore a grim expression. Even the scantily clad bunny girls failed to capture his attention. Instead, he looked thoroughly disgusted, clearly at the end of his rope. Across from him, Su Wenyuan and his son shared a look tinged with faint worry. Today, Wang Mingyang had taken the 8.88 million yuan gift money to meet Su Yuhan. They had been certain this would be a guaranteed success. Yet, no one could have anticipated Uncle Rong suddenly appearing out of nowhere. A gift certificate for 29,999,000 yuan. The measly sum in Wang Mingyang's pocket wasn't even enough to cover the tip of the iceberg, and he'd been kicked out by that gold-digging Zhang Qiuyun. What a ing bummer. Wang Mingyang slammed his red wine glass down on the table with a crash, startling the bunny girl beside him. She trembled uncontrollably, fearing she hadn't served him well enough. Dad, young Master Wang, what are we going to do now? Today, both President Liu and President Feng sent special representatives to station themselves at our Su Group, monitoring every cent of the billion-dollar investment. If this keeps up, the company won't last much longer. Su Zhihao's face was equally grim, etched with deep worry. No matter what proposal Su Group presented, those specialists would only respond with two words, not good enough. This isn't about monitoring investments, they're clearly here to sabotage us. If the investment returns fall short, Presidents Lu and Fong will undoubtedly file a lawsuit against Su Group. They'd better prepare to pay up. That little minx Su Yuhan quietly climbing her way up to hook such a big shot. Su Wenyuan's face twisted with envy. Why didn't he have such luck? Dad, have you heard about something? Su Jihao's eyes flashed as he spoke in a deep voice. What is it? The Falcon Hunter incident. I just heard about it too. Word spreading everywhere, the Falcon Hunter has emerged. Su Jihao's words made Su Wenyuan's eyes light up. Who in the East Sea with even a shred of connections hasn't heard of Falcon, the underground kingpin? Once he set his sights on a target, nothing was beyond his grasp. Even the most challenging projects would end up firmly in his hands. Now, news of Falcon's activities had reached anyone following current events, and Su Wenyuan was no exception. What Su Wenyan and his son didn't know was that this Falcon was none other than the Uncle Rong mentioned by Wang Mingyang. What exactly was this Falcon Hunter? Wang Mingyang furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. A playboy like Wang Mingyang spent his days either chasing women or on his way to chase them. Since he had no intention of inheriting the Wang family's assets, he naturally paid no attention to such shadowy figures of influence. This Falcon Hunter was a man who never showed his face in the Eastern Sea underworld. Yet rumors circulated that many families in the Eastern Sea gave him considerable respect. He also held sway over numerous key projects and resources in the region. As Su Wenyuan explained this to Wang Mingyang, he sighed inwardly. If not for Su Yuhan leaving him no other choice, why would he have to rely on a playboy like Wang Mingyang? To be completely unaware of a figure of Falcon's stature, what use was such a person to the Wang family, a prominent clan? Wang Mingyang chuckled smugly upon hearing this. This Falcon Hunter seems quite capable. Do you know him? Su Wenyan, you should give Falcon Hunter a call and have him come meet me. If we hit it off, I might grant him the favor of partnering with our Wang family in Donghai. Put. Hearing Wang Mingyang's arrogantly presumptuous words, Su Wenyan and his son nearly choked on their own blood. This Wang Mingyang truly had no sense of propriety, he was utterly brain-dead. Falcon Hunter is a major figure in the East Sea. Even Mr. Fong and Mr. Lu would likely have to give him face. To Falcon, the scion of a second-rate family like Wang Mingyang was probably no different than a fly, something he could swat away with a casual flick of his wrist. Yet here was Wang Mingyang, arrogantly demanding Hunter Falcon come to him? And even suggesting a partnership between Hunter Falcon and the Donghai Wang family? Does he think the Donghai Wang family is royalty? In the eyes of a heavyweight like Hunter Falcon, even Wang Hongfei was likely no more than an ant. But Su Wenyuan couldn't say this directly to Wang Mingyang. Instead, he could only say helplessly, "Young Master Wang, I'm afraid that opportunity has passed." Because Falcon just handed over all his resources to his young master today. Young master? The young master of that prominent family in Donghai? Wang Mingyang frowned. Su Wenyuan shook his head solemnly. Hunter Falcon hasn't revealed the young master's true identity. We have no idea. What a useless fool. He couldn't even find out something like that. Wang Mingyang snorted with disdain. Su Wenyuan and his son could only grimace inwardly, cursing under their breath. Little did they know, the entire upper echelons of the East Sea were now scrambling for information on this young master. If even the bigwigs couldn't uncover it, how could a minor family like the Sus possibly manage? Chapter 87, Impressive Skills. Forget it. Wang Mingyang snorted coldly, still wearing that arrogant, idiotic smirk. I'll go find out about that young master's background myself. I have to admit, this young master of the Falcon Hunters is worthy of being my friend, Wang Mingyang. If I get on his good side, I'll have him look out for you. Thank you, young Master Wang. Though Su Wenyuan thanked him verbally, inwardly he cursed Wang Mingyang's ancestors to the 18th generation. What the hell does this moron think he is? That young master now controls 1/3 of the resources in the East Sea. Now all the big shots in Donghai's high society are scrambling to find out about this young master, eager to latch onto his coattails at the first opportunity. As for Wang Mingyang, he's sitting there all self-important, waiting for that esteemed young master to come find him? He must be dreaming. But Su Wenyuan and his son exchanged a glance, and they both understood each other's meaning. Wang Mingyang had gotten one thing right. Su Wenyuan and his son did harbor thoughts of currying favor with that young master. This young master was now the true pinnacle of the East Sea's elite. If they could rely on this young master, they would have the confidence to stand up to Su Yuhan. Wang Mingyang? Su Wenyan and his son had finally seen the light. Following in the footsteps of a spoiled rich kid like Wang Mingyang held little promise. However, Wang Mingyang still held some utility, so they couldn't afford to completely sever ties with him. Young Master Wang, our top priority is dealing with Su Yuhan. The matter of that young master can be addressed later. Su Wenyuan and his son knew how incredibly difficult it would be to climb into that young master's inner circle. They hadn't even laid eyes on the young master. But if Su Wenyuan and his son knew that the young master they were so desperate to befriend was actually Feiyang, their own son-in-law, who had married into the Su family, who knows what expressions they would have. In their minds, Yun Feiyang was likely nothing more than a weakling they could bully at will. But that little Su Yuhan won't give me any face. Even Zhang Choyun won't give me any face. What the hell am I supposed to do? The mere thought of Su Yuhan's family sent Wang Ningyang into a rage, and he roared furiously. I do have a way to force Su Yuhan's hand. Su Wenyuan's eyes darted around, a smug smile playing in his gaze. Mr. Lu and Mr. Fong are only pressuring the Su group because of Su Yuhan. If we can get that rich kid to give up on her, the Su group's crisis might still turn around. Don't keep me in suspense, speak up. Wang Ningyang urged impatiently. The weakest link in Su Yuhan's family is Zhang Choyun. I'm waiting for an opportunity. Su Wenyuan sneered coldly, everything will have to wait until Su Yuhan gets the company up and running. The next morning, Yun Feiyang headed straight to the company. Calculating the time, Jiang Bai was flying by private jet. 10 hours meant he'd soon be arriving in Donghai. As soon as Jiang Bai sent him a message, Yun Feiyang rushed straight to the airport. As soon as Yun Feiyang arrived at the company entrance, Lu Koan and several others surrounded him. Those nearby, witnessing the scene, quickly scattered to the sides in fear. Looks like this is a vendetta. Lu Koan? Yun Feiyang's brow furrowed. Sure enough, given Lu Koan's scheming nature, this was likely the only way he could think of to get his revenge. He and Lu Koan didn't actually have any grudges against each other, it was all because of Lin Miaomiao. Yun Feiyang had no interest in Lin Miaomiao, yet this guy just wouldn't let it go? You little punk, you got the guts to come with me? Lu Koan declared with an air of superiority. Truth be told, Lu Koan had wanted to pick a fight with Yun Feiyang yesterday, but with Lin Miaomiao present, he hadn't gotten the chance. No time. Don't bother me. Yun Feiyang frowned and turned to walk away. He really didn't want to stoop to the level of a spoiled brat like Lu Koan. Lu Koan gave a nod toward the burly men in black behind him. Instantly, several of them closed in, surrounding Yun Feiyang. Even if you're scared, you won't get away today. I brought plenty of men. You're not getting out of here. Lu Koan pointed at his henchmen, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. These were all skilled fighters in the underworld. Today, he would make that insolent brat Yun Feiyang kneel and sing conquest to him. So, where to? Jiang Bai's call came through immediately. Yun Feiyang didn't want to stand him up. That bastard Jiang Bai had a temper, who knew what kind of shady tricks he might pull later. Yun Feiyang also wanted to get rid of Lu Koan, that pesky fly, as quickly as possible. There was a small alley beside the company building, deserted and quiet. Come with me to talk. Seeing Yun Feiyang agree so readily, Lu Koan felt a surge of secret satisfaction. This kid must be scared stiff by the guys he brought along. Otherwise, why would he agree so readily? Fine, I'll go with you. Since Lu Koan was practically begging for a beating, Yun Feiyang wasn't about to let the opportunity slip. Not far away, when one, who had just started her shift, saw Yun Feiyang following Lu Koan and his crew toward the west gate. A cold smile crossed her lips. Sure enough, crossing the Lu family never ends well. Lu Koan was the Lu family's golden boy, and Lin Miaomiao couldn't possibly protect Yun Feiyang at every turn, could she? Judging by Lu Koan's demeanor, he was no small fry. Yun Feiyang was bound to suffer now. See if you dare to show off now. This is your lesson. Wenwen let out a smug little snort. Soon, Yun Feiyang followed Lu Koan into a narrow alley. The alley was packed with people, a dense crowd. Yun Feiyang scanned them roughly, about 10 or so. But none of them were skilled fighters, not the slightest challenge. Brother, hey, your guest has arrived. Come out and receive him. Accompanied by Lu Koan's smug voice, the men in black parted to make way. A dark-faced man in a suit, cigarette dangling from his mouth, turned and walked over. Seeing the man, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but smile. Could such a coincidence really exist in this world? This dark-faced young man was none other than the small-time boss from the bar casino earlier, the very same Brother Black who called himself Xiao Hei. At that moment, Brother Black also spotted Yun Feiyang. His eyes widened in shock, and his body began to tremble. Young Master Lu, the person you told me to deal with, it can't be him, right? His voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes brimming with sheer terror. It's him. I have one demand today: cripple this kid for me. Make sure he can never get hard again. Daring to steal Lu Koan's woman? He must not want to live. Brother Hei's face instantly turned pale with terror. Never mind that Yun Feiyang had Sister Rong, a major player, backing him. Even if Yun Feiyang had no power behind him, his skills alone were no joke. Back at the bar, Yun Feiyang had single-handedly, without much effort, beaten his entire crew so badly they couldn't get back up. His previous bodyguards were all hospitalized. The burly men in black he brought today were newly recruited, their combat effectiveness a full notch below the previous lot. Want to cripple Yun Feiyang? More likely, Yun Feiyang would be the one crippling them. Did he really want to send these newly hired thugs to the hospital too? Young Master Lu, this is asking a bit much. Brother Hei's expression turned troubled. He glanced nervously at Yun Feiyang, trembling slightly, afraid the young master might fly into a rage and unleash a barrage of punches. But Brother Hei dared not offend Lu Koan either. After all, Lu Koan was family. Caught between them, he was truly in a hellish bind. What? You won't even listen to me? When I tell you to move, you move. Hearing Lu Kuan's arrogant words, Brother Black wanted nothing more than to cripple this spoiled rich brat. Damn it! Does Lu Kuan even know who he's dealing with? You think you can just cripple someone? You should check if I even have the power to do that. Brother Hey, haven't seen you in just 2 days, and your skills have improved. A faint smile touched Feiyang's lips as he gave a light snort. Chapter 88, Pissed Off? Slap him. Hearing Feiyang's words, Brother Hey shuddered in fright, nearly losing his composure. Mr. Yun, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. How could Brother Hey dare show disrespect to Feiyang now? Disrespecting Feiyang would be courting death. If Feiyang got serious, the scenes of his men getting beaten earlier were still fresh in his mind. He certainly didn't want to end up in the hospital. What's even more terrifying is that Feiyang is someone Sister Rong has taken a liking to. Sister Rong holds a boss-level status in the Donghai underworld. She could crush a disloyal scum like Brother Hey with a single flick of her finger. Lu Kuan frowned at the scene and retorted, Brother Hey, you two know each other? Brother Hey quickly interceded, Young Master Lu, this must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Yun is. What is he? Lu Kuan instantly lost his temper. I don't care if he's the king of heaven himself. Take this kid out right now, got it? Brother Black froze in awkwardness. Take him down? He hadn't even taken down Feiyang yet, and Feiyang could take him down in an instant. Young Master Lu, could there be some misunderstanding here? Brother Hey was on the verge of tears. He dared not offend Feiyang, nor could he defy young Master Lu. Caught between them, he was mortified. Feiyang walked over slowly. There's no misunderstanding between me and this young Master Lu. But since he doesn't know a good thing when he sees it, I can't help it. Did you hear that? Lu Kuan bellowed, why haven't you crippled that brat yet? You wouldn't dare disgrace me, Lu Kuan, would you? Have you gone mad? Lu Kuan was furious. Not only had Lin Miao refused to give Lu Kuan face for Feiyang's sake, but even a low-level thug like Black Brother dared to defy Lu Kuan for Feiyang? Is there no law anymore? Has the world gone mad? What gives this kid the right? To be honest, Brother Hey was seething inside. If Lu Kuan weren't from the Donghai Lu family, Brother Hey would have already taken him down. Disable Feiyang? If it were possible, Brother Hey would have done it himself long ago. Why bother with this spoiled brat yelling about it? Xiao Hey, I see you're not happy with Lu Kuan, huh? At that moment, Feiyang's voice reached Brother Black's ears. If you're so annoyed, go ahead. Slap that Lu Kuan across the face. Feiyang's casual words sent a chill through Black Brother and his men. Slap Lu Kuan? Are you out of your mind? Lu Kuan had the Lu family backing him, not the top-tier elite, but still a major clan. Brother Hey, at his core, was just a small-time underworld boss running bars and gambling dens. He only had these few henchmen because he had money. If people in the underworld gave him face and called him Brother Hey, but if they didn't give him face, even calling him Little Black would make him afraid to say another word. Say one more word, and he'd likely just make someone else unhappy. Beat up Lu Kuan? Black Brother would have to be suicidal. Mr. Yun, you must be joking. Brother Hey looked utterly flustered. I'm not joking. If you're pissed, just slap him across the face and shut him up. Don't worry if he dares cause you trouble, I'll take the fall. Feiyang lit a cigarette and said indifferently. A blind fool like Lu Kuan needs to be taught a lesson. Seeing Feiyang's expression, Brother Hey's face darkened. Indeed, Feiyang's expression didn't look like he was joking at all. He was dead serious. What? Don't you believe me? Feiyang shrugged and said, here's the deal, I'll give you a choice. If you dare slap Lu Kuan, I'll make your business grow tenfold. You'll even be in charge of the Lu family's business. Of course, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. This is your only chance. If you don't trust me, you can help Lu Kuan take me down. As for the consequences then, I'm sure you know exactly what they'll be. Feiyang wasn't joking. Brother Hey might not be suited for high-stakes situations, but he certainly had discerning judgment. Having someone like him as a henchman put Feiyang at ease. Feiyang's words sent cold sweat trickling down Black Brother's back. A tenfold boost in his standing in the underworld? And even surpass Lu Kuan? This was nothing short of an immense honor. Truth be told, Brother Hey had always been nothing more than an obscure small-time thug in the underworld. While ordinary folk feared him, in a place like Donghai where every inch of land was precious, there were plenty of truly formidable figures. Hardly anyone took him seriously. The top-tier aristocrats looked down on him like he was dirt. The young masters from lesser families like Lu Kuan treated him with utter contempt, constantly barking orders at him. They didn't even treat him like a human being. To be able to and piss all over Lu Kuan? Brother Black never even dreamed of such a thing. Who exactly was Feiyang? Could he really pull this off? Honestly, seeing even Sister Rong show Feiyang such deference made Brother Hey seriously doubt it. Bold as brass. Lu Kuan snorted coldly and sneered, Yun Feiyang, what kind of person do you think you are, spouting such nonsense? Do you even know the standing and status of the Lu family? In Donghai, our family is among the elite. What are you, anyway? Nothing but a freeloader riding on Lin Nyamya's coattails. You're nothing but a freeloading bastard. Besides, Xiaohei is just a small-time boss who can't even hold his own. How could he possibly manage our Lu family's vast enterprises? And he dares slap me? Even if you gave him 100 times the guts, would he dare lay a finger on me? I'm the young master of the Lu family of the East Sea. Smack! Before Lu Kuan could finish speaking, a slap landed squarely across his face, sending him stumbling backward 3 steps. You dare hit me? Lu Kuan stared at Black Brother's raised hand, his eyes wide with shock. He never imagined that even a lowly nobody like Brother Hei, someone he considered a mere shrimp he could crush with one hand, would dare strike a young master from a prominent family of Donghai. Damn it, little Black, have you lost your mind? The words poured out, his voice thick with rage. Hit you? What's wrong with hitting you? I'll beat the crap out of you today. Smack! Smack! Backhand, forehand. Lu Kuan took 2 more slaps from Brother Black. Brother Black had made up his mind. He was willing to take the gamble. Earlier, Tushan had shielded Yun Feiyang so fiercely, proof Yun Feiyang wasn't just anyone. As Yun Feiyang had just stated, aligning with him could elevate Black Brother's standing in the underworld tenfold. But what could Black Brother gain by relying on Lu Kuan? Lu Kuan spent his days flaunting his status as the young master of the East Sea, constantly bossing Brother Hei around. Brother Hei had long had enough of these spoiled Eastern Sea young masters. And helping Lu Kuan would mean offending Yun Feiyang. That would be even worse. Since death is inevitable either way, he might as well choose a more reliable path. Yun Feiyang was far more dependable than that good-for-nothing Lu Kuan. You dare hit me? Xiaohei, mark my words, you're dead. The Lu family of Donghai won't let you off. Chapter 89, Consequences are yours. Slammed to the ground by Brother Hei's slaps, Lu Kuan had never endured such humiliation. The pain made him burst into tears instantly. I've had enough of you, you useless piece of trash. Starting today, I won't put up with your bull anymore. He had been wavering, but Lu Kuan's tirade, especially in front of his men, was the last straw. He's just a spoiled brat. I'll take my chances. Better safe than sorry. What if I'm right? After landing a few solid slaps, Brother Hei felt a surge of satisfaction. With the relationship already severed, he had nothing left to lose. Yun Feiyang had promised that if Lu Kuan dared cause trouble, he'd stand up for him. At that point, Sister Rong would come to his aid at the very least. With Sister Rong around, Brother Hei feels much more at ease. Brothers, join me in beating this spoiled brat. Brother Black bellowed, and instantly, the surrounding burly men in black surged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on Lu Kuan. They'd long resented Lu Kuan. He flaunted his status as a wealthy young master, acting all high and mighty. Now that they had powerful backers too, it was time for Lu Kuan to taste the pain of being beaten. Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to watch this beating of a fallen man. He turned and walked away. Stepping out of the alley, Yun Feiyang pulled out his phone and dialed Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, there's a Lu family in Donghai, right? Their second-generation brat Lu Kuan has no sense of his place. Send someone to give that Lu family a little lesson. While you're at it, hand over their company to a lackey named Black Brother. Uncle Rong naturally wouldn't defy Yun Feiyang's orders. He nodded and replied, rest assured, young master. Leave it to me. Inside a villa in Donghai, Lu Kuan lay on his bed, wailing in agony. He'd just been beaten to a pulp by Brother Black and his men, his face a bloody mess, the pain nearly unbearable. Spoiled since childhood, when had Lu Kuan ever endured such humiliation? He, Lu Kuan, refused to accept this. How dare Brother Hei lay a hand on the young master of the esteemed Lu family of Donghai, all for that nobody Yun Feiyang? This was outrageous. Oh dear, my little treasure, you've broken my heart. Come, let mother apply the ointment. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman paced anxiously beside Lu Kuan, holding a bottle of ointment. This stunning woman was Lu Kuan's mother, Han Chunhong. But Han Chunhong wasn't the main wife of the Lu family of Donghai. To put it bluntly, Han Chunhong was just a concubine. Lu Kuan himself was born to a concubine, so his status within the Lu family wasn't particularly high. At the very least, the children of the main wife looked down on this spoiled brat born to a concubine. Crucially, Lu Kuan himself was a disappointment, constantly tarnishing the family name by exploiting the Lu family's reputation in Donghai. He was the very definition of a spoiled, good-for-nothing scion. The reason Lu Kuan doggedly pursued Lin Nyamya was to leverage her status as the legitimate heiress of the Donghai Lin family to elevate his standing within the Lu household. That way, when the family divided its assets, Lu Kuan could secure a substantial share and even gain a shot at inheriting the family business. Han Chunhong had pinned all her hopes on Lu Kuan. Seeing him beaten like this, how could she not be heartbroken? I won't apply medicine. If you don't avenge me, I might as well die. After all, I'm just an unwanted child. Lu Koan thrashed and rolled on the bed in a fit of tantrum. The thought that Brother He had beaten him senseless just for Yun Feiyang nearly drove Lu Koan mad with rage. What does that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang have to offer? Stealing his woman and beating up his men? When had Lu Koan ever suffered such humiliation? You just wait, little one. Once you're bandaged up, Mom will figure out how to get revenge for you. Han Chunhong soothed him repeatedly. Even if Lu Koan hadn't said anything, Han Chunhong wouldn't have let this slide. Lu Koan was her only hope.
Normally, Han Chunhong treated Lu Koan like a precious treasure, never letting him get so much as a scratch since childhood.
And now some blind fool dared to hit her child? Really? Seeing Han Chunhong's reaction, Lu Koan's expression softened slightly as he tentatively asked. Of course it's true. I'll call your father right now and make him take care of this for you. Just as Han Chunhong reached for her phone to call Lu Koan's father, Lu Dahai, the bedroom door burst open with a loud thud. Lu Dahai stood at the doorway, his face dark and menacing, radiating fury. No need to call. I'm here now. Seeing Lu Dahai, Han Chunhong's face lit up with joy. Lu Koan, meanwhile, put on a pitiful act, wailing, Dad, I got bullied. You have to stand up for me. Otherwise, how can we Lu family save face? Han Chunhong added fuel to the fire. That's right, Dahai. You absolutely must avenge little Koan. Smack. The moment Han Chunhong finished speaking, Lu Dahai delivered a sharp slap that sent the pouting Lu Koan crashing to the floor. His voice was thick with fury. Lu family? You still know the Lu family of Donghai. You good-for-nothing son of a ruined me. Starting today, what the hell is the Lu family of Donghai? Lu Dahai was a burly man in his 40s, his face covered in a thick beard, giving him a rugged, imposing appearance. At this moment, his face was dark with fury, making him look even more terrifying. Lu Koan was stunned by the force of the slap, clutching his face as he stammered, Dad, what do you mean? Dahai, what are you doing? Han Chunhong clutched Lu Dahai's hand in distress, reproaching him, he's your son. He's been wronged, and instead of standing up for him, you hit him? Lu Dahai coldly shook off Han Chunhong's hand and roared, Han Chunhong, what kind of son have you raised for me? He goes out and causes a huge mess, and I, his father, have to take the fall for him. Lu Dahai was seething with rage. Normally, Lu Koan's idleness was tolerable after all, he only lorded over insignificant nobodies. But this time? He'd gone and pissed off a major player. With a single order, several of the company's top clients all cut ties. These clients presented a united front. Lu Dahai must hand over the Lu family's company to some low-level lackey named Brother Black to manage. Otherwise, he'd face the consequences. Face the consequences. Those 4 words alone were enough to give Lu Dahai a headache. What on earth happened? Han Chunhong sensed something was terribly wrong. She grabbed Lu Dahai's arm, her face etched with anxiety. Ask your precious son. Spill it to me, have you recently crossed someone named Brother Black? Speak. If you don't, I'll beat you to death today. Believe it or not? Brother Black? Lu Koan froze instantly, muttering, Brother He's just a small-time boss running a gambling den. Besides, these injuries on my body, he didn't even beat me up. Chapter 90, You ungrateful bastard. You deserve to die. Lu Dahai pointed his finger at Lu Koan's nose and yelled, Do you even realize who you've messed with? You've stirred up the big shots in Donghai. They've already made it clear if I don't hand over management of the company to Black Brother, the entire Lu family in Donghai will suffer the consequences. Lu Dahai grew angrier as he spoke, slapping Lu Koan across the face again. How could I have raised such a blind fool? Why pick a fight with the big shots in Donghai? Why not someone else? Han Chunhong rushed to restrain Lu Dahai, her voice filled with concern. Stop hitting him. We need to figure out what to do now. Han Chunhong had finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This opponent was no small fry. In such a short time, a single sentence had forced Lu Dahai to step down. What could they do? What choice did they have? Lu Dahai roared furiously, Lu Koan, mark my words. Use that pig brain of yours and figure out exactly who you've pissed off. I'm giving you 3 days flat to fix this mess. If you can't handle it, I'll tie you up and send you to Brother He as an apology. With that, Lu Dahai flung his sleeve dramatically and stormed out of the room. Lu Koan's mind immediately turned to one person. Yun Feiyang. It had to be Yun Feiyang. Back then, when Yun Feiyang claimed he'd hand over the Lu family's business to Brother He to handle, Lu Koan had scoffed and sneered. Yet in the blink of an eye, the news had reached Lu Dahai. What kind of influence could possibly achieve that? In Lu Koan's mind, only the Lin family of Donghai could possibly move this swiftly and effectively. Wasn't it all because of Lin Miao? Just a freeloading man. Xiao Koan, you've got to figure something out. Han Chunhong's pleading voice interrupted Lu Koan's train of thought. How could Lu Koan not know he needed to find a solution? But what could he possibly do now to make Yun Feiyang change his mind? The only option left was to kneel before Yun Feiyang and beg for mercy. But the thought of kneeling before a freeloader like Yun Feiyang filled Lu Koan with quiet resentment. And what's more, Yun Feiyang had stolen Lu Koan's woman. Xiao Koan, how about this? Mom will go with you to apologize. Whatever you feel too ashamed to do, Mom will do it. But you must think this through. If your father falls from power, we'll have no support for the rest of our lives. Han Xuanhong's words snapped Lu Koan back to reality. It was true, his life of luxury depended entirely on the Lu family of Donghai. If Lu Dahai fell from power, his days of luxury would be over. The thought made Lu Koan grit his teeth in resentment. Fine, he snapped. I'll go find him right now.
Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang had already received Jiang Bai's call and was heading to Donghai International Airport to pick up the recently landed Jiang Bai. After over a year without seeing that guy Jiang Bai, Yun Feiyang actually found himself missing him a bit. But after waiting a long time at the VIP exit, Jiang Bai still hadn't shown up. Is this guy even reliable? Or is he just messing with me? Yun Feiyang frowned and muttered. That shouldn't be possible. That slacker Jiang Bai might be a bit of a scatterbrain, but he's dead reliable when it comes to getting things done. He never backs out of a deal and has never stood Yun Feiyang up.
Yun Feiyang. Just then, a hand landed on Yun Feiyang's shoulder. As the deep male voice spoke, the corners of Yun Feiyang's mouth lifted slightly.
Who else could it be but Jiang Bai?
Turning his head, Yun Feiyang froze upon seeing Jiang Bai's outfit. Holy crap, did something get to you? What's with this outfit?
In Yun Feiyang's mind, Jiang Bai had always been the disheveled keyboard warrior. Unshaven, wrinkled shirts, hair like a bird's nest, always wearing slippers and round glasses, staring at several computers. But the Jiang Bai standing before him now wore neat casual clothes, his face hidden behind dark sunglasses and a large black mask, as if terrified someone might recognize him.
But you know what? In normal clothes, this guy actually looks pretty handsome. You're the one who's shocked.
Jiang Bai lowered his voice, glancing around as he whispered, I've got legions of fans all over the country. I'm keeping a low profile this trip back home working for you, no less, and I don't want to get mobbed by all those crazy fans.
Fans? Yun Feiyang chuckled at Jiang Bai's exaggeration. You're a computer guy? Fans? Don't be ridiculous. What's the matter? Look down on us hackers? Back in the day, I won the World Hacker Championship. How many people offered me high salaries to work for them? You've got to be kidding.
Jiang Bai shot Yun Feiyang a look, his expression smug and self-important. Yun Feiyang smacked Jiang Bai on the back of the head and scolded, alright, stop showing off.
You're here to help this time. You promised you could recover the deleted surveillance footage. If you screw up, don't blame me for cursing you out. You ungrateful bastard. I gave up my vacation to work for you, and you don't trust me?
If it were anyone else, this job would be worth at least 20 million.
Jiang Bai glared at Yun Feiyang, spittle flying.
I told you, I'm treating you to skewers.
Come with me.
Outside the airport, Jiang Bai grew annoyed when Yun Feiyang led him straight into a taxi.
Yun Feiyang, don't you have a shred of conscience? I'm dealing millions every minute, and you make me ride a taxi with you? Yun Feiyang shot Jiang Bai a withering look. Ever heard of thrift and hard work? You're lucky I didn't make you take the airport shuttle bus. You think I'd take the airport bus with you? You'd better believe I'd fight you to the death. Jiang Bai raised his lighter, looking ready to go down with Yun Feiyang. You made billions overseas, and you make me ride a taxi? That's not how you be stingy.
The driver in the front seat glanced at Jiang Bai and Yun Feiyang through the rearview mirror, chuckling coldly to himself and shaking his head. He'd been driving taxis for years and heard plenty of braggarts, but never anyone bragging like this. If he'd really made hundreds of millions overseas, he'd be cruising in a luxury car by now. Why would he need a taxi? People these days really don't think before they shoot their mouths off. That money had long been given to the families of the brothers who died. Widows and orphans' life isn't easy for them. Yun Feiyang's calm words silenced Jiang Bai. Clearing his throat, he backed away. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Jiang Bai waved his hand and shook his head. Jiang Bai and Yun Feiyang were friends. He knew Yun Feiyang's nature all too well. This man was stubborn and resilient to the extreme, yet deeply loyal and bound by honor. Those brothers of Yun Feiyang's who had died overseas had fought alongside him through life and death. Yun Feiyang would never lightly neglect the families of those brothers. Soon enough, Yun Feiyang led Jiang Bai to a barbecue skewers shop not far from the company. Jiang Bai sighed. Even if you're broke now, you can't seriously expect me to buy your skewers, right? Fine, I've got money, let's grab something good to eat. Yun Feiyang glared. I said I'm treating, so come in. Jiang Bai had no choice but to follow Yun Feiyang into the skewered meat shop. But no sooner had Yun Feiyang and Jiang Bai sat down than Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was Su Yuhan. Chapter 91, Hello, sister-in-law. Yun Feiyang froze. Why was Su Yuhan calling him at this hour? Could it be something important? Yun Feiyang pressed the answer button and asked in confusion, Yuhan, you need me for something? Where are you right now? I need to talk to you about something. Su Yuhan seemed to hesitate for a moment before her cool, elegant voice came through. Yun Feiyang thought of the equity distribution agreement and had a rough idea of what she wanted. He smiled and said to Su Yuhan, a friend just happened to come to see me. Why don't you come over too?
I'll send you the address. I'll be right over. With that, Su Yuhan hung up. The moment Yun Feiyang hung up, Jiang Bai's expression turned utterly fascinating. Yun Feiyang, I heard that. The caller was a woman? My wife. I'm getting married as soon as I return to the country.
Yun Feiyang took a casual sip of tea, but Jiang Bai froze in place.
The next second, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Whoa! When did this emotionless killing machine finally bloom?"
Hey, I'm telling you, that Danish royal princess is still pining for you.
What Danish princess? She doesn't hold a candle to my wife.
I'll introduce her to you when she arrives later. Seeing the smile on Yun Feiyang's face when he mentioned his wife, Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly.
Is this really the same ruthless killing machine feared in the international mercenary circles?
Talking about his wife, he sounds just like a lovesick fool.
Love truly turns people's IQ negative, men and women alike. How many princesses from foreign royal families had tried to cling to Yun Feiyang? And now, in the blink of an eye, Yun Feiyang has returned to China to get married? If those foreign girls found out, what kind of chaos would erupt?
Soon, Jiang Bai spotted a stunningly beautiful woman walk into the barbecue shop, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Even Jiang Bai, who had seen countless beauties, found himself drawn to her. She wore a light summer dress, her long legs free of any excess flesh. Her exquisite features, combined with her cool, elegant demeanor, added an intangible charm.
A perfect woman. Jiang Bai couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth, muttering to himself, Yun Feiyang, did you see that? A total knockout. Listen up, don't you dare try to steal her from me. I'll make sure. Smack.
Before he could finish, Yun Feiyang delivered a sharp smack to his forehead.
Yun Feiyang glared at Jiang Bai. What the hell are you talking about? That's my wife. Your wife?
Jiang Bai whipped his head around in shock. After a long moment, he gave Yun Feiyang a thumbs up.
Now I finally get why you don't even bother with those royal nobles chicks.
With a wife this stunning, I'd be hiding away in the East Sea too, living a blissful life of making babies every day.
Don't you dare spread rumors. Get up and call her sister-in-law. Yun Feiyang shot Jiang Bai a warning glare. He'd spotted Su Yuhan approaching.
If she found out about the Danish princess's advances, there'd be no explaining it.
Yuhan, this is my friend, Jiang Bai.
Looking at Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang shed the stern demeanor he'd shown Jiang Bai, his eyes now brimming with affection.
Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Jiang Bai. You can call me Xiao Bai, or my nickname White Bone Spirit.
Jiang Bai bowed and scraped as he shook Su Yuhan's hand. Hearing herself called a sister-in-law for the first time, Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed crimson. In the year since marrying Yun Feiyang, he had remained a devoted house husband. Su Yuhan, however, had kept their marriage a closely guarded secret, never mentioning it to anyone.
This was her first time meeting one of Yun Feiyang's friends. So when called sister-in-law, Su Yuhan felt a bit uneasy. Moreover, Jiang Bai's smirking, flattering demeanor made Su Yuhan feel rather awkward. Hello. Su Yuhan gave a faint nod. First time I've heard a man go by the name White Bone Spirit. Quite distinctive.
Jiang Bai's expression turned serious as he boasted, Sis, you don't know this is the honorific title given to me, Jiang Bai, in the industry. Any system I set my sights on is swept away like dust in the wind, leaving only bones behind. That's why they nicknamed me White Bone Spirit, though I don't really like it myself. Sis, how about you give me a nickname? With your beauty, whatever nickname you choose, I'll smack. Before Jiang Bai could finish, Yun Feiyang delivered another solid smack to the back of his head. Why do you have to talk so much? Hearing Yun Feiyang's rebuke, Jiang Bai cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and eagerly gestured to Su Yuhan, Sis-in-law, please sit down, sit down. As she sat down, Su Yuhan deliberately took a good look at Jiang Bai. He was clean-cut, and aside from being a bit of a chatterbox, he seemed like a decent sort. Besides, this Jiang Bai probably wasn't an ordinary person. Though he wore his outfit casually, every piece was the latest from Versace. Jiang Bai's wristwatch was an antique, a European piece from over a century ago. Su Yuhan had also glimpsed it in a magazine once. If her memory served her correctly, it had been snapped up by a mysterious buyer for a staggering $7 or $8 million. Xiao Bai, what do you do for a living? Su Yuhan lifted her teacup and asked casually. Me? Jiang Bai's expression lit up instantly, his face brimming with smugness. Nothing serious, really. Just staring at a computer screen all day. When I'm short on cash, I just pick a Fortune 500 company's security system to hack into, take a peek at their classified stuff. Before long, they'll come knocking on my door with hush money. This. Su Yuhan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If she hadn't misheard, wasn't Jiang Bai just a hacker? And if he wasn't bragging, he was a top-tier hacker. Don't listen to his nonsense. Yun Feiyang said to Su Yuhan, when I first met him, this guy was still fixing phones and computers on the street corner. Jiang Bai glared, that was ages ago. Couldn't you spare me a little face in front of this gorgeous lady? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes darted between Yun Feiyang and Jiang Bai, filled with confusion. She'd sensed Jiang Bai wasn't ordinary from the start, which was why she'd just asked about his true identity.
If Jiang Bai wasn't exaggerating, he must be a hacker. A top-tier hacker at that. But what puzzled Su Yuhan was that Yun Feiyang actually knew such a top-tier expert. Such a top-tier expert was someone even Su Yuhan didn't know. In fact, it was safe to say no one with connections would know him. After all, such elite talents wouldn't even glance at a small-time operation like the Su Group. Chapter 92, Thoughtful to the Core. Throughout their year of marriage, Su Yuhan had never truly understood Yun Feiyang's background. She only knew he'd served in the military overseas. She never imagined that the friend Yun Feiyang casually brought along would leave her utterly stunned. What stunned Su Yuhan most was Jiang Bai's attitude toward Yun Feiyang. In front of Jiang Bai, Yun Feiyang acted like he owned the place, teasing him at the drop of a hat and even slapping him on the back of the head. After all, Jiang Bai was a top-tier hacker, the kind treated like royalty even at elite corporations. Thinking of this, Su Yuhan's gaze toward Yun Feiyang grew even more scrutinizing. In Su Yuhan's mind, Yun Feiyang had always been nothing more than a son-in-law who spent his days doing laundry and cooking. But now, she found herself struggling to understand him. He spoke French, had quietly secured a position in China Resources' general manager's office. He'd even managed to get close to general manager Zhang Weiguang, who had invested 200 million yuan in him. And now, a world-class hacker had suddenly appeared, calling Yun Feiyang brother. What exactly had Yun Feiyang been doing all this time? Su Yuhan couldn't help but recall the 10 million yuan Yun Feiyang had produced earlier. He'd claimed it was borrowed from a friend. Could that friend be Jiang Bai? Now Su Yuhan understood why even General Manager Zhang from China Resources relied so heavily on Yun Feiyang. Turns out he has a friend like Jiang Bai with connections reaching the heavens. Sis, let's just make do with this meal today. I originally planned to treat Yun Feiyang to a fancy dinner, but this cheapskate insisted on grabbing skewers. I couldn't help it. Don't worry. Next time, it's on me. I know plenty of chefs from foreign royal families. Just one call from me, and they'll be landing at Donghai International Airport within 24 hours. Ahem. Yun Feiyang cleared his throat, cutting Jiang Bai off mid-sentence. Does this kid have any sense at all? If he kept going, he'd end up bragging about that Swedish princess who's been chasing after him. Jiang Bai awkwardly chuckled and deflected. Sis-in-law, dig in. Have some kidney to build up your strength. Yun Feiyang glared at him. Are you stupid? Telling your sister-in-law to eat kidneys for nourishment? Nourish what? What was I thinking? Jiang Bai slapped his forehead and shouted to the owner, Owner, bring me a serving of pig brain, I need to fortify myself. Su Yuhan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. This Jiang Bai really was a chatterbox. But you could tell at a glance that Jiang Bai was someone you could rely on. Having a friend like him made Su Yuhan feel reassured. Perhaps she really had misunderstood Yun Feiyang. Having a friend like Jiang Bai meant Yun Feiyang might not be the useless loser the Su family imagined him to be. Yuhan, what did you need me for? Yun Feiyang flayed a freshly grilled fish, carefully removing the bones before handing it to Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan felt a warm glow in her heart. His thoughtful gesture proved he truly cared for her. She had loved fish since childhood, and after marrying Yun Feiyang, he went out of his way to prepare fish dishes for her. But back then, Su Yuhan believed Yun Feiyang had married into the Su family for money, so she treated him coldly. Now, a wave of guilt suddenly washed over her heart. For the past year since their marriage, Yun Feiyang had stayed home to help her restore her health. Had it not been for her, Yun Feiyang might have sought employment elsewhere long ago, sparing himself the family's constant scorn and ridicule. What embarrassed Su Yuhan most was that she had misunderstood Yun Feiyang and treated him coldly all along. Actually, I came here to. Su Yuhan hesitated mid-sentence. She wanted to invite Yun Feiyang to work at her new company. Offer him a 30% stake in the company, give him a decent position, and together they could build it into something great. But just now, Su Yuhan hesitated. Yun Feiyang had joined the general management office at China Resources, and with the support of a friend like Jiang Bai, he was bound to have a promising future ahead. But what about Su Yuhan? Although the new company had 200 million yuan in investment, whether it could succeed was still an unknown. Asking Yun Feiyang to abandon his current promising career to start a business with her, Su Yuhan, was something she just couldn't bring herself to say. Actually, I just came to see you today to see how you're doing at the company. Su Yuhan hesitated, but still couldn't bring herself to say it. Su Yuhan hadn't treated Yun Feiyang well in the past, yet he had consistently helped her without expecting anything in return, enduring everyone's scorn and ridicule. What right did she have to ask him to share her hardships now? Seeing the hesitation and distress on Su Yuhan's face, Yun Feiyang understood. Had Yun Feiyang not seen that equity distribution document last night, he might never have known Su Yuhan's true intentions. Su Yuhan had come to invite Yun Feiyang to join her company. But this foolish girl didn't want to hinder Yun Feiyang's future, so she hesitated to broach the subject. What Su Yuhan didn't realize was that for her sake, Yun Feiyang wouldn't care about a promising career or even the greatest favor in the world. I'm not happy at the company either. Let's eat first. Yun Feiyang gave a mysterious smile. It seemed he'd have to take the initiative. Throughout the entire meal, Feiyang kept serving food onto Su Yuhan's plate, leaving Jiang by shaking his head in disbelief.
In the foreign mercenary circles, Feiyang was known as an emotionless killing machine.
How many terrorist heads had been severed by those very hands now serving food? When killing, Feiyang never even flinched.
Yet here he was, in the small town of Donghai, revealing such tenderness for a woman. Jiang Bai couldn't help but sigh. It seemed this woman named Su Yuhan truly possessed an extraordinary charm. After the meal, just as Jiang Bai was about to head back to the hotel to rest, Feiyang quietly pulled him aside.
Jiang Bai, do two things for me first?
Feiyang said mysteriously.
How did I end up becoming your personal errand boy?
Jiang Bai shook his head, clearly annoyed.
Feeling wronged? Feiyang glared. Not at all. Just messing with you.
Jiang Bai chuckled awkwardly. If Feiyang hadn't plucked him from a street stall and hooked him up with a computer whiz as a mentor, he'd probably still be scraping by overseas, fixing phones and computers. First thing, make a call and find me a few world-class chefs to cook dinner for my wife every night. During the time Feiyang was away from Su Yuhan's home, she had been eating takeout daily, causing her carefully managed stomach issues to flare up again. Having top chefs prepare her dinners would free Su Yuhan to focus better on launching her new company.
TSK, didn't expect you to be such a wife-dominated guy.
Your sister-in-law is pretty, but you're not exactly a love-struck fool.
What exactly about her has you so smitten?
Jiang Bai pursed his lips and shook his head.
You don't know. Feiyang glared and said, the second thing is more important, and it also involves Yuhan. You absolutely must get it done. Chapter 93, give me 48 hours.
Jiang Bai raised an eyebrow at Feiyang and said smugly, your business is my business.
You don't trust me to get things done? Fine.
Feiyang slapped Jiang Bai on the shoulder.
You know Taylor Swift, right? That American singer, Taylor Swift?
Jiang Bai nodded blankly.
I've heard her songs before. What's up? You're not trying to hit on her, are you? You animal. If my sister-in-law finds out about this. Feiyang quickly covered Jiang Bai's blabbering mouth and whispered, what's with all the shouting? Do I look like that kind of person? Wah!
Jiang Bai, his mouth covered, glared and protested fiercely.
Feiyang explained, I want you to invite Taylor Swift to sing a song at my wife's business banquet. Jiang Bai nodded, pushed Feiyang's hand away, and cleared his throat. Is my sister-in-law also a Taylor Swift fan? That's probably right. It wasn't until after their wedding that Feiyang discovered Su Yuhan's fondness for this female singer, Taylor Swift.
In Su Yuhan's bedroom, numerous Taylor Swift albums were displayed. After their marriage, Su Yuhan had been feeling quite low, but listening to Taylor Swift's songs every day lifted her spirits.
Feiyang knew Su Yuhan adored Taylor Swift. If Taylor Swift could perform a song at Su Yuhan's birthday party at the end of the month and meet her in person, Su Yuhan would be overjoyed. So it's all about your sister-in-law again.
You'll stop at nothing to win her favor.
Jiang Bai sighed. He'd never seen Feiyang so invested in any woman before. Cut the chatter. Can you get Taylor Swift to come? If not, I'll find someone else to help.
Feiyang had prepared two options. Perhaps Uncle Rome had that kind of clout. If all else failed, Feiyang would have no choice but to call that Swedish royal princess.
It's all for my wife's happiness anyway. Who says it can't be done? A man can't admit he can't do something.
Jiang Bai glared, my sister-in-law's business is my business. This might be tricky, but trust me, I've got this.
Fine. Remember this, by the end of this month, she must be ready.
Feiyang growled under his breath, I'm staking my lifelong happiness on you.
If you screw this up, believe me, I'll castrate you. Relax. I'm heading to the hotel for a nap.
Within 48 hours, I guarantee good news.
Jiang Bai pounded his chest in assurance to Feiyang. Get lost.
Not far away, Su Yuhan watched Feiyang and Jiang Bai whispering to each other, her expression growing complex. Not long ago, Feiyang had been a henpecked husband stuck at home doing laundry and cooking. But in the blink of an eye, he had transformed so much that Su Yuhan barely recognized him.
Yuhan, waiting impatiently? Feiyang's words snapped Su Yuhan out of her reverie.
Facing her was Feiyang's warm, gentle gaze, filling her heart with warmth.
In the past, Su Yuhan had deliberately ignored Feiyang.
Now, thinking back, no matter how cold she had been to him, Feiyang had always greeted her with a smile, his face full of affection.
Did your friend leave? Su Yuhan asked. He's gone.
He was on vacation, but I called him over. He flew for over 10 hours and is heading to the hotel to rest now. Feiyang's casual tone caught Su Yuhan off guard.
Feiyang and this Jiang Bai must be incredibly close, huh? He came just because you called?
Su Yuhan asked doubtfully, how come he's so good to you? I treat him well, so naturally he treats me well. This world is full of kindness. Those who treat others with kindness rarely have bad luck. Feiyang gazed at Su Yuhan with a warm smile, his expression gentle.
This was actually a lesson Su Yuhan had taught Feiyang.
Over a decade ago, when 4-year-old Su Yuhan placed money in Feiyang's hand, he had already grasped this truth.
That's why he would treat Su Yuhan well for the rest of his life.
Su Yuhan paused, her eyes softening.
Throughout their first year of marriage, Yun Feiyang had lived by this very principle.
No matter how she treated him, Yun Feiyang had always been gentle with her.
That 10 million you pulled out earlier, that was thanks to your friend Jiang Bai, right? And getting into China resources? President Zhang must have been so supportive of you because of Jiang Bai's influence, right?
Su Yuhan's tone carried a hint of regret as she said, I misunderstood you before, thinking you'd befriended some shady character. Jiang Bai may be a bit of a chatterbox, but he's actually a decent friend.
Yun Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He really is a good person.
But the 10 million yuan and the job at the company, those had nothing to do with Jiang Bai.
Nothing to do with Jiang Bai? Su Yuhan froze. Then who did you borrow the money from? Yun Feiyang gave a mysterious smile. Didn't I tell you before? I'm a second-generation rich kid from a wealthy family, no less. Su Yuhan shook her head and laughed. Then why would a wealthy heir like you marry into the Su family? Even if you don't care about your own reputation, doesn't your family at least value theirs?
If Yun Feiyang were truly a wealthy second-generation heir, his family would have arranged a marriage with a wealthy heiress long ago.
Why would he marry into the Su family, doing something so scandalous? What's reputation? Compared to you, it's nothing. Yun Feiyang said with a smile. You? Su Yuhan froze. Truth be told, Yun Feiyang's words had struck a deep chord within Su Yuhan's heart. Unfortunately, Yun Feiyang wasn't some rich second-generation heir. Alright, I know you value your pride. Even if you borrowed money from Jiang Bai, it's fine. I won't say a word. Jiang Bai is a reliable friend. Su Yuhan smiled. She understood why Yun Feiyang had claimed to be a rich kid. He simply felt embarrassed to admit he'd borrowed money from Jiang Bai in front of her. Yuhan, why won't you trust me? Yun Feiyang shook his head with a wry smile. He really was a second-generation tycoon. Alright, I wouldn't look down on you anyway. Just focus on doing a good job at China Resources. With Jiang Bai as your friend helping you, your future is bright. Who knows, maybe I'll even need your help someday. Su Yuhan gazed at Yun Feiyang with her beautiful eyes, her smile radiant. Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered explaining his wealthy background. The truth would come out eventually anyway. Right now, he was more interested in Su Yuhan's new company. Yun Feiyang cleared his throat lightly and said, Yuhan, if I'm not mistaken, you came here today hoping I'd help you out at your new company, right? At his words, Su Yuhan's body trembled, her eyes wide with astonishment. How did you know? Chapter 94, because you are my entire world. Yun Feiyang shouldn't know about the new company, right? Su Yuhan was certain she hadn't given anything away. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly and offered a casual excuse. When you took your phone out of your bag just now, I caught a glimpse of a contract. I took a wild guess and it turned out to be right. There was no need for Su Yuhan to hide this. She admitted, I did consider asking for your help, but after seeing Jiang Bai, I hesitated. Su Yuhan bit her lip, her voice tinged with self-reproach. This past year of marriage, I haven't treated you well. You gave up job opportunities to help me recover my health. Now that your career at China Resources is so promising, I don't want you to sacrifice your future for me. Why are you being so formal with me? Yun Feiyang shook his head and smiled. I'm not happy at China Resources. I was planning to quit anyway. Look, I've even written my resignation letter. With a fanatic like Lin Miaomiao around, Yun Feiyang was at his wit's end. Yun Feiyang pulled a resignation letter from his pocket, one he'd specifically prepared this morning, unexpectedly now put to use. You plan to quit? As a general manager's assistant at China Resources, you earn at least 20,000 a month. Think this through. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Why would Yun Feiyang walk away from such a cushy, well-paying job? Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. Ever since you left the Su Corporation to start your own business, I've been thinking about leaving. At China Resources, I'd be working for someone else my whole life. Following you might be tougher, but what if the company takes off? Then I'd be a boss myself. Imagine how impressive that would look. But if you join my company, people will gossip about you. It was all for her sake. A flicker of heartfelt emotion clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. Everyone always said Yun Feiyang was living off Su Yuhan. Even if Yun Feiyang did an outstanding job at Su Yuhan's new company and helped it thrive, people would still say he was riding on her coattails. How could anyone see him as a boss? Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. As long as you don't think that way, it's fine. Haven't people always called me a freeloader? Let them talk. I'm used to it. This is my decision. If you don't hire me, I'll just go back to being that guy who stays home freeloading every day. For me, you gave up such a promising future. Was it really worth it? Su Yuhan gazed at Yun Feiyang with her beautiful eyes and asked in a solemn voice. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly, pointing to his heart as he spoke softly, In my heart, you are the whole world. Ha! A gentle breeze swept by, stirring Su Yuhan's heart. Gazing at the man before her with unwavering resolve, Su Yuhan felt a tangible flutter in her heart for the very first time. Throughout their marriage of over a year, Su Yuhan had never once looked at Yun Feiyang with genuine regard.
Yet in Yun Feiyang's heart, she was the most important person.
For her sake, Yun Feiyang would even give up his lucrative job and promising career. I'm sorry.
This past year, I've caused you so much hardship. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes brimmed with self-reproach and unshed tears as she choked out, the money you borrowed from Jiangbai, I'll help you pay it back. Unable to explain, Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly, honestly, you really don't need to repay this money.
It was his own money, why would he need to repay it? Su Yuhan shook her head.
I know you and Jiangbai are close, but it's still his money.
It should be repaid. Forget it. Hearing Su Yuhan's words, Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. It seemed she wouldn't believe his explanation anytime soon. It made sense.
Yun Feiyang had always been the one doing the laundry and cooking. No one would believe he was the youngest son of the Yun family from the capital.
Yun Feiyang told Su Yuhan, wait for me outside.
I need to submit my resignation. The new company needs my help these days.
Feel free to call me anytime.
He dared not let Su Yuhan enter the company. If Lin Miaomiao spotted her, it would spell big trouble.
Su Yuhan nodded. Okay. I'll need your help on opening day. Yun Feiyang turned and entered the company.
After scanning the area and confirming Lin Miaomiao wasn't present, he dared to sneak inside.
Su Yuhan was standing right at the company entrance. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Miaomiao get involved with him, otherwise, if Su Yuhan found out, there'd be no way to explain it.
Arriving at Zhang Weiguang's company, Yun Feiyang handed over his resignation letter and stated, I won't be coming to the company anymore.
Zhang Weiguang tremblingly accepted it.
Seeing the two characters' resignation letter on the envelope, he immediately panicked.
Young Master Yun, has some blind fool offended you again? Was it that one? Is she spreading rumors about your calligraphy to ruin your reputation?
Rest assured, I'll have old Lu fire her immediately.
Zhang Weiguang's voice trembled slightly.
Yesterday's meeting with Uncle Rong was still vivid in his mind. Yun Feiyang wasn't just the young master of the Yun family in the capital, he was also the young master Uncle Rong spoke of. How much influence had Uncle Rong, that falcon hunter, built for Yun Feiyang in the East Sea over the years? Now, a third of Donghai's resources were in Yun Feiyang's hands.
Truth be told, Yun Hanshan's assets were nothing compared to Yun Feiyang's. Zhang Weiguang dared not do anything to offend Yun Feiyang.
Seeing Zhang Weiguang trembling with fear, Yun Feiyang waved his hand and said, working at China Resources was just to give my mother some closure. Leaving the company was inevitable, it was my own decision, and it has nothing to do with Wenwen. Wenwen was certainly despicable, but she was still Zhang Qingqing's daughter.
Out of respect for Zhang Qingqing, Yun Feiyang wouldn't ruin Wenwen's future prospects. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to stoop to the level of a minor player like Wenwen. I see. That's truly unfortunate. Zhang Weiguang's expression finally eased slightly. So what are your future plans, young Master Yun? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened, causing Zhang Weiguang to flinch. He didn't press further. Then I'll go announce it. Let's throw a farewell party for young Master Yun.
Zhang Weiguang was scheming in his mind how to curry favor with Yun Feiyang, but Yun Feiyang waved him off repeatedly.
Absolutely not. If Lin Miaomiao finds out I'm leaving, it'll only make things worse. The thought of Lin Miaomiao clinging to him like glue gave Yun Feiyang a headache. Rest assured, young Master Yun. Lin Miaomiao isn't working today.
Lin Xingxuan personally called to ensure she won't be coming in from now on. Zhang Weiguang snorted lightly, inwardly sneering, blind fool. Lin Xingxuan had his reasons for doing this to prevent Lin Miaomiao from ever coming into contact with Yun Feiyang. Little did he realize that the young master he sought to ingratiate himself with was none other than Yun Feiyang, the very person he'd been guarding against all along.
Handle it yourself. Forget the farewell party.
Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the company.
Zhang Weiguang followed closely behind.
Outside the office, Zhang Weiguang clapped his hands and announced, effective today, Mr. Yun Feiyang will be leaving our company. It has been an honor for China Resources to have Mr. Yun with us. Please rise for a round of applause.
With that, Zhang Weiguang began clapping first.
Not far away, Wenwen's lips curled into a smug, cold smile.
Yun Feiyang had finally left the company. Chapter 95, If you don't want to work here, get out. Ever since Yun Feiyang joined the company, Wenwen felt overshadowed by him in every aspect. Now that he was finally leaving, Wenwen breathed a huge sigh of relief. He's leaving?
But he was doing just fine at Huarun, one employee asked, looking utterly confused.
Yun Feiyang was practically treated like royalty at China Resources now. Even Zhang Weiguang and Lin Miaomiao gave him face. Why would he suddenly leave the company? Of course. You could tell Yun Feiyang wasn't ordinary the moment he arrived.
He came to Huarun to experience life. Leaving was inevitable.
True. A small place like Huarun could never hold a big shot like Yun Feiyang.
Ever since Lin Miaomiao publicly hinted at her feelings for Yun Feiyang, every employee at Huarun knew he was no ordinary man. Though surprised by his departure, the employees dared not show the slightest disrespect. Amidst hushed murmurs, everyone rose to their feet, their eyes brimming with respect. Seeing the flattery heaped upon Yun Feiyang, Wen's face darkened with displeasure.
What's there to gloat about? It's all thanks to Lin Miao's favor, isn't it? Wen's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either, just loud enough for Yun Feiyang to hear.
But Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to stoop to the level of a minor figure like Wen. Without a backward glance, he left the company.
Zhang Weiguan's expression darkened. He shot Wen a fierce glare before hurrying after Yun Feiyang out of the building. He'd deal with Wen when she returned. Wen's desk was by the window. Through the glass, she watched Zhang Weiguan bow and scrape as he escorted Yun Feiyang to the entrance.
Standing there was the cold, elegant woman she'd seen earlier.
Who else could it be but Su Yuhan?
Yun Feiyang got into a car with Su Yuhan and drove off.
Wen's expression darkened further. She snorted coldly under her breath. If it weren't for Su Yuhan and Lin Miao, what would you be? A pretty boy.
Wen sat down angrily, her expression thick with resentment. He was just the son of a down-and-out woman. If it weren't for those women backing him up, could Yun Feiyang really strut around like that in front of her, Wen? Suddenly, a cold voice cut through Wen's thoughts.
Wen.
The icy, commanding tone startled Wen, making her jerk her head up.
It was Zhang Weiguan. Mr. Zhang, did you need me? In front of Zhang Weiguan, Wen dared not show the slightest disrespect.
She kept her hands at her sides, adopting what she considered a sweet demeanor. Starting today, you're leaving the secretariat. The company's marketing department is currently short-staffed. You'll be assisting there. What? Wen froze in shock, immediately grabbing Zhang Weiguan's arm. Mr. Zhang, why? I've been doing well in the secretariat. Why transfer me to marketing? The secretariat was the second most important department in the company after the general manager's office. The work was easy, and the pay was decent. But the marketing department? That's a grueling place. Running around in all kinds of weather doing market research and promotions. With her delicate complexion, how could she possibly handle that kind of work? And to top it off, the pay is shockingly low. Don't want to go? Then you can just leave the company. Allowing you to work in the marketing department is already doing you a huge favor. Wen really doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. When Yun Feiyang just left, Wen actually had the nerve to mock him? Who does she think she is? What right does she have to mock the young master of the Yun family from the capital? Of course, Yun Feiyang was also the young master Uncle Rong spoke of. Given Yun Feiyang's current standing, Wen isn't even worth a single strand of his hair. If Yun Feiyang hadn't spared Wen out of respect for Zhang Qingqing and instructed Zhang Weiguan not to make things difficult for her, Zhang Weiguan would have kicked this blind fool out of the company right now. I know some wealthy young masters. You can't treat me like this. In her desperation, Wen invoked the unseen wealthy young master, hoping Zhang Weiguan would show some respect. Zhang Weiguan snorted coldly, then go ahead and call that rich playboy over here right now to back you up. Even if he actually shows up, my stance won't change, take it or leave it. Zhang Weiguan's words carried a volume that instantly drew the attention of many in the company. Now, every gaze fixed on Wen was tinged with peculiarity, even a hint of mockery. Was Wen using her wealthy playboy hookup as a shield again? How shameless. Doesn't she know what she is? Would President Zhang give her any face? Wen's face instantly flushed crimson. Being publicly berated by Zhang Weiguan left her utterly humiliated. If you think our marketing department isn't good enough for the Wen family's young lady, then get out of this company. Huarun can't afford someone like you. Zhang Weiguan coldly dropped the remark before storming out. Wen stood there, her face flushed, as colleagues pointed and whispered around her, utterly humiliated. For a split second, Wen felt an impulse to storm out of the company, but she lacked the courage. In Wen's eyes, China Resources was a highly reputable company. Working there meant that even if word got out, Wen Guangshan would still hold his head high among relatives and friends. If Wen were suddenly fired, what face would she have left? Although the marketing department wasn't as leisurely or well paid as the secretariat, compared to other companies, it was still a pretty cushy job. Gritting her teeth, Wen sat back down, head bowed. Feeling the strange stares from those around her, she silently cursed Yun Feiyang. It was all Yun Feiyang's fault, that jinx. He must have badmouthed her to Zhang Weiguan, forcing her into the marketing department. Just you wait, she'd make Yun Feiyang pay. What Wen didn't know was that if not for Yun Feiyang putting in a good word for her out of respect for Zhang Qingqing, she would have been kicked out of the company long ago. Even the job opportunity she treasured so dearly meant absolutely nothing to Yun Feiyang. The entire China Resources Group was Yun Feiyang's company. Yun Feiyang sat in Su Yuhan's car, originally planning to go with her to scout locations for the new company. But midway through the trip, Yun Feiyang's phone suddenly rang. Though the number wasn't saved in his contacts, Yun Feiyang recognized it. It was the police station that had called him earlier. Could something have happened to Shun Lanji? Yun Feiyang's heart sank, his expression instantly turning cold, and the aura around him grew icy. If that bastard Fu Hongxing dared to do anything out of line, Yun Feiyang would have him torn to shreds. Sensing the shift in Yun Feiyang's aura, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes narrowed with a hint of confusion.
Chapter 96, You're a Suspect Too. In Su Yuhan's mind, Yun Feiyang had always been the calm, even-tempered type.
But now, with his face dark and an icy chill radiating from him, he seemed almost unrecognizable to Su Yuhan. Was this really the same Yun Feiyang who never uttered a word when Zhang Qiuyun taunted him at home? Hello? As Su Yuhan's mind wandered, Yun Feiyang had already answered the call. Yun Feiyang, right? Shenlanji's company has officially issued an ultimatum to Ms. Shenlanji. If she fails to repay the missing 50,000 yuan, the company will file a lawsuit against her. The policewoman's voice came through the phone, making Yun Feiyang's heart tighten. Lawsuit? Shenlanji never took a single penny from the company. This is all a false accusation by that bastard Fu Hongxing.
I'm coming over now. Yun Feiyang's icy tone made Su Yuhan frown. Is something wrong? Su Yuhan asked, frowning. Nothing major. Whenever he spoke to Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang's voice was always as gentle as a spring breeze. I might not be able to accompany you to pick out the company location. Drop me off at the next intersection. I have something to take care of. Yun Feiyang told Su Yuhan. If you're in a hurry, I can drive you there. Su Yuhan glanced at Yun Feiyang. It's fine. I can handle it myself. Alright then. Even as she said this, Su Yuhan couldn't help but wonder inwardly. What on earth could be causing Yun Feiyang to react so strongly? After getting out of Su Yuhan's car, Yun Feiyang immediately called Jiang Bai. After a long pause, Jiang Bai's sleepy voice came through the phone. Hey, don't you have any conscience? I flew over 10 hours for you without sleeping a wink. I just dozed off, and you're already disturbing me? Yun Feiyang snapped coldly, cut the crap. Get to work. What's more important than sleep? Jiang Bai grumbled. Remember I mentioned restoring the surveillance footage? It's about my mom. Yun Feiyang's voice turned grim. Some blind bastard deleted the company surveillance footage and framed my mom for stealing company money. Get your ass up now and come with me to clear her name. At Yun Feiyang's words, Jiang Bai jolted awake and leaped from the bed. ING with your mom is ING with mine, he roared. I'll castrate that bastard myself. Jiang Bai moved fast. Before long, Yun Feiyang spotted the Bentley Continental he was driving approaching from a distance. This guy really doesn't know how to keep a low profile. He just arrived in Donghai and already drives a top-tier luxury car like this. Yun Feiyang, get in the car. Jiang Bai slammed the car door open and bellowed at Yun Feiyang, drawing stares from passers-by. Anyone who gets picked up in a car like this must be no ordinary person. Meanwhile, inside the police station, Fu Hongxing sat with his legs crossed, smugly gazing at Shenlanji across from him. After arriving at work today, Fu Hongxing had exposed the incident of losing 50,000 yuan in reimbursement funds during the company meeting. It was clearly aimed at Shenlanji. With the surveillance footage deleted, Shenlanji was left with no way to defend herself. The company had no choice but to hand the matter over to the police. A female officer led several police officers to the company specifically to gather evidence. But what crucial evidence could such an incident possibly leave behind? Apart from the deleted surveillance footage, they found absolutely nothing. The female officer even invited the most skilled computer technician from the police station to attempt video recovery. Shenlanji paid no attention to Fu Hongxing's smug demeanor, her eyes fixed intently on the screen. Her only hope now was that the tech guy could quickly recover the surveillance footage, which would clear her of suspicion. The tech guy, wearing round glasses, worked at the computer for a long time before sighing helplessly and shaking his head. Sorry, the surveillance footage has been formatted multiple times. The entire data set is completely fragmented. I can't recover it. Is there really no way to try? Shenlanji's eyes betrayed a hint of desperation. Ma'am, I'd love to help, but my skills are limited. Let me give you an analogy. The tech guy pushed his glasses up and continued. The data on this hard drive is like hundreds of files that have been shredded and then mashed into a pulp. Unless you find a top-tier expert. Seeing the technician's troubled expression, the policewoman reassured Shenlanji, Auntie, this young man is a top graduate from the Public Security University's cybersecurity program. If even he can't recover it, it's unlikely anyone in Donghai could help you restore the surveillance footage. To be honest, after so many years on the front lines, the officer had a keen eye for such things. Shenlanji carried herself with the grace of a well-bred lady, hardly the type to take things without permission. And what a coincidence, the surveillance footage from Fu Hongxing's room had been deleted. The officer leaned more toward believing someone was framing Shenlanji. But everything requires evidence. Without sufficient proof, the officer couldn't do much to help Shenlanji. Even if some expert really did restore the footage for her, what difference would it make? It would only solidify the evidence of her crime. Fu Hongxing snorted coldly beside her, his face clearly smug with satisfaction. Do you think we police officers are just sitting around doing nothing? If Anshin hadn't taken the money, we would definitely find evidence to help clear her name. The female officer's beautiful eyes turned cold as she fixed Fu Hongxing with a stare.
Frankly, Fu Hongxing was a greasy middle-aged man with shifty, thieving eyes, obviously no good.
Innocent? She's a thief who stole company money. What innocence could she possibly have?
Hearing the officer's sharp tone, Fu Hongxing sneered even more sarcastically. Young lady, you don't seem very capable, but you sure have a big mouth.
Don't forget, your job is to serve us.
Our duty is indeed to serve the people, she replied.
Therefore, we absolutely will not frame an innocent person.
There are many suspicious points in this case, so we've decided to investigate further.
What else is there to investigate? On the day my money went missing, only Shenlanji entered my room. Who else could it be? Fu Hongxing roared. It could be you.
The female officer replied coldly.
Besides Anshin, you were the only one who handled that 50,000 yuan. You could very well be the one who took it. Are you out of your mind? What reason would I have to take that money? Just because you can't restore the surveillance footage, you're trying to pin this on me? Let me tell you, I know your superiors. Do you think I'd sue you for defamation?
Fu Hong shouted, furious and flustered.
Since you can't prove your innocence either, we'll wait until the surveillance is restored.
The female officer already had a poor impression of Fu Hongxing, and his arrogant attitude only deepened her distaste.
Fu Hongxing roared, restore the footage? Didn't you hear what your tech guy said? With his skills, he can't restore it. No one in the entire East China Sea can. So, if the footage can never be restored, does that mean you'll never close this case? Who says no one can restore the surveillance?
Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway, drawing everyone's attention.
Chapter 97, Stick Your Head in the Toilet. The new arrivals were none other than Yun Feiyang and Zhang Bai. The moment Fu Hongxing saw Yun Feiyang, a flash of anger crossed his face.
Pointing an accusing finger at Yun Feiyang, he shouted in fury. Officer! This kid attacked me for no reason yesterday. I'm pressing charges. Fu Hongxing still bore bruises and swelling on his face, and even his body showed signs of bruising. Had Yun Feiyang not deliberately spared his life, he would likely have been dead by now.
Sue me? Do you have any evidence? Yun Feiyang snorted coldly. Who witnessed me attacking you yesterday? Let me tell you, everything requires evidence. You!
Fu Hongxing's face twisted with rage, then he lowered his voice to threaten. Kid, don't get cocky. Mark my words with me involved, that theft charge against your mother is as good as sealed.
You? A cold, contemptuous smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips.
Just the HR director of some small company.
With Jiang Bai here, we can restore the surveillance footage. Fu Hongxing's accusations will collapse on their own.
Kid, don't forget Shenlanji was the only one who entered my office that day.
Besides her taking the money, who else could it be?
Fu Hongxing wore a smug expression, reveling in the fantasy that no one could restore the surveillance footage. Within the company, he was the HR director, while Shenlanji was merely a lowly employee.
Given the contrast, the company president would surely believe him over Shenlanji. But there are surveillance tapes, right? Yun Feiyang pursed his lips, gesturing toward the surveillance tapes on the desk. Fu Hongxing sneered smugly, are you out of your mind?
The surveillance footage was formatted due to a technical error.
What surveillance is there to watch?
I'm sorry, I've already arranged for a computer expert to help Anshin, but it's truly beyond our capabilities. A hint of guilt flickered in the female officer's beautiful eyes.
That day, the female officer had solemnly promised Yun Feiyang that if Shenlanji was wrongfully accused, she would see justice served.
But the surveillance footage had been formatted multiple times. They truly had no way to recover it.
It's okay.
I told you before, I'll find the evidence to prove my mother's innocence.
Yun Feiyang held a favorable impression of the female officer.
Though she had a bit of a temper, at least she was doing her best.
Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, the female officer's delicate brows furrowed slightly. What did Yun Feiyang mean by those words? Was he deliberately trying to corner her?
The surveillance footage from Fu Hongxing's office is the only evidence.
Didn't you hear what I just said?
The recording has been formatted multiple times. It's nearly impossible to recover.
Why won't you listen?
Her beautiful eyes held a hint of reproach.
Why was this young man so stubborn? Did he really need her to spell it out so clearly? Could it be that Yun Feiyang was trying to find someone to recover the surveillance footage? But in Donghai, is there anyone more skilled with computers than this young man with glasses? Who says surveillance footage can't be restored after being formatted multiple times?
Jiang Bai stepped forward slowly, his gaze radiating unwavering confidence. Even if it's been formatted hundreds of times, I can restore the surveillance footage to its most pristine state. Jiang Bai's words instantly drew the attention of the bespectacled male officer. The officer pushed up his thick glasses, his gaze fixed on Jiang Bai with a look of intense scrutiny. The entire surveillance footage was severely fragmented. Add to that the repeated read-writes from previous recordings. Restoring it to its original state would be incredibly difficult, wouldn't it? The officer was a computer expert himself. He couldn't believe anyone in Donghai possessed greater technical prowess than he did.
Him? The female officer looked at Jiang Bai with confusion, then turned to Yun Feiyang. Did you bring this person? Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod. He's an assistant I invited. But don't misunderstand, I trust your capabilities.
I brought him along as a precaution, not out of any disrespect toward you. Fearing the female officer might take offense at his tone, Feiyang hastily explained.
Is he any good? The officer frowned.
Jiang Bai looked clean-cut and unassuming, hardly the image of a skilled fighter.
Hearing the officer's words, Feiyang remained silent, while Jiang Bai frowned in displeasure. You don't trust me?
Jiang Bai's eyebrows knitted together.
I absolutely hate it when people doubt my computer skills.
Let me put it this way, if I can't restore the surveillance feed within 5 minutes, I won't just eat the surveillance footage, I'll eat the entire computer.
Ridiculous.
He, Jiang Bai, could hack into the world's most secure systems undetected.
Restoring a mere surveillance feed? Child's play. No. He couldn't let him try. Just then, Fu Hongxing shouted, this guy's background is unknown. He's not one of your police officers. What right does he have to touch evidence? For some reason, seeing Jiang Bai so confident suddenly made Fu Hongxing feel a bit uneasy. Though the company's tech had assured him it was nearly impossible to restore surveillance footage that had been overwritten multiple times, there was always a chance. This kid was so confident, could he possibly have a way to recover the footage? If that happened, the whole thing would be exposed. How could he not be qualified? The female officer snorted coldly. We police often enlist citizens to assist with investigations. If he can recover the footage, he has every right to handle evidence. Besides, with me here, why would we fear him causing trouble? A cold smile curled the corners of her mouth. You're so afraid of the footage being recovered, got something to hide? What could I possibly have to hide? Ridiculous. Fu Hongxing's voice boomed, yet his expression and tone betrayed a hint of panic. Before he could finish, Jiang Bai had already stepped to the computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard at a speed so rapid even the male officer beside him couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Blazing fast. The male officer murmured. Even I can't keep up. As a computer expert, he knew his keyboard better than he knew himself. His typing speed had long since reached standards unattainable by others. And these top computer talents would occasionally compete in typing speed just for fun. But witnessing Jiang Bai's speed, even this elite computer expert felt utterly outclassed. Hey, kid, you said it yourself, if you couldn't restore the surveillance within 5 minutes, you'd eat the computer. 2 minutes have already passed. Where's the surveillance? Why can't I see even a single frame? Seeing he couldn't stop Jiang Bai from restoring the feed, Fu Hongxing changed tactics, trying to break Jiang Bai's concentration with his voice. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Fu Hongxing. The icy glare that met him sent a shiver down Fu Hongxing's spine. Fu Hongxing, I warn you, shut your filthy mouth. If you utter another word, I'll shove your face into the toilet. You remember what happened last night, don't you? Chapter 98, The Great Crime. Feiyang's icy words instantly made Fu Hongxing break out in a cold sweat. That night, Fu Hongxing had gone to harass Shenlanji, only to be pinned to the ground and beaten senseless by Feiyang. Even now, Fu Hongxing's body still ached from the beating. Facing Feiyang's icy glare, Fu Hongxing swallowed hard in terror. Officer! Did you hear that? This guy threatened me. Are you just going to let this slide? Fu Hongxing pointed at Feiyang, shouting in fury. The female officer, who had long disliked Fu Hongxing, replied coldly, I only saw someone obstructing this young man from recovering evidence. Beyond that, I saw nothing else. You! Fu Hongxing was choked with rage by the officer's words, but he dared not confront her. He could only snort heavily and mutter, if this kid can't restore the surveillance footage, I'll definitely go complain to your superiors. The officer shot Fu Hongxing a dismissive glance, clearly not interested in engaging with him. So what if he complains? She hadn't done anything against procedure. From start to finish, she'd been doing her utmost to find evidence. Even if she faced her superiors, she had nothing to feel guilty about. Tap. Jiang Bai's train of thought remained completely unaffected by the commotion around him. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and unseen strings of English text appeared on the screen. Shenlanji clasped Feiyang's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with deep concern. Truthfully, when that male officer couldn't restore the surveillance footage earlier, Shenlanji had felt utterly hopeless. But the arrival of Jiang Bai and Feiyang reignited a glimmer of hope within her. But she didn't know Jiang Bai's true capabilities, and a lingering worry still gnawed at her heart. Mom, don't worry. If even my friends can't restore this surveillance footage, then probably no one in the world could. Feiyang patted Shenlanji's shoulder reassuringly. His words drew the female officer's sideways glance. I know you're trying to comfort Anshin, but you shouldn't exaggerate like that. There are plenty of skilled computer experts in the world, don't go throwing around terms like the whole world. Keep it low-key. The female officer frowned as she cautioned Feiyang. Feiyang, your tone is way too cocky. Doesn't he know there's always someone better out there? Could this bespectacled young man possibly be the world's most formidable hacker? Feiyang gave a faint smile, choosing not to engage with the policewoman. After all, she was just doing her job catching criminals. She might have a fiery temper, but she wasn't a bad person.
Yun Feiyang saw no point in holding a grudge against her.
Clatter. With a storm of rapid keystrokes, Jiang Bai left a white skull icon on the computer screen, clapped his hands, and stood up. Mission accomplished 3 minutes and 21 seconds.
Jiang Bai glanced at his watch and snapped his fingers. Before everyone's eyes, the previously pitch-black surveillance feed instantly restored its image.
Success?
Shenlanji's eyes brimmed with joy as she grabbed Jiang Bai's hand, her voice filled with gratitude.
Thank you, young man. You've done this auntie a huge favor. Jiang Bai smiled. No need for formalities, auntie.
Yun Feiyang and I share a bond forged in life and death.
As his mother, you're like my own mother. How could I not help when you've been wronged? You're Jiang Bai? The legendary hacker known as the White Bone Spirit in the hacker community, that's you?
The male officer gazed at Jiang Bai with reverence, as if seeing his own idol.
You know me?
Jiang Bai turned his head, frowning as he asked.
I saw the white skull on the computer and thought of you.
Then you just introduced yourself as Jiang Bai to Aunt Shin, so I knew it had to be you.
The male officer pulled out a notebook and handed it to Jiang Bai. Could you sign it for me?
I deeply admire your computer skills, especially that legendary moment when you represented China and single-handedly defeated over a dozen top international hackers. It's still vivid in my memory. I was in my junior year back then, and that experience made me resolve to become a top-tier hacker like you someday, to bring glory to our country.
Jiang Bai glanced at Yun Feiyang and said smugly, see? I told you I had fans. And you didn't believe me. Cut the crap and sign the autograph already. He went out of his way to help my mom, don't you owe him a proper thank you?
Yun Feiyang playfully tapped Jiang Bai's smug forehead, causing the female officer nearby to widen her beautiful eyes in surprise.
Judging by the male officer's tone, this Jiang Bai really was a world-class hacker?
Earlier, Yun Feiyang had told Shenlanji that if Jiang Bai couldn't restore the surveillance footage, no one in the world could. The female officer had even reminded Yun Feiyang that there were always people more skilled than you, and the sky was limitless. She'd assumed Yun Feiyang was just bragging to comfort Shenlanji, but it turned out to be true? Thinking back to her earlier ungrateful and harsh words, the female officer couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry. I was indeed too hasty earlier. The policewoman said apologetically to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang smiled faintly. I haven't even thanked you for helping my mother so much.
No need to apologize.
The officer might have a fiery temper, but she was genuinely kind-hearted.
She meant no harm, and Yun Feiyang saw no reason to hold a grudge. I didn't really do anything. The female officer shook her head apologetically.
Although she had called in the male officer to restore the surveillance footage, he too had been helpless.
If Yun Feiyang hadn't sought Jiang Bai's assistance, the footage would never have been recovered.
Now, the female officer felt not only a bit of guilt toward Yun Feiyang, but also a touch of curiosity.
Judging by his attire, Yun Feiyang didn't seem wealthy or influential. How could he possibly know Jiang Bai, one of the world's top hackers? And the way Jiang Bai and Yun Feiyang addressed each other as brothers, could it be that Yun Feiyang had some powerful connections? Let's check the surveillance footage first. Shenlanji reminded him, her beautiful eyes casting a cold glance at Fu Hongxing. Shenlanji's situation was entirely a trap set by Fu Hongxing. Now that the surveillance was restored, Shenlanji could finally clear her name. Cold sweat poured down Fu Hongxing's back as he mentally cursed the company's tech staff's ancestors to the 8th generation. Wasn't it supposed to be nearly impossible to restore the surveillance? How could some random tech wizard just casually restore it? If the footage were made public, it wouldn't be Shenlanji bearing the blame, it would be Fu Hongxing. The thought alone made Fu Hongxing inch closer to the surveillance footage. An idea formed in his mind: smash the camera to pieces. That way, there would be no evidence left. But just then, several figures blocked his path. Simultaneously, an icy voice pierced Fu Hongxing's ears. What do you think you're doing? That camera is evidence now. Intentionally destroying evidence is a serious crime. You better think this through. Chapter 99, you think you're getting out? Dream on. Hearing those icy words, Fu Hongxing visibly trembled, his eyes filled with deep-seated fear. The female officer was right. Restoring the surveillance footage would expose the truth. Then Fu Hongxing could simply claim he forgot to put the money away, a minor offense punishable by a few days' detention at most. He had some minor connections up there, he might even avoid punishment altogether. But if he destroyed the evidence in public? That would be a whole different story. First, his slander against Shenlanji would be proven beyond doubt. More crucially, Fu Hongxing's reputation within the company would be utterly ruined. Fu Hongxing had worked hard to climb to the position of HR director and certainly didn't want it all to end like this. Come see. That 50,000 yuan, it wasn't Anshin who took it at all. Jiang Bai's words instantly drew the attention of most people present. The surveillance footage showed Fu Hongxing secretly slipping the 50,000 yuan into his own suit pocket. Fu Hongxing. The evidence is clear, you're the one framing me. Shenlanji's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. I just forgot. I was so overwhelmed at the time, how could I have known I put the money away? Fu Hongxing scrambled to explain. Look, I'll go check my suit pocket for that 50,000 yuan right now. Lanji, I'm sorry. I'll head back to the company immediately to clear your name. Fu Hongxing quickly concocted an excuse to wriggle out of it, but how could the policewoman let him off so easily? Save those excuses for your interrogation. The female officer snorted coldly and barked, lock Fu Hongxing up. I'll interrogate him myself later. Fu Hongxing frowned. On what grounds are you arresting me? What grounds? This surveillance footage alone is enough to charge you with theft. Is that not sufficient grounds for arrest? The officer said coldly. Listen, kid, I'm telling you straight up, I know your boss. I'm giving you a chance. You'd better let me go. Otherwise. Smack. Before Fu Hongxing could finish his sentence, the female officer executed a swift takedown, pinning him face down on the table. This sudden move even startled Jiang Bai, who stared at the officer in shock, muttering, how direct is this woman? If you've committed a crime, you'll face justice. Not even the King of Heaven can escape it. Take him away. The officer moved with sharp efficiency, swiftly cuffing Fu Hongxing. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. He had anticipated the officer's actions all along. It must be said, for a woman to join the police force, she had to possess a certain sharpness and efficiency. Fine. Just you wait. Fu Hongxing's face twisted with fury as he threatened the officer. I'll be waiting for you to come find my superior. The officer had long been annoyed by Fu Hongxing's type and showed him no mercy. Kid, don't get too cocky. Once I get out of here, I'll make sure you and Shenlanji grovel at my feet. As he passed by Yun Feiyang, Fu Hongxing glared at him menacingly. Get out? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, first get yourself out of here, then we'll talk. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Jiang Bai beside him also sneered inwardly. It seemed Yun Feiyang had already planned his next move. Jiang Bai understood Yun Feiyang's nature. He valued loyalty and emotion above all else. Fu Hongxing had no sense of self-preservation, daring to lay a hand on Shenlanji. That was pure folly, as if he wished to live too long. Fu Hongxing would likely never know peace for the rest of his life. After leaving the police station, Jiang Bai drove Yun Feiyang and his son back home. When Shenlanji saw Jiang Bai driving the Bentley Continental, a look of surprise clouded her eyes. At the same time, the look she cast at Yun Feiyang carried a hint of suspicion and scrutiny. Jiang Bai came from a prominent background. After being cast aside by the Yun family, Yun Feiyang was just an ordinary person. How could he possibly know someone of Jiang Bai's standing? After returning home, Yun Feiyang sent Uncle Rong a text message, instructing him to wrap up matters related to Fu Hongxing. Just as he snapped back to reality, Yun Feiyang noticed Shenlanji sitting on the sofa, her expression grave. Feiyang, tell your mother the truth. How did you meet that young man, Jiang Bai? Yun Feiyang knew Shenlanji would ask this. He smiled and replied, I met him while serving overseas. Back then, he was just a guy who fixed phones and computers. Later, he became a top-tier hacker. I see. Shenlanji's expression softened considerably. To be honest, the recent events surrounding Yun Feiyang had been rather peculiar. Even Shenlanji could sense the strangeness. The Gao Hongru father and son had humbled themselves to beg Yun Feiyang to return to the company. Even Jiang Bai, one of the world's top hackers, had come to assist him. Could it be that Yun Feiyang had some powerful patron backing him? Shenlanji could only think of one possibility, the Yun family in the capital. But upon learning that Jiang Bai was Yun Feiyang's friend, Shenlanji felt slightly reassured. Mom, let me take you out for a walk. The Fu Hongxing situation is really upsetting. Take 2 days off from work and clear your head a bit. Yun Feiyang had no immediate plans to tell Shenlanji about the Yun family in the capital or Uncle Rong's situation. Once Mr. Lu's house was settled, Yun Feiyang could tell Shenlanji then. He no longer urged her to resign. She was probably still thinking about using that half-year bonus of over 20,000 yuan as a down payment for her own home. Alright. Exhausted by Fu Hongxing's constant harassment, Shenlanji also wanted to go out for a stroll and cook something delicious to unwind. After being reassigned to the marketing department, Wenwen spent the entire afternoon in a foul mood. Midway through the day, Wenwen spotted Lu Kuan escorting a woman dressed in luxurious attire into Zhang Weiguan's office. Originally, Wenwen thought Lu Kuan had come to ask Zhang Weiguan about Yun Feiyang's whereabouts, intending to cause trouble for Yun Feiyang. But to Wenwen's utter shock, Lu Kuan and that elegant, sophisticated woman actually knelt down before Zhang Weiguan. Wenwen was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Lu Kuan wasn't here to cause trouble for Yun Feiyang after all? On the way home after work, sitting in Zhang Qingqing's car, Wenwen wore a look of pure frustration. It must be Yun Feiyang's doing. Otherwise, Zhang Weiguan wouldn't have transferred her to the marketing department for no reason. Just as she and Zhang Qingqing reached the entrance, Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji happened to return, beaming with joy and laden with bags. Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji had spent the afternoon shopping at the mall, buying groceries and daily necessities. Shenlanji was just about to head home to show off her cooking skills. Feiyang, Lanji, you two went shopping? Zhang Qingqing greeted Shenlanji and her son with a smile.
Yun Feiyang had a favorable impression of Zhang Qingqing, so he didn't treat her coldly just because of his relationship with Wen and her daughter.
Yes, Feiyang bought me a few outfits. They're quite nice. A contented smile spread across Shenlanji's face. Humph. Now that he's hooked up with a rich woman, he finally has money to buy clothes for his old lady. Wen curled her lip at that moment, her sarcastic remark instantly causing everyone's expressions to darken. Chapter 100, So he's a legitimate sugar baby. Shenlanji, especially, scrutinized Yun Feiyang with her beautiful eyes.
Though Wen's voice hadn't been loud, in a place like the hallway, Shenlanji had heard it clearly.
Feiyang, what exactly did Wen mean? Shenlanji frowned as she turned to ask Yun Feiyang.
Truth be told, the recent events surrounding Yun Feiyang had been downright bizarre.
Shenlanji had long worried that Yun Feiyang might have aligned himself with shady characters for power and money. Wen's mention of Yun Feiyang being kept as a mistress suddenly sparked Shenlanji's suspicions. Could Yun Feiyang really be someone's kept man? How could the child she raised possibly stoop to such a disgraceful act?
Mom, don't listen to his nonsense.
Yun Feiyang frowned. I'm above board, an upright person has nothing to fear. Honest and upright?
Wen snorted coldly, I saw it all today at the company entrance. You got into a woman's car.
Anshin, you didn't know? Yun Feiyang's hooked up with some rich woman now. He doesn't even care about Huarun anymore. He quit the job my mom worked so hard to get him.
What?
Shenlanji was baffled and angry. Feiyang, why on earth would you quit your job?
You've only just started, and your boss values you.
Why suddenly resign? Could it really be like Wen said you're chasing after a rich girl for money? If that's the case, Shenlanji would be utterly disappointed in Yun Feiyang.
Even Zhang Qingqing, standing nearby, looked at him with confusion.
In Zhang Qingqing's memory, Yun Feiyang was quiet and low-key. He wouldn't do something like becoming someone's kept man just for money, would he? Mom!
Let me explain, it's complicated, not at all like Wen described.
Seeing Shenlanji's displeased expression, Yun Feiyang hurriedly began explaining. Complicated?
Wen snorted coldly, her voice dripping with contempt.
It couldn't be simpler. Hook up with a rich woman, get easy money, and skip the struggle?
But Yun Feiyang, even if you're loaded, I despise you.
Because you traded your dignity as a man for that money.
You even wasted the job opportunity my mom worked so hard to get for you with that calligraphy.
Shut your mouth. Yun Feiyang's eyes widened in fury, startling the smug Wen.
If not for Yun Feiyang repeatedly protecting her out of respect for Zhang Qingqing, she'd likely have been sold off by Gao Hong by now. Even when Zhang Weiguang tried to fire Wen, it was Yun Feiyang who secretly intervened. Not only was Wen ungrateful, but she also spread rumors and stirred trouble in front of Shenlanji. How despicable. Wen, you should know full well that my joining this company had nothing to do with your family's calligraphy scroll. That Song Dynasty scroll was already returned to you by Deputy Director Lu in front of the entire company. From now on, stop using that return scroll to provoke me.
Yun Feiyang's tone was icy cold, his patience was wearing thin.
Zhang Qingqing froze at Yun Feiyang's words, turning to Wen in confusion.
Wen, what's going on? Vice President Lu returned the calligraphy scroll? How come I didn't know about this? Zhang Qingqing frowned. Hadn't Vice President Lu originally hired Yun Feiyang specifically because of that calligraphy scroll? Could it be that wasn't the case after all? Yun Feiyang snorted coldly, Miss Wen, you didn't give the calligraphy scroll that Vice President Lu returned to Aunt Zhan? But you can't deny this President Zhang returned it in front of all China Resources employees. Aunt Zhang helped me get the job, but my hiring had absolutely nothing to do with your family's scroll. I hope you understand that clearly. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Zhang Qingqing's heart sank abruptly.
She inwardly cursed her misfortune. All this time, she'd assumed Yun Feiyang got hired because of her family's Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll.
But now it seemed his employment had nothing to do with it at all? Then whose favor had he been using?
A connection flashed through Zhang Qingqing's mind, the Yun family of the capital.
Could it be that someone from the Yun family in the capital had already contacted Yun Feiyang?
If Yun Feiyang was the young master of the Yun family in the capital, then landing a job at China Resources would be a piece of cake. That little girl Wen was so inconsiderate, how could she not tell her about something this important? Now Wen had completely squandered the goodwill she'd painstakingly built with Yun Feiyang and his mother. What was she to do? Even if you got into the company without relying on our family's calligraphy collection, so what? It still doesn't change the fact that you're clinging to a rich woman. The one who picked you up from the company that day must have been Su Yuhan from the Su Group, right? She's a married woman. I'm so ashamed of you for money, you actually seduced a married man. Back then, getting into the company was probably thanks to Su Yuhan paving the way for you, wasn't it? A pair of adulterous scum, colluding in their depravity. It's utterly disgusting. Wen believed Yun Feiyang had ruined her stable life at the Huarun Secretariat, her words dripping with insults and sarcasm.
Wen.
What nonsense are you spouting? Shenlanji's expression suddenly darkened, her icy tone sending a shiver down Zhang Qingqing's spine. Shenlanji was so furious her body trembled uncontrollably.
After hearing Wenwen's words, Shenlanji had assumed Yun Feiyang had actually seduced some wealthy young woman. But she never imagined the wealthy young woman Wenwen referred to as Su Yuhan? That was Yun Feiyang's wife. How could this be called hooking up with a rich woman?
Anshin, even if you yell at me, it won't change the fact that Yun Feiyang hooked up with a rich woman. Wenwen wore a smug expression. This reaction was exactly what she wanted.
Who gave Yun Feiyang the right to humiliate her at the company? This is his comeuppance. Wenwen, do you even know what kind of relationship Yuhan has with our Feiyang? How dare you try to ruin our Feiyang's reputation without knowing the truth? Su Yuhan is our Feiyang's legally wedded wife. Wife? Not only Wenwen, but even Zhang Qingqing's eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Zhang Qingqing knew the name Su Yuhan.
The Su family's daughter was renowned in Donghai for her cold beauty. But she'd heard Su Yuhan had married a son-in-law who had married into the family, a good-for-nothing husband who had become the laughingstock of many in Donghai.
Who would have thought that this son-in-law was actually Yun Feiyang?
Wenwen froze for a moment, then the mocking sneer on her lips deepened. No wonder.
So he was openly leeching off a rich woman. A son-in-law? Isn't that just legalized leeching? Shut up. Our Feiyang is honorable and upright. He's never taken a single penny from the Su family. He married Su Yuhan for a reason. Shenlanji's face flushed crimson with anger. On the surface, Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan's union was indeed a shocker.
One was a cold, elegant goddess with countless suitors. The other a mercenary fresh off the plane, penniless and powerless. Everyone who knew about it assumed Yun Feiyang had married into the Su family purely for money. Chapter 101, You Dare Go? Others were unaware of the truth, but Shenlanji knew it all too well. Yun Feiyang had married into the Su family to repay a debt of gratitude. To repay the kindness shown over a decade ago when Su Yuhan saved the lives of Yun Feiyang and his mother. For over a year since their marriage, Yun Feiyang had no job. He devoted himself to cooking for Su Yuhan at home and helping her recuperate, enduring the cold stares and mockery from every member of the Su family. What had Yun Feiyang gained? Absolutely nothing. Had it not been to help Shenlanji repay Su Yuhan's kindness, would Yun Feiyang have endured such humiliation? Shenlanji would not tolerate anyone insulting her son.
Wenwen snorted coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Of course Yun Feiyang had ulterior motives for marrying into the Su family. What man would willingly become a pathetic son-in-law unless he had some shady schemes? Anshin, you probably don't know this, but Yun Feiyang has also been flirting with Lin Miaomiao, the little princess of the Lin family, at the company. Smack. Before Wenwen could finish her sentence, Zhang Qingqing's slap cut her off mid-word. Covering her face, Wenwen stared in disbelief. After a moment, she roared furiously, Mom! You're out of your mind. Why did you hit me? You're the one who's lost your mind. Zhang Qingqing roared, her expression filled with disappointment. She had painstakingly paved the way for Wenwen to marry into the prestigious Yun family of Beijing, but Wenwen had been utterly spoiled rotten by Wen Guangshan. Her eyes were set on the sky, yet she had no real capital to back her up. She kept dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family. Upon learning that Su Yuhan was Yun Feiyang's wife, Zhang Qingqing knew Wenwen had lost her chance to latch onto the powerful Yun family of Beijing. Still, if Wenwen could steadily cultivate a relationship with Yun Feiyang, Zhang Qingqing's close friendship with Shenlanji would allow her to bask in the Yun family's glory. But now, all the goodwill she'd painstakingly built between Shenlanji and Yun Feiyang was completely ruined. Come home with me now. Stop making a fool of yourself here. Zhang Qingqing hurriedly dragged Wenwen back home. Because Zhang Qingqing had seen Yun Feiyang's icy, murderous glare. Mom! Why are you dragging me? Wenwen hadn't finished speaking. She'd just been slapped hard in front of Yun Feiyang, nearly losing her dignity completely. If I hadn't dragged you inside, you'd have caused a scene. Zhang Qingqing lowered her voice, wishing she could slap Wenwen again. What's going on? What's all this commotion? When Guangshan emerged from the bedroom, his face a picture of displeasure. Dad! Mom just slapped me because of Yun Feiyang. What? Hearing Wenwen's words, Wen Guangshan flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhang Qingqing, you actually hit my precious daughter over that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang? You've truly lost your mind. Exactly. Mom, do you even know? Yun Feiyang constantly disrespected me at work. Even after leaving China Resources, he schemed with President Zhang to transfer me from the secretariat to the marketing department. Not only did you refuse to back me against Yun Feiyang, but you actually hit me for him? Is there a mother in this world who acts like this? Wenwen is now pinning the blame on Yun Feiyang, but he has no idea that if it weren't for Yun Feiyang, she'd have been kicked out of the company by Zhang Weiguan long ago. You mean even your company's CEO takes orders from Yun Feiyang? Zhang Qingqing's heart tightened as she demanded in a strained voice. Of course. Who else could it be? He's just riding on the coattails of those two little s, Lin Miaomiao and Su Yuhan. Freeloader. Wenwen's face twisted with displeasure as she gritted her teeth. It's over. Everything is ruined now. In an instant, Zhang Qingqing collapsed onto the sofa as if drained of all strength.
Her face was pale, her lips tinged with blue, and cold sweat poured down her back.
Yun Feiyang was relying on Lin Miaomio and Su Yuhan's influence? Living off someone else? Only Wenwen could come up with such an excuse.
The Su group standing in Donghai couldn't compare to China Resources, and besides, Su Yuhan wasn't even the chairman of the Su group. How could Zhang Weiguang possibly show Yun Feiyang any favor just because of Su Yuhan? Lin Miaomio, on the other hand, might have a chance.
But who is Lin Miaomio? The little princess of the Lin family in Donghai, the only cherished jewel in 3 generations. How high are her standards? Would she casually take a man who lives off her?
That's laughable. It must be that Lin Miaomio discovered Yun Feiyang's identity. He's from the Yun family of the capital. Earlier, Gao Hongru and his son had even knelt before Yun Feiyang's family gate in public, begging him to return to the company.
There's only one explanation.
That Yun Feiyang had already made contact with the Yun family in the capital.
Wenwen has repeatedly offended Yun Feiyang. The fact that she's still at China Resources is already showing her considerable leniency. And just now, Wenwen had the audacity to mock Yun Feiyang right in front of Shinlanji. She's probably managed to completely alienate him now. The Yun family of the capital. Undoubtedly one of China's most prestigious aristocratic families. Even the slightest connection to them would have blessed Wenwen for life. Yet she chose to flaunt her defiance and provoke Yun Feiyang.
If Yun Feiyang so desired, he could crush Wenwen with a single hand.
At this thought, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a pang of envy toward Su Yuhan. How did she end up marrying Yun Feiyang by some twist of fate?
Wenwen, your mother doesn't treat you like her own daughter, but I, Wen Guangshan, will stand up for you.
I'm going to confront that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang right now. That ungrateful dog. After all the favors our family has done for him, he repays kindness with betrayal? He's gone mad.
With that, Wen Guangshan grabbed Wenwen, intent on confronting Yun Feiyang, but Zhang Qingqing immediately stepped in to stop him.
What are you doing? I'm going to seek justice for my daughter. Why are you stopping me?
Wen Guangshan put on an air of being the head of the household, and Zhang Qingqing was so furious she could have slapped him.
Wen Guangshan, I'm warning you.
If you ever show disrespect to Lan Ji and her son again, we're getting divorced immediately. From now on, everything concerning your Wen family has nothing to do with me, Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing's face was cold. In her rage, she spoke without sparing Wen Guangshan any mercy. Wen Guangshan was truly useless at anything worthwhile and only good at making things worse. Not only did he look down on people with his dog's eyes, but he also taught Wenwen to be improper. If Wenwen had shown even a shred of respect toward Yun Feiyang, if she'd managed to bask in his glory just a little, the entire Wen family would have been set for life. But now Wenwen had angered Yun Feiyang. In his rage, who knew what retaliatory actions he might take? If Wen Guangshan were to pour fuel on the fire, wouldn't that be pushing the entire family toward disaster? Divorce? Wen Guangshan felt his position threatened and forced himself to speak. You want a divorce over some kid? Fine, divorce it is. What are you going to do about it? Wen Guangshan, think carefully. Your monthly salary is less than 6,000 yuan. In a city like Donghai, that's barely enough to survive. If it weren't for my monthly salary of 200,000 or 300,000, could you possibly live like this? With that, Zhang Qingqing coldly dropped one final sentence. You can go cause trouble for Lan Ji and her son now. But once you step out that door, you have nothing to do with Zhang Qingqing anymore. Slam! In a fit of rage, Zhang Qingqing flung her sleeves and slammed the bedroom door shut before storming inside. Zhang Qingqing had made up her mind. If Wen Guangshan dared to step outside that door, she would divorce him. She'd had enough of his self-righteous attitude. If he angered Yun Feiyang, Wen Guangshan would likely face dire consequences for the rest of his life. She absolutely could not be dragged down by Wen Guangshan. Seeing Zhang Qingqing storm off in fury, Wen Guangshan felt a chill run down his spine. After all these years of marriage, this was the first time he'd ever seen Zhang Qingqing so furious. Judging by her expression, she didn't seem to be joking around. To be honest, Wen Guangshan knew full well that if they really got divorced, his meager salary wouldn't even be enough to support himself. Wen, why don't we just drop it? Give your mother some face. Rest assured, I'll talk to her. Once she comes to her senses, I'll make sure you get justice. Wen Guangshan patted his chest solemnly, making a grand promise to Wenwen. Humph. Let that rotten Yun Feiyang get his way first. Wenwen snorted coldly, but she could only let it go. Meanwhile, at Yun Feiyang's home, Shinlanji sat on the sofa, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she struggled to hold back her hurt. Chapter 102, Private Chef. Feiyang, I'm so sorry. Shinlanji hugged Yun Feiyang as tears streamed down her face. I gave you the Yun family name, but I couldn't give you the Yun family's wealth. I even dragged you into marrying into the Su family, making you endure others' ridicule for no reason. Yun Feiyang was Shinlanji's son. When Wenwen mocked him as a freeloading son-in-law right in front of her, Shinlanji's guilt was beyond measure. Had Shinlanji not given birth to Yun Feiyang, and had Yun Feiyang not taken on the Su family's gratitude for her sake, how could he have endured so much contempt? Feeling her mother's self-reproach, Yun Feiyang patted Shinlanji's shoulder and said, Mom, I'm doing just fine now.
Shunlanji shook her head.
I shouldn't have agreed to the old master Su's request for you to marry into their family out of gratitude.
If you're willing, I'll go tell the Su family right now to divorce Su Yuhan immediately. We never wanted a single thing from them. Yun Feiyang quickly interjected, I haven't suffered any injustice either. Besides, marrying Yuhan wasn't out of obligation to repay a debt. It's because I genuinely want to take care of her for the rest of my life. Just like how you entered the Yun family for my father back then, it had nothing to do with material gain. Back when Shunlanji gave birth to Yun Feiyang, no matter what others said about her climbing the social ladder to marry into the Yun family of the capital, she resolutely entered the Yun household for Yun Hansan. So what if the Yun family never truly accepted her as one of their own? As long as Yun Hansan was in her heart, Shunlanji could endure any hardship, even living among the Yun household servants. But just now one mentioned there's also Lin Miao Miao.
Yun Feiyang hastily explained, Mom.
I have no messy relationship with Lin Miao Miao.
And about leaving China Resources it wasn't because I hooked up with some rich woman.
Yuhan started a new company and needed help, so I stepped in. If I've hooked up with anyone, it's Yuhan. Shunlanji nodded.
Yun Feiyang was the son she'd raised with her own hands. He'd never entertain any shady schemes.
She trusted Yun Feiyang's character.
But now, those who claimed you were after the Su family's influence would surely start gossiping again. A veil of worry clouded Shunlanji's beautiful eyes.
Yun Feiyang's career had once held great promise, but resigning to join Su Yuhan would inevitably invite gossip from those with ulterior motives. It didn't matter, as long as Yuhan didn't overthink it. Seeing Yun Feiyang's utterly unconcerned expression, Shunlanji couldn't help but shake her head.
Yun Feiyang truly resembled the young Shunlanji. Once upon a time, in her own reckless pursuit of Yun Hansan, Shunlanji had been just as heedless.
Yet in the end, Yun Hansan betrayed her. To preserve the Yun family's standing in the capital, he callously abandoned Yun Feiyang and his mother. Shunlanji truly feared Yun Feiyang would follow in her footsteps.
Perhaps sensing her mother's worry, Yun Feiyang patted Shunlanji's shoulder and said with a smile, Don't worry, Mom.
Don't you trust Yuhan's character?
More than a decade ago, if it weren't for her, neither of us would have made it this far. Moreover, Yun Feiyang had been keeping a close eye on Su Yuhan all this time. Even faced with astronomical investment offers and extravagant gift lists, Su Yuhan hadn't lost her true self. His judgment was spot on. Mom, I'll make you something to eat. My cooking skills are pretty good, let me show you today. Yun Feiyang's words lifted Shunlanji's spirits slightly. After a long pause, she said, I'll help you cook.
With Yun Feiyang's mediation, Shunlanji's mood quickly improved.
Looking at the table laden with sumptuous dishes, she took a few bites. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yuhan, who had been busy all day, grabbed some pan-fried dumplings and eggs on the street, planning to make do with a simple meal.
Zhang Qiuyun and Su Wenyan followed behind Su Yuhan. Zhang Qiuyun looked utterly miserable, muttering, Yuhan, when is your new company opening?
I've been running around with you for days, and my skin has gone downhill.
I spent tens of thousands on beauty treatments. Seeing Zhang Qiuyun's pitifully complaining expression, Su Yuhan couldn't help but shake her head.
She had only called Zhang Qiuyun that afternoon to ask her to handle some coordination tasks, and Zhang Qiuyun was already overwhelmed.
And Yun Feiyang?
Yun Feiyang had abandoned his own career path, ignoring others' gossip, to come work at her new company. Compared to him, Zhang Qiuyun, his own mother, wasn't nearly as sensible. For days now, Su Yuhan had been running around handling everything alone, barely even eating properly. Hearing Zhang Qiuyun complain after handling just a few minor tasks only made her feel even more exhausted.
It won't be long now. Once I've hired the staff, we can open for business. Su Yuhan frowned. What are we having for dinner tonight? Zhang Qiuyun complained, I've been running around with you all day. We're not going to eat pan-fried dumplings and eggs again, are we? A wave of guilt washed over Su Yuhan's face. Her thoughts turned to Yun Feiyang. For the first year after their marriage, Yun Feiyang had taken care of every meal and need for their entire family. It seemed Yun Feiyang had truly endured many hardships for her sake. I'll try to make something when we get back. Su Yuhan shook her head. Cooking was something Zhang Qiuyun should have handled, but she didn't seem remotely capable of it. With her demanding job and the added burden of meal planning after work, Su Yuhan felt utterly exhausted. Just as Su Yuhan neared her front door, they noticed several luxury cars parked not far away. Upon seeing Su Yuhan, 3 foreign chefs wearing white chef's hats immediately stepped out of the vehicles. As if in unison, they bowed slightly towards Su Yuhan and addressed her respectfully in broken Chinese, May we ask if you are Miss Su Yuhan? Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are 3 Michelin 3-star chefs. We have been entrusted to serve as your personal chefs. Today, we have come to prepare a tasting menu for you. Zhang Qiuyun froze for a moment, then her face lit up with intense delight. She scurried over to the chefs and asked, You 3 are here to be private chefs for our Yuhan? Seeing Zhang Qiuyun's sycophantic, opportunistic expression, the 3 chefs couldn't help but frown and take a step back. However, since they were now Su Yuhan's chefs, they naturally had to show respect to those close to her. Indeed. We've been entrusted to serve as Miss Su's personal chefs.
All three of us hold Michelin 3-star distinctions.
Rest assured, Miss Su, there's nothing you desire that we cannot prepare. Chapter 103, such a high salary? Private chefs? And Michelin 3-star chefs at that?
Zhang Qiuyun, being utterly materialistic, knew exactly what a Michelin 3-star chef meant. Both Michelin-starred restaurants and chefs are categorized into 3 tiers.
A 1-star chef can satisfy basic sustenance needs.
A 2-star chef can refine ingredients to perfection. A 3-star chef, however, doesn't just focus on flavor. Every dish they create becomes a work of art worthy of admiration. Of course, even among 3-star chefs, there are sous chefs and head chefs. A 3-star head chef is essentially the pinnacle of culinary achievement.
Many wealthy families and aristocrats directly hire such 3-star chefs as their private cooks.
But chefs of this caliber are extremely rare and command salaries exceeding $6 million annually, far beyond the reach of most wealthy families. The arrival of 3 such chefs at once, the psychological impact on the gold-digging Zhang Qiuyun was unimaginable. Quickly, please. Quickly. Zhang Qiuyun eagerly greeted the 3 foreign chefs, her eyes crinkling with delight. Just moments ago, she'd been fretting over dinner plans, never expecting the heavens would deliver such a surprise. Michelin 3-star chefs. She could invite her girlfriends over someday to show off properly.
How incredibly impressive. Su Yuhan and Su Wenshan exchanged a glance before stepping inside. Su Wenshan could detect a hint of confusion in Su Yuhan's eyes.
It seemed even Su Yuhan didn't know who had bestowed such honor and prestige upon her.
Excuse me, may I ask who sent you to be my private chefs?
You must know that I come from a humble background and likely can't afford your salaries. Upon entering the room, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes held a hint of confusion as she addressed the foreign chefs. One chef smiled with nonchalance. Miss Su, rest assured. The retainer for your salaries has already been paid. For 3 years, each of us will receive $20 million. Our employer has settled half of the payment, so you needn't worry about compensation.
As for who our employer is,
the chef gave a mysterious smile and said, I'm afraid we can only handle the cooking. Beyond that, we're powerless to assist.
It wasn't that they didn't want to say, it was that these 3 chefs hadn't even met the real employer themselves. $20 million each? That's $60 million. Half the salary, $30 million. TSK. Zhang Qiuyun's eyes widened.
She clicked her tongue and couldn't help but gasp.
Whoever's behind this is really throwing money around, huh? Handing over $30 million in one go?
Zhang Qiuyun had never seen that much money in her entire life.
Yuhan, do you remember Uncle Rome?
It must be the young master Uncle Rome always talks about.
Besides him, who else could possibly be so generous? Zhang Qiuyun's eyes lit up.
Ever since Yuhan quietly hooked up with this mysterious rich kid, surprises just kept coming one after another. Rome High Group, real estate and financial tycoon, astronomical wedding gift, and now 3 Michelin 3-star chefs. Each surprise was bigger than the last. This wealthy young master was clearly intent on elevating Su Yuhan to the heavens. The more the wealthy young master valued Su Yuhan, the happier Zhang Qiuyun felt inside. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Soon, Zhang Qiuyun could leverage Su Yuhan's connections to climb into the upper echelons of society herself. Yet a hint of confusion flickered in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. Could it really be that mysterious wealthy young man? Who else could be behind such extravagant gestures? Suddenly, a thought struck Su Yuhan.
Could it be Yun Feiyang? No, to be precise, it might be Yun Feiyang's friend, Jiang Bai. $30 million? For Jiang Bai, one of the world's top hackers, that amount probably wasn't much at all. Earlier during dinner, Jiang Bai had mentioned that if Su Yuhan desired, he could summon the world's finest chefs with a single phone call.
Mom, these 3 chefs might not be the work of that mysterious rich young man.
Su Yuhan gazed at the 3 chefs bustling in the kitchen and said softly, not the mysterious rich kid? Yuhan, have you met other rich kids now? Zhang Qiuyun's eyes lit up with delight. Well done, Yuhan.
My daughter, born of Zhang Qiuyun, truly has remarkable skills.
Su Yuhan frowned, displeased. Mom, what do you take me for? I've never actively seduced anyone. Then how did this happen? Besides that mysterious rich young man, do you know anyone else capable of such extravagance? Zhang Qiuyun looked utterly unconvinced. $30 million. Even Su Wenyuan would struggle to imagine such a massive sum. Mom, these 3 chefs were probably called in by Yun Feiyang.
Su Yuhan's eyes held a hint of doubt.
Yun Feiyang? Him? Impossible. Zhang Qiuyun shouted loudly, a good-for-nothing son-in-law like him could afford $30 million? What a joke. Yuhan, you're not seriously considering reconciling with that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang, are you?
Don't think I can't see through your words, you're just trying to pave the way for that loser.
Let me tell you, it's impossible. Su Yuhan frowned.
Mom, Yun Feiyang has been good to me.
Besides, I'm already married.
For Su Yuhan's sake, Yun Feiyang had been unemployed for over a year, enduring the scorn and ridicule of everyone in the Su family. Now, he'd even given up his promising career at China Resources to join her startup at the new company.
Truth be told, Su Yuhan was deeply grateful to Yun Feiyang. But that mysterious rich kid?
Su Yuhan had no idea what his true intentions were. Something fishy was definitely up, and Su Yuhan knew it was better to be cautious.
What if he had the same intentions as Wang Mingyang? That would be trouble. Hearing Su Yuhan's words, Zhang Qiuyun immediately grew agitated. She grabbed Su Yuhan's arm and pleaded earnestly, "Yuhan, you're being foolish. Didn't you see the bearing of Uncle Rome, the steward of his household, that day? That's the kind of presence and aura only a true aristocratic family possesses. Just imagine if a mere steward is like that, how much more intimidating must the young master of that wealthy family be? What's Yun Feiyang compared to that? Just some down-and-out kid who spent a few years overseas in the military. How could he possibly measure up to a noble young master? Anyone with even a shred of sense would choose the noble young master." Zhang Qiuyun looked utterly exasperated, as if she wanted to shove her own brain into Su Yuhan's head. Why wouldn't Su Yuhan listen to reason? "Zhang Qiuyun, you can't judge everything by family background alone, character matters too." Su Wenshan wore a look of disgust. He increasingly couldn't stand Zhang Qiuyun's obsession with money. "What do you know? I'm talking to Yuhan, what business is it of yours?" Zhang Qiuyun shot him a glare and cut him off coldly. "Stop arguing. I need to make a call." Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation before she picked up her phone. She intended to call Yun Feiyang to confirm if these people were invited by the wealthy young master. She would have them leave immediately. But if they were invited by Yun Feiyang? Su Yuhan hesitated. Chapter 104, Mom, this is the chef Yun Feiyang hired. $30 million. Combined with the favor Jiang Bai had previously done for Yun Feiyang, this debt was enormous. Even if Yun Feiyang and Jiang Bai were close, repaying such a debt would be no easy task. Soon, Yun Feiyang's call connected. "Yun Feiyang, I need to ask you something." "Go ahead." Yun Feiyang's calm voice came through the phone. "3 Michelin 3-star chefs have arrived at my residence. They were invited by someone else." Su Yuhan paused briefly before continuing. "I just inquired in detail, each one is being paid $20 million over 3 years. Did you have Jiang Bai invite them?" On the other end, Yun Feiyang murmured after a moment's thought, "I didn't expect that kid Jiang Bai to move so fast. It must be his doing." When Jiang Bai went to the hotel, Yun Feiyang had instructed him about this matter. He hadn't expected it to be settled so quickly. "What? It really was you?" Su Yuhan paused, her voice tinged with anger. "Have you lost your mind? $60 million over 3 years. How do you plan to repay Jiang Bai for such a huge favor?" Yun Feiyang laughed. "I'll repay Jiang Bai. What's there to fear? Repay? $60 million, not 60,000. Yun Feiyang, think clearly. How do you plan to repay him?" Su Yuhan was nearly driven to fury by Yun Feiyang. She had originally planned to repay Jiang Bai's favor alongside Yun Feiyang, but now it was completely out of the question. No matter how close Yun Feiyang and Jiang Bai were, he couldn't just spend someone else's money like this. "Yuhan, didn't I tell you? I'm actually a wealthy second-generation heir. This money is nothing. Uncle Rong recently helped Yun Feiyang tally his assets. A third of Donghai's businesses are connected to him. This sum is truly insignificant." "You?" Su Yuhan was speechless. "You're brushing me off with these far-fetched excuses again? Jiang Bai might have just been being polite, but you actually took it seriously and hired that top chef as my private cook? Yun Feiyang is a rich second-generation heir? Why does he always talk such nonsense?" She'd lived with Yun Feiyang for over a year. If he were a rich heir, she would have noticed long ago. The only reason Yun Feiyang brought up this excuse was to prevent Su Yuhan from looking down on him because of Jiang Bai's help. Men really are so stubborn about saving face. "I invited them here for a reason. Yesterday at dinner, I saw the stomach medicine in your bag. Without someone cooking for you, your stomach condition probably won't improve. With these chefs preparing meals, your stomach will heal faster." Yun Feiyang's words made Su Yuhan pause in surprise. Was this for her sake again? Su Yuhan felt a warm surge in her heart. Yun Feiyang probably cared more about her than she did about herself. "Even if I hired someone to cook for me, a housekeeper costing a few thousand a month would suffice. No need to spend such a fortune. Call Jiang Bai right now and send these chefs back. $60 million? I can never repay that." Su Yuhan felt anxious. If that $60 million ever landed on Yun Feiyang's shoulders, it would be like a mountain crushing him. "The money and contracts are already signed. How could I just send them back? You just relax and enjoy the gourmet dinner the chefs are preparing for you. Leave the rest to me, you don't need to worry. Besides, that kid Jiang Bai has plenty of his own stash. You don't need to fret over the $60 million. On the other end of the line, Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. "Seems Su Yuhan won't believe my identity anytime soon. Alright then, when you have time, come with me to properly thank Jiang Bai. I'll handle the chef matters with him." Su Yuhan sighed helplessly. It seemed she couldn't persuade Yun Feiyang.
She'd just have to find an opportunity later to get Jiang Bai to bring those chefs back sooner.
Top chefs commanding annual salaries of several $1,000,000?
That was beyond what she, Su Yuhan, could afford.
Alright, I'll take your word for it. Yun Feiyang didn't press further.
For now, it was fine to keep these private chefs. Future matters would have to be explained gradually later.
After a brief chat, Su Yuhan hung up the phone.
When she returned to the living room, the dining table was already set with an array of exquisite dishes. Red wine braised squab with cherries, Japanese Kuroge Wagyu steak, and even the side dish was a hearty pasta in rich broth.
The list went on.
The three chefs bowed slightly to Su Yuhan and respectfully said, "Miss Su, this is the dinner we've carefully prepared for you. Please enjoy."
Zhang Qiuyun's eyes were already sparkling with excitement. This extravagant feast would easily cost over 10,000 yuan at a restaurant.
The thought of enjoying such extravagant meals daily filled Zhang Qiuyun with excitement. This was the life of a true lady.
"Yuhan, hurry up and sit down to eat. This is the heartfelt gift from the wealthy young master." Zhang Qiuyun waved excitedly at Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan sat down at the table with a worried look in her eyes, frowning as she said, "Mom, do you know whose handiwork all this is?" Seeing Zhang Qiuyun so blissfully enjoying herself, Su Yuhan couldn't help but feel a pang of irony. Little did Zhang Qiuyun realize that if not for the favor of the son-in-law she looked down upon, she'd never have had the fortune to enjoy such things. Zhang Qiuyun exclaimed excitedly, "Who else could it be? It must be that wealthy young master." In Zhang Qiuyun's mind, this could only be the work of that unseen wealthy young master. Su Yuhan shook her head and said in a low voice, "I just called Yun Feiyang. This was arranged by Yun Feiyang's chef." "What? That good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang? How could that be?" Zhang Qiuyun blinked, her expression disbelieving. Su Wenshan froze, murmuring, "Yuhan, you're not joking, right? Feiyang? How could that be?" He's. Su Wenshan swallowed the rest of his words. In Su Wenshan's long-held impression, Yun Feiyang had always been a meek son-in-law. Even when Zhang Qiuyun hurled every kind of sarcastic remark at him, Yun Feiyang never uttered a single word in response. Where did Yun Feiyang get the clout to invite these three Michelin-starred chefs? Stop listening to that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang's nonsense. If he could bring these chefs here, I could bring the UN Secretary General. Who can't brag? That useless Yun Feiyang, he has no real skills, yet he effortlessly picks up men's bad habit of bragging. Doesn't he even look at himself? Zhang Qiuyun snorted coldly, her face brimming with disbelief. "Mom, I'm not lying. Yun Feiyang has made a very influential friend." Su Yuhan said in a low voice, "These chefs were invited by that friend." "You actually believe that nonsense?" Zhang Qiuyun scoffed. "A loser like him? His friends are probably just as shady." "That Yun Feiyang has some nerve, taking credit for something like this," Su Yuhan continued. "He's just trying to impress you, Yuhan. Don't fall for it. Think about it, 3 years, $60 million? What kind of relationship could possibly pull that off? These chefs were definitely hired by that mysterious rich kid. What does it have to do with that loser Yun Feiyang?" Hearing Zhang Qiuyun's words, Su Yuhan shook her head. It seemed pointless to explain to Zhang Qiuyun. Had she not seen Jiang Bai with her own eyes, Su Yuhan would never have believed Yun Feiyang could possibly know someone like Jiang Bai, a world-class hacker. Yet a quiet worry settled in Su Yuhan's heart. $60 million was no small sum. She had to find a way to deal with these three top chefs quickly. With that thought, Su Yuhan sighed softly and decided to focus on her meal for now. She picked up a piece of pigeon meat with her chopsticks. Instantly, the delicate fragrance of cherries, the refreshing notes of red wine, and the tender, rich flavor of the squab filled her entire mouth. Her previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. This was the craftsmanship of a world-class chef. Meanwhile, at home, Yun Feiyang received a long-awaited phone call. Chapter 105, "You're way too sentimental, aren't you?" It was none other than a call from Mr. Liu, the real estate tycoon. On the call, Mr. Liu informed Yun Feiyang that the 3 villas had been fully prepared, and Yun Feiyang could move in any time. "Send a car tomorrow to pick me and my mom up to view the properties. I'll give you the address." With that, Yun Feiyang hung up the phone. It seemed Yun Feiyang would have to come clean to Shinlanji about the Yun family affairs in the capital tomorrow. "Mom, rest assured. This time, I'll make sure you enter the Yun family with dignity, not as Yun Hanshan's mistress." Yun Feiyang clenched his fists, the icy glint in his eyes slowly spreading. Over a decade ago, Yun Hanshan had ruthlessly expelled Yun Feiyang and Shinlanji from the Yun family to secure his own position. This time, Yun Feiyang would never again allow his and his mother's fate to be held in someone else's hands. That night, Yun Feiyang didn't sneak into Su Yuhan's house to lurk. Instead, he stayed at home. Last time, he'd nearly been discovered by Su Yuhan. With Cobra and the others keeping watch, nothing untoward would happen anytime soon. The next morning, while Yun Feiyang was still washing up, a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door, he was stunned to see Jiang Bai standing there. "What brings you here?" Yun Feiyang froze. "I was worried about your mother. I came to check on her."
Jiang Bai was carrying several large and small packages, which he dumped all at once onto the table. Ginseng, deer antler velvet, nothing but health supplements. Yun Feiyang frowned, his tone displeased.
My mother is still young and in good health. What's the point of bringing so many supplements? What do you know?
Jiang Bai glared at him. By middle age, bodily functions start to decline, leading to gradual aging.
Taking tonics helps prevent that. Once symptoms of deficiency appear, it's already too late. You're a computer guy, what do you know about health preservation? Yun Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head.
I know you studied traditional Chinese medicine with an old master, you know more than me. But you can't dismiss this stuff. Besides, it's just a little token of appreciation from me to your aunt.
What's the big deal? I didn't buy you anything, jealous?
Jiang Bai glared, his face brimming with smugness.
You've got some nerve. Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. While abroad, he'd met an old Chinese medicine practitioner who gave him an ancient medical text, granting him a basic understanding of medicine. Humans are nature's masterpieces, highly intelligent beings. Relying solely on supplements without exercise won't make your body any healthier. If supplements alone were effective, Yun Feiyang would have bought Shenlanji a mountain of them long ago. The secret to longevity and health lies in maintaining balance with the heavens and keeping one's spirit serene. Yun Feiyang saw that Shenlanji was in good health and didn't need any of that. Still, it was Jiang Bai's small token of affection for his mother, so he left it be. Yun Feiyang, are there any other important figures in your building besides you? Jiang Bai suddenly leaned close to Yun Feiyang and whispered the question. How should I know? What's up? Did something happen? Yun Feiyang turned to ask.
Jiang Bai's eyes lit up as he said, when I came over, there was a whole fleet of Bentleys parked downstairs. I counted them 6 cars in total. They must be here to pick up some big shot, right?
Bentleys? Damn it, I forgot to give instructions. Yun Feiyang slapped his forehead. It must be President Lu Guanwen. These guys always make such a big fuss.
Yun Feiyang had only asked him to send a car to pick up Shenlanji.
A whole fleet of Bentleys? They sure don't know how to keep a low profile. Could it be for you? Seeing Yun Feiyang's speechless expression, Jiang Bai asked mysteriously, could someone in the country know about your identity as the mercenary king? No one knows. Yun Feiyang shook his head. I'd say pretty much no one does.
Jiang Bai surveyed the bare walls of the house and shook his head.
If anyone knew your true identity, they'd probably worship you like a god. How could you live in a place like this?
Of course, no one would ever guess the legendary mercenary king would be so low-key, living in this old house.
What's wrong with an old house? Yun Feiyang bristled. I've slept in swamps on missions before.
This house has my mother.
Family ties, you know? Is a mission the same as home life? Coming home is about enjoying yourself. Why would I put up with less? Jiang Bai interjected, hey, you've completed so many missions abroad, earned billions of dollars, right? Did you give it all to the families of your fallen brothers?
I established a foundation with every penny I earned.
Yun Feiyang nodded, his gaze revealing a hint of resolve. The families of those dozens of fallen brothers receive monthly subsidies from the foundation. It's enough to bless their descendants for generations. This is my way of making amends. Jiang Bai frowned, what about you? That money was earned with your life too. You didn't keep a single penny for yourself, did you? I didn't.
Those widows and orphans lost their sons and husbands, their family pillars.
But I came back alive. I have family by my side and 2 working hands. I won't starve. Watching Yun Feiyang's utterly unconcerned expression, Jiang Bai shook his head and sighed helplessly. I really don't know what to say to you.
Being this sentimental, you're beyond saving.
Don't you see what a sorry state you're in after returning home? During his years serving overseas, Yun Feiyang earned an astronomical fortune. Even a mere pittance of his savings could buy a super luxury villa in the East China Sea. Why on earth would he live in a place like this? Down on his luck? Who told you he was down on his luck? Yun Feiyang glared, let me tell you straight, those Bentleys out there are here to pick me up. Pick you up? You're not claiming to be some rich heir, are you? Jiang Bai shook his head skeptically. No way. Rich kids don't go abroad to be mercenaries risking their lives.
Those must be people you knew before who found out your real status and are trying to curry favor.
Do I really look that much like a rich kid? Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Not only did Jiang Bai refuse to believe he was from a wealthy family, but even his own wife, Su Yuhan, didn't buy it. Yun Feiyang repeated several times. You? The son of a wealthy family? Give me a break.
Jiang Bai waved his hand dismissively.
I've seen plenty of rich kids before.
They're all stuck up, spoiled brats with no heart.
None of them are anything like you.
Yun Feiyang was deeply compassionate, willing to endure hardship himself for the sake of orphans and widows.
How could someone like him possibly resemble a wealthy heir? Little Bai's here too? Shenlanji emerged from the bedroom, smiling as she greeted Jiang Bai. Hello, Auntie. I just bought some health supplements.
You should take better care of yourself. Seeing Shinlanji, Jiang Bai acted like a dutiful son, causing Yun Feiyang beside him to shake his head.
You're too polite,
Shinlanji said with a smile.
Mom, freshen up a bit. We'll go out for dinner soon. Jiang Bai's here too. I'll show him around.
Yun Feiyang's words carried hidden meaning as he shot Jiang Bai a mischievous glance.
This kid doesn't believe he's a rich kid, does he? Just wait and see.
Later, I'll also take Jiang Bai to see the luxury mansion I've prepared for Shinlanji and Su Yuhan.
Shinlanji smiled and nodded. All right. Downstairs, a row of Bentleys formed an imposing convoy, commanding attention from passers-by. Chapter 106, Is this to pick me up?
This was an older neighborhood, over a decade old, with no truly wealthy residents. The astronomical gift voucher Yun Feiyang had presented to Zhang Qingqing's family had already drawn enough attention. And now, this luxury motorcade was even more astonishing. Each black Bentley's headlights were adorned with festive red silk ribbons. Beside the left door stood young drivers dressed in black suits and dark sunglasses. They looked sharp and dashing, drawing more than a few glances. Some girls even had stars in their eyes. Lu Guangwen stood at the front of the Bentley convoy, his expression visibly tense. He wondered if this fleet of 6 top-of-the-line Bentleys would meet Yun Feiyang's standards. Lu Guangwen knew Yun Feiyang's status. He wasn't just the young master of the Yun family in the capital, he was the young master of falcon hunting, a super-powerful tycoon controlling 1/3 of the business in the East Sea. Even if you gave Lu Guangwen 100 dares, he wouldn't dare slight Yun Feiyang. Now, Lu Guangwen was extremely nervous. Yesterday, Yun Feiyang had only given him the address and building number, without specifying the exact floor.
Fearing he might irritate Yun Feiyang, Lu Guangwen hadn't pressed for details. He dared not go door to door inquiring. Now what if he woke Yun Feiyang and angered him? That would spell trouble. On this sweltering day, Lu Guangwen, the tycoon of Donghai real estate, could only stand under the blazing sun, waiting respectfully for Yun Feiyang. His only hope now was for Yun Feiyang to appear quickly, so he could escape the sun for a bit. Within moments, a large crowd had gathered dozens of meters away from the motorcade. Seeing such a grand spectacle, the onlookers couldn't help but point and whisper among themselves. Whose motorcade is this? Such a grand display? An old man marveled, I've never seen such luxury cars in my entire life. When did our neighborhood produce such a big shot? I'm going home today to burn incense and pay respects to the Buddha. Maybe I can rub off some of their good fortune. As if you lot deserve any of that prestige? Just then, a haughty snort cut through the crowd. A man carrying soy milk and fried dough sticks stood there, smug as could be. Who else but Wen Guangshan? Wen Guangshan, can't you speak properly? The old man frowned and snorted coldly. As neighbors, Wen Guangshan and his group were quite familiar with each other. He always acted like he owned the place, puffing himself up because of his minor government job. The neighbors had long been fed up with Wen Guangshan. I, Wen Guangshan, am still willing to speak to you lot. But mark my words, soon enough, none of you will even have the privilege of talking to me. Wen Guangshan puffed out his chest, looking quite smug. You? After scraping by your whole life, you're just a lowly section chief? And you only got that through seniority. What gives you the right? The old man snorted coldly, sneering, my nephew, barely 30, is already a deputy division chief. So what if he's a deputy director? I'm about to become the father-in-law of a wealthy family. When Guangshan lifted his head, deliberately speaking loudly as he surveyed the crowd with smug satisfaction, you all remember, don't you? Not long ago, someone presented our Wen with a gift certificate worth over 20 million. And these convoys today? They're the wealthy families coming to propose marriage to our Wen. Proposing? The crowd gasped, their gazes turning scrutinizing toward the motorcade. Now that he mentioned it, it did seem plausible. All 6 Bentleys were draped in festive red silk, clearly signaling some joyous occasion. In this neighborhood, only Wen had ever caught the eye of such wealthy families. Could they really be here to propose marriage? The wealthy young master hasn't even shown his face yet, and you're already talking about marriage proposals? You've gone and said it. The old man snorted coldly, his face twisted with displeasure. All the neighbors around him shared looks of contempt and disgust. When Guangshan was a snob, and though Wen was beautiful, her temperament mirrored her father's. In the entire Wen family, only Zhang Qingqing treated the neighbors politely and left a good impression. You don't believe me, do you? When Guangshan declared triumphantly, I'll call Wen out right now and see if you believe me. But whether you do or not, it doesn't matter. Our Wen family will be moving out of this place soon to live among the wealthy elite. You lowly nobodies aren't even worthy of tying my shoes. With that, when Guangshan strode into the hallway with his chest puffed out and his legs splayed wide. What a petty man! Would such a person really be valued by the elite? The tastes of the wealthy these days are truly questionable. Many who heard when Guangshan's words seethed with indignation, inwardly snorting with contempt. Especially seeing the smug look on Wen Guangshan's face now, having climbed into the inner circle of the wealthy elite, he was practically bursting with arrogance. What on earth were those wealthy young masters thinking? How could they possibly fancy such a lowly in-law? Bringing such in-laws out in public would be utterly mortifying. When Guangshan jogged all the way home, shouting as he went. Wen, come out quick. Big news. Last night, Wen felt deeply unsettled, especially when she thought of Yun Feiyang, and she hadn't slept well. Now, with Wen Guangshan bellowing beside her, Wen's irritation only deepened. Dad, you didn't even scold that good for nothing Yun Feiyang for me. What's there to be so happy about? Seeing Wen Guangshan's face practically split open with laughter, Wen frowned, her tone dripping with irritation. Do I need to teach that blind bastard Yun Feiyang a lesson? Starting today, we have a wealthy young master backing us. Wen Guangshan beamed with delight, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. Wealthy young master? What do you mean? Wen froze in surprise. Just look out the window and you'll see. Wen Guangshan nudged Wen toward the window. This. The moment Wen looked out, she gasped in shock, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Below, 6 Bentley luxury cars were parked. These weren't ordinary luxury cars, Bentleys. The world's top-tier executive luxury vehicles. Compared to flashy sports cars like Bugatti, Lamborghini, or Ferrari favored by the young, Bentley was the preferred choice of sophisticated aristocrats and wealthy families. Bentleys exuded elegance and restraint, the quintessential luxury car for the truly accomplished. 6 of them arriving at once? That's some serious face-saving. All 6 cars were draped in red silk, and paired with those imposing, well-built drivers, they instantly struck a chord with materialistic, superficial women like Wen. Dad, are these here to pick me up? Wen's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Of course they're here for you. In this neighborhood, who else could possibly warrant a wealthy family lowering themselves to send such a luxury fleet? Have you forgotten the astronomical gift money incident from the other day? Wen Guangshan reminded her repeatedly. Ah! Wen shrieked excitedly. The wealthy young master had finally remembered her. Chapter 107, Is there such a misunderstanding? Ever since receiving that astronomical gift, the wealthy young master hadn't made a single move. Even if he was just here to play around, shouldn't he have shown his face by now? Just as Wen was about to give up, the wealthy young master finally made an appearance. And he made his entrance in style, a fleet of top-tier luxury cars. What's all this commotion? Early in the morning? Don't you care about disturbing the neighbor's sleep? Just then, Zhang Qingqing emerged from the bedroom, frowned, and coldly remarked. Of course it's a happy occasion. Just look downstairs. With the wealthy family backing him, Wen Guangshan even felt his posture straighten involuntarily. Zhang Qingqing glanced out the window and immediately spotted the fleet of Bentleys below. Her heart skipped a beat. Such extravagance? Seeing the row of Bentleys, Zhang Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. Could they be here to pick up Yun Feiyang? Of course. This is the luxury fleet sent to pick up our Wen, naturally extravagant. Wen was taught by me to be well-mannered and refined, so naturally she caught the eye of a wealthy young master. Zhang Qingqing, did you see that? That fleet downstairs represents the wealthy young master's attitude toward our Wen. Wen Guangshan pointed his thumb behind him with a smug look, as if Wen's potential marriage into a wealthy family was entirely his doing. The one picking up Wen? Zhang Qingqing frowned, her suspicions confirmed. Could it be that wealthy family who sent the gift money earlier? Of course. Wen Guangshan put on an air of solemnity, puffing himself up with an arrogant demeanor as he snorted, Zhang Qingqing, weren't you the one who wanted a divorce yesterday? I, Wen Guangshan, can grant you a divorce. But Wen is the fine daughter I raised, she must come with me. If you agree, I can have my future wealthy son-in-law give you a settlement. That's already showing you, Zhang Qingqing, considerable face. Wen, come downstairs with daddy now to meet the wealthy family's representative. Seeing Wen Guangshan's smug, petty victory demeanor, Zhang Qingqing wanted to slap him across the face. Short-sighted. Even if Wen Guangshan really hooked up with a wealthy family, he still wouldn't have the right to offend the son of a Beijing aristocratic family like Yun Feiyang. The Yun family of the capital is among China's most prestigious clans. Would the wealthy family Wen hooked up with risk offending the Yun family over an unmarried woman? Ridiculous. In this household, Zhang Qingqing was the most level-headed. She simply couldn't fathom how a wealthy young master could have fallen for Wen. Truth be told, though Wen was Zhang Qingqing's daughter, Zhang Qingqing knew full well that Wen possessed none of the qualities needed to achieve great wealth and prestige. Follow them and see. Zhang Qingqing hesitated for a moment before following them out the door. Why are you following us? Wen Guangshan said smugly, you won't even stand up for Wen when she needs justice. What right do you have to ride on her coattails? Zhang Qingqing grew increasingly disgusted with Wen Guangshan. You really are beyond redemption. She had devoted herself to helping Wen Guangshan and Wen, hoping to secure even the slightest connection between the Wen family and the prestigious Yun family in the capital, thereby benefiting future generations. But Wen Guangshan? He kept sabotaging her every step of the way. Now he was even using some unknown wealthy family's influence to mock her, Zhang Qingqing. Had his conscience been eaten by a dog? Soon, the Wen Guangshan family arrived downstairs. Wen Guangshan, acting like the master of the house, approached Lu Guangwen with obsequious flattery.
He bowed and scraped, clasping Lu Guangshan's hand with a smile so fake it made Wen Guangshan want to vomit.
May I ask your name? He inquired.
Oh, right, allow me to introduce myself first.
I am Wen Guangshan, Wen's father. Wasn't that gift certificate for over 20 million yuan sent by your esteemed party?
Lu Guangwen was dumbfounded by Wen Guangshan's words. Seeing Wen Guangshan's utterly fawning expression, Lu Guangwen felt nothing but disgust.
Mr. Wan? Did you just say someone delivered a gift certificate for over 20 million here?
But Lu Guangwen latched onto the crucial detail in Wen Guangshan's words. A gift of 20 million yuan, perhaps Uncle Rome had sent it early to Yun Feiyang's family. In a small place like this, besides Yun Feiyang, who else could possibly have such an honor?
Exactly. This 20 million gift is related to your family's wealthy young master, right?
When Guangshan dared not ask directly, resorting instead to indirect questioning.
It is indeed connected to our young master. You must be close associates of our young master, correct? Pleased to meet you. Lu Guangwen grasped Wen Guangshan's hand in return, speaking with deference. Lu Guangwen had misunderstood.
Yun Feiyang had previously instructed that no one reveal information about his identity as a wealthy young master.
Therefore, these individuals must have been sent by Yun Feiyang to meet with Lu Guangwen in order to conceal his identity.
Of course, only those very close to him would be qualified to represent Yun Feiyang in meeting him.
Our Wen and your young master naturally have an excellent relationship. Wen Guangshan was nearly bursting with laughter. Seeing Lu Guangwen's respectful demeanor, not only Wen Guangshan but Wen herself was overjoyed.
Wen Guangshan was absolutely right, this truly was the convoy of a wealthy young master coming to pick up Wen. But Zhang Qingqing, standing nearby, looked puzzled.
Something didn't quite add up. If they were truly here to propose marriage, shouldn't they just say so directly? But the words of the man across from them were far too ambiguous, weren't they? Wen Guangshan couldn't care less about such details.
Overwhelmed by joy, he was already daydreaming about his future life as the father-in-law of a wealthy young master.
At that moment, when Guangshan cast a triumphant glance at the crowd gathering nearby, his expression seeming to say, "See? These wealthy people are here to take Wen away." The onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads, exclaiming that it was outrageous. These wealthy families must have eyes on the back of their heads. How could they possibly choose in-laws like this? Please, you all get in the car first. Lu Guangwen hurriedly ushered Wen Guangshan's family into the car. Sitting inside the Bentley, a top-tier luxury car, Wen Guangshan marveled, now this is a true luxury vehicle. Just look at the interior, these seats even that Mercedes sports car can't compare. What's a Mercedes sports car? When Wen's face brimmed with pride as she declared, "Dad, I'll have my boyfriend get you a Bentley. You can drive it anytime." Wen was already dreaming of life after marrying into a wealthy family. My precious daughter truly cherishes me. Wen Guangshan chuckled triumphantly, feeling as if he could float to the heavens. Wen, Mom must remind you, even if you marry into a wealthy family, you must stay within your bounds. Never cross the line. Zhang Qingqing, seeing the father and daughter lost in their euphoria, reminded them in a solemn tone. How could ordinary people ever enter such a wealthy family? With vast family fortunes at stake, how could there be no infighting? When one only sees the glamour of marrying into wealth, but fails to understand the dangers and hardships lurking behind it. What kind of cold-hearted remarks are you spouting here? When Guangshan's face twisted with irritation. What's that supposed to mean? You can't stand seeing your daughter marry into a wealthy family? Insisting she marry some penniless nobody instead? You won't even go find that Yun Feiyang kid to demand justice for Wen. What kind of mother are you? I'm only doing this for Wen's sake. Zhang Xiaoyun seethed with fury. If Wen Guangshan knew Yun Feiyang's true identity, would he dare act so arrogantly? For Wen's sake? Who are you trying to fool? I see only that Yun Feiyang boy in your eyes. If you won't help Wen get justice, the wealthy young master will. Before long, that young master will make that boy kneel and apologize to Wen. When Guangshan wore a smug expression. That Yun Feiyang brat actually got Chairman Zhang of China Resources to transfer Wen to the marketing department? He's gone mad. Just wait and see how the wealthy young master deals with that brat. Wen snorted, I don't think we'll have to wait long. I'll make Yun Feiyang apologize to me right now. Because Wen had already spotted Yun Feiyang and his group emerging from the building. With a cold snort, Wen yanked open the car door and stormed toward Yun Feiyang. When Guangshan shot Zhang Qingqing a smug glance before following suit. Zhang Qingqing inwardly groaned, oh no, and hurried after them. These two clueless father and daughter better not do anything foolish. Chapter 108, Questioning My Taste? At that moment, Lu Guangwen also spotted Yun Feiyang, Shenlanji, and Jiang Bai emerging from the stairwell. Just as he moved to greet them, two aggressively imposing figures stepped forward instead. Yun Feiyang. Wen strode up to Yun Feiyang with an air of superiority, her head held high and her nostrils practically flared to the heavens. Behind her, Wen Guangshan stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of superiority. Got something to say? Seeing Wen and Wen Guangshan approach, Yun Feiyang frowned, his previously good mood completely ruined in an instant. Of course there was. When Guangshan deliberately raised his voice, "You think you're all that now that you've hooked up with a woman? And you even had General Manager Zhang transfer Wen to the marketing department? Have you no conscience? If it weren't for our family, what right would you have to even step foot in China Resources? Now I'm giving you a chance, get down on your knees and apologize to Wen right this instant. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you won't be able to handle the consequences." After speaking, when Guangshan swept his gaze around the crowd, his eyes brimming with even greater smugness. Nearby onlookers shook their heads at Feiyang, murmuring among themselves. "Who is this young man? How did he provoke this mad dog, Wen Guangshan? I've seen this kid before, he's the son of Wen Guangshan's wife's best friend. No idea how he got on Wen Guangshan's bad side. Well, that's just great. Now that Wen Guangshan's got the backing of a wealthy family, who does he think he can push around?" The neighbors couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at Feiyang. But no one dared step forward to stand up for Feiyang. After all, when Guangshan was riding high on his connections, they were just ordinary folks. What leverage did they have to challenge him? Shenlanji's expression darkened instantly. She stepped in front of Feiyang and said coldly, "Wen Guangshan, what exactly are you trying to do? Don't push your luck." Shenlanji truly had no idea how Feiyang had managed to offend the Wen Guangshan family. When Shenlanji first fled to Donghai during the famine, it was Zhang Qingqing who paid her first month's rent. Zhang Qingqing had indeed done Shenlanji and her son a great favor, but after that, Shenlanji never took another thing from Zhang Qingqing. In fact, she had repaid Zhang Qingqing double the amount of the rent she had covered several months later. Perhaps Wen Guangshan had misunderstood Feiyang, suspecting him of harboring some improper intentions toward Wen. But Shenlanji knew perfectly well that Feiyang absolutely had no such messy thoughts. So why were Wen Guangshan and Wen still pressing the issue relentlessly? Wasn't this going too far? Wen Guangshan snorted. "It's your Feiyang who doesn't know his place. It's bad enough he harbors improper desires for our Wen. But when he couldn't get his way, he stabbed her in the back behind her back, getting Huarwen's CEO Zhang to transfer Wen to the marketing department? Zhang Qiuyun, do you see all these luxury cars surrounding us? This is the fleet of wealthy families come to pick up our Wen. Our Wen is destined for a wealthy family, not to be defiled by trash like Feiyang." Before Zhang Qingqing could even step in to stop him, Wen Guangshan's triumphant shouts already echoed from behind. Zhang Qingqing was so furious she stomped her foot. Shenlanji was furious and about to speak when Jiang Bai patted her shoulder. Jiang Bai then stepped forward slowly, his eyes filled with disdain as he appraised Wen from head to toe, letting out a dismissive snort. "Feiyang, you actually fancy this trash? You gotta be kidding me. She's clearly a gold-digging gold digger. How could she compare to even a single finger of Mrs. Su? Even if you're just looking for a mistress, you wouldn't settle for this kind of trash, right?" Frankly, Jiang Bai couldn't believe Feiyang would actually fancy someone like Wen. Jiang Bai had been through the flowery fields himself. He could spot any kind of woman at a glance. How could Wen possibly compare to Su Yuhan? Even if Feiyang wanted an affair, he wouldn't go for this kind of trash. Feiyang snorted coldly, "Are you questioning my taste? These two have been slandering my reputation all along. Even if I were blind, I'd never pick trash like this." Feiyang had completely lost patience with Wen Guangshan and his daughter, his tone now blunt and direct. Shenlanji and Feiyang would soon distance themselves from the Wen family anyway. Besides, he'd already repaid Zhang Qingqing's kindness with 20 million. Why should he care about their opinions? And when Wen really had no conscience, if Feiyang hadn't intervened on her behalf, Zhang Weiguan would have kicked her out of the company long ago. So it was all just wishful thinking. Jiang Bai's sneer deepened. "Hey, you two heard that? My buddy has zero interest in you. Look at yourselves, you're not even fit to polish his shoes." Though Jiang Bai didn't know Feiyang was the young master of Beijing's Yin family, he knew Feiyang was the legendary foreign mercenary and notorious killing machine. Feiyang's fee for a single mission was settled in tens of millions of dollars. Even princesses from foreign royal families were utterly smitten with him, practically begging to be with him. What does Wen think she is? She looks like nothing more than a manipulative schemer, yet she dares to try to climb her way into Feiyang's favor? She wasn't even worthy of tying his shoelaces. Hearing Jiang Bai's blatantly disrespectful words, the neighbors who had gathered to watch couldn't help but let mocking smirks spread across their faces. Whispered murmurs drifted over. "Did you hear that? I thought this young man had accidentally offended Wen Guangshan and his daughter, but it turns out there's more to the story." "What inside story?" "It's obvious that Wen Guangshan and his daughter are just deluding themselves, thinking the young man is interested in them. The truth is, he doesn't even give them the time of day." How embarrassing. How could anyone be so delusional? Don't they have any shame? What makes them think they're so high and mighty? That everyone's just trying to climb their social ladder? The faint murmurs drifted over, instantly making Wen Guangshan and Wen's faces flush crimson. Feiyang was clearly just a small-time nobody who couldn't hold a candle to anyone, so why was he suddenly putting on airs? Feiyang. Wen Guangshan roared angrily. See all these luxury cars around us? They're all here to pick up R11.
I'll tell you straight, R11 has long been courted by wealthy young masters.
What are you? Do you think you're worthy of R11? Know your place. It's you who's unworthy, not R11.
A colder sneer spread across Yun Feiyang's lips as he replied indifferently, "Oh?
So these 6 Bentleys are here to pick up 11? When Guangshan beamed with smug satisfaction, of course they're here for 11. Or did you think they came for you, you deadbeat freeloader? Yun Feiyang, I'm giving you one last chance. Get down on your knees and apologize to 11 right now. Otherwise, you know what happens next. Do you think you can handle the consequences of angering the wealthy elite? Who gave you the audacity to demand our young master kneel and apologize to you? What the hell do you think you are?"
At that moment, a roar like thunderclap exploded beside Wen Guangshan's ear, sending both him and Wen into a shudder.
Chapter 109, This is my young master.
The voice belonged to none other than Lu Guangwen, who had been all smiles toward Wen Guangshan and his daughter moments before. Lu Guangwen was furious beyond belief. He had assumed the Wens were aligned with Yun Feiyang. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect them to stand right in front of him, using the very convoy he had provided, to hurl scorn and ridicule at Yun Feiyang. Worst of all, Lu Guangwen had treated the Wen family with utmost deference out of respect for Yun Feiyang. Now, Lu Guangwen was panicking. He hadn't handled the Su Yuhan matter very well before, and he'd always worried about leaving a bad impression on Yun Feiyang as someone who couldn't get things done. Therefore, he remained cautious and careful, dreading the thought of botching another task entrusted to him by Yun Feiyang and incurring his displeasure. What were Wen Guangshan and his daughter here for? Weren't they deliberately trying to undermine him? What did you just say? Seeing Lu Guangwen, who had been radiating warmth moments ago, now glaring at them with fury, both Wen Guangshan and Wen were utterly bewildered. You two, who exactly are you? Speak! Lu Guangwen now realized that Wen Guangshan and his daughter were definitely not Yun Feiyang's friends. In fact, they seemed to look down on him. These two were truly blind. Never mind that Yun Feiyang was the young master of the Yun family in the capital. Just with Uncle Rong's resources alone, Yun Feiyang could call the shots in Donghai. What were these two even? In Lu Guangwen's eyes, they weren't worth a damn. Am I not the one sent by your wealthy family to propose to Wen? Lu Guangwen's sudden shift in attitude left Wen Guangshan utterly bewildered, his tone and presence gradually weakening. Bull! Lu Guangwen was furious, ready to explode. Who said I came here to propose to your family? What kind of person are you? Do you even deserve for me to propose to you? So it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Guangwen now wanted nothing more than to shove both Wen Guangshan and his daughter down the toilet and flush them down the sewer. He, Lu Guangwen, was here waiting for Yun Feiyang in perfect order. Had these two lost their minds? Why were they shamelessly fawning over him? Flattery alone would be bad enough, but these two were flaunting Yun Feiyang's motorcade right in front of him? And they even made Yun Feiyang kneel before them? Who gave them such audacity? They weren't even worth a single finger of Yun Feiyang's. What? Wen Guangshan and Wen froze in place upon hearing Lu Guangwen's words. You're not here to pick up Wen? Then who are you here for? Wen Guangshan asked timidly, his voice trembling. Could there possibly be anyone else here worthy of these 6 Bentleys? If this person isn't here to pick up Wen, then who is he here for? Pick you up? Look at yourself. I'm here to pick up our young master. What are you licking your lips for, getting so close? Lu Guangwen respectfully introduced Yun Feiyang, and instantly, Wen Guangshan and his daughter even Zhang Qingqing were stunned into silence. Young master? Could Yun Feiyang really be the young master Lu Guangwen spoke of? Could it be that these 6 luxury Bentleys were here to pick up Yun Feiyang? How could that be possible? Wen Guangshan and Wen were stunned. In their minds, Yun Feiyang was merely the son of Zhang Qingqing, a down-on-her-luck friend. Even his entry into the company was due to their Wen family's influence. How could he possibly have such deep-rooted connections? And the young master of a wealthy family, no less? Zhang Qingqing's expression grew complex as she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She should have seen this coming. The moment Zhang Qingqing learned yesterday that Yun Feiyang's hiring had nothing to do with that Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll, she knew something was amiss. If Yun Feiyang had no connections, how could he have caught the eye of the discerning Vice President Lu? Even Gao Hongru and his son had come to Yun Feiyang's doorstep to kneel and beg him to return to the company. Could a mere small Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll possibly hold such sway? There was only one possibility: Yun Feiyang had reclaimed his identity as the young master of the Yun family from the capital. Wen Guangshan and Wen had always been arrogant and self-important in front of Yun Feiyang. But in Yun Feiyang's eyes, they were nothing more than 2 insignificant ants. He simply didn't deign to stoop to their level. Zhang Qingqing sighed helplessly. Such is fate. She had gone to great lengths to pave the way for Wen, yet Wen Guangshan and Wen had failed to seize the opportunity. She could hardly be blamed for that. Meanwhile, Shenlanji's gaze was filled with a thick, peculiar expression. Shenlanji was no fool, she could easily piece together what had happened. It seemed Yun Feiyang had already made contact with the Yun family in the capital. No wonder Yun Feiyang had asked her earlier what she would do if Yun Hanshan returned to claim her. Perhaps, at that very moment, Yun Feiyang had already reclaimed his identity as the young master of the Yun family in the capital. A complex mix of emotions flickered in Shunlanji's beautiful eyes. Though she had no desire to return to the heartbreaking place that was the Yun family and suffer once more, as his mother, enduring some hardship was nothing if it meant Yun Feiyang could live a life of luxury and happiness. Just then, Yun Feiyang suddenly grasped Shunlanji's icy hand. A wave of warmth spread through her, easing the ache in Shunlanji's heart. "I'm sorry, Mom. I've kept this from you for a while. I'll explain everything later," Yun Feiyang said solemnly. Shunlanji nodded to Yun Feiyang. She understood Yun Feiyang's nature and trusted his choices. Lu Guangwen bowed slightly before Yun Feiyang and said respectfully, "Mr. Yun, I apologize. It was my oversight. These two men came up to you with insincere greetings. I assumed they were friends you held in high regard. If they have offended you, I will certainly see justice is served." Lu Guangwen's words sent a chill through Wen Guangshan and Wen Wen, their expressions tightening with tension. They had always assumed Yun Feiyang was merely the son of a fallen woman, never imagining he was the offspring of a wealthy family. This was bad. Recalling how they'd crossed Yun Feiyang earlier, Wen Guangshan and Wen Wen began trembling uncontrollably. Would Yun Feiyang take it out on them? "You don't need to seek justice for me. I'll handle my own affairs." Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively and slowly approached Wen Guangshan and his daughter. Wen Guangshan and his daughter looked tense, cold sweat trickling down their faces. Though the figure before them was still the familiar Yun Feiyang, his status had undergone a complete transformation. The man before them was no longer the down-and-out son of a friend, but a wealthy young master with mysterious connections. With 6 Bentleys and so many imposing burly men standing guard, Wen Guangshan and his daughter felt a bit intimidated. Just then, a figure stepped in front of Yun Feiyang, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Chapter 110, 20 million? That was my gift. The one blocking Yun Feiyang's path was none other than Zhang Qingqing. Seeing her, the icy glint in Yun Feiyang's eyes softened slightly. Although Wen Guangshan and his daughter were ungrateful, Zhang Qingqing was Shunlanji's close friend and a genuinely kind person. Yun Feiyang held a favorable impression of her. "Feiyang, for Aunt Zhang's sake, could you please not hold a grudge against Wen Guangshan and Wen Wen?" A hint of pleading colored Zhang Qingqing's voice as she continued, "I know Aunt Zhang has no standing to beg for mercy from you, but regardless, I've always treated you and Lanji fairly well. Could you spare Aunt Zhang some face?" Zhang Qingqing knew full well that she was the only one who could prevent Yun Feiyang from making things difficult for Wen Guangshan and his daughter. Though Wen Guangshan was a scoundrel, he was still Zhang Qingqing's husband. As his wife, she had to stand up for him now. "Lanji, could you please plead with Feiyang? I'm begging you." Seeing Yun Feiyang hesitate, Zhang Qingqing turned to Shunlanji, her tone filled with pleading. "Feiyang." Shunlanji tugged at Yun Feiyang's sleeve. "Aunt Zhang has helped us so much. Wen Guangshan and Wen Wen are her family. Even though they spoke harshly, they didn't do anything truly outrageous. Let it go." Shunlanji and Zhang Qingqing had been close friends for years. Naturally, she didn't want her best friend's family to be troubled by her own son. "Don't you dare pretend to care." At that moment, Wen Wen shouted loudly, "Do I, Wen Wen, need you pleading for me? Yun Feiyang, what if you are some rich playboy? Don't forget, I, Wen Wen, am also marrying into a wealthy family. You haven't forgotten that multi-million-dollar dowry, have you? If you dare offend me, my wealthy boyfriend won't let you off the hook." Hearing this, Wen Guangshan's posture straightened slightly as he snorted, "Zhang Qingqing, I can't control you relying on Yun Feiyang's privileged status. But Wen Wen has her own connections too. You've neglected our precious daughter Wen Wen for Yun Feiyang's sake. If Wen Wen's boyfriend finds out about this, can you handle the consequences?" At that moment, Wen Guangshan and his daughter clutched at their last straw. Earlier, a wealthy family had sent over 20 million yuan in betrothal gifts to the Wen family, a fact known to everyone. So what if Yun Feiyang is a wealthy playboy? Wen Wen also has a wealthy family backing her. They didn't believe Yun Feiyang would dare to go against the powerful families behind them. Seeing Wen Guangshan and his daughter stubbornly refusing to change their ways, Zhang Qingqing was utterly speechless. Marry into a wealthy family? In China, the Yun family of the capital is already among the most elite wealthy families. Even the most powerful families in Donghai, could they possibly rival the Beijing Yun family? They would never risk offending the Yun family of the capital over Wen Guangshan and Wen Wen. Just as Lu Guangwen was about to retort, Yun Feiyang waved him off. A mocking sneer now played at the corners of Yun Feiyang's lips. The look he cast at Wen Guangshan and his daughter was as if he were observing a complete fool. "What are you laughing at?" Wen Wen's face darkened with irritation at Yun Feiyang's mocking expression as she retorted. "I'm laughing at the ignorance and foolishness of certain people." Yun Feiyang snorted coldly. "You've been boasting about being favored by some wealthy young master, but has that young master who sent you lavish gifts ever actually appeared? That's because he's been busy with important matters lately." Wen Wen, stunned to the quick, retorted loudly, "Once he finishes his current tasks, he'll definitely come for me."
Then, I'll make him personally deal with those who've crossed me. 1-1. Though her voice was loud, Wen's face betrayed a flicker of unease. Even as she spoke, Wen felt her own words lacked conviction. Feiyang couldn't help but laugh at Wen's words. The mockery on his lips grew thicker as he said indifferently, I can tell you with certainty right now that wealthy young master you speak of will never marry you in this lifetime. What did you say? I received over 20 million in betrothal gifts. How dare you spread such lies? You have absolutely no proof. Wen shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Earlier, Lu Koan and those other wealthy scions had publicly mocked Wen. The reason that wealthy young master hadn't shown his face all this time was simply because he wanted a one-night stand, not because he genuinely liked Wen. Feiyang's words had just struck Wen's deepest wound. Evidence? Feiyang snorted. Then I'll give you proof. Because that 20 million yuan gift voucher was actually from me. What? Feiyang's words poured over Wen Guangshan and Wen like a bucket of cold water, leaving the father and daughter frozen in place. You're talking nonsense. That 20 million yuan gift certificate was clearly the betrothal gift from that wealthy young heir. You're deliberately twisting the truth. Wen's face twisted in disbelief as she roared in fury. Dowry? The scorn on Feiyang's lips grew thicker. This 20 million yuan gift is a token of gratitude for Aunt Zhang. It's my way of thanking her for all these years of caring for my mother and me. You're the one projecting your own delusions, assuming it's a wealthy family's betrothal gift to you. The neighbors, who had already harbored resentment toward Wen Guangshan and his daughter, now joined in with loud, mocking laughter. So that 20 million was for Zhang Qingqing? No wonder. Wen should take a good look at herself. What about her is worthy of a wealthy family's attention? She took the 20 million gift money and bragged everywhere about marrying into a wealthy family. Now her fantasy has finally burst, hasn't it? With her character, how could she have the nerve to mock someone like Feiyang, a hidden heir to a wealthy family? What a disgrace. She's been running around with a chicken feather as if it were a royal decree. Now she's getting her comeuppance. The Wen Guangshan family had a poor reputation among their neighbors. After flaunting that 20 million yuan gift receipt and showing off their wealth, the truth has now come to light. All the neighbors who'd harbored resentment toward Wen Guangshan and his daughter are now kicking them while they're down. When Wen and Wen Guangshan's faces flushed crimson, their shame so intense they wished the ground would swallow them whole. Wen had believed she'd caught the eye of a wealthy young master, which only fueled her increasingly arrogant demeanor. Little did she know it had all been nothing but her own delusions and self-importance from the very beginning. The most laughable part was that she had used the 20 million yuan gift money Feiyang had given her to mock him. Just thinking about it now felt utterly ironic and ridiculous. Zhang Qingqing sighed, feeling a pang of pity for her daughter. Wen had truly been corrupted by Wen Guangshan. She hoped this incident would finally bring her to her senses. How do I know if what you're saying is true? Wen clenched her jaw and retorted, what proof do you have that those 20 million were actually from you? What if you're lying to me? Wen still refused to accept the reality that she hadn't been chosen by the wealthy young master, demanding loudly. Chapter 111, The Truth Comes Out. As the young master of a wealthy family, Feiyang's words naturally carried weight. But Wen still refused to accept that the gift receipt for the 20 million yuan was actually written by Feiyang. If I recall correctly, Feiyang said calmly, there was a Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll included in that gift list, wasn't there? Feiyang's casual remark sent a sudden jolt through both Wen and Wen Guangshan's hearts. That Song Dynasty calligraphy scroll had puzzled both Wen Guangshan and Wen at the time. Why include a calligraphy scroll in a proper betrothal gift? But now, it suddenly clicked for them. It was simple. It was to return Zhang Qingqing's calligraphy scroll. Not just the calligraphy scroll, but also the residence at Manhwa Mansion, Unit 701, Building 15. Need I say more? Feiyang's words finally made Wen Guangshan and Wen give up their struggle. Outsiders only knew that the 20 million yuan dowry included a house in Manhwa Mansion, but they didn't know the specific building number and unit number. That Feiyang could state the exact door number with such precision meant only one possibility. Feiyang was the one who sent that gift voucher. Wen's face fell. Ever since receiving that astronomical gift voucher, Wen had been practically floating on air. Every day, she was lost in dreams of marrying into a wealthy family. She had even used the gift certificate to mock Feiyang for being overconfident. She could never have imagined that this exorbitant 20 million yuan gift voucher was actually from Feiyang, the very man she had looked down upon and mocked relentlessly. How utterly ironic. At that moment, Wen's face flushed crimson, wishing she could sink through the earth. Since we've laid our cards on the table, I won't beat around the bush either. Feiyang fixed Wen with a calm gaze as he continued, China Resources is my company. Therefore, my joining China Resources has absolutely nothing to do with your Wen family. Furthermore, though you've repeatedly shown your ingratitude by trying to disgust me, I've chosen not to stoop to your level out of respect for Aunt Zhang. Your transfer to the marketing department was Zhang Weiguang's decision. It had nothing to do with me. Zhang Weiguang originally wanted to fire you outright.
It was me who spoke up for you, out of respect for Aunt Zhang. So from now on, stop presuming to have any say in China Resources affairs. After speaking, Yun Feiyang turned to Wen Guangshan, his aura gradually intensifying.
The pressure made Wen Guangshan swallow nervously with a gulp.
Wen Guangshan, I don't know where you found the courage to divorce Aunt Zhang.
Is it your confidence as a section chief at the government office?
Let me tell you this, when Xiaohei wiped out Wenwen's 70,000 to 80,000 yuan gambling debt, it wasn't out of respect for you, Wen Guangshan.
I was the one who settled it. Of course, I have absolutely no interest in Miss One. That was entirely out of respect for Aunt Zhang. And that 20 million yuan gift receipt?
That was my token of gratitude to Aunt Zhang for all these years of caring for us, my mother and me.
It has nothing whatsoever to do with you, Wen Guangshan, or your precious daughter Wenwen. You want a divorce? Fine.
But hand over that 20 million yuan, every last cent.
If even 1 penny is missing?
A cold smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. Just look at all these luxury cars surrounding us, they're here to pick me up. You should know what the consequences will be. All the neighbors nearby heard Yun Feiyang's words, and a mocking, cold smile involuntarily spread across their lips. What had been Wen Guangshan's arrogant threat, wielding his influence to intimidate Yun Feiyang, was now thrown right back at him, unchanged.
How embarrassing. Relying on Zhang Qingqing's 20 million yuan gift to make themselves look good, who gave them the nerve? That was a thank you gift from Yun Feiyang to Zhang Qingqing. What business did it have with Wen Guangshan and Wenwen?
Yet the two of them shamelessly accepted it, then flaunted Yun Feiyang's gift in front of its rightful owner.
Didn't they know their place? I told you so. How could such a snobbish, two-faced person who'll never amount to anything in their lifetime ever be noticed by the elite?
The neighbor's words left Wen Guangshan and his daughter so mortified they wished they could bury their heads in the sand like ostriches. Earlier, they'd flaunted Yun Feiyang's 20 million yuan gift certificate everywhere, looking down their noses at everyone and alienating every neighbor in the process. Now that they knew the 20 million wasn't meant for them, all their previous boasts had turned into nothing but empty bragging. What made it even more humiliating was that Wenwen had always looked down on Yun Feiyang, the man who had presented the astronomical gift certificate, while secretly hoping some wealthy young master would come along to marry her. Yet this wealthy young master had been right beside Wenwen all along, she just hadn't recognized him.
At this moment, Wenwen couldn't help but recall Yun Feiyang's dismissive sneers from before.
Every time Wenwen mentioned marrying into a wealthy family, Yun Feiyang had dismissed her with disdain. Wenwen had assumed he was just putting on an act, but now it seemed he must have been mocking her all along. Aunt Zhang, thank you for taking care of my mother all these years. If there's anything you need help with in the future, please don't hesitate to ask me. Yun Feiyang paused, glancing at Wen Guangshan before saying, Aunt Zhang, even if Wen Guangshan wants to divorce you, you shouldn't put yourself down.
A man like him doesn't deserve you. Zhang Qingqing's gaze toward Yun Feiyang held a hint of admiration.
Though Yun Feiyang had reclaimed his identity as the young master of the Yun family in the capital, he showed her not a shred of the arrogance typical of a wealthy young master. Raised by Xinlanji, Yun Feiyang was a well-bred young man, calm, reserved, resilient, and magnanimous. Even if he weren't born into privilege, he would surely achieve greatness in the future. When Guangshan hurried over, his expression pleading. Qingqing, my words about divorce were spoken in anger. Please don't hold it against me. After all these years as husband and wife, you can't just abandon me. If Wenwen had truly hooked up with some rich playboy, perhaps Wen Guangshan would have had the guts to divorce her. But that was all Wenwen's delusion. Now that Zhang Qingqing had hooked up with the powerhouse Yun Feiyang, plus the extravagant gift of 20 million, how could Wen Guangshan possibly consider divorce?
Hearing Wen Guangshan's words, the neighbors' mocking smiles grew even more pronounced. This Wen Guangshan was surprisingly perceptive at this moment. He dared not put on airs anymore. Of course not. If he divorced, Wen Guangshan would have nothing left. With only his meager salary, how could he possibly survive in Donghai? And having crossed Yun Feiyang, he'd surely face dire consequences down the road. Zhang Qingqing shot Wen Guangshan and Wenwen a complicated look before sighing. One night as husband and wife creates 100 nights of affection. Even if Wen Guangshan has 1,000 faults, he is still her husband, the man she's lived with all these years. Then apologize to Feiyang right now. Zhang Qingqing said firmly to Wen Guangshan. She had to give Yun Feiyang an explanation now. His grievances couldn't go unaddressed. Chapter 112, Ungrateful Brat. Alright, I'll apologize immediately. When Guangshan nodded repeatedly, approaching Yun Feiyang with a fawning expression. He spoke in a low, submissive tone, Feiyang, Uncle Wen was wrong. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. How about this, I'll treat you and Lanji to dinner today. You can get to know Wenwen again. You choose the place. This is Uncle's sincere gesture. I hope you won't refuse. Hearing Wen Guangshan's words, the neighbors around them couldn't help but cry out in outrage, how shameless. Everyone understood exactly what Wen Guangshan was thinking at that moment. Having learned Yun Feiyang's true identity, Wen Guangshan naturally began calculating his next move. So what if Yun Feiyang was married? He could always get a divorce.
Wenwen was still unmarried. With some effort, there might still be a chance.
After all, what man doesn't like beautiful women?
Yun Feiyang coldly dodged Wen Guangshan's hand as he tried to make a friendly gesture.
No need for dinner, he said. We have nothing in common. When Guangshan's hand froze mid-air, his face flushing with embarrassment.
He could only turn to Zhang Qingqing for help, shooting her meaningful glances, hoping she'd lend a hand.
But Zhang Qingqing didn't even acknowledge Wen Guangshan's gaze. Yun Feiyang wasn't some ordinary spoiled rich kid who could be won over with a few sweet words. Shenlanji had taught Yun Feiyang well.
A sharp observer like him could easily see through Wen and Wen Guangshan's true colors. Wen had been corrupted by Wen Guangshan, which was precisely why Yun Feiyang held her in such low regard. Feiyang, the 20 million you gave me is already an incredibly generous gift. All these years, I haven't truly been of any help, and Lanzi hasn't accepted a single thing from me. You should really take that 20 million back. Zhang Qingqing knew her own worth.
This 20 million yuan token of gratitude was simply too extravagant. Wen Guangshan was not pleased to hear this. That's 20 million. Has Zhang Qingqing lost her mind? Just give it back like that? At this thought, Wen Guangshan couldn't help but feel a surge of urgency.
Yun Feiyang replied calmly, "Aunt Zhang, this 20 million is our token of gratitude.
Since it's already been given, there's no reason to take it back. Besides..."
Yun Feiyang deliberately paused, his icy gaze fixed on Wen Guangshan and Wen 20 million yuan, plus covering the casino debt earlier. I've done my utmost. I hope certain people stop harboring ulterior motives, forcing me to repay their family's favors. These 20 million weren't just repayment for Zhang Qingqing's kindness, they were also meant to shut Wen Guangshan and his daughter's mouths.
Wen Guangshan and Wen don't know a good thing when they see it.
If they try to use this favor to make trouble for Shenlanji in the future, it could get very messy. Zhang Qingqing must accept these 20 million to eliminate any lingering worries.
Wen Guangshan nodded repeatedly, his face beaming with delight. As long as Yun Feiyang didn't take back the 20 million, everything would be fine. But Zhang Qingqing had picked up on Yun Feiyang's unspoken meaning. She nodded and said, "Feiyang, rest assured.
Aunt Zhang knows her place."
Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
She had gone to such lengths to pave the way for Wen's family in Yun Feiyang's eyes, only to end up with nothing to show for it.
"Thank you, Aunt Zhang." Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod before turning to Shenlanji. "Mom, let's go. I'll take you out for a stroll." Soon, Yun Feiyang, accompanied by Jiang Bai and Shenlanji, climbed into the Bentley fleet and drove off.
Everyone watched the convoy depart, their faces filled with envy.
Now that was the true grandeur befitting a wealthy family.
Even dressed in cheap street clothes, Yun Feiyang carried himself with the bearing of a true aristocratic young master. On the road, Jiang Bai stared at Yun Feiyang for a long time before finally pulling him aside and whispering a question.
"Hey Yun Feiyang, you really are a second-generation tycoon? A young master?"
Jiang Bai looked utterly shocked. He never could have imagined that Yun Feiyang, who worked so relentlessly abroad, came from such a family background.
"What? Doesn't it look like it?" Yun Feiyang frowned.
"It's not that you don't look the part, it's just weird."
Yun Feiyang's true identity hit Jiang Bai like a ton of bricks. Why would someone with such a privileged life choose to become a mercenary abroad, risking his life for money? Moreover, Yun Feiyang was deeply loyal and principled, a stark contrast to the spoiled, heartless rich kids Jiang Bai had encountered before. "Hey, does Su's wife know your true identity?"
Jiang Bai pulled Yun Feiyang close and whispered.
Yun Feiyang glared at him threateningly. "I'm warning you, don't go blabbing. You have no right to tell her about this. If you dare leak a single word, you think I won't cut ties with you?"
Only Yun Feiyang himself had the right to reveal his true identity to Su Yuhan.
No one else, no matter who they were, had that right. Even if Su Yuhan doesn't believe it now, she will someday. What's the rush? Seeing Yun Feiyang suddenly lose his temper, Jiang Bai weakly muttered, "I won't say anything then." "Hey, that auntie. Stop it."
Yun Feiyang slapped Jiang Bai on the shoulder and glared at him. Because at that moment, Yun Feiyang noticed Shenlanji staring out the window, lost in deep thought. Despite sitting inside a luxury car like the Bentley, Shenlanji showed no sign of enjoying the ride. Yun Feiyang's heart sank. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, the Yun family in the capital had once ruthlessly expelled Shenlanji and Yun Feiyang. Now that Yun Feiyang had regained his status as the young master of the Yun family, it wasn't something Shenlanji found particularly joyful. Shenlanji gave the three villas a cursory glance before stating without hesitation, "Take the one in the suburban area. It's quiet and close to the city." Watching Shenlanji's slightly weary figure and expression, Yun Feiyang felt a sharp pang in his heart. Yun Feiyang knew Shenlanji too well. Given her quiet nature, she would have chosen the house in the outskirts, not the one near the city. But the outskirts were simply too far from the city center. Shenlanji was considering Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan, who would be moving in later. That was just the kind of person Shenlanji was. A mother's resolve is unbreakable. For her children, she could endure any hardship. Even if it meant returning to the Yun family only to be seen as an ungrateful woman, she wouldn't hesitate.
As long as Yun Feiyang was happy, she would willingly endure anything.
Yun Feiyang followed Shenlanji up to the second floor room. After closing the door, he saw her standing by the window, her back to him, gazing out at the faint bustle of the East Sea beyond.
"Mom!"
Yun Feiyang called softly. Shenlanji's body trembled slightly as she turned, her face bearing a strained smile.
"Feiyang, I truly love this apartment."
Yun Feiyang approached, his gaze fixed on Shenlanji as he declared firmly, "Mom, I know what you're thinking.
Aren't you worried that after returning to the Yun family, you'll become like you were over a decade ago, a woman seen as climbing the social ladder through the Yun family's power?" Chapter 113, For You, What Do Little Hardships Matter? Perhaps she had held on for too long.
Yun Feiyang's simple words broke through her defenses, and tears suddenly welled up in her beautiful eyes.
"I've caused you so much pain, Mom." Shenlanji shook her head. "What do those little hardships matter? As long as you can be happy in the future, I'll be happy. Mother, won't you even ask why the Yun family in the capital suddenly sought me out?"
Yun Feiyang gazed at Shenlanji and continued, "Yun Hanshan's son has gone missing. He needs a son to help him fight for the Yun family's inheritance and assets, so he thought of me." Hearing this, Shenlanji gave a self-mocking smile, her expression growing even more disheartened. "I thought Yun Hanshan remembered our old affection and was willing to let you return to the Yun family."
"So that's it." In his eyes, it's probably always been about the Yun family's power and influence. Shenlanji's expression grew even more weary.
Over 20 years ago, Shenlanji had defied societal scrutiny to enter the Yun family for Yun Hanshan's sake. She didn't even mind living among the Yun household servants. Her heart truly loved Yun Hanshan. Even if he hadn't been a descendant of the Yun family of the capital, she would have chosen to live with him.
But Yun Hanshan?
For the sake of the Yun family's power and influence, he had driven Yun Feiyang and his mother out without a second thought, showing not a shred of regard for their past bond. Even allowing Yun Feiyang to return to the Yun family was solely for the sake of his power within the Yun family of the capital. "Feiyang, return to the Yun family with your father without worry." Shenlanji gazed at Yun Feiyang with her beautiful eyes and urged, "You are now Yun Hanshan's greatest bargaining chip in the battle for the family inheritance.
He absolutely won't make things difficult for you.
As long as you behave properly within the Yun family, the others will show restraint out of respect for Yun Hanshan.
Understand?"
As she spoke these words, Shenlanji's voice trembled slightly.
Truthfully, Shenlanji did not want Yun Feiyang to leave.
Over a decade ago, she had been abandoned by Yun Hanshan, so Shenlanji had poured all her love and hope into Yun Feiyang. Now, Yun Hanshan sought to take away her only remaining anchor. Though her heart ached with 1,000 sorrows, she would endure any hardship to ensure Yun Feiyang could live a good life.
"What about you, Mom?"
Yun Feiyang felt as if his heart had been wrenched. Even at this moment, Shenlanji's thoughts were still with her beloved son.
"Mother can go anywhere." Shenlanji gave a self-mocking smile. "I can live in Donghai.
I can live in the capital, even if it means living alongside the servants of the Yun family. Perhaps once Yun Hanshan uses you to seize the position of head of the Yun family, he might treat me a little better."
"But it doesn't matter. In Yun Hanshan's heart, I'm probably just a dispensable woman."
"Mother, that was then." Yun Feiyang's gaze grew even more resolute as he declared, "Over a decade ago, I was young and powerless. We were at the mercy of the Yun family in the capital. But now, everything has changed." Yun Feiyang paused, then declared each word with deliberate force, "This time, I return to the Yun family not as a discarded son, but as its rightful heir.
If anyone dares to speak ill of us again, I will rip out their tongue."
Ha! As Yun Feiyang spoke with unwavering resolve, a faint breeze swept through, leaving Shenlanji momentarily stunned.
Hadn't she longed for a legitimate status?
Others claimed she had married Yun Hanshan solely for the power and prestige of the Yun family in the capital.
But Shenlanji had never known Yun Hanshan's true identity. She wanted a reputation. A proper, respectable reputation. But was that even possible?
After a long pause, Shenlanji shook her head helplessly.
"Feiyang, it's too difficult. You don't understand the Yun's power in the capital. Their offspring are a tangled web of influence. To challenge them for the family inheritance." Truthfully, Shenlanji understood the Yun family's power in the capital.
As one of the nation's most powerful clans, even a single descendant of the Yun family held terrifying resources. To put it bluntly, Shenlanji herself had been deceived by Yun Hanshan back then, her status illegitimate and her claim unfounded. Only after giving birth to Yun Feiyang did she discover Yun Hanshan already had a wife and children. Yun Feiyang was, at best, merely an illegitimate child. How could such a background possibly catch the eye of the Yun family in the capital? Thud! Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice from outside.
"Young master, I'm here." Hearing that voice, Shenlanji's body stiffened involuntarily.
The voice was familiar to her, yet she couldn't quite place it.
"Come in." As Yun Feiyang's voice echoed, the door swung open.
When Shenlanji saw the middle-aged man standing there, her beautiful eyes narrowed sharply, and even her voice carried a hint of surprise.
You're Li Rong? Li Rong, who looked after Feiyang when he was little."
Though Uncle Rong appeared more mature than he had over a decade ago, his overall appearance hadn't changed much.
Shenlanji recognized him instantly. Back at the Yun residence in the capital, though Li Rong was nearly Yun Feiyang's personal attendant, he had shown great care for both Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji.
Even when Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji were expelled from the Yun household, Uncle Rong had left with them. However, after arriving at the East Sea, Uncle Rong had vanished without a trace.
Seeing Li Rong again, Shenlanji felt an extraordinary sense of warmth. "Madam."
Uncle Rong gave Shenlanji a slight nod, his expression tinged with emotion. Although Uncle Rong had always been in Donghai, he had never shown himself to Shenlanji. Had Yun Feiyang not harbored ambitions to contest the Yun family inheritance, Uncle Rong would likely have remained hidden in the shadows for the rest of his life. "Why have you come today?" Shenlanji's voice brimmed with delight.
"Madam, I came today to show you something."
With that, Uncle Rong handed over an iPad. Shenlanji took it with a puzzled look, opened it, and her beautiful eyes suddenly froze. Displayed on the iPad was a list of assets.
Shenlanji did a quick calculation. The total value of these assets was simply astronomical.
This. Shenlanji looked up, her eyes fixed on Uncle Rong in bewilderment. Uncle Rong explained, "Madam, this represents the empire I built over the years for the young master in Yu. Combined with the assets the young master recently seized from Yunhan Mountain, he now controls nearly 1/3 of the commercial resources in the entire East Sea."
"What?" Shenlanji's heart sank. She turned to Yun Feiyang and asked, "Feiyang, is what Uncle Rong said true?"
Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod and recounted the events involving Yun Shearu and Yun Hansan. Shenlanji exhaled in relief, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment.
Chapter 114, What a Son!
Upon seeing the Bentley luxury motorcade, Shenlanji had assumed Yun Feiyang had regained his status as the young master of the Yun family in the capital through Yun Hanshan's influence.
But Shenlanji never imagined Yun Feiyang held other trump cards up his sleeve. This level of backing was truly formidable. Now Shenlanji finally understood why Yun Feiyang harbored ambitions to contest the Yun family's inheritance. Relying solely on Yun Hanshan, he naturally lacked the confidence to return to the Yun family in the capital with dignity.
But with the resources Uncle Rong held, his confidence grew significantly.
Yet even with these assets, the task remained daunting. After a long moment of contemplation, Shenlanji shook her head. The influence of the Yun family in the capital is unimaginable. Though fragmented and controlled by its descendants, any single branch remains formidable. Yun Feiyang's voice was firm. "Mother, where there's a will, there's a way. Leave this matter to your son. This time, I will ensure you return to the Yun family with honor. No one will dare to slander you again." Gazing into Yun Feiyang's resolute eyes, Shenlanji sighed and said with self-reproach, "Feiyang, I'm the one who dragged you into this."
Had Shenlanji not thrown caution to the wind for Yun Hansan back then, she wouldn't have burdened Yun Feiyang with the weight of the previous generation's struggles. Yun Feiyang smiled calmly, "Mom, being your son in this lifetime is my true honor."
Though Shenlanji hadn't provided Yun Feiyang with a life of luxury, he had learned invaluable lessons from her. Resilience, tenacity, responsibility, and loyalty. No matter how great the hardship, Shenlanji never once backed down. For Yun Feiyang's sake, she was even willing to remain in the Yun household, enduring a life of lowly status. She was fulfilling a mother's duty. The qualities Yun Feiyang learned from Shenlanji were priceless, money could never buy them. "Go for it. Whatever it takes, Mom will shoulder it with you." Shenlanji smiled with deep satisfaction, looking at the fine young man she had raised. She had poured her entire life's devotion into Yun Feiyang, and he had not disappointed her. "Yes." Yun Feiyang nodded firmly, then seemed to recall something. "Oh, Mom," he said, "for now, don't mention the Yun family's affairs to Yuan. I want to tell her myself." "I understand." Shenlanji smiled. She understood exactly what Yun Feiyang was thinking. Su Yuhan was an angel, the woman Yun Feiyang had sworn to cherish for a lifetime. In this world, only Yun Feiyang had the right to tell Su Yuhan the truth. "By the way, madam, you really shouldn't go to that company. It's just a small operation. If you want to work, I can help you find a better place." Uncle Rong bowed respectfully to Shenlanji, then glanced at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang understood Uncle Rong's meaning. It seemed Uncle Rong had handled the aftermath of Fu Hongxing's situation quite well. "All right then. I'll go to the company this afternoon to process my resignation." Shenlanji hesitated, then shook her head with a smile. Earlier, she'd been agonizing over parting with her half-year bonus of over 20,000 yuan for Yun Feiyang's down payment. But now, it seemed entirely unnecessary. With that knot untied, Shenlanji felt much lighter. Even during lunch, she kept chatting with Yun Feiyang about items in the old house, asking him to move some important things over when he had time. Yun Feiyang smiled and agreed to each request. He understood Shenlanji's nature. These were things that had accompanied her for over a decade, and she simply couldn't bear to part with them. After lunch, Shenlanji left alone for the company. She was there to resign. Upon arriving at the office, many employees who saw Shenlanji exchanged strange glances.
Their curiosity was laced with palpable apprehension, as if Shinlanji were some kind of demon or monster.
Some even kept their distance, afraid of offending her.
Though Shinlanji was curious, she wouldn't be returning to this company, so she couldn't be bothered with such matters.
Shinlanji knocked on the general manager's office door. "Come in." Shinlanji pushed the door open.
The moment the company's general manager saw her, his expression changed instantly. The general manager paused for a moment, then his face broke into a broad smile. He approached her obsequiously, his tone dripping with flattery.
"Miss Shin, please sit down. Look at you, you came to see me without even letting me know beforehand. What if I hadn't been here? Wouldn't that have been a wasted trip for you?" Seeing the general manager's fawning expression, Shinlanji understood. This must be Uncle Rong's influence. No wonder those people outside acted like mice seeing a cat when they spotted her. Uncle Rong must have tipped them off beforehand. Shinlanji couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Perhaps no one could have imagined that an unremarkable clerk in a small company had given birth to the young master of the Yun family from the capital.
"Mr. Wang, to be perfectly honest, I'm here today to resign." With that, Shinlanji decided to get straight to the point.
There was no need for her to work here anymore. Even if she did work, she hoped to assist her son by joining Yun Feiyang's company.
"I was already aware of that."
Mr. Wang pulled a thick envelope from his desk drawer and said, "Miss Shin, this is your bonus for your time with us. I hope you won't find it too meager. Also, rest assured, we've already fired that bastard Fu Hongxing who framed you. We've also left a stain on his professional record. He'll never amount to anything in his life." Shinlanji conservatively estimated the thick envelope contained around 30 to 40,000 yuan. By convention, Shinlanji's year-end bonus would normally only be around 10 to 20,000 yuan.
Shinlanji pushed it away and said, "Forget it. I don't accept unearned rewards.
I haven't even worked here for a full 6 months, so I'm not entitled to a half-year bonus."
Mr. Wang grew flustered. "Ms. Shin, is the amount insufficient? We're a small company, please understand our limitations."
"If you refuse it, this puts me in a difficult position."
Sweat beaded on Mr. Wang's brow.
Just last night, Mr. Wang had received a call from a big shot who had specially mentioned Shinlanji and hinted at Fu Hongxing's fate. Mr. Wang nearly wet himself on the spot. This big shot was someone he could never afford to cross in his entire life. He never imagined a lowly office clerk could have such deep connections. Shinlanji sighed helplessly, "I'm not accepting the half-year bonus, it's in line with company policy."
"How has that become a problem for you?"
Mr. Wang pleaded, "Ms. Shin, please don't joke with me. I already know what happened to Fu Hongxing. He's been thrown in jail and beaten half to death last night.
I've never done anything to offend you.
It's all that bastard Fu Hongxing's fault.
Please don't make things difficult for me." Mr. Wang was practically on his knees before Shinlanji.
Not only had Fu Hongxing been beaten half to death yesterday, but the charge of instigating the fight had also been pinned on him.
What was supposed to be a few months' detention was extended to a full year. Mr. Wang wasn't some naive fool.
This was clearly someone targeting Fu Hongxing. Fu Hongxing had crossed Shinlanji, he'd likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. Worse still, Fu Hongxing would likely endure a lifetime of brutal beatings. Fu Hongxing's misery stemmed from his own recklessness in provoking Shinlanji. But he hadn't provoked Fu Hongxing at all. His perfectly good company couldn't be dragged down by Fu Hongxing. Shinlanji sensed the subtext in Mr. Wang's words and reassured him, "Mr. Wang, you should focus solely on running your company. Fu Hongxing got what he deserved, it has nothing to do with anyone else.
My decision to forego the half-year bonus is strictly by the book, and it's not about anyone else." "Really?"
Mr. Wang asked, his voice trembling.
"If anyone targets you, just give me a call. Goodbye."
Shinlanji shook her head, picked up her bag, and left Mr. Wang's office. Mr. Wang, like a fawning lapdog, beamed with flattery as he escorted her out.
The entire company couldn't help but exchange knowing glances. It seemed Shinlanji's background was truly terrifying.
On her way back, Shinlanji couldn't help but think of Fu Hongxing.
Fu Hongxing's downfall was likely Yun Feiyang's doing.
But Fu Hongxing got what he deserved, she owed him nothing.
Now, Shinlanji's thoughts were consumed by Yun Feiyang.
Yun Feiyang was undeniably a changed man now, and Shinlanji knew she'd have to steel herself for the ups and downs ahead with him. At that moment, Yun Feiyang received a call from Su Yuhan and rushed straight to her company.
Chapter 115, he has no right to enter the company.
With Su Yuhan's new company about to open, her sudden call to Yun Feiyang must mean she needed help with something.
Without a second thought, Yun Feiyang hailed a cab and headed straight for Su Yuhan's company.
The Su Group had previously specialized in women's products, so Su Yuhan naturally stayed within her field of expertise.
The company name was elegant, preserve the moment. The name carried profound meaning. What beauty-conscious woman wouldn't wish to preserve her most radiant years?
Time Captured was nearly finished with its renovations, undergoing final touches.
The large company logo looked quite impressive. Upon entering, the fresh and elegant decor immediately caught Yun Feiyang's eye. Not extravagant, yet far from shabby. The entire decor was based on a black and white palette, with black lines adding a touch of sophistication to the company's layout. Yun Feiyang nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed Su Yuhan's work, a perfect reflection of her unassuming nature. "You're here?" Su Yuhan's soft voice interrupted Yun Feiyang's thoughts. Yun Feiyang turned his head. Su Yuhan flashed him a radiant smile, her sharp business attire accentuating her beauty. Today, Su Yuhan wore her hair pulled back, dressed in a well-fitted blazer and black stockings with high heels that accentuated her long, slender legs. Yun Feiyang smiled. "Yes, I've been waiting for your call. I've been eager to help for a while now. We'll discuss that later. I called you here today for something more important. Come with me." Su Yuhan had shed her usual cool demeanor toward Yun Feiyang. Her tone now sounded more like a dutiful wife, negotiating and consulting. Yun Feiyang sensed their relationship had grown significantly closer. It seemed Su Yuhan was finally ready to open her heart to him. Following behind Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but feel a sweet warmth in his heart as he admired her graceful figure. Su Yuhan led Yun Feiyang into a conference room. The moment they entered, Yun Feiyang was startled to find Su Wenshan and Zhang Qiuyun already seated inside. Spotting Yun Feiyang, Zhang Qiuyun's narrow eyes narrowed further, her face twisted with displeasure. She snapped, "Yuhan, why did you bring that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang here? Don't you know what day today is? What right does that loser have to enter the conference room of your new company?" Ever since witnessing the mysterious rich young man's wealth, Zhang Qiuyun had made up her mind. No matter what, Su Yuhan must divorce this jinx, Yun Feiyang. Only then could she marry into a top-tier wealthy family. "Mom! Yun Feiyang is still my husband. Calling him a good-for-nothing over and over is way too much." Su Yuhan glared at Zhang Qiuyun with anger in her beautiful eyes, her voice icy. In the past, Su Yuhan might have misunderstood Yun Feiyang as marrying into the Su family solely for money. But recently, Yun Feiyang had sacrificed so much for her. As long as she believed Yun Feiyang was sincere, Su Yuhan was willing to open her heart to him. Zhang Qiuyun, on the other hand, as Su Yuhan's mother, only cared about using her daughter to climb into a wealthy family, never once considering Su Yuhan's happiness. "Husband?" Zhang Qiuyun's face twisted with fury as she shouted, "What kind of husband is he? Yuhan, you're already separated from him, you should seize this chance." Her voice rising, Zhang Qiuyun then roared at Yun Feiyang, "Yun Feiyang, let me make this clear. A wealthy young heir recently offered our Yuhan a dowry of 29,900,000 yuan. Know your place. A good-for-nothing like you? How could you possibly be worthy of our Yuhan?" Since Su Yuhan wouldn't learn her lesson, Zhang Qiuyun decided to bring up the wealthy young heir to make Yun Feiyang back down. "So what? I know Yuhan's temperament, she'd never accept it." Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. "Isn't it because you, this jinx, are hogging the toilet without even using it?" Zhang Qiuyun was enraged by Yun Feiyang's nonchalance. "Yun Feiyang, you married into the Su family just for our money, didn't you? If you cut ties with Yuhan, once she marries into a wealthy family, I'll have my wealthy son-in-law give you a generous thank you payment. A conservative estimate several million. But let me tell you this, Yun Feiyang, don't get too big for your britches. You're a good-for-nothing loser. What right do you have to demand such a sum? This is all thanks to our Yuhan's efforts. Giving you a few million is already showing you immense favor." Now Zhang Qiuyun was single-mindedly focused on getting Yun Feiyang to divorce Su Yuhan. Whatever the cost, Zhang Qiuyun was willing to pay it. She'd seen it clearly, for some reason, Su Yuhan had been bewitched by that Yun Feiyang. She couldn't let Yun Feiyang ruin Su Yuhan's future any longer. How could Yun Feiyang possibly compare to that mysterious rich young master? Zhang Qiuyun's words made Yun Feiyang chuckle. He replied casually, "How do you know your wealthy son-in-law will listen to you? I'm Yuhan's biological mother. He's marrying our Yuhan, how could he not listen to me?" Zhang Qiuyun shouted, her eyes wide with fury. "I guarantee you, that so-called wealthy son-in-law of yours will never listen to you in this lifetime. Give up that delusion." Yun Feiyang was the very mysterious wealthy son-in-law Zhang Qiuyun spoke of. Yet Yun Feiyang would never heed Zhang Qiuyun's scheming. "Who do you think you are? Daring to speak for some rich playboy? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Do you even have the right to speak?" Zhang Qiuyun sneered, her face twisted in contempt. Watching Zhang Qiuyun's shrewish display, Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to stoop to her level. He shook his head and turned away. "Am I not making myself clear? Yun Feiyang, get the hell out of here. This is Yuhan's own company." Seeing Yun Feiyang ignore her, Zhang Qiuyun instantly lost her temper, slamming the table and bellowing. "Enough!" Su Yuhan, enraged by Zhang Qiuyun's attitude, slammed the table. "Mom, don't forget, if it weren't for Yun Feiyang securing that 200 million investment for us, where would I have gotten the money to start this company? What right do you have to yell at Yun Feiyang like this?" Su Wenshan chimed in, "Yuhan's right. Zhang Qiuyun, you need to have some conscience. Don't push it too far. You're all out of your minds." Zhang Qiuyun simply couldn't understand why Su Yuhan and Su Wenshan would defend Yun Feiyang.
Clearly, a far more powerful wealthy young heir had set his sights on Su Yuhan. That wealthy young heir was her true destiny.
So what if Feiyang didn't hand over those 200 million? Don't forget, Yuhan has a wealthy young master backing her. Even without Feiyang's help, that wealthy young master would support her. What is Feiyang?
He's not even worth a single finger of that wealthy young master.
Feiyang couldn't hold back any longer. He snorted coldly and retorted, "Is that so?
I am the wealthy young master you speak of.
Go ahead, tell me how am I not even worth a single finger of my own?" Chapter 116, What the hell are you blowing smoke about? What? Feiyang's words stunned everyone present.
After a second's pause, Zhang Qiuyun burst into a dismissive laugh.
You? A wealthy heir? Look at yourself. If you're a wealthy heir, then I'm the world's richest person. You don't even think before you brag. Zhang Qiuyun didn't buy it for a second. Pointing at Feiyang, she said to Su Yuhan, "Yuhan, now you should see what kind of person Feiyang really is, right? He doesn't have much to offer, but he sure talks big. He hooked up with Mr. Zhang from China Resources and thinks he's got wings now, trying to act like a successful person and brag. He doesn't have the capital for that. Why are you still hanging on to a man like this? Feiyang is a wealthy heir? Not in a million years would Zhang Qiuyun believe it.
Feiyang, don't make jokes like that in the future."
Su Yuhan shot Feiyang a sharp glance and whispered her warning. Su Yuhan had already decided to give Feiyang a chance. Yet here he was, still bragging in front of her. Wasn't he just inviting Zhang Qiuyun to make a big deal out of it? Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. It seemed his true identity would be difficult to explain to Yuhan anytime soon. But the truth would come out eventually. Feiyang, you have the nerve to sit here? Get out of here.
Seeing Feiyang sitting there unconcerned, Zhang Qiuyun shouted relentlessly.
Mom! I invited Feiyang here. What do you mean by kicking him out? Are you trying to kick me out too? Su Yuhan's patience was wearing thin.
Her fair face turned icy, revealing her cold, elegant demeanor. Seeing Su Yuhan genuinely angered, Zhang Qiuyun gave a cold snort, shot Feiyang a glare, and finally relented. The new company officially launches tomorrow. Mom, Dad, Feiyang, you're all the most important people to me. That's why I'll be allocating shares to each of you.
Here are the share distribution documents. Please take a look. Su Yuhan handed 3 copies of the document to the other 3.
Feiyang had already seen this document earlier. It had been on Su Yuhan's desk.
What? That good-for-nothing Feiyang actually has 30% of the shares. No way. I refuse to agree.
After a cursory glance, Zhang Qiuyun slammed her hand on the table, her face flushing with anger. Su Yuhan was perfectly fine with holding 50% of the shares in the small company.
But Zhang Qiuyun and Su Wenshan only held 10% in the new company. How could Feiyang get 30%? What does that good-for-nothing Feiyang think he is?
Marrying into the Su family was already a tremendous honor for him.
How dare he claim such a large stake in Su Yuhan's new company?
Mom, don't forget Feiyang helped secure the entire 200 million yuan in initial funding for my new company.
That 30% investment is what he deserves. Su Yuhan frowned as she spoke. What do you mean deserved?
Even without the 200 million he got from Mr. Zhang at China Resources, there's still that wealthy young heir. That guy casually throws around 20 or 30 million yuan, plus 60 million USD for a top-tier chef. How could he possibly compare? Feiyang got you that 200 million with ulterior motives. Even if you give him shares, it should be just a token gesture.
How dare he get more shares than me?
Zhang Qiuyun snapped angrily, Yuhan, if you insist on this, I'll throw myself in front of a car right here. If Feiyang takes the 30% stake, it'll spell trouble.
If Feiyang and Su Yuhan grow closer, how could that wealthy young heir possibly stand a chance? Zhang Qiuyun absolutely wouldn't let Feiyang ruin Su Yuhan's chance to marry into a wealthy family. Besides, what gives that good-for-nothing Feiyang the right to have more shares than her? Zhang Qiuyun, what are you throwing a tantrum for? Su Wenshan frowned. Yuhan did nothing wrong. Feiyang secured 200 million in investment for her new company. And you? What have you contributed? You just sit in the air-conditioned office playing with your phone all day. Getting 10% of the shares is already generous. You're all insane. If that's the case, I'll kill myself right now. Zhang Qiuyun's face twisted with fury. Gritting her teeth, she dramatically lunged toward the table. Zhang Qiuyun understood Su Yuhan's temperament.
Though cold-hearted, she had a soft spot. She would never let her own mother actually kill herself in front of her.
Have you finished your tantrum yet?
Su Yuhan and Su Wenshan rushed to restrain Zhang Qiuyun, who threw herself on the floor, wailing, "There's no justice in this world.
It's gone mad.
Why must I be so unlucky to end up with such a useless son-in-law?"
Seeing Su Yuhan's troubled frown, Feiyang casually tossed the share transfer agreement onto the table, shrugged indifferently, and said, "In that case, I don't want the shares in the new company." With a third of the entire East Sea Business District's resources now in his hands, why would Feiyang care about a mere 30% share?
If Yun Feiyang had actually taken those 30% shares today, Zhang Qiuyun would never have let it rest.
That would have put Su Yuhan in a difficult position. Yun Feiyang had come to help Su Yuhan, not to complicate matters. He didn't want to put Su Yuhan in a difficult position either.
Besides, he didn't care about such a small thing.
Zhang Qiuyun's expression hardened instantly.
She scrambled to her feet and sneered at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang, you know your place.
What right does a good-for-nothing like you have to claim shares in Yuhan's company? Mom! Stop it!
Su Yuhan felt a pang of guilt. Yun Feiyang had given up his promising career at China Resources for her sake. She had intended to compensate him with some shares, but now Zhang Qiuyun had ruined everything.
Yuhan, you heard him.
That little punk gave up the shares himself.
Don't blame me.
Zhang Qiuyun wore a smug expression as she picked up the pen and swiftly signed the document. As she signed, she declared, "The shares this kid doesn't want are now mine, Zhang Qiuyun's.
From now on, I'm a major shareholder of the company too."
Seeing Zhang Qiuyun's smug expression, Su Wanshan and Su Yuhan frowned deeply.
Zhang Qiuyun was becoming increasingly opportunistic.
Su Wanshan even felt they had nothing in common anymore.
Yun Feiyang, come here. Su Yuhan shot Yun Feiyang a complex look before leaving the conference room. Following Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang entered the president's office.
You should have stood your ground just now.
That 30% share is rightfully yours. If you had persisted, I could have helped you secure more.
Su Yuhan's eyes held a hint of self-reproach. Had Yun Feiyang argued his case just now, Su Yuhan might still have had a chance to salvage the situation.
But since Yun Feiyang had voluntarily relinquished the shares, Su Yuhan was left utterly helpless. With Mom in that state, how could I possibly argue? Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. If I had insisted, it would have only put you in a difficult position.
Those simple words tugged at Su Yuhan's heart, stirring something deep within her.
Chapter 117, Are you crazy? For her sake again?
Yun Feiyang had relinquished his 30% stake in the new company again, for her, Su Yuhan. For Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang had abandoned his promising career at China Resources. Now, to spare her any awkwardness, he relinquished the 30% share compensation she had offered him. In Yun Feiyang's heart, she had always been there. Yet after their marriage, Su Yuhan had persistently misunderstood him.
How about this, I'll give you my 25% stake. Su Yuhan gazed intently at Yun Feiyang as she spoke softly. No need. Yun Feiyang waved his hands repeatedly. You're the company's president. Mom currently holds 40% of the shares. If your stake ends up smaller than hers, what kind of president would that make you? But you. Yun Feiyang cut her off with a smile. We're husband and wife. What's good for you is good for me. There's no need to draw lines between us. Besides, he couldn't care less about such a small stake. All right then. Su Yuhan's eyes grew even more filled with self-reproach as she said, after noon, the new company's HR director will report to the company. At that time, I'll have her arrange a better position and salary for you. What do you think? This was the only way Su Yuhan could think of to compensate Yun Feiyang now. Yun Feiyang smiled. All right, I'll leave it to you. Yun Feiyang didn't care about the position or salary as long as he could help Su Yuhan. Zhang Qiuyun, having secured her shares, was practically walking around with her nose in the air. When she saw Yun Feiyang at the office, she acted all high and mighty. To spare Su Yuhan any awkwardness, Yun Feiyang simply avoided Zhang Qiuyun, refusing to stoop to her level. At lunchtime, Yun Feiyang had intended to invite Su Yuhan to eat together, but she was out on a business meeting and not at the office. With no other option, Yun Feiyang headed out alone. After lunch, as Yun Feiyang walked along the street, about to head back to the office, a sudden crash echoed through the air. At that moment, a crash sounded nearby. Yun Feiyang looked over to see a young woman sprawled on the ground. Beside her, an electric scooter sped away without looking back. Hit and run. A minor hit and run, of course. These small electric bikes on the roads nowadays flout traffic laws, running red lights recklessly. You'd better be careful, or sooner or later, something bad will happen. And this e-bike had taken advantage of the chaos to make a clean getaway. Bystanders gathered around the girl, pointing fingers but offering no help. The young woman's face flushed with embarrassment as she sat on the ground, struggling to stand. But her ankle was twisted, and every attempt to rise sent her tumbling back down. Make way! Make way! Yun Feiyang pushed through the crowd, crouched down, and helped the girl up. Are you okay? The girl shook her head gratefully. I'm fine. Probably just a twisted ankle. It'll be okay after a bit. She wore a professional skirt suit and black stockings. Because of her high heels, she had fallen badly, her foot already swollen, clearly not a minor injury. You've sprained your ankle, but it's nothing serious. Just a little massage should fix it. Yun Feiyang had studied ancient medical texts and possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge. Are you a doctor? Qin Shi one-eyed Yun Feiyang curiously. The man before her didn't look like someone who knew medicine. Could she trust him? Was he just trying to take advantage of the situation to curry favor? Still, he did have a fair complexion. What? Don't trust me? Fine, forget it.
Feiyang shrugged, a hint of displeasure on his face. He had come with good intentions to help this girl, only to be mistaken for a rogue. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Shiwen pulled him back.
Wait a moment.
Qin Shiwen whispered, I'm sorry, I overthought it.
Could you please help me with the massage?
Qin Shiwen had just parked her car and was about to enter the company.
But unexpectedly, she was knocked down by an electric scooter.
If her foot stayed swollen like this, it would be tough to work in the afternoon. Today was her first day at the new company, and her boss had assigned her a crucial task. She absolutely couldn't work with a swollen foot.
I'll need to take off your shoes. Don't mind me. With that, Feiyang slipped off Qin Shiwen's high heels.
It must be said, her delicate feet were slender enough to fit in one hand, and paired with black stockings, they were incredibly smooth and alluring. But Feiyang was a married man and wouldn't cross the line. However, Feiyang noticed that the girl had some underlying issues in her legs from wearing high heels for extended periods. He not only massaged her feet but also worked on her calves, helping to alleviate the discomfort. Yet in Qin Shiwen's eyes, this act became him taking advantage. It must be said, the young man's technique was quite skilled. After just a few presses, the swelling in Qin Shiwen's ankles subsided, and the pain lessened significantly.
But the young man's actions grew increasingly bold. He was actually massaging her legs? Wasn't this blatantly taking advantage of her? What are you doing? Qin Shiwen snapped angrily, immediately pulling her leg away.
Even though this young man was acting like a pervert, Qin Shiwen had to admit that after his few presses, her foot really did feel much better.
Wait a moment. Just a few more massages and you'll feel much better.
Feiyang reached out to continue massaging Qin Shiwen's leg, but she misunderstood his intent as lewd behavior, her beautiful eyes flashing with even greater anger.
You're going too far.
Qin Shiwen's face flushed with fury as she stormed to her feet. She had thought this young man genuinely wanted to help her, but now it seemed he was merely using the pretext of treating her injury to take advantage of her.
Even if he did heal her foot injury, so what?
Using medical skills to take advantage of girls was utterly shameless.
Feiyang realized his actions might be misunderstood and quickly explained, don't get the wrong idea.
You wear high heels all the time, which has caused underlying leg issues.
I was just trying to help you. Helping me?
Who could possibly dress up groping like this in such lofty terms? Qin Shiwen retorted coldly. Feiyang froze, frowning as he retorted, I kindly treated your injury.
Not only did you not say thank you, but you actually suspect me of being a pervert?
No good deed goes unpunished.
What else could it be? If this isn't harassment, what is it? And you expect me to thank you? How shameless.
Just because you know a little medicine, you think you can take advantage of girls. Qin Shiwen grew angrier with every word. These days, kindness really does go unrewarded.
Feiyang looked utterly helpless and snorted, so what do you suggest? If you feel wronged, I can let you touch me back.
Feiyang seethed inwardly. If he'd known this little minx was so ungrateful, he never would have treated her injuries.
You shameless scoundrel.
Qin Shiwen stomped her foot in fury. She had to admit, this guy's medical skills were impressive. Her ankle had been killing her moments ago, but now it felt much better. Qin Shiwen turned to leave. After all, she'd only come out to buy some food.
Wait. Feiyang called out. I just fixed your ankle. You're leaving without even a thank you?
I warn you, don't try to pull any tricks on me.
Or else, you'll regret it.
Qin Shiwen shot Feiyang a fierce glare before turning and walking away. Today was her first day reporting to the new company. She couldn't be late. Her boss had specifically instructed her to arrange a vice president position for someone. With the start time fast approaching, she didn't want to keep the vice president waiting too long.
Watching Qin Shiwen's receding figure, Feiyang shook his head.
It was about time for the company's HR director to arrive. He'd go meet with her first.
Chapter 118, You're not an outsider? Give me a break.
Upon arriving at the company, Feiyang was about to head to the conference room when a voice suddenly called out from behind him.
Who are you looking for? Feiyang turned around and froze instantly. It's you. It's actually you. Both of them exclaimed in unison.
The girl before them, dressed like a city sophisticate, was none other than Qin Shiwen, the very woman Feiyang had healed of her leg injury on the street, only to take advantage of her. Qin Shiwen was seething inside. She never expected to run into this scoundrel so soon.
What a coincidence. Feiyang eyed Qin Shiwen up and down, feeling a bit annoyed himself. This girl had no gratitude whatsoever, wasting his kindness for nothing. Coincidence? Humph. What are you chasing me here for? Do you want me to pay you back?
Qin Shiwen's tone still carried a hint of irritation, but she also felt a twinge of worry.
Was this guy some kind of troublemaking thug? She'd seen news reports about perverts stalking girls. Could this guy be one of them? Reward? What kind of reward could you possibly afford? Feiyang was speechless. I can't afford to pay you?
Qin Shiwen stomped her foot in frustration.
Just name it. How much do you want for the treatment just now? Take the money and stop following me. Did this guy actually look down on her? Who does he think he is?
Shin Sherwon was the newly appointed HR director at Time Retention.
It was just a small favor, nothing major. Forget the payment better to avoid misunderstandings. Just thinking about this ungrateful girl made Feiyang furious. He'd kindly helped her treat the chronic pain in her legs caused by high heels.
You! Shin Sherwon was furious with this shameless man. Since you don't want payment, just leave already.
Don't follow me. Follow you? Feiyang froze, then burst out laughing. You're imagining things. I'm here for business, not to follow you.
While I'll admit you're somewhat attractive, I've seen plenty of women you're nowhere near my type. This girl was way too full of herself.
Feiyang was here for work. Follow her? Give me a break.
You! Shin Sherwon was furious. He was the one clinging to her like a leech, yet he wouldn't admit it.
What the hell do you want? This is my workplace, stop bothering me.
Shin Sherwon was nearly driven mad by Feiyang.
Work? Feiyang frowned, sizing her up from head to toe.
His gaze landed on the name tag pinned to her uniform.
Human Resources Director, Shin Sherwon. Feiyang froze. Could such a coincidence really exist? This ungrateful little minx was actually the HR director at Time Retention? This misunderstanding was getting way out of hand.
Actually, I'm here for a job interview too, Feiyang said, his face flushing with embarrassment.
You? Could it be you're here for an interview? Shin Sherwon eyed Feiyang up and down, frowning as she asked. Not an interview. I've already been hired. Our president interviewed me personally.
Feiyang wasn't exactly lying after all, his hiring was Su Yuhan's decision.
The president interviewed you personally?
Shin Sherwon snorted coldly, her tone dismissive.
You're just bragging. I'm Shin Sherwon, the company's HR director. How could I not know who's on staff?
Shin Sherwon dismissed him with a wave. President Su told me herself that I was the only employee she ever interviewed and the first and only outsider ever hired.
You say the president interviewed you personally? Who are you trying to fool? This kid doesn't even know how to spin a yarn properly. President Su personally interviewed him? With his credentials?
Feiyang shrugged helplessly.
I'm not an outsider. Enough. Stop bragging. Since you're here for an interview, come on in. I'm the company's HR director and will be conducting your interview. But rest assured, I won't let personal grudges influence this. Everything will be based solely on your abilities. Follow me.
Shin Sherwon turned and walked into a conference room, her high heels clicking on the floor. Feiyang obediently followed Shin Sherwon to a private interview room, pulling out a chair to sit down in front of her. Su Yuhan wasn't present, and besides, Su Yuhan had explicitly instructed Shin Sherwon to handle his position and salary arrangements. For now, he had no choice but to defer to her.
Did I tell you to sit down? Shin Sherwon frowned and snorted when Feiyang sat down without hesitation. Who doesn't sit during an interview? Feiyang retorted. What do you know? We don't just assess ability during interviews, we also evaluate body proportions. We're a women's products company.
If someone has a poor figure, it gives clients a sense of disgust.
What do you think?
Shin Sherwon deliberately emphasized her words.
It's just an interview. Why make it sound like a beauty pageant? Feiyang rolled his eyes. What did you say? Are you disrespecting the interviewer? For that alone, I can have you fired.
Shin Sherwon stiffened her neck and retorted.
Feiyang, annoyed, deliberately shot back. So what if they're checking out my figure? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if I take my clothes off.
You're such a pervert.
Hearing Feiyang's loose tongue, Shin Sherwon's cheeks flushed even redder.
But as she took him in from head to toe, she had to admit though he wasn't some super handsome young heartthrob, his physique was well proportioned. His skin had a healthy, sun-kissed tan, giving him a vibrant, wholesome look. Setting aside his fashion disaster wardrobe, he was actually quite easy on the eyes.
Hand me your resume.
Shin Sherwon held out her hand.
Resume? Feiyang scratched his head. I didn't bring it. You didn't bring it? Shin Sherwon frowned. First time I've seen someone come to an interview without a resume. With that, Shin Sherwon tossed him a resume form. Fill this out. No nonsense. Feiyang took it, glanced over the basic information fields, filled it out casually, and handed it back.
Shin Sherwon took it, skimmed through it, and frowned.
You graduated high school at 15 and went abroad? You're 20 now, right? How come the past 5 years are blank?
Shin Sherwon's beautiful eyes scrutinized Feiyang, her expression one of disbelief.
This guy didn't look like someone who'd ever been abroad. How could he have lived abroad?
I served in the military abroad.
Feiyang said nonchalantly. Soldier? Does being a soldier require going abroad? That sounds like pure nonsense. Probably couldn't get into college, so he's been freeloading off his parents since high school and is too embarrassed to admit it? Shin Sherwon shot Feiyang a disapproving look. If you don't believe me, forget it.
Feiyang shrugged, looking utterly helpless.
Your resume doesn't reveal much. What skills do you have? Any special talents? Shin Sherwon couldn't make heads or tails of Yun Feiyang's resume either. She set it aside and asked. Chapter 119, you have no right to kick me out. Special skills? Yun Feiyang raised an eyebrow, deliberately speaking with a playful tone. How'd you know I have any? What?
Under Yun Feiyang's intense gaze, Shin Sherwon felt a surge of masculine energy wash over her, causing her fair cheeks to flush crimson. Though Yun Feiyang's attire wasn't extravagant, his complexion was healthy and his build well-proportioned. A fringe of hair softly framed his forehead, his thick, jet-black locks radiating a sunny vibe. Truth be told, setting aside his clothing, everything else about him was pleasing to the eye. Being looked at like this, Shin Sherwon actually felt a bit flushed. For a moment, she didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Yun Feiyang's words. You didn't catch that? What I meant was ahem, I really am exceptionally tall. Yun Feiyang scratched his nose, his words slipping out in a flurry.
Since this girl had misunderstood his good intentions, Yun Feiyang decided to tease her a bit. You pervert. Shin Sherwon instantly grasped Yun Feiyang's meaning. Furious, she tried to stomp him under the table with her high heels, but the guy dodged as if he'd seen it coming. Regrettably, based on your performance, you lack the necessary qualifications. Furthermore, your personality is incompatible with our company's rigorous standards. Your performance is unacceptable. Please leave. Shin Sherwon glared at Yun Feiyang angrily as she spoke. She had expected him to argue back, but instead, he just stared at her with a mischievous grin, leaving her thoroughly puzzled. What are you staring at me for? Shin Sherwon asked. Have you ever heard a certain song? What song? Just laugh it off. Maybe if I just smile, I'll ace the interview. You. Shin Sherwon nearly exploded with rage at this nonsensical nonsense. Just smile it off? Humph. With me, you won't get away with just a smile. Then I'll smile with a hidden dagger. Yun Feiyang continued to tease Shin Sherwon. After all, this little minx had mistaken him for a pervert. You think I won't cut you down? Shin Sherwon fumed. Don't get so worked up, beauty. Too much anger is bad for your health, it makes you sick. Yun Feiyang said. You're the one who'll get sick. No, you're the one who's sick. You're the one who's sick. Why are you so upset? I meant, you really are sick. Yun Feiyang stopped Shin Sherwon, who was about to hit him with a file, and said, Miss, when you sleep at night, do your legs often feel weak and your muscles ache? How did you know? Shin Sherwon paused, then retorted with a pout, I almost forgot you're the kind of guy who uses medical skills to take advantage of girls. Yun Feiyang snorted. You wear high heels for extended periods, causing excessive strain on your calves. When I massaged your legs on the road, it wasn't to take advantage of you, I was treating the underlying condition in your legs. But if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Is that really true? Seeing Yun Feiyang's indifferent expression, Shin Sherwon frowned, her beautiful face betraying her disbelief. Believe it or not, it's none of your business. I'm not interested in you anyway. You're not my type. Yun Feiyang said indifferently. You. Shin Sherwon's face flushed with anger. Shin Sherwon was both beautiful and capable at her job. This was the first time anyone had ever told her they weren't interested. Pretentious. I reviewed your resume, you don't meet our company's minimum requirements. We require at least a bachelor's degree. Please leave. Shin Sherwon grew increasingly disgusted with this smooth-talking man and flatly rejected Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly, look, I was personally interviewed by CEO Su. You have no authority to turn me away. Unable to explain himself to Shin Sherwon, Yun Feiyang could only shrug in frustration. Are you done yet? Got addicted to bragging? A high school graduate like you, what gives you the right to demand a personal interview with Mr. Su? Get out of here. Shin Sherwon was furious. Not only was this man bragging, he was being downright shameless, utterly despicable. Is there anyone in charge here? Where's your supervisor? Get them out here. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the conference room. Outside the door, a middle-aged man stood with his arms akimbo, shouting angrily. Why is it always this guy? Shin Sherwon furrowed her delicate brows, her voice tinged with irritation. Who is this man? Yun Feiyang frowned, his voice tinged with caution and wariness. Could he be here to deliberately cause trouble for Su Yuhan? This man is our building's landlord. Previously, General Manager Su negotiated a rent of 250,000 yuan per year with him, and the contract was signed. But for some reason, this man suddenly reneged and insisted on raising it to 300,000. If we refuse, he comes to cause trouble once a week. It's driving us crazy. Why am I telling you this? You must leave the company immediately. What's the company's plan now? Yun Feiyang ignored Shin Sherwon's warning and countered. Since this person came to harass Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang naturally would handle it. What else could they do? Just stall him out. This kind of person just comes to make outrageous demands. A scoundrel. Shin Sherwon eyed Yun Feiyang up and down. She had to admit, he looked quite handsome when he was deep in thought. But that smooth-talking, unreliable demeanor of his was truly irritating. Suddenly, Shin Sherwon's eyes twinkled as an idea formed. Hey, do you really want to stay at the company? Shin Sherwon nudged Yun Feiyang's arm. Of course, I'm the company's man in life and its ghost in death. Yun Feiyang declared, eyes wide. If you can accomplish one thing, I might let you stay with the company. Shin Sherwon wore a smug smile, determined to give Yun Feiyang a hard time. After all, this guy had made a pass at her before. I'm already employed here. Believe it or not. Yun Feiyang shrugged helplessly. Why won't this girl believe me? Stop bragging. Shin Sherwon shot Yun Feiyang a withering look before saying, alright, I'll give you a chance. If you can figure out a way to safely get rid of that guy outside, I might let you stay. What do you think? Shin Sherwon was clearly setting Yun Feiyang up for failure. After all, who was it that had been so forward with her earlier? He'd brought this on himself. Of course, if the kid backed down, Shin Sherwon would be more than happy to let him off the hook. But to her surprise, Yun Feiyang stroked his chin and murmured, actually, it's not that hard to do. Shin Yuncher couldn't help but laugh at Yun Feiyang's remark. Not difficult? Shin Sherwon couldn't help but shake her head. Has this guy lost his mind? The landlord clearly came here to play dirty. Without getting paid, how could he just let it go? Wait here, I'll be back shortly. As Shin Sherwon sneered coldly, Yun Feiyang had already pushed open the conference room door and walked out. After all, this concerned Su Yuhan. Even if Shin Yuncher didn't pressure him, Yun Feiyang wouldn't stand idly by. Chapter 120, he's the company vice president. Shin Sherwon couldn't help but shake her head. What a reckless young buck this kid is, so full of himself. Well then, she'd watch this kid make a fool of himself. Where's your boss? Get your boss out here to see me. Seeing no one around, the middle-aged man shouted loudly, trying to lure Su Yuhan out. Landlord, don't get angry. Calm down, take a drag on your cigarette to relax. Just then, someone handed a cigarette to the landlord's lips, and he took it without hesitation. Sizzle. The landlord took a drag, then turned to see a relatively fair-skinned young man staring at him with an eerie grin. He looked unfamiliar. Who are you? Never seen you before, the landlord frowned, clearly displeased. Who I am doesn't matter. But boss, no offense, but you seem in a bit of a rush to get out today, don't you? Yun Feiyang said indifferently. How would you know? The landlord retorted, frowning. Seems you haven't noticed you're wearing mismatched shoes? One leather shoe, one sneaker? Judging by the sneaker's size, something doesn't add up. Landlord wears a size 42, but this sneaker is at least a size 44, right? Did you pick up someone else's shoes? At Yun Feiyang's words, the landlord immediately glanced down at his own feet. Sure enough, they were mismatched shoes. You're right, one foot's bigger than the other. But looking at these sneakers, they're not mine, are they? The landlord frowned. Maybe they're men's shoes from the big wardrobe in your house? Yun Feiyang suggested at the right moment. No way. What are you implying, buddy? Don't tell me. You're onto something and just not saying it. Yun Feiyang smiled with a hint of mischief. He quickly pinpointed the crux of the matter, and even if the landlord's mind was failing him, he instantly grasped the key point. The landlord's wife was 8 years younger than him, just 18, a delicate, beautiful young girl. Logically speaking, with the landlord's rather plain looks, he shouldn't have been able to marry such a stunning beauty. But he was a classic rich second-generation heir, inheriting the family business. If it weren't for his family's wealth, he wouldn't have been able to marry such a gorgeous wife. The landlord never imagined his own beautiful, delicate wife would brazenly cheat on him right under his own roof. Damn it! That little, cheating on me right under my roof. Just you wait till I get home, I'll beat the crap out of her. With that, the landlord couldn't wait any longer. He violently flung off his right sneaker and stormed out in a rage. As soon as Yun Feiyang returned to the conference room, Shin Sherwon snapped angrily, "You're clearly cutting corners." "How am I cutting corners?" Yun Feiyang frowned. "This isn't solving the problem at all, you just chased him away temporarily. Once the landlord gets free, he'll definitely come back." Shin Sherwon retorted. "I can guarantee you, this landlord will never come back." With Shin Sherwon present, Yun Feiyang didn't want to act too recklessly. On his way back, Yun Feiyang had already sent Uncle Rong a message, asking him to handle this landlord who was jacking up the rent. Given Uncle Rong's efficiency, the landlord shouldn't cause trouble again. That's just twisting the truth. You're clearly being unreasonable. Shin Sherwon protested. She'd been planning to use this landlord to give Yun Feiyang a hard time, but unexpectedly, he'd defused the situation effortlessly. Just as Yun Feiyang was about to speak, the corners of his mouth curved upward. Because he had spotted Su Yuhan walking in from outside, her beautiful eyes now fixed on him and Shin Sherwon. "Oh, you two are already chatting?" Su Yuhan pushed open the door and sat down. She had stepped out to handle some urgent matters, worried Yun Feiyang and Shin Sherwon might not know each other, so she hurried back. Little did she expect the two had already met. "Ms. Su, do you know this person?" Shin Sherwon noticed the unusual look on Su Yuhan's face and asked curiously. "Ha? Haven't you two met yet?" Su Yuhan introduced, "This is the company vice president I mentioned to you, the one I asked you to give special attention to." Deputy General Manager? Shin Sherwin froze in place. That smooth-talking scoundrel is actually the company's vice president? The person Su Yuhan requested special attention for? No way. He's someone who didn't even go to college. See? I told you so. I really am an employee of this company. You have no right to kick me out. Yun Feiyang's calm words made Shin Sherwin seethe with rage. Earlier, when this scoundrel claimed Su Yuhan had recommended him, Shin Sherwin hadn't believed it. Little did she expect to be mocked by this very scoundrel. Mr. Su, do you know this man? He never attended university. How can we possibly let him become a vice president?
Shin Sherwin spat furiously, her eyes flashing with displeasure.
She just uncovered Yun Feiyang's background. This guy hadn't even attended university. How could he possibly understand company operations?
He certainly wasn't qualified to be any kind of company vice president. Maybe he snuck in through some shady connections.
He is qualified.
The initial capital of 200 million for our company was secured with Yun Feiyang's help.
What?
Shin Sherwin froze upon hearing Su Yuhan's words.
That scoundrel doesn't look like anyone special. How did he secure 200 million in investment? Could he be some rich kid? But he doesn't look like one. His entire outfit was practically all knockoff streetwear. Where's the hint of a rich kid about him? Maybe he just has rich relatives. Turns out he's a connected guy. Humph. A connection getter. Ridiculous. Shin Sherwin snorted coldly, her gaze toward Yun Feiyang brimming with displeasure.
Having worked at a large corporation, Shin Sherwin knew some companies would bring in investors' connections. These people had little ability. They came to the company just to hold a position and leech off the money. This thought only deepened Shin Sherwin's contempt for Yun Feiyang. After all, he was a colleague from Su Yuhan's company, so Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to stoop to her level.
Sherwin, go handle Yun Feiyang's onboarding paperwork.
Let's set his salary at 30,000 for now.
Su Yuhan hesitated, thinking this salary would offer Yun Feiyang some compensation. 30,000? Shin Sherwin was even more annoyed and snapped, Mr. Su, are you sure about this? Yun Feiyang is just a connection. Why give him such a high salary? Listen to me, just do it.
Su Yuhan wasn't aware of the misunderstanding between Shin Sherwin and Yun Feiyang, but Yun Feiyang had played an indispensable role in getting the new company off the ground. That 30,000 yuan salary was what Yun Feiyang deserved. Since Su Yuhan had spoken, Shin Sherwin dared not defy her. She could only glare fiercely at Yun Feiyang before storming out of the conference room.
Is there some misunderstanding between you and Sherwin?
Once Shin Sherwin had left, Su Yuhan turned her beautiful eyes toward Yun Feiyang and asked.
Chapter 121, translate these.
Yun Feiyang shrugged helplessly and recounted the earlier incident to Su Yuhan.
Surprise flashed in Su Yuhan's eyes. You know medicine? Yun Feiyang chuckled helplessly. What? Do I really seem that useless? No, that's not what I meant.
Su Yuhan's gaze grew even more curious as she looked at him. It's just that you've surprised me so much lately.
He served overseas, speaks French, has top-tier hacker friends like Jiang Bai, and even knows medicine? In the years since their marriage, Su Yuhan had never truly understood Yun Feiyang.
But these past few days of genuine interaction had begun to change her perception of him. In Su Yuhan's mind, and indeed in the minds of all the Su family members, Yun Feiyang had always been that kind of freeloading son-in-law who just coasted through life. Yet now, Su Yuhan realized Yun Feiyang harbored far more secrets she knew nothing about.
What else about you do I not know?
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes narrowed in confusion as she turned to Yun Feiyang, her voice firm. Yun Feiyang lowered his voice and said with a smile, Yuhan, I told you before I'm a second-generation rich kid.
Su Yuhan was amused by Yun Feiyang's earnest expression and retorted with a sigh, you're such a joker. Watching Su Yuhan's radiant smile, Yun Feiyang felt a sudden wave of realization.
It felt as though time had rolled back over a decade. The memory of Su Yuhan handing him 2,000 yuan, her warm, radiant smile as angelic as ever, was etched into his mind. Yuhan, you look so beautiful when you smile. Yun Feiyang said with a smile. After they got married, Su Yuhan had always worn a cold, expressionless face, as if devoid of any emotion. Her icy elegance had always kept him at a distance. A flicker of guilt and self-reproach flashed in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes.
Indeed, since their marriage, she had never once smiled at Yun Feiyang.
Though Su Yuhan possessed a cold and elegant nature, she knew deep down that it stemmed from her former disdain for Yun Feiyang, who had married into her family. Even so, Yun Feiyang remained devoted to her. Sherwin is the HR director I recruited at great expense. You two have a misunderstanding, which is why she holds a grudge against you.
She's actually quite capable, highly competent, and very loyal.
You should resolve this misunderstanding with her as soon as possible.
Su Yuhan didn't want Yun Feiyang and Shin Sherwin to clash professionally.
After all, Yun Feiyang was someone close to her, and Shin Sherwin was also an employee she held in high regard.
Yeah, don't worry.
I won't cause trouble with her. Yun Feiyang could tell Shin Sherwin wasn't a bad person, she just had a stubborn streak.
After chatting with Yun Feiyang for a while, Su Yuhan went back to work. Yun Feiyang found an empty office and sat down. Yun Feiyang. The moment Yun Feiyang plopped down, Qin Shiwen walked in and tossed him a small 32-page booklet. It was about as thick as a regular notebook. What's this? Company products? Yun Feiyang flipped through it casually. Everything inside was in English. This is a detailed explanation of some foreign products we represent. Since you're the company's vice president, it's your duty to help translate it. Set a deadline. When can you finish? If you can't, I'll report your work performance to President Su as is.
After saying this, Qin Shiwen looked quite smug, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Qin Shiwen was deliberately making life difficult for Yun Feiyang. Translating such a thick product manual would be a massive undertaking. And it's all in English. What did this kid know about English, having only graduated from high school?
Qin Shiwen had it all figured out. If he couldn't translate it, or if he tried to dodge it, she'd have a reason to give Yun Feiyang a hard time, maybe even kick out this good-for-nothing, well-connected scoundrel. Qin Shiwen had expected Yun Feiyang to hesitate, but to her surprise, he took the product manual and said, "Alright, I'll have it done for you before the end of the workday today."
Before work ends?
Qin Shiwen snorted softly.
Was this kid out of his mind? Translation work is exhausting. And did this kid even know English? Idiot. If Yun Feiyang was looking for trouble, she wouldn't be the one to blame.
After Qin Shiwen left, Yun Feiyang casually flipped through the product manual and fell deep in thought.
Although Yun Feiyang understood English, the booklet contained considerable detail. Tackling it alone would likely prove challenging. He casually dialed Jiang Bai's number. Soon enough, Jiang Bai picked up. "What do you need?" "I have an English book here. I'll give you 30 minutes to find someone to translate it into Chinese and send me the translated draft."
Jiang Bai was a world-class hacker and surely knew plenty of people who spent their days glued to computers.
"This book? Spread it around, and it'll be done in half an hour flat." "Alright. Send it over, and I'll get it done immediately."
Jiang Bai was quick to agree this minor task was nothing to him. With nothing else to do, Yun Feiyang flipped through the product brochure in his hands. They were all well-known foreign brands of women's products.
Skincare, acne treatment, whitening, and so on.
These products dominated the female market. After all, most girls were beauty enthusiasts.
Just then, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. It was Uncle Rong. "Young master, I'm hosting a banquet tonight. Would you like to attend?" Uncle Rong's voice came through the phone.
Uncle Rong had ulterior motives. His daughter had just returned from abroad today, and he wanted her to meet Yun Feiyang.
Even if she were to become a maid to Yun Feiyang in the future. A banquet? Is it that important? Yun Feiyang inquired. "Not just a few acquaintances, plenty of them.
They're figures from the Donghai business circle," Uncle Rong replied.
"Alright, I'll go." Yun Feiyang didn't refuse.
It would be good to see the world, and he could help build connections for Su Yuhan's new company. "I'll send a car to pick you up this afternoon." Uncle Rong had expected Yun Feiyang to decline, so he was pleasantly surprised by the quick agreement, his tone tinged with delight.
"Alright, but I'm telling you, just send one car. Don't bring too many," Yun Feiyang said with a sigh.
Every time, Uncle Rong and his crew would send a whole convoy of cars, making it known to everyone.
It was far too ostentatious. "Young master, rest assured." With that, Uncle Rong hung up the phone. For the entire afternoon, Yun Feiyang studied the products his company represented. As the workday drew to a close, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed, accompanied by a faint, delicate feminine fragrance. Yun Feiyang knew it was Qin Shiwen coming to inspect the work. Qin Shiwen saw Yun Feiyang staring at the computer screen and assumed he was diligently working. But as she drew closer, her blood began to boil. Chapter 122, No wonder. This guy was slacking off playing cards on the company computer during work hours. You're completely out of line. Playing cards during work hours. Qin Shiwen glared at Yun Feiyang, her voice laced with indignation. This guy, relying on his connections, not only slacks off at work but also plays games during office hours. Is this guy even here to work? Clearly he's just here to collect a paycheck.
You can mess around with your meals, but don't mess around with your words.
It's not work hours now, we've been off for half an hour. Playing landlord during leisure time is just a way to relax and lift my spirits.
Yun Feiyang pointed at the time displayed on his computer screen and shrugged. You've got a lot of excuses.
Qin Shiwen snorted coldly, pointing at the product specifications and asking, "Is this product specs translation done?"
A hint of smugness flickered in Qin Shiwen's beautiful eyes.
"You're so carefree now, but let's see if you're still laughing in a minute.
This product manual is quite lengthy. Translating it is no easy task."
And with Yun Feiyang's educational background, does he even understand English?
I've skimmed through it roughly.
You skimmed it? Qin Shiwen couldn't help but laugh. This guy isn't just out of touch, he's downright stubborn. Did you forget something? I asked you to translate it, not just glance over it. Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively.
Don't worry, just let me finish this game.
You. Shin Sherwon was furious with Yun Feiyang. She'd put up with this brat for now.
Once he finished this game, she'd give him a proper scolding.
His opening hand, a pair of aces, a jack, and 2 twos. Not too strong, not too weak.
The other 2 players had already called landlord, and this guy wasn't about to back down. He called landlord too.
Hey, do you even know how to play landlord?
Shin Sherwon had crept up beside him unnoticed, lecturing him.
Oh, you know how to play landlord too? I'm a top student at Kyoto University. What did you expect? Shin Sherwon shot Yun Feiyang a disdainful look. My apologies. But is Kyoto University really that impressive? You. Shin Sherwon was furious. As a Chinese person, you don't know about Kyoto University? You didn't even finish high school, did you?
Yun Feiyang scratched his head.
Didn't you see my resume? I left for overseas right after high school. How would I know about domestic universities? But you know Harvard, right?
Back then, some Harvard professor insisted on tagging along with me, but I turned him down.
You're just bragging.
Shin Sherwon shot Yun Feiyang a dismissive look, pointed at the computer screen, and said, no offense, but with your IQ, a Harvard professor wanted to hang out with you?
Don't believe me? I'm not lying.
Back when Yun Feiyang was abroad, he had once protected the safety of a professor from Harvard Medical School.
But that professor's medical skills were limited. After seeing Yun Feiyang's ancient medical techniques, he insisted on tagging along.
But that guy was such a hassle, so Yun Feiyang turned him down.
Yeah, right. You can't even win a game of landlord. A Harvard professor would tag along with you?
Your hand is way too risky to bid landlord. Sure, you've got a pair of aces, but you've got too many single cards.
You'll easily lose the bid.
If the player after you passes and you end up with the landlord role, you'll be crying. And let me remind you, after this round of landlord, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll tell Sue the truth. With your abilities, you have no place staying in this company, let alone becoming its vice president.
Pack your things and get out of here ASAP.
Shin Sherwon had finally seen through it. This Yun Feiyang wasn't just a rogue, he was also a braggart. Hold your horses. You'll see this crappy hand of mine can still turn things around.
Yeah, right. Here it comes. Yun Feiyang bellowed as he claimed landlord.
Instantly, Shin Sherwon's delicate brows shot up, her expression thick with utter astonishment.
How is that possible?
The landlord's whole cards were a big joker and 2 single cards, which just happened to be the pair of aces in Yun Feiyang's hand, forming a 3-bomb combination.
This guy's luck is just too damn good.
3 bombs, one of which was a royal bomb, plus 2 twos as backup cards. As long as Yun Feiyang didn't make a stupid mistake, this hand was guaranteed to win with 3 bombs.
You got lucky as hell.
Shin Sherwon muttered under her breath. You wouldn't know it, but before this round, I consulted the oracle.
The sign showed misfortune turning to fortune, guaranteeing I'd dominate the table. See?
To be honest, Shin Sherwon was quite pretty, and she looked even more adorable when she got angry.
Yun Feiyang couldn't help but tease her. You know how to tell fortunes? Shin Sherwon retorted irritably. This guy really can spin a yarn. You bet. Reading chests, reading palms. Medicine, martial arts, and destiny are all interconnected. I've studied them a bit.
The ancient medical texts the old herbalist gave Yun Feiyang were full of all sorts of random stuff, including a bit about physiognomy.
Chest reading? What kind of nonsense is filling your head?
Someone should install a flush toilet in there to wash out all the filth.
Just kidding. Yun Feiyang shot Shin Sherwon a withering glance.
If you're so skilled at fortune-telling, why haven't you cast a hex on yourself to warn of impending disaster?
Shin Sherwon frowned. What do you mean by that? Have you translated the employee details yet? If you haven't, you're looking at getting fired.
I'll make sure Mr. Su fires you. Shin Sherwon would never tolerate such a freeloader who got into the company through connections.
I wouldn't dare meddle in company affairs.
Yun Feiyang opened a document and pointed, saying, feel free to check it. Shin Sherwon operated the computer with confusion, growing increasingly astonished as she looked.
This is actually the translated product specifications?
As a top student from Capital University, Shin Sherwon could instantly tell the difference.
The translation quality was professional grade. You actually know English? Didn't you only graduate from high school?
Shin Sherwon frowned at Yun Feiyang, her eyes filled with confusion.
So what if I only graduated high school? Didn't I tell you I've been abroad? Yun Feiyang shrugged. You really went abroad?
Shin Sherwon had assumed Yun Feiyang failed his college entrance exams and was living off his parents at home.
So he really had been abroad? So you translated all this stuff? Just this afternoon?
Your work efficiency is crazy fast. Shin Sherwon found herself a bit baffled. If Shin Sherwon had done this job, it would have taken at least 3 days.
Not all of it was done by me.
I translated a small portion. Most of it was handled by a friend who helped with the translations.
Yun Feiyang shrugged, telling the truth. No wonder.
Shin Sherwon's expression of shock faded, replaced by a cold smile.
Chapter 123, You actually know English? You sure know how to cut corners. Qin Sherwin snapped irritably, I told you to translate it yourself. Not to hire someone else to do it. What difference does it make? Yun Feiyang replied, there's a faster solution. Why bother translating every single word yourself? How do I know you even translated it?
Qin Sherwin snapped, maybe all this was translated by your buddies you haven't lifted a finger.
You don't even know English, do you?
This kid thinks he's so great just because he knows a few people.
Ridiculous.
Yun Feiyang helplessly handed her the product specifications lying nearby, shrugged, and said, I just skimmed through these specs this afternoon.
Ask me anything. If I get a single word wrong, I'll admit defeat. Yun Feiyang never intended to deceive Qin Sherwin.
That afternoon, while translating, Yun Feiyang had also studied the product specifications in detail, committing every word to memory.
Qin Sherwin took the document with a skeptical look, inwardly wondering, is this guy just putting on airs? Was he saying he memorized the entire product manual? You've got to be kidding me. How could anyone possibly memorize all that text at once? Page 59, give me a rough summary.
Qin Sherwin's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang as she asked.
Alpha shrink mask.
Yun Feiyang snapped his fingers and recited the entire content of page 59 word for word.
Not only did he recite the original English text, but he also repeated the translated annotations verbatim. Truth be told, such a small amount of content was nothing to Yun Feiyang. During previous missions, he'd memorize enemy firepower configurations and troop deployments with a single glance. This mental agility was the result of Yun Feiyang's specialized training. Memorizing this little bit? What's the big deal? Qin Sherwin's expression shifted from suspicion to blankness, and finally to utter shock. Page 45. Qin Sherwin couldn't believe what was unfolding before her eyes and asked for another page.
Yun Feiyang remained unconcerned. After a brief pause, he continued, to maintain daily order within the company, the following regulations are hereby established.
Yun Feiyang recited it word for word again.
This time, Qin Sherwin was utterly convinced.
This guy, he really memorized this entire thick, 32-page product manual after just one read? Alright, stop reciting. What on earth is your brain made of?
Qin Sherwin's tone dripped with utter disbelief. As a top student at Capital University, Qin Sherwin had absolute confidence in her own memory. Even if it were Qin Sherwin herself, she couldn't possibly memorize an entire product manual after just skimming through it once.
Yet in just one afternoon, Yun Feiyang had memorized the book so thoroughly? Could this kid really be a prodigy with photographic memory?
With such extraordinary memory, if he focused on his studies, he might just get into Fudan. No, he could even make it into Harvard.
What astonished Qin Sherwin even more was that Yun Feiyang actually understood English. Moreover, the accent he used while reciting was impeccable pure London English. Even Qin Sherwin, who considered her own English pronunciation quite good, couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Had she truly underestimated Yun Feiyang? Believe it now? Yun Feiyang asked with a smile. Yun Feiyang understood that Qin Sherwin was only trying to challenge him for the company's sake. Anyway, Yun Feiyang had nothing else to do. Helping with the translation wasn't a big deal. Humph. So what if you know English? To become a qualified vice president of this company, knowing English alone is nowhere near enough. Qin Sherwin had intended for Yun Feiyang to back down when faced with difficulty, but unexpectedly, he proved to be a hidden gem. But Yun Feiyang had questionable character. He'd taken advantage of her while treating her illness. Keeping him at the company meant who knew how many young women might fall victim to him in the future. Director Qin, feel free to supervise me anytime. Honestly, I'm a reliable person, not quite what you imagine.
Yun Feiyang said helplessly.
Who would believe that?
Qin Sherwin snorted, turned on her high heels, and strode away, her graceful figure and long legs on full display.
Yun Feiyang shook his head and sighed involuntarily. It seemed reconciliation with Qin Sherwin wouldn't happen anytime soon. Yun Feiyang tidied up briefly. Su Yuhan had already left for a business meeting, and he too needed to head out for Uncle Rong's banquet that evening. In the elevator, Yun Feiyang happened to run into Qin Sherwin, who was also heading out. Qin Sherwin awkwardly turned her head away, clearly displeased with Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang noticed a gold-embossed invitation in her hand and paused slightly. Is Director Qin attending the banquet? Yun Feiyang struck up a conversation, hoping to fully reconcile with Qin Sherwin. None of your damn business. Qin Sherwin snorted coldly. What a coincidence. I'm heading out to a gathering too, maybe it's the same one. Yun Feiyang said with a smile. Who said I'm going to the same gathering as you? Do you even know where I'm going? The Blue Sky Hotel. Qin Sherwin waved the invitation in her hand, a look of pride on her face. The bigwigs of Donghai are holding a ball at the Blue Sky Hotel tonight. Lots of business tycoons will be there. I had to pull some strings to get this invitation. It's for us to seize the moment. Who knows, maybe we can land some major clients. She trailed off. Qin Sherwin snorted. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. In Qin Yunshi's eyes, Yun Feiyang was utterly beneath her. He was just a connection-driven upstart. And since he wasn't a graduate of a prestigious university, he naturally had no clue about high society. To break into high society, money alone wasn't enough, you needed status and standing. Yun Feiyang? Frankly, his entire outfit was street vendor grade, not a single luxury item in sight. How could he possibly get into an upper-class cocktail party? Yun Feiyang scratched his nose and muttered, "Funny enough, we really are going to a gathering." If Yun Feiyang remembered correctly, Uncle Rong had invited him to the Blue Sky Hotel. You? No way. Qin Yunshi looked utterly skeptical. You don't seem very capable, but you sure love to brag. This time, the one hosting the cocktail party at Blue Sky was a big shot. Qin Yunshi was already a fairly well-known figure in the industry in Donghai. Even she didn't have the standing to receive an invitation to the Blue Sky Hotel. If Yun Feiyang were qualified for such high-level events, why would he settle for being a lowly deputy general manager at a new company? You've got to be kidding me. This kid must be bragging to her. I really wasn't bragging. Sigh, why won't you believe me? Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Chapter 124, I have a car, a Bentley. The mockery on Qin Shiwen's lips grew even more pronounced. She simply refused to acknowledge Yun Feiyang. While waiting for a ride downstairs, Yun Feiyang spotted Qin Shiwen's Audi A4 pulling up. He waved at her in a friendly gesture. Qin Shiwen pulled over, rolled down her window, and frowned. You don't have a car? I haven't bought one, but my family has several Bentleys parked at home. I'm just too lazy to drive them. After dropping Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji off at the villa, Mr. Lu left 6 Bentleys at the entrance for Yun Feiyang to handle as he pleased. But those cars were too flashy. Yun Feiyang's professional habits, honed as a mercenary, demanded low-key discretion. Those vehicles simply didn't suit him. Bentleys? You're hopeless. Men like you who brag without substance are truly repulsive. Qin Shiwen shook her head, the disdain in her gaze toward Yun Feiyang deepening. Yun Feiyang really had taken his bragging to new heights. He had several Bentleys parked at home? Blowing smoke. If Yun Feiyang really drove a Bentley, would he be dressed so shabbily? He didn't even have a decent watch on his wrist. At that thought, Qin Shiwen reached to roll up the window, wanting to distance herself from this annoying guy, but Yun Feiyang stopped her. Hold on, don't close it just yet. Yun Feiyang said, I really am going to the Blue Sky Hotel for a gathering. Give me a ride, will you? For Su Yuhan's sake, Yun Feiyang had to clear up the misunderstanding with Qin Shiwen quickly. Otherwise, constantly bumping into each other at the company would be unbearably awkward. How shameless can you be? You say you're going to a party, do you even have an invitation? Qin Shiwen snapped. Actually, no. Yun Feiyang scratched his nose. Uncle Rong hadn't given him an invitation either. How could you attend without an invitation? Stop pretending. It's no shame not to be invited to such high society gatherings. No need to make yourself look better than you are. I'm leaving. Stop bothering me. With that, Qin Shiwen floored the gas pedal and sped off. Yun Feiyang is such an annoying person. Why couldn't this girl just take someone at their word? Yun Feiyang had hoped to clear up the misunderstanding with Qin Shiwen on the way and get closer to her, but this girl was just too self-righteous. Just then, a taxi pulled up in front of Yun Feiyang. Hey, need a ride? I'll give you a discount. The driver rolled down his window and asked Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang shook his head. Uncle Rong would send a car to pick him up, so he'd just wait here. Broke ass. The driver eyed Yun Feiyang up and down before suddenly blurting out the remark. Damn it, what's a broke guy doing in Donghai? Standing at the intersection and not hailing a cab? Wasting my time doing business. With that, the taxi driver floored the gas pedal and drove off, cursing all the way. But moments later, glancing through the rearview mirror, the driver suddenly saw a brand new Bentley pull up in front of the young man. A dashing figure in black emerged from the car and bowed respectfully toward him. Damn! What the hell is going on? Why is that guy from the Bentley being so respectful to that poor schmuck? No way! Could that kid be some big shot? Bang! The taxi driver got distracted and slammed right into the BMW in front of him. Are you blind? I was driving normally, and you rear-ended me? A burly middle-aged man stepped out of the BMW and yanked the taxi driver out of his cab. My bad, my bad. Sorry. The taxi driver, no longer acting as arrogantly as before toward Yun Feiyang, kept nodding apologetically. Is an apology all you've got? This is a brand new car. Without 10 grand, you can forget about it. Hearing this, the taxi driver broke out in a cold sweat, his legs instantly turning to jelly. 10,000 yuan? That was nearly his entire annual income. Could you make it a little less? Less? Who the hell do you think you are, haggling with me? With that, the BMW owner delivered a resounding slap across the driver's face. At that moment, Yun Feiyang sat in the backseat of the Bentley, staring at the driver up front. He looked familiar. You're Don Lei, right? If Yun Feiyang remembered correctly, this Don Lei was the bodyguard following Uncle Rong. He had a vague recollection of him.
It's an honor that the young master recognizes me, Dong Lei said, clearly flattered.
Dong Lei replied with trembling respect.
You don't need to be so afraid when you see me.
I'm just an ordinary person. Seeing Dong Lei's timid demeanor, Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Was he really that intimidating? You are the young master, respect is only proper. Dong Lei bowed his head and said earnestly. That said, Dong Lei actually held a favorable impression of Yun Feiyang.
Having followed Uncle Rong for so many years, he'd seen his share of wealthy young masters, but someone as unassuming and easygoing as Yun Feiyang was truly rare.
Yun Feiyang didn't strike him as a spoiled rich kid at all.
Instead, he seemed calm and composed, possessing the bearing of a true gentleman.
Soon, Dong Lei arrived at the Blue Sky Hotel with Yun Feiyang.
Young master, please proceed to the venue first. I'll park the car and join you shortly, Dong Lei said respectfully.
All right. Yun Feiyang nodded and walked alone to the hotel entrance. Who are you?
The security guard at the entrance stopped Yun Feiyang, sizing him up with a distinctly displeased look.
There's an important gathering inside. Unrelated individuals must leave immediately.
I'm here for the gathering, Yun Feiyang explained.
You? The guard scrutinized Yun Feiyang again, dismissively asking, do you have an invitation?
No, Yun Feiyang shook his head.
Why was even the security guard asking about this?
After all, Uncle Rong had invited Yun Feiyang on a whim and never mentioned any invitation. Without an invitation, he had no right to enter the venue.
Don't cause trouble. Get out of here fast.
The people inside are either rich or powerful, not the sort you're allowed to mingle with.
If you want food, there are street stalls 3 blocks away. Now go.
The security guard's tone was blunt, showing Yun Feiyang no courtesy whatsoever. The host of this gathering is a big shot.
Not just anyone could walk in. Yun Feiyang clearly didn't look wealthy or influential. What right did he have to be here? Yun Feiyang, is that you?
Just as Yun Feiyang was about to protest, a puzzled voice came from behind him, none other than Qin Shirwan.
Director Qin, what a coincidence. Seems Qin Shirwan had just arrived too. Why did you follow me here? Leave immediately.
Qin Shirwan said anxiously. That Yun Feiyang, he must have heard I was coming to the Blue Sky Hotel and followed me here.
How utterly clueless of Yun Feiyang.
Harassing her at other times is one thing, but this is a high society gathering.
Yun Feiyang coming here, isn't he just embarrassing her, Qin Shirwan, in front of everyone? How utterly inconsiderate. Chapter 125, The Ice Queen. I really am here for the gathering.
Yun Feiyang said helplessly.
Attend the party? Have you lost your mind? How could you possibly attend any party here without an invitation?
Don't push your luck. If you follow me any further, I'll call the police. Qin Shirwan glared at Yun Feiyang, so furious she stomped her foot. And Yun Feiyang was still bragging to her. He clearly followed her here after hearing she was coming to the Blue Sky Hotel, yet he insisted he was also attending the banquet. If he was attending, where was his invitation? How could this man be so annoying? Causing trouble at a formal event like this. Stop following me. Qin Shirwan shot Yun Feiyang a furious glare before handing her invitation to the door security.
Esteemed guest, please come in.
Upon seeing the invitation, the security guard treated Qin Shirwan with obvious courtesy. Though they were security personnel, they knew the attendees at this ball were either wealthy or influential. Not a single mishap could be tolerated.
Serving these VIPs well might even earn them some perks.
You security guards, keep your eyes peeled.
Anyone without an invitation, do not let them in.
Qin Shirwan fixed the security guard with a stern gaze as she issued her warning.
Yun Feiyang absolutely must not appear at the venue.
Otherwise, if anyone discovers he's the vice president of time retention, it would bring disgrace upon the company.
Rest assured, Mississippi. I won't let any unauthorized personnel enter the venue.
The security guard patted his chest in assurance. Only then did Qin Shirwan glance at Yun Feiyang before entering the venue with renewed confidence.
Without an invitation, Yun Feiyang wouldn't be able to enter either. Are you dead set on not letting me in?
Seeing the security guard blocking his path, Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly.
Look at yourself, what gives you the right to be here?
The security guard sneered coldly.
Never mind, it's none of your business anyway.
Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Truth be told, if it weren't for Uncle Rong's invitation, Yun Feiyang wouldn't have set foot in a place like this. Since they wouldn't let him in, there was no point in standing here like a fool.
Young master, why are you standing outside?
After parking the car, Dong Lei approached the hotel entrance and saw Yun Feiyang still standing outside, looking puzzled.
I'd like to go in too, but they won't let me.
Yun Feiyang shrugged helplessly.
Who dares to refuse entry to the young master? Don't they want to live? Dong Lei's expression instantly turned cold, startling the hotel security guard.
The hotel security guard knew exactly who Dong Lei was.
Rongshu's top lieutenant.
And Rongshu himself was practically the #1 figure in Donghai's underworld. In Donghai, regardless of their background, anyone who knew Uncle Rong would show him some respect.
Who would have thought that this young man, who looked so shabby, was actually Uncle Rong's top lieutenant and Dong Lei's friend? Moreover, judging by Dong Lei's demeanor toward this youth, clearly one of respect, it was obvious that this young man's status far surpassed Dong Lei's. At this realization, the hotel security guard broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Brother Lei, I had no idea this gentleman was your friend." The hotel security guard was terrified. He never imagined someone who looked so shabby could be Brother Dong Lei's friend. Now, the security guard glanced at Yun Feiyang with trembling eyes, his heart pounding in fear. Recalling the harsh words he just hurled at Yun Feiyang, Dong Lei shivered uncontrollably. If this man decided to hold him accountable, he'd be in big trouble. Smack! Dong Lei slapped the guard's cap with a furious expression, startling the hotel security guard. "What the hell is wrong with you? Do you even know who this gentleman is? He's Uncle Rong's honored guest, my young master Dong Lei. Have you lost your mind? How dare you block Uncle Rong's guest? Honored guest?" Hearing Dong Lei's words, the hotel security guard broke out in a cold sweat. Originally, he thought Yun Feiyang was merely a friend of Dong Lei's. Little did he know that this unassuming man was actually Uncle Rong's honored guest. There's a world of difference between a friend and a distinguished guest. A friend could be just an ordinary acquaintance, but a distinguished guest was a title no common person could claim. Even most of the high-ranking officials and nobles in the East Sea lacked the qualifications to be treated as honored guests by Uncle Rong. This time, the hotel security guard knew he'd definitely bitten off more than he could chew. Sir, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please forgive me. I won't dare again." The hotel security guard bowed and nodded repeatedly as he apologized. But what else could he do? Uncle Rong had instructed him, no invitation, no entry. He was merely following protocol. He never imagined this guy without an invitation would turn out to be such a big shot. "Young master, how shall we handle this?" Dong Lei dared not make a decision on his own. It wasn't his fault. "You didn't give me an invitation, so he stopped me, understandable." Yun Feiyang wasn't unreasonable. Had Uncle Rong not had a sudden engagement, Yun Feiyang wouldn't have come unannounced without an invitation. "Yes, young master is correct. It was my oversight." Dong Lei nodded in agreement, not daring to defy Yun Feiyang's wishes. "Follow me into the venue. Don't make things difficult for them." Stepping inside, the venue indeed radiated grandeur, a world apart from the petty gatherings outside. The attendees were dressed in tailored suits, glasses clinking amidst the clamor, every detail radiating an air of luxury. Yun Feiyang's street stall attire stood out like a sore thumb in this setting. "Young master, you finally arrived." Uncle Rong spotted Yun Feiyang from afar and approached with respectful demeanor. "I didn't expect so many people." Yun Feiyang wasn't fond of such bustling scenes. Years of jungle life had ingrained in him a solitary nature. In such a noisy environment, it was difficult for him to maintain constant vigilance. "Young master, I've reserved the finest private room in the hotel. Please follow me." With that, Uncle Rong led Yun Feiyang into the private room designated as room number 1. Room number 1 Tian was the finest private room in the Blue Sky Hotel. Naturally, only someone of Uncle Rong's stature was qualified to use it. Inside the private room sat a young woman in her early 20s. Her beauty rivaled that of a top-tier beauty like Su Yuhan. Unlike Su Yuhan's mature, sophisticated aura, this young woman possessed not only Su Yuhan's mature charm but also Lin Miaomiao's pure and fresh vibe. However, her face was icy cold, radiating an aura that kept others at arm's length. Calling her an ice queen would be no exaggeration. "This is my daughter, Chen Yun. Yun, this is my friend, Yun Feiyang. Come over and say hello." Uncle Rong introduced them from the side. But Yun Feiyang had previously asked him not to reveal his identity to anyone for the time being, so Uncle Rong dared not disclose Yun Feiyang's true background. He could only refer to him as a friend. Yet Chen Yun showed little interest. She glanced at Yun Feiyang briefly before withdrawing her gaze. In Chen Yun's gaze, there was a hint of disdain. Chapter 126, Who are you trying to fool? As Uncle Rong's daughter, Chen Yun had encountered her fair share of young talents. This young man before her couldn't hold a candle to even the most mediocre men she'd encountered, and naturally, he failed to meet her standards. "Mr. Yun, please take a seat. My daughter has been spoiled by me, I hope you'll bear with her." Uncle Rong, noticing Chen Yun's poor attitude, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. He dared not address Yun Feiyang as young master in front of others, so he could only call him Mr. Yun. Chen Yun's attitude was problematic. This was Uncle Rong's young master. If she angered Yun Feiyang, it would spell trouble. "Dad, you kept saying how amazing this Mr. Yun was and told me to show him respect. But seeing him like this, he's nothing special." Chen Yun lifted a cup of tea and took a small sip. "Lun, how dare you? This Mr. Yun saved your father's life. How could you speak like that?" Uncle Rong scolded sternly. If 3-year-old Yun Feiyang hadn't knelt outside the study of the Yun family patriarch in the capital to plead for Uncle Rong back then, Uncle Rong would have been beaten to death by the Yun family long ago. This daughter has been utterly spoiled by him.
Uncle Rong arranged for Chen Yun to meet Yun Feiyang today to pave the way for her, yet this little minx dares to speak so ungratefully. He saved your life by sheer luck, just give him some money. Why treat him with such deference? Kid, I'll be polite to you because you saved my father. But don't think this favor entitles you to special treatment. Someone like you isn't worthy of my courtesy. Chen Yun's expression was icy cold. In her eyes, Yun Feiyang held no special significance. Her father treated him courteously solely because this man had saved her father's life. And that debt, in Chen Yun's eyes, could be easily paid off with money. Loon, you've gone too far. Apologize to Mr. Yun immediately. Uncle Rong was starting to panic. This Chen Yun didn't know Yun Feiyang's true identity and spoke without restraint. What if Yun Feiyang took offense? What would he do then? Mr. Yun, please don't take offense at my daughter's words. She's just a child, ignorant and inexperienced. Uncle Rong hurriedly pleaded with Yun Feiyang. She's just a child. Yun Feiyang shrugged. Chen Yun was Uncle Rong's daughter, naturally spoiled and entitled. As long as she didn't go too far, Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to take her seriously. You're the child. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Chen Yun bristled. I'm 23 this year. 23? Seeing Chen Yun's spoiled brat attitude, Yun Feiyang thought she might as well be 3. At 3 years old, Yun Feiyang was already far more mature than her. Young lady, there are always people more capable than you, and skies beyond skies. Don't get too cocky. Yun Feiyang's gaze remained calm as he spoke to Chen Yun. You dare threaten me? Chen Yun's delicate brows shot up in displeasure. No one had ever dared speak to her in such a tone. Just as Chen Yun was about to explode, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door. Who the hell has the guts to take my number 1 room? Bang! The door was kicked open, and upon seeing the intruder, Uncle Rong's expression instantly turned icy. Leopard head Kuan. I'm entertaining important guests. If you want to cause trouble, pick another time. Come back later, and I, Chen Guorom, will play with you properly. The intruder was Kai Kuan, once Uncle Rong's subordinate. A year prior, Scabby Kuan had secured backing from a big shot in the provincial capital and split off to form his own faction. With powerful backing, bald-headed Kuan grew increasingly arrogant, constantly snubbing Uncle Rong in the underworld. Were it not for the provincial big shot's influence, Uncle Rong would have tossed bald-headed Kuan into the river to feed the fish long ago. Distinguished guest? Let me see what kind of VIP is Uncle Rong entertaining in room number 1? Leatherhead pulled up a stool and sat down, scanning the room until his gaze locked onto Yun Feiyang. After sizing him up, Leatherhead's tone dripped with utter contempt. Uncle Rong, you wouldn't be referring to this piece of trash as your distinguished guest, would you? Ha! Leatherhead Kuan burst into a loud, insolent laugh. Uncle Rong, you're really going downhill in your old age. You treat every Tom, Dick, and Harry like a VIP? Him? The kid before him looked sharp enough, but he was skinny as a rail. What stood out most were his clothes, clearly cheap knockoffs from a street vendor. And this guy dares call himself a distinguished guest? Lie to Kuan, don't judge a book by its cover. Do you even know who's sitting before you? Uncle Rong spoke these words, but inside, he was sneering coldly. Never mind Uncle Rong's connections, Yun Feiyang is the young master of the Yun family in the capital. Now that Yun Hanshan was counting on Yun Feiyang to fight for the Yun family's inheritance, he certainly wouldn't shortchange him. Who is this guy? Yun Feiyang frowned and asked. Kai Kuan, nicknamed Bald-Headed Kuan. He used to be under me, but after climbing the ladder with connections in the provincial capital, he thinks he's flying high now, Uncle Rong explained. Never heard of him. Yun Feiyang's tone was flat, as if he held Kai Kuan in no regard whatsoever. Kai Kuan flared up at the remark. In the Donghai underworld, his reputation as Bald-Headed Kuan carried weight. Even Uncle Rong wouldn't dare disregard him now. What kind of person is this kid, talking to him like that? Chen Yun, however, looked at Yun Feiyang with a sympathetic expression. Kai Kuan might be a lowlife, but he had powerful connections. In Donghai, he didn't even give her father any face. If Yun Feiyang thought he could rely on his father's protection to give that scabby-headed bastard an attitude, he'd be making a huge mistake. Even in front of her father, Scabby Kuan wouldn't hesitate to lay a hand on Yun Feiyang. By the looks of things, Yun Feiyang had clearly provoked the scabby-headed bastard. Today, Yun Feiyang was in for a world of trouble. Kid, you're pretty cocky, huh? Leatherhead Kuan's face twisted with displeasure, practically looking down his nose at Yun Feiyang. In his eyes, a punk like Yun Feiyang was nothing more than a fly he could crush with one finger. Got a problem with that? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly. Kai Kuan, that ungrateful scoundrel, was the kind of person Yun Feiyang despised most. Submit? Leopardhead Kuan laughed in anger. What are you, some kind of nobody, daring to demand my respect? Chen Yun also laughed, though hers was clearly a mocking smile. Chen Yun wasn't afraid of bald-headed Kuan, for no matter how reckless he became, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on her in front of her father. But Yun Feiyang had no backing like Chen Yun's, so Lai Tu Kuan had no qualms whatsoever. Lai Tu Kuan, Mr. Yun is my honored guest. Watch your tone.
Uncle Rong coldly rebuked. He had come to invite Yun Feiyang as a guest, not to be humiliated. How could he let Yun Feiyang suffer humiliation on his own turf? No way. Polite? What does he think he is, worthy of my politeness? Bald-headed Koan held a cigarette in his mouth, glaring sideways at Yun Feiyang. Who do you think you're intimidating? Dong Lei stepped forward, blocking Yun Feiyang. I'm Dong Lei here today. See who dares touch a single hair on my brother Yun. Dong Lei, don't think I'm scared of you just because you served in the army. Atai, come here. Lei Tu Kuan's tone dripped with smugness. Kuan. A dark-skinned, burly man approached. Even Dong Lei's expression shifted upon seeing Atai. Chapter 127, Just a Small Fish. Atai was an underground fighter in Donghai. But Atai was no ordinary underground fighter. Raised in Thailand since childhood, he had trained under the Thai boxing champion. After arriving in China, Atai remained undefeated in Donghai's underground boxing circles. A true Muay Thai master. What Dong Lei hadn't expected was that Atai had become one of Laitua Koan's men. Dong Lei, even if you're a tough fighter, do you think you're Atai's match? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of my way. Seeing Dong Lei's grim expression, Bald Koan grew even more smug. Young master, we won't stoop to this lunatic's level. Dong Lei whispered to Yun Feiyang. Dong Lei knew Atai's reputation well. Anyone who crossed him ended up either missing a leg or an arm. Yun Feiyang was Uncle Rong's honored guest, and Dong Lei didn't want any trouble for him here. Uncle Rong hadn't brought any skilled fighters today, so Laitua Koan could indeed act brazenly, relying on Atai. But once Uncle Rong returns, he'll make both Atai and Laitua Koan pay dearly. Leave? Fine. Uncle Rong, you may go. But this kid stays. Laitua Koan adopted an aggressive stance. Laitua Koan, don't push your luck. Don't think I, Chen Guorong, am afraid of you. Uncle Rong was furious at being disrespected by Laitua Koan. Laitua Koan was targeting someone Uncle Rong wanted to protect. This was clearly a direct affront to his authority. Who said I was leaving? At that moment, Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette, sitting quietly in his chair, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chen Yun's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang. Truth be told, she found him somewhat amusing. Under normal circumstances, anyone with common sense wouldn't confront Atai head-on. Yet Yun Feiyang, trying to save face, put on this calm act. It was practically suicide. Chen Yun had heard rumors about Atai's reputation. Today, Yun Feiyang was likely headed for the hospital. Thinking you can bully me, huh? Atai asked. What should I do with someone here who doesn't respect me? Kai Koan waved his hand dismissively. Brother Koan, leave it to me. I specialize in dealing with all kinds of disrespect. Atai clenched his fists and walked over. Kid, get down on your knees and apologize to Koan now. Maybe I'll let you die comfortably. Otherwise, I'll break every bone in your body and make you wish you were dead. Atai's voice was chilling. Some timid souls had already scurried far away. Atai, if you want to lay a finger on Mr. Yun, you'll have to get past me first. Dong Lei stood firmly in front of Yun Feiyang, showing no trace of fear. Yun Feiyang is Uncle Rong's young master. Dong Lei would never let anything happen to him. Lai Tu Kuan, are you openly refusing to give face to Chen Guorong today? Uncle Rong roared in anger, seeing Atai's aggressive stance. Uncle Rong had intended for Yun Feiyang to meet Chen Yun today, but he never expected Laitua Koan to come and ruin everything. If he couldn't even handle Lacey Koan, what face would Uncle Rong have left in front of Yun Feiyang? Dong Lei, call in the experts now. Daring to cause trouble on my turf? I'll make sure he leaves on his stomach today. Uncle Rong was furious. This was something Uncle Rong hadn't anticipated. Though Yun Feiyang wasn't an ordinary person, Atai was a Muay Thai expert. Uncle Rong couldn't bear the thought of him getting hurt. Dad, this is their business. Why are you meddling so much? Chen Yun snorted coldly from the side. Chen Yun couldn't discern what Yun Feiyang was capable of. To her, he looked like a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. In her eyes, Yun Feiyang was merely riding on his father's coattails, borrowing his father's authority to intimidate others. Perfect. Atai could expose this man's true colors. And earlier, he actually called me a child utterly despicable. What do you know? Uncle Rong snapped angrily, when adults are speaking, you have no right to interject. Chen Yun truly lacked discernment. When had Chen Guorong ever shown such deference to anyone in Donghai? Couldn't Chen Yun see Yun Feiyang's exceptional nature? Yun Feiyang stood up, stubbed out his cigarette, and said calmly, Uncle Rong, there's no need to trouble your experts over such a minor matter. A small fry like this? I can handle him myself. Brother Yun, this Atai is a Muay Thai expert. Dong Lei, unaware of Yun Feiyang's background, felt a twinge of worry. I can tell. Yun Feiyang nodded. A Muay Thai expert? Yun Feiyang had encountered desperate criminals abroad. A Muay Thai expert was nothing. Uncle Rong, it seems your so-called distinguished guest truly doesn't know his place and has no idea about the rules. Since your guest doesn't understand the rules, let me teach him what they are. In Donghai, when you see me, Kai Koan, remember to call me Master Koan. Scalp bald Koan declared triumphantly. Cut the crap. Get on with it. Yun Feiyang coldly interrupted Atai's rant. Young Master Yun. Uncle Rong pleaded anxiously, Atai isn't just any ordinary person. In Uncle Rong's heart, Yun Feiyang was more precious than his own life. He wouldn't want anything to happen to him. What? Don't you trust me? Yun Feiyang flashed a confident smile. Just wait and see, you'll be burying this Atai soon enough. Quite the hero, aren't you? Atai sneered contemptuously, but I'll show you soon enough what a real gap looks like. Atai clenched his fists so hard they cracked, his expression pure menace. You don't know when to quit. Fine then, I'll take your life myself. With that, Atai's body sank low as his right fist slammed toward Yun Feiyang's temple. The temple is the vital point of the human body. With that punch, Atai intended to take Yun Feiyang's life. Yun Feiyang let out a cold laugh. This Atai's punch speed and power were impressive, clearly the work of a trained fighter. But Yun Feiyang had undergone brutal training abroad. Atai's skills were nothing special. Right then, under everyone's watchful eyes, Yun Feiyang channeled all his strength into his fist and met Atai's punch head-on without any fancy moves. Put. Rookie. Seeing Yun Feiyang's move, even Chen Yin couldn't help but sneer in disdain. Yun Feiyang's move was far too reckless. His body was rigidly upright, lacking any support points, relying solely on his arm strength to brace against Atai. Atai, however, was different. His Muay Thai foundation allowed him to channel nearly his entire body's strength into this single punch. In other words, Yun Feiyang was now trying to counter Atai's full body force with just the strength of one fist. The outcome was predictable. Atai's punch was powerful enough to shatter a coconut tree trunk, let alone Yun Feiyang's flesh and bone. To everyone watching, Yun Feiyang's fate was clear, his arm would be crushed to dust by Atai's fist. Kid. Prepare to die. Boom. Just as everyone expected Yun Feiyang to be sent flying by Atai's punch, something astonishing happened. Chapter 128, One Move to Disable. Yun Feiyang's body didn't budge an inch, while Atai seemed to be struck by a speeding train, flying backward and crashing heavily into the wall before tumbling to the ground. Put. Atai spat out a mouthful of blood, his arm twisted into an exaggerated S-shape. Clearly, it was shattered. How could this be? Everyone stared in stunned silence, especially Chen Yin. Covering her mouth, she stared at Yun Feiyang with wide eyes, her gaze fixed on him as if he were some kind of alien monster. Earlier, Chen Yin had assumed Yun Feiyang's arrogance stemmed solely from his father's influence. Little did she expect this unassuming young man to harbor such hidden depths, disabling the top Muay Thai fighter of Donghai's underground boxing circuit in a single exchange. Moreover, the way Yun Feiyang strolled back and forth clearly showed he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Just now, Yun Feiyang had repelled Atai, who had thrown his entire body weight into the attack using only the strength of his arm. Atai's hand was now crushed and fractured. Even if healed, he would likely be crippled for life. What defines a true master? This was the true measure of a master. Here, Dong Lei possessed the sharpest eye. From that single display alone, Dong Lei knew Yun Feiyang's skills were far beyond what mere training could achieve. Even 10 Dong Leis combined wouldn't stand a chance against Yun Feiyang. With just these two moves, what gives you the right to stand before me pretending to be a master? Yun Feiyang slowly withdrew his hand, his tone dripping with contempt. Medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Ever since that old Chinese medicine practitioner gave Yun Feiyang that ancient medical text, Yun Feiyang had gleaned methods for strengthening himself from the art of medicine. His physique was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary person. A mere Muay Thai expert was nothing. And now, no one doubted that Yun Feiyang was holding back. He had every right to say those words. At that moment, Lai Tuat Koan panicked. Especially when he saw Yun Feiyang walking toward him, panic seized him completely. Lai Tu Koan had come today specifically to settle a score with Uncle Rong. Atai was his trump card. But what he hadn't anticipated was this kid appearing out of nowhere, who had instantly knocked out Atai with a single punch. Without Atai to rely on, how could Lai Tuat Koan not panic? You! What the hell are you doing here? Lai Tu Koan's voice trembled slightly. I recall you just threatened to break every bone in my body? Yun Feiyang's cold laugh sounded like it came from hell itself, sending a shiver down Lai Tuat Koan's spine. I'll tell you this, I'm Kai Koan. From the East Sea. Before Lai Tuat Koan could finish his sentence, a piercing scream erupted. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Because at that moment, they all saw that Lai Tuat Koan's arm had been brutally snapped in two. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? I'll make sure you never see tomorrow's sun. Another agonized scream pierced the air as Lai Tuat Koan's other arm was brutally snapped. Now Lai Tuat Koan knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. The agony of having one's arms forcibly snapped was not something ordinary people could endure. Got it? Yun Feiyang said coldly. I'll submit to your mother. Crack. With another sound, Yun Feiyang crushed Lai Tuat Koan's knee under his boot. That single kick would likely confine Lai Tuat Koan to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Everyone stared at Yun Feiyang, his gaze cold and ruthlessly decisive, their hearts pounding in fear.
This young man before them, possessing such ruthless and decisive methods, must have crawled out of a graveyard. To such a man, ordinary lives were as insignificant as ants, scarcely worth mentioning.
Fortunately, it wasn't them who had provoked Yun Feiyang just now. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground wouldn't be Lei Tuokun. I'll ask you one last time, do you submit or not? If I don't like the answer, my next kick will be aimed right at your head. Staring into Yun Feiyang's icy gaze, Lei Tuokun knew this young man wasn't making empty threats, he meant every word. I'm giving you 3 seconds left.
Yun Feiyang's voice was as cold as the Lord of Hell himself.
1. 2. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender to you, sir. Please spare me. If you let me go, I'll reward you handsomely. Lei Tuokun crumbled.
Compared to death, his pride was utterly worthless. It hadn't been easy for Lei Tuokun to rise to his current position.
In the East Sea, he was practically a tyrant who could call the shots. How many high-ranking officials and nobles gave him face? Dying here at Yun Feiyang's hands would be utterly unprofitable.
Besides, if he could just get back to his stronghold, he had 100 ways to eliminate Yun Feiyang.
You're not satisfied? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly. I was blind.
If this master spares me, I can procure anything you desire.
Leatherhead Koan had shed his former arrogance.
Even Attai had fallen to Yun Feiyang's hands.
A body ravaged by wine and carnal indulgence like Leatherhead Koan stood no chance against Yun Feiyang.
Sir, this man holds grudges like a hawk.
We can't let him go. Rong Shu whispered a warning from the side. No one knew Lei Tuokun's methods better than Rong Shu.
If Lei Tuokun were allowed to return, who knew what vicious schemes he might devise to target Yun Feiyang?
Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, his tricks? I couldn't care less. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to come find me. But you should understand the consequences of provoking me. Yun Feiyang declared coldly.
Such a petty figure who doesn't know the meaning of loyalty won't amount to anything, even if he's backed by some big shot.
Yun Feiyang had no reason to fear such scum. I understand, I understand.
Though Lei Tuokun spoke these words, his mind was already plotting something else. This time he'd been bested, but if there was a next time, he'd make Yun Feiyang pay dearly.
Get lost. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Lei Tuokun didn't even bother with Attai anymore. He scrambled out of room TNZ number 1 on his own, practically crawling away.
Inside the private room, Chenny Yun felt the most awkward. Originally, she had assumed Yun Feiyang was just a good-for-nothing slacker, relying on his connection to her father to put on airs here.
But now it was clear Yun Feiyang possessed genuine skill. And this kind of skill wasn't something just anyone could possess.
Uncle Rong's eyes also held a hint of surprise. Uncle Rong knew Yun Feiyang had served overseas for a period, but during that time, Yun Feiyang had vanished without a trace, leaving no word whatsoever. The skills Yun Feiyang had just displayed were far beyond what an ordinary person could match. Attai was a Muay Thai master. Yet Yun Feiyang had incapacitated him with a single strike.
Chapter 129, What a bunch of pretentious young elites. The admiration in Uncle Rong's gaze toward Yun Feiyang grew even more pronounced.
He hadn't misjudged Yun Feiyang after all.
Yun, aren't you going to apologize to Mr. Yun now?
Uncle Rong glared at Chenny Yun and coldly rebuked her. Had Yun Feiyang not repeatedly instructed Uncle Rong not to reveal his identity, Uncle Rong would have made Chenny Yun know Yun Feiyang's true identity right then and there.
Chenny Yun's eyes still flashed with irritation as she muttered, so what if he's a bit skilled? It's no big deal. As Uncle Rong's daughter, Chenny Yun had seen plenty of skilled fighters. What was defeating Attai?
Many of Uncle Rong's men could do the same. Being skilled in combat was hardly enough to earn her respect.
You really are being foolish. Uncle Rong was nearly driven to fury by his haughty daughter.
He immediately turned to Yun Feiyang with respectful deference. Mr. Yun, I apologize for my daughter's earlier rash behavior.
Please don't take it personally.
Uncle Rong felt trapped and miserable in the middle. Had he known Chenny Yun would be so unreasonable, Uncle Rong would never have invited Yun Feiyang to this banquet.
I've already said I won't stoop to arguing with children. Yun Feiyang's tone was calm.
In his eyes, Chenny Yun was just a child, Uncle Rong's child.
Though, if we're talking about age, Yun Feiyang and Chenny Yun were practically the same age. What's so great about you? There are plenty who can outmatch you. Chenny Yun retorted with a displeased pout. Uncle Rong grinned awkwardly.
Of course, there were people with better skills than Yun Feiyang.
But how many of them possessed both exceptional skills and noble status?
Yun Feiyang is the young master of the Yun family and the capital is Uncle Rong's own young master.
Dad, I'm going out for a walk.
With that, Chenny Yun walked straight out of the private room. She couldn't understand why her father had arranged for her to meet such an unremarkable young man alone.
Soon, Chenny Yun arrived at the venue.
Not far away, she spotted a familiar face and walked over with a smile, patting the person on the shoulder.
Hey, Miao Miao, you came without telling me?
This person was none other than Lin Miao Miao, the young princess of the Donghai Lin family. The Donghai Lin family had close ties with Uncle Rong, and Lin Miao Miao and Chenny Yun had grown up together since childhood, absolute best friends.
I looked everywhere for you and thought you weren't here. Where did you go?
Lin Miao said with a smile.
Chen Yan looked thoroughly annoyed and snorted, all because of my dad.
He made me go meet some so-called young talent.
What kind of young talent is that?
Just some kid who saved my dad's life and has a bit of skill. Not worth mentioning. Lin Miao teased with a laugh. Exactly.
Only someone extraordinary could catch the eye of our Miss Chen. What about you? While I was abroad, did you meet anyone special?
As Chen Yun spoke, she gave Lin Miao a thorough once-over. Tonight, Lin Miao wore a white evening gown, her pure and innocent aura radiating, undoubtedly the most eye-catching girl in the entire venue. But everyone knew Lin Miao's true identity, the only princess among the third generation of the Lin family of Donghai, the apple of the Lin family's eye.
Who could possibly be worthy of her? And the Lin family was one of the 4 great families of Donghai.
Even if some young, promising men harbored such thoughts, they lacked the courage to flirt with Lin Miao. At Chen Yun's words, Lin Miao's cheeks flushed crimson, but her eyes soon clouded over with disappointment.
I did meet someone, but he's gone now.
Lin Miao's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Earlier, Lin Xingxuan had forbidden her from going to Huarun again. She had to beg him relentlessly just to get permission to say goodbye to Yun Feiyang there. To her dismay, when she arrived at Huarun to say goodbye, Zhang Weiguang informed her that Yun Feiyang had already left. She then went to Sister Rong's place, hoping for a chance encounter with Yun Feiyang, but she never saw him. Yun Feiyang had vanished as if he'd evaporated from the face of the earth. These past few days, Lin Miao even dreamed of seeing Yun Feiyang again.
Wow, our little Princess Miao is in love? Who's the lucky guy she set her sights on?
Seeing Lin Miao like this, Chen Yun knew she was smitten with that boy.
Lin Miao's cheeks flushed as she said, I'll introduce him to you when the time is right.
They have your favorite tiramisu here, let's go try some.
Let's go. Chen Yan took Lin Miao's hand and headed toward the banquet hall.
Back in the private room, after Chen Yan left, Uncle Rong hurriedly pleaded with Yun Feiyang, young master, I've spoiled my daughter rotten.
She's arrogant and conceited.
Besides, she doesn't know your true identity.
Please don't take her words to heart. It's nothing. Trivial matters. Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to take Chen Yun seriously.
Besides, she was Uncle Rong's daughter, it wasn't worth ruining their relationship over her. Young master, you forbidding me to reveal your identity truly puts me in a difficult position.
In Donghai, how many people don't know your true identity?
Uncle Rong's fear wasn't that others would mistake Yun Feiyang for someone else, but that his own people would fail to recognize him.
Take Chen Yun, for instance. Isn't this like the Dragon King's temple being swept away by floodwaters? Family members failing to recognize their own kin? Before long, I will reveal it myself.
But until then, you are forbidden to utter a single word.
Yun Feiyang's voice was icy cold.
Even Uncle Rong, accustomed to high-ranking positions, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Yun Feiyang's frigid gaze.
Yun Feiyang's true identity could only be revealed by Yun Feiyang himself to Su Yuhan.
Until Su Yuhan fully trusted him, no one else had the right to tell her.
Yes, young master.
Uncle Rong bowed respectfully.
I'm going out for a walk. Don't follow me.
After all, there were quite a few big shots at the cocktail party.
With Time Retained just opening its doors, Yun Feiyang wanted to secure a few clients for Su Yuhan.
Of course, he could manage with his own connections, but more hands meant more strength. Inside the venue, everyone was dressed in suits and ties, glasses in hand, chatting incessantly. Almost exclusively upper-class individuals filled the space, all wearing smiles as they either caught up with old acquaintances or discussed business. The variety was endless. Yun Feiyang scanned the crowd and spotted Qin Shiwen. She had changed out of her business attire into an elegant evening gown that radiated mature sophistication. It must be said that although Qin Shiwen had a fiery temper, she possessed an undeniably stunning figure. The black strapless gown showcased her snow-white skin, while her high heels accentuated her long, slender legs, adding an air of noble elegance. However, judging by her demeanor, Qin Shiwen seemed to know no one here. She stood awkwardly, holding her glass aloft.
Chapter 130, We Meet Again?
During the event, Qin Shiwen smiled as she handed her business card to several influential figures. Yet they merely glanced at it, gave a cold chuckle, and walked away.
They didn't even bother to connect with her. After several such encounters, Qin Shiwen's face flushed with embarrassment. To be honest, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this stubborn girl.
Logically speaking, Qin Shiwen had no business attending such an exclusive cocktail party. She certainly didn't need to subject herself to the scorn of these bigwigs.
Yet she came anyway. Her purpose was singular, to hold on to time.
Despite the misunderstanding between Yun Feiyang and Qin Shiwen, he found himself somewhat drawn to her. An employee as dedicated as her, no wonder Su Yuhan had personally recruited her.
Thinking this, Yun Feiyang walked over, patted Qin Shiwen's shoulder, and smiled. Director Qin, what a coincidence. Meeting again?
Qin Shiwen turned her head. The moment she saw Yun Feiyang's warm smile, her expression changed instantly.
How did you get in? You don't have an invitation.
If anyone finds out, we're finished. Qin Sherwin frantically grabbed Yun Feiyang's arm and whispered urgently.
No invitation means no entry? Yun Feiyang shrugged. I just walked right in. You're so reckless. I told you not to come in, yet you snuck in anyway? This isn't a place for you. Get out of here now.
Qin Sherwin stomped her foot in frustration.
How could the security at the entrance be so unreliable? They can't even keep an eye on people. If the bigwigs here find out Yun Feiyang snuck in, it'll be a huge mess. Who says I snuck in?
A friend happened to be attending the gathering and brought me alone.
Yun Feiyang shrugged. Brought him in? Qin Sherwin grew impatient. Hurry up and leave, I'm begging you.
Your presence here will really cause trouble for our time-stopping plan.
Not to mention, Yun Feiyang's outfit alone is utterly bizarre.
Everyone attending this high society cocktail party, without exception, is dressed in formal attire. It's quite solemn.
But Yun Feiyang?
He might be fair-skinned, but he's practically wearing cheap knockoffs. He might as well have brought his pajamas from home. In a place like this, Yun Feiyang stood out like a sore thumb. If someone took notice and asked a few questions, wouldn't the truth come out? And if his cover blew, it would drag time retention down with him. Yun Feiyang sighed helplessly. I really was invited here. Why won't you believe me? Besides, I'm here to discuss business for time retention too. Qin Sherwin was nearly driven mad by Yun Feiyang. Have you finished causing trouble? Even I have to lower my head in a place like this. Aren't you just adding to the chaos? Business? How could Yun Feiyang discuss business? In those cheap, knockoff clothes? Those big shots wouldn't even glance at Yun Feiyang. Not far away, Lin Miaomio absent-mindedly nibbled at her cake. But when she glanced around, her eyes suddenly lit up. A faint figure in the distance looked strangely familiar. Who else could it be but Yun Feiyang? It really was him. Lin Miaomio let out a delighted cry and broke into a light jog toward Yun Feiyang.
Lin Miaomio's sudden, direct action startled Yun. Where was Lin Miaomio going? What was she up to? Had she spotted someone important? Of course, many young talents in the venue had already been watching Lin Miaomio.
Now, most eyes followed her direction.
Everyone couldn't help but wonder, what on earth had Lin Miaomio, the little princess of Donghai, seen? What could possibly have her so excited?
In full view of the crowd, Lin Miaomio suddenly wrapped her arm around Yun Feiyang's, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Her voice was filled with sweet, sugary delight.
Brother, what a coincidence!
I never imagined we'd meet here.
Isn't this fate? What? Time seemed to pause for a second as murmurs of discussion rippled through the crowd. Who is that guy? How come he's so close to Lin Miaomio?
She's the little princess of the Lin family from Donghai.
No clue. Doesn't look like some rich heir either. Damn it, what makes him worthy of Miao Mao's attention? Miao Miao is my goddess. No ordinary guy could ever be worthy of her.
The eyes of every young man present nearly turned green with envy. Especially the looks directed at Yun Feiyang, filled with intense resentment. Who is Lin Miaomio, after all? The princess of the Lin family from Donghai, the dream girl of countless young men? Countless sons of prominent families had confessed their love to her, only to be rejected. Who would have thought that in broad daylight, Lin Miaomio would completely disregard others' gazes and wrap her arm around a stranger's?
Who exactly was this man?
What made him worthy of the attention of the young princess of the Lin family of the East Sea? And look at Yun Feiyang's outfit, nothing but cheap market stall goods.
What on earth could possibly make him worthy of Lin Miaomio's attention?
Chen Yun was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped.
How did Yun Feiyang even meet Lin Miaomio?
Judging by how intimately Lin Miaomio was acting with him, she clearly held him in high regard.
Could this be the guy Lin Miaomio had her eye on before?
Beside Yun Feiyang, Qin Sherwin's eyes widened as if she'd witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world.
Yun Feiyang actually knows Lin Miaomio? How could that be possible? Qin Sherwin knew Lin Miaomio's true identity.
The sole princess of the Donghai Lin family across 3 generations, a girl showered with boundless affection. Calling Lin Miaomio the little princess of Donghai was no exaggeration.
How many men would kill to have even a shred of connection with Lin Miaomio? But Lin Miaomio has such high standards. How could she possibly settle for an ordinary man?
Judging by how familiar Lin Miaomio and Yun Feiyang seemed, their relationship was clearly no ordinary one.
What on earth is Yun Feiyang's background? While everyone was stunned, Yun Feiyang was the one with a headache.
He was chatting with Qin Sherwin, completely unprepared, when Lin Miaomio suddenly wrapped her arms around him.
Having someone grab his arm would be one thing, but being embraced by Lin Miaomio, a fanatic admirer, left Yun Feiyang utterly helpless. Yun Feiyang had overlooked one crucial detail. At such a high-end, elite cocktail party, how could Lin Miaomio not be here?
He never expected to run into her like this.
After finally shaking off Lin Miaomio's clinginess, here she was again, clinging to him.
I never imagined such a coincidence. Had I known we'd bump into each other like this, I wouldn't have come. His resigned words made Qin Sherwin's heart skip a beat beside him, making her want to curse Yun Feiyang out loud.
Chapter 131, A Woman in Love Has Zero IQ. Wasn't Yun Feiyang's remark just asking to be slapped? What did he mean by saying he wouldn't have come if he'd known Lin Miaomio was here? Was Yun Feiyang implying he despised Lin Miaomiao? Did this kid even realize who he was talking to? The little princess of the Lin family from Donghai. The top socialite countless men dream of getting close to. Yet to Yun Feiyang, she was just another clingy woman utterly despised. Doesn't he fear hurting Lin Miaomiao's heart and offending her? The Lin family of Donghai is one of the 4 great families of Donghai. Yun Feiyang is incredibly bold to speak so disrespectfully to Lin Miaomiao. At this thought, Qin Shirwen broke out in a cold sweat. Would Lin Miaomiao blame Yun Feiyang? Would Lin Miaomiao direct her fury toward Time Retained? A small company like Time Retained couldn't withstand the wrath of the Lin family of Donghai. Brother, are you really that unwilling to see me? Don't you know I've been searching for news of you the entire time you've been gone? Hearing you say that like this, it really hurts my feelings.
Lin Miaomiao's pouting expression left Qin Yunshi beside her somewhat baffled.
Was she throwing herself at him? The esteemed princess of the Donghai Lin family was actually throwing herself at some unknown guy? Qin Shirwen simply couldn't fathom what about Yun Feiyang could possibly make Lin Miaomiao throw herself at him.
Just then, Chen Yun approached, her eyes filled with confusion.
Miaomiao, who is he to you?
Lin Miaomiao's face lit up with excitement as she explained, Yun, let me introduce you. This is Yun Feiyang, the one I told you about before. Lin Miaomiao's cheeks flushed red as she introduced Yun Feiyang. This is Chen Yun, my childhood best friend. However, Uncle Rong kept a low profile in Donghai, so Qin Shirwen didn't recognize Chen Yun. Could a girl who became close enough to Lin Miaomiao to be her best friend possibly be ordinary? The diamond-encrusted gown alone was worth 7 figures. It was obvious at a glance that Chen Yun was no ordinary person. Chen Yun now looked at Yun Feiyang with confusion, muttering, Miaomiao, you're joking, right? You're actually with him? Oh my god, did you misjudge him? Chen Yun simply couldn't believe Yun Feiyang was the very man who had Lin Miaomiao head over heels. This was just too bizarre. What was Yun Feiyang? Saved Chen Guorong's life? A bit skilled in combat? So what? Chen Yun couldn't fathom what Lin Miaomiao possibly saw in Yun Feiyang. Qin Shirwen, standing nearby, shot Chen Yun a couple of meaningful glances. Frankly, Chen Yun seemed like the one with clear eyes. Lin Miaomiao had seriously misjudged the situation. You just don't get it. Lin Miaomiao only had eyes for Yun Feiyang now, completely oblivious to anyone else's opinions. Seeing Lin Miaomiao like this, Qin Shirwen finally understood. There were only 2 reasons someone could have Lin Miaomiao, the little princess of Donghai, completely smitten. Either Yun Feiyang had her completely wrapped around his finger, or he came from a powerful background, definitely not an ordinary person. But Qin Shirwen couldn't see Yun Feiyang as someone with such powerful connections. If he were truly a big shot, how could he possibly be working as a vice president at Su Yuhan's company? Therefore, there was only one explanation. Lin Miaomiao was head over heels for Yun Feiyang. This also explained how Yun Feiyang gained entry to such a high-level banquet Lin Miaomiao had brought him in. At that moment, Qin Shirwen's gaze toward Yun Feiyang held a complex mix of emotions. To be precise, it held a hint of contempt. Though Lin Miaomiao's status was undeniably high, Yun Feiyang was simply too pathetic, wasn't he? Living off a woman? Unfazed, Lin Miaomiao simply tugged Yun Feiyang along, enthusiastically introducing him to everything around them. Look, these are top-grade French escargot. And this steak? Imported all the way from Australia. These pastries are delicious too. I know the pastry chef personally. He's my personal pastry chef. You should try some. Lin Miaomiao chattered incessantly beside Yun Feiyang. Truth be told, for girls, these kinds of delicacies and fun things were probably what they considered exotic and fascinating. Back in the jungle, when ambushing opponents, Yun Feiyang might go days without eating. When hunger struck, he'd dig up wild greens to nibble on, just to keep his energy up. So to Yun Feiyang, these things were no different from wild greens, merely sustenance to fill his stomach. Seeing Lin Miaomiao acting so affectionate, Qin Shirwen sighed. But Yun Feiyang wouldn't be able to live off her for long. Being so intimate with Liao Miaomiao in public was nothing short of playing with fire. After all, a woman of Lin Miaomiao's stature wasn't easily matched by just any man. Even if Yun Feiyang openly lived off Lin Miaomiao, the young elites present wouldn't let him off the hook. A pretty boy like Yun Feiyang, lacking any real background, might get away with hiding behind Lin Miaomiao. But if he stepped out into the open, he wouldn't stand a chance. Not only the young elites present, but even the Donghai Lin family wouldn't allow their little princess to be so intimate with a man without any background. Sure enough, not far away, a man's eyes were practically shooting flames. This young man, around 20 years old, wore an expensive suit and sported a diamond-studded watch on his wrist, clearly a valuable piece. He was Kong Xiaoyu, the eldest son and heir of the Donghai Kong family. The Kong family was one of the 4 great families of Donghai. In his eyes, only a top-tier scion like himself was worthy of a top-tier heiress like Lin Miaomiao. Kong Xiaoyu had confessed his feelings to Lin Miaomiao many times, only to be met with dismissive glances and rejections each time. Originally, Kong Xiaoyu had assumed Lin Miaomiao was simply too picky. But after seeing Yun Feiyang today, he was furious. Was Lin Miaomiao being picky? She just likes pretty boys.
Young Master Kong, who is that guy? How come he's so close with Lin Miao Miao? One of Kong Xiaoyu's henchmen asked beside him. What background could he possibly have? Just look at that guy's outfit, he's a total country bumpkin. Just another pretty boy. Kong Xiaoyu's face twisted with contempt as he snorted, daring to steal women from me? I'll teach that punk a lesson today. With that, Kong Xiaoyu strode over with an air of arrogance. Seeing Kong Xiaoyu striding toward Yun Feiyang with such aggressive intent, many in the venue watched with a hint of amusement in their eyes. In Donghai, who didn't know that Kong Xiaoyu was pursuing Lin Miao Miao? Both heirs of the four great families of the East Sea, this match had been widely anticipated. Yet Yun Feiyang's appearance threatened Kong Xiaoyu's claim. Even if Lin Miao Miao hadn't accepted Kong Xiaoyu, he would never allow anyone else to easily lay claim to her. Especially not some low-class nobody. Chapter 132, Threatening me? Brother, how do you like the truffle flavor? If you enjoy it, I'll have the kitchen send over a little more. Lin Miao Miao clung to Yun Feiyang, affectionately introducing him to the delicacies, while Chenny Yun and Qin Sherwan beside them shook their heads in disbelief. Indeed, a woman in love has zero IQ. What on earth did Lin Miao Miao, a girl of such privileged background, see in Yun Feiyang? Yun Feiyang couldn't help but think that, honestly, these delicacies were no different from wild greens that could fill his stomach. Lin Miao Miao, your taste is quite unique. I thought you rejected me because your standards were so high, but it turns out you're into this trash. Kong Xiaoyu approached, his tone and expression brimming with provocation. Do you know this guy? The moment Yun Feiyang saw the newcomer, he knew trouble was brewing. He frowned and turned to ask Lin Miao Miao. He's Kong Xiaoyu, the eldest son of the Donghai Kong family. Lin Miao Miao whispered, a spoiled second-generation brat who's done every evil deed imaginable. He once pursued me, but I rejected him flatly. I, Lin Miao Miao, never judge a man by his background, only by his character. Lin Miao Miao wore an air of smug superiority, showing not the slightest regard for Kong Xiaoyu or even the entire Kong family of Donghai. Yun Feiyang's gaze swept over Kong Xiaoyu, his brow furrowing as his eyes flickered with disgust and irritation. Lin Miao Miao was a princess born of privilege. Yun Feiyang knew that well. Yet he'd never once considered having any connection with her. Why did everyone keep treating him like some romantic rival? Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to engage with this Kong Xiaoyu, simply turning his head away. Kid, you don't look like the type who'd be allowed in here. Got an invitation? Pull it out, let me see. In Kong Xiaoyu's eyes, Yun Feiyang was merely Lin Miao Miao's pretty boy. He was here solely through Lin Miao Miao's connections. He definitely didn't have an invitation. Qin Sherwan's face turned pale. If anyone found out Yun Feiyang had snuck in, it would spell trouble. Even worse, what if someone discovered Yun Feiyang was the one responsible for time retention? That would tarnish the company's reputation. Fortunately, Qin Sherwan noticed Yun Feiyang hadn't acknowledged Kong Xiaoyu. At least he had some sense. Hey, kid. Kong Xiao is talking to you. Did you hear that? Daff? One of Kong Xiaoyu's henchmen, seeing Yun Feiyang ignore him, bellowed arrogantly. Who do you think you are? Talking to my brother like that? Kong Xiaoyu, is this your lapdog? Tell him to shut his filthy mouth and stop barking at people. Lin Miao Miao stepped in front of Yun Feiyang, her pretty face icy cold. In Lin Miao Miao's heart, Yun Feiyang was an idol. How could she allow anyone to yell at him in front of her? Especially some low-level nobody? Not even Kong Xiaoyu had that right. Miao Miao, you're still the Lin family's little princess. How dare you publicly defend your pretty boy? Where does that leave the Lin family's reputation? Finishing his tirade, Kong Xiaoyu curled his lips into a mocking sneer and addressed Yun Feiyang. Kid, if you're a man, act like one. Stop hiding behind a woman. Lin Miao Miao tried to speak, but Yun Feiyang pressed his hand firmly on her shoulder and shook his head slightly. Forget it. Today's occasion isn't right for causing trouble. Yun Feiyang didn't want to escalate things after all. This was Uncle Rome's turf. Making a scene would only create a bad impression. But he said that to you. Lin Miao Miao pouted, clearly displeased. How could she tolerate anyone mocking Yun Feiyang like that right in front of her? Listen to me. Yun Feiyang's gaze remained impassive as he fixed Kong Xiaoyu with a steady stare. I advise you not to escalate this further. Making a scene in public will only leave you with egg on your face. Save face? Kong Xiaoyu laughed bitterly, snorting coldly. What gives you, a man living off a woman's money, the right to act all high and mighty? Fine, I'll make a big deal out of this today. So what? Yun Feiyang frowned, unwilling to stoop to Kong Xiaoyu's level. Patting Lin Miao Miao's shoulder, he said, let's go. Kong Xiaoyu was enraged by Yun Feiyang's dismissive attitude, refusing to stoop to his level. In Kong Xiaoyu's eyes, Yun Feiyang was nothing but a man living off women. What kind of ability did he have to act so calm and bossy in front of him? Hold him back. Kong Xiaoyu pointed at Yun Feiyang, and his henchman immediately blocked his path. You're not going anywhere. Kong Xiaoyu was determined to humiliate Yun Feiyang today. Looking for trouble? Yun Feiyang was irritated. This Kong Xiaoyu was playing with fire. Trying to show off in front of me, huh? Kong Xiaoyu sneered arrogantly, "Today I'll settle this once and for all. If you don't dare, fine. Kneel down and kowtow to me. I'll leave you with this, if you dare leave today, I'll wipe out your entire family." Swish. In an instant, Yun Feiyang's expression instantly turned icy, causing even Lin Miao beside him to shiver involuntarily. The once composed Yun Feiyang now radiated an icy aura, resembling a god of death. Even Qin Shi sensed that Yun Feiyang seemed like a completely different person. "You have the guts to repeat what you just said." Yun Feiyang fixed Kong Xiaoyu with a cold stare, his voice laced with a hint of hoarseness. This spoiled rich kid actually dared to threaten Yun Feiyang with the life of his own kin? Had he grown tired of living? Under Yun Feiyang's deathly stare, Kong Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel uneasy. But the thought that Yun Feiyang was merely a freeloader living off a woman filled Kong Xiaoyu with contempt. Why should he fear a man living off women? Then I'll make myself perfectly clear. If you don't kneel before me today, I'll wipe out your entire family. Kneel? Now that's a good suggestion. Yun Feiyang sneered coldly and continued, "Kneel before me now, and I might consider sparing your worthless life for a few more days." Yun Feiyang was furious now. He hadn't intended to stoop to Kong Xiaoyu's level, but this spoiled brat had provoked him. Yun Feiyang couldn't be blamed. "You bastard, you refuse the wine offered and insist on drinking the punishment wine?" Kong Xiaoyu was furious. How dare this pretty boy act so arrogant in front of him? Especially in front of Lin Miao. Kong Xiaoyu couldn't afford to lose face here. Refusing to kneel? Yun Feiyang's gaze turned icy, and a chill radiated from his body, slowly enveloping Kong Xiaoyu. Not just Kong Xiaoyu, even Qin Shi and Chen Yan felt waves of intense chill emanating from Yun Feiyang, sending shivers down their spines. Was this really the Yun Feiyang they knew? "You think you can intimidate me? I've never feared anyone in my life," Kong Xiaoyu declared, then raised his hand to slap Yun Feiyang across the face. Just some pretty boy hit him and be done with it. But Kong Xiaoyu's hand froze mid-air, seized firmly by Yun Feiyang. Chapter 133, The Ultimate Aristocracy. Kong Xiaoyu felt immense force surge through Yun Feiyang's hand, nearly crushing his own. Yun Feiyang's grip was like an iron vice, utterly inescapable. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Let go of me." Though panic gripped Kong Xiaoyu's heart, his mouth remained stubbornly defiant. Kong Xiaoyu was now seething with rage. How dare this pretty boy lay a hand on him? He was the legitimate heir of the Kong family of the East Sea. "Kneel!" Yun Feiyang roared, and Kong Xiaoyu felt his knees buckle, forcing him to kneel before Yun Feiyang. Though Yun Feiyang's voice wasn't loud, the crowd was dense. Many turned their gaze toward Yun Feiyang and Kong Xiaoyu. Seeing Kong Xiaoyu kneeling before Yun Feiyang, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment. What was going on? Wasn't Kong Xiaoyu the legitimate heir of the Kong family? Why would he kneel before this young man? Could it be that Kong Xiaoyu was submitting to Yun Feiyang? "Kid, you'd better let me go, or else the Donghai Kong family won't let you off the hook." Kong Xiaoyu's face twisted with fury as he could only invoke the might of the Donghai Kong family. Never before had anyone humiliated Kong Xiaoyu so publicly. "The Donghai Kong family is nothing. Threatening me with my family? Not even the heavens themselves could save you." As he spoke, Yun Feiyang tightened his grip, the pain causing Kong Xiaoyu's body to go limp. "Pain!" Kong Xiaoyu shouted angrily, "Let me go, damn it." Qin Shi and Chen Yan watched from the sidelines, their hearts racing in alarm. That Yun Feiyang kid is incredibly bold. He actually dares to lay a hand on Kong Xiaoyu? Kong Xiaoyu was the legitimate heir of the Donghai Kong family. If he dared lay a hand on Kong Xiaoyu, Yun Feiyang was finished. Completely finished. The wrath of the Kong family was something this pretty boy Yun Feiyang could never withstand. The one most on edge right now is Qin Shi. If the Donghai Kong family were to hold someone accountable, could it drag time staying behind into this? Witnessing this scene, many onlookers murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Yun Feiyang filled with complex emotions. Curiosity mingled with sympathy. This kid is way too cocky. Does he even know who young Master Kong is? To actually lay a hand on him in public? He clearly doesn't give a damn about the Donghai Kong family. The Kong family's dignity has been so deeply wounded. Stop. At that moment, a commanding voice cut through the air. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached, his tone radiating the authority of a superior. Beside him stood another man with piercing eyes, none other than Lin Qingchuan, head of the Donghai Lin family. "Dad! Hurry over and help me. Some blind bastard's messing with me." Spotting the leading figure, Kong Xiaoyu clamored as if he'd found a savior. "Who are you? Release my son immediately." The man who arrived was none other than Kong Junfeng of the Donghai Kong family, Kong Xiaoyu's biological father and the current head of the Donghai Kong clan. Kong Junfeng? Lin Qingchuan? Seeing these two figures, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. The heads of two of the four great families of Donghai, the Lin and Kong families, had arrived. This was an incredibly significant moment. Many eyes turned to Yun Feiyang with a strange look. Yun Feiyang had some skills, and he was quite capable in combat. But what good would that do? In the face of true power and influence, what good is physical prowess? Leng Junfeng could crush Yun Feiyang with a single finger. At this thought, many eyes turned to Yun Feiyang with a hint of schadenfreude. Chen Yun shook her head with utter contempt. Yun Feiyang was utterly overconfident. Did he think having Lin Miaomiao's protection meant he could act with impunity?
Lin Xingxuan was the one truly holding the reins of power.
Now Yun Feiyang should finally realize the gulf between himself and the true elite.
Qin Shirwan was so terrified she broke out in a cold sweat.
Yun Feiyang is way too reckless. This is bad. If Lin Xingxuan and Kong Junfeng step in together, this will blow up into a huge mess. If these two patriarchs of Donghai's top families gang up on Yun Feiyang, this could get really messy. Kong Xiaoyu wore an expression of pure smug satisfaction.
He'd admit the brat had some skills.
But so what? In the eyes of the four great families of the East Sea, it's all bull. Your son? Your Kong Junfeng?
Yun Feiyang frowned and shot Kong Junfeng a look.
Kid, who do you think you are? Daring to call my father by his first name?
With Kong Junfeng backing him, Kong Xiaoyu's confidence soared.
Everyone around them stared at Yun Feiyang with utter disbelief. Wasn't Yun Feiyang being far too presumptuous? How dare he address the head of the Donghai Kong family by name? Was he trying to defy the heavens? The Kong family's holdings spanned every corner of the East Sea. They were one of the four great families here. What kind of background does this kid have to speak to Kong Junfeng like that? As for Yun Feiyang, Kong Junfeng didn't even know who he was. Kong Junfeng laughed bitterly. In the East Sea, anyone who dared speak to him like that would likely no longer be among the living. Young bulls fear no tigers, eh? I admire your courage, lad. But what kind of background do you have to make such bold claims?
Kong Junfeng remained perfectly composed, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, clearly not taking Yun Feiyang seriously.
Dad, what kind of background could this kid possibly have? He's just some pretty boy of Lin Miaomiao's. Thinking he can run wild in high society just because he's got a woman on his side? Ridiculous. Kong Xiaoyu sneered loudly, eager for everyone to know Yun Feiyang was Lin Miaomiao's pretty boy. You're spewing venom. How dare you spread lies without knowing the truth? Hearing Kong Xiaoyu's taunts, Lin Miaomiao stormed forward, blocking Yun Feiyang and roared angrily.
Lin Miaomiao, you're the prized jewel of the esteemed Lin family of Donghai.
And you're defending some pretty boy?
You've brought shame upon the entire Lin family of Donghai. Kong Xiaoyu deliberately elevated the issue to the Lin family's reputation, and sure enough, Lin Xingxuan's expression immediately darkened.
This is my own business. What does it have to do with the Lin family?
Besides, brother Lin Xingxuan is someone I admire, not some pretty boy like you claim.
Lin Miaomiao retorted furiously. Enough!
Lin Xingxuan roared, his voice booming at Lin Miaomiao.
Is the shame not enough already? Dad! What did I do wrong? Lin Miaomiao snapped angrily. Kong Xiaoyu came looking for trouble himself. What does that have to do with me? I'll deal with you later.
Lin Xingxuan shot Lin Miaomiao a fierce glare before his piercing gaze shifted to fix coldly on Yun Feiyang.
I recall your name is Yun Feiyang, correct?
A hint of anger flickered in Lin Xingxuan's eyes, his voice tinged with irritation.
Yun Feiyang gave a faint nod. That's correct. Then you should also remember your promise to stay away from Miao Miao, right? Chapter 134, he's the young master? Then why are you suddenly appearing here out of nowhere? And flaunting yourself in public with Miao Miao? Do you not hold the Lin family of Donghai in any regard?
Lin Xingxuan was furious, his voice dripping with accusation.
He had thought Yun Feiyang was a sensible man, but never imagined this youngster harbored such improper thoughts toward Lin Miaomiao. What was most infuriating was flaunting himself at such an exclusive gathering. Wasn't this deliberately trying to disgrace the Donghai Lin family? How could the Donghai Lin family possibly have such an unsuitable son-in-law? This kid's intentions toward Lin Miaomiao were impure from the start. Lin Xingxuan should have dealt with him long ago. I never once thought of approaching Lin Miaomiao myself, believe it or not. Yun Feiyang shrugged, offering a faint, cold smile. Lin Xingxuan's assumptions were nothing but wishful thinking.
All along, Yun Feiyang had wanted nothing more than to keep his distance.
How could he possibly have made a move on Lin Miaomiao? Ridiculous. Twisting the truth? Do you really think I'd believe you now?
Lin Xingxuan snorted coldly, since you don't know a good thing when you see it, don't blame me. Qin Shirwan sighed upon hearing Lin Xingxuan's words, shaking her head involuntarily. Just as she'd expected. Yun Feiyang was just living off Lin Miaomiao. A man like him couldn't possibly have any powerful connections. Kong Junfeng and his son exchanged disdainful smirks. It seemed they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Lin Xingxuan wouldn't let Yun Feiyang off the hook. Head of the Lin family, you decide what to do with this brat. If you find it beneath you to dirty your hands, I can handle it for you. Kong Junfeng surveyed the room, his gaze radiating the disdain of a superior. In his eyes, Yun Feiyang was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Dad! If you dare harm Yun Feiyang, I'll die right before your eyes. Lin Miaomiao knew Yun Feiyang best. He'd never exploited her status for anything improper from start to finish. It was Lin Miaomia who'd been pursuing him.
Get out of my way. Lin Xingchuan's face darkened with fury.
Even now, Lin Miaomia was still protecting that good-for-nothing brat.
I won't let you. Guards! Drag this brat away.
Lin Xingchuan barked coldly, a flash of sharpness darting through his eyes.
It seemed Lin Miaomia was completely smitten by this brat. Well then, Lin Xingchuan would personally deal with this Yun Feiyang brat. Lin Miaomia is the apple of the Donghai Lin family's eye. How could she possibly fall for some lowly punk?
The man Lin Xingchuan envisioned as the perfect son-in-law was none other than the young master mentioned by Uncle Rome.
Everyone around them couldn't help but shake their heads. The looks they gave Yun Feiyang were either pitying or gloating. This kid was way too cocky.
He thinks cozying up to Lin Miaomia gives him free rein to offend even the Kong family. Now he'd provoked two of Donghai's 4 great families at once.
How would he ever make this right? Hold on. Just then, a voice cut through the air.
Dong Lei strode swiftly to Lin Xingchuan's side and whispered something in his ear.
Instantly, Lin Xingchuan's fierce eyes widened, as if he'd heard something utterly unbelievable. You mean it's true? As he spoke, Lin Xingchuan cast a trembling glance at Yun Feiyang.
The anger in his eyes had vanished, replaced by fear and apprehension.
That's correct, head of the Lin family. How you choose to handle this is entirely up to you.
I'm merely relaying Uncle Rome's message. With that, Dong Lei turned and walked straight out of the meeting hall. Kong Xiaoyu, completely oblivious to the unfolding drama, fixed Yun Feiyang with a smug gaze, his tone dripping with arrogance.
Kid, I advise you to release me right now. Otherwise, you won't be leaving here unscathed today. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Kneel before me now. I might spare you and your family. Shut up. Smack.
Kong Xiaoyu's words were cut short mid-sentence by a hard slap from Lin Xingchuan. Not just Kong Xiaoyu, but everyone else was stunned.
What was Lin Xingchuan doing? He slapped Kong Xiaoyu for Yun Feiyang? Kong Xiaoyu, you spoiled brat, you actually made Mr. Yun kneel before you? What gives you the right? Did the heavens themselves grant you such audacity?
Lin Xingchuan shouted, his neck straining with fury. Then, bowing deeply to Yun Feiyang, he said, Mr. Yun, it was my oversight, Lin Xingchuan, that allowed this good-for-nothing Kong Xiaoyu to disturb your mood.
I hope you won't hold it against me. As he spoke, cold sweat trickled down Lin Xingchuan's forehead.
He dared not lift his gaze to meet Yun Feiyang's eyes. Just moments ago, Dong Lei had revealed Yun Feiyang's true identity to Lin Xingchuan, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Yun Feiyang was actually the young master Uncle Rome had spoken of, the very young master he'd been trying to curry favor with all along. The thought of all the outrageous things he'd said to Yun Feiyang made Lin Xingchuan wish he could sink into a hole. He'd been desperate to latch onto the young master's coattails, hoping Lin Miaomia could get close to him. Yet when the young master stood right before him, and even when Lin Miaomia had thrown herself at him, he'd foolishly tried to stop her.
Was he blind?
He absolutely had to deal with Kong Junfeng and his father severely. Otherwise, how could he possibly face Uncle Rong and Yun Feiyang? Qin Shiwen, standing nearby, was utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. What was going on? Just moments ago, Lin Xingchuan seemed determined to confront Yun Feiyang to the end. How could that man have said just one sentence to him, causing Lin Xingchuan's attitude to do a complete 180? Qin Shiwen wasn't the only one bewildered. Everyone present was stunned by Lin Xingchuan's abrupt change in demeanor. They all turned to stare at Yun Feiyang in astonishment, their eyes fixed on him as if he were some kind of alien creature. Just who was this young man? But Yun Feiyang probably knew why Lin Xingchuan had changed his tune so quickly. It seemed Uncle Rome had secretly instructed Dong Lei to reveal his true identity to Lin Xingchuan. Though Uncle Rome had gone against Yun Feiyang's wishes, Yun Feiyang understood Uncle Rome didn't want things to escalate too far either. I won't stoop to your level. Yun Feiyang snorted coldly, then kicked Kong Xiaoyu hard. Kong flew through the air like a soccer ball, landing with a thud on the ground. He lay there for a long while, unable to get up. Agony radiated from Kong Xiaoyu's hand. It was clearly broken. Lin Xingchuan, what do you mean? You're not giving Kong Junfeng any face? In front of all these people, Yun Feiyang kicked young Master Kong like a soccer ball, clearly showing no regard for the Donghai Kong family. And why was Lin Xingchuan acting like he wanted to defend this kid? Is he deliberately making things difficult for Kong Junfeng? Kong Junfeng, respect must be earned. This is the Lin family's territory. By refusing to show Mr. Yun respect, you're refusing to show me, Lin Xingchuan, respect. You're not welcome at my establishment. Guards! Remove every member of the Donghai Kong family from this hotel. Chapter 135, Qin Shiwen's stunned disbelief. What? Hearing Lin Xingchuan's words, everyone's gaze toward him brimmed with astonishment. The Donghai Kong family's standing in Donghai was no small matter. Was Lin Xingchuan really prepared to provoke the entire Donghai Kong family over some unknown nobody? What on earth was going on? What exactly did that person say to Lin Xingchuan? What could have caused such a sudden shift in his attitude? What's the background of this young man? Does he hold such influence?
Greater even than the Dong Haikong family?
Qin Shirwan stood behind them, her face equally astonished.
What's going on? Isn't Yun Feiyang just Lin Miaomiao's pretty boy? How could Lin Qingxuan actually expel the prestigious Dong Haikong family from the venue over his daughter's playboy? That's going way too far. Could it be he's misunderstood Yun Feiyang? Is Yun Feiyang really some big shot? Lin Qingxuan, are you determined to refuse me, Kong Junfeng? Any face? Kong Junfeng's face darkened.
Never before had anyone shown such blatant disrespect to Kong Junfeng, especially within the Donghai domain.
Lin Qingxuan was a renowned figure in Donghai's underworld, the head of the Lin family. Previous encounters had always been cordial, no one had ever shown him such disrespect before. Moreover, Lin Qingxuan was known for his smooth-talking ways, not the type to act impulsively.
Today, for some nobody even recognized, Lin Qingxuan had thrown caution to the wind.
Kong Junfeng couldn't fathom it. He was just a kid, why would Lin Qingxuan show him such deference? I've said it before, respect must be earned. Today, I, Lin Qingxuan, refuse to show your Kong family any respect. However, if your family wishes to remain here, have young Master Kong kneel and apologize to Mr. Yun. I'll grant you, Kong Junfeng, that favor. Lin Qingxuan couldn't care less about saving face for Kong Junfeng now. He'd slighted Yun Feiyang, and now he needed the Kong family to earn back some goodwill. Otherwise, if Yun Feiyang blamed him, what then? What? Kneel? Lin Qingxuan, what do you take the Kong family for? Kneel before some upstart brat? Kong Junfeng's face darkened.
Lin Qingxuan was utterly disrespectful.
Since you refuse, then get out.
My establishment, Lin Qingxuan's, will no longer welcome anyone from the Dong Haikong family. Lin Qingxuan said coldly.
Fine.
Kong Junfeng repeated fine 3 times. He couldn't fathom what this Yun Feiyang brat had done to earn Lin Qingxuan's favor. Lin Qingxuan, you're ruthless. But don't think this will end here.
With that, Kong Junfeng stormed out of the hotel, his entire Dong Haikong family entourage following in his angry wake. Dad! Are we just letting this slide? That bastard got off way too easy.
Stepping outside the hotel, Kong Xiaoyu wore a look of deep dissatisfaction. His hand still throbbed faintly, that kid had an iron grip.
Forget it? Kong Junfeng roared, the Dong Haikong family's reputation can't just be thrown away like this.
No one has ever dared to disrespect the Dong Haikong family like this.
Lin Qingxuan must be out of his mind to protect that brat. What's that kid's background? Kong Junfeng frowned and asked. I don't know either. Kong Xiaoyu said angrily, his face flushed with rage, looks like just some pretty boy. Dad, I'll dig up everything on that brat.
When the time comes, I'll make sure he's utterly humiliated and can never hold his head up again in Donghai. Having suffered such a humiliating defeat in front of so many prominent figures in Donghai society today, he absolutely must regain his dignity.
Good. Leave this matter to you. Kong Junfeng's voice was icy cold as he snorted, dare to piss on the Kong family of Donghai? Wait for death. Within the hotel, news of Kong Junfeng's incident quickly ignited a wave of heated discussion.
Everyone turned to look at Yun Feiyang with complex expressions, no longer daring to underestimate him.
Lin Qingxuan, standing beside Yun Feiyang, no longer bore his usual fierce, commanding gaze.
Instead, he looked like a child who'd done something wrong. Lin Miaomia was equally puzzled by her father's sudden transformation.
But as long as her father didn't object to Yun Feiyang and didn't mind her talking to him, that was enough. Everything else? She couldn't care less.
In Yun Feiyang's presence, Lin Miaomia was simply a girl pursuing her idol.
Mr. Yun, I've been rude to you before I looked down on you. Please don't hold it against me. For Miao Miao's sake, since she's your friend, could you please not take it personally?
Lin Qingxuan pleaded in a submissive tone.
This was already Lin Qingxuan's third plea to Yun Feiyang, but Yun Feiyang acted as if he hadn't heard a word, leaving Lin Qingxuan in a difficult position. He dared not raise his voice too much, after all, he was the head of the Lin family of Donghai. If others heard him speaking so humbly, it would damage his reputation. Yet Qin Shirwan stood not far from Yun Feiyang and Lin Qingxuan.
Though Lin's voice was soft, she heard every word clearly. Qin Shirwan was utterly baffled. Just who Yun Feiyang really was. Even a top-tier figure like Lin Qingxuan was speaking to him in such a submissive tone? Qin Shirwan had initially assumed Yun Feiyang had only gained entry to the venue through Lin Miaomiao's connections. Yet now, it seemed Yun Feiyang himself was a major figure? Yet Yun Feiyang didn't look the slightest bit like a big shot. Mr. Yun, I'm begging you, just put me out of my misery. Lin Qingxuan was on the verge of tears. Had he known Yun Feiyang's true identity, he would never have dared to treat him with such disrespect. Fine, I'll grant you a quick end. Just as Lin Qingxuan was on the verge of despair, Yun Feiyang casually snapped his fingers, making Lin Qingxuan feel as if he'd been granted a royal pardon. See the beauty beside me? Qin Shirwan, she's the HR director at Time Retention. Yun Feiyang patted Qin Shirwan's shoulder, startling her. Miss Qin, it's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing Yun Feiyang's polite demeanor toward Qin Shirwan, Lin Qingxuan realized she was no ordinary person. His attitude grew more respectful as he extended his hand to her. Though Lin Qingxuan acted like a child who'd done something wrong in front of Yun Feiyang, Qin Shirwan knew full well that Lin Qingxuan was the head of the Lin family of Donghai. She dared not act presumptuously in his presence. Pleased to meet you. Qin Shirwan extended her hand with utmost respect. Throughout the entire evening at this gathering, Qin Shirwan had been handing out business cards with an ingratiating expression, yet she hadn't been well received. This was the first time someone had proactively offered her a handshake, and it was none other than Lin Qingxuan, the head of the Donghai Lin family, a top-tier powerhouse in Donghai.
Not at all, Miss Qin.
As a friend of Mr. Yun, you are naturally a friend of mine, Lin Qingxuan. Lin Qingxuan said with flattering sincerity. This. Qin Shirwan shot Yun Feiyang a puzzled glance, her mind churning with questions.
What on earth was Yun Feiyang's background? Truly baffling.
Yun Feiyang said indifferently, Lin Qingxuan, I have a task for you. Take Miss Qin on a tour of the venue and introduce her to some of the bigwigs in the Donghai business circle.
If you complete the task well, I'll let bygones be bygones. Chapter 136, What a Coincidence.
Forgive past transgressions? Qin Shirwan was dumbfounded. Yun Feiyang's tone didn't sound like he was speaking to a big shot like Lin Qingxuan at all, it sounded like a big shot talking to his underling. Yet Lin Qingxuan showed no sign of anger, nodding repeatedly as he replied, I'll handle it immediately. As long as Yun Feiyang didn't hold it against him, everything would be manageable. So what if he knew a few big shots? Lin Qingxuan was all over the place. Qin Shirwan, on the other hand, followed Lin Qingxuan around the venue with a look of sheer terror on her face. Throughout the event, Lin Qingxuan spared no effort in introducing Qin Shirwan to every influential figure present.
Out of respect for Lin Qingxuan, these bigwigs naturally showered Qin Shirwan with flattery.
Those who had previously dismissed Qin Shirwan's business card now eagerly sought her attention, bending over backwards to curry favor. Of course. This was Lin Qingxuan's face at stake. Who dared refuse? Qin Shirwan felt as if she were living in a dream. Just moments ago, she was the HR director of a small company, shunned by attendees at the conference. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had become the coveted prize everyone was scrambling to court. Even some second-rate dignitaries and VIPs weren't qualified to ask for Qin Shirwan's contact information.
Qin Shirwan knew this glory was bestowed upon her by Yun Feiyang. Yet not long ago, she had mocked Yun Feiyang as someone who snuck into the venue to cause trouble.
The thought made Qin Shirwan feel a pang of embarrassment. Not far away, Yun Feiyang watched Qin Shirwan, her panic tinged with a touch of dignity, and a faint smile touched his lips.
In Yun Feiyang's view, Qin Shirwan was a responsible employee.
It wouldn't be appropriate for him to personally solicit clients for Liuzhou Shiguan, so using Qin Shirwan's influence to achieve that goal was the perfect solution. Besides, the young lady Qin Shirwan was quite capable. This lucrative opportunity was also a reward for her efforts. Young master, Uncle Rong requests your presence.
At that moment, Dong Lei appeared behind Yun Feiyang and whispered to him.
I'll be right there.
Soon, Yun Feiyang entered the private room.
Inside, besides Uncle Rong, Chen Yun was also present. The look in Chen Yun's eyes as she gazed at Yun Feiyang had shed its previous disdain, replaced instead by fear and unease. It even carried a heavy sense of reverence and apprehension. Young master, Chen Yun, failed to recognize your true worth.
I hope you won't hold it against me. By now, Chen Yun had learned Yun Feiyang's true identity.
She finally understood why her father had introduced her to Yun Feiyang. It turned out he was none other than the young master of the Yun family from the capital. When Uncle Rong had just revealed the truth to her, she felt utterly mortified. What right did she have to put on airs in front of the young master? I said I wouldn't stoop to arguing with children. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently and lit a cigarette.
Chen Yun dared not defy Yun Feiyang now.
She kept her head bowed, saying nothing, afraid that even one more word might provoke him. Young master, it was an urgent matter. I didn't want Lin Qingxuan to make a big fuss, so I had Dong Lei reveal your identity to him. This went against your instructions, young master. Please punish me. Rongshu bowed deeply, his tone solemn.
You handled it well. Having Dong Lei discreetly inform Lin Qingxuan prevented my identity from being exposed.
However, I must remind you, my identity is known only to Lin Qingxuan and Chen Yun.
Should Yuhan discover it, you should know the consequences. Uncle Rong nodded, meeting Yun Feiyang's icy gaze. How could he not understand Su Yuhan's standing in Yun Feiyang's heart? He would repeatedly remind Lin Qingxuan and Chen Yun never to reveal Yun Feiyang's true identity. After lingering briefly in the private room, Yun Feiyang departed the venue.
The moment he stepped outside the hotel entrance, the click-clack of high heels echoed behind him. By the sound alone, Yun Feiyang knew exactly who it was.
Qin Shirwan. Turning around, Yun Feiyang offered a warm smile and said, Director Qin, what a coincidence.
Coincidence? Qin Shirwan's eyes flickered with complexity. She had been waiting here specifically for Yun Feiyang. Truthfully, looking at Yun Feiyang's warm smile now, she couldn't imagine this was the same man who had kicked Kong Xiaoyu flying earlier. Nor could she fathom that this was the very man even Lin Qingxuan was currying favor with.
Need something? Seeing Qin Shirwan didn't respond, Feiyang prompted her.
Qin Shirwan hesitated. I came specifically to thank you.
If not for your influence tonight, I doubt I would have met so many influential figures interested in collaboration. Feiyang shrugged. What does that have to do with me? That was all Lin Qingxuan's doing. Qin Shirwan gave a self-deprecating chuckle.
Before attending this gathering, she would never have believed Feiyang possessed such influence. But now, she believed it. Recalling how she'd told Feiyang not to come along and cause trouble, Qin Shirwan felt utterly ashamed.
Whether you admit it or not, thank you. How about this, did you drive here? I'll give you a ride back. Consider it my thanks.
Qin Shirwan's beautiful eyes locked onto Feiyang as she spoke.
Just then, a black Bentley pulled up in front of Feiyang and Qin Shirwan, making Qin Shirwan smile involuntarily. Oh, I forgot you mentioned your family owns a Bentley.
Qin Shirwan slapped her forehead.
It seems Feiyang's background is indeed formidable. Alright then, see you tomorrow.
Feiyang waved at Qin Shirwan before stepping into the Bentley. At that moment, at the Su family villa, Wang Mingyang and Su Wenyuan sat on the sofa with their father, their eyes gleaming with satisfaction.
Young Master Wang, Su Yuhan's new company has already launched.
Su Zhihao's eyes showed no trace of apprehension, only a hint of smugness.
Start a company? Wang Mingyang snorted coldly. Without my permission, how could her company possibly survive? I've already infiltrated her company. It won't last. Wang Mingyang looked supremely confident as he sipped his red wine, basking in his triumph. Young Master Wang is truly shrewd. Su Zhihao also laughed heartily. I also heard that Zhang Choyun took a 40% stake in Su Yuhan's new company. Young Master Wang, I have an idea, I wonder if you'd be interested?
Any method that gets Su Yuhan into my hands has my interest.
Spit it out. Wang Mingyang seemed in high spirits. That 40% stake in Zhang Choyun, wonder if young Master Wang might be interested?
Su Zhihao wore a sly grin, looking like a petty villain basking in his triumph.
You mean?
Wang Mingyang understood Su Zhihao's meaning and snorted, rest assured, leave that 40% stake to me. I have 100 ways to lure a gold digger like Zhang Choyun into the trap. Then we'll await young Master Wang's good news. As for that little minx Su Yuhan, she's already been taken care of by young Master Wang.
The entire villa echoed with triumphant laughter. Chapter 137, Poaching Talent.
After the renovation of Time Preserved was completed, the company grew rapidly.
Within about a week, all departments had their staff fully assembled.
Su Yuhan noticed something interesting. Qin Shirwan, who used to give Feiyang the cold shoulder, was now acting much more courteous. It seemed the misunderstanding between Qin Shirwan and Feiyang had been resolved.
That day, Feiyang entered Su Yuhan's office.
Su Yuhan sat at her desk, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly preoccupied with something troubling.
What's wrong? Feiyang approached and asked. How did you get in here?
A flicker of worry crossed Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes as she said, don't let anyone see you.
The company still doesn't know about our real relationship. It wasn't that Su Yuhan didn't want to make her relationship with Feiyang public.
But in a startup, it's easy for people to label us a husband and wife operation, which could damage company morale.
Relax. The vice president just came to check on the president. What's there to fear? Feiyang glanced at the documents on Su Yuhan's desk and asked, is something wrong? Su Yuhan hesitated before nodding.
The distribution rights for several overseas products I'd already secured have been snatched away. A layer of worry clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes.
Products are the lifeblood of the company's operations.
Without them, there's no source of sales. The company had struggled to get off the ground, and suddenly losing these distribution rights would cause major problems.
Poached?
Feiyang frowned and asked, only the company's core management knew about the products we were distributing.
How could they all be snatched away? What else could it be? Su Yuhan tapped a spot on the document and said, look who snatched our distribution rights. Feiyang looked up and frowned deeply, Su Group? That's right. Anger flickered in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. I've shown Su Wenyuan and his son every kindness and consideration.
Yet they sent corporate spies into the company and resorted to such ruthless tactics. All these years, Su Yuhan had earned substantial profits for the Su Group.
Why couldn't Su Wenyan and his son just leave her alone?
Now that the company was operational, without products there would be no revenue, and the daily payroll alone was a substantial expense. Su Yuhan sighed softly, her expression growing increasingly somber.
Isn't there any other product we could distribute? Feiyang inquired.
Su Yuhan shook her head helplessly.
There are only so many good products out there.
Securing distribution rights is incredibly difficult.
What's more, Su Zhihao and his son are watching us like hawks.
Even if we managed to get distribution rights for other products, they'd probably snatch them away.
Yuhan, does that mean we can only use other people's products? Can't we develop our own?
Feiyang's eyebrows shot up as an idea struck him.
Develop our own products? Su Yuhan shook her head. That's too difficult. I couldn't even cover the initial R&D costs. Don't forget, I only have 200 million yuan in startup capital.
Developing a women's product would conservatively cost hundreds of millions. Top-tier R&D talent commands astronomical salaries, not to mention the time investment. Feiyang stroked his chin and murmured, I do have a solution.
What's that? Su Yuhan asked curiously.
I know a great skincare formula, but it requires a rare medicinal ingredient.
Give me a day or two. I'll figure out a solution for the product. Feiyang snapped his fingers confidently. This formula was sourced from ancient medical texts.
Back when he was abroad, Feiyang had concocted some batches, which became wildly popular among the noble ladies and princesses of foreign royal families. Since Su Yuhan runs a women's products company, he decided to simply give her the formula.
You have the formula? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Su Yuhan frowned, staring at Feiyang with utter disbelief.
Some skincare formulas command astronomical prices. Especially high-quality feminine hygiene formulas, they're practically priceless. Su Yuhan knew Feiyang had some medical knowledge, but formulating women's products required more than just medical skills, it demanded chemical engineering expertise.
Feiyang hadn't even attended university. How could he possibly come up with a formula? I'll figure out a solution for the product. Don't worry. Feiyang already had a plan in mind. Su Yuhan nodded with a smile, okay.
She understood why Feiyang had said that. He was simply trying to ease her distress and offer comfort. Feiyang meant well, but Su Yuhan didn't believe he could actually produce the product formula.
After leaving Su Yuhan's office, Feiyang slipped on his coat and headed to a pharmacy not far from the company.
He was searching for the rare Chinese herb mentioned in the formula. This particular herb wasn't common, and most ordinary herbal shops probably wouldn't carry it. This particular pharmacy looked sizable, spanning 3 floors, so it seemed worth trying his luck here. The interior was decorated in an antique style, and the air carried a faint, soothing herbal fragrance. Having studied ancient medical texts, Feiyang found this scent particularly comforting, instantly invigorating him.
How may I assist you?
The receptionist was a young woman whose sweet smile felt like a warm spring breeze to Feiyang. I'm looking to purchase some high-quality herbs, wild ginseng, for instance.
Do you have any? We do. Please follow me.
The young woman led Feiyang to the counter and addressed a middle-aged woman behind it. Sister Wang, a customer is looking for some higher-quality herbs.
Could you assist him?
Behind the counter, a middle-aged woman wore extremely heavy makeup. Even from a distance, the scent of her perfume was noticeable. However, this scent was distinctly different from the perfumes worn by Su Yuhan and Sister Rong. Su Yuhan and Sister Rong wore fresh, delicate scents, while the heavily made-up woman's fragrance was pungent and overpowering, clearly a cheap perfume.
Feiyang frowned slightly.
The middle-aged woman eyed Feiyang up and down, her own brow furrowing. Though Feiyang appeared clean and well-groomed, his clothing didn't suggest luxury brands, just ordinary labels.
Expensive herbs? Can this kid even afford them? What do you want?
The middle-aged woman's tone was tinged with impatience.
Expensive herbs are notoriously pricey. Could this kid really afford them?
Then show me the most expensive herbs in your shop.
The herbs required for alchemy in the ancient martial arts medical texts are incredibly demanding. Ordinary quality herbs probably won't cut it at all. A mocking smile curled the corners of the middle-aged woman's mouth. What is this kid trying to pull? The most precious herbs?
We have a century-old wild ginseng root, the king of its kind, priced at over $1 million.
Can this kid even afford it?
Still, since he was a customer, the middle-aged woman didn't want to be too rude. She casually grabbed a few wild ginseng roots and tossed them onto the counter. Take a look, these are all decent herbs from our shop. Feiyang glanced at them casually without examining them closely, already knowing these wild ginseng roots were of extremely low age.
Chapter 138, Looking Down on People.
And several of them were broken pieces, utterly worthless. Feiyang's brow furrowed slightly. These are all too low grade.
Do you have anything of better quality? Don't worry about the price. Quality is what matters.
The middle-aged woman shot Feiyang a dismissive glance. She couldn't see him as someone with deep pockets, but she mustered her last shred of patience and tossed out a few higher-grade herbs.
Feiyang still shook his head. No, these are all too subpar. Feiyang knew his herbs, he could tell their quality at a glance.
Though the packaging was exquisite, the quality fell far short. The middle-aged woman grew visibly annoyed at his words. These are all top-grade herbs. Together, they're worth nearly 300,000. I bet you can't afford the medicine and are just here to make me miserable. Her triangular eyes narrowed in irritation.
This country bumpkin was being downright rude. He clearly had no money, yet he was being so picky about the herbs? These herbs are already quite good, what more does he want? He's clearly here just to cause trouble.
Feiyang frowned but didn't stoop to arguing with this snobbish middle-aged woman. I genuinely came seeking medicine, believe it or not. I only want high-grade herbs, and what you've presented here is simply subpar. Just as the woman was about to retort, a burly man carrying a sack entered from the doorway. Does your shop buy herbs? These are from our village top-notch stuff.
Anyone interested?
The man bellowed in a deep, resonant voice, his face radiating an honest, simple-minded expression.
The middle-aged woman's brow instantly furrowed.
She stepped out from behind the counter, pointing at the man with obvious disgust.
Hey! Who do you think you are? Did I invite you in? Just barging in with your sack? Get out of here!
This isn't a place for beggars. The woman was notoriously snobbish. The man's attire screamed rural origin, tattered clothes, dust-covered, muddy footprints still fresh on his shoes. The burlap sack bulged, emitting an eerie, pungent odor. The scent was a mix of medicinal fragrance and a foul stench, blending together into something truly unpleasant. No wonder the woman looked at him with such contempt.
Hearing the woman's words, the middle-aged man immediately grew displeased. Who do you think I am, a beggar? I'm here to sell medicine properly.
You're not much to look at yourself, so why are you looking down on people with your doggy eyes? The woman's narrow eyes narrowed further. She wasn't old, but she showed signs of premature aging. Middle-aged women are particularly sensitive about their appearance, so she relied on layers of cheap cosmetics to maintain her facade. She hated it when people called her plain, and the man's words made her blood boil.
You country bumpkin! How dare you insult an old woman's looks? What do you think you are?
The middle-aged woman began screaming and shouting.
If someone of status had called her unattractive, that would have been one thing. But a country bumpkin from the sticks dared to say she wasn't pretty? Where did he get the nerve? You're such a rude woman. If you don't want to do business with me, just say so.
Your words are like gunpowder. The middle-aged man wore a look of displeasure. Though the villagers weren't wealthy, they possessed a straightforward, no-nonsense spirit. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly, her voice dripping with sarcasm.
You? Doing business? With that confidence of yours? Dream on. To the middle-aged woman, this man seemed even more down and out than Feiyang.
The sack on the ground was covered in dust, obviously holding nothing of value. You judge people by their appearance, he retorted.
Look. What is this?
The man promptly opened the sack and pulled out a blood-red object. Truth be told, it resembled a lingji mushroom, yet its form was distinctly unlike any known variety. Ordinary lingji mushrooms were small, but this thing was as big as a pot lid.
The middle-aged woman sneered coldly. What the hell is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Reishi mushroom. The middle-aged man declared with certainty. Reishi mushroom?
The middle-aged woman snorted lightly. I've seen plenty of lingji mushrooms.
This kind? Never seen it.
To me, it looks more like some kind of poisonous mushroom.
Country bumpkins will be country bumpkins. Trying to swindle people with these weird poisonous mushrooms? Have you no conscience left? What's the matter? Why are you staring at me like that? Not happy? Let me tell you, this is the East Sea. You wouldn't dare lay a finger on me, would you? You've lost your mind.
At this moment, the middle-aged woman wore an air of smug superiority, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Seeing this, the middle-aged man curled his lip.
What an ungrateful woman. Fine, I won't stoop to your level.
With that, the man carefully stowed his belongings and hoisted the sack, preparing to leave.
Hold on.
Just then, a voice called out to the middle-aged man. Brother, don't rush off. If others don't want this medicinal herb, I'll take it.
The speaker was none other than Feiyang.
The middle-aged man glanced at Feiyang, his eyes filled with confusion.
You want my herbs? Feiyang nodded. Such fine herbs? Of course, I'll take them.
Though Feiyang hadn't examined them closely, his deep knowledge of pharmacology told him these herbs were uniformly of exceptional quality. Of course, Feiyang had just spotted one herb inside the snakeskin bag, ice crystal grass. It was precisely the herb Feiyang needed. Iceling grass was not a common herb. Its growth conditions were extremely demanding. It required a humid environment and a certain amount of sunlight. Such environments are harsh, and damp areas are often infested with venomous insects. Furthermore, iceling grass isn't particularly valuable, so most people aren't willing to harvest it. That the middle-aged man could produce so much of it at once suggested he might have even more stockpiled elsewhere.
Finally, someone who knew what they were talking about.
The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. Truth be told, he'd visited several large herbal shops today with his herbs, but hardly any were willing to buy them. After all, the herbs he offered looked nothing like standard medicinal stock, and his asking price wasn't exactly low either.
Brother, name your price. Feiyang said, I'll take all of it.
Feiyang had little interest in the other herbs, but to show his sincerity, he bought the entire lot.
Chapter 139, Brotherhood?
The middle-aged man hesitated before saying, All right, I can see you have discerning taste. These herbs were gathered by several villagers from our village at great risk. For this entire sack, just give me 50,000 yuan.
50,000? The middle-aged woman began mocking him again. Have you gone completely broke? You want 50 grand for these poisonous mushrooms? Why not just rob a bank? That'd be quicker money.
Hearing the man's offer, the woman became even more certain he was trying to rip them off.
Feiyang, however, was straightforward. He nodded and said, 50,000 it is. I'll pay you right now. Well, one dares to sell, and one dares to buy. The middle-aged woman sneered in her nasal voice, you two are probably just shills, right? In some major pharmacies, there are gangs that specialize in scamming people. One person uses counterfeit goods as good medicine, while another plays the role of the buyer, driving up the price. These two must be that kind of person. No wonder that guy acted like a big shot earlier, trying to get her to pull out the store's best medicine. Turns out he was a plant. Feiyang turned his head and coldly retorted, your brain is full of, so naturally you see in others. You can't tell good from bad. A snob like you will never amount to anything in life. You little brat, what did you say? You think I won't tear your mouth off, the middle-aged woman yelled. With a mouth that foul, watch out, you might give birth without an anus. Feiyang didn't back down. Such a snob was truly disgusting. What's going on? What's all this commotion? Just then, a commanding voice echoed through the air. Simultaneously, an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire emerged from the inner room of the pharmacy. Master Zhu, you're here. Spotting old Master Zhu, the middle-aged woman's previously harsh expression instantly turned obsequious as she hurried toward him. Master Zhu was the manager of the pharmacy and a highly respected traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. The middle-aged woman was merely a clerk and dared not show him any disrespect. There are two troublemakers here. I'll have security escort them out immediately. The middle-aged woman shot a fierce glare at Feiyang and the middle-aged man before declaring, I'm here to sell medicine, not cause trouble. You look down on people with your dog eyes, dismiss my medicine, and now you have the nerve to slander me? The middle-aged man's tone was equally displeased. You? Selling medicine? Why don't you just fly to the moon? Look at yourself, do you even look like someone who could produce quality herbs? The middle-aged woman wore utter disdain on her face. You don't know good stuff. I'm not wasting my breath on you. The middle-aged man turned to Feiyang instead, this young brother here knows his stuff. I'll sell the herbs to him. Saying this, he opened a flap in the sack he held and handed it to Feiyang. Young man, you should inspect the herbs inside. I picked them all myself, no mistake. This is actually blood rasher? Zhu Lao's voice trembled with shock as he glimpsed the tip of the crimson lingji peeking out. There's also century-old wild ginseng, pine nuts. Merely glimpsing the surface of these herbs was enough to leave old Zhu utterly astounded. These were all top-tier spiritual herbs, without exception. The reason for such astonishment was that these herbs were truly exceptionally rare. Just the blood-red lingji on display was 1 in 10,000. As a spiritual herb, lingji naturally possesses spiritual energy. What made the blood lingji more precious than ordinary lingji was that its spiritual energy had transformed into something akin to blood vessels. This is a truly rare tonic. A blood lingji this large would likely be worth 6 figures. Are you selling the herbs in that sack? I'll pay 100,000 for the entire lot. Old Zhu said with a hint of surprise. This blood rasher alone would fetch that price at auction, let alone the rest of the items. 100,000? The middle-aged woman, who had been looking down her nose moments before, instantly changed her expression. She had assumed this country bumpkin was trying to fool people with some worthless junk, but it turned out these were genuine spiritual herbs? Worth 100,000? Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He knew these herbs were precious and had intended to offer the middle-aged man 10,000 to buy them. But judging by old Zhu's expression, he clearly intended to drive up the price. Earlier, the middle-aged man had wanted to sell them cheaply for 50,000. Hearing this 100,000 offer, he might not be able to resist. The middle-aged man waved his hand. I've already agreed to sell these herbs to this young brother for 50,000 yuan. Though I'm a countryman and short on cash, a person must have integrity. Words spoken are like water spilled, there's no going back. Feiyang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the middle-aged man to be so straightforward. 50,000, 100,000. When compared side by side, the temptation of 100,000 yuan was simply too great, wasn't it? Old Zhu quickly said, young man, if you think that's too little, I can raise the price. Just think about it, 5,000 versus 10,000. Needn't be mentioned. The middle-aged man waved his hand firmly. We may be poor, but we have our pride. I was trying to sell it to your shop earlier, but that woman refused. This young man recognizes its value, I'd rather sell it to him. Old Zhu turned, glaring angrily at the middle-aged woman. These spiritual herbs had long transcended any standard that could be measured by price. These rare herbs are priceless, not something you can just buy off the shelf. He knew the woman's nature, a snob. She was already like this, but to let such a major matter slip through her fingers, old Zhu wanted to punch her right through the wall. You're blind as a bat. The pharmacy employs you to help run the business, not to cause trouble. Get out now, the farther the better. I never want to see you again. In his fury, old Zhu fired the woman on the spot. Her eyes instantly filled with pleading. Old Zhu, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I'll never dare to do it again. She now regretted it deeply.
If she'd known this would happen, she never would have spoken to Yun Feiyang and the middle-aged man like that.
You've had your chance. If you don't leave now, do you think I won't have security escort you out?
Mr. Zhu's stern voice made the woman's body go limp. Her eyes dimmed with resignation, and she slunk away dejectedly. Seeing he couldn't sway the middle-aged man, old Zhu turned his attention to Yun Feiyang. "Young man," he said, "I see you bought these herbs for 50,000 yuan.
How about this? I'll raise my offer to 150,000.
Leave these herbs here."
What do you say?
As he spoke, old Zhu shot a subtle glance toward the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man disdained money, preferring to talk about martial arts ethics and loyalty. But in this world, there were naturally those who loved money. Chapter 140, A Home with Nothing But Four Walls.
A faint smile played at the corners of Yun Feiyang's lips. 15,000? Did this old man think he was a fool?
These high-quality medicinal herbs were priceless. Their worth couldn't be measured in money. Not to mention the Iceling grass. This was the herb needed to develop a new product for Su Yuhan.
How could he possibly sell it off so carelessly? Moreover, these herbs were for Yun Feiyang's alchemy hard-won treasures he wouldn't part with.
Besides, Yun Feiyang doesn't need that 150,000 yuan anyway.
Sorry, I'm keeping these herbs for my own use. Not for sale at the moment. Yun Feiyang stated calmly. How about this then?
I'll add another 300,000.
That's absolutely my limit. Old Zhu thought Yun Feiyang found it too low. I'm sorry, I really can't sell them.
As he spoke, Yun Feiyang noticed the middle-aged man had already stepped out of the herbal shop. Yun Feiyang hurried after him.
Brother, wait a moment.
Yun Feiyang called out to the middle-aged man from a distance. The man turned his head, looking puzzled.
Brother, is there something else? Of course Yun Feiyang had something to say.
Brother, where did you get these herbs?
These herbs aren't a small quantity, and Yun Feiyang had just inspected them all fresh.
Such a large quantity of high-quality herbs freshly harvested all at once, the middle-aged man must have a reliable source.
The most crucial one was the Iceling grass. If we mass-produce new products in the future, the demand for Iceling grass will be substantial.
We absolutely must secure the medicinal supply from this middle-aged man. A few days ago, I went with some village mates to explore the shady Wind Ridge on the back mountain. We spotted quite a bit of this herb there, but after gathering half of it, a sudden, thunderous roar echoed through the mountains.
We were so scared we all ran off in a hurry. The middle-aged man still looked shaken, patting his chest.
A genuine source of medicinal herbs.
Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up. Bro, can I get your number? If I ever need herbs again, I'll reach out. Also, take this bank card.
These herbs are worth more than 50,000, and the money in this card is my way of compensating you. The bank card Yun Feiyang handed over contained around 200,000 yuan. It was the card Yun Feiyang used for his daily expenses, serving as compensation for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head and returned the card.
We agreed on 50,000, and that's exactly what I'll take. Not a penny more. My mother taught me from childhood to keep my word. I truly can't accept any extra money. And about the herbs?
The middle-aged man paused, then said apologetically, the Enfong Ridge on the back mountain is likely quite dangerous.
I advise you not to go either.
As he spoke, the man shuddered again, clearly still shaken by the beast's terrifying roar.
Yet Yun Feiyang's respect for the man grew exponentially. He was genuinely honest and straightforward, someone you could truly trust. No problem. Consider it a favor to a friend. My name is Yun Feiyang. Care to exchange contact info?
Yun Feiyang said with a smile.
My name is Lu Dapeng.
Lu Dapeng scratched his head, his honest and straightforward demeanor further increasing Yun Feiyang's favorable impression of him.
After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lu Dapeng, Yun Feiyang returned to the company. Su Yuhan's office was next to Yun Feiyang's. After getting back to the company, Yun Feiyang knocked on the door and entered Su Yuhan's office. Where'd you go? Su Yuhan glanced at her watch. It was already 3 in the afternoon. In Su Yuhan's memory, Yun Feiyang was rarely late. Yun Feiyang gave Su Yuhan a mysterious smile and said, "You'll find out soon enough. It's a surprise for you."
Yun Feiyang was confident in his new product. Those young ladies from foreign royal families were raving about his product.
Once it hit the market, it was bound to make a big splash. Oh, there's something I need to tell you. Su Yuhan paused thoughtfully, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang as she asked, "Do you remember what day it is at the end of this month?" "I remember. It's your birthday and our wedding anniversary." A mischievous smile spread across Yun Feiyang's lips. He had prepared a grand surprise for Su Yuhan. Taylor Swift would be performing live. She would absolutely love it. In a few days, one of my best friends is coming back to China. We were college classmates, roommates, and even share the same birthday. She's coming back to celebrate with me. You should come with me then.
As she spoke these words, Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly with a hint of blush, and Yun Feiyang's heart swelled with delight. Back when Su Yuhan got married, she hadn't informed anyone at all. In her heart, Yun Feiyang simply wasn't the husband she envisioned. But now, Su Yuhan was actually inviting Yun Feiyang to meet her close friends.
This signaled that Su Yuhan was beginning to accept Yun Feiyang in her heart.
Sure. Yun Feiyang nodded cheerfully, his heart nearly bursting with joy.
By the way, Yuhan, when are your friends planning to arrive? Yun Feiyang glanced at the time. He planned to visit Lu Dapeng in the coming days. Iceling grass was extremely rare, and Yun Feiyang needed to personally verify the quantity of the medicinal source. 3 days from now. Do you have other things to attend to? Su Yuhan asked, puzzled.
I'll take 2 days off work.
Don't worry, I'll definitely go with you to meet your best friend. Yun Feiyang's mysterious expression made Su Yuhan wonder what he was playing at. After briefly informing Shenlanji, Yun Feiyang called Lu Dapeng. Lu Dapeng was surprised to receive Yun Feiyang's call.
He hadn't expected Yun Feiyang to call so soon.
Following the address Lu Dapeng provided, Yun Feiyang set off alone for the small village where Lu Dapeng lived. Lu Dapeng's home was nestled in a small mountain village within a county under Donghai City's jurisdiction.
Despite Donghai City's bustling prosperity, life in these remote mountainous areas remained profoundly underdeveloped.
Lu Dapeng's village, Shaowang Village, nestled high in the mountains with poor transportation links, seemed untouched by modernity.
At night, only a few scattered lights flickered. It took Yun Feiyang a long bus ride to reach this place.
Of course, Yun Feiyang didn't arrive empty-handed.
After all, he had a favor to ask of Lu Dapeng, so he brought some cigarettes and alcohol as a token of goodwill.
At the village entrance, Lu Dapeng had been waiting for Yun Feiyang.
Seeing Yun Feiyang approach with gifts in hand, Lu Dapeng patted his shoulder with a smile. Brother, just coming to visit a country bumpkin like me is enough to make me happy. No need for gifts. Yun Feiyang handed over the items. Just a token of my appreciation, he said. Nothing valuable. Tonight, we'll have a drink. To be honest, Yun Feiyang had a particularly favorable impression of this down-to-earth countryman. For the sake of keeping his word, Lu Dapeng was willing to give up 100,000 yuan and take only 50,000.
Yun Feiyang admired that.
Haha, knowing you were coming, I specially slaughtered a chicken.
It's stewing in the pot right now. Yun Feiyang followed Lu Dapeng to his home.
Truth be told, describing Lu Dapeng's home as bare-walled was no exaggeration.
Chapter 141, Putting Yourself in Others' Shoes. Lu Dapeng's home was still a mud brick house, low and damp.
Inside hung a yellowed light bulb from a bygone era, making the place look incredibly shabby. Lu Dapeng's elderly mother lived there too, moving with a slow, shuffling gait. Perhaps due to malnutrition in her youth, she suffered from night blindness.
Hearing Yun Feiyang enter, Lu Dapeng's mother approached him. Dapeng, is that your friend? Lu Dapeng took his mother's hand and said, yes, my friend came to visit me from Donghai City. He brought some things. Seeing the chicken stewing in the earthen pot, Yun Feiyang felt a pang of guilt. Given Lu Dapeng's current family circumstances, this chicken was likely one of their few sources of sustenance. In such impoverished households, a single chicken represented their daily sustenance. At that moment, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but admire this rural man who valued trust above all else.
Given his family's circumstances, he had refused 100,000 yuan for the sake of keeping his word.
That spirit truly commanded Yun Feiyang's respect.
Had Lu Dapeng accepted old Ju's 100,000 yuan back then, Yun Feiyang wouldn't have said a word. That 100,000 yuan could have easily netted Lu Dapeng hundreds of thousands. With that money in a place like this, Lu Dapeng could have lived a life envied by the entire village.
Brother, sit down. Our home is humble apologies for the simple welcome. Dig into the chicken quickly, and let's clink glasses.
Lu Dapeng took a bowl and filled it to the brim with meat for Yun Feiyang, while he himself scooped only a bowl of chicken soup. At the same time, he scooped a full bowl of chicken meat for his elderly mother, picked up a piece, and personally fed it to her.
Mom, you eat too. Lu Dapeng's mother nodded. Dapeng, remember to eat too. Don't worry, Mom. This hen is plump and big enough to feed us for days. I've already eaten. Yun Feiyang felt a pang in his heart. Gazing at the mere chicken broth left in Lu Dapeng's bowl, Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette. This must be what family love feels like. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but recall his childhood. He and Shenlanji had been abandoned in Donghai, penniless. If not for Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji would likely have starved to death on the streets long ago. With that thought, Yun Feiyang picked up his phone and sent Uncle Rong a message. A genuine man like Lu Dapeng shouldn't have to endure such hardship. Yun Feiyang resolved to personally ensure Lu Dapeng and his son lived comfortably. After all, Lu Dapeng had once helped him. The source of the Iceling grass also depended on Lu Dapeng. Come on, brother, eat up. Lu Dapeng's words snapped Yun Feiyang out of his reverie. He opened the bottle of liquor he'd brought and poured Lu Dapeng a bowl. A man like Lu Dapeng clearly had a hefty tolerance for alcohol. He tipped his head back and downed the entire bowl in one gulp, leaving Yun Feiyang speechless. Yun Feiyang wasn't much of a drinker and didn't hold his liquor well, but when it came to drinking with a straightforward guy like Lu Dapeng, he was ready to go all out. He tilted his head back and downed his bowl in one go. Soon, Yun Feiyang felt a bit lightheaded, while Lu Dapeng remained as vigorous as ever. They drank well into the night.
Fortunately, Feiyang had a solid constitution that helped him resist the alcohol's effects, though he still drifted off in a haze. Early the next morning, Feiyang was deep in slumber when a commotion roused him. Feiyang slipped on his shoes and emerged from the inner room. In the courtyard, he saw two women, one tall, one short, pointing at Lu Dapeng's forehead as they berated him relentlessly. Lu Dapeng kept his head bowed, saying nothing, his expression tinged with a hint of distress.
Listen here, Lu Dapeng.
If you don't come up with 50,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, you can forget about marrying my Xiaoman. The older woman stood with her hands on her hips, her face hardened with harshness, spittle nearly flying from her mouth as she spoke. The younger woman beside her, the one called Xiaoman, remained silent. Her expression seemed to tacitly agree with the older woman's words.
Aunt Lu, you know our family situation. We simply can't come up with that much money. Lu Dapeng's expression betrayed his distress. Turning to Xiaoman, he pleaded, Xiaoman, we've been together for 2 years now. I may not have much money, but I'll work hard. I'll go into the mountains to gather wild game and sell it in the county town. I promise, if you marry me, even if I suffer, I won't let you suffer. Aunt Lu narrowed her eyes. With you? Have you even looked at your own situation? You don't even have savings. How can you promise not to let our Xiaoman suffer? Let me tell you this, I worked my fingers to the bone raising Xiaoman, and I'm not handing her over to some penniless kid like you to ruin. Lu Dapeng replied awkwardly, but Aunt Lu, Xiaoman and I have feelings for each other. Love? You just say you have love and it's true? Has our Xiaoman ever said a word about it?
Listen to me, if you can't come up with 50,000 yuan for the betrothal money today, you and Xiaoman are done right now.
Feiyang finally understood Aunt Lu had come today solely to demand money.
For some reason, seeing this, Aunt Lu reminded Feiyang of the gold-digging, snobbish Zhang Qiuyun, and a wave of disgust washed over him. Once upon a time, Zhang Qiuyun had pointed her finger at Feiyang and berated him.
But Feiyang was luckier than Lu Dapeng. Su Yuhan wasn't a gold digger. But Lu Dapeng was different.
He genuinely cared for Xiaoman, though she might not feel the same. Watching Lu Dapeng get snapped at by Aunt Lu, Xiaoman hadn't uttered a single word in his defense from start to finish. Aunt Lu, our family really can't come up with that much money.
Lu Dapeng was genuinely distressed. Forget 50,000, even 5,000 was a stretch. He'd just returned from military service and only recently found a job. Where would he have such savings? No money? Lu Dapeng, you're quite the actor.
I've heard you went to town a few days ago to sell things you brought back from the mountains and made 50,000.
And you say you have no money?
I see right through you. You're trying to get something for nothing, hoping to marry our Xiaoman without spending a single penny?
No way.
Feiyang finally understood. Aunt Lu had her eye on the 50,000 yuan Lu Dapeng made from selling herbs.
Aunt Lu, that 50,000 isn't all mine. 5 of us went up the mountain together, and that money needs to be split evenly.
Are you stupid or something?
Aunt Lu snapped angrily. Didn't you tell your friends that stuff only cost a few hundred? Isn't that 50 grand all yours now? No way. Lu Dapeng waved his hand dismissively.
My family may be poor, but I still have my pride.
Honesty comes first in life.
I wouldn't do something so unconscionable.
What do you mean, Lu Dapeng? Are you implying I'm untrustworthy?
Let me make this clear, Lu Dapeng, without that 50,000, you can forget about marrying my daughter.
Aunt Lu snapped, furious. Lu Dapeng sighed helplessly. But I truly can't come up with that much money. Then don't blame me.
Mark my words, the village chief's son, Erju, has already proposed to our Xiaoman. If you can't come up with the betrothal money, keep your distance from our Xiaoman.
Got that? Aunt Lu's words caused Lu Dapeng's expression to darken instantly. Lu Dapeng turned to Xiaoman and demanded in a low voice, Xiaoman, didn't you say Erju had stopped bothering you? Didn't you say you liked me? Xiaoman replied coldly, I have no choice.
Unless you can produce 5,000 yuan in dowry right now, I'll have to marry Erju.
Only he can make me happy. Chapter 142, this is a thank you gift. Xiaoman, how could you? Brother Dapeng. Lu Dapeng's words were cut short by Feiyang.
Feiyang emerged slowly from the house and said indifferently, Brother Dapeng, she's not right for you. You should let her marry Erju from the village chief's family.
An outsider sees things clearly.
Feiyang could tell exactly what kind of people Aunt Lu and Xiaoman were. Setting his sights on a woman like Xiaoman would only waste the time of an honest man like Lu Dapeng.
And who are you? Aunt Lu eyed Feiyang up and down. Truth be told, this man looked unfamiliar.
Yet his attire didn't suggest he was from the village, so she dared not be too brazen.
Aunt Lu, he's my friend. He just came to see me yesterday, Lu Dapeng said. Friend?
A look of contempt flashed in Aunt Lu's eyes. Lu Dapeng was just a poor kid who'd served in the army, no prospects to speak of. What kind of brother could he possibly have? Anyone who calls himself Lu Dapeng's brother can't be much of a big shot either. Lu Dapeng, your friend is being too generous. Don't you see what you're made of? How could you possibly be good enough for our Xiaoman? Our Xiaoman deserves to marry into a family worth at least 10,000 yuan. Where Aunt Lu found the nerve to say such things was beyond anyone's guess.
Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, Brother Dapeng truly isn't suited for your daughter. But it's not that Brother Dapeng isn't good enough for her, it's that your precious daughter isn't good enough for Brother Dapeng, is it? What did you say? Aunt Lu shrieked, who do you think you are? How dare you say our Xiaoman isn't good enough for this penniless bum? Yun Feiyang's cold smile deepened. He turned to Xiaoman and said, tell me, you're pregnant, aren't you? Yun Feiyang knew a bit about medicine.
Just by looking at her complexion, he could see some clues.
What did you say? I don't understand.
Xiaoman's expression betrayed panic, and her speech began to falter.
I knew you wouldn't admit it.
It's still too early to tell, but in a few months, it should be obvious.
If not, just go to the hospital for a checkup. That'll confirm it.
After saying this, Yun Feiyang turned to Lu Dapeng and asked, bro, you haven't touched her yet, right? Lu Dapeng frowned and nodded, then turned to look at Xiaoman, his voice tinged with disappointment.
Xiaoman, is what my brother said true? Are you really pregnant?
Xiaoman clenched her jaw. Since she couldn't hide it anymore, she might as well come clean.
Yes. I am pregnant. It's Erju's. So what? Anger flared in Lu Dapeng's eyes. If you and Erju were already secretly involved, why did you demand 50,000 yuan in dowry from me?
Lu Dapeng could understand Xiaoman's infidelity. After all, his family was poor. But what he couldn't tolerate was that after over 2 years together, Xiaoman had deceived him. I've been with you for 2 years, Xiaoman. What have you ever given me during those 2 years? Xiaoman's face flushed with fury. Half my monthly salary as a soldier, I handed it all to you.
Lu Dapeng shouted. Wasn't that enough? Half? Xiaoman sneered. Half of what? 2,000? Do you know how much Erju offered me?
He said if I bear his child 20,000 for a boy, 10,000 for a girl.
That's the difference, understand? A poor man like you will never grasp it.
You'll never amount to as much as Erju in your entire life.
That's why I'm marrying Erju and I'll never marry you. Lu Dapeng's face fell with disappointment. He never imagined his girlfriend of 2 whole years could be such a woman. Just then, footsteps echoed from the doorway as several men in black entered. The leader scanned the room. Spotting Yun Feiyang, he approached with deference, standing at attention before him. The visitors were none other than Dong Lei and his men. Last night, Yun Feiyang had Uncle Rong prepare some gifts for Lu Dapeng and his mother. Today, Uncle Rong had sent Dong Lei to deliver them. For a man as tough as Lu Dapeng, Yun Feiyang wouldn't let him and his son suffer in a place like this. A hint of curiosity flickered in Aunt Lu and Xiaoman's expressions, their gazes toward Dong Lei and his men tinged with puzzlement. Dong Lei and his men were dressed in sharp suits, looking sharp and energetic, clearly not ordinary folk. Erju from the village chief's family was the most respectable person Aunt Lu and Xiaoman had ever seen, yet compared to Dong Lei and his companions, he was like heaven and earth. Yet these men showed Yun Feiyang nothing but deference. Could it be that Lu Dapeng's friend was some kind of big shot? Yun Feiyang nodded toward Dong Lei and his group. Everything I asked you to prepare, is it all ready? Dong Lei nodded, everything's ready. Deliver them. Yun Feiyang waved his hand. Dong Lei understood immediately and walked straight up to Lu Dapeng, handing him the gift list. You must be Lu Dapeng, the friend of our young master?
This is a token of appreciation from our boss for your generous hospitality last night. One apartment in Chaoyang Tower, Donghai City, valued at 3,200,000 yuan. A Mercedes sports car for daily use, worth 78,000. Premium bird's nest, 20,000 yuan. And finally, a roasted chicken, 20 yuan.
Here is the gift list. We sincerely hope Mr. Lu Dapeng will not decline. It would put us in a very awkward position.
Aunt Lu and Xiaoman had long since gone numb. The items on that gift list weren't numerous, but added together, they totaled several million yuan.
Millions?
The village chief's family is wealthy, but they certainly don't have millions. Where on earth did Lu Dapeng meet such a wealthy friend that he could just hand over millions like that? And if they hadn't misheard, these men in black were actually addressing him as young master Yun Feiyang? Could this guy be some wealthy young master? Yun Feiyang stepped forward, patting the dazed Lu Dapeng on the shoulder.
Brother, this is my thanks for your hospitality. Especially that chicken stew you made. I even gave you a roast chicken in return. Lu Dapeng finally snapped out of it and said awkwardly, it was just a pot of stewed chicken, brother. I can't accept such a generous return gift. How much could a chicken possibly be worth? Yun Feiyang had given him items worth millions. That really wasn't a small sum. Yun Feiyang waved his hand and laughed, though it's just a chicken, for you, Lu Dapeng, it's practically half your fortune. You and your mother rely on that old hen for your livelihood. And these things? They're worth far less than half my fortune. You know which gift carries more weight, right? Chapter 143. Who exactly are you? Lu Dapeng's expression softened slightly. But the sheer magnitude of several million yuan was overwhelming for Lu Dapeng. He was just a country boy. Even though he'd served in the military, he'd never seen this much money before. Moreover, he felt he hadn't done much to help Yun Feiyang. Accepting all these things from him seemed a bit inappropriate. Brother, I know you're a good man, but think about your elderly mother. You wouldn't want her to suffer for the rest of her life, would you? Seeing Lu Dapeng's expression soften slightly, Yun Feiyang lowered his voice and said to him. Lu Dapeng's hesitation finally eased. Brother, thanks. If you ever need my help, just say the word. I'll do it without hesitation. In Lu Dapeng's eyes, Yun Feiyang didn't seem like a bad person. Besides, what could Yun Feiyang possibly want from him? Yun Feiyang smiled. That's the spirit. When the time comes, you'll come back to Donghai with me. I happen to have a job for you. My company needs a head of security, and you're just the right fit. The salary will be set at 15,000 for now. Yun Feiyang intended to place Lu Dapeng in the security department if time retained. Having served in the military, this role suited him perfectly. Plus, Lu Dapeng had a good nature and was dependable, absolutely no devious schemes or hidden agendas. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Aunt Lu and Xiao Man's eyes turned green with envy. How incredibly lucky is Lu Dapeng? Where did he meet such influential friends? In the blink of an eye, he'd become a city dweller living in Donghai? A monthly salary of 15,000 yuan, and he even owned a big house in Donghai. Just moments ago, Aunt Lu and Xiao Man had mocked Lu Dapeng for being no match for Erju. Yet now, Lu Dapeng was suddenly far wealthier than Erju. Forget 5,000 in dowry money, he could easily afford 50,000 now. Xiao Man's gaze instantly softened. She slowly approached Lu Dapeng, her voice dripping with tenderness. Dapeng, I was just fooling you earlier. Truthfully, you've always been in my heart. What happened with Erju was just a fling. You're the only one in my heart. Xiao Man knew Lu Dapeng was a man who valued loyalty and affection. At this moment, all she needed to do was soften her stance, and she could reignite their old flame. Dapeng, I don't want the 50,000 yuan dowry anymore. I just want you to marry me. If she could move into that big house in Donghai with Lu Dapeng, she'd be a city dweller too. How many people in the village would envy her then? Then what about Erju's child in your belly? Lu Dapeng frowned and asked. A flicker of panic crossed Xiuman's eyes as she hurriedly explained, Erju forced me into it. If you're willing, the child can take your surname. If you don't want it, I'll go to the hospital right now and terminate the pregnancy. No need. Lu Dapeng shook his head slowly. Xiaoman, you should go. You're no longer the Xiaoman I knew. 2 years ago, the Xiaoman Lu Dapeng knew was gentle, kind, and understanding. But now she was nothing but a gold digger with eyes only for money. Dapeng, what do you mean? For you, I'd do anything. Xiaoman couldn't believe Lu Dapeng would reject her overtures. Lu Dapeng shook his head. At this moment, he had completely lost hope in Xiaoman. You're not doing this for me, you're doing it for the money. Lu Dapeng said coldly, if my brother hadn't given me that big house in Donghai, would you have aborted Erju's child for me? Truthfully, I lost all hope in you the moment I learned you were carrying Erju's child. Leave now. I hope you find happiness with Erju. Let's never see each other again. Xiaoman was Lu Dapeng's first love, and he didn't want to be so heartless. But if Xiaoman had been a pure, good girl, Lu Dapeng would have gladly taken her with him to move to Donghai. But over the past 2 years, Xiaoman had changed so much that Lu Dapeng hardly recognized her. Deep regret flashed in Xiaoman and Aunt Lu's eyes. Had they not rejected Lu Dapeng for the sake of money, they might well be city dwellers by now. Perhaps their entire family would have moved into a spacious city home to enjoy a life of ease. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoman could only leave with Aunt Lu. She knew Lu Dapeng's character, he wouldn't utter such heartless words lightly. Once spoken, there was no turning back. Lu Dapeng, you'll regret this. A venomous glint flashed in Xiuman's eyes as she turned and walked away. If that's how it is, don't blame her for being unkind. Her mind was already set on her next move. Brother, who exactly are you? Inside the room, Lu Dapeng asked Yun Feiyang curiously. He casually handed over a gift list worth millions without even batting an eye. Just an ordinary person. Yun Feiyang smiled. Perhaps, in Lu Dapeng's eyes, Yun Feiyang seemed like someone with considerable connections, as if he could do anything. But in the eyes of the Yun family of the capital, Yun Feiyang was likely nothing more than an insignificant insect. The Yun family of the capital? Yun Feiyang clenched his fist tightly. One day, he would reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to him. But before that day came, Yun Feiyang needed to build up enough confidence and strength. Relying solely on the limited resources of the East Sea was still insufficient. Brother, is there something you need my help with? Lu Dapeng might be straightforward, but he wasn't stupid. He could tell Yun Feiyang needed something from him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deigned to come to a small place like Little Wang Village. Yun Feiyang nodded. That's right. I do have something I'd like your help with, brother. Just tell me. You've done me such a huge favor, I'll do everything I can to help you in return. After a moment's thought, Yun Feiyang said, Brother Dapeng, could you take me to explore the Yin Foam Ridge on the back mountain? Among the herbs you sold that day, there was one called ice-ling grass. I'd like to see the source of that herb. Ice crystal grass is the crucial catalyst in Yun Feiyang's new product formula. If we have a sufficient supply, we could mass produce it in a short time. You want to gather herbs? No way. It's far too dangerous. Lu Dapeng waved his hands frantically.
Last time we went gathering, we only ventured near the edge of Infeng Ridge, and we heard roaring sounds, probably a tiger. Brother, I'm telling you this as a friend. Venturing into Infeng Ridge is no small matter.
If things go wrong, you could lose your life there. Yun Feiyang chuckled. It's just a tiger. Can it really be that scary? Only if it hasn't become a spirit tiger. Then it might be terrifying. Lu Dapeng's expression darkened as he continued, it's not just tigers. Lu Dapeng lowered his voice further.
Ever since I was a kid, the Infeng Ridge behind our village has been a sinister place. Sometimes, you can hear the howls of monsters echoing from the back mountains, enough to scare the life out of anyone. I remember when I was young, a few brave men from the village ventured deep into the heart of Infeng Ridge together.
They never came back.
Since then, no one has dared set foot in Infeng Ridge again. Lu Dapeng's voice grew somber as he scratched his head. If it weren't for my family being poor and needing to hunt some game to sell for cash, I'd never have gone to Infeng Ridge.
But I didn't even make it in.
I picked up a few medicinal herbs and was scared out by the roar.
As he spoke, Lu Dapeng's body still trembled involuntarily, clearly still shaken by the experience. Chapter 144, Break one of his legs. Yun Feiyang's brow furrowed.
According to Lu Dapeng's account, Infeng Ridge seemed to be a peculiar place.
Ancient medical texts contain some records.
Certain locations, situated in spiritual treasure lands, were abundant with celestial energy. Over time, these places would gradually give birth to spiritual creatures. It seemed Infeng Ridge was such a natural treasure trove. The herbs Lu Dapeng had gathered were all spiritual medicines.
If the spiritual energy were sparse, such top-grade spiritual herbs simply wouldn't grow.
Such supreme spiritual herbs exist even on the outskirts of Infeng Ridge, let alone its inner reaches.
For a moment, Yun Feiyang's eyes flickered with anticipation. It seems the supply of iceling grass is quite abundant. Brother, how about this? In a few days, you take me to explore Infeng Ridge. Don't worry, once we get there, you can head back. I'll wander around on my own. Ordinary ferocious beasts held no fear for Yun Feiyang.
During his missions, he'd encountered plenty of floods and beasts in the jungle. This was nothing compared to that. For an ordinary person like Lu Dapeng, it might be challenging, but for Yun Feiyang, it was no big deal.
Brother, why won't you listen to my advice? You really shouldn't go into Infeng Ridge. Lu Dapeng looked utterly earnest. That deafening roar was truly terrifying.
The scene of Lu Dapeng and his men fleeing in terror was still vivid in his mind, and just thinking about it sent a shiver down his spine.
Yun Feiyang chuckled. Relax, I'm just taking a look around. There's no danger. Just do me this favor and show me the way. Lu Dapeng shook his head helplessly. It seemed he couldn't dissuade this brother. Alright then, I'll go with you. An extra pair of eyes is always better.
Yun Feiyang looked gaunt, his skin pale, obviously a city slicker. It was likely curiosity that drew him to explore Infeng Ridge. But if danger struck, how could a city slicker like him protect himself? Lu Dapeng, after all, had a military background and was physically fit. He'd serve as both bodyguard and guide.
Alright then, I'll take you up on that. Yun Feiyang's expression betrayed a hint of longing for Infeng Ridge.
Such a spirit-gathering treasure land might hold more than just medicinal herbs. Perhaps this time, there would be other rewards. In the village center, at the village chief's house, Xiaoman now clung pitifully to Erju's embrace, weeping with tears streaming down her face. Erju, I'm carrying your child. You must stand up for me. At this point, Xiaoman wept even more bitterly, as if she had suffered the greatest injustice in the world. Erju, with his buzz cut, looked every bit the ne'er-do-well. Seeing his girl wronged like this, how could he stand for it? In Shaowang village, someone dared to bully Erju's woman? Did they want to die? Who dares mess with my future wife? I'll break his legs today. The muscles on Erju's face twitched as he spoke furiously. Xiaoman wriggled out of Erju's embrace, deliberately wiping her tears with a pitiful expression as she murmured resentfully, "It's that Lu Dapeng again. That rotten brat again." Erju's expression darkened further. That penniless brat has nothing to his name. Where does he get the nerve to compete with Erju for a woman? Did he bully you? It's more than bullying. Xiaoman cried. Today I went with Mom to break off the engagement at their house. But Lu Dapeng has made friends in the city now. He turned his back on us and kicked us out of his home. It's so outrageous. I was so angry I nearly lost the baby. Her suffering is one thing, but what if something happens to your child? How could she ever show her face to you again? It must be said, Xiaoman's storytelling and acting skills were top-notch. Hearing about the injustice she suffered at Lu Dapeng's hands, Erju's anger flared instantly. If my child gets hurt, I'll make that little bastard Lu Dapeng pay with his life. Erju was so furious he nearly flipped the table. I'll get revenge for you right now. Don't get so worked up. Xiaoman quickly grabbed Erju's arm, her voice trembling with feigned distress. Lu Dapeng isn't the same person anymore. He's got a friend from the city, someone with serious connections.
If you go in blindly, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Just rest assured. A little humiliation won't kill me. I just don't want you risking yourself for me.
After speaking, Xiaoman deliberately wiped away tears, feigning concern for Erju. Erju's manly spirit flared up instantly.
He frowned and declared, in Xiaowang village, is there anyone Erju fears? What's so special about someone from the city? My dad rules Xiaowang village. Even if a dragon came here, it'd have to bow down to me.
Erju had every reason to speak with such confidence. Erju's father was the village chief of Xiaowang village. His family held nearly half the village's land, and even in the town, they owned factories that brought in hundreds of thousands annually. In a place like this, they were the undisputed big shots. They say even mighty dragons fear local snakes, but Erzu refused to believe anyone in Xiaowang village could stand up to him. I'm calling right now to get someone to take care of this for you. As he spoke, Erju pulled out his phone and dialed a number.
Hey, Sanmao? Get a dozen villagers over to my place right now. Yeah, right now.
I'm going to smash that little bastard Lu Dapeng's door in.
Hearing Erju's words, a smug smile spread across Xiaoman's lips. So what if he's got city connections? This is Xiaowang village's turf. Make her, Xiaoman, look bad?
She'd pay them back 100-fold, 1,000-fold.
Darling, you're so good to me. Xiaoman nestled into Erju's embrace with a radiant smile, looking utterly adoring.
Erju felt his masculinity surge, a smug smile curling his lips. 20 minutes later, Erju led Sanmao and a dozen others, armed with tools, marching in force toward Lu Dapeng's house.
Damn it, Lu Dapeng dared to mess with Erju's woman.
Today, I'll break one of his legs and teach him a lesson. Erju took a deep drag on his cigarette, spat out a mouthful of phlegm, and felt like he was on top of the world. Erju, Sanmao asked cautiously, Lu Dapeng served in the military.
He probably isn't holding back, right? Sanmao leaned in to ask. What the hell are you afraid of?
Erju slapped Sanmao hard across the face and shouted, he's just one guy, no matter how tough he thinks he is.
We've got over a dozen of us, what's there to fear?
You may not fear Lu Dapeng, but I advise you to fear me.
At that moment, a lazy voice drifted out from the shadows, startling Erju and Sanmao. Who? Who's talking? Is it a person or a ghost?
Erju's voice trembled slightly. The small mountain village had no streetlights, and with the poor weather, it was pitch black, impossible to see anyone.
Could it be haunted?
Slowly, a figure emerged from the darkness, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes carrying a look of utter disdain.
Chapter 145, Set Up. Who else could it be but Dong Lei?
Yun Feiyang had long anticipated that Xiaoman wouldn't let it go easily, so he had Dong Lei station a few extra men outside Lu Dapeng's house.
But who'd have thought someone would actually be bold enough to come looking for trouble with Yun Feiyang? Who the hell are you? Playing ghost to scare me in the middle of the night?
Seeing it was a person, Erju breathed a sigh of relief, though his tone still carried a hint of irritation. But he didn't recognize the man before him.
An outsider? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that all 10 of you are going down tonight. Dong Lei spoke slowly. What do you mean?
Erju retorted in a slick, cocky tone.
Simple. With me here, you won't set foot inside Lu Dapeng's house.
If you don't want broken bones, I suggest you head back home this morning.
Dong Lei exhaled a puff of smoke and said indifferently. You? Alone? Ha! At that moment, Erju burst into contemptuous laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Who do you think you are? Trying to intimidate me?
Erju couldn't care less. They had over a dozen men, while the other side had just one. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands.
No matter how skilled this kid is, how much can he really do?
10 of them swarmed him at once, and the kid was on the ground in an instant.
This kid doesn't look like he's from our village. Could he be some fool from another village? Sanmao eyed Dong Lei up and down, his gaze equally dismissive.
He didn't believe anyone could take on 10 men at once.
Did he think this was a martial arts movie? Erju, let me knock this kid down for you.
A young man with a buzz cut stepped forward, cracking his knuckles loudly.
There's always some fool who overestimates his abilities. Dong Lei shook his head.
These were ordinary people, while Dong Lei had received professional training.
He'd once been a frontline soldier.
Though his skills couldn't match those of top-tier masters like Yun Feiyang, he couldn't care less about these common folk.
With that, Dong Lei's body shot forward.
Under the dark night sky, he moved like a ghost, instantly appearing before the young man and kicking him flying backward. Whoosh! Thud! Before anyone could comprehend what had happened, the spiky-haired youth traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground.
He lay motionless for a long moment, unconscious. Whoa!
Erju and the others sucked in their breath in shock.
This kid's got skills? He kicked someone flying with just one move? Something's fishy about this kid. Let's all jump him and finish him off. Erju finally sensed something was off and urgently addressed everyone. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Dong Lei anymore, fearing they might be the next to get kicked flying. Dong Lei sneered coldly, now that's more like it. Perfect saves time. Boom! Dong Lei's body sprang into motion. With each muffled thud, another person was sent flying by his kick.
In the span of mere breaths, all 10 of Erju's men lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain.
Come bother Lu Dapeng again after you've trained for 2 more years. With that, Dong Lei's figure slowly faded into the darkness, accompanied by his faint voice.
Xiaoman sat in the room, legs crossed, a faint smugness in her eyes. Earlier, Erju had brought over a dozen men. Even if Lu Dapeng had military training, could one man really take on more than 10? Sure, Lu Dapeng had those friends from the city, but they didn't outnumber Erju's crew. Moreover, Erju's friends were all strong, hard-working villagers. Could those delicate city folk possibly stand a chance against them? Squeak! Just then, the door swung open. Erju entered, clutching his face. Erju, what happened to you? Seeing Erju's battered face, Xiaoman's heart skipped a beat. She rushed forward to meet him. At that moment, the muscles in Erju's face were twitching uncontrollably. Damn it, don't even ask. Erju spat angrily, I got screwed over. Set me up? Xiaoman looked puzzled. Could it be Lu Dapeng? Erju shook his head. No. I didn't even make it to Lu Dapeng's doorstep before someone came out and beat the crap out of me. And it wasn't just me, San Mao and the others got beaten pretty badly too. One person? Xiaoman was starting to lose her cool. A single person took down all of Erju and his dozen or so men? Xiaoman's heart began to race. Could it be that Lu Dapeng really knew some big shot in the city? That's just too unbelievable. Damn it, how did that little bastard Lu Dapeng get mixed up with big shots? Erju spat angrily, his face twisted with displeasure. Looks like he couldn't take on Lu Dapeng alone now. Then forget it. Xiaoman's eyes darted around. She seemed to be advising Erju, but in reality, she was adding fuel to the fire. Now that Lu Dapeng has hooked up with city folks, and we've never even left the county, maybe we shouldn't mess with him. Xiaoman's words were quite artful. On the surface, she was concerned for Erju's safety, but in reality, she was indirectly implying that Erju was no match for Lu Dapeng. Instantly, Erju felt his pride wounded. He snapped, he's just some lowly soldier. Do you think I, Erju, would be afraid of him? After a moment's pause, Erju's tone turned smug. Xiaoman, just wait. Tomorrow, I'll show Lu Dapeng and those city folks what they're made of. A satisfied smile touched Xiaoman's lips. This was precisely the response she'd been waiting for. The next day, Lu Dapeng set off with Yun Feiyang toward the Yinfeng Ridge in the back mountains. Brother, this is my final warning, Yinfeng Ridge is truly dangerous. Lu Dapeng still thought Yun Feiyang was being reckless and kept urging him. Lu Dapeng knew that some city folk were incredibly curious. But Yinfeng Ridge was no ordinary place. Strange and unsettling things tended to happen there. Yun Feiyang smiled but said nothing. Even if the path ahead led to a den of dragons and tigers, Yun Feiyang was determined to press on. This was his promise to Su Yuhan. Besides, Su Yuhan needed to save the day with the new product. How could he just give up? Seeing Yun Feiyang so adamant, Lu Dapeng could only shake his head. He led Yun Feiyang toward the back mountain. In this small mountain village, everything depended on foot travel. No vehicles could be relied upon. Lu Dapeng, a rural man with military background, could still manage physically. Yet after walking non-stop for half a day, even he began to feel the strain. Originally, Lu Dapeng had assumed Yun Feiyang would be the one to falter. To his surprise, Yun Feiyang showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever, not a hint of flushed cheeks or labored breathing. Lu Dapeng couldn't help but be secretly astonished. What was Yun Feiyang's background? How could he possess such remarkable stamina? Chapter 146, The Extraordinary Man. Brother, Yinfeng Ridge isn't far ahead. How about we rest here? Lu Dapeng was utterly exhausted and waved his hand as he shouted. To be honest, Lu Dapeng felt a bit embarrassed. Yun Feiyang was a city boy, yet he could keep going, while he, the guide, was the one struggling to keep up. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod. Lu Dapeng was merely physically fit, but his endurance fell far short of Yun Feiyang's level. The ancient medical text given to Yun Feiyang by that old Chinese medicine practitioner was profoundly esoteric. It contained not only obscure medical theories but also methods of breathing and qigong. Through these breathing techniques, Yun Feiyang cultivated a thread of warm energy within his body. This warm energy not only strengthened his body but also enveloped him in warmth during moments of extreme fatigue. The closer he approached Yinfeng Ridge, the more Yun Feiyang felt the surrounding air growing fresher. In this place abundant with spiritual energy, even the warmth within Yun Feiyang's dantian grew increasingly robust. Since Lu Dapeng was tired, they might as well rest for a while. Besides, Yinwind Ridge lay just ahead, there was no need to rush. Lu Dapeng pulled out his flask, took a swig of strong liquor to ease his fatigue, and spoke with a hint of admiration. Brother, your stamina is truly impressive. Lu Dapeng gave Yun Feiyang a thumbs up. I'm considered the most enduring person in the village, but compared to you, I'm nowhere near. Yun Feiyang smiled but said nothing. After all, ancient medical texts were beyond Lu Dapeng's current reach. Even Yun Feiyang hadn't fully grasped their profound secrets.
However, he recalled the old herbalist mentioning that the ancient medical text was merely a fragmentary copy. If he could find other fragments, perhaps he could unlock even greater secrets. Yun Feiyang gazed toward Infeng. From afar, he could sense the dense spiritual energy radiating outward in all directions. It was indeed a spirit-gathering sight. Though he could see this treasure trove, Yun Feiyang felt no sense of secret delight. Such spirit-gathering grounds inevitably harbored hidden dangers. Even the beasts dwelling within, nourished by years of spiritual energy, might have gained sentience and become supernatural beings. Though Yun Feiyang felt a surge of heat within his dantian, he had no idea how to harness it. Facing those spirit-possessed beasts, he would need to tread carefully. Just then, footsteps echoed from the distance. Master Lu, ahead lies Infeng, the mountain behind our village. Yun Feiyang followed the sound and saw a young man with a buzz cut leading an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire, accompanied by a large group of people, slowly approaching. Among the crowd, Yun Feiyang even spotted Xiaoman from earlier. Xiaoman now linked arms with the young man sporting the buzz cut, her eyes gleaming with pride. Lu Dapeng's expression darkened instantly. He recognized the young man with the buzz cut. It was Erju. You know them? Noticing Lu Dapeng's expression, Yun Feiyang asked quietly. That's Erju, the son of our village chief in Shaowang village. Hearing Lu Dapeng's words, Yun Feiyang's gaze instinctively shifted toward Lu Dapeng. Though Erju wore an air of arrogance toward others, he dared not show the slightest disrespect toward the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire known as Master Lu. Instead, he wore an expression of utmost deference, bowing and scraping like a sycophant. At that moment, Erju seemed to spot Lu Dapeng as well. His face darkened with displeasure as he snapped, Lu Dapeng, what are you doing here on the back mountain? Lu Dapeng gave Erju no quarter, coldly retorting, this back mountain isn't your family's property. Why shouldn't I be here? Lu Dapeng, I advise you to stop hanging around the back mountain. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. A cold smile curled the corners of Erju's mouth. Others might not know the dangers lurking in the back mountain, but Erju was well aware. Several months prior, Master Lu had approached Erju's father, the village chief of Shaowang village, seeking permission to venture deep into the heart of Infeng. Originally, Erju's father had no intention of letting Master Lu enter the mountains. But when Master Lu flashed 20,000 yuan, Erju's father relented. Though Erju's father owned businesses in town, frankly, this was money falling into his lap, why refuse it? Master Lu had also sent some men to scout the back mountain. Some never returned, while those who did came back so terrified they could barely speak. They were still hospitalized, their minds shattered by terror. Lu Dapeng was incredibly bold. How dare he send 2 people into the back mountains? Looking for death? Lu Dapeng dismissed the concern with disdain. I'm just accompanying a friend for a stroll. If we break something, is that really your problem? Upon hearing this, Erju's gaze shifted toward Yun Feiyang. So this is Lu Dapeng's friend from the city? He looks pretty ordinary, not exactly a big shot. Well, that's convenient. Erju was just thinking about taking care of Yun Feiyang and Lu Dapeng. At that moment, Erju whispered to Master Lu, this is the person I wanted your help with. Master Lu glanced at Yun Feiyang with a look of disdain. Rest assured, he said. Once we obtain the items from Infeng, I'll personally see to him. Master Lu nodded and murmured. Upon hearing this, Erju's eyes flashed with a hint of smug satisfaction. Who would have thought I'd run into Lu Dapeng and Yun Feiyang in a place like this? Once the Infeng matter is settled, it'll be the perfect opportunity to deal with Yun Feiyang and Lu Dapeng. Though Erju didn't know who Master Lu truly was, he had once witnessed him casually conjure a flame from his fingertips. This sight had left Erju, deep in the mountains, utterly astonished. This was no ordinary man. A divine being. How could an ordinary person so effortlessly conjure flames? Since childhood, Erju had heard the village elders speak of psychic prodigies, masters who had attained immortality. Master Lu must be one of them. As for Lu Dapeng's friend, no matter how formidable he might be, he was still just an ordinary mortal. How could he possibly compare to a divine being like Master Lu? Therefore, once the matter at Infeng was settled, it would be the day of death for Lu Dapeng and his friend. And in Erju's heart, a faint anticipation was already stirring the moment he could trample Lu Dapeng and Yun Feiyang beneath his feet. Are you two also entering Infeng? Master Lu's gaze swept over Lu Dapeng and Yun Feiyang as he asked indifferently. However, Master Lu's tone carried an air of superiority that, truth be told, left Lu Dapeng feeling rather displeased. This Master Lu, despite his ethereal demeanor, was just like Erju, looking down on people with contempt, utterly revolting. In comparison, Yun Feiyang, also a city dweller, carried himself with quiet humility, a quality that earned Lu Dapeng's quiet respect. So what if he was? At that moment, Lu Dapeng frowned, his voice tinged with coldness, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction with Master Lu. A flash of anger flickered in Lu Dashen's eyes. However, the matter at Infeng was the real priority. Both Yun Feiyang and Lu Dapeng were mere minor players. Master Lu felt he could crush them with a flick of his finger. They were utterly insignificant. Keeping Yun Feiyang and Lu Dapeng alive might prove useful after all. Who knew what hidden dangers lurked in a place like Yinfeng Ridge? Only sacrificial lambs like Erju and his kind might not suffice. If you wish to go to Yinfeng Ridge, you may accompany me. Master Lu, with an air of superiority, spoke in a detached tone. Lu Dapeng wasn't buying it at all. He retorted coldly, "We've got legs of our own. Why should we follow you?" This Master Lu, hanging around with Erju and the others, didn't look like any kind of good person either. Naturally, Lu Dapeng didn't give Master Lu a friendly look. "Lu Dapeng, you have some nerve. Do you know who Master Lu is? How dare you speak to him in that tone?" Just as Lu Dapeng was about to retort, a muffled roar suddenly echoed from behind him. Thud! A massive tiger burst forth, instantly tightening the tension in everyone's expressions. Chapter 147, Warm Breath. After all, Yun Feiyang had done Lu Dapeng a favor. Though Lu Dapeng was terrified at that moment, he still stepped in front of Yun Feiyang. However, though the giant tiger was terrifying, it posed little threat to Yun Feiyang. The reason this tiger was larger than ordinary ones was simply because it had grown in a place like Yinfeng Ridge, where spiritual energy was abundant. It was merely a robust tiger, hardly a cause for concern. Seeing Lu Dapeng shield him, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but smile faintly. This honest fellow truly seemed willing to risk his life for his friend. Everyone, there's no need to fear. It's merely a beast that hasn't attained spiritual awareness. What is there to be afraid of? At that moment, Master Lu stepped forward slowly, placing himself in front of everyone. Right. We have Master Lu. We have nothing to fear. A glimmer of hope flickered in Erju's eyes. He had seen Master Lu command flames with his own eyes. Would such a godlike figure truly fear these mundane beasts? Absolutely not. Yun Feiyang's gaze also turned toward Master Lu, tinged with curiosity. He knew Master Lu would step in. After all, Lu Dapeng had just shown disrespect toward the master. How could he not demonstrate his abilities and status? Having studied ancient medical texts, Yun Feiyang knew of extraordinary individuals who mastered all-night cultivation techniques, enabling them to harness powers beyond ordinary humans. Could it be that this Master Lu was one such person? Wicked creature, meet your end. Master Lu's beard and hair stirred without wind. Simultaneously, his hands formed mystic seals as swirling flames suddenly coiled around his body, circling and dancing. Yun Feiyang's gaze sharpened. For Yun Feiyang could sense within Master Lu the same warm energy that resided within his own dantian. Master Lu had just channeled this very warmth to conjure the flames. It seemed this Master Lu had some skill. Did he know how to harness that warm energy? This thought sparked Yun Feiyang's curiosity. If he followed Master Lu, perhaps he could learn the secrets of harnessing this warm energy. Then, when he returned to the Yun family in the capital, he would have far more confidence. At that moment, Erju and Xiuman's eyes nearly lit up. When had they ever witnessed such divine secrets? To actually manipulate flames directly? This was utterly mind-blowing. Xiaoman, in particular, now regarded Master Lu as a divine being, her eyes brimming with profound admiration. Good heavens, is Master Lu a god? Xiaoman murmured softly. Erju's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. Master Lu is a master my dad specially invited. I heard people like Master Lu are immortal and know divine arts. Erju, who knew nothing about it, started bragging to Xiaoman and her friends. Xiaoman was utterly enchanted. Really? Then ask Master Lu to take me as his disciple. Even if it's just to serve him tea and water, I'd be happy. Though Xiaoman was a country girl, she harbored restless ambitions, either marrying a wealthy man or attaching herself to someone powerful. Clearly, Master Lu was far superior to any wealthy suitor. He could grant eternal life and immortality. Just imagine how many people would fawn over her. Xiaoman, then. Didn't Lu Dapeng look down on her? Who knows? Maybe even Lu Dapeng would come crawling to him then. A hint of hesitation flashed across Erju's face. I'll try my best. Of course, Erju was merely paying lip service. He had once pleaded with Master Lu to take him as a disciple. But truth be told, Master Lu hadn't given his words a second thought. After all, not everyone could wield power over all things like he could. He himself couldn't do it, let alone Xiaoman. At that moment, the flames surged forward under Master Lu's control, charging toward the giant tiger. However, Master Lu didn't seem to have mastered his power quite yet. His technique in manipulating the flames was also unrefined. The giant tiger was merely an ordinary beast of prey, yet it relied solely on its remarkable speed to evade Master Lu's attacks. You wretched beast, where do you think you're going? You'll die today, no doubt about it. Master Lu bellowed, unleashing all the true qi within his body. The flames surged several times higher, hurtling straight toward the tiger. Master Lu knew his mastery of secret arts was lacking, but to demonstrate his abilities before Lu Dapeng and Erju, he couldn't afford to hold back. Truthfully, defeating this colossal tiger didn't require such elaborate measures. But in his eagerness to demonstrate his mastery, he had just expended vast amounts of true qi, activating the secret technique to unleash the sky-filling inferno. It looked incredibly cool and mystical. Yet it was like using a rocket launcher to indiscriminately blanket an ant.
While the giant tiger was indeed roasted to a crisp by Master Lu, he had simultaneously drained a vast amount of his vital energy. It was a case of losing more than he gained. And this was merely the outskirts of Ridge.
What dangers lurked in its heartland remained entirely unknown. Could it be that Master Lu truly intended to blaze a trail of dazzling fire and lightning, roasting every beast in his path? Before long, Master Lu's true chi would likely be stretched thin. But Xiaoman, and the rest of the entourage had long since begun treating Master Lu like a god. Master Lu, would you take me as your disciple? Even serving as your servant would be an honor. Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with adoration, radiating the devotion of a die-hard fan. Master Lu clearly relished their adoration, yet maintained his air of inscrutable superiority. Stroking his beard, he spoke with detached calm. To become my disciple, one must possess both innate talent and relentless dedication. I'll work incredibly hard. Hearing this, Xiaoman felt hopeful, her eyes brightening. Now, will you two accompany me, Lu, into Ridge? With me by your side, I'll ensure your safety. Master Lu looked at Lu Dapeng and Feiyang with a hint of showmanship, seeming quite pleased with himself. He was certain that any ordinary person witnessing that divine-like secret technique moments ago would be utterly awed. Lu Dapeng's gaze, however, held a hint of hesitation. He hadn't expected the person had brought to be someone who seemed almost divine. Perhaps following this Master Lu could ensure Feiyang's safety. With that thought, Lu Dapeng turned to glance at Feiyang, seeking his opinion. But when he saw the expression on Feiyang's face, Lu Dapeng couldn't help but feel a sudden shock. For on Feiyang's face, Lu Dapeng could detect not a trace of astonishment. Truth be told, Master Lu's display moments ago was utterly mind-boggling. It was like something out of a martial arts TV drama manipulating flames with such casual ease. Though Lu Dapeng harbored resentment toward Master Lu, he couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration. Yet in Feiyang's gaze, there was not a trace of surprise. Lu Dapeng couldn't help but silently admire Feiyang. His composure was truly remarkable. Chapter 148, The Scapegoat, Stealing Techniques. Bro, look, Lu Dapeng still intends to seek Feiyang's opinion. Alright, we'll go with him. Feiyang nodded. Having a free bodyguard scout ahead might as well take advantage of it. This truly saved Feiyang a great deal of effort. Of course, Feiyang was most interested in Master Lu's method of utilizing the warm energy within his body. Just now, Feiyang had managed to catch a glimpse of the technique, though he hadn't fully grasped it yet. He was confident that if Master Lu demonstrated it a few more times, Feiyang would grasp the basics. Who was it just now who looked down on our Master Lu? Now they're shamelessly tagging along with us? Xiaoman rolled her eyes and sneered. She'd been waiting for an opportunity to take a jab at Lu Dapeng, and now, finally, she had it. If it weren't for Master Lu's esteemed status who wouldn't stoop to your level, I'd have you thrown out on the spot. Zhu chimed in from the side. Master Lu, however, appeared magnanimous. Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "It's nothing. Protecting them was merely a passing favor. For a compassionate soul like this old man, saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda." On the surface, Master Lu seemed like a savior of the world, but Feiyang understood his true intent. He simply wanted to find more scapegoats. Danger lay ahead. Master Lu was undoubtedly seeking some to serve as his sacrificial pawns. Feiyang sneered inwardly, who would be whose scapegoat remained to be seen. Though Master Lu's intentions were crystal clear, Feiyang's mind was equally transparent. The path ahead through Ridge was fraught with uncertainty, its dangers unknown. With a master of Lu's caliber leading the way, Feiyang could avoid much trouble. With Master Lu as their backing, Xiaoman and Zhu's faces lit up with smug satisfaction. After all, to them, Master Lu was practically a god. With him overseeing things, Lu Dapeng and Feiyang must surely be green with envy. You two, fall to the rear of the group. Zhu declared to Feiyang and Lu Dapeng with an air of arrogance, his tone brimming with insolence. Lu Dapeng was displeased and about to protest, but Feiyang pulled him back. Someone like Zhu was just a bully riding on someone else's coattails. Such people will get their comeuppance. Feiyang pulled Lu Dapeng to the very back of the line. Truth be told, the rear of the group was actually safer. With Master Lu clearing the path ahead, it was smooth sailing. Along the way, whenever they encountered fierce beasts, Master Lu effortlessly displayed godlike abilities, dispatching them with ease. Feiyang kept a close eye on Master Lu's actions. Having studied ancient medical texts, Feiyang could clearly discern the patterns of the warm energy circulating within Master Lu's body. By the time they reached the halfway point, Feiyang had nearly mastered it himself. Along the way, Feiyang observed numerous spiritual herbs. Items like the blood lingji, considered supreme treasures in the mortal world by elders like Zhu Lao, were merely commonplace here. Umbrella-shaped lingji mushrooms and ginseng were as common as leaves on a tree. Most crucially, iceling grass grew everywhere here. It seemed they would never lack medicinal resources again. However, Master Lu didn't seem particularly knowledgeable about herbal medicine. He paid no attention to these spiritual herbs whatsoever, focusing only on moving forward.
Though Yun Feiyang's heart itched to gather them, he held back from digging up these treasures. After all, doing so would alert the snake and arouse Master Lu's suspicion. The deeper they ventured into the heart of Yin Ridge, the more profoundly Yun Feiyang felt its spiritual energy intensify. In fact, the air felt damp and clammy, a sign that the condensed spiritual energy had formed a mist. Yet, the more potent the spiritual energy became, the more likely something was amiss. Such potent spiritual energy would attract even spiritually attuned beasts to make their home here. If constantly bathed in such potent energy, spiritual beasts might well emerge. Even Master Lu's gaze grew solemn. Having put on too much of a front in front of Erju and Xiaoman for too long, Master Lu had now depleted much of his true qi. The wild beasts appearing now were growing increasingly formidable, and Master Lu was already feeling the strain. Regret began to stir within Master Lu's heart. If only he hadn't squandered so much of his true energy earlier. Gradually, Yun Feiyang sensed a faint yet palpable aura of power emanating from the heart of Yin Ridge. The deeper they ventured, the more everyone noticed that the once ubiquitous beasts were growing scarce. In fact, the surroundings became completely empty, and eerie silence settling over the land. These beasts must have been intimidated by Master Lu, which was why they dared not come to cause trouble. Erju appeared quite confident. Exactly. Master Lu has eliminated so many beasts along the way. Even if these creatures have no intelligence, they're probably terrified. Xiaoman chimed in agreement. Yun Feiyang sneered coldly. Afraid? This place is deserted, of course the beasts are scared. But the reason these beasts dared not appear in this area wasn't because they feared Master Lu. It was something else entirely. Yun Feiyang could already sense this oppressive force drawing ever closer. The reason there were so few creatures around was because they feared whatever was emitting this faint, oppressive aura. Master Lu, thoroughly pampered by Erju and Xiaoman, grew increasingly smug. He never imagined this trip to Yin Ridge would prove so effortless. Master Lu deliberately spoke with feigned optimism. Yet Yun Feiyang could see the cold smile deepening at the corners of Master Lu's mouth. Even Yun Feiyang could sense the oppressive force growing denser by the moment, let alone someone like Master Lu, who had already mastered the use of the warmth power. That thing had merely been dormant before. Now, it had likely begun to awaken. After all, with an unwelcome intruder trespassing into its domain, how could it possibly remain peacefully asleep? Truth be told, the reason it had slept so peacefully was simply because no one dared to trespass into its domain. Now, a group of intruders had suddenly appeared in its domain. Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Master Lu spoke thus merely to lull the uninitiated into complacency, using them as sacrificial scapegoats for his spies. After walking a few steps, the once desolate clearing grew increasingly bright. Ahead lay a waterfall. The sound of water cascading down filled the air, and the atmosphere felt refreshingly crisp. If Yun Feiyang had been completely unprepared at this moment, he likely wouldn't have associated this place with any danger at all. It felt like stepping into a paradise on earth. Xiaoman was a girl, and one who particularly loved beauty. Seeing this place that looked like a paradise on earth, her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, it's so beautiful. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, clearly utterly captivated by the surroundings. Chapter 149, Blood-Soaked. Yun Feiyang glanced at Master Lu, who seemed quite satisfied with the current situation. But Yun Feiyang didn't share that sentiment. He could sense the oppressive force emanating from the pool beneath the waterfall. This simmering, restless pressure was something Yun Feiyang knew he could never hope to match. Yet Master Lu was utterly captivated by the surrounding scene, which resembled a fairyland, praising it endlessly. At the same time, a cold smile curled the corners of Master Lu's mouth. Others might not see it, but Yun Feiyang did. Master Lu was preparing to use these ordinary people as his sacrificial pawns. Brother Erju, I'll test the waters. One of Erju's underlings bowed and scraped before him, eager to enter the watery pool. Erju, preoccupied with other matters, merely nodded in consent. Go ahead. The subordinate grinned and walked over, but the moment he neared the water, a towering jet of water erupted skyward. Yun Feiyang, prepared for danger, immediately grabbed Lu Dapeng and leapt backward, guarding against any potential threat. But the underling wasn't so lucky. The moment he drew near the pool, before he could even get a clear look, the water column surged toward him, instantly sweeping the young man away. Ah! The young man's blood-curdling scream abruptly ceased. Erju and Xiaoman froze in terror, rooted to the spot, their hearts pounding with growing anxiety. What on earth was going on? A perfectly fine person just got sucked in by a water column? That's just terrifying. Even though standing closer to the guy got hit by the water column's residual force, a chunk of flesh was torn right off his thigh. Blood gushed everywhere, a truly horrifying sight. Erju and Xiaoman were just ordinary people when had they ever witnessed such a bloody scene? They were instantly too terrified to speak. Lu Dapeng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Truth be told, he hadn't been far from the young man who'd been sucked into the deep pool. Had Yun Feiyang not pulled him back in time, he might well have ended up like that man with a chunk of flesh torn from his thigh. Deep down, Lu Dapeng was secretly impressed.
Yun Feiyang's reaction had been far too swift.
Having served in the military, Lu Dapeng prided himself on having reflexes far sharper than the average person. Yet in that split-second crisis, even he had been momentarily stunned.
Yet Yun Feiyang had managed to pull him back in the blink of an eye. That reaction alone made Lu Dapeng realize he was no match for Yun Feiyang. "Thanks, brother," Lu Dapeng murmured gratefully.
Yun Feiyang waved him off, murmuring, "Stay safe.
"This place feels a bit off." Yun Feiyang's brow furrowed slightly. To be honest, that oppressive force was gradually unfolding.
Yun Feiyang could already sense the restless agitation bubbling beneath the depths of the pool, unable to be contained.
No wonder they had invaded the place where it lay dormant.
It was only natural that it would strike with lethal force upon encountering them.
Lu Dapeng nodded, yet his gaze toward Yun Feiyang remained thick with confusion. What exactly was Yun Feiyang's background?
His skills alone were enough to make Lu Dapeng feel inadequate, let alone the millions Yun Feiyang had casually tossed aside earlier.
Master Lu waved his hand decisively, issuing a command, "Attention! Do not approach the pool for now." Whatever lay within the deep pool seemed to have awakened, its oppressive aura spreading outward.
Even the slightest approach to the water caused ordinary people's legs to tremble. Xiaoman and Erju's entourage were already retreating in fear under this overwhelming pressure.
They were just ordinary people when had they ever encountered such supernatural beings? Wasn't this the kind of thing only seen in TV dramas? A water column violently yanked a living person into the pool.
Simultaneously, the residual force of the water column tore chunks of flesh from a person's thigh.
This utterly shattered their understanding. "Everyone, don't be afraid. With Master Lu here, whatever lurks in that watery pit won't be able to stir up any trouble." Erju shouted loudly, trying to steel his nerves, but his legs still trembled uncontrollably.
"Right. We have Master Lu, nothing to fear."
"Master Lu, there must be some monster lurking in this pond.
Please help us eliminate it."
"Master Lu, go for it."
Erju's words lifted the spirits of the ordinary villagers, a glimmer of hope now flickering in their eyes. After all, they had witnessed Master Lu's formidable power before. He casually summoned flames, effortlessly reducing those ferocious beasts to ashes.
Yun Feiyang couldn't help but snort coldly beside them. Master Lu wanted these ordinary folk to be his sacrificial scouts. How could he possibly lead the charge himself? Think again. What are you laughing at? At that moment, Erju noticed Yun Feiyang's cold smile, his tone tinged with irritation.
"Whatever lurks beneath that pond is no pushover.
Frankly, I advise you to run while you still can. Saving a life is better than building 7 tiers of a pagoda."
Having studied ancient medical texts, Yun Feiyang possessed a measure of compassion. Though Erju and Xiaoman were somewhat despicable, they were merely ordinary people. Yun Feiyang saw no need to stoop to their level. If Erju and Xiaoman's only reliance was Master Lu, he would likely disappoint them.
Because in Master Lu's eyes, these people were nothing but sacrificial lambs.
"What did you say? How dare you, a mere upstart, speak of Master Lu?" Xiaoman stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes brimming with displeasure. In Xiaoman's heart, Master Lu was practically a godlike figure.
What was Yun Feiyang? And since Yun Feiyang was also Lu Dapeng's friend and ally, Xiaoman naturally wouldn't pass up this chance to mock him. "Xiaoman, just drop it."
A sneer curled the corners of Erju's mouth.
This guy was just an ordinary city slicker. How could he possibly grasp Master Lu's true prowess?
In Erju's eyes, Yun Feiyang was just jealous that they had Master Lu as their support, which was why he spoke that way.
Exactly.
"This guy's just jealous of us. I should have left him behind to be devoured by the beasts of Yinwen Ridge."
Xiaoman's nostrils flared with triumph.
She'd finally found her chance to mock Yun Feiyang. "If you don't believe me, just follow this Master Lu.
Don't blame me for not warning you. Following him will only lead you to certain death."
Erju and Xiaoman might not be the sharpest tools in the shed, but Yun Feiyang saw right through them. Master Lu brought Erju and Xiaoman to this place for one simple reason.
Sacrificial lambs. Master Lu didn't know what dangers lurked within Yinwen Ridge.
When the chips are down, you need scapegoats like these. In critical moments, these sacrificial lambs could be used to take the bullet and make a run for it.
Chapter 150, a terrifying scene.
The beasts they had encountered earlier posed little challenge. Master Lu's display of power had earned him the undying admiration of Erju and Xiaoman, who couldn't grasp the true gravity of the situation. When real danger struck, using these men as sacrificial pawns would be far easier. Now, Master Lu adopted an air of profound mystery. "Young man, since you underestimate me, I'll show you just how formidable I truly am." With a flick of his wrist, Master Lu produced several blood-red pills as if performing magic.
"Didn't you wish to attain immortality alongside me? Well, I shall grant you that chance."
Master Lu handed the pills to Erju and the others, speaking calmly. "To cultivate into immortals, one must first possess sufficient strength.
The pill in your hands will enable you to complete the first step toward immortality. That monster beneath the water is too weak for me to bother with. Once you swallow this pill, dealing with the underwater creature will pose no problem."
Turning to Yun Feiyang with a smug look, Master Lu added, even a disciple I casually took on can handle that underwater monster. Watch closely. Yun Feiyang frowned as he glanced at the crimson pill in Master Lu's hand, sinking into deep thought. Master Lu might deceive ordinary people, but he couldn't fool someone like Yun Feiyang, who was well versed in pharmacology. Having studied fragments of ancient medical texts, Yun Feiyang's understanding of pharmacology far surpassed that of ordinary people. The warm energy within Yun Feiyang had been cultivated through years of diligent breathing exercises. It wasn't something acquired overnight. Moreover, Yun Feiyang currently had no understanding of how to utilize this warm energy. If a mere pill could grant one the ability to generate and master the use of this vital warmth, its value would be astronomical. Would Master Lu really part with so much at once? Ridiculous. This old man will bestow two upon you both. This is your one and only chance. It's up to you whether you seize it or not. Master Lu tossed two pills to Yun Feiyang and Lu Dapeng with a haughty glance. Lu Dapeng's face was filled with hesitation. Could this tiny red pill truly grant one the path to immortality? Could it be that miraculous? Though Lu Dapeng doubted it, the memory of Master Lu's earlier divine-like abilities made him hesitate. Just as he was about to swallow it, Yun Feiyang stopped him. It's fake. Don't take it. Yun Feiyang warned coldly. Yun Feiyang gave the pills a cursory glance and sniffed them. He could tell their quality instantly. Well versed in pharmacology, Yun Feiyang knew these pills were nothing like the authentic Miao medicine. To be precise, they were merely stimulants. These stimulants can induce hallucinations, making one believe they are invincible and recklessly charge into the watery depths to confront the monsters lurking beneath. This was Master Lu's tactic, using ordinary people to test the strength of whatever lurked within the pool. Xiaoman immediately volunteered to take one, but Erju stopped her. Among this group, Erju was the one who actually possessed a modicum of intelligence. Though he held deep respect for Master Lu, he harbored some doubts about the authenticity of these pills. If these things were truly effective, he'd let his henchmen try them first. If they proved effective, he'd take them himself later. At that very moment, one of Erju's henchmen couldn't hold back any longer. Thanks, Master Lu. I'll take mine first. San Mao's face lit up with excitement. The scene of Master Lu casually summoning flames to annihilate the beast was deeply etched into his mind. It had truly stunned San Mao. He yearned to become like Master Lu, a god-like figure. Even if he could only achieve a tenth of Master Lu's power, San Mao believed he could become the object of admiration for all the young girls in the village, or even the town. Master Lu was pleased. Stroking his beard, he smiled and said, "Very good. Once this matter is settled, I shall take you as my disciple." "Thank you, Master." San Mao's eyes lit up, and his heart burst with joy. This was the promise he'd been waiting for. Becoming Master Lu's disciple would elevate his status to a whole new level. Perhaps he wouldn't have to trail behind Erju anymore. Go! At that thought, San Mao didn't hesitate for a second. He swallowed the red pill straight away. The other followers, hearing that Master Lu would actually take San Mao as a disciple, couldn't resist either. They promptly swallowed the red pills as well. Yun Feiyang made no move to stop San Mao and the others. These men, already bewitched by Master Lu's few words, were beyond reason. Even if Yun Feiyang had tried to stop them, he would likely have been met with scorn. Master Lu's pills were potent drugs that took effect immediately upon ingestion. The stimulant dosage was dozens of times stronger than ordinary levels. Even athletes with superhuman physiques would likely be unable to withstand such potency. Instantly, San Mao and all the henchmen who had taken the pills were enveloped in an unnatural, sickly flush. Their eyes grew wild and aggressive. At this moment, Yun Feiyang could clearly see the drug taking effect. Such high doses of stimulants induced intense euphoria, making users feel invincible. Ah! San Mao now flailed his fists wildly, letting out a strange cry. Clearly, he was overcome with excitement. "I'll fight you to the death." Instantly, everyone who had taken the drug San Mao included charged straight toward the pond. Splash! Splash! They were all acting like madmen, scaring the wits out of Erju and Xiaoman, who hadn't taken the medicine. How could this happen? Wasn't this tantamount to suicide? Erju's heart trembled. The residual force of the water column earlier could strip flesh from a person's thigh. Charging straight in like this, what's the difference between that and suicide? Whoosh! The once still pool began churning violently once more. Gradually, a water column shot straight up into the sky. Familiar formula, familiar rhythm. The water column, like a tornado, instantly shredded San Mao, who was caught in its path, into fragments. Splash! Along with San Mao's blood, countless droplets fell, filling the air with a thick, pungent stench of blood. Hiss! Erju sucked in a sharp breath, while Xiaoman beside him turned pale with terror and shrieked. This was too brutal. Such a scene was something Erju and Xiaoman had never encountered before. It was far too bloody. What on earth was lurking in that pond? A single jet of water could brutally tear an ordinary person to shreds. Erju silently thanked his luck. If he hadn't kept his wits about him just now, he might have been the one torn to shreds. The others were excited, but this bloody spectacle instantly cut the potency of their drugs in half. This was beyond their ability to handle. What good is courage alone? Without the strength to back it up, stepping in meant becoming mincemeat.
Chapter 151, It's a Man's Responsibility.
Master Lu's gaze had grown somber.
To turn a living person into fragments like that, honestly, Master Lu didn't possess that kind of power. Whatever lurked in that watery pool was likely beyond his control. Perhaps it was a spirit beast that had attained sentience. Such spirit beasts were wild creatures that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for ages, eventually attaining sentience. Nowadays, they only existed deep within ancient forests. Though the incident unfolded in a flash, Master Lu still caught glimpses of its nature. That monster, to be precise, a giant python.
Such serpents, having attained sentience, dwell perpetually in deep pools. Their bodies absorb the essence of the waters, enveloped by the pool's mist, appearing as if they were pillars of water. Just now, the giant serpent had literally crushed Sanmao to pieces with its body. Yet it all happened too swiftly for ordinary people to notice.
Master Lu knew his own limitations.
He understood that with his abilities, he likely couldn't handle such a spirit beast that had already attained supernatural powers. Now, Master Lu felt an urge to leave this place. At the same time, Feiyang shared this thought. He too recognized that whatever lurked within the watery depths was no ordinary creature. Feiyang had come seeking medicine, not to meet his end. As long as he knew the iceling grass was plentiful, he didn't want to concern himself with anything else.
Even if there were treasures beyond measure in that subterranean pool, Feiyang couldn't claim them. Feiyang wasn't some reckless fool who charged headlong into danger.
He always acted within his capabilities. Sometimes, preserving one's life was the paramount priority.
Attack together. Take the medicine I gave you. This beast is no match for you. Trust me. Master Lu hadn't clearly identified what that water column truly was.
Now he was urging the others who'd taken the medicine to charge in and meet their deaths.
But they knew full well that water column had shredded Sanmao to pieces in an instant. Charging in, no matter how many of them, would be nothing but suicide.
Now, the effects of the stimulating potion were slowly wearing off. At this moment, everyone stood frozen in place, exchanging nervous glances, utterly paralyzed with fear.
Splash! The giant serpent couldn't care less about any of this.
Its slumber had been disturbed, and it was already in a foul mood.
To its eyes, these noisy people were mere ants.
It intended to deal with them all before returning to its midday slumber.
Splash!
In the center of the pond, the water began to swirl slowly.
Gradually, the giant python's body emerged from the vortex's core.
After all, not a single one of these ants would escape today. There was no need for the giant serpent to conceal its true form. Hiss! Finally seeing the true form of this water column, especially the serpent's crimson tongue, Erju and the others sucked in a sharp breath.
Run!
Erju was the first to lose his nerve. As the village chief's son, he came from a wealthy family and was renowned far and wide in this small place. As long as he survived, he could live a life beyond the wildest dreams of ordinary folk. He was now filled with regret. Why on earth did he agree to be this Master Lu's guide? Wouldn't it have been better to just live the life of a rich kid, coasting alone? Why did he have to get involved in all this trouble? Now, he was probably about to lose his life. Erju, wait for me. Seeing Erju take off running, Xiaoman panicked and hurried after him. But her legs had gone weak with fear. After taking just 1 or 2 steps, she immediately stumbled and fell to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. At this moment, Erju had no time to spare for Xiaoman. He just took off running. Of course. If he didn't run now, his life would be in serious danger. But the giant python wouldn't give Erju a chance. Instantly, its tail swept toward him like a tidal wave. Crash! A thunderous crash echoed as Erju was flung backward before he could react, slamming violently into a massive tree. He rolled several times on the ground, bloodied and mangled, his body limp. He was clearly beyond saving. Xiaoman screamed at the top of her lungs. She had thought coming here with Erju was just for fun. But now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. This wasn't sightseeing at all. This was clearly a death sentence. Now, Xiaoman was terrified, her makeup smudged from tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, the giant python whipped its tail, each strike capable of taking a human life. Xiaoman was so terrified she could barely walk, screaming wildly as she scrambled for any escape route. Master Lu, seeing the scene descend into utter chaos, knew it was beyond his control. He let go of all restraint. Whoosh! The giant python's gaze sharpened, locking onto the frantic Xiaoman. Its tail swept down toward her head like a mountain crashing down. Just then, Lu Dapeng, standing beside Feiyang, suddenly darted forward, charging toward Xiaoman. Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, Lu Dapeng was a man of iron will, loyal and true. Others might wrong Lu Dapeng, but Lu Dapeng would never wrong others. After all, Xiaoman had been his girlfriend. Though she was a gold digger, Lu Dapeng had once truly loved her. Xiaoman was now frozen in terror. Seeing the giant python's tail lashing toward her, she could only scream, utterly unable to think of running away.
At that very moment, Lu Dapeng charged forward, grabbed Xiaoman by the arm, and dragged her backward. Boom!
The giant python's tail swept across the spot where Xiaoman had been standing, leaving a massive crater in its wake.
In shielding Xiaoman, Lu Dapeng's leg muscles were pierced by flying debris. Dapeng!
Only then did Xiaoman realize what a real man truly was, her heart filled with regret. She shouldn't have hurt the man who loved her just for money. When danger struck, Erju abandoned her and fled.
But Lu Dapeng? He charged against the current, desperately shielding her. I'm sorry.
Xiaoman's voice carried a hint of apology. If you're still willing to marry me. Lu Dapeng waved his hand, cutting her off.
I'm a man, not a fool. Saving you is only out of old affection. Don't read too much into it.
Deep down, Lu Dapeng had long come to terms with it. Xiaoman had long since wronged him, so naturally he felt no lingering attachment to her.
Saving Xiaoman was simply a man's duty.
He believed that under these circumstances, anyone would have rescued Xiaoman without hesitation. Just then, the giant python, seeing its first strike had failed to land a heavy blow, let out a shrill screech. Its massive tail swept out horizontally, aiming directly for the heads of Xiaoman and Lu Dapeng. Lu Dapeng tried to struggle to his feet, but moments earlier, his calf had been pierced by rock fragments. Though the bone remained intact, the muscles in his leg were now utterly useless, leaving Lu Dapeng completely helpless. Run! Lu Dapeng shoved Xiaoman hard and shouted.
Chapter 152, Fighting for Their Lives. Me. Xiaoman hesitated. Lu Dapeng risked his life for her. If she turned and ran now, wouldn't that betray him? But what could be more important than her own life? Risk her own life for Lu Dapeng? To be honest, Xiaoman knew she couldn't do it.
With that thought, Xiaoman turned on her heel and walked away.
Lu Dapeng's eyes fixed intently on the massive tail sweeping toward them, a faint sigh escaping his heart.
It seemed he would never have the chance to care for his elderly mother again. Whoosh! Just then, a figure darted over like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed.
Before Lu Dapeng could even focus his eyes, the massive tail was forcefully blocked by the newcomer. Brother, is that you? Shock filled Lu Dapeng's expression and voice. How is this possible? How could Feiyang have blocked the giant python's tail with his own body?
Just moments ago, Erju and the others had been flung away by the serpent's strike, their bones shattered.
Yet Feiyang had used his own body to block the serpent's sweeping tail? That's terrifying. You actually understand true chi too?
Not far away, Master Lu witnessed the entire scene, his gaze sharpening slightly.
The serpent was over 10 meters long.
Combined with the force of its sweeping strike and its spirit-awakened state, the sheer power was unimaginable.
An ordinary person would be instantly flung away and flattened like a meat patty. Yet unexpectedly, Feiyang, who had remained silent all along, possessed such profound cultivation and strength? True chi? Feiyang frowned inwardly. So that warm, powerful force was called true chi. Earlier, Feiyang had resorted to a technique he'd secretly learned from Master Lu in his desperation, using flames to counter the giant python's sweeping attack. He hadn't expected it to work so effectively. This isn't mine.
When Master Lu saw the flames in Feiyang's hands, his eyes narrowed sharply.
He had only demonstrated it a few times. Could Feiyang have mastered it so quickly?
After all, it had taken Master Lu 4 or 5 years of arduous cultivation to master it. Yet Feiyang's mastery of the technique already matched the skill honed through his own years of arduous practice. But so be it. In his eyes, everyone was merely a sacrificial pawn.
Feiyang was no exception. Feiyang's strength would likely be no match for the giant python.
Master Lu had previously fretted over how to deal with the giant serpent, but now he had a plan.
Now, Master Lu hoped Feiyang would die quickly at the giant python's hands, or that they would both be destroyed.
That way, he could reap the rewards without lifting a finger. Xiaoman, who had only run a short distance away, witnessed this scene and was so shocked she nearly froze in place.
She never imagined that the friend Lu Dapeng knew would turn out to be such a godlike figure. You never learn, do you? Risking your life for a woman who isn't worth it. Seeing Feiyang's gaunt silhouette and hearing his detached words, Lu Dapeng couldn't help but swallow hard. This is a man's responsibility.
Lu Dapeng may have been brimming with confidence, but truth be told, his voice wasn't particularly loud.
After all, if Lu Dapeng hadn't stepped forward, Feiyang wouldn't have intervened. Haven't you thought about your mother? What if you die here? What will become of her? Feiyang's words left Lu Dapeng momentarily speechless. Truth be told, it was exactly as Feiyang had said. If Lu Dapeng were to die here, how heartbroken would his elderly mother be? Was he to leave her alone in this world? Though he was scolding Lu Dapeng, Feiyang recognized the man's loyalty and sense of honor. This was the kind of fellow he'd be proud to call a friend. Meanwhile, the giant python, its decisive tail strike blocked by Feiyang, let out an even more furious roar. Accompanying its roar, true chi erupted violently from the serpent's body. Even the water in the pond, stirred by the chi, began to condense around the giant python. Run! Run far away. Yun Feiyang shouted to Lu Dupeng. This giant serpent was a genuine spirit beast. Even Yun Feiyang might not be its match now. Had Lu Dupeng not attempted to rescue Xiaoman and provoked this spirit beast, Yun Feiyang would never have gotten himself into this mess. But now he was forced into this situation, leaving him no choice but to fight. Once the fight began, Yun Feiyang likely wouldn't have time to look after Lu Dupeng. Therefore, he had to send Lu Dupeng far away first to avoid him getting caught in the crossfire. Brother, how could I possibly leave now? Lu Dupeng protested. Do you really think I'm a coward? Yun Feiyang was speechless. Of course he didn't think Lu Dupeng was a coward. But with the chaos of the fight about to erupt, and Lu Dupeng's injured leg, how could he possibly protect him? At that moment, the giant python surged toward Yun Feiyang, riding the towering waves. Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered explaining to Lu Dupeng anymore. He launched a flying kick, sending Lu Dupeng flying backward. Brother, you. Just stay put and don't get in the way. Though Yun Feiyang's words stunned Lu Dupeng's pride, he knew the man spoke the truth. One exchange had already crippled his leg, a few more would likely mean death at the hands of this colossal serpent. But Yun Feiyang was different. He could withstand the giant serpent's massive tail head-on and truly had the strength to fight it. Staying where he was now served no purpose except to fuel his own recklessness. But Lu Dupeng wouldn't leave. He had brought Yun Feiyang here, and he had to get him out alive. Truth be told, witnessing Yun Feiyang's formidable strength had made Lu Dupeng feel slightly embarrassed. Earlier, he'd been thinking about protecting Yun Feiyang, but now, it was Yun Feiyang protecting him. Truth be told, Yun Feiyang was inwardly cursing his luck. This colossal python, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, had become a spirit beast. Its power was truly formidable. Yun Feiyang had merely stolen a single technique from Master Lu. Attempting to confront it head-on was utterly impossible. Instead, he relied on years of agile combat experience to evade relentlessly, searching for an opening to escape. In the blink of an eye, Yun Feiyang had already engaged in a fierce battle with the giant serpent for 30 full rounds. Yet it was always the serpent attacking him. Yun Feiyang couldn't mount any effective counteroffensive. Buzz. The serpent seemed enraged, letting out a piercing shriek like a crane's cry. Its aura surged violently once more. Oh no. Yun Feiyang inwardly cursed his luck. This thing is enraged. After all, having cultivated here for so long, the giant python had long since become a spirit creature. Moreover, it reigned supreme over the Yin Feng Ridge, a colossus that few dared provoke. And now some insignificant nobody, someone it considered no more than an ant, had dared to fight it toe-to-toe? How could it not be furious? Now, the giant python's aura surged several times stronger than before, charging straight toward Yun Feiyang. Its aura now completely enveloped Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang even felt that no matter how he dodged, he remained within the serpent's striking range. Cold sweat trickled down Yun Feiyang's back. This was the overwhelming pressure of its aura. Gritting his teeth, Yun Feiyang clenched his fists. Channeling the technique he'd secretly mastered moments ago, his true chi surged forth like a dragon, bursting out of his body. In midair, it coalesced into sparks of flame. After all, he had only stolen the technique, he hadn't truly mastered it. Had it not been for the true chi lingering within him from his past breathing exercises, he would never have stood a chance against the colossal serpent. He had no choice but to fight head-on. Refusing to fight meant certain death. Chapter 153, A Bizarre Scene. Yun Feiyang was now fighting with every ounce of strength he possessed. Since evasion was impossible, he would fight to the bitter end. Whoosh! Yun Feiyang's flames collided head-on with the colossal serpent. Instantly, a wave of scorching heat and recoil force radiated outward like a tangible force. Even the sand and gravel around them were lifted by the force of the rebound. Xiao Man was utterly dumbfounded. If Master Lu was a god, then Yun Feiyang was a divine immortal. Could such power truly belong to a mortal? Lu Dupeng was equally stunned. He never imagined that Yun Feiyang, who appeared as gentle as a spring breeze, could be such a formidable force. Though Lu Dupeng had confidence in Yun Feiyang himself knew the truth. With his current strength, facing off against a spirit beast that had reached such a level of mastery, his chances of victory were slim. Unless he risked everything, Yun Feiyang would likely meet a gruesome end. Yet even so, the sheer strain on his body left Yun Feiyang feeling waves of weakness wash over him. Roar! Yun Feiyang unleashed a full power strike, its destructive force formidable. The giant python seemed wounded, yet this only ignited its savage instincts. Instantly, the serpent's body coiled around him like a dragon in motion. After the previous head-on clash, Yun Feiyang had no strength left to resist the giant serpent. His body was instantly wrapped tightly by the serpent. Had Yun Feiyang not mustered the last of his body's warmth to envelop himself, he would likely have been crushed to pieces by the serpent's coils by now. Brother! Seeing Yun Feiyang in danger, Lu Dupeng cried out in alarm. But now, with the muscles in Lu Dupeng's thigh shattered, even if he had the will, he likely had no strength left. Master Lu's expression turned slightly gleeful. Yun Feiyang showed some talent. He'd managed to hold his own for so long with just one stolen technique. But compared to this spirit-linked giant python, he was still far inferior. If they fought themselves into mutual exhaustion, Master Lu would seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. Splash! The giant serpent, coiled around Yun Feiyang, plunged directly into the depths of the pool. The water in the deep pool was bitterly cold. Even with Yun Feiyang shielding himself with his warm energy, the icy chill sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Compounded by the immense underwater pressure, Yun Feiyang expended vast amounts of his warm energy just to suppress the suffocating sensation. But the giant python was different. Having lived beneath the frigid pool for years, it had long adapted to this environment. Its purpose in dragging Yun Feiyang into the frigid depths was simple: to exhaust his warm energy using this hostile environment. After all, the giant serpent was a spirit beast with sentience, far beyond the capabilities of uncivilized beasts. As the giant serpent sank deeper, the pressure around him intensified. Coupled with its relentless tightening coils, Yun Feiyang struggled desperately to endure, feeling as though his body would split apart. Suddenly, at that very moment, the warm energy within Yun Feiyang's dantian emitted a faint green glow. Accompanied by this, a strange force burst forth directly from his body. Yun Feiyang felt as if his entire body was about to split apart, yet his mind grew increasingly clear. Ha! Yun Feiyang clenched his fists. The warm energy within his dantian seemed to sense his surging momentum. Suddenly, a sky-piercing green light burst forth, radiating outward in all directions. Arg! The giant serpent let out a piercing scream, as if terrified. It instantly released Yun Feiyang and fled like a scared animal. Trying to escape? No way! Yun Feiyang channeled the warm energy, charging directly at the giant serpent. In that instant, the warm energy within Yun Feiyang seemed to mutate, transforming into a green glow. The giant python seemed deeply wary of this green light. The moment they made contact, it bolted in panic. Yun Feiyang had no time to ponder the nature of this green light. He immediately gave chase. The serpent's fear was a good thing. Yun Feiyang also wanted to see what lay beneath the cold pool, what could possibly make the entire Wind Ridge such a spirit-gathering treasure land. Soon, chasing the serpent, Yun Feiyang arrived at a cave. To his astonishment, the subterranean cavern was impervious to water seepage. Moreover, the surrounding rocks were as hard as iron, feeling icy cold to the touch. Yun Feiyang could sense that the spiritual energy within the cave was hundreds of times denser than that on the surface of Wind Ridge. If Yun Feiyang's guess was correct, the interior of this cave was the very reason Wind Ridge had become such a spirit-gathering treasure trove. Soon, Yun Feiyang reached the end of the cave. The giant python, upon seeing him enter, shed its earlier frenzied arrogance. Instead, it coiled its body and retracted its head. The narrow slits of its eyes, occasionally peeking out, betrayed a palpable sense of apprehension. At this moment, Yun Feiyang found himself growing curious about the warm, green energy within his body. What was its origin? That it could terrify even a spirit beast to this extent. Still, the serpent's fear was a good thing. At the very least, Yun Feiyang now had the capital to act arrogantly in its presence. You'd better not move, or else believe me, I'll whip you. Bolstered by the green, warm energy, Yun Feiyang made a move to approach. The giant python recoiled in terror. Seems to work. Yun Feiyang scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a water-green stone, roughly the size of a fist, floated atop the central platform in the clearing, radiating a faint aqua glow. This! Yun Feiyang's eyes widened, his gaze filled with astonishment. No wonder this place is such a prime location for gathering spiritual energy. It's because of this stone? At this moment, the aqua-green stone continuously released spiritual energy. The very reason Wind Ridge had become a spirit-gathering treasure trove was because of this stone. Yun Feiyang was overjoyed. He had originally come only to gather herbs, but this water-green stone was far more valuable than any spiritual herb. With this stone in hand, even in a spirit energy-depleted city, Yun Feiyang could potentially create his own spirit energy gathering spot. The thought made his hand reach out toward the water-green stone. Roar! Beside him, the giant python seemed displeased, letting out a dissatisfied roar at Yun Feiyang. But with the green true qi guarding the stone, the giant python dared not act too brazenly. It could only make a show of its displeasure with that single roar. You're not happy? Yun Feiyang turned his head. The giant python hesitated for a moment, then coiled its body. Silently protesting. Yun Feiyang hesitated, then pinched a warm breath of energy, directly peeling off a small fragment of the spiritual source. This fragment, roughly 1/3 the size of a fist, Yun Feiyang placed here. Consider this a token of gratitude for guiding me. Yun Feiyang addressed the giant python. Chapter 154, Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Of course, if Yun Feiyang had chosen not to, leaving the giant serpent without even a shred of life would have been perfectly acceptable. But the giant python had, after all, guided Yun Feiyang here. It had earned its due. Moreover, with so many spiritual herbs in Wind Ridge, Yun Feiyang wouldn't be able to harvest them all in a short time. With that third of the Ling Yuan core anchored here, the surrounding spiritual energy would be continuously replenished. Otherwise, once the spiritual energy dissipated, the medicinal herbs would likely wither away rapidly. Though reluctant, the giant python was satisfied that Feiyang had spared it a portion.
It propped itself up, its body stiffening as if to express gratitude toward Feiyang. Outside the cold pool, Lu Depeng had been waiting for a full 3 hours. Yet the cold pool remained utterly still, showing no signs of disturbance whatsoever.
You needn't wait any longer. That brat has likely already perished at the giant serpent's hands. Master Lu snorted coldly from the side. Shut up. Lu Depeng whipped his head around, his voice icy. How dare you show disrespect to this old man?
Master Lu's brow furrowed instantly, his face twisted with displeasure.
What's wrong with disrespecting you?
Erju and the others treated you like a god, but what about you? When they were in danger, you only cared about yourself.
How dare someone like you call yourself a master?
Of the group that had come with Master Lu, only Xiao Man remained. Erju's limp body lay nearby, surrounded by scattered limbs and broken arms. Though these men had never gotten along with Lu Depeng, they were still his fellow villagers. Seeing these childhood friends die right before his eyes, Lu Depeng couldn't bear it. All of this was Master Lu's fault. Master Lu had put on an air of superiority, yet when real danger struck, he had sent Erju and the others to their deaths while hiding behind them. In the end, it was Feiyang who was snatched away by the giant python. And now, at this very moment, the thought of Feiyang made Lu Depeng's heart clench. He had promised Feiyang he would get him out safely. But now? Feiyang had died right before his eyes, leaving him filled with self-reproach. Had he not been trying to save Lu Depeng, Feiyang, with his skills, could have easily escaped this place. How could he have been captured by the giant python? How dare you speak to this old man like that? A flash of anger crossed Master Lu's eyes before he turned to Xiao Man. Young lady, you seem quite perceptive. I was testing Erju and the others for their innate talent and potential.
After taking my medicine, they couldn't even defeat a beast.
What a waste of my divine elixir. Fearing Xiao Man might not support him, Master Lu pressed on, young lady, I see you possess remarkable talent.
From now on, stay by my side. Become my disciple. Xiao Man's expression instantly lit up with excitement.
Though Master Lu might not be exceptionally powerful, if he could guide her onto the path of cultivation, perhaps she could use him as a stepping stone to a better life. With that thought, Xiao Man hesitated no longer. At that moment, someone beside Xiao Man spoke up, Depeng, you can't entirely blame Master Lu for this. After all, it was your friend who insisted on meddling. You should only take on what you're capable of. If you don't have the skills, why wade into this mess?
In Xiaoman's eyes, Feiyang was already as good as dead.
Master Lu, however, was still alive. Though Master Lu's previous actions were hard to stomach, Xiao Man was now the sole survivor. Moreover, as his future disciple, it was only natural for her to speak on his behalf.
Anger flared in Lu Depeng's eyes. Xiao Man, is that even human speech? Do you know why Brother Yun was dragged into the deep pool by that giant python? If I hadn't tried to save you, would Brother Yun have risked his life to save me? Brother Yun is now missing, his fate unknown, precisely because he saved you. A person must have a conscience. Xiao Man saying such things will bring swift retribution. Before this, Lu Depeng might have harbored a shred of hope for Xiao Man. But now, he was utterly and completely disillusioned with her. He had treated her out of a man's sense of duty, but now he realized saving her had been utterly worthless. In Xiao Man's eyes, only herself existed. She knew nothing of gratitude or repaying kindness. Since Feiyang was already dead, Xiao Man couldn't care less.
She coldly retorted, Lu Depeng, did I beg him to save me?
Frankly, he was overstepping his bounds when he got dragged into the water by that giant python. By now, he's probably already become its meal.
Lu Depeng's face twisted with fury. Xiao Man, you and that Lu fellow are truly cut from the same cloth.
Lu Depeng couldn't fathom how such a heartless, ungrateful person could exist in this world.
Master Lu chuckled smugly. As expected, no one could resist such a tremendous temptation. Young man, if you kneel now and apologize to this Lu, I might consider taking you as my apprentice. Serve me faithfully for 2 years, and I shall impart the path to immortality.
Master Lu's tone dripped with smug satisfaction. He was certain no one could resist such an offer. You delude yourself. Lu Depeng's eyes blazed with fury. I may be poor, Lu Depeng, but I'm a man of iron will. I'll never associate with a despicable, shameless person like you. It wasn't just Master Lu, even the sight of Xiao Man made Lu Depeng feel sick. He had never been so utterly disappointed in anyone. Erju was certainly despicable, but he was still a childhood friend. Before Xiao Man appeared, his relationship with Erju had been that of brothers. It was only for the sake of a woman that Erju had become this way. But Xiao Man? Lu Depeng had never imagined anyone could be so utterly shameless. Master Lu's expression flickered with disdain as he sneered coldly, in that case, do not blame this old man for showing no mercy. Xiao Man, go finish off Lu Depeng. What? Me?
A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Man's eyes.
Master, I'm just a weak woman. Even though Lu Depeng is injured in the leg, I'm no match for him.
Xiao Man was wary of Lu Depeng being a man, and of course, she didn't want to take a life with her own hands.
Do you dare disobey your master's orders? Quickly! Pick up the stone beside you and crush Lu Dapeng to death. Rest assured, with your master backing you, Lu Dapeng won't cause any trouble. With that, Master Lu casually picked up a stone and flicked it with a flick of his wrist. The stone flew like a cannonball, piercing straight through Lu Dapeng's arm. Blood gushed out. Xiaoman felt a twinge of fear. She couldn't help but plead with Lu Dapeng, "Dapeng, just do as I say. Kneel down and apologize to Master Lu. If you become his disciple, I'll marry you." After all, Xiaoman hadn't blood on her hands. She didn't have the guts to do it herself, so she could only urge Lu Dapeng to submit. Lu Dapeng clutched his right arm, his eyes stubborn. He sneered coldly, "You want me to be a dog for that beast? You might as well just kill me. Anyway, without Brother Bayun to lead us out of Yin Feng Ridge, I have no face to meet Brother Donlei and the others." Lu Dapeng closed his eyes in despair. Before entering the mountains, Lu Dapeng had solemnly promised Donlei and the others that he would bring Yin Feiyang back. But now that something had happened to Yin Feiyang, he had no face left to live. "Xiaoman, did you hear that? This man is incorrigible. Then you must finish him off for your master." Seeing Lu Dapeng show no sign of resistance, Xiaoman finally relaxed. She picked up a stone from the ground and slowly walked toward Lu Dapeng. To become Master Lu's disciple, this was the price one had to pay. Xiaoman had already made up her mind, once her strength matched Master Lu's, she would fear nothing. But just as the stone in Xiaoman's hand was about to strike Lu Dapeng's head, the once still pond water suddenly began to swirl slowly once more. Chapter 155, Want to Live? Master Lu and Xiaoman's eyes instantly changed. Could it be that the giant python had killed Yun Feiyang and now came to trouble them? Whoosh! Whoosh! A towering water column, like a dragon, shot skyward. Simultaneously, from the vortex's center, the giant serpent burst forth like a dragon emerging from its lair. And atop the serpent's head, Yun Feiyang stood defiantly against the wind, sending Xiaoman and Master Lu into a panic. "What? You're not dead?" Master Lu shouted, his voice thick with disbelief. How is this possible? He had seen with his own eyes Yun Feiyang being dragged into the water by the giant serpent. Moreover, he had witnessed Yun Feiyang's fierce struggle with the serpent. Yet now, Yun Feiyang stood majestically atop the serpent's head, facing the wind like a war god. As if sensing Yun Feiyang's intent, the serpent, upon seeing Xiaoman raise the stone, instantly lashed its massive tail toward her body. Crack! Before Xiaoman could react, the serpent's tail swept her away, slamming her hard against a massive tree trunk. She lay motionless for a long while. Blood slowly trickled from Xiaoman's nose and mouth, resembling brain matter. Lu Dapeng couldn't help but shake his head. Though Xiaoman's death brought Lu Dapeng some sorrow, he knew deep down that she had brought this upon herself. Master Lu, seeing this, immediately wanted to flee the place. He couldn't even defeat the giant python alone, let alone Yun Feiyang combined with it. Now, judging by the situation, the giant python had been subdued by Yun Feiyang. How could such a spirit beast ever allow someone to stand safely atop its head? Trying to run? Yun Feiyang gave a cold laugh. As if understanding his intent, the giant python twisted its body, binding Master Lu tightly. After all, the giant python had attained spirit essence, possessing formidable power. Were it not for its apprehension toward the green true chi within Yun Feiyang, the serpent would likely have claimed his life by now. But Master Lu was different. This fellow had no hidden cards up his sleeve, so naturally, he would easily dispose of Master Lu. "Esteemed senior, I, Lu, failed to recognize your greatness. I have disrespected you and your friend. Please, I beg you, spare me." Wrapped in the serpent's icy cold coils while feeling its overwhelming pressure, Master Lu panicked. If he didn't beg for mercy now, he feared he would meet his end right here. Yun Feiyang paid no heed to Master Lu, instead landing beside Lu Dapeng and helping him to his feet. "Are you all right?" Yun Feiyang inquired. Lu Dapeng shook his head, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity. "I'm fine, brother. But who exactly are you?" Truthfully, this was beyond Lu Dapeng's wildest expectations. Hadn't Yun Feiyang been dragged underwater by the giant python? How come now, the giant python seemed to obey Yun Feiyang's every command? Yun Feiyang chuckled. "Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure myself." Now Yun Feiyang was curious about the origins of that ancient medical text the old herbalist had given him. The true chi cultivated through the breathing techniques described in it had actually made a creature like the giant python fear him to such an extent. As he approached Master Lu, the serpent's intense gaze stripped away any trace of the master's earlier pretentious demeanor. Instead, he appeared trembling with fear, his body beginning to shake uncontrollably. "Want to live?" A faint smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips. "Want to?" Master Lu nodded frantically. At this moment, he cared nothing for his dignity. Master Lu had worked his way up to this position through sheer effort, using it as capital to swindle people wherever he went. He'd raked in enough money to live comfortably for the rest of his days. Originally, he had merely passed through this place. Seeing the dense spiritual energy, he'd intended to satisfy his curiosity. Little did he expect things would turn out this way. He now regretted it deeply. If he'd known, he never would have come here. Survival? Simple. Has Master Lu ever heard the saying, if you take someone's money? I have it. I have money. Master Lu instantly grasped Yun Feiyang's meaning and hurriedly replied, Senior, you are the true master. Now, Master Lu dared not put on airs of mastery before Yun Feiyang, bowing and scraping obsequiously. Master Lu didn't know the real situation. He only saw the giant python now obediently following Yun Feiyang, so Yun Feiyang must have hidden his true strength. Yun Feiyang waved his hand, and the giant python immediately set Master Lu down. With a flick of his wrist, Master Lu produced a bank card from thin air. Senior, this contains my savings from these past years, roughly 100 million. I wonder if it might be enough. Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened, cutting Master Lu off abruptly. You don't seriously think 100 million could catch my eye, do you? What Yun Feiyang lacked now wasn't money. Some things simply couldn't be bought with money. This. Master Lu looked utterly embarrassed, his voice tinged with helplessness, but this is all I have. Master Lu had only managed to scrape together this much from his recent windfall, relying on sheer luck. How did you just pull this bank card out of thin air? Master Lu's expression changed at Yun Feiyang's words. What? Could it be more important than your own life? Yun Feiyang's gaze turned icy, instantly startling Master Lu. I'll talk. I'll talk. At this moment, preserving his own life was more important than anything else. Wealth, for Master Lu, was merely an external possession at this moment. Anyway, it wouldn't take long for Master Lu to earn it back. With that thought, Master Lu didn't hesitate. He slipped off a bracelet from his wrist. The bracelet looked quite old, yet Yun Feiyang could sense a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. It was likely no ordinary object. What is this? Yun Feiyang frowned coldly and asked. Master Lu explained, this is no ordinary bracelet, it's a spatial bracelet. It's a spatial bracelet. A powerful cultivator has embedded a spatial array within it, allowing it to store items. Refining qi? Yun Feiyang heard of such a thing for the first time, his eyes filled with confusion. However, Master Lu's spatial bracelet was quite intriguing. No wonder Master Lu could produce items so effortlessly. It was all thanks to the spatial bracelet. Such rare items must be priceless, beyond market value, right? Where did you get it? Yun Feiyang frowned. My ancestors were tomb raiders. By my generation, some of their skills remained. I obtained it from an ancient tomb. Master Lu continued, of course, it was also the spatial bracelet that led me down the path of refining qi. I never expected Master Lu to have such good fortune. Senior, do you think this spatial bracelet could serve as payment for my life? This spatial bracelet is Master Lu's most precious possession. If even this is insufficient, then Master Lu truly has no further recourse today. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently and said, fine. My life is spared for now. But. Yun Feiyang nodded toward the giant python. With a surge of true qi, it shot skyward and plunged straight into the depths of the dark pool. You wanted to come to Infeng Ridge? From now on, you'll keep this snake company at the bottom of the deep pool in Infeng Ridge. Yun Feiyang's distant words reached Master Lu's ears, sending him into a furious rage. You despicable scoundrel. I even gave you the spatial bracelet, yet you still won't let me go. Chapter 156, Flat Space. Plop. Before Master Lu could finish his rant, the giant python dragged him headfirst into the deep pool. For a long while, there was no sign of movement. Yun Feiyang swiftly retrieved the spatial bracelet and led Lu Dapeng away from Infeng Ridge. No ferocious beasts attacked Yun Feiyang along the way. The lingering aura of the giant serpent still clung to Yun Feiyang. That scent alone was enough to make the surrounding beasts retreat 3 steps. Upon returning to Lu Dapeng's home, Dong Lei immediately rushed forward upon seeing the severe injuries Lu Dapeng had sustained. Young master, are you all right? Dong Lei asked with concern. Yun Feiyang nodded. I'm fine. Please tend to Brother Dapeng's injuries. Seeing only fatigue on Yun Feiyang's face and no other visible injuries, Dong Lei relaxed. Yun Feiyang slipped into a room, closing the door behind him. He picked up the spatial bracelet Master Lu had given him, his brow furrowing slightly. Inside that spatial bracelet lay Master Lu's entire fortune. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but wonder what treasures Master Lu had amassed over the years. Yun Feiyang channeled his green-hued true qi into the spatial bracelet. However, the bracelet had been previously sealed by Master Lu, and instantly, a force of resistance surged forth from within. Yun Feiyang bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the bracelet. A humming sound followed as a beam of light shot out from the bracelet, burrowing into Yun Feiyang's mind and merging with his consciousness. Only then did the spatial bracelet become completely his. When Yun Feiyang probed the bracelet with his true qi, his heart sank. It was a flat, two-dimensional space, densely packed with all the treasures Master Lu had amassed over the years. Alongside the bank card holding 100 million yuan in deposits lay stacks of cash so thick they could fill an entire room. The cash alone amounted to roughly 200 or 300 million yuan. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head. To ordinary people, these individuals seemed like gods. Yet they too couldn't escape the mundane fate of hoarding such vast sums for their own pleasure. This was Master Lu's capital.
What Yun Feiyang didn't know, however, was that proper chi cultivators were supported by their sections. They never had to go out and scrape together money themselves. Master Lu, to put it plainly, could only be called a solitary cultivator in this region.
Such independent cultivators held no standing whatsoever in the eyes of sect disciples. Master Lu had no choice.
He himself was a tomb raider, not from any respectable background.
It was only through a stroke of luck that he spent decades finally entering the ranks of ancient martial arts chi cultivators.
Judging by the sheer amount of cash, this Master Lu truly wasn't your average greedy individual.
Frankly, cash meant little to Yun Feiyang. Still, several $100 million wasn't a small sum.
Once he returned to the East Sea, he'd need to find a place to store it.
Yun Feiyang's true chi probed deeper downward.
Suddenly, a jet black iron plate caught his attention.
Within the spatial bracelet, all other items were mundane. Only this iron plate seemed to possess an extraordinary quality.
With a flick of his wrist, Yun Feiyang drew the plate from the spatial bracelet into his hand. The plate felt heavy and solid, unlike ordinary cast iron or steel.
Its hardness was such that even Yun Feiyang's true chi might struggle to break it.
Yun Feiyang slowly channeled his true chi into the iron plate. Instantly, a flood of information surged into his mind.
Mystic fire. Yun Feiyang's heart trembled.
If Yun Feiyang's guess was correct, this mystic fire was precisely the secret technique used by Master Lu earlier, the one capable of forming flames.
Yun Feiyang was filled with astonishment and delight.
Though ancient medical texts documented methods for cultivating and breathing in qi, they made no mention of how to utilize this vital energy. It seemed Master Lu had been relying on the secret technique of the mystic fire to deceive people everywhere. Once he returned to the East Sea, he must find time to thoroughly study this mystic fire.
Yun Feiyang never imagined that his simple herb-gathering trip would lead him into uncharted territory he hadn't even considered. With these discoveries, Yun Feiyang now possessed the means to challenge the Yun family of the capital.
The Yun clan of the capital.
Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened.
One day, he would enter the Yun family of the capital with his head held high.
Not as an illegitimate son. After resting overnight in Shaowang village, Yun Feiyang was roused the next morning by a ringing phone. He picked it up to find it was Su Yuhan.
Yun Feiyang had planned to head to Donghai today, but he hadn't expected Su Yuhan's call to come so soon.
Yuhan. Where are you? Why haven't I seen you in 2 or 3 days? Su Yuhan's voice came through the phone.
Yun Feiyang detected something off in her tone.
Something must have happened.
I was handling some business outside. I'll be back to Donghai soon.
What happened at the company? Yun Feiyang asked sharply. Hurry back.
Someone leaked the news about our relationship, and now the whole company knows.
Su Yuhan's slightly anxious tone sent a chill through Yun Feiyang's heart.
Yun Feiyang understood exactly what Su Yuhan meant.
In others' eyes, Yun Feiyang was a man without much capability or background. Rashly assigning him a vice president position would invite gossip.
After all, time retention was still a fledgling startup. If employees learned of such internal complications, it could severely damage the new company's morale.
I'll head back immediately. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened as he hurriedly added. You haven't been in the office these past few days. Some colleagues might take issue with it, thinking you're just coasting by.
They might say some harsh things later, don't let it get to you.
Su Yuhan instructed Yun Feiyang.
Although Su Yuhan didn't know why Yun Feiyang had taken leave, in her impression, he wasn't the type to act recklessly.
Yun Feiyang nodded. I have my reasons, don't worry.
As soon as I return to Donghai, I'll head straight back to the company.
Okay.
Also, you need to put some effort into meeting my best friend.
You haven't bought any decent clothes since we got married. How about this: when you get back, I'll take you shopping.
It wouldn't look right if you showed up to meet my friends in old clothes. On the other end of the line, Su Yuhan's tone carried a hint of guilt.
After their marriage, Su Yuhan had indeed neglected Yun Feiyang.
But recent events had shifted her perspective, gradually opening her heart to him.
Yun Feiyang's lips nearly split into a wide grin. All right.
This was the first time Su Yuhan had ever suggested going shopping with him. It held extraordinary significance. Ever since their marriage, Yun Feiyang had been dreaming of this very chance.
Yun Feiyang went to Infeng Ridge to gather a batch of iceling grass for future use. He also left Dong Lei behind at Infeng Ridge, assigning personnel to accelerate the collection of iceling grass. With the giant python's protection, Dong Lei and his team would naturally be safe in Infeng Ridge. After settling these matters, Yun Feiyang rushed back to the East Sea with Lu Dapeng.
Just as he had arranged lodging for Lu Dapeng, Yun Feiyang received a phone call.
Chapter 157, I really am here to pick someone up. The caller was Sister Rong.
Lately, Sister Rong had taken to chatting with Yun Feiyang frequently, and he had grown accustomed to it.
Little brother, what are you up to? Have you missed your big sister?
The moment he answered, Sister Rong's velvety voice sent shivers down his spine.
I just wrapped up a task and came back.
Yun Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Every time he chatted with Sister Rong, he felt like his bones were turning to jelly. Thankfully, Yun Feiyang was a man who could handle it, otherwise, who could endure this?
Sister Rong chuckled. Well then, I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. Pick someone up from the airport for me, okay? She's a good friend of mine, a big star, actually. The daughter of the Shin family from Donghai, Shin Mengtian. A big star, Shin Mengtian? Yun Feiyang had spent years abroad and had only returned to China a year ago. With his daily life consumed by mundane chores, he didn't recognize many domestic celebrities. Sure. Describe Shin Mengtian's appearance to me, and I'll go pick her up right now. Yun Feiyang glanced at his watch. Since he couldn't go to stay in time anyway, he might as well help Sister Rong pick someone up. Alright, I'll send it to your phone shortly. Shortly after hanging up, a photo popped up on Yun Feiyang's phone. The woman in the photo had flowing long hair and an exceptionally cold, elegant beauty. Even through the lens, her beauty shone through unabashedly. Those who could become big stars were naturally no ordinary people. After glancing at it a few times, Yun Feiyang tucked his phone away and headed to the airport. It was the height of summer, and the airport was filled with a sea of bare legs, a sight to behold. At the VIP exit, Yun Feiyang waited for a long time but saw no sign of the woman from the photo. Just then, a woman emerged from the arrivals gate, her long legs striding gracefully toward him. She wore a tailored blazer, a crisp white shirt, and a professional black skirt suit. High heels and black stockings accentuated her legs, making them appear even longer. However, she wore dark sunglasses and a mask, as if afraid someone might recognize her. What legs! Even at the VIP exit, a woman with such a figure drew quite a few glances. Yet when Yun Feiyang glanced at her, his brow furrowed slightly. This woman bore a striking resemblance to the photo Sister Rong had given him. The owner of those long, slender legs also possessed a waist that could be grasped in one hand, fair skin, and a gracefully elongated neck. Even through the mask, her cheeks still hinted at a captivating curve, compelling onlookers to steal a few more glances. While the airport was teeming with beautiful women, she was undoubtedly the most eye-catching sight. Sure enough, at least a dozen pairs of burning eyes were fixed on her, not to mention the many more who wanted to look but dared not. Beyond her sensuality, there was an air of icy elegance about her, giving off an aura that seemed to say, keep your distance. And it was precisely this aura of unapproachable mystery that stirred a desire to conquer. Tap. The click-clack of high heels echoed across the floor as she moved slowly, her legs drawing countless eyes. Yet, Yun Feiyang's gaze held only confusion and scrutiny. As Yun Feiyang stared at the cold beauty, she simultaneously noticed him. This young man before her felt different from the others. Beyond his clothing giving off an air of being out of place, the feeling conveyed in his eyes was different from the lecherous glances of the others. It seemed to contain something else entirely. Perhaps because her attention was momentarily fixed on Yun Feiyang, Shin Mengtian failed to notice the path ahead and nearly collided with the railing. Though she regained her balance in time, her body had already lost its equilibrium, sending her tumbling toward Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang hadn't anticipated such a slender figure colliding with him. By the time he registered what was happening, the warm sensation in his arms left him feeling rather awkward. Wait, this soft, yielding sensation felt substantial. Yun Feiyang looked down and realized his hand was exactly where it shouldn't be, resting squarely on Shin Mengtian's firm, rounded behind. Let me go. Shin Mengtian shoved Yun Feiyang away, her face flushed crimson. Her slightly pouted lips held a hint of reproach toward him. It was an accident. I swear it was an accident. Yun Feiyang awkwardly spread his hands, forcing an explanation. Though it had indeed been a beautiful misunderstanding, even Yun Feiyang's self-control couldn't resist wishing for such misunderstandings to happen more often. This woman's figure was truly something else. Her skin was supple and elastic, perfectly placed where it should be. Accident? I clearly saw you throw yourself at me. Shin Mengtian's pretty face turned icy as she retorted. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. You tripped and fell into me by accident. I was just trying to help you up when I accidentally touched you. Yun Feiyang explained. Accidentally? You clearly did it on purpose. Shin Mengtian fumed. This rotten kid. He clearly did something wrong yet had a whole bunch of excuses. Earlier, Shin Mengtian had thought this rotten kid was different from other lecherous men. Now it seemed all men were cut from the same cloth. I genuinely meant well. Why won't you listen to reason? Before Yun Feiyang could finish, Shin Mengtian's assistant stepped in front of him. Kid, don't think we don't know what you're up to. Trying to get Mengtian's attention this way? Save it. Stalkers like you make me sick. Shin Mengtian's assistant's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. She assumed Yun Feiyang was just another stalker fan. She'd seen plenty of them. Shin Mengtian was a superstar, and these stalker fans either followed her or staged chance encounters. Their sole purpose? To get Mengtian's attention. But these people had already severely disrupted Shin Mengtian's normal life. Going to such lengths to contact her only made Shin Mengtian and her staff resent them. Shin Mengtian? Shin Mengtian? I've been waiting for you. Here's the thing, I'm here to pick you up at the airport on someone's behalf. Come with me. Come with you? Give it a rest. Shen Mingtian's assistant cut Yun Feiyang off abruptly, her eyes flashing with intensified anger. Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? You want me to get physical, huh?
This guy sure knows how to make excuses.
Pretending to be sent to pick up Meng Tian? What does he think he is?
Meng Tian asked Sister Rong to pick her up.
But who is Sister Rong? Is she someone ordinary people can even know? Now look at this guy. His entire outfit is street vendor junk. The total cost of his clothes isn't even worth a single tube of Shen Mingtian's lipstick. What gives him the right to know Sister Rong? What a joke. Yun Feiyang frowned.
I truly was sent to pick her up.
Why won't you believe me?
Where did this guy pick up his manners? He looks down his nose at everyone.
You? Look at yourself, what are you even made of? What gives you the right to pick up our Meng Tian? Do you even know who Meng Tian is?
Shen Mingtian's assistant was about to say something else, but Shen Mingtian gently pulled her back.
Forget it. Shen Mingtian shot Yun Feiyang a disgusted look and frowned. We're in a hurry. Let's get out of here.
The incident where Yun Feiyang had just groped her but had filled Shen Mingtian with utter disgust toward him. Whether he was a secret admirer or not, this kind of opportunistic, sleazy behavior disgusted her.
Kid, stay away from Meng Tian. If I catch you again, I won't let you off. Shen Mingtian's assistant coldly dropped the line, gave a sharp snort, and walked away.
Watching Shen Mingtian and her assistant's retreating figures, Yun Feiyang shook his head in bewilderment.
What the hell was that about? What did these two take him for?
Yun Feiyang had only dropped by to help Sister Rong with a favor, yet these two had labeled him a creep harassing Shen Mingtian. Still, they were adults, they could probably find their way back on their own. Just then, Sister Rong's call came through.
Chapter 158, Give in to Sister? Hey, Sister Rong, I didn't pick up the call.
Yun Feiyang shrugged helplessly.
Seeming to detect the resignation in his tone, Sister Rong asked, Did something happen? Listen, I'm at a villa in the suburbs right now. Why don't you come over? It's been ages since I last saw you. Alright, we'll talk when we meet.
Yun Feiyang hailed a cab and headed straight for a villa district in the Donghai suburbs. This was Sister Rong's home. Though located in the near suburbs, this plot was nothing short of prime real estate. Every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The developer had transformed it into an exclusive villa community, attracting Donghai's wealthy businessmen to compete fiercely for ownership. However, this exclusive enclave wasn't something money alone could buy. Without the right connections, one simply couldn't gain access to this territory. To prevent any mishaps, Sister Rong was already waiting at the villa entrance for Yun Feiyang. She wore a silk nightgown that hinted at her delicate curves. Spotting Yun Feiyang, she affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Brother, you really have no conscience. If I hadn't called you, would you even come see your sister? Seeing such a captivating woman as Sister Rong clinging so intimately to Yun Feiyang, the security guard nearby nearly turned green with envy. The security guards here knew well that the residents of the villa district were either wealthy or influential. A stunning beauty like Sister Rong was bound to spark men's imaginations. They knew Sister Rong was single, living alone, and had never been this intimate with any man. Countless nights, these villa guards fantasized about something happening with Sister Rong. Yet they knew she came from a powerful background and dared not even speak to her. Just who was this guy? How could he get such a top-tier woman to act so intimate? Yet judging by Yun Feiyang's attire, he didn't look like some wealthy playboy either. Could it be that Sister Rong had unique tastes, favoring obedient, unassuming young men with no background? At that thought, the guards' eyes turned green with envy. If only they'd known, they would have tried to cozy up to Sister Rong themselves. Maybe the one being held by Sister Rong right now could be them. This guy doesn't even look as handsome as they do. Sister Rong's villa felt surprisingly cozy. The decor radiated warmth. Sister Rong's long, white legs were now flashing brightly before Yun Feiyang, swaying back and forth and making his mouth go dry. Even though he was married to Su Yuhan, he hadn't touched her once in the past year. Truth be told, Yun Feiyang was only human. A rare beauty like Sister Rong, standing before Yun Feiyang in nothing but a silk nightgown, her faint, delicate scent wafting toward him, made him feel a bit out of control. Noticing his reaction, Sister Rong's lips curved into a smile. She deliberately sat on Yun Feiyang's lap, her delicate hands wrapping around his neck. Her watery eyes, brimming with playful laughter, threatened to melt him completely. Little brother, do you want your sister? Her voice dripped with seduction, and those few words alone were enough to ignite the fiery desire within Yun Feiyang. If you're willing to marry me, I'll give myself to you right now. Her smile deepened as she leaned close to Yun Feiyang's ear, her breath warm and sweet. Even if you don't want to marry me, but just want to take advantage of me, I'll give myself to you. You won't have to take responsibility. After all, I've already set my heart on you. Buzz. Her faint, warm breath sent shivers down Yun Feiyang's spine, nearly making his brain explode. He swallowed hard, his face flushing crimson. Yun Feiyang was a normal man. With a peerless beauty like Sister Rong throwing herself at him, how could he possibly resist? Just say it now, do you want to marry me or not?
If you're willing, I'll go register our marriage with you right this instant. And right now, I'm yours. Register our marriage?
Those words poured over Yun Feiyang like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing most of the burning desire in his gut.
Right. He was already legally married to Su Yuhan, how could he possibly act recklessly?
The thought struck him, and Yun Feiyang quickly released Sister Rong. His face flushed as he said, "Sister Rong, you know me.
I'm not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone's kindness."
Seeing Yun Feiyang's reaction, Sister Rong's eyes flashed with a hint of resentment as she sighed helplessly. "You really don't understand your sister's heart at all." Ever since Yun Feiyang risked his life to save her, Sister Rong had developed feelings for this resilient man. But Yun Feiyang was like a block of wood, completely oblivious to her feelings. If it were any other man, Sister Rong's overtures would have secured his interest long ago.
But that was Yun Feiyang's unique quality, wasn't it?
If Yun Feiyang were the kind of man who was easily swayed, Sister Rong probably wouldn't have even looked his way.
"Oh, Sister Rong, about the person you asked me to pick up, I didn't manage to find them."
Fearing the awkward silence, Yun Feiyang could only find a flimsy excuse to change the subject.
"It's fine.
She's perfectly capable of taking care of herself.
She won't get lost."
Sister Rong seemed to recall something and said, "Oh, right.
I asked you to pick her up because I wanted you to protect her safety." "Protect her safety?"
Yun Feiyang furrowed his brow, looking thoroughly puzzled. "She's been having some trouble lately and needs someone reliable to protect her. You were the first person Sister thought of. Back when Sister Rong was in trouble, it was Yun Feiyang who risked his life to protect her. That's why Sister Rong wanted to introduce Yun Feiyang to her good friend, Shin Mengtian.
She believed Yun Feiyang would protect Shin Mengtian at all costs too. That might be a bit difficult. There's been some unpleasantness between us." Yun Feiyang felt awkward.
Shin Mengtian mistook him for a fan harassing her, which made things tricky. Just as Sister Rong was about to speak, her phone rang.
Sister Rong frowned.
After taking the call, her expression darkened.
"Is something wrong?" Yun Feiyang asked. "Just a minor issue at the venue. I'll handle it. We'll discuss Mingtian's matter when I return. Wait for me at the villa.
Don't you dare slip away before I get back." Every time Yun Feiyang met her, something would come up at the venue. Last time, he slipped away while Sister Rong was out. Having finally gotten to see Yun Feiyang, Sister Rong had no intention of letting him slip away so quickly.
"Alright, I'll wait here." Yun Feiyang nodded reluctantly. "That's a deal then.
If you dare run off, Sister will be furious. And when Sister gets angry, the consequences are serious. She'll dig through every inch of earth until she finds you." Sister Rong, fearing Yun Feiyang might change his mind, deliberately added with feigned resentment.
"Don't worry, I won't leave."
Only then did Sister Rong leave with peace of mind. After Sister Rong left, Yun Feiyang took a relaxing hot shower to wash off the sweat. He threw on some clothes, grabbed a blanket, and lay down on the sofa to rest. While bathing, he spotted Sister Rong's lingerie in the bedroom. The hopeless Yun Feiyang flushed crimson. Having just begun his cultivation journey, Yun Feiyang managed to suppress the unruly energy within him by channeling green true qi. Being a virgin for so long was truly unbearable.
The accumulated fatigue of recent days quickly lulled Yun Feiyang into sleep.
Being in Sister Rong's home, Yun Feiyang let down his guard and fell into a deep sleep. Had he been anywhere else, he would have remained in a light sleep, guarding against any unexpected trouble.
But just as Yun Feiyang was fast asleep, the villa door suddenly opened. Chapter 159, A Beautiful Misunderstanding.
A slender, coldly elegant figure stepped inside from outside the villa. Removing her dark sunglasses and mask, the woman scanned her surroundings. Spotting the figure reclining on the sofa, a sweet smile curved her fiery red lips as she quietly approached the person lying there. Yun Feiyang had been in a deep sleep when suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept over him. From behind, she wrapped her arms around him, her soft, sweet embrace instantly rousing him from his slumber.
This was Yun Feiyang's ability as a top-tier mercenary. "Sis Rong, I'm here to see you. Did you miss me?"
The voice was both unfamiliar and familiar. It wasn't Sister Rong. Sister Rong's voice was soft and seductive, while this girl's carried a distinct dominant woman's aura, cold and elegant. Even though it was an affectionate nickname, a sense of cold elegance could still be felt. Simultaneously, Yun Feiyang could sense from behind that the proportions were off, significantly larger than Sister Rong's. Instantly, at the same moment, the girl realized Yun Feiyang wasn't Sister Rong and let out a startled scream. Who are you?" the girl shrieked. Yun Feiyang turned his head to find a mature, sophisticated-looking girl staring back at him.
It's you! It's you!" Yun Feiyang and Shin Mengtian seemed destined to cross paths.
At that moment, they both exclaimed in unison.
Yun Feiyang recognized the coldly beautiful woman. Who else could it be but Shin Mengtian? And Shin Mengtian had recognized Yun Feiyang too. Wasn't this the very same creepy fan who had stalked and groped her at the airport? How could it be you? What are you doing here?
Shin Mengtian frowned in disgust.
Did you come in with me? With me? Don't flatter yourself. I'm Sister Rong's friend.
She told me to wait for her here. Yun Feiyang frowned as he spoke. Just now, Jin Feiyang had been startled awake from a deep sleep, still shaken by the experience, and his tone had grown much harsher.
Friend? Your sister Rong's friend? Give me a break. Shen Mengtian's face was guarded as she questioned him. Yun Feiyang scanned Shen Mengtian from head to toe.
She seemed to have changed outfits, now wearing a tank top and short shorts that revealed her long, snow-white legs and expanses of smooth skin. Truth be told, she was quite alluring.
Noticing Yun Feiyang's gaze, Shen Mengtian's eyes flashed with anger. What are you staring at? I'll gouge your eyes out.
With that, she launched a side kick straight at Yun Feiyang's head. Shen Mengtian was a big star who had trained in taekwondo for self-defense, giving her some solid skills. As Shen Mengtian's leg came hurtling toward him,
Yun Feiyang smiled. All show. That was Yun Feiyang's assessment of Shen Mengtian's technique.
Though her moves looked pretty, truth be told, they carried little lethal force. Yun Feiyang, on the other hand, trained in lethal techniques. Such flashy moves were child's play to him. Still, the little minx was surprisingly quick though riddled with openings. Smack! Shen Mengtian's leg didn't land squarely on Yun Feiyang's head as she'd intended. Instead, it ended up in his grasp. Ha! Shen Mengtian was secretly shocked. She'd trained in taekwondo since childhood and was now a blue belt master. Her leg was fast, how could this unassuming kid possibly catch it? When Shen Mengtian tried to pull her leg back, she discovered Yun Feiyang's hand was like an iron clamp, gripping her leg so tightly she couldn't possibly free it.
Let me go. Shen Mengtian began to panic.
She hadn't expected this creepy stalker to actually have some skills.
You think I'll just let go? That would be a huge loss of face for me. Do you realize how dangerous you were just now? Yun Feiyang's gaze was icy cold.
The moment he'd been jolted awake from his deep sleep, Yun Feiyang had been ready to kill. If he hadn't recognized Shen Mengtian and stopped himself in time, her throat would have been crushed by now.
Danger? You weren't planning to do something reckless, were you? Shen Mengtian panicked, trying to pull her leg free, but Jin Feiyang's grip was like iron clamps she couldn't break free. What if this guy had evil intentions? Shen Mengtian felt a wave of panic wash over her. The entire villa was now empty except for Yun Feiyang and Shen Mengtian. What if this scoundrel truly turned into a beast?
A flicker of fear flickered in Shen Mengtian's heart.
However, Yun Feiyang showed no sign of wanting to cause trouble.
He slowly released his grip.
Shen Mengtian's long legs stretched out before him as she sat down.
It had to be said she had the curves in all the right places, a true beauty of the highest order.
I advise you to leave this place. If you dare to make a move on me, it won't end well for you. Shen Mengtian didn't back down either.
She lit a slim mint cigarette for women. Her slender jade-like fingers paired with the slim cigarette looked quite elegant. Disdain flashed in her eyes. These stalker fans were truly despicable, following her all the way here. I told you, I'm friends with Sister Rong. I'm here waiting for her, it has nothing to do with you.
Yun Feiyang felt a surge of irritation.
To be honest, Shen Mengtian was a bit self-righteous. She was making baseless accusations without any evidence.
You're friends with Sister Rong? Don't be ridiculous. Then explain why you made a pass at me at the airport? Shen Mengtian stared coldly at Yun Feiyang. You're overthinking this. The airport was a misunderstanding, I have no interest in you. Besides, Sister Rong asked me to pick you up there. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been there at all.
Don't worry, your looks aren't even close to what it takes to make me make a pass at you. Though Shen Mengtian was beautiful, she couldn't hold a candle to Su Yuhan, let alone Sister Rong. Even if Yun Feiyang were to make a pass, it wouldn't be at Shen Mengtian.
Besides, Yun Feiyang wouldn't betray Su Yuhan.
You! Yun Feiyang's cold tone drove Shen Mengtian mad. Shen Mengtian was about to be driven mad by this stubborn man.
What does this brat think he's doing? Across the entire East Sea, the men pursuing Shen Mengtian could form a line long enough to circle the entire sea. And this jerk dared insult her looks? It was utterly infuriating. How do I know if you're telling the truth? What if you're a secret admirer? I have to protect myself. Shen Mengtian shot back coldly. If I wanted to cause trouble, do you really think you'd still be sitting safely across from me with your skills?
Yun Feiyang snorted coldly. Shen Mengtian had trained, but her skills were all flash and no substance, utterly insignificant in his eyes.
You look down on me?
Shen Mengtian angrily flung her cigarette case onto the table.
With a clatter, the lid flew open, revealing a photo. It must be said, Shen Mengtian's cigarette case was quite exquisite. The platinum case, adorned with unique peony carvings, didn't look like a cigarette case at all. It gave off a fresh and elegant vibe. But the photo inside the case made Yun Feiyang's expression change instantly. Chapter 160, Is this cigarette case yours? Is this cigarette case yours?
Yun Feiyang frowned, his expression shifting abruptly.
It's mine. What's the problem? This cigarette case was left to me by my brother. But what does that have to do with you?
Shen Mengtian tidied the cigarette pack and replied coldly.
The photo on the pack is that you and your brother? Yun Feiyang frowned and asked. What business is it of yours? Shin Mengtian retorted coldly. Answer me. Is the man in that photo your brother? Yun Feiyang's expression suddenly turned fierce. He lunged forward, grabbed Shin Mengtian's arm, and demanded coldly. Shen Mengtian realized Yun Feiyang had transformed into a completely different person. Before, he had been a stubborn, slovenly rogue, but now his eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast, and his entire aura had shifted. In that instant, Shen Mengtian felt a strange illusion. The man before her no longer resembled a worthless scoundrel, but rather a majestic, towering king. What are you doing? You're hurting me. Let me go. Shen Mengtian's voice trembled with fear. Right now, she felt as though the man before her was a ferocious beast, ready to devour her at any moment. Hearing this, Yun Feiyang realized his earlier actions had been abrupt. His imposing aura gradually dissipated as he addressed Shin Mengtian. The man in the photo, is he your brother? At that moment, Shin Mengtian noticed Yun Feiyang had reverted to his usual carefree, rogue-like demeanor. A faint trace of confusion lingered between his brows. Was this the same man she had just seen, fierce as a wild beast? Yes, he's my brother. Do you know him? Know him? Yun Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. It wasn't just that he knew him back then, this was Yun Feiyang's comrade in arms, someone he'd spent every waking moment with. Yellow Bee. Hornet was among the first to follow Yun Feiyang. But during one mission, Hornet died in Yun Feiyang's arms while saving everyone. Before he died, Hornet entrusted Yun Feiyang with finding his sister. Unfortunately, he perished without leaving any clues. Yellow Jacket was merely a codename. Yun Feiyang knew his real surname was Shun. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a coincidence. Shen Mengtian was Hornet's biological sister. Yun Feiyang had set aside a fund worth hundreds of millions to provide for the families of fallen squad members. But he hadn't found Hornet's sister until now. This was fate's chance for Yun Feiyang to find her. Yun Feiyang gave Shin Mengtian a faint smile and said, "We've never met. I just think your brother is handsome." Shen Mengtian suddenly realized Yun Feiyang's attitude had shifted. Whereas before she had seemed invisible to him, now Yun Feiyang was scrutinizing her from head to toe, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Humph. I thought this guy was some kind of upright gentleman, but his previous coldness was just an act. You've got good taste. But I haven't seen him in years. Shen Mengtian regained her cold, elegant demeanor and spoke to Yun Feiyang in a frosty tone. A flicker of conflict flickered in Yun Feiyang's eyes. Yun Feiyang could sense Shin Mengtian's deep affection for Huang Feng. Huang Feng had once mentioned his sister to Yun Feiyang. The two had relied on each other since childhood and shared a deep bond. They had simply been separated. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Several burly men stormed in, surrounding the room. Accompanied by this commotion, a young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses strode in with an air of superiority. He scanned the room, and upon spotting Shin Mengtian with Yun Feiyang, a flash of anger immediately crossed his eyes. Shin Mengtian. The young man's tone turned angry. You dared to hide from me and stay alone in the villa with some stranger. Kong Zhua, one with is none of your business. Compared to the young man's fury, Shin Mengtian appeared remarkably composed. Have you no sense of shame? You're my fiancé, Kong Zhua's fiancé. Shut up. Kong Zhua, the one without shame is you. I never agreed to be your fiancé. Stop dreaming. Hearing Kong Zhua's words, Shin Mengtian's lovely face turned icy. This Kong Zhua, relying on the status of the Dong Haikong family, had been pestering her all along. He was utterly revolting. You. Kong Zhua's face flushed crimson, clearly stung by Shin Mengtian's words. Yet his tone only grew more frantic and furious. Shen Mengtian, you. I thought your refusal was some noble gesture, but it turns out you're hiding here having secret meetings with other men. What exactly do you see in this guy? The villa? Or the sports car? If you just marry me, I could buy you all that in a heartbeat. And look at your taste, all the men you go for are nothing but trash. To Kong Zhua, though the man before him lived in such an upscale villa, his attire was utterly ridiculous. A faded white shirt and jeans, he might as well have patches on them. How could Shin Mengtian possibly fancy such trash? Kong Zhua, who I choose to be with, is none of your business. The marriage agreement is with the Shin family, not me. Besides, you know exactly what you're like. I don't need to explain why I rejected you. Get out of here immediately. This isn't the place for you to act so arrogant. You. Seeing Shin Mengtian humiliate him like this in front of his own men only fueled Kong Zhua's rage. He'd never been publicly humiliated like this before. Shin Mengtian, you're nothing but an illegitimate bastard born outside the Shin family. I took an interest in you out of sheer generosity and you have the nerve to be ungrateful. Now that the mask was off, Kong Zhua held nothing back. Shut your mouth. Shen Mengtian's face drained of color, as if this remark had struck her deepest wound. She and her brother were indeed not legitimate offspring of the Shin family, merely illegitimate children born outside the family. If the Shin family didn't need the Kongs, why would they use a big star like her for a marriage alliance? Did I say something wrong?
Your mother was just a woman Shin Hanshan enjoyed outside the marriage, and you and your brother and sister are nothing but the bastards he left behind.
I deign to marry you. Smack!
Kong Juo's words were cut short as he was sent flying by a powerful slap.
The blow was vicious.
Kong Juo spun several times before barely regaining his balance, crashing to his knees with a thud. Stars danced before his eyes, and his head buzzed. This slap stunned not only Kong Juo himself, but even the burly men who had accompanied him and Shin Mengtian were left dumbfounded. Shin Mengtian stared at the slightly gaunt figure before her, a flicker of surprise flickering in her eyes. The one who had just struck was none other than Yun Feiyang, who had been standing behind her moments before. How had he appeared before her in the blink of an eye? Even as an ordinary person, Shin Mengtian could tell Yun Feiyang's movements had been lightning fast. Kong Juo might be physically weakened from excessive indulgence, but even in that state, he shouldn't have been sent flying by a single casual slap, right? Yun Feiyang flexed his hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had just channeled his internal chi and indeed, the enhanced power was utterly terrifying. Kong Juo, a man weighing nearly 160 pounds, had been sent flying by a single slap from Yun Feiyang. Kong Juo lay on the ground wailing for a moment before regaining consciousness. Clutching his face, which was burning hot and swelling into a pig's head, he flew into a rage, pointing at Yun Feiyang and bellowing, "You little punk! Who do you think you are, daring to lay a hand on me?"
Chapter 161, You're challenging me? Who do you think you are? You're a Kong?
Yun Feiyang frowned, his gaze darkening slightly.
At that moment, Shin Mengtian suddenly sensed a shift in Yun Feiyang's aura.
She had always thought of him as a sleazy bully who preyed on girls, but now his gaze was deep and intense, like that of a demon from hell.
That gaze sent a chill down Shin Mengtian's spine.
Earlier, Yun Feiyang had shielded her, giving Shin Mengtian an inexplicable sense of security. Born as an illegitimate child, she had relied solely on her younger brother since childhood. Even after returning to the Shin family, she remained a lowly bastard child with no standing.
Security?
No one had ever stood in front of her to protect her except her younger brother. Now, seeing a stranger stand before her in defense, a softness stirred within Shin Mengtian's heart. But Shin Mengtian was now a little panicked. This man was the son of the Donghai Kong family. Though merely a spoiled heir who couldn't inherit the family headship, Kong Juo was still a descendant of the Donghai Kong, someone not to be trifled with.
You know my name is Kong, yet you still dare to hit me? Kong Jun spat furiously.
In Donghai, no one had ever dared to disrespect the Donghai Kong family.
What's your connection to the Donghai Kong family?
Yun Feiyang asked coldly. Kong Juo bore a passing resemblance to Kong Xiaoyu and Kong Junfeng, confirming he was indeed the son of the Kong family of the East Sea. But judging by his appearance, this Kong Juo is clearly not a legitimate heir. He reeks of a spoiled brat, a complete wastrel. You little punk, listen up. I'm the third generation of the Donghai Kong family. If you know what's good for you, you'd better kneel and kowtow to me right now. Otherwise, you should know the consequences of provoking our Donghai Kong family. The Kong family of the East Sea is one of the four great families. Though not the strongest among them, who in the East Sea dares to disrespect the Kong family? Asking for trouble? It was precisely because of this status that Kong Juo ran rampant outside, and no one dared to provoke him.
Consequences? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly. If even Kong Xiaoyu and Kong Junfeng dared provoke Yun Feiyang, what was there to fear from a spoiled brat who wouldn't inherit the family headship? Seeing Yun Feiyang's silence, Kong Juo assumed he was intimidated, growing even more smug. Kid, since you know I'm from the Donghai Kong family, get down on your knees. If I'm in a good mood, I might consider letting you off. Kong Juo wore a smug expression. His status as a member of the Donghai Kong family was his shield. What does the Kong family of the East Sea think they are? Daring to challenge me? Yun Feiyang's cold words sent a shiver down Shin Mengtian's spine beside him. Are you out of your mind? He's from the Donghai Kong family. How dare you speak to him like that? Don't you know who the Donghai Kong family is? Shin Mengtian tugged at Yun Feiyang's arm in a whisper, her face filled with panic. The Donghai Kong family is one of the four great families of Donghai. The Shin family behind Shin Mengtian was merely a second-rate, low-tier clan. How could they compare to the Donghai Kong family? Even Shin Mengtian dared not disregard Kong Juo. When Kong Juo pursued her, she could only avoid him. What was Yun Feiyang doing? How could he not take Kong Juo seriously? Shin Mengtian couldn't help but panic. Even if Yun Feiyang wanted to show off his courage in front of her, he should at least choose his opponent and timing wisely. If he angered Kong Juo, not only would Yun Feiyang suffer the consequences, but she, Shin Mengtian, would be dragged down with him. You insolent fool! You lot, cut out this bastard's tongue. Kong Juo's vicious tone made his rage unmistakable. In Donghai City, who dared to disrespect the Donghai Kong family? And to be publicly mocked by some unknown punk right in front of Shin Mengtian? How could he possibly tolerate that? At his command, Kong Juo's bodyguards swarmed around him in an instant. Yun Feiyang had acted too swiftly earlier, so fast that these bodyguards hadn't even had time to react. If they thought about it carefully, this incident could be a big deal or a small one.
If Kongjua later blamed them for it, it would be a significant loss for them. Kongjua paid them handsomely, and spoiled brats like him offered far more than shrewd clients.
They certainly didn't want to get fired. Kid, you've crossed young Master Kong. You won't get off easy.
I suggest you get down on your knees and apologize now, or we'll make you suffer. The 4 bodyguards, with their bulky builds and intimidating demeanor, sent a shiver down Shen Mengtian's spine. She was a pampered superstar. When had she ever encountered such a scene?
As they cracked their knuckles menacingly, Shen Mengtian couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry for Yun Feiyang. Compared to these 4 burly, imposing men, what could Yun Feiyang possibly do? His skinny frame, what strength could he possibly have to stand up to them? Yet, observing Yun Feiyang's expression, Shen Mengtian noticed he didn't seem particularly tense. Instead, he appeared calm and composed. Shen Mengtian was ready to curse. With the fire already at his eyebrows, what was this kid playing at? What the hell was Yun Feiyang doing? Was he deliberately trying to make things worse? You should just leave quickly. Don't make things worse. If you make things worse, what am I supposed to do? Shen Mengtian's gaze toward Yun Feiyang held a hint of resentment. He was trying to play the hero in front of her, she knew it. Yun Feiyang seemed to have some skills. But what happens after he's done playing the hero? What would become of her? Once Yun Feiyang walked away, Kongjua would vent all his fury on her, Shen Mengtian. That would spell big trouble. Kongjua was a spoiled brat. If he got pushed too far, who knew what extreme things he might do? Don't worry. I'll be here for you from now on. You'd better cover your eyes in a bit, otherwise, it's going to get bloody. Yun Feiyang's voice remained flat, showing no regard for these people. Besides, Shen Mengtian was Huang Fang's older sister. Yun Feiyang would never let anyone bully her. Shen Mengtian was on the verge of losing her mind. Does this brat ever stop? Was he deliberately trying to cause trouble for her? But just as Shen Mengtian moved to shoo Yun Feiyang away, the bodyguards closed in around him. No chance. Despair washed over Shen Mengtian. If Kongjua turned his wrath on her, what would become of her? He's pretty cocky. Looks like he doesn't know his place. Well then, I'll break his bones and show him just how formidable young Master Kong is. One bodyguard stepped forward, advancing slowly toward Yun Feiyang. To him, a regular guy Yun Feiyang's size would be easy to handle with one hand. Yun Feiyang said nothing. He stamped his foot and instantly vanished before the bodyguard. Whoa! The bodyguard's heart skipped a beat. Before he could even get a clear look at Yun Feiyang's figure, the man had already darted right in front of him. Kongjua's bodyguards weren't ordinary men, they were all elite soldiers who had retired from the military. Their combat skills were exceptional even during their military service, otherwise, they wouldn't have been hired as bodyguards. Yet just now, Yun Feiyang's speed was so blindingly fast that even these elite warriors couldn't register it. Thud! Yun Feiyang's kick sent the bodyguard flying like a whoa! Even Shen Mengtian sucked in a sharp breath. Yun Feiyang was just too formidable. Kicking someone away with a single blow? What kind of terrifying leg strength is that? Damn it, he's trained. Let's all go at him together. The other 3 had also caught on to something. Yun Feiyang isn't just some ordinary guy, don't underestimate him. Though these men wore solemn expressions, Yun Feiyang remained utterly unfazed, not giving them the slightest glance. He'd practically crawled out of a graveyard, these 3 couldn't hold a candle to him. And now, with true chi protecting him, why would he fear these ordinary men? Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yun Feiyang's body sprang into motion. Chapter 162, Get Lost. Yun Feiyang's speed was utterly extreme. Of course, Yun Feiyang wanted to test just how powerful his true chi truly was. After all, he had only just embarked on the path of cultivating chi, making these people perfect test subjects. But these men proved utterly pathetic. One clash, and their knees were shattered by Yun Feiyang. What? Kongjua froze in shock upon witnessing this, cold sweat trickling down his back. These 4 bodyguards were Kongjua's pillars of power and arrogance. Yet, to his utter disbelief, these 4 bodyguards who claimed invincibility couldn't even withstand a single move from this brat. Shen Mengtian furrowed her delicate brows, staring at Yun Feiyang with a hint of shock. She couldn't help but ponder silently. This kid looked perfectly ordinary. How could he possess such formidable skills? These burly men were all professionally trained bodyguards, yet they were knocked down in a single exchange? Kongjua felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. When Yun Feiyang turned his gaze toward him, his heart sank even further. This kid's got some serious skills. And now he's all alone. What are we going to do? What do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am? If you dare lay a finger on me, the Kong family. Smack! Just as Kongjua tried to invoke the Donghai Kong family as a shield, a hard slap struck his left cheek. Instantly, it swelled up, mirroring the still unhealed right cheek, a rather symmetrical sight. The Donghai Kong family is so powerful? Yun Feiyang snorted coldly. I told you before, the Donghai Kong family is nothing. You dare hit me. Our Donghai Kong family is one of the most prominent clans in the East Sea. You've offended me, whoever you are, you're dead.
Kongjua's face burned with pain, his heart seething with rage and humiliation. Anyone hearing the name Kong family of the East Sea would never dare lay a finger on him. Yet this brat had the audacity to strike him, knowing full well he was a descendant of the Kong family of the East Sea. Thud. Before Kongjua could finish his sentence, Yun Feiyang's kick landed squarely in his gut. Clutching his stomach, he nearly vomited bile. Was this kid a robot? That kick felt like being hit by a car. Kongjua felt like his insides were about to spill out. Don't push your luck, this man is no ordinary person. Shen Mengtian whispered a warning to Yun Feiyang. She acknowledged Yun Feiyang's skill, but once he laid a hand on Kongjua, the situation would be entirely different. The Shen family was shamelessly pushing for Shen Mengtian to marry Kongjua, coveting the Kong family's status and influence in Donghai City. Shen Mengtian didn't know Yun Feiyang's background, but provoking the Donghai Kong family without real capability wasn't a wise move. It would also jeopardize Shen Mengtian's entire future in Donghai. You think I'd be afraid of him? Yun Feiyang raised an eyebrow in question. My kindness was taken for granted. Shen Mengtian retorted hastily. The Donghai Kong family's business spans the entire Donghai commercial district. Their annual tax contributions are beyond your imagination. Even the Donghai government shows them respect. Kongjua is the third son of the third generation of the Donghai Kong family. Do you now understand who you've provoked? You don't know the Donghai Kong family? Regardless, Yun Feiyang had at least helped her out of a tight spot. Though Shen Mengtian didn't know Yun Feiyang's true intentions, he had clearly provoked Kongjua because of her hardly a wise move. The Donghai Kong family? Naturally, I've heard of them. Yun Feiyang withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently. Though Shen Mengtian considered the Donghai Kong family arrogant and overbearing, in Yun Feiyang's eyes, they were nothing but a fart. Since you've heard of them, you should know the consequences of provoking the Donghai Kong family. You could have just dealt with those 4 bodyguards, Kongjua. Shen Mengtian's voice trailed off. Just sent them away. Just because you fear the Kongs doesn't mean I do. If I take him out right here, no one but you and I will ever know. Kongjua shuddered in terror. Yun Feiyang's words were spoken with a casual air, yet they carried a palpable chill and a thick, heavy intent to kill. Kongjua knew Yun Feiyang was not one to make empty threats. Though he had the Donghai Kong family as a shield, Kongjua realized that shield seemed utterly useless against Yun Feiyang. Thus, fear now pounded relentlessly in Kongjua's heart. He dreaded that if this godlike figure, Yun Feiyang, were to unleash his fury, he would meet his end right here. What are you doing? Watching Yun Feiyang slowly approach him, Kongjua's voice trembled. Think carefully. Shen Mengtian hurriedly grabbed Yun Feiyang's arm. There are security cameras here. He must have been caught on camera when he entered. If something happens to him here, how am I supposed to face you afterward? Truthfully, Shen Mengtian despised this persistent Kongjua with a passion, wishing he'd vanish sooner rather than later. But if Kongjua really died here, it would undoubtedly cause Shen Mengtian immense trouble. Shen Mengtian didn't want any trouble. Seeing the look in Shen Mengtian's eyes, Yun Feiyang hesitated. For a split second, Yun Feiyang had genuinely considered making Kongjua disappear. But Shen Mengtian was right, it would bring trouble to her. There were 100 ways to deal with Kongjua, there was no need to rush. But since Kongjua had provoked Shen Mengtian, Yun Feiyang wouldn't let it slide. You want to die or live? Yun Feiyang turned his head and spoke coldly to Kongjua. I want to live. I want to live. Just let me go, and I'll give you any amount of money. Kongjua saw Yun Feiyang's gaze, as if he'd come straight from hell, and his heart filled with terror. He knew that if he made one wrong move, this man would truly wipe him off the face of the earth. Kongjua was merely a spoiled playboy. When had he ever encountered someone as ruthless and unyielding as Yun Feiyang? Kneel. What? What's wrong? You want to die? I'll kneel. I'll kneel. Kongjua fell to his knees with a thud, his heart pounding in terror. Had he stumbled upon a ghost today? How had he stumbled upon such a plague god? At that moment, Kongjua felt utterly mortified. When he'd pursued Shen Mengtian before, he'd flaunted his status as the elegant scion of the Kong family, showering her with flowers and luxury jewelry, projecting an air of noble refinement. But today, under Yun Feiyang's intimidating glare, Kongjua's true colors were laid bare, nearly bringing utter disgrace upon the Kong family. Yet Kongjua had no choice. If he didn't comply with Yun Feiyang's demands, he risked being eliminated at any moment. Kneel and apologize to Shen Mengtian. I apologize, Miss Su. It was my fault. I'll never bother you again. Though seething inside, Kongjua complied with Yun Feiyang's demand and kowtowed in apology. After all, compared to his anger, Kongjua feared Yun Feiyang far more. He dreaded provoking Yun Feiyang by even a hair's breadth, lest he be eliminated outright. Not sincere enough. Keep talking. Hearing this, Kongjua broke down in tears. It must be said, his apology skills were quite impressive. Whether genuine or not, his face was practically streaked with tears. Shen Mengtian was on the verge of tears herself. Yun Feiyang was completely out of line. After Yun Feiyang humiliated Kongjua like this in front of her, given Kongjua's spoiled and arrogant nature, how could he possibly let it go? Once Kong Zhuo returned, he would surely come back for revenge. Shen Mengtian was cursing under her breath at that moment. Yun Feiyang had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Well, at least he showed some sincerity. Yun Feiyang continued, for Shen Mengtian's sake, I'll let you off today. But if you dare to bother Shen Mengtian again, you know exactly what the consequences will be, don't you? How could I dare? Kong Zhuo nodded repeatedly, though his eyes flickered with venomous resentment. Don't let him get his hands free. When he does, he'll make Yun Feiyang wish he were dead. Get lost. Slap. Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette and snorted coldly. Kong Zhuo felt as if he'd been granted a pardon and scrambled away in a panic. Seeing Yun Feiyang's calm demeanor, Shen Mengtian finally couldn't hold back. Do you realize what a huge mess you've gotten yourself into? If you want to die, fine. But why drag me down with you? Chapter 163, You've got your eye on her? Shen Mengtian's furious, wide-eyed expression puzzled Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang replied, Didn't Kong Zhuo just leave? Shen Mengtian was speechless, fuming. Are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? Do you even know who Kong Zhuo is? The Kong family of Donghai is one of the 4 great families of Donghai. You've angered Kong Zhuo. Do you think you'll get off scot-free? I was avoiding him, and there was still a chance to salvage the annulment of our engagement. But because of your antics, my relationship with the Kong family is completely ruined. How am I supposed to survive now? Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. She was on the verge of breaking into the ranks of top-tier celebrities. Because of Yun Feiyang's actions, this opportunity might slip through her fingers. Shen Mengtian had worked so hard to reach this point, treading carefully every step of the way. Now, she was likely to be crushed by Kong Zhuo. The Donghai Kong family wielded immense influence in Donghai. What could Shen Mengtian possibly use to fight Kong Zhuo? Yun Feiyang, however, appeared calm. It's just the Kong family. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Yun Feiyang wasn't just paying lip service. He had been searching for Huangfeng's family all along. Now that he had found Shen Mengtian, he would certainly not treat her unfairly. He certainly wouldn't let her suffer any injustice at the hands of the Kong family of the East Sea. But Shen Mengtian didn't believe a word of it. Who do you think you are? Do you even know the power of the Donghai Kong family? In Donghai, how many people are scrambling to curry favor with them? What kind of background or qualifications do you have to go up against the Kong family? To Shen Mengtian, Yun Feiyang was nothing but a delusional dreamer. Challenge the Donghai Kong family? Even the Shen family backing her didn't have that right. What's more, the Shen family currently depended on the Kongs. They'd never risk ruining that relationship over Shen Mengtian, a mere illegitimate child of no consequence. And for the Shen family's interests, those Shen relatives would push Shen Mengtian to marry into the Kong family, becoming Kong Zhuo's plaything. Despair flickered in Shen Mengtian's eyes. She had always strived to be an independent woman, never relying on anyone. Yet fate had thrown her into the clutches of Kong Zhuo, that second-generation playboy. In front of Kong Zhuo, she felt utterly powerless. Yun Feiyang knew Shen Mengtian didn't believe her words, so he lit a cigarette and simply chose not to explain. After all, even if Yun Feiyang tried to explain anything now, Shen Mengtian wouldn't listen to a single word he said. The most crucial factor was the news of Huangfeng's sacrifice. Shen Mengtian looked somewhat exhausted now. Telling her that her brother had died right before Yun Feiyang's eyes would likely send her into immediate collapse. After a long silence, Yun Feiyang decided to withhold the news of Yellow Bee's sacrifice for now. Seeing that Yun Feiyang showed no signs of extreme behavior, Shen Mengtian turned her head away, refusing to look at him. About 2 hours later, Sister Rong's figure appeared at the villa entrance. Mengtian, why are you here? Sister Rong's eyes sparkled with delight as she greeted Shen Mengtian with a warm smile. Of course, upon seeing Sister Rong, Shen Mengtian's expression softened slightly as she replied with a smile, I came to find you the moment I returned to Donghai. Touched, aren't you? Pretty much. Sister Rong's smile remained warm as she glanced at Yun Feiyang and asked with a hint of confusion, You already know my brother? Little brother? Hearing Sister Rong use such an intimate term, Shen Mengtian pointed at Yun Feiyang and asked in confusion, Sister Rong, what did you just call him? Little brother? Of course. Sister Rong flushed slightly and said, I even asked him to pick you up at the airport today, but he didn't get to meet you. What? Shen Mengtian froze, staring at Yun Feiyang in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. So this guy really did go to the airport to pick her up? Shen Mengtian had assumed Yun Feiyang was just some stalker fan following her around. Sis Rong, what's his deal? Is he your real brother? I never heard you had a brother. A cousin? Shen Mengtian was baffled. What was Yun Feiyang's background? His entire outfit looked like cheap market finds, not at all like some noble young master. How could he possibly have any connection to Sister Rong? After all, given Sister Rong's status and standing in Donghai, how many men would be clamoring to be connected to her? This guy? So unremarkable. What gives him the right to be connected to Sister Rong? Sis Rong explained, neither. Haven't you been facing some trouble lately? Actually, I asked him to protect your safety.
Shan Mengtian understood. He was a bodyguard. No wonder he's so skilled. He's just a bodyguard. Why did you let him into your home?
This is your private space, and he was just lying on your couch. The thought of how she'd initiated hugging Yin Feiyang made Shen Mengtian's face flush with sudden irritation.
If only she hadn't been so forward. He's no ordinary bodyguard. Actually, Sister. Sister Rong's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment.
What Sister Rong really wanted to say was that she had feelings for Yin Feiyang, but he had never shown any interest in her. This had been a source of deep frustration for Sister Rong.
Sis Rong, you wouldn't happen to have feelings for him, would you?
Seeing Sister Rong's expression, Shen Mengtian understood.
So Sister Rong had taken a liking to this man. But Shen Mengtian couldn't help but wonder what was Yun Feiyang's background?
After all, countless wealthy families in Donghai had sought to marry Sister Rong, yet she wouldn't even give them a glance.
How did this man catch Sister Rong's eye? Could it be that even a woman of Sister Rong's discerning taste could make a mistake? Sister Rong, I urge you to reconsider. How could someone like him possibly be worthy of you? Shen Mengtian looked utterly perplexed, her expression earnest and concerned. Sister Rong raised an eyebrow. Do you not trust Sister Rong? Sister Rong knew Yun Feiyang's character well.
With him protecting Shen Mengtian's safety, even if the other party were the Donghai Kong family, it wouldn't be a problem.
It's not that I don't trust you, Sister Rong. It's that I don't trust him. Do you know what he just did? Shen Mengtian looked distressed as she recounted how Yun Feiyang had just beaten Kong Zhuo senseless.
As she spoke, she grumbled, he really overstepped his bounds.
Attacking Kong Zhuo's bodyguards was bad enough, but to actually hit Kong Zhuo himself? I've angered Kong Zhuo, now I'm in for a rough time.
Sister Rong smiled as she watched Yun Feiyang nearby.
That doesn't sound like something my little brother would do. Sis Rong. I'm being serious here. How could a hothead like him possibly protect me? He's lucky he doesn't cause me trouble already. Shen Mengtian stamped her foot in frustration.
Miss Shen, I can assure you with me here, Kong Zhuo and the Donghai Kong family behind him won't lay a finger on you. At that moment, Yun Feiyang's confident voice carried over, causing Shen Mengtian's frown to deepen.
Chapter 164, isn't that me? Who doesn't know how to brag? Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang as he approached slowly.
Humph, she snorted. I've told you about the power of the Donghai Kong family. They're one of the 4 great families of Donghai.
Even if Kong Zhuo is an unwelcome descendant, he's still part of the Kong family. Going after him is like slapping the Kong family in the face. The Kong family isn't just any clan. Do you know the consequences of provoking them? Shen Mengtian's angry words made Yun Feiyang frown involuntarily.
Miss Shen, don't forget I was the one who rescued you from Kong Zhuo's grasp.
Shouldn't you be thanking me?
Had Shen Mengtian not been Huang Feng's sister, Yun Feiyang likely wouldn't have lifted a finger to help her. But for Hornet's sake, Yun Feiyang had no choice but to intervene. Yellowbee had sacrificed herself right before Yun Feiyang to save the squad members. He wouldn't let anything happen to her sister. You did save me, that's true. But you've caused me even bigger trouble. It was supposed to be just a scare tactic, but Yun Feiyang insisted on attacking Kong Zhuo. Now that the feud is set, this won't be settled so easily. I told you. Don't concern yourself with the Kong family of Donghai.
Yun Feiyang's patience snapped, his tone laced with irritation. Shen Mengtian was being too rash, utterly unreasonable. You alone? No matter how skilled you are, you're just one person. What good is your prowess? They're one of the 4 great families of the East Sea. Their reach is limitless. Don't tell me you can protect me forever. Shen Mengtian snapped. Mengtian, don't get angry. Seeing Shen Mengtian and Yun Feiyang at odds, Sister Rong quickly stepped in to smooth things over.
Yun Feiyang was the man Sister Rong had set her sights on, and Mengtian was her dearest friend.
She certainly didn't want any friction between them, as that would put her family in an awkward position. Mengtian, don't you have me? You're my best friend. I have some standing in Donghai and can speak up for you.
Besides, that Kong Junfeng isn't all that scary.
Sister Rong paused thoughtfully before continuing. Have you heard about that incident?
A few days ago at the Blue Sky Hotel, a young man publicly humiliated Kong Junfeng and his entire Donghai Kong family. Even the Lin family was shaken by it.
Kong Junfeng is human too, just relax.
If it comes to it, I'll step in for you.
I've heard about it.
That young man seemed to appear out of nowhere.
The entire East Sea high society is buzzing about his background.
If only he could protect me, then Kong Zhuo's affairs wouldn't be so frightening. But that young man is someone even a big shot like Lin Xingxuan in East Sea tries to curry favor with.
What qualifications do I have to even meet him? He's the kind of person who can make a big shot like Lin Xingxuan tremble with just a single glance. Though Shen Mengtian works out of town, she still has connections in Donghai's local circles and heard about the incident at the Blue Sky Hotel.
Lin Xingxuan publicly humiliated Kong Junfeng. For that mysterious young man, he must be someone truly formidable. Yun Feiyang, standing nearby, froze for a moment and couldn't help but scratch his head.
Blue Sky Hotel? Lin Xingxuan and Kong Junfeng? Could the mysterious young man with deep connections that Sister Rong and Shin Mengtian mentioned be referring to him? Yun Feiyang rubbed his nose, his face flushing with embarrassment. Truth be told, if young Master Kong hadn't come looking for trouble himself, none of that messy business at the hotel would have happened. Yun Feiyang had already shown considerable leniency. The Kong family had brought this trouble upon themselves, who else could they blame? Besides, Yun Feiyang wasn't as unreasonable as the rumors made him out to be, was he? What was this nonsense about a single glance making Lin Qingxuan tremble? He barely exchanged a few words with Lin Qingxuan. Was he really that intimidating? Seeing Yun Feiyang's awkward grin, Shen Mengtian snorted. What are you laughing at? I was talking to Sister Rong about that mysterious figure who even the big shots in Donghai fawn over. What does that have to do with you? You're only impressive because you know Sister Rong. What's so great about that? That mysterious young man who even Lin Qingxuan gives face to now that's someone truly formidable. Shen Mengtian had figured it out. Yun Feiyang was just a bodyguard, his only special quality being that Sister Rong had taken a liking to him. Relying on that alone, this kid had started acting all high and mighty. But did he know? In this world, there are always people beyond people, skies beyond skies. Though Sister Rong is a big shot in Donghai, she still falls short of the real heavyweights. The four great families, now those were the real heavyweights. Yun Feiyang awkwardly scratched his nose and said flatly, actually, that mysterious figure you mentioned, the one even Lin Qingxuan gives face to, that's me. There was no need to hide it. By being honest with Shin Mengtian, Yun Feiyang could also put her mind at ease. Who knew Shin Mengtian would snort coldly and sneer, You're just shooting your mouth off. The Lin family of Donghai? One of Donghai's top aristocratic clans. Do you really think Lin Qingxuan would give you face? Look at yourself. What about you is even worth Lin Qingxuan's attention? That mysterious young man must have deep connections and be someone important. He might even be from one of the capital's elite families. Such a person is a privileged young master. Everything he wears won't be cheap. And Yun Feiyang? His street stall clothes scream his status, completely unrelated to any wealthy family. Hearing Shin Mengtian's words, Yun Feiyang felt helpless. Did these people really have to judge by appearances? Sure, Yun Feiyang dressed plainly, so what? Who said wealthy people had to be decked out in flashy clothes? Why couldn't these people see beyond the surface? Did he really look so unlike a wealthy heir? Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to argue with Shin Mengtian. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Shen Mengtian shot Yun Feiyang a dismissive glance and snorted coldly. Yun Feiyang didn't look like someone with deep-rooted connections anyone could brag, right? Though Shen Mengtian remained skeptical, Sister Rong's eyes betrayed a hint of doubt and confusion. Sister Rong knew Yun Feiyang wasn't the type to make empty boasts. Could he really be that mysterious young man who even Lin Qingxuan gave face to? Recalling the 20 million he'd given her earlier, Sister Rong's heart fluttered involuntarily. When Yun Feiyang had tossed out 20 million, he hadn't even blinked. That kind of composure truly didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. This thought made Sister Rong curious about Yun Feiyang's background. Sister Rong had originally wanted Yun Feiyang to help protect Shin Mengtian. But seeing how Shin Mengtian and Yun Feiyang clearly didn't get along, Sister Rong felt powerless. Since they didn't get along, forcing them together was pointless. Fortunately, Yun Feiyang was magnanimous and didn't take it personally like Shin Mengtian. After exchanging pleasantries at Sister Rong's villa for a while, Yun Feiyang made his exit under some pretext. As he departed, Sister Rong looked so reluctant to see him go that Shin Mengtian was utterly speechless. She genuinely couldn't fathom what was so special about Yun Feiyang that he could captivate a woman as stunning as Sister Rong to such an extent. Only after Yun Feiyang assured Sister Rong he'd reach out proactively did she reluctantly let him go. After leaving the villa, Yun Feiyang called Uncle Rong. Uncle Rong, look into the connection between Kong Zhuo of the Donghai Kong family and a female celebrity named Shin Mengtian. I need all the information. Chapter 165, The Date. Even though Shin Mengtian treated Yun Feiyang coldly, she was still the sister of Huang Feng. Yun Feiyang felt a duty to protect Huang Feng's family. I've been gathering intel on the Kong family lately. This Kong Zhuo and Shin Mengtian, I recognize the names. At the Blue Sky Hotel, Kong Junfeng was publicly humiliated by Yun Feiyang. Given Kong Junfeng's temperament, he would naturally seek revenge against Yun Feiyang to save face for the Kong family. That's why Uncle Rong made preparations in advance and has already begun gathering intelligence on the Kong family. I'm coming to meet you now. Yun Feiyang hung up, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the hotel. Inside the presidential suite, Uncle Rong respectfully handed over a stack of documents. As Yun Feiyang began flipping through them, Uncle Rong explained beside him. This Kong Zhuo isn't Kong Junfeng's eldest son, he's the third son. Though he won't inherit the family business, he'll still receive his share of the estate after the division. Kong Zhuo had a poor reputation in Donghai, a spoiled playboy with no heart, spending his days indulging in food, drink, and pleasure while neglecting any serious work. As for Miss Shin Mengtian, she was the daughter of the Shin family of Donghai.
The Donghaishan family was not a first-tier clan like the Donghaiwang family, they could only be considered a second-tier, mid-level power.
Miss Shin Mengtian was not the legitimate daughter of the Shin family head. She was the child born to the Shin family head and a peasant woman outside the family. Over the years, through her own efforts, Miss Shin Mengtian rose to become a second-tier celebrity. She had several notable works to her name and enjoyed a fairly good reputation. About a year ago, the family head, Shin Hanshan, formally acknowledged this illegitimate daughter. Yet his interest wasn't in father-daughter affection, but in leveraging her fame to arrange a marriage alliance with Kong Zhuo, that spoiled rich kid. The Shin family was currently pursuing a major project that required the Kong family's support, so Uncle Rong stopped speaking mid-sentence, for he had already noticed the icy glint in Yun Feiyang's eyes and the palpable chill emanating from his entire being. Standing not far from Yun Feiyang, Uncle Rong couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. Uncle Rong understood exactly what Yun Feiyang was thinking. Shen Mengtian's plight was strikingly similar to Yun Feiyang's own.
Both were illegitimate children of wealthy families, forced to acknowledge their blood ties for the sake of interests. The heads of these powerful families were all cut from the same cloth.
Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he let out a cold snort. Another illegitimate child.
These men from prestigious families sow their wild oats everywhere, deceiving women into bearing their children, only to abandon them heartlessly afterward. Shen Lanji, Shen Mengtian, Huang Feng, and Yun Feiyang. Compared to Shen Mengtian, Yun Feiyang at least had Uncle Rong to help him.
But Shen Mengtian?
She had to fend for herself.
Young master, how did you come to know Miss Shen Mengtian?
Uncle Rong could tell Yun Feiyang wanted to help Shen Mengtian, otherwise he wouldn't have sought him out for information about her.
Could it be that this Shen Mengtian is Yun Feiyang's lover? Well, a cold beauty like Shen Mengtian, what man wouldn't be drawn to her?
But considering Yun Feiyang's bond with Su Yuhan, Uncle Rong found it hard to understand.
Yun Feiyang was steadfastly devoted to Su Yuhan, how could he possibly act recklessly?
Yun Feiyang seemed to sense Uncle Rong's confusion and explained the relationship between Huang Feng and Shen Mengtian. Hearing this, Uncle Rong's expression tightened. Young master, are you saying that all these years, you've been serving as a mercenary abroad?
Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod.
That's correct. Though Yun Feiyang's response was casual, it sent shockwaves through Uncle Rong's mind.
Rongshu understood better than anyone the hardships of being a mercenary abroad. Put simply, foreign mercenaries risked their lives for money, undertaking missions that were literally life or death affairs. No wonder Yun Feiyang could cripple a top-tier Muay Thai expert like Atai with a single punch. It was forged through blood and flesh.
Young master, you've endured so much over the years.
Uncle Rong's tone carried self-reproach.
Had he reached out to Yun Feiyang sooner, perhaps the young master wouldn't have endured such suffering.
If anything had happened to Yun Feiyang overseas, how could Uncle Rong ever face Shinlanji? Yun Feiyang waved his hand. For me, it was actually a process of tempering. Without that overseas experience, I might have remained just an ordinary person my whole life. His time serving in the military abroad had tempered Yun Feiyang into a more patient and resilient person. Otherwise, the moment he saw Yun Shearu, he might have punched her right then and there. Young master, you've endured so much hardship. Uncle Rong said, hands folded respectfully. There are many paths to tempering oneself, and Yun Feiyang chose the most perilous one. Fortunately, Yun Feiyang was still alive and well here. Rong, assign men to secretly protect Shen Mengtian's safety. Ensure Kong Zhuo doesn't harass her. Also, have people monitor every move of the Kong family in Donghai. If they behave themselves, I'll let them live out their remaining years in peace. But if they dare to act recklessly, they'll have no one to blame but themselves. A flicker of coldness passed through Yun Feiyang's eyes. Young master, leave this matter to me. Rest assured. Uncle Rong understood Yun Feiyang's meaning. Setting aside the Hornet connection, Yun Feiyang felt a deep personal empathy for Shen Mengtian. Uncle Rong would never allow the Donghai Kong family to harm Shen Mengtian. Just then, Yun Feiyang's phone rang. Seeing the caller, Yun Feiyang, whose demeanor had been icy, curled the corners of his mouth upward. Uncle Rong couldn't help but shake his head at the warm smile. Was this really the same icy man who had just moments ago struck fear into even him? At that moment, Yun Feiyang gazed as if witnessing the most tender thing in the world. Yuhan? Sure enough, Uncle Rong guessed correctly. The caller was undoubtedly Su Yuhan. Besides Su Yuhan, who else could draw such a tender side from Yun Feiyang? Have you returned to Donghai yet? Didn't we agree I'd take you clothes shopping? Su Yuhan's voice came through the phone, warming Yun Feiyang's heart. After returning, he'd been conscripted as a laborer by Sister Rong and nearly forgot this important matter. Where are you now? I'll come find you immediately. The thought that this would be his first time shopping with Su Yuhan made Yun Feiyang's heart race. I'm still at the office, but you don't need to come here. Let's meet at the north entrance of Sunshine Department Store. I'll wait for you there. To be honest, Su Yuhan felt a bit strange inside too. Not only was this her first time shopping with Yun Feiyang, but back in college, even though Gao Guangping was her boyfriend, she had never engaged in any overly intimate behavior with him. So strictly speaking, this was also Su Yuhan's first time shopping with a man. and it was specifically to buy clothes for Feiyang.
She'd never been this invested in a man before.
Of course, Su Yuhan had her own reasons.
She had resolved to open her heart to Feiyang. After all, he was her husband. She couldn't very well appear cheap and stingy in front of her close friends.
That would be a complete embarrassment to her reputation.
Feiyang was now highly motivated, joining her in starting the business. Even the 200 million yuan in seed funding for the new company came with his help. With a few style tweaks, Su Yuhan believed she could still hold her head high taking the somewhat handsome Feiyang out in public. She used to misunderstand him, thinking he was a deadbeat son-in-law just coasting through life.
But now, Su Yuhan had begun to see him in a different light. Feiyang was definitely not a loafer. Alright, I'll be right over.
Feiyang hung up with a smile, so radiant that even Uncle Rome beside him could sense the warmth at the corners of his mouth.
Chapter 166, Su Yuhan's Dilemma. Young master, are you going on a date with Miss Su?
Uncle Rome's face couldn't help but light up with a hint of a smile, mirroring Feiyang's cheerful demeanor.
First date. So nervous.
Feiyang swallowed hard.
I can tell.
Uncle Rome shook his head involuntarily. Perhaps only a sweet-natured girl like Su Yuhan could bring out the tender side of Feiyang, a man who'd weathered storms and trials.
Even when speaking with Hanshan, the big shot of the Yun family in the capital, Feiyang remained perfectly composed. He'd never looked as flustered as he did now. Young master, I've had some experience myself. I wonder if it's appropriate to share.
Uncle Rome said to Feiyang with a smile.
Speak your mind. If it sounds reasonable, I'll listen. Feiyang raised an eyebrow.
Truth be told, he really wasn't skilled at this whole wooing girls business.
Otherwise, how could he have been married to Su Yuhan for over a year, still sleeping on the floor, never even holding her hand? Money is a man's courage, clothes are a man's skin. Young master, you've surely heard that saying?
To win Miss Su's heart is simple. Young master should get himself a proper outfit and bring a fully loaded bank card. My hotel's underground garage has several luxury cars sitting there, tanks full of gas.
If young master fancies one, take any you like.
After hearing Uncle Rome's words, Feiyang pondered for a moment before saying, it makes sense, but my wife went out of her way to buy me clothes today.
If I change into something fancy, wouldn't that ruin her plans? No way, no way.
Feiyang waved his hands repeatedly before adding, but the luxury car and bank card, those I can consider.
This was Feiyang and Su Yuhan's first shopping trip together. Surely Su Yuhan wouldn't just buy things for Feiyang? Feiyang also wanted to buy something Su Yuhan would like. Young master, this is a black card.
It's the highest tier credit card.
If you don't mind, please take it. Today, you can spend as much as you wish.
Rongshu respectfully handed over a black card, smiling warmly as he spoke.
Feiyang took it and fiddled with it for a moment. How could Feiyang not know about black cards?
These so-called black cards were credit cards specially reserved by banks for super VIPs.
Ordinary credit cards have spending limits. But this card? Absolutely no spending limit whatsoever. Put simply, it was a blank check. Of course, such a black card isn't something just anyone can apply for.
In fact, across the entire nation, only a handful of individuals hold such cards.
With this black card, Feiyang truly could spend freely today. Thanks, Uncle Rong. You've really saved my face.
Feiyang grinned widely.
Today, whatever Su Yuhan liked, he could buy it for her. Outside Sunshine Department Store.
Su Yuhan now wore a tailored blazer, a black pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, a stunningly elegant and captivating look. Combined with her exquisite features, she instantly drew countless admiring glances.
This chick's got it going on.
Especially those legs, I could play with them for a year. A sleazy-looking guy nearby smacked his lips with his buddy, his face dripping with envy.
To get with a cold beauty like that? I'd gladly lose 3 years of my life.
Another man rubbed his chin and licked his lips.
Forget 3 years, I'd give 30. To die beneath the peony blossoms even as a ghost, I'd live in splendor.
Su Yuhan naturally refused to acknowledge these whispers.
Yet deep inside, she was torn. Dilemma over money.
To prepare for the new company, Su Yuhan had even dipped into her personal savings, forcing herself to invest several million yuan. In truth, Feiyang had prepared 200 million yuan in startup capital for her.
But given Su Yuhan's temperament, how could she possibly touch that money?
That money was meant to sustain the company, and with no new products in sight, expenses were flowing like water.
The 200 million was for emergencies, only Su Yuhan wouldn't touch a single penny of it. Her bank account now held barely anything. Su Yuhan's best friend had very high standards.
If Feiyang dressed poorly, she'd likely be gossiped about by her friend. That's why Su Yuhan wanted to buy Feiyang the latest Prada men's collection. But the entire outfit would cost nearly 100,000 yuan.
This was indeed a bit of a stretch for Su Yuhan.
On one hand, Feiyang had done her such a huge favor. On the other hand, Su Yuhan was planning to properly introduce her husband to her best friend. How could she be stingy? Gritting her teeth, Su Yuhan resolved to spend the 100,000 yuan.
The Chanel handbag she'd had her eye on earlier? Looks like she couldn't buy it now. For Yun Feiyang's sake, she was willing to give up her beloved handbag.
For a woman, this required immense resolve. After all, handbags cure all ills. Sometimes they're a woman's lifeline. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for Yun Feiyang's figure. She had waited this long, why hadn't he arrived yet? Squeak! Just then, a Ferrari supercar pulled up before Su Yuhan. Its batwing doors slowly opened, instantly drawing countless gazes. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit stepped out, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His refined, scholarly demeanor made several women nearby light up. Wow, did you see that? That guy is so handsome. And he's driving a Ferrari. If I could marry a man like that, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Get real. Look at yourself. The man's lips stretched into a confident smile as he approached Su Yuhan. With what he considered grace, he inquired, "Miss, are you alone?" He had spotted Su Yuhan earlier on the road. Such a prime specimen of beauty had his conquest instincts surging. If he could get this beauty into bed, he'd definitely enjoy himself thoroughly. Damn! Wasn't this guy here to pick up that leggy woman? Damn it, beautiful women really do belong to rich guys. The young men who had been eyeing Su Yuhan earlier snorted in displeasure. Su Yuhan frowned, her tone displeased. I have a date. If you're looking to chat someone up, find someone else. How could Su Yuhan not see through the middle-aged man's intentions? He was using his Ferrari to pick up women in broad daylight. Though he put on an air of sophistication, Su Yuhan understood his twisted motives all too well. Su Yuhan always believed romantic relationships were sacred, though she knew some people would spread their legs for money and benefits. Su Yuhan didn't look down on those women after all, everyone had their own values. She just wasn't one of them. Who could possibly have the privilege of asking out a girl as beautiful as you? Miss, as you can see, this Ferrari is mine. I'm quite interested in you, would you give me the chance? The middle-aged man wore an air of confidence. Using a Ferrari to pick up women, this tactic never fails. He couldn't believe anyone would turn down the allure of such a luxury car. Just then, the roar of an engine echoed around the corner. A Lamborghini Aventador charged toward Su Yuhan with fierce momentum. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to it. What was a Ferrari? This was a Lamborghini. Chapter 167, Auction-Grade License Plate. Holy crap! Did you guys see that? A Lamborghini. Look at that Lamborghini's license plate, dong A00003. That plate? Auction grade. Number 3? Worth a fortune. Who the hell is driving that thing? What's going on? Are all the luxury cars lining up to leave today? Luxury cars? You mean that Ferrari? While the Ferrari is certainly impressive, it's nowhere near this Lamborghini. Just that auction-grade license plate alone puts it leagues ahead of that Ferrari. The faint murmurs around him caused the middle-aged man's expression to darken slightly, his gaze growing complex. They were absolutely right. While a Ferrari might be a respectable car in the eyes of ordinary people, it was nowhere near as impressive as this Lamborghini. Moreover, those two limited edition auction-grade license plates on the Lamborghini? Not just anyone could afford them. They undoubtedly showcased the driver's luxurious status. The middle-aged man had always believed his Ferrari was a face-saving asset, but compared to the owner of this Lamborghini, it paled in comparison. Now, what made the middle-aged man even more nervous was that the Lamborghini, its engine roaring, was heading straight toward him and Su Yuhan. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned a shade of embarrassment. If that car stopped right in front of his Ferrari, he'd be completely overshadowed. Squeal! The Lamborghini executed a stylish drift, coming to a smooth stop right in front of Su Yuhan and the middle-aged man. Even the onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the driver's skill. Could a luxury car like a Lamborghini actually perform a drift? The middle-aged man's face instantly turned awkward. He was wealthy, but nowhere near the level of a super-rich tycoon. He'd spent most of his savings on this Ferrari, even taking out a loan to cover it. It was all for the sake of impressing women. A limited edition license plate? He couldn't afford that either. With a Lamborghini sporting a limited edition auction-grade license plate parked right in front of him, what right did he have to show off his Ferrari? Su Yuhan gazed at the Lamborghini, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Why was this Lamborghini parked right in front of her? Could it be that this Lamborghini's owner, like that middle-aged man, was here to hit on her too? Just then, the Lamborghini's batwing doors slowly opened. When Su Yuhan saw the man stepping out of the car, her eyes instantly sharpened. Even the onlookers grew curious. Who could possibly be driving a Lamborghini with such an auction-grade license plate? Perhaps a scion from one of Donghai's top aristocratic families? But upon seeing the person who stepped out, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The man stepping out of the Lamborghini looked a bit too shabby, didn't he? His entire outfit was clearly off the street stalls, not a single decent piece in sight. The only redeeming quality was the owner's fair complexion and alert demeanor. Beyond that fair complexion and alert demeanor, he had absolutely nothing going for him.
How could someone dressed in such cheap, market stall clothes possibly afford an auction-level Lamborghini? How could that be possible? He must be keeping a low profile. See? That's what a real wealthy person looks like, low-key and classy.
Look at that guy earlier driving a Ferrari, dressed to the nines. You could tell he was just here to pick up girls. From now on, I'll follow the Lamborghini owner's example. Even if I'm rich, I'll be a low-key man. The surrounding chatter made the middle-aged man want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Truth be told, compared to that Lamborghini owner, he wasn't even in the same league. Just that auction-grade license plate alone was something he could never obtain.
License plates like that aren't something you can buy just with money. The owner of that Lamborghini was none other than Feiyang. Given Feiyang's temperament, he wasn't the type to draw such attention. But this was, after all, his first date with Su Yuhan. Better to heed Uncle Rong's seasoned advice.
Feiyang spotted Su Yuhan and naturally, the middle-aged man.
He knew exactly why the man was there, yet Feiyang remained unperturbed. Because Su Yuhan clearly didn't give the middle-aged man the time of day.
Besides, if someone was hitting on his wife in broad daylight, it only proved Feiyang's taste was spot on. That's just how charming Su Yuhan was. Bro, if you want to pick up girls, watch closely, I'll teach you a thing or two. Stepping before the middle-aged man, Feiyang shot him a cold, mocking glance before turning to Su Yuhan. His voice softened as he said, "Beautiful lady, the moment I saw you, a phrase popped into my mind.
Would you care to hear it?" Noticing the mischief in Feiyang's eyes, Su Yuhan shot him a reproachful glance and replied, "Go ahead.
I never believed in ghosts or demons before, but since meeting you, I want a next life.
A next life with you." This understated declaration of affection nearly sent the surrounding crowd into an uproar.
Some young, inexperienced girls now gazed at Feiyang with eyes sparkling like stars. This confession struck a chord deep within their hearts. Driving a Lamborghini with an auction-grade license plate, he had a sweet tongue. Though his clothes weren't much, his fair complexion and slightly handsome looks made him appealing.
Money? Check. Looks? Check. Sweet talk? Check. He was the perfect image in their minds. Where'd you pick up all this smooth talk?
Though Su Yuhan feigned annoyance, her beautiful eyes softened with tenderness. She giggled softly, covering her mouth, her smile blooming like a flower, drawing admiring sighs from the men around her. This icy beauty, when she smiled, it felt like she could melt anyone's heart.
Those around them couldn't help but gaze enviously at Feiyang and Su Yuhan. A perfect match. This must be a match made in heaven.
The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Beyond chasing women, he'd never truly experienced real love. He'd planned to use his Ferrari to charm a rare beauty like Su Yuhan today. After all, a Ferrari packs a serious punch with most women.
But he was wrong. Su Yuhan was no ordinary woman.
Compared to a man like Feiyang, who drove a Lamborghini with an auction-grade license plate, what was he? The very thought of how he'd flaunted that Ferrari in front of Su Yuhan made the middle-aged man feel utterly humiliated. Now, he stood awkwardly before Feiyang and Su Yuhan, this golden couple, feeling utterly mortified. Glancing around and seeing no one paying him any attention, the middle-aged man practically fled into his Ferrari and sped off. Seeing the crowd gathered around, Su Yuhan felt both flattered and slightly embarrassed.
She quickly pulled Feiyang into Sunshine Department Store. Feeling Su Yuhan's soft, delicate hand in his, Feiyang couldn't help but grin like a fool. This was the first time Su Yuhan had ever taken his hand. And she'd taken the initiative. "Feiyang, where'd you get that Lamborghini?"
Arriving at a cafe, Su Yuhan fixed her beautiful eyes on Feiyang and asked curiously.
Chapter 168, Smooth Talker. Lately, Feiyang had been acting in ways that Su Yuhan simply couldn't figure out.
She noticed he was radiating too many oddities. Despite his clearly penniless background, both Mr. Zhang from China Resources and top-tier hacker Jiang Bai showed him considerable respect. Thinking it through calmly, even if a company president held high hopes for Feiyang, it was unlikely he'd invest 200 million yuan in him, right? Now, Feiyang had quietly driven up in a Lamborghini sporting an auction-grade license plate, leaving Su Yuhan utterly astonished. The Lamborghini itself wasn't that surprising after all. You could rent one, but that auction-level license plate was no joke.
That's not a plate just anyone could get their hands on. "Yuhan, if I told you I'm actually the son of a top-tier tycoon, would you believe me?"
Feiyang sipped his coffee, gazing out the window, feeling utterly helpless. He'd repeated this line to Su Yuhan countless times, yet she never believed him.
Feiyang, you think this excuse is funny, don't you? Su Yuhan shot Feiyang a disapproving look. The son of a top-tier tycoon.
Even if he's the kind who won't inherit the family fortune, he's still the offspring of a top-tier wealthy family, spoiled rotten.
And Feiyang? When Su Yuhan first met Feiyang, he had just returned from abroad.
She'd even visited his home, a penniless family living in a rundown neighborhood.
How could this possibly be the life of a second-generation heir to a top-tier wealthy family? Have you found some powerful backer lately? Su Yuhan fixed her beautiful eyes on Feiyang, asking with evident confusion.
If Yun Feiyang had found a powerful patron, it would explain everything. Yun Feiyang sighed and said, Yuhan, when the time is right, I'll tell you everything about my situation.
But now isn't the time.
A solemn expression clouded Yun Feiyang's gaze. Although Yun Feiyang now controlled 1/3 of the resources in the East Sea, compared to the other scions of the Yun family in the capital, he still fell short. Among the third generation of the Yun family in the capital, there were many outstanding individuals. They held the top-tier resources of the Yun family in the capital, resources beyond Yun Feiyang's imagination. Even Yun Hanshan relied on his son to compete for the family inheritance against other heirs, proof of just how treacherous the waters within the imperial city Yun family ran. Yun Feiyang was pivotal to Yun Hanshan's bid for the family inheritance. Should the other heirs learn of Yun Feiyang's existence, they would undoubtedly move to eliminate him. Su Yuhan was Yun Feiyang's wife, and Shen Lanji was his mother. These two closest individuals would undoubtedly be the first targets. Though Yun Feiyang possessed the trump card of qi cultivation, he was still only just beginning his practice. Once he developed sufficiently to rival the other Yun family heirs, he would naturally reveal all these truths to the public. Revealing the truth now would likely bring trouble upon Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan was the person Yun Feiyang cherished most, his Achilles heel. He was willing to give Su Yuhan everything, to make her the happiest woman in the world. How could he bear to let her face danger for no reason? Noticing the unusual look in Yun Feiyang's eyes, Su Yuhan pondered for a moment before saying, "This car. Jiang Bai got it for us, right? I know you and Jiang Bai are close, but we can't keep taking things from him. Don't forget about those 3 top chefs too." At the mention of the 3 top chefs, Yun Feiyang's eyes lit up. He smiled and asked, "Yuhan, are you satisfied with the meals those chefs prepare?" "Yes, very satisfied. Haven't you noticed how radiant I've been lately? Those chefs prepare the same exquisite, delicious dishes every day. My mom invited her girlfriends over, and they raved about the chefs too. It was quite the honor. But you know about the fees." Su Yuhan paused mid-sentence and sighed again. They're top-tier chefs, after all. $6 million in fees. The thought alone weighed heavily on Su Yuhan's mind. As long as you're happy, don't worry about the fee. Curing Su Yuhan's stomach ailment is the priority. Money is just a number to Yun Feiyang. Why bring this up? Su Yuhan waved her hand dismissively. We're here to buy you clothes today. Come with me, I've already spotted an outfit that'll suit you perfectly. Saying this, Su Yuhan took Yun Feiyang's hand and headed toward the 6th floor of Sunshine Department Store. All the way there, Su Yuhan held Yun Feiyang's hand. She didn't read anything into it until Yun Feiyang mustered the courage to clasp her hand back. The moment he did, Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed crimson. It finally dawned on her this was the first time anyone had ever held her hand. "Let go of me." Su Yuhan's face flushed as she tried to pull her hand away, but Yun Feiyang held it tightly. "Since I've decided to hold your hand, I'll never let go for the rest of my life." Yun Feiyang gazed at Su Yuhan, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Where did you pick up all this nonsense? You're such a smooth talker." Su Yuhan shot Yun Feiyang a reproachful glance with her beautiful eyes. The old Yun Feiyang had been a bit of a dullard, good for little more than laundry and cooking. But recently, after Su Yuhan decided to open her heart to him, she discovered he possessed qualities rare in men. "This isn't smooth talk at all. These are my true feelings. What I think is what I say," Yun Feiyang declared earnestly. "So you mean you want to hold my hand and take care of me for the rest of my life?" Su Yuhan fixed her beautiful eyes on Yun Feiyang, asking each word deliberately. "Of course. Didn't I already vow to take care of you for the rest of your life when we got married?" Yun Feiyang shrugged. Su Yuhan's eyes dimmed slightly. Truthfully, back then, the Su family patriarch was still alive. It was he who forced Su Yuhan into marriage with Yun Feiyang. That hastily arranged wedding had always been nothing but a joke in Su Yuhan's heart. Had she ever truly believed a single word Yun Feiyang had spoken? If only she had opened her heart to Yun Feiyang sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have endured so much hardship this past year. "But this past year, haven't I treated you badly? Don't you mind?" Su Yuhan said, her teeth clenched. "Mind?" Yun Feiyang smiled. "What's there to mind? Treating you well is only natural. You're my wife, the wife I chose to marry willingly." Seeing Yun Feiyang's resolute yet calm expression, Su Yuhan's heart stirred. It turned out that in Yun Feiyang's heart, he had always regarded Su Yuhan as his wife. Yet throughout their marriage, Su Yuhan had consistently seen Yun Feiyang as a good-for-nothing deadbeat. This was heaven giving her, Su Yuhan, a chance. She would make it up to Yun Feiyang from now on. At this thought, Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly. She tightened her grip on Yun Feiyang's small hand. Chapter 169, Looking Down on People. The 6th floor housed the luxury goods section of Sunshine Department Store. Major luxury brands from around the world had stores here, and the competition was fierce. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Su Yuhan went straight to the point, pulling Yun Feiyang into the Prada boutique. Inside the Prada boutique, several customers were being assisted by sales associates. But when they saw Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan enter, especially Yun Feiyang's shabby attire, the sales assistants frowned in unison, clearly dismissing them.
This was a luxury brand. Items inside easily started at 5 figures. Feiyang looked like an ordinary guy. Did he even make 5 figures a month? Could he afford luxury goods? Seeing the sales assistant's attitudes, Su Yuhan didn't bother to care. She'd already picked out an outfit. As long as it fit Feiyang, she'd just swipe her card and buy it, no salesperson needed.
Su Yuhan swiftly selected an outfit, handed it to Feiyang, and said, "Go to the fitting room and change into this. If it fits, I'll buy it." Seeing the complete ensemble in Su Yuhan's hands from jacket and shirt to pants and shoes, it was clear she'd come prepared. The thought made Feiyang's smile grow even broader. "Excuse me, where are the fitting rooms?" Feiyang stopped a sales assistant and asked. The saleswoman was in her early 20s. Though she had some natural beauty, her heavy makeup gave her an air of worldliness.
She eyed Feiyang up and down, her face clearly showing disgust.
"Let me be perfectly clear," she said. "The clothes you're holding add up to over 100,000 yuan. Can you even afford them?
And you want to try them on?" The saleswoman's tone was clearly annoyed.
How could Feiyang, dressed head to toe in cheap market finds, possibly afford Prada's latest men's suit?
"Are you kidding me?
If it fits, I'll buy it."
Feiyang replied with a frown.
This kind of snob who judges people by their appearance is so annoying.
"Try it on? Do you even know what brand this is?" "Prada. An international luxury brand.
These clothes are designed by top-tier international designers.
How could they not fit?" The salesgirl rolled her eyes and snorted. "Prada doesn't have fitting rooms.
None of the luxury stores here have them, just mirrors."
"Got that? Judging by your look, first time in our store, huh? Broke as a joke, yet trying to act rich? What a joke."
The saleswoman deliberately raised her voice, instantly drawing the attention of many people in the store.
But their gazes held no sympathy, only a hint of mockery. Luxury goods weren't something ordinary people could afford.
Judging by Feiyang's demeanor, he was probably just another guy who'd blown several months' salary on a luxury item to show off to his friends. Su Yuhan approached, her gaze icy as she forced herself to stay calm.
"How can you be like this? We just wanted to try on some clothes. If you won't let us, fine, but do you have to be so rude about it? That's how I talk. Got a problem with that? Our customers here are all high class. Do you think we can sell clothes that we've been tried on? But you wouldn't understand. Look at that bag in your hand, young lady, it's 3 years old. If you really had money, why would you be carrying around something that old? Don't you know your own worth? Buying clothes that cost over 100,000? Can you even afford it? If not, don't waste our time."
The saleswoman eyed Su Yuhan up and down, then snorted. Though the saleswoman was pretty, she'd worked in luxury stores long enough to develop a sharp eye. Su Yuhan's expression darkened, especially when she noticed the strange looks from those around her, making her feel deeply embarrassed. The bag in Su Yuhan's hand was one she'd splurged on 3 years ago. It was indeed a 3-year-old model. While others might not recognize it, these sales assistants had sharp eyes and spotted it instantly. A true wealthy aristocrat would never be seen carrying around a 3-year-old model. Su Yuhan wanted a new bag herself, but starting her company had drained her finances. She was already planning to use what little money she had left to buy clothes for Feiyang. She simply couldn't spare any extra money for a new handbag for herself. So what if it was 3 years old? If she liked it, she'd keep carrying it. Was that not allowed? Hearing the saleswoman's snide remark, Feiyang frowned and shot back with obvious displeasure. "Ha, this is the first time I've heard someone say something so embarrassing." The saleswoman bellowed, "Do you even understand the tastes of the wealthy elite? They don't care about liking it. What matters is how expensive it is. How new it is. Got it? Those bags in the hands of wealthy ladies? If they're over a year old, they're just stored in their closets for display. Redneck." The saleswoman rolled her eyes. She finally saw it clearly. Feiyang and Su Yuhan were nothing but hicks. If you don't understand luxury goods, why even come to a luxury store? Don't say that. Su Yuhan quickly pulled Feiyang close and whispered urgently. Su Yuhan knew exactly what the sales assistant meant. But how could her family's finances possibly support buying every new handbag to display at home? Feiyang knew nothing about luxury goods, and his nonsense in the store only made them look ridiculous. Sure enough, everyone around them let out cold laughs, their gazes toward Feiyang tinged with mockery. An exhibition? Feiyang shrugged indifferently. That's something only pretentious rich kids would do. People who truly understand money wouldn't spend it that way. Before the age of 5, Feiyang had lived in the Yun family residence in the capital. While some Yun family members spent their days competing over food and clothing, others, those who knew better, worked tirelessly every day. To them, daily necessities were mere formalities. They spent their money where it mattered most. That was the true essence of a wealthy family. You talk like you know the wealthy inside out. If you're so smart, why don't you buy the clothes you're holding? If you can't afford it, stop spouting nonsense. And by the way, we don't have fitting rooms here. Head to the 3rd floor discount section, there are plenty of fitting rooms there. Go buy something.
The sales assistant wasn't buying Yun Feiyang's nonsense. She knew luxury shoppers were big spenders who bought to show off. Why would they care about money? To the saleswoman, Yun Feiyang's words were just excuses for being broke. Who said we don't have money? We're keeping these clothes, we're buying them. Su Yuhan gritted her teeth, angrily pulling out a bank card from her purse and flinging it onto the counter. After all, Su Yuhan had already set her sights on this outfit. Yun Feiyang had a great figure, it would look stunning on her. It was just the shopping experience that had infuriated her. What gives these people the right to act so high and mighty? They look down on people. So he's spending his woman's money, huh? Put. Pretty boy. The sales assistant picked up the card, rolled her eyes, and muttered under her breath. The look she shot Yun Feiyang was pure disdain. She swiped the card casually and tossed it back. Total, 123,600. Thank you for your patronage. We hope you'll save up enough money to visit us again in 6 months. The saleswoman rolled her eyes again, her words dripping with sarcasm. In her mind, this 120,000 plus was probably every penny Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan had saved up over months. You! Su Yuhan was furious. She gritted her teeth, tugged at Yun Feiyang, and huffed, let's go. But when Su Yuhan tugged, Yun Feiyang didn't budge an inch. Let's go. Why stay in this place where they look down on people like dogs? Su Yuhan whispered to Yun Feiyang, her face flushed crimson, clearly fuming at the saleswoman's rudeness. Yun Feiyang shot Su Yuhan a doting glance before replying calmly, Yuhan, you've been wronged. If I don't stand up for you, how could I possibly be your husband? Chapter 170, I'll get revenge for you. The reason Yun Feiyang hadn't interrupted Su Yuhan paying earlier wasn't because he genuinely liked the outfit. It was because this very outfit was something Su Yuhan had personally handpicked for him. Moreover, it was the very first gift Su Yuhan had ever given him. It held immense significance. How could Yun Feiyang bear to interrupt her payment? As for that salesgirl? Now that he had his gift, Yun Feiyang would naturally help Su Yuhan get even. Get revenge? What do you have in mind? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes looked at Yun Feiyang with confusion, her heart quietly worrying. Would Yun Feiyang really do something reckless? This is a Prada luxury boutique, causing trouble here would be a big problem. Just watch from the sidelines. I promise to take care of you for life. I won't let you suffer any injustice in front of me. With that, Yun Feiyang patted Su Yuhan's shoulder and walked up to the sales assistant. Seeing Yun Feiyang hadn't left, the saleswoman frowned and snorted, what? Still here? Want to return it? Let me tell you, our store has never had a single return. If you can't afford it, don't come to Prada to buy luxury goods. Now you regret it? Whose fault is that? You're just a sales clerk. Who do you think you are? Did you open this store? Yun Feiyang stared at the saleswoman, whose eyes clearly judged people by their wealth, a cold smile playing on his lips. Sales assistants like her were inherently materialistic. Unable to afford luxury goods herself, she took a job as a sales assistant in a luxury boutique. But sales assistants barely make a living. If she truly wanted to earn money, why would she choose this job? She's just using her looks to work in luxury stores, hoping to hook up with rich guys. Such people have no real status themselves, yet they think highly of themselves. To put it in one phrase, their ambitions are sky high, but their fortunes are paper thin. They walk around with their noses in the air all day, groveling to the wealthy while looking down their noses at ordinary people. Utterly disgusting. What business is it of yours whether I open it or not? Who are you to interfere? Snapped back at by Yun Feiyang, the salesgirl's face twisted with displeasure as she glared with narrowed eyes. You're not qualified to speak to me. Get your store manager out here. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. You? Want to see our manager? What are you, some kind of nobody? Don't you have the guts to look at yourself in the mirror? What gives you the right to see our manager? Ridiculous. Our manager is too busy for that, okay? The saleswoman sneered contemptuously, her voice rising. Yun Feiyang wasn't about to stoop to her level. He casually picked up a Prada bag nearby. The saleswoman froze as if electrocuted, snapping, hey! Who gave you permission to touch that bag? If you're not buying it, keep your hands off. Don't dirty our merchandise. Now acting like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the saleswoman lunged to grab the bag from Yun Feiyang's hands, only to be dodged by him. Looks like this bag's pretty pricey. With a cold sneer, Yun Feiyang tossed the new Prada bag onto the floor like trash and stomped on it. You're out of your mind. Damaging our store's property? Can you even afford to pay for this? This is the latest model, worth 70 or 80,000 yuan. Selling you wouldn't even cover the cost. Seeing Yun Feiyang causing trouble, the sales clerk immediately started yelling at the top of her lungs. This drew the attention of everyone in the entire Prada store. Even passers-by outside were drawn to the commotion, lingering at the entrance with curious stares directed inside. Su Yuhan panicked, urgently pulling Yun Feiyang back and pleading, what are you doing? You've ruined the bag, we'll have to buy it now. I know you're doing this for me, but you didn't have to go this far. Su Yuhan was panicking.
She'd just spent over 120,000 on clothes for Yun Feiyang, and her bank account was nearly empty.
Su Yuhan had seen this new bag. It was priced at 88,888 yuan. That was far beyond Su Yuhan's budget.
Yun Feiyang just smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I've got this covered."
He had it under control?
Su Yuhan was beside herself.
What did Yun Feiyang have under control? Spending over 80,000 yuan, wasn't that just throwing money away? What's going on? What's all this commotion?
Just then, an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman hurried past. Seeing the chaotic scene, her beautiful eyes darkened.
Yun Feiyang spotted the name tag on her chest. Store manager. Manager, thank goodness you're here. Some kid is causing trouble over here. We should call the police right away.
The sales assistant hurried over to the store manager, her face caked in a thick layer of foundation, forcing a flattering smile.
It's true, I'm causing trouble. But if I hadn't, I doubt I'd ever see you, the store manager.
Yun Feiyang fixed his gaze on the store manager. A faint chill flowed from his narrowed eyes, making even someone like the manager who had seen her share of aristocrats feel a twinge of unease.
Esteemed customer, how might our humble establishment have offended you? To provoke such anger?
After all, Yun Feiyang was standing on a bag worth over 80,000.
With him causing such a scene, how could this bag possibly sell now?
Manager, these two are just broke guys trying to buy some luxury goods to show off to their friends. I just gave them a cold shoulder, and they started smashing things.
Hearing the saleswoman's words, Yun Feiyang laughed. You sure know how to turn the tables. Everyone in the store heard how rude you were, didn't they? If the saleswoman had just quietly bought her clothes and left, why would Yun Feiyang have gotten involved to defend Su Yuhan? She looked down on people with her dog eyes. No wonder Yun Feiyang lost his temper. Besides, this jerk had offended Su Yuhan, the person Yun Feiyang cherished most. My staff may have been a bit careless with their words, but customer, you're standing on merchandise from my store. I expect an explanation. Hearing the store manager's words, Yun Feiyang was so furious he laughed. So you're saying it's my fault? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly. You bear some responsibility too. Here's the deal, buy the product you're standing on, apologize to my staff, and I'll pretend nothing happened. The manager sized up Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan. Neither looked like anyone of importance, just two people trying to save face after being mocked. Such nobodies weren't worth the store manager's attention. The shopkeeper's words made Yun Feiyang's eyes narrow slightly. He was struggling to suppress his rage. It was clearly the salesgirl's harsh words that had caused this situation. And now he was expected to apologize? That's not how the world works. Su Yuhan tugged at Yun Feiyang's sleeve from behind and whispered, forget it. Don't dwell on it. These people have been arrogant for ages. Even if you make a scene, it won't change anything. I'll go pay now. You stay quiet. Yun Feiyang reached out to stop Su Yuhan, who was trying to make peace, and said coldly, I promised I wouldn't let you suffer injustice, and I will make sure of it. Trust me. His gaze fixed coldly on the store manager as he continued, alright then. To spare you from saying I'm being rude, I'll give you a chance. Have that salesperson apologize to my wife right now, then pack up and get out. I'll let it go. But if you insist on protecting her, don't blame me. Consider this your warning. Your position as manager isn't easy to come by. Treasure it. Chapter 171, Don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll protect you. Cherish it? Yun Feiyang's words couldn't have been clearer. A threat. But to the store manager and the sales assistant, Yun Feiyang's words sounded like pure comedy. Manager, did you hear that? This kid is threatening us. A brat like him who doesn't know his place should be kicked out of our store with a big stick. The sales clerk declared haughtily. The store manager's eyes held a cold sneer. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten her? Does that mean this kid across the way has the power to fire her, the store manager? That's ridiculous. She had powerful connections backing her. He's got connections at the vice president level of Donghai Corporation. How much clout does this kid have to get her fired? What a load of bull. I don't want your opportunity. But I'll give you one, apologize to my staff right now. Otherwise, you won't have an easy time either. The store manager sneered coldly, a trace of contempt curling her lips. Running a luxury boutique like this, she clearly had some skills. Since you refused to seize this chance, don't blame me. Yun Feiyang's face darkened as he dialed Uncle Ron's number. Sunshine Department Store is your property, right? The Prada store manager on the 6th floor has no sense of propriety and provoked Yuhan. You should know how to handle this, correct? Yun Feiyang had seen Sunshine Department Store listed among Uncle Ron's assets. Though Prada wasn't Uncle Ron's brand, the entire building was his domain. Whether or not that storefront gets leased is entirely up to Uncle Ron. Click. Before Uncle Ron could respond, Yun Feiyang hung up the phone. Uncle Ron panicked on the other end and immediately dialed another number. Is this Mr. Bai? My honored guest suffered an injustice at your Sunshine Department Store location. I'm giving you one chance to personally resolve this on site. Should anything happen to my honored guest, you know the consequences. Click.
Uncle Rong didn't give Mr. Bai a chance to respond before hanging up again. Uncle Rong had taken his frustration out on Yun Feiyang, and now he was venting it on others. This Mr. Bai was the general manager of Prada's Donghai agency. He knew Uncle Rong was Donghai's underground kingpin, while Mr. Bai was, at best, just a company general manager. It sounded impressive, but Uncle Rong could crush him with a single finger. Yet this man was Uncle Rong's benefactor.
Judging by that tone, someone even Uncle Rong fawns over? That's no small matter.
The thought alone sent General Manager Bai scrambling. He threw on his coat and practically bolted from the office, frantically dialing a number as he fled. Meanwhile, inside the store, both the manager and the sales clerk wore cold, mocking smiles.
Who does this kid think he's intimidating? It's just making a phone call to get someone over. Who can't do that?
The store manager smugly pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Soon, she adopted a high-pitched, coquettish tone.
Deputy Manager Zhang, it's Xiaomei here. Are you busy? It's been so long since you've come to see me.
The shop manager deliberately affected this voice. It was so sweet it could practically melt someone. But you could tell right away that the store manager was deliberately affecting that voice. It was completely different from Sister Rong's bone-deep, natural charm. True tenderness flows like water, it can't be faked.
I'm being bullied now, do you have time?
If you don't back me up, I might get upset and start saying things I shouldn't. The store manager and this deputy general manager Zhang have a secret affair. Of course, it was precisely through this connection with deputy manager Zhang that she became store manager.
Alright, I'll be waiting here for you. Hurry up and come.
After hanging up, the store manager shot Yun Feiyang a smug glance. The message was crystal clear.
Anyone can call someone. The sales assistant standing nearby added with an air of superiority, Hey, kid, you know who our store manager called? Vice President Zhang from Prada's agency.
He's the senior vice president in charge of the company's marketing and sales departments.
If he finds out you've offended our store manager, do you know what the consequences will be?
The relationship between our store manager and Vice President Zhang is no ordinary one.
Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, so he's just a lover? That relationship is indeed special. Anyone with eyes could see the connection between the store manager and Vice President Zhang. Yun Feiyang had merely made it public. The store manager's face darkened with fury as he growled under his breath, Kid, you'll be sorry about this later. In the store manager's eyes, Vice President Zhang was the kind of person with connections reaching the highest levels. Otherwise, the store manager wouldn't have become his mistress. Yun Feiyang ignored the store manager, a cold smile lingering on his lips. The matter was simple enough. The sales clerk looked down on Su Yuhan and mocked her. Yun Feiyang wanted to restore Su Yuhan's dignity, that was all there was to it.
But the store manager insisted on making it so complicated. After all, the sales assistant was the one who made the mistake first.
If she hadn't mocked Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang wouldn't have made things more complicated. At that moment, Su Yuhan looked at Yun Feiyang with a complex expression, her eyes reflecting both tension and resentment.
She knew Yun Feiyang was doing this for her sake, wanting to stand up for her, but timing matters. This was a store for a global luxury brand, after all. To open a store in a place like Sunshine Department Store, the connections involved must be no small matter.
Even with good intentions, Yun Feiyang shouldn't have gone head-to-head with them. What if he angered the other party? Given Su Yuhan's current standing, how could she possibly confront them? Isn't this just deliberately causing trouble for her? But with things already escalated to this point, Su Yuhan had no choice.
As Su Yuhan glanced at Yun Feiyang, he wore a calm, composed smile, a sight that truly drove her mad. With the situation so urgent, how could Yun Feiyang still be smiling? Was he deliberately trying to infuriate her? Su Yuhan tugged at Yun Feiyang's sleeve and muttered angrily, Why can't you keep your cool? He'd always been so nonchalant before, why was he acting so impulsive today? Seeing Su Yuhan's slightly anxious expression, Yun Feiyang reassured her with a smile, Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll protect you. Though Yun Feiyang's words touched Su Yuhan deeply, standing up for others required timing. With that thought, Su Yuhan sighed softly and said, Don't say anything rash later. I'll see if I can save face for you. Got it? Su Yuhan shot Yun Feiyang a reproachful glance. After all, he was stepping in for her sake. Naturally, she wouldn't abandon him. Even though Su Yuhan didn't trust Yun Feiyang, seeing her concern still sent a warm current through his heart. Just then, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Not far away, he had spotted Deputy Manager Zhang's figure. Chapter 172, Must You Be So Ruthless? Deputy Director Zhang, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I would have been bullied terribly. The store manager adopted a pitifully helpless expression and burrowed into Vice President Zhang's embrace, instantly igniting his protective instincts. Yun Feiyang glanced at Deputy Manager Zhang a few times. A pot-bellied middle-aged man, he couldn't fathom how the store manager could throw herself into someone like that. Deputy Manager Zhang surveyed the area, then strode toward Yun Feiyang with an air of superiority. Young man, you're being awfully bold, aren't you? Causing trouble in our Prada store? Who gave you the nerve? Deputy Manager Zhang scrutinized Yun Feiyang, finding nothing particularly impressive about him.
Instead, his gaze settled on Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan instantly lit up Vice President Zhang's eyes.
Working for a global luxury brand like Prada, Vice President Zhang had seen his share of beautiful women. But a woman like Su Yuhan, radiating an icy elegance, was truly rare. Even a man like Deputy Manager Zhang, who had been through the ranks of countless beauties, had never encountered such a rare gem.
Now, Vice President Zhang's gaze began to roam over Su Yuhan's figure, his eyes burning with intensity. This instantly caused Yun Feiyang's gaze to turn icy.
Meanwhile, the store manager in Vice President Zhang's arms wore a displeased expression. She knew Vice President Zhang's nature utterly lecherous. She feared he was already scheming something indecent. Su Yuhan also found Vice President Zhang's blatant gaze repulsive, but she had no recourse. At this moment, she had no choice but to step forward.
You must be Deputy Director Zhang? I apologize on behalf of my husband, his behavior was indeed inappropriate. I hope Deputy Director Zhang will grant me, Su Yuhan, a favor. I will purchase this bag and will consider the matter settled. How does that sound? Su Yuhan?
At Su Yuhan's words, countless eyes instantly turned toward her, filled with curiosity. Su Yuhan was renowned in Donghai for her beauty, formidable abilities, and aloof charm, not to mention her striking looks.
So it was her? But hadn't it been rumored that this woman, whose beauty was renowned throughout Donghai, had suddenly gotten married a year ago? And to a good-for-nothing who married into the Su family? Could this be the guy? So she's Su Yuhan, no wonder she's so stunning. And that guy beside her must be the good-for-nothing husband who married into the Su family, right? What's so impressive about him? He's just a son-in-law who married into the family. What's there to brag about? The way he was on the phone, I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a son-in-law.
The store manager overheard the surrounding chatter, wearing a smug, cold smile as he snorted. So this is the famed Su family son-in-law. You played the part well just now. Think one phone call can get me fired from my manager position? Dream on. You're as absurd as a pig trying to pretend to be an elephant.
Su Yuhan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Yun Feiyang's earlier words had indeed been far too presumptuous.
She had intended to settle this privately, but with things escalating like this, it would be utterly humiliating.
Just then, a warm, large hand clasped Su Yuhan's, instantly lifting her spirits.
Turning around, Yun Feiyang patted her shoulder and said, "It's not your fault.
Why apologize? Don't you trust your husband at all?" Trust? How could she possibly trust him? He was the vice president of a renowned international luxury brand. Su Yuhan had lived with Yun Feiyang for over a year.
Beyond doing laundry and cooking every day, Yun Feiyang hadn't accomplished much.
If Yun Feiyang had any real prospects, why would he have married into the Su family? And how could he possibly endure the humiliation in the Su household? At that moment, Vice President Zhang's gaze toward Yun Feiyang was tinged with contempt. He was just a lowly son-in-law who couldn't hold his own. What was he trying to pull? Deputy Director Zhang was the kingpin in the eyes of every woman he knew. How could this freeloading son-in-law, living off a woman, possibly compare? With that thought, Deputy Director Zhang strode toward Su Yuhan with an air of superiority. But halfway there, Yun Feiyang blocked his path. "Kid, move aside. I don't talk to losers." Deputy Director Zhang snorted with a frown, his tone dripping with contempt for Yun Feiyang. "You're playing with fire." Though a faint smile played at Yun Feiyang's lips, his eyes flashed with icy coldness. He was holding back his rage. Today was Yun Feiyang's first date with Su Yuhan. He truly didn't want to leave her with any bad memories. Yun Feiyang was already exercising tremendous restraint over his rage. "Still trying to act tough with me? You're nothing but a pathetic loser. What gives you the right to speak to me? A beauty like Miss Su deserves someone worthy." Deputy Director Zhang wore a lecherous grin, practically drooling as he stared at Su Yuhan. Seeing Yun Feiyang's grim expression, Su Yuhan quickly grabbed his arm from behind, terrified he might cause another scene. "Deputy Director Zhang, you're a man of the world, please offer a solution." Su Yuhan had come today solely to shop for clothes. Now that she'd achieved her goal, she didn't want to waste another second in this disgusting place. "Miss Su is so sensible." Deputy Director Zhang's lecherous grin deepened. "Since Miss Su is giving me such face, I'll return the favor. Tonight, at the Luyu Hotel, I'll host a dinner. I hope to discuss a solution privately with Miss Su then. But I have one condition: I don't want any of those in-laws who aren't fit for public company showing up at the banquet." As Deputy Director Zhang spoke, he stared at Yun Feiyang with a smug, boastful expression, his nostrils practically flaring with arrogance. "Luyu Hotel? Isn't that the notorious hookup hotel in Donghai? Rooms and dining all under one roof, plenty of people go there for affairs. No, can't you tell? This Deputy Director Zhang is trying to hit on Su Yuhan." "What hit on? He'll just use today's incident to threaten her a bit, and she'll immediately go to a hotel room with him. Damn it, how could a top-tier beauty like Su Yuhan end up with trash like Vice President Zhang? A man who can't protect his own wife is useless." The buzzing whispers around her instantly turned Su Yuhan's face icy. Deputy Director Zhang, I came here with sincerity. Don't push this too far. Besides, it was your men who showed us disrespect first. Su Yuhan's expression was icy. If she agreed to Deputy Director Zhang's terms, wouldn't that be publicly cuckolding Yun Feiyang? Su Yuhan would never do such a thing. Oh? Miss Su is rejecting my proposal? Vice President Zhang deliberately drawled, then I can only express my regret. We'll take legal action. Deputy Director Zhang was deliberately trying to intimidate Su Yuhan. This was a minor matter, nothing at all. Deputy Director Zhang was merely using this incident to pressure Su Yuhan. Deputy Director Zhang, must you be so ruthless? Su Yuhan said coldly. Of course, I could also give Miss Su some face. This world is fair. If you don't want to pay the price, how can you expect to reap the benefits? As long as Miss Su is willing to join me. Bang! Before Vice President Zhang could finish his sentence, his body flew backward as if struck by a car. Chapter 173, You've got to be kidding me. Whoosh! Thud! Deputy Director Zhang's nearly 200-pound frame slammed heavily onto the floor, dragging the pitiful-looking store manager in his arms several steps backward until she sat down in a heap. Not far away, Yun Feiyang slowly withdrew his leg, his gaze icy cold. Whoa! Everyone instinctively turned to look at Yun Feiyang, their eyes filled with astonishment. Deputy Director Zhang weighed over 200 pounds. He was kicked flying just like that? That kid's leg strength is terrifying. This was nothing like the weakling son-in-law they'd imagined. Su Yuhan had no time to marvel at Yun Feiyang's prowess. Her mind was on the verge of chaos. Yun Feiyang has absolutely no idea what chaos is. If there had been any room for reconciliation earlier, now there was likely none left for a private settlement. Kicking Zhang like that felt incredibly satisfying, but it had also completely alienated that scheming Vice President Zhang. Deputy Director Zhang would definitely come after Yun Feiyang. Sure enough, Deputy Director Zhang scrambled to his feet, looking utterly disheveled. It took him a full minute to catch his breath, his eyes blazing with such fury he looked like he could devour Yun Feiyang whole. Deputy Director Zhang was the big shot in everyone's eyes. How could he be beaten today by a lowly son-in-law who wasn't even worthy of being seen? How could this be tolerated? Kid, mark my words, you've pissed me off. This isn't over. Deputy Director Zhang glared at Yun Feiyang, his teeth clenched in rage. You really don't know your place. Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, if I hadn't held back just now, you probably wouldn't be able to stand up right now. You? How do you plan to settle this with me? Yun Feiyang was telling the truth. Even before Yun Feiyang had access to true qi, his footwork was already astonishing. A pot-bellied oaf like Vice President Zhang? Yun Feiyang could handle him with one hand. Had Yun Feiyang not held back to spare Su Yuhan the embarrassment, a full-powered kick would have sent Deputy Director Zhang flying to his death. Fine. Kid, you just wait. I'm calling for backup right now. Deputy Director Zhang snatched his phone in a rage. He was a big shot in Donghai. Dealing with a lowly son-in-law who couldn't hold his own? Piece of cake. Zhang Guodong. Have you lost your mind? You dare call for backup? Just then, a sharp, commanding voice bellowed out, startling everyone. A man in a sharp suit strode over. Deputy Director Zhang froze. Wasn't that the company's director Bai? What was he doing here? Deputy General Manager Zhang couldn't help but glance at the store manager. Had the store manager sent the message to General Manager Bai? Could it be, this woman has something going on with General Manager Bai? The store manager shook her head at Deputy Manager Zhang in confusion. She had no idea how Mr. Bai ended up here. She certainly didn't have enough clout to get him to come. Regardless, this was the company's general manager. Deputy Manager Zhang hurried over, bowing and scraping, his face plastered with a fake smile. Mr. Bai, why have you personally come here for some insignificant nobody? Rest assured, I can handle such small fry myself. Smack! No sooner had Vice President Zhang finished speaking than General Manager Bai delivered a sharp slap across his face. The blow stunned not only Vice President Zhang but left everyone else utterly dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Mr. Bai, did you hit the wrong person? Vice President Zhang clutched his face, utterly disbelieving. What had he done to provoke such fury from Mr. Bai? A slap is the least of it. I could have killed you. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have blown this out of proportion. Mr. Bai glared at Deputy Director Zhang, fire practically shooting from his eyes as he gritted his teeth and spat out the words. On his way here, Mr. Bai specifically called Uncle Rong to apologize. Uncle Rong had set a bottom line for him. If he couldn't secure Uncle Rong's forgiveness, Uncle Rong would immediately revoke the store's lease. Not only would Prada be barred from Sunshine Department Store, but the brand would be banned from all of Uncle Rong's luxury high-rise buildings. This meant Prada would be shut out of nearly 30% of Donghai's luxury buildings. What a devastating blow. After all these years in Donghai, General Manager Bai had worked tirelessly to secure the agency rights and build the company into what it is today. Losing over a third of their stores at once would severely weaken their competitiveness.
Mr. Bai understood why Vice President Zhang was here nothing more than venting his anger on the store manager.
This Deputy General Manager Zhang must be blind to risk offending Uncle Ron's influential patron over a lover? Does he want to die?
Even if Deputy Manager Zhang is courting disaster, General Manager Bai must carry on. With this thought, General Manager Bai approached Yun Feiyang with utmost deference, his face bearing a mix of respect and apprehension.
He bowed respectfully and said, "You must be Mr. Yun Feiyang?
It was my oversight that allowed these incompetent staff members to neglect you.
I apologize to Mr. Yun Feiyang right now.
I'm truly sorry. I hope you won't hold the entire Prada store responsible for the negligence of a few misguided individuals." With that, Mr. Bai bowed deeply before Yun Feiyang in full view of the crowd, his expression utterly fawning.
What? Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. They stared at Yun Feiyang as if he were an alien. What on earth was happening? Wasn't Yun Feiyang just a lowly son-in-law who couldn't hold his own? How did he earn such preferential treatment from CEO Bai? Something doesn't add up here. Could it be that Yun Feiyang has some powerful connections behind him? Su Yuhan, standing nearby, was utterly stunned.
She stared blankly at Yun Feiyang, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief.
Was this really the same Yun Feiyang she knew, the one who used to be bossed around by Zhang Qiuyun at the Su household? This was the general manager of Prada's agency company.
Though not a major player, General Manager Bai held some standing in Donghai's fashion circles.
Why was he being so deferential to Yun Feiyang? This made no sense. In Su Yuhan's memory, Yun Feiyang had always been soft-spoken and meek. Yet Bai Zong's respectful demeanor clearly showed he was both wary and afraid of Yun Feiyang. What kind of background did Yun Feiyang have? Su Yuhan took a deep breath. She realized she couldn't figure Yun Feiyang out at all anymore.
Not far away, Deputy Manager Zhang, the store manager, and the sales assistant were practically trembling with fright. So General Manager Bai had actually been summoned by Yun Feiyang with just one phone call. They had assumed Yun Feiyang was just putting on airs, but now it seemed he truly possessed the capability. One phone call, and General Manager Bai came running over like a puppy, acting all fawning. This wasn't some lowly son-in-law, this was the kind of treatment only a big shot would get. At this thought, Deputy Manager Zhang and the other two felt their knees go weak. Why on earth would Yun Feiyang, a big shot himself, choose to be a son-in-law to the Su family? Did he lose his mind? Now they'd gone and provoked a man even Mr. Bai fawned over. What were they to do? Chapter 174, Security. Who the hell are you? At that moment, Yun Feiyang's casual remark nearly made everyone present choke on their own blood. Yun Feiyang doesn't recognize Mr. Bai? So Yun Feiyang wasn't calling Mr. Bai? But to someone else? That was even more terrifying. The person Yun Feiyang called someone who could command such deference from Mr. Bai was definitely no ordinary individual. Su Yuhan understood. No wonder Yun Feiyang has been so successful lately, he really is backed by some big shot. This big shot, who even made Prada's CEO treat him with such deference, couldn't possibly be a small fry. This thought sparked Su Yuhan's curiosity. Who exactly was the person backing Yun Feiyang? Mr. Bai hurriedly introduced himself with utmost deference. Forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm the general manager of Prada's Donghai agency. My surname is Bai. Mr. Yun, you can call me Xiao Bai. Little Bai? Everyone's lips twitched involuntarily. If others knew that the esteemed Mr. Bai actually allowed someone to call him Little Bai, especially a young man in his 20s, they'd likely go mad. After all, how many people longed for a chance to curry favor with Mr. Bai but never got it? Indeed, the influence behind Yun Feiyang was truly immense. You're the general manager? Well, now you have the authority to speak with me. Yun Feiyang pointed toward the store manager and sales assistant nearby. I don't want to accuse your people falsely. You can go ask them yourself what really happened. Mr. Bai turned around, his expression darkening instantly. He roared, "You three! Get over here this instant!" Though they treated Yun Feiyang with utmost respect, in front of these insolent fools, General Manager Bai still commanded immense authority. Deputy Manager Zhang and the other two hurried over, trembling. The sales assistant girl was already crying from fear. Are big shots these days also low-key? But as a son-in-law who marries into the family, he's dressed like a refugee. What on earth is she to do now? She'd offended someone even Mr. Bien was sucking up to. How was she supposed to get by for the rest of her life? If only she hadn't looked down on people like that. Seeing the sales clerk's tear-streaked face, Yun Feiyang felt not a shred of pity for him. It only proved she deserved it. Yun Feiyang had the means to fight back, but what about the ordinary people she'd mocked for no reason? They might be hard-working young men who saved months of wages to buy their girlfriends a decent gift. Or middle-aged men who'd worked their entire lives just to reignite the spark with their wives. These were simple, kind-hearted people. Why should they endure the snide remarks of a snobbish sales clerk? Today, Yun Feiyang wasn't just seeking justice for himself, he was seeking justice for all those who'd been mocked by that sales clerk before. Stop crying. What's there to cry about? What injustice have you suffered? Mr. Bai's nose is practically crooked with rage.
If he hadn't come today, and things had spiraled beyond repair, what then?
The sales clerk shuddered in fright, sniffling as she stared at Yun Feiyang with terror in her eyes, pleading silently.
Explain clearly what happened.
If you dare lie to me, I'll skin you alive. Mr. Bai's furious roar sent a chill down the sales assistant's spine. Left with no choice, the sales clerk recounted the entire incident in detail, daring not to withhold anything.
After listening, Mr. Bai roared, "Are you blind?
Even if Mr. Yun were an ordinary person, you shouldn't have spoken so disrespectfully. What do you take our store for?
A place to flaunt your snobbery? What kind of person are you?"
The saleswoman threw caution to the wind, kneeling before Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan with a thud, her voice filled with supplication.
"I'm so sorry, both of you.
I didn't recognize your importance and treated you disrespectfully.
Please don't hold it against me, I truly didn't mean it. I'll never do it again. Not just to you two, but to anyone I meet, I'll be respectful."
The sales assistant truly meant every word.
What if she ever encountered another big shot dressed like Yun Feiyang again? What if she mistook someone and offended them? What then?
Seeing this, the store manager and deputy manager Zhang immediately knelt before Su Yuhan and Yun Feiyang as well, heads bowed low, bodies trembling. Those around them couldn't help but shake their heads.
Were these really the same three people who had been so arrogant just moments ago? In the presence of a true big shot, these three were as weak-kneed as lapdogs.
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes held a complex mix of emotions. To be honest, she still felt as if she were living in a dream. She had thought the situation was deadlocked, yet unexpectedly, Yun Feiyang had resolved it with just one phone call. The irony was that Yun Feiyang had repeatedly assured Su Yuhan, telling her to leave everything to him and relax. But Su Yuhan hadn't believed him at all. At this thought, Su Yuhan couldn't help but shake her head. Was Yun Feiyang still that husband who only knew how to do laundry and cook in her eyes? "I told you I'd get revenge for you. Do you believe me now?" Just as Su Yuhan was lost in her thoughts, Yun Feiyang's gentle voice drifted over. His gaze was gentle, as if in his eyes, Su Yuhan was everything. A wave of warmth washed over Su Yuhan's heart. To be honest, this feeling was strange. After getting married, Su Yuhan felt utterly drained. As the sole woman holding the entire household together, she had to take the lead in everything. But today, Su Yuhan suddenly felt a sense of security emanating from Yun Feiyang. This sense of security deeply intoxicated her. Wasn't the marriage she'd always longed for precisely this, standing behind her husband, being an elegant woman who nurtured her family? "Thank you," Su Yuhan murmured softly. "It's the least I could do." Yun Feiyang's lips curved into a smile. Over a decade ago, Su Yuhan had saved Yun Feiyang. This was Yun Feiyang's way of repaying her. He would make Su Yuhan the happiest woman in the world. "Mr. Yun, how should we handle these individuals? The decision is yours." At that moment, General Manager Bai respectfully addressed Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang snorted coldly. "I want to avenge my wife. You should understand what I mean, right?" Mr. Bai dared not say he didn't understand. If it's about venting, then they must be punished severely. Otherwise, if Yun Feiyang's anger isn't appeased, Uncle Rome will take it out on you, Mr. Bai. You three starting today, don't bother coming to work. Get the hell out of here. And that's not all. I'll have my lawyers file a lawsuit against you. Given the damage you've done to the company's reputation, I reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. What? Deputy General Manager Zhang and the others panicked upon hearing this. Not only were they losing their livelihoods, but they were also facing lawsuits? This punishment was too severe. If the charges stick, they'll have criminal records. Even if they were released, what company would dare hire them afterward? Their prospects would be utterly ruined. Mr. Bai, please show mercy. If you do this, how will I ever live again? Deputy Director Zhang was practically weeping, his face etched with desperate pleading. But General Manager Bai paid no heed to his pleas. Turning, he bowed respectfully to Yun Feiyang. "Mr. Yun, rest assured. With me here, justice will be served. I will make these three pay the price." Hearing this, Yun Feiyang felt satisfied. Clutching the first piece of clothing Su Yuhan had ever bought for him, he took her small hand and left the store. Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly, and a faint sweetness stirred in her heart. Chapter 175, Straight Guy Yun Feiyang. Su Yuhan felt utterly bewildered at that moment. This sudden sense of security was almost intoxicating. She wanted Yun Feiyang to keep holding her hand like this forever. Watching Yun Feiyang's slightly gaunt figure ahead, a faint smile touched Su Yuhan's lips. Soon, Yun Feiyang led Su Yuhan into a coffee shop. This coffee shop was located on the 9th floor of Sunshine Department Store. The location was quite nice. Surrounding them were numerous art exhibits, violins, cellos, pianos, and more. The owner had chosen a rather pleasant spot for the cafe. The faint strains of music drifting in from nearby created a pleasant atmosphere. Yun Feiyang ordered coffee and dessert, then brought them to Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan took a small sip, seemed to ponder for a moment, and then asked, "Yun Feiyang, have you met someone new lately?" Truthfully, Su Yuhan hesitated for a long time before asking this question.
After all, in Su Yuhan's impression, Yun Feiyang had always been a man who took things lying down, spending his days doing laundry and cooking. Only recently had Su Yuhan begun to feel that Yun Feiyang was reliable. Yun Feiyang didn't bother explaining his wealthy background. Su Yuhan wouldn't believe him anyway.
Scratching his head, he laughed, "Don't worry. Everything I have came through legitimate means.
I've never sold my soul or compromised my integrity."
When Yun Feiyang first joined China Resources, Su Yuhan had mistakenly assumed he'd befriended some shady characters. Now, Yun Feiyang naturally needed to preemptively defuse any suspicion Su Yuhan might harbor.
"I believe you." Su Yuhan gave a slight nod, a faint smile curling the corners of her mouth. Before, Su Yuhan hadn't bothered to understand Yun Feiyang.
But after several interactions, it seemed he wasn't the deadbeat she'd imagined.
Moreover, his values were sound. He wouldn't do anything out of line.
Truth be told, an idea had formed in Su Yuhan's mind.
Let Yun Feiyang move back home.
Earlier, exhausted both physically and mentally, she had wanted to quickly fulfill her marital duties with Yun Feiyang. But now that she realized she'd misunderstood him, she was pondering what excuse she could use to get him to move back home. After all, Yun Feiyang was her husband, and she intended to start anew with him. But bringing up such a matter felt incredibly awkward.
After all, Su Yuhan is a woman. Should she be the one to initiate it?
What was infuriating was that Su Yuhan had hinted at Yun Feiyang with fish soup last time, yet he was as thick as a plank, completely missing her meaning. Su Yuhan clenched her jaw, hesitated for a moment, then cleared her throat and said, "Yun Feiyang, do you remember the time I mentioned wanting to drink fish soup?" As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly. Having a husband who's so clueless about emotions is truly a painful thing. There was no choice but for her to hint a little more directly.
"I remember." Yun Feiyang nodded and asked, "You want fish soup again?"
Su Yuhan glanced away, her voice carrying a hint of reluctance. But I only want to drink the fish soup you make.
I don't want to drink anyone else's." To prevent Yun Feiyang from suggesting they go to a restaurant for fish soup, Su Yuhan made her point even more direct. Surely Yun Feiyang understood her meaning now? Wanting only Yun Feiyang's fish soup meant one simple thing: she wanted him to come home and cook it for her every day. Which meant she wanted him to move back home. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang with a hint of anticipation. If he couldn't grasp this most obvious hint, she'd go mad. But to her surprise, Yun Feiyang frowned and asked, "Don't those three chefs know how to make fish soup? Or is it that their soup doesn't suit your taste? Should I have Jianbai replace them?" "You." Su Yuhan was so choked up by Yun Feiyang's words that she was furious, wishing she could stomp on his foot with her high heels. This guy's cluelessness knew no bounds. Su Yuhan was nearly driven to fury by Yun Feiyang. If things kept going like this, how could she ever get Yun Feiyang to come home? Did he seriously want to live apart from her forever? Just as Su Yuhan was about to speak, her phone suddenly buzzed. After the call, Su Yuhan returned with a look of disappointment on her face. "Something up?" Yun Feiyang asked with concern. "I've been negotiating to become an agent for a new cosmetics brand these past few days. I've been trying to schedule a meeting with their general manager for ages. She finally has time today and wants me to come meet her." Su Yuhan's tone carried a hint of apology. "No problem. Company matters come first. Do you need my help?" Yun Feiyang asked, puzzled. "No need." Su Yuhan hesitated, her voice tinged with regret. "I'm sorry our first date got interrupted by work. But honestly, I was really enjoying myself today." Su Yuhan spoke from the heart. Today, she had felt a sense of security around Yun Feiyang. She had wanted to keep strolling with him, but the unexpected business had left her no choice. Yun Feiyang smiled and said, "What's the big deal? We have a lifetime to go shopping together. We're not missing out on just this little while." Su Yuhan chuckled at his words. Though he was a bit of a straight shooter when it came to romance, he sure knew how to sweet-talk her. The phrase "a lifetime" warmed Su Yuhan's heart. "Well, I'll be off then?" Still, a hint of resignation lingered in Su Yuhan's heart. If only Yun Feiyang understood the meaning behind the fish soup, it would save her so much trouble. "Are you sure you don't need a ride?" Yun Feiyang asked. "No, I drove here," Su Yuhan said, picking up her bag and leaving. Watching Su Yuhan's retreating figure, Yun Feiyang felt a pang of regret. He had prepared his black card, intending to buy her something. Since today's plans had been delayed, he'd have to postpone it for another time. Though he'd had some dessert and coffee, Yun Feiyang wanted to leave early. To be honest, coffee was something Yun Feiyang simply couldn't enjoy. Some people found it aromatic, but Yun Feiyang just couldn't detect it. Just as Yun Feiyang was about to leave, a sudden commotion erupted from the violin shop next door, snatching his attention. "You look down on us, huh? Let me tell you, my daughter married into a wealthy family. What's wrong with her touching your violins? That shows she respects your shop. Who do you think you are? Just a customer buying a violin. How dare you meddle in our business?" The voice sounded familiar to Yun Feiyang, yet he couldn't quite place it. Just then, another voice chimed in. I'm sorry, sir, but this violin is an exhibition piece left by the renowned German master Delaware. It's not for sale. Our manager specifically instructed that absolutely no one is allowed to touch it. You can't be unreasonable. Chapter 176, Smashing the Violin. Master Del? What's that? Never heard of it.
The man who had spoken earlier bellowed, his tone growing increasingly furious.
Let me tell you something, don't look down on us. What? Think we can't afford a violin, huh?
Only then did Jun Feiyang catch sight of the man's face, a cold smile curling his lips. The man shouting and ranting was none other than Wen Guangshan. And beside Wen Guangshan stood none other than Wen herself.
Yun Feiyang couldn't help but sneer coldly. It seemed Wen Guangshan hadn't changed a bit. Marrying into a wealthy family?
Yun Feiyang had long since laid everything bare to the Wen family. That dowry of over 20 million yuan was merely Yun Feiyang's token of gratitude to Zhang Qingqing.
Wen had never been courted by any wealthy young master, yet Wen Guangshan and Wen still clung to their delusional dreams? Sure enough, such people never change their ways. The violin shop saleswoman looked utterly helpless as she said, "Sir, you can't just make baseless accusations. Ever since you entered the store, I've followed you around, introducing you and this young lady to all the violins in our shop. I've never neglected you. But this violin in the young lady's hands truly holds extraordinary significance. This violin was brought by the world-renowned violinist Maestro Del when he held a concert in Donghai. It's a violin he treasured for over a decade. Our boss holds Maestro Del in high esteem and acquired this violin specifically to display in our store. Our owner specifically instructed that no one is permitted to touch it, it's strictly for display. This young lady handled the violin without permission. Isn't she putting me in a difficult position?" The female salesperson at the violin shop spoke with urgency, her eyes fixed on the violin in Wen's hands. If the boss found out someone had touched this violin in front of the saleswoman, he would blame her, not the customer. Yun Feiyang, standing nearby, couldn't help but sneer coldly. Wen Guangshan and Wen remained utterly oblivious. This saleswoman was no different from that Prada store clerk she'd been wholeheartedly introducing the shop's instruments to Wen Guangshan and his daughter. Yet instead of showing gratitude, they were giving her a hard time? Did he think he owned the whole world? That everyone should indulge them? Even if one were inclined to indulge them, such treatment demanded genuine stature and merit. Did these two possess it? But Wen Guangshan couldn't care less. He adopted an aggressive posture and bellowed, "How come I'd never heard of this so-called Master Del? I reckon you're looking down on us and just made up this excuse. What? Think we can't afford this instrument? Let me tell you, my daughter's boyfriend is a powerful tycoon's son, you know." Hearing Wen Guangshan's words, the saleswoman's eyes flashed with contempt and disgust. She'd seen her share of wealthy customers. Anyone who came to a specialty violin shop couldn't possibly be ordinary. The wealthy music students here were all deeply accomplished, gentle, and refined. Someone like Wen Guangshan, shouting and behaving so rudely, was an insult to their culture. Judging by what Wen Guangshan just said, they didn't even know about Maestro Del, one of the world's top violin masters. How could they possibly be worthy of touching a violin Maestro Del had kept for over a decade? "Sir, this instrument holds extraordinary significance. Could we discuss this further after the young lady puts the violin down? If my boss sees this, I'll face a pay deduction." The female salesperson at the violin shop was visibly anxious. The boss came to the shop almost every other day to check on this violin, and had even purchased expensive insurance for it. The shop also had surveillance cameras installed. Though the boss treasures this violin, he doesn't hoard it. Fine art is meant to be shared. If he saw someone touching his beloved instrument, what would become of me?
"All right then," Wen declared, lifting her little head with an air of pride, as if she were a princess.
"I've set my heart on this instrument. Name your price, I'll buy it."
Wen lifted her little head, adopting a haughty expression as if she were a noble princess.
If the saleswoman cherished this instrument so much, it must be valuable. Even if Wen didn't understand its worth, owning it would surely impress others. "Miss, don't you understand what I'm saying? I've explained this several times. This instrument is truly not for sale in our shop. It's for exhibition purposes. If you wish to purchase an instrument, I can recommend others that will surely satisfy you. Please put this one down immediately."
The saleswoman reached out to take the instrument back from Wen, but Wen dodged her hand. The saleswoman finally lost her temper.
"How dare you? I've never encountered such unreasonable customers. I've made it clear this instrument is our owner's private collection, displayed solely for exhibition and appreciation. Will you ever stop?" The saleswoman was furious. Wen might be pretty, but she takes after her father, utterly unreasonable. "I've set my heart on this instrument today. Since you display it in your shop, I intend to buy it. You think I can't afford it, right? I won't settle for any other instrument." Wen had just skimmed through it briefly, just a few tens of thousands for a piano? What's that? With Yun Feiyang's exorbitant gift voucher still in her hands, Wen's family now fancied themselves wealthy. "Since you're being so unreasonable, I'll have to call security and the police to handle this."
Before that, please put down the violin from our store. The saleswoman had completely lost her patience and reached out to snatch the violin from Wenwen's hands. This violin was no ordinary instrument, it absolutely couldn't be damaged in Wenwen's hands. The saleswoman could see right through them now. This father and daughter were nothing but snobs and lunatics. To save face, they'd stoop to anything. What kind of junk violin is this? I can see you're just looking for an excuse. When Guanshan stepped directly in front of Wenwen, shouting arrogantly, "It's just a worthless violin worth a few $100,000. You look down on me, Wen Guanshan? Today I'll show you." With that, when Guanshan snatched the violin from Wenwen's hands, raised it above his head, and smashed it onto the floor. Thud. Crack. The wooden violin shattered instantly. A high-quality instrument like this was beyond repair. You people are utterly rude. Just as the female salesperson from the music store reached to grab the violin, when Guanshan smashed it to pieces. These two are completely unreasonable. This violin was an antique-grade instrument from decades ago. With wooden instruments like violins, the longer they age, the lower the moisture content in the wood becomes, resulting in an increasingly crisp and resonant sound. Antique violins like this are priceless. Not to mention, this violin was crafted by the master Del. Its significance is extraordinary. Even the owner treasured this violin, yet it was discarded by that unreasonable person. Chapter 177, A million? You're dreaming. Now that I've smashed the violin, you have no choice but to sell it to me. Let me tell you, I'm not short on cash. Whatever Wen Guanshan sets his sights on, he must have. Wen Guanshan had no idea what trouble he'd stirred up, strutting around with that arrogant swagger. He'd seen online how some people smashed items just to humiliate those snobby salespeople who looked down on them. But Wen Guanshan was wrong. The female salesperson at the violin shop had been respectful to them the entire time, not a hint of disrespect. It was Wen Guanshan and his daughter who acted all high and mighty, as if no one could stand up to them. Pure delusion. The saleswoman clenched her fists tightly, fighting the urge to slap the smug looks off both Wen Guanshan and Wenwen's faces. But she knew this wasn't the time. Such a major incident was far beyond the scope of a lowly sales clerk like her to handle. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. The saleswoman hurried over and said helplessly, "Manager, these two have caused a huge problem." The male manager's face paled when he saw the violin shattered into pieces on the floor. What on earth happened? The manager's expression darkened. This violin was the owner's prized possession. How could someone smash it like this? What are we going to do? The saleswoman tried to recount the events in a neutral tone. Her face wore utter helplessness as she concluded, "Manager, I truly meant no disrespect. Those two were just so overbearing. They flung the violin across the floor over a minor disagreement." When Guanshan looked smug and said with a rogue-like attitude, "Yeah, that's right, I smashed the violin. Who told you to look down on people? You wouldn't even let us touch it. Let me tell you, we have money. We bought this violin. I'll take responsibility for what I did." When Guanshan now felt incredibly proud of himself. Later, he'd display this shattered instrument prominently at home. When people asked about it, he'd embellish the story. How impressive would that be? You take responsibility? The male manager's fierce eyes flashed with anger as he growled lowly, "You take responsibility? Do you even know how much this violin is worth? On one hand, this violin is an antique-level instrument. Plus, it was personally played by Maestro Del, making it extraordinarily significant. How much could it possibly be worth? I just looked around, the most expensive violin in your store isn't even $1 million. Fine. I'll pay you $1 million for this violin. I'll pay right now." When Guanshan waved his bank card triumphantly, flaunting his nouveau riche status with nostrils practically flaring to the heavens. $1 million? The male manager sneered coldly. Even $100 million wouldn't be enough to buy this violin. The shop owner begged countless people for this instrument and ultimately spent nearly $50 million to acquire it. Once, a buyer offered $70 million for it, but the shop owner wouldn't part with it. Forget $70 million, even $100 million wouldn't make the shop owner part with it. To a violin enthusiast like the shop owner, money is just a number. This instrument is priceless. What did you say? $1 million isn't enough? When Guanshan frowned menacingly. You think you can rip me off? Let me tell you, I'm a big shot in government circles. You think I can't make one phone call and have the Administration for Industry and Commerce shut down your shop? It's just a worthless old violin. $1 million is already showing them great favor. Not a single instrument in this entire shop is worth over $1 million. The male manager of the violin shop replied calmly, "Even if the top official of Donghai City came here, I'd say the same thing. This violin is an antique. Many masters have played it, including Maestro Delaware. Its artistic value is immense. Our owner paid $50 million to acquire it. That was nearly 5 years ago. Even if you bring in the Administration for Market Regulation, I'll stand by this statement. Besides, what's the Administration of Industry and Commerce going to do? Our store operates legally and has never broken any laws. They conduct routine inspections periodically, and we have nothing to hide. I refuse to believe anyone would dare flout the law just to make trouble for you out of respect. Hearing the male manager's words, not only Wen Guangshan but even Wen broke out in a cold sweat.
50 million.
They had assumed a single violin was worth no more than $1 million.
Who would have thought it was such an expensive violin? Has the owner of this violin shop lost his mind? Wouldn't it be better to keep such a precious violin at home? Why bring it out and display it in such a conspicuous spot? Cold sweat broke out on Wen Guangshan's brow. What on earth was he to do?
Yun Feiyang had only given 20 million yuan as a gift, and some of it was in real estate. They had less than 10 million yuan in savings. Even if they sold everything they owned, it wouldn't cover the 50 million. And if they had to pay compensation, it would definitely be more than 50 million.
Wen Guangshan and Wen were instantly thrown into panic. Could it be that they'd have to spend the rest of their lives paying off this instrument?
Look at them cowering. I thought they were some big shots.
They can't even come up with 50 million. Of course not. That's an antique instrument, one that's been handled by so many masters. How could it be ordinary?
The murmurs around them sent shivers down Wen Guangshan and his daughter's spines.
Now you should know what you smashed, right?
The male manager of the piano shop glared coldly.
You know nothing about instruments. My staff will explain it to you.
We're all music lovers, we don't look down on people. But you pretended to know better and smashed our prized possession for no reason. This won't be settled so easily. If you can't afford to pay, we'll have no choice but to take legal action.
Let us figure something out.
Wen Guangshan hurriedly stepped in to stop the male manager.
If it went to court, Wen Guangshan's reputation at the government office would be utterly ruined.
Worst case, he could even lose his position as section chief. This was a position he'd fought for most of his life, he couldn't just lose it.
Dad, call Mom right now. Let her figure something out. Wen whispered urgently. Right, your mom too. Wen Guangshan tremblingly pulled out his phone, his hands shaking.
After connecting the call, he urgently explained the situation to Zhang Qingqing. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Qingqing's hurried figure appeared in the piano shop. What happened? Zhang Qingqing stared at the shattered instrument on the floor, her expression grave. The male manager of the store recounted the incident, ending with a cold snort. This store bears no responsibility whatsoever.
Your husband and daughter must shoulder all liability. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention. Our owner took out 100 million yuan insurance policy on this violin. You should understand who the insurance company will make pay. Chapter 178, I can help with this favor. 100 million. Wen Guangshan trembled in sheer terror.
The male manager's words were crystal clear. This money would definitely be coming out of Wen Guangshan's pocket.
But this is a fortune of 100 million.
Even if Wen Guangshan worked his entire life, he could never earn that much. Zhang Qingqing no longer had time to blame Wen Guangshan and his daughter. She immediately put on a smile and said to the male manager of the piano store, Manager, could you please ask your boss to come over? I'll discuss this matter with him personally. Rest assured, I will give your boss a satisfactory explanation regarding this piano. The male manager coldly brushed Zhang Qingqing's hand away and retorted, why bother now? You brought this upon yourselves, don't blame others. Our boss is too busy to meet with you. I'll handle this according to procedure. Just wait for the insurance company to contact you. To be honest, the male manager was furious. This wasn't the store's fault. The saleswoman had been explaining to Wen Guangshan and his daughter all along, but they were simply too overbearing. Had they shown even a shred of consideration, this outcome could have been avoided. Zhang Qingqing swayed unsteadily, nearly stumbling. 100 million yuan in compensation. Even if they sold themselves, they couldn't come up with that kind of money. For some, 100 million might be just a small goal, but for a family like Zhang Qingqing's, it was a goal they could never reach in a lifetime. Wen burst into tears, grabbing Zhang Qingqing's arm and crying, Mom, you have to think of a way. How can we possibly pay back 100 million? Zhang Qingqing gave a helpless, bitter smile. What can I possibly do? As she spoke, Zhang Qingqing shot a complex glance at Wen Guangshan and Wen. Wen Guangshan was the husband Zhang Qingqing had chosen herself, a testament to her poor judgment. But Wen had been molded into this gold-digging, opportunistic creature by Wen Guangshan, and Zhang Qingqing bore a heavy responsibility for that. If Wen had even a shred of proper upbringing, she wouldn't have made such a terrible mistake. Mom, you know Yun Feiyang, right? You could ask him for help. He's the only one who can help us with this. Wen grabbed Zhang Qingqing's arm, her voice now pleading. Wen Guangshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Wen was absolutely right. At this point, Yun Feiyang was likely their only hope. Zhang Qingqing shook her head with a bitter smile. Feiyang has already given us 20 million. Besides, all these years, I haven't really been able to help Lanxi much. She's built her life step by step entirely on her own. And with the way you two treat people, how could I possibly have the face to ask Yun Feiyang for help? Zhang Qingqing sighed. This must be fate.
Yun Feiyang gave the Wen Guangshan family 20 million, which inflated Wen Guangshan and his daughter into the arrogant people they are now. They smashed a piano worth 100 million in insurance coverage. And now they expect Yun Feiyang to help them? What kind of world is this? If Wen had behaved more like a proper young lady back then and cultivated a good relationship with Yun Feiyang, she'd at least have the standing to ask for help. But now. Honestly, Zhang Qingqing can't bring herself to ask. You can't just stand by and watch our family fall apart like this. 100 million, how could we possibly afford it? How would we ever live with ourselves afterward? You can't be so heartless. Wen Guangshan exclaimed anxiously. Heartless? Zhang Qingqing snapped angrily.
From the very beginning, everything I've done, every decision I've made, has been for this family.
And you? Wen Guangshan. What have you done besides being a snob with your self-righteous attitude? Even all the household subsidies and expenses were handled personally by me. Beyond your self-satisfaction, what contribution have you made to this family? Smashing a piano?
No one with a shred of common sense would do that.
You're over 40, why are you still acting so irrationally? Blaming me?
Zhang Qingqing roared, as if venting all the pent-up fury she'd harbored toward Wen Guangshan these past days.
I know I was wrong. You have to help me this once.
And please, don't yell at me in front of all these people.
At least spare me some dignity. Wen Guangshan softened, speaking in a low voice. Face? What face do you even have left?
Zhang Qingqing shook her head, utterly disillusioned with Wen Guangshan. At a time like this, Wen Guangshan was still clinging to his pathetic sense of pride.
Aunt Zhang, just let it go.
No matter how much you say, he won't listen. Just then, a faint voice cut through the air, causing Zhang Qingqing's body to tremble involuntarily as she turned her head.
Feiyang? It's you! Zhang Qingqing froze, surprise mingling with delight in her voice. When did you arrive? Yun Feiyang smiled.
I was having coffee next door when I heard the commotion and came over.
Wen and Wen Guangshan flushed crimson upon hearing this.
Earlier, Wen Guangshan had been boasting proudly that Wen was the girlfriend of a wealthy family's son.
And Yun Feiyang heard all of that?
Wen Guangshan had been bragging, and now the real heir himself knew how embarrassing. We're sorry for the spectacle.
Zhang Qingqing said. No big deal. I'm used to it.
Yun Feiyang shrugged and said, Aunt Zhang, let me handle this matter with the instrument.
You don't need to worry about it.
Yun Feiyang stepped in not to help Wen or Wen Guangshan, but to assist Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing had a kind, benevolent face, and her smile was equally warm and gentle.
Moreover, having been close friends with Xinlanji for so many years, Yun Feiyang wouldn't stand idly by given that connection. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Wen Guangshan and Wen were instantly overjoyed.
They had been waiting for Yun Feiyang to say exactly that. If Yun Feiyang could help sort out this 100 million yuan matter, they could still live a life of affluence afterward.
Feiyang, this really has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take it on. Zhang Qingqing looked utterly embarrassed.
Earlier, when Guangshan and his daughter had hurled all sorts of sarcastic remarks at Yun Feiyang, completely disregarding his feelings. Now that Yun Feiyang was offering to help, it felt like repaying kindness with ingratitude.
How could Zhang Qingqing possibly accept this?
Mom, Yun Feiyang is the only one who can help us now. Upon hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Wen immediately stepped in to mediate.
What if he changes his mind and stops helping us? Shut up!
Zhang Qingqing glared at Wen, her eyes cold and piercing.
Wen was so inconsiderate. Trying to take all the credit for his kindness? Doesn't she even consider whether she's qualified? Yun Feiyang did this favor out of goodwill. But how could the Wen Guangshan family ever repay such a debt? Surely not just with a simple thank you? That's ridiculous. Aunt Zhang, I'll definitely help you out, but I have one condition. If Wen Guangshan and Wen agree to this condition, I'll handle the matter with the zither. Chapter 179, Such favor? Whatever the condition, we'll agree. Even if you ask Wen to be your slave, we'll accept. Wen Guangshan said, bowing and scraping.
Wen Guangshan's words carried another meaning.
They wanted to use Wen to climb onto Yun Feiyang's coattails. Wen, meanwhile, gazed at Yun Feiyang with eager anticipation. She prided herself on her beauty if she threw herself at a man, who could resist? But why would Yun Feiyang care about her throwing herself at him?
In Yun Feiyang's eyes, Wen wasn't even worth a single finger of Su Yuhan.
I don't need you to be my slave.
Once I help you resolve the piano matter, you and Wen must assist at this piano shop for a year during your free time. Consider it an apology to the shop.
Can you manage that?
Yun Feiyang wouldn't let Wen and Wen Guangshan escape punishment so easily. They'd made a mistake, and they'd pay the price. Working at the piano shop was the best punishment. The Wen family father and daughter were notorious snobs, looking down on everyone. Helping out at the music store would be a huge blow to their pride. Sure enough, Wen Guangshan and Wen looked utterly distressed. How could they possibly do such menial work? Disagree? Fine. Then deal with the 100 million yuan matter yourselves. It's none of my concern.
Yun Feiyang turned and walked away, leaving Wen Guangshan in a panic. Wait. I'll do it. I'll do it. Wen Guangshan could only agree, bowing and scraping. With his capabilities, how could he possibly afford 100 million yuan in compensation?
At this moment, no matter how outrageous Yun Feiyang's demands became, he had no choice but to comply.
Aunt Zhang, I suggest you keep all the major decisions in the family under your control from now on. The others simply don't have the capability.
Yun Feiyang fixed Wen Guangshan with an icy stare, his words aimed squarely at him.
Wen Guangshan knew full well Yun Feiyang was talking about him, but he dared not show any reaction.
Even if he felt resentful inside, he could only endure it.
Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, Feiyang, thank you for your help. I will repay this favor. Yun Feiyang waved his hand dismissively. Aunt Zhang, I'm helping you out of respect for you and my mother. I have no ulterior motives. I hope you won't jump to conclusions. If you truly wish to repay this favor, then keep your family in check and stop causing me unnecessary trouble. Yun Feiyang's words were meant for Wen Wen's ears. He hadn't missed the intense look in Wen Wen's eyes just now. He understood Wen Wen's intentions perfectly well. He had absolutely no interest in Wen Wen, for in her eyes, he was worthless. Not even a finger of Su Yuhan's could compare to him. His warning was straightforward: keep your distance and stop causing trouble. His relationship with Su Yuhan had just begun to blossom, and he certainly didn't want it ruined by a gold digger like Wen Wen. Wen Wen's eyes dimmed. She understood exactly what Yun Feiyang meant. Zhang Qingqing promptly chimed in, Feiyang, rest assured. I will keep my family in line. Yun Feiyang nodded. Though Wen Wen was ungrateful, Zhang Qingqing knew her place. Since Yun Feiyang had made his stance so clear, he trusted she would rein Wen Wen in as he wished. Yun Feiyang turned and walked directly to the male manager of the piano store. I'll take responsibility for this piano, he said. Have the family of 3 leave now. Leave? The male manager frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry, sir, but according to procedure, these 3 must remain here. I don't have the authority to release them without authorization. Some onlookers stared at Yun Feiyang with puzzled expressions, their eyes seeming to carry a hint of scrutiny. Just who was Yun Feiyang? Judging by his tone, he wasn't messing around. He just tells these 3 to leave and they do? That's showing a lack of respect for the store staff, isn't it? And looking at this kid's outfit, he certainly didn't look like someone with money, more like he was decked out in cheap, knockoff gear. What gives this kid the right to speak to Di Yun like that? Yun Feiyang sighed inwardly. He knew others didn't recognize him. His words carried little weight. He pulled out his phone, made a call, exchanged a few words, then hung up. Manager, within 3 minutes, you'll receive a call from your boss. He'll instruct you on how to handle this. Yun Feiyang addressed the male manager of the piano shop. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, everyone present including the male manager frowned at him, their expressions filled with confusion and suspicion. Was this kid just talking big? Within 3 minutes, the store owner would personally call the manager? Frankly, the manager didn't believe it. The store owner was a busy man, constantly moving in high society circles. He rarely gave anyone the courtesy of his time. Unless you're a genuine big shot in Donghai. And Yun Feiyang's entire appearance, did it even remotely resemble that of a major figure in Donghai? Would the owner give this kid any face? That's ridiculous. But seeing the kid's utterly calm expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Just as the male manager of the music store was puzzled, the sudden ring of a phone startled him. He quickly picked up the phone and froze upon seeing the caller ID. It was actually the store's owner? Good heavens! The male manager couldn't help but glance at Yun Feiyang, his heart pounding wildly. Yun Feiyang didn't look like anyone special, yet a single phone call had prompted the store owner to call him. How could he possibly have that kind of clout? Hello, boss, it's me. The male manager's deferential tone sent a collective gasp through the onlookers, who stared at Yun Feiyang in utter astonishment, as if he were an alien. Good heavens! Did this young man really get the owner on the phone with just one call? That kind of clout? You just don't know, do you? Ever heard of low-key? Plain as can be. But he's got depth and real power. Who would have guessed this kid had such clout? Thanks to him today, otherwise that family would have been ruined. After exchanging a few words with the store owner, the male manager hurriedly hung up the phone. Then, with utmost respect, the male manager bowed to Yun Feiyang and said, Sir, our boss says this instrument is merely an object. Given your immense influence, he's willing to waive the compensation for it. Great favor. Those 4 words alone carried immense weight. The shop owner's tone clearly showed he was lowering his stance significantly. This indicated that the young man's background could be described as terrifying. Tell your boss I'll compensate him with a better violin, one played by a master of greater stature than Beater. Yun Feiyang wasn't boasting. In the international mercenary world, he was a king. Even foreign royalties show him respect. A violin once played by a master? That's nothing. I'll pass on your exact words. The male manager of the violin shop replied respectfully. Very well. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod before turning and leaving the premises. Wen Wen hesitated for a moment before breaking into a run to follow him. Chapter 180, Because I Will. Wen, come back.
Zhang Qingqing watched Wen dash out and immediately shouted in panic. But Wen didn't stop at all, still chasing after Feiyang. Zhang Qingqing stomped her foot in frustration and hurried after her.
Wen was being so unreasonable.
Zhang Qingqing knew exactly what kind of nonsense Wen was thinking. She was eyeing Feiyang's vast connections, hoping to mend their relationship or even take it further.
How could that be possible? Though Zhang Qingqing hadn't known Feiyang long, she was no fool. Feiyang's temperament was identical to Shenlanji's, resilient and unwaveringly loyal.
He was already married to Su Yuhan and had even become a son-in-law to the Su family. Given his character, how could he possibly stoop to such a pathetic act?
This could only mean one thing: Feiyang truly cared for Su Yuhan.
He genuinely loved Su Yuhan, which was why he'd gone to such lengths. Even if Wen had made a favorable impression on Feiyang, she would never have stood a chance of coming between him and Su Yuhan. She had just promised Feiyang she would discipline Wen and prevent her from harboring any messy notions. Yet in the blink of an eye, Wen had thrown herself at him.
Wasn't this slapping her own face? The thought alone made Zhang Qingqing's pace quicken considerably.
Wen, meanwhile, followed closely behind Feiyang, agonizing over what to say to mend things.
She admitted she'd been blind before.
She had mistakenly believed Feiyang to be nothing more than the son of a fallen woman. But now, with the chance to connect with Feiyang right before her, she wouldn't let it slip away. Finally catching up to Feiyang on the street, Wen summoned her courage and called out to his retreating figure, "Feiyang, wait. I need to talk to you."
Feiyang halted, turning with a chill in his gaze. "What else is there? If it's not important, I advise you not to say it. I have no interest." Feiyang knew exactly what Wen was thinking.
He had no intention of giving her any chance.
"Could it be that you've never had the slightest interest in me at all?" Wen clenched her jaw. She refused to believe that with her looks, any man could possibly dislike her. Wen. Stop it. Just then, Zhang Qingqing stepped forward, quickly shielding Wen.
She apologized to Feiyang. "Feiyang, it's my fault for not disciplining her properly. Once I get home, I'll make sure Wen keeps her head straight and stops entertaining any wild notions.
Aunt Zhang, I'll give you this face.
If Wen dares to utter another word out of line, one phone call from me, and the compensation for the piano will be reopened. I hope you'll take my words to heart."
With that, Feiyang pressed his car key fob.
The Lamborghini beside him roared to life, instantly capturing Wen's attention.
Lamborghini. Wen's eyes lit up.
A top-tier luxury car, and that license plate Dong A00003.
This was definitely an auction-grade plate. Not just anyone with money could afford to drive it. Unfazed by the envious stares from Wen and Wen Guangshan, Feiyang climbed into the car and drove off with a flourish.
Zhang Qingqing gazed at the Lamborghini with a complex expression, letting out a soft sigh.
It's all about fate.
She'd gone to great lengths to pave the way for Wen, yet when such a golden opportunity presented itself, Wen failed to seize it.
Feiyang was no ordinary man.
Once he got his big break, the gap between Wen and Feiyang would only widen. Driving his car, Feiyang arrived at time capture.
Upon entering the company, Feiyang noticed the place had become much busier.
Several days had passed since his last visit, and numerous new employees had been hired. The office was nearly filled to capacity. Yet Feiyang sensed something off in the way they looked at him, a subtle hint of contempt.
Feiyang's brow furrowed.
He knew exactly what their looks meant. It seemed the news about him being Su Yuhan's husband had already spread throughout the company.
A son-in-law who married into the Su family as a dependent son-in-law, serving as vice president in Su Yuhan's company? How could anyone accept that?
But Feiyang had long grown accustomed to these looks of contempt. He'd seen plenty of such looks back at the Su residence.
Feiyang couldn't be bothered to care.
After all, he was here to support Su Yuhan, not to cater to these company employees. If need be, he'd settle for being an assistant.
The title of vice president meant nothing to him. "Follow me."
At that moment, Qin Shiwen approached Feiyang and tugged quietly at his sleeve.
As they walked through the company lobby, Feiyang faintly overheard whispers around them. "Hey, is that Feiyang, Su Yuhan's husband? The useless loser who married into the Su family? He doesn't look like much either. I really don't know what Su Zong sees in him. I'm way better looking than him. What good is being handsome? Could you shamelessly come to the company to live off someone else? He can." Hearing these hurtful remarks, even Qin Shiwen couldn't bear it anymore.
She pulled Feiyang along and hurried into the office.
"What do you want?" Seeing Qin Shiwen's sour expression, Feiyang asked in confusion. "Didn't you hear what they were saying about you just now? Aren't you angry?" Qin Shiwen was about to lose her temper with Feiyang.
For a man, those words were the ultimate insult.
How could Feiyang possibly tolerate it?
Feiyang shrugged indifferently. "Let them say whatever they want.
I've never been a kept man anyway."
His utterly nonchalant attitude made Qin Shiwen shake her head in disbelief.
Was this really the same man she'd seen at the cocktail party, the one even Lin Qingchuan fawned over? Shouldn't a man with such deep connections have a fiery temper?
Yet Yun Feiyang showed not a shred of temper.
You really are Mr. Su's kept man? The good-for-nothing they're talking about? Qin Shiwen stared at Yun Feiyang with puzzled eyes, utterly baffled.
To be honest, when she first met Yun Feiyang, Qin Shiwen also thought he didn't seem like someone with any connections. But at the Blue Sky Hotel, Lin Qingchuan had even risked offending Kong Junfeng for Yun Feiyang's sake.
His background was definitely not simple. Yun Feiyang nodded. Yes, what's the problem? I came here to work for Yuhan too. But you're not.
Qin Shiwen stammered for a long time, unable to utter the words good for nothing aloud.
Yun Feiyang's background was definitely not that of a loser. Remember, at the Blue Sky Gala, how many big shots did Qin Shiwen meet thanks to Yun Feiyang's connections? Could a good-for-nothing really command that kind of clout? Why did you marry into the Su family? Qin Shiwen couldn't understand. With Yun Feiyang standing, wouldn't a simple wave of his hand draw a crowd of women? Yun Feiyang smiled faintly and snapped his fingers, because I choose to. Chapter 181, The Lamborghini Street-Ripping Power.
Qin Shiwen froze, then shook her head.
This must be the taste of a big shot.
Miss Su was certainly beautiful, but given Yun Feiyang's background, women far more stunning and prestigious than her were well within his reach. Even Lin Miaomiao, the Lin family's cherished daughter, had reciprocated Yun Feiyang's affections.
What could possibly make Yun Feiyang willingly marry into the Su family? Could it be that Yun Feiyang was truly enchanted?
At this thought, Qin Shiwen couldn't help but shake her head.
Is this what they call heroes falling for beautiful women? Has Ms. Su returned?
Just as Qin Shiwen was lost in her thoughts, Yun Feiyang's voice drifted over, interrupting her train of thought.
Not yet. He should be back soon. Qin Shiwen replied. Yun Feiyang remained silent.
He had originally prepared a skincare formula for Su Yuhan, but judging by her tone, it seemed she had found a new brand to represent in recent days. Compared to promoting new products, representing well-regarded new products seemed like the easier route. Once Su Yuhan brought back news, Yun Feiyang would decide whether to give her the formula for the new product.
Yun Feiyang began making preparations. Just then, a message popped up on Yun Feiyang's phone. It was Uncle Rome. Yun Feiyang opened it and couldn't help but frown. Young master, we just received word that Kong Jua has gone to Miss Shen Mengtian's talent agency.
He may pose a threat to Miss Shen.
Yun Feiyang immediately replied, send me the address of Shen Mengtian's agency. I'm heading there right now. You get there immediately too.
After sending the message, Yun Feiyang grabbed the car keys from the desk and prepared to leave the company.
Where are you going?
Qin Shiwen called out to him as she saw him move. I have an urgent matter to attend to, Yun Feiyang replied, turning his head.
You! Come back here!
Qin Shiwen shouted angrily, blocking Yun Feiyang's path.
Do you have any idea what kind of reputation you have at the company right now? Do you know what they're saying about you? How could you just skip work like this? Don't you care about your own reputation anymore? Qin Shiwen looked utterly exasperated.
During Yun Feiyang's absence, the entire company had been heaping criticism upon him.
Every nasty thing imaginable. A deadbeat freeloader. A deadbeat son-in-law living off his wife. And that was the mild stuff. Some even said that even if Yun Feiyang were cuckolded, he probably wouldn't dare say a word.
After finally showing up at the company, he barely stayed 2 minutes before slipping away.
Isn't this just asking for people to talk? You haven't been to the company for 2 or 3 days already. You can't just leave like this time.
Qin Shiwen pursed her lips and reminded Yun Feiyang, you need to behave properly at the company.
Don't give people anything to gossip about, understand? Otherwise, it won't just be difficult for you, it'll be difficult for President Su too. The whole company will be talking about you. Do you get it? Yun Feiyang understood perfectly. He smiled and said, let them talk. I've got nothing to hide. I took leave from Su's own these past days and it was company business. But today I really have an urgent matter to handle. If you have any objections, just dock my pay. Deduct every last cent, I don't care. With that, Yun Feiyang brushed past Qin Shiwen and dashed out of the office. Why won't you listen to reason? Qin Shiwen stomped her foot in frustration. Isn't Yun Feiyang deliberately giving people something to gossip about? Seeing Yun Feiyang leave the company, many employees wore expressions of displeasure. But Yun Feiyang pretended not to notice, driving straight to Shen Mengtian's talent agency. Shen Mengtian's agency was one of the more renowned agencies nationwide, representing numerous big-name stars. Shen Mengtian was only considered a second-tier star, with limited resources and opportunities within the company. There were plenty of female stars at Shen Mengtian's level, all fiercely competing for resources. Shen Mengtian had no powerful connections within the industry, so having resources snatched away from her was a common occurrence she had long grown accustomed to. Yun Feiyang drove his Lamborghini and soon arrived at Shen Mengtian's agency. After all, the auction-grade license plate instantly drew the attention of many. Outside the agency entrance, a cluster of female celebrities gathered.
Spotting someone arriving in such a supercar with an auction-grade license plate, their eyes lit up. For actresses aiming to elevate their status, resources were paramount. Access to roles, and for new productions to get off the ground, the most crucial factor was investment from the bigwigs. If one could rely on a powerful figure with status and wealth, they would never lack for resources again.
But those influential, wealthy bigwigs were mostly elderly.
Yet the person stepping out of this Lamborghini with its auction-grade license plate was young and fair-skinned. This was practically a hot commodity. Getting cozy with a young, handsome big shot is far more rewarding than fawning over those old men. Many female celebrities were already scheming in their minds about how to hook up with Feiyang. Just as Feiyang parked and prepared to enter the talent agency, a sudden "I-O" echoed beside him. A fragrant breeze and soft curves swept into his arms as a supple body threw herself into his embrace. The woman in his arms was around 20, lightly made up, with an extremely innocent look and a well-maintained figure, curvy where it counted, slim where it should be. Whether intentional or not, she brushed against his arm with her body, soft and seemingly on the verge of collapsing.
"I'm so sorry.
I twisted my ankle walking just now and accidentally fell into your arms.
Did I hurt you?"
Her voice was melodious as she gazed up at Feiyang with wide, pitiful eyes clearly flirting. Seeing this, the female celebrities nearby snorted coldly, rolling their eyes so hard they nearly popped out.
"That sly fox by Jingjing again. She beat us to it once more. So what if she looks innocent? Relying on her looks, how many older men has she seduced? She hits on everyone she sees, utterly shameless."
Though the actresses poured scorn upon her, deep down they envied Bai Jingjing.
Why wasn't it them burrowing into Feiyang's embrace? Feiyang, pressed for time, discreetly pushed Bai Jingjing away from his embrace and shook his head. "I'm fine." A flicker of disappointment crossed Bai Jingjing's brow. This man actually rejected her overtures?
Any man Bai Jingjing set her sights on would be hooked with just a flick of her finger. How dare this guy not give her the respect she deserved? But Bai Jingjing had countless tricks up her sleeve. When it came to reeling a man in, she had 100 ways to do it.
Oh my!
With that thought, Bai Jingjing deliberately feigned unsteadiness, collapsing limply into Feiyang's arms while weakly resting her hands on his chest.
Chapter 182, Sorry, I'm the driver. I think I twisted my ankle. Could you help me sit down?
As she spoke, Bai Jingjing gazed at Feiyang with pitiful eyes, her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest.
"If you're willing, there's a hotel right nearby." The implication couldn't be clearer. Feiyang instantly understood Bai Jingjing's meaning, a mocking sneer curling his lips.
Even if Feiyang had zero emotional intelligence, he could see right through Bai Jingjing's scheme. Bai Jingjing was seducing Feiyang. It was different from Sister Rong's seduction.
Sister Rong valued Feiyang as a person, but this Bai Jingjing? She was probably eyeing the Lamborghini he drove, the one sporting that auction-grade license plate, right? Feiyang chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "With a beauty like you, I'd be more than happy to accompany you to the hotel." Hearing Feiyang's words, Bai Jingjing's lips curved into a faint smile. Indeed, with her looks, what kind of man couldn't she easily lure?
"Then carry me to the car, please.
I've twisted my ankle. I just finished work and am all sweaty. With my ankle hurt, I can't shower at the hotel. Could you help me?"
Bai Jingjing adopted a coquettish demeanor, her body melting softly against Feiyang as if she could dissolve him entirely.
Feiyang chuckled. "Are you sure you want me to help you shower? Don't you want to?"
Bai Jingjing pouted, her ankle making it difficult to walk.
"Alright, wait here for me.
I'll park my boss's car first, then take you to the hotel to shower." Feiyang pretended to head toward the car, but Bai Jingjing sprang up from his embrace like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
What did you say?" Bai Jingjing's expression changed faster than a mask.
The face that had been dripping with charm moments ago instantly turned as cold as ice. "I said I'll park the car first, then take you to a hotel room."
Feiyang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Park? This car isn't yours?" Bai Jingjing frowned. "Did I ever say this car was mine? I'm just the driver helping park it." Feiyang replied indifferently. "Why didn't you say so earlier?"
Anger flared in Bai Jingjing's eyes, tinged with disgust. She immediately took 2 steps back, creating distance between herself and Feiyang. Just a moment ago she claimed to have twisted her ankle, yet now her legs suddenly became remarkably nimble.
"You didn't ask," she retorted. "You came up and hugged me, wanting to take me to a hotel room. Such a great opportunity, it's the first time I've ever encountered it." Feiyang shrugged deliberately. You're disgusting. You're a scoundrel."
Bai Jingjing's face flushed crimson as she spat out the words in fury.
"How am I being a pervert? You were the one offering yourself up. What does that have to do with me? Hey, beautiful, come on, let's go get a room."
Feiyang deliberately reached out to pull her closer, but Bai Jingjing immediately recoiled in disgust.
"What kind of person are you? Just a lowly driver who can't even make it onto the stage, and you think you can hit on me? Get lost!" Bai Jingjing shouted.
"This is ridiculous."
You were the one who seduced me, and now you're backing out? If you don't want to get a room, then don't. Why all the fuss?
Feiyang scoffed and turned toward the talent agency. When it came to dealing with gold-digging gold diggers like this, Feiyang had 100 tricks up his sleeve.
So you're just a driver. I thought you were some big shot. Bai Jingjing was thoroughly humiliated. Trying to act all coy and vulnerable? She just hit a brick wall.
If I were that driver, I'd sleep with Bai Jingjing first, then reveal I'm just a driver just to piss her off.
Ha! Hearing the surrounding mocking laughter, Bai Jingjing was nearly boiling with rage.
She couldn't swallow her pride, so she grabbed her phone and snapped several photos of Feiyang's retreating back. That creepy guy just rushed over and almost hugged me, scared the hell out of me.
Girls, be extra careful when you're out. If you run into perverts like that, stay away. Bai Jingjing posted a Weibo update, attaching the photo of Feiyang's back.
She planned to rally her fans to attack Feiyang. Bai Jingjing had cultivated her image meticulously, always presenting herself as pure and innocent, like a white lotus. Those misguided fans would surely rally to her cause.
At that very moment, inside the talent agency, Shen Mengtian sat in a conference room with her agent.
Across from them sat the company's boss, Huang Jing. Beside Huang Jing sat a young man, cigarette dangling from his lips, legs crossed arrogantly, none other than Kongjua. Gone was the battered, defeated look Kongjua had worn when Feiyang beat him senseless at the villa. Now he sat smugly, eyes fixed on Shen Mengtian, his nose practically in the air.
Didn't Shen Mengtian let that brat beat him up?
Today, Kongjua was here to settle the score.
Huang Jing flipped through Shen Mengtian's recent schedule, then pretended to close it.
Mengtian, given your heavy schedule lately, the company recommends you take some time off. I see you still have the lead role in an IP drama, plus 2 movie roles lead in supporting. Here's the deal, I'll decline all these projects for you. Starting today, you're on vacation. Huang Jing waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a lazy tone.
Vacation? Mr. Huang, you're not joking, are you? Shen Mengtian's agent protested urgently. Mengtian's career is just taking off, how can you just halt it?
Besides, she's never once complained about being tired. These 3 opportunities were secured after Mengtian and I auditioned for directors at the production companies. We begged for days to get these prime roles. All 3 projects are guaranteed hits. This is Mengtian's golden chance to break into the top tier of young actresses. We can't give them up.
What do you mean by this, Mr. Huang? Shen Mengtian's agent's tone was tinged with desperation. For all these years since her debut, Shen Mengtian has never been involved in any scandals, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to her acting. These opportunities were earned through the joint efforts of Shen Mengtian and her agent. All these years, the company never provided Shen Mengtian with a single resource because she has no wealthy backers or connections to fall back on. Now that Shen Mengtian has finally seen a glimmer of hope for a major hit through her own hard work, how could the company possibly sabotage her efforts at this critical moment? This is outrageous.
Huang Jing's face remained cold as he declared, I'm the company's general manager, I make the decisions.
When I say you're taking a break, you take a break. Mr. Huang. This is completely unreasonable. Shen Mengtian's agent slammed his hand on the table, fuming, this is pure sabotage.
All these years, you've done nothing to help her, but why must you undermine her at this critical moment? Just then, Kongjua rose lazily, a cold, dismissive sneer curling his lips as his voice boomed with arrogance.
Let me tell you why, young master. Because as long as I'm around, that little mink Shen Mengtian will never make it big in this industry. Chapter 183, The Arrogant Kongjua. Shen Mengtian's agent turned to Kongjua, his gaze tinged with irritation.
As Shen Mengtian's agent and the person she trusted most, he was well aware of Kongjua's existence. Lately, Kongjua had been persistently pestering Shen Mengtian. But Shen Mengtian had zero interest in this spoiled rich kid and dared not provoke him, so she'd been avoiding him all along. Could it be that after his romantic advances were rejected, Kongjua was now trying to exploit Shen Mengtian's resources?
Mr. Kong, Mengtian owes you nothing.
There's no need for such words, is there?
Matters of the heart can't be forced, you should understand that. With your family background, what kind of woman could you not have? Why waste your time on Mengtian? Shen Mengtian's agent knew exactly how to handle the situation. Though he deeply disliked Kongjua, he knew Kongjua's background someone Shen Mengtian couldn't afford to provoke. Even with grievances against Kongjua, Shen Mengtian's agent wouldn't overstep in his remarks.
The woman this young master desires has never been beyond his grasp. Kongjua's nose was practically in the clouds as he gloated triumphantly. Shen Mengtian, you brought this upon yourself.
You picked some low-life punk to beat me up.
This is your comeuppance.
What? Shen Mengtian's agent's face instantly paled.
He whipped his head around to stare at Shen Mengtian, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Mengtian, is what young Master Kong said true? Shen Mengtian's agent frowned and asked.
Shen Mengtian had always been a woman who kept her composure, never acting impulsively.
How could she let someone off the hook for insulting Kongjua in front of her? Wouldn't that be ruining her own future? Given Kongjua's temperament as a wealthy young master, how could he just let this slide?
A hint of weariness flickered in Shin Mingtian's eyes as she slowly nodded.
Yes. But I'm not very close with that person. Thinking of Yun Feiyang left Shin Mingtian utterly drained.
Relying on the fact that Sister Rome had taken a liking to him, Yun Feiyang had become completely reckless.
Right in front of Shin Mingtian, he had beaten up Kong Zhuo. After the incident, Yun Feiyang could simply walk away, but what about her? Kong Zhuo would undoubtedly vent all his fury on her. Sure enough, Kong Zhuo came to the company today to cut off all his resources. You're being foolish. Shin Mingtian's agent sighed.
No wonder Kong Zhuo had Huang Jing cut off all of Shin Mingtian's resources. Kong Zhuo had suffered such a huge loss in front of Shin Mingtian.
This is the end. Though Kong Zhuo is a playboy, the Donghai Kong family wields immense power in Donghai.
Shin Mingtian and her agent had almost no connections. They were no match for such powerful forces.
What could they possibly do? The hard-won, hot resources, were they really going to be handed over to someone else?
Shin Mingtian's eyes betrayed a hint of exhaustion. She knew this outcome was inevitable. The moment the Shin family decided to sacrifice her for a political marriage, Shin Mingtian knew she couldn't escape this fate. Yet she refused to accept it. She could live freely and independently on her own, never once dreaming of relying on the Donghai Shin family. Why must such a vile affair befall her? And that Yun Feiyang. He arrogantly beat up Kong Zhuo for her, unaware of the immense trouble he'd stirred up. At this moment, Kong Zhuo saw the despair in Shin Mingtian's eyes, and his smugness only grew. Lighting a cigar, Kong Zhuo sat back in his chair with an air of superiority and declared haughtily, Shin Mingtian, now you should understand the consequences of crossing me, Kong Zhuo.
That boy might protect you for a time, but can he shield you forever?
Besides, he's just some kid with a bit of skill, nothing to fear.
Before the Donghai Kong family, he's nothing but a fart. Kong Zhuo took a deep drag on his cigar, his face etched with pure satisfaction.
Just thinking about that Yun Feiyang brat made Kong Zhuo seethe with anger. No one had ever dared to lay such heavy hands on a member of the Donghai Kong family.
Yun Feiyang was the first. Now, he actually found himself anticipating Yun Feiyang's appearance. After the last lesson, Kong Zhuo had upgraded his security detail. Every single one was a professionally trained elite bodyguard. If that brat shows up again, Kong Zhuo will beat him so badly he'll be begging for mercy. Shin Mingtian's beautiful eyes flashed with disgust as she coldly declared, Kong Zhuo, even if you cut off every resource I have, I won't give in. I won't entrust my lifelong happiness to a despicable scoundrel like you. Shin Mingtian knew deep down that even if Yun Feiyang hadn't beaten Kong Zhuo senseless, she would have ended up confronting him head-on someday anyway. After all, a spoiled rich kid like him would never give up until he got the woman he desired. Yun Feiyang had merely accelerated the inevitable confrontation.
Kong Zhuo let out a cold laugh before turning triumphantly to Huang Jing.
Mr. Huang, did you hear that? This is the artist your company represents? She really thinks she's something special, doesn't she? Yes. Huang Jing nodded. Young Master Kong is absolutely right. Your interest in Shin Mingtian is a blessing for her. It's Shin Mingtian who doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. See?
Mr. Huang here is the one who truly understands reason. Kong Zhuo declared triumphantly, alright then, I'll speak with my father again and invest a few tens of millions in your company's new production.
This is for your sake, Mr. Huang. Shin Mingtian's agent couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. He understood.
Huang Jing listened to Kong Zhuo partly because Kong Zhuo was a descendant of the Donghai Kong family, but the most crucial reason was Kong Zhuo's substantial investment.
Tens of millions, that's no small sum. Shin Mingtian wasn't exactly a big shot at the company.
To avoid offending the Kong family and secure the tens of millions investment, shelving Shin Mingtian was the most reasonable choice.
But Shin Mingtian's agent was truly furious.
Shin Mingtian had always been diligent in her acting, never paying attention to gossip and never getting involved in any scandals. A girl who focused solely on her craft, finally getting a chance at success, only to have it ruined by a spoiled rich kid like Kong Zhuo.
How could anyone not be furious? Why was such scum born into the Donghai Kong family, a wealthy clan that wreaks havoc everywhere? It's revolting. Flattered to the point of euphoria by Huang Jing's fawning, Kong Zhuo's nose was practically in the clouds. Shin Mingtian, this young master isn't unreasonable. Here's the deal, I'll give you one last chance. You don't have to be my wife, but you can be my mistress. Spend a month with me, and I'll not only return all your resources, but I'll invest in making you the lead in 5 upcoming productions. This is your only chance. If you refuse me, I guarantee you'll never get another shot at success. Just then, a dull thud echoed as the tightly sealed conference room door was kicked open with force. A lazy voice drifted in alongside it. Don't you know what you are? Thinking you can touch someone else's leading lady? Chapter 184, When Enemies Meet, the Rivalry Burns Bright. The speaker was none other than Yun Feiyang. The moment Shin Mingtian saw Yun Feiyang, her gaze sharpened abruptly, then her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. Yun Feiyang. If it weren't for Yun Feiyang, Kong Zhuo's relationship with her wouldn't have soured so quickly. But what was Yun Feiyang doing here now? Was he here to cause trouble? Mingtian, who is this person? Shen Mengtian's agent, finding Yun Feiyang somewhat unfamiliar, couldn't help but ask.
Shen Mengtian's tone carried a hint of irritation as she whispered, "This is the man who helped me beat up Kongjue Yun Feiyang."
What?
Shen Mengtian's agent's expression instantly changed, his eyes mirroring hers as they darkened with anger.
You're Yun Feiyang? Shen Mengtian's agent stormed up to Yun Feiyang, demanding, "Kid, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused Mengtian?"
If Yun Feiyang hadn't been so impulsive, there might still be room for reconciliation between Kongjue and Shen Mengtian.
But now, how could there possibly be any reconciliation? Yun Feiyang regarded Shen Mengtian's agent impassively, showing no sign of anger.
He simply stated, "The conflict between Shen Mengtian and Kongjue existed beforehand.
At the time, I assisted Miss Shen Mengtian.
As for what might have happened otherwise, you can ask Shen Mengtian herself."
Yun Feiyang wasn't trying to absolve himself.
A rich playboy like Kongjue would stop at nothing to get any woman he set his sights on. Yun Feiyang had merely accelerated the inevitable clash between Kongjue and Shen Mengtian.
Besides, with Yun Feiyang protecting Shen Mengtian, she would be absolutely safe.
A flicker of hesitation flickered in Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes.
Yun Feiyang was right. Had Yun Feiyang not intervened back then, Kongjue might have dragged Shen Mengtian out of the villa by force. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Truth be told, Shen Mengtian should be grateful to Yun Feiyang, not resent him for acting recklessly.
Shen Mengtian's agent hesitated before speaking in a low voice. "Attacking Kongjue's bodyguard is one thing, but why did you have to go after Kongjue himself?"
That was far too rash. Shen Mengtian's agent dared not speak too loudly, whispering to Yun Feiyang while glancing at Kongjue with eyes brimming with apprehension. After all, Kongjue was a member of the Dong Haikong family. One couldn't just act recklessly toward him. Otherwise, it would only bring unnecessary trouble to Shen Mengtian. At that moment, Kongjue's gaze toward Yun Feiyang was practically spitting fire.
In Donghai, Kongjue was notorious as a spoiled brat. No one dared cross him. Forget about laying a finger on him, everyone bowed and scraped whenever they saw Kongjue. Yet here came Yun Feiyang, this insolent upstart, humiliating him in front of Shen Mengtian. Kongjue had long sought to reclaim his dignity.
Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to track down Yun Feiyang.
Now that Yun Feiyang had walked right into his trap, how could Kongjue possibly pass up this opportunity?
"Kid, you've got some nerve. You actually dared to come here yourself?" Kongjue rose with a dark expression, his gaze piercing Yun Feiyang like a dagger.
Yun Feiyang, however, showed no fear. He walked slowly toward Kongjue, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
"With you? What can you possibly do to me? But you never learn. Last time, I recall you kneeling and apologizing to Miss Shen Mengtian in that villa, right? And now you dare to come looking for trouble with Shen Mengtian again? Tired of living, are you?"
This.
Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Shen Mengtian and her agent couldn't help but turn pale with embarrassment. How utterly clueless Yun Feiyang was. Things had already reached this point. Why was Yun Feiyang still provoking Kongjue with his words? Kongjue already felt humiliated and was looking for a way to save face. That's why he came after Shen Mengtian. Yet here was Yun Feiyang, publicly mocking Kongjue and exposing his shortcomings. Wasn't this deliberately trying to provoke Kongjue? The thought made Shen Mengtian quickly grab Yun Feiyang's sleeve and whisper, "Why do you always have to make things so dramatic?" Yun Feiyang remained utterly unfazed, smiling as he replied, "So what if it escalates? What can Kongjue possibly do to me? Have you forgotten how he ended up kneeling before you last time?" Shen Mengtian sighed inwardly. She wasn't going to bother with Yun Feiyang anymore. After all, Shen Mengtian had already been cut off from all resources. Things couldn't get any worse. If Yun Feiyang wanted to stir up trouble, then so be it. Shen Mengtian had already given up hope. She knew her background simply couldn't compete with someone like Kongjue. If Kongjue forced her into marriage, Shen Mengtian would simply end it all. Though she understood Yun Feiyang had come to protect her, his arrogance was simply too much. Relying solely on Sister Rong's influence, Yun Feiyang had absolutely no right to act so arrogantly in front of Kongjue. Even Sister Rong wouldn't dare speak so boldly in front of Kongjue. Times had changed. Last time, Kongjue hadn't brought enough men and had suffered a loss. This time, he brought a large contingent of elite fighters. And Yun Feiyang? He came alone. Didn't Yun Feiyang know that in this world, there are always people more skilled than you, and skies beyond skies? Kongjue's expression grew increasingly grim. What angered him most was being soundly beaten by Yun Feiyang at the villa. Yet just now, Yun Feiyang had brought it up twice, completely shaming him. Today, no matter what, he would reclaim his dignity. Soon, he would make Yun Feiyang kneel before him, Kongjue, and sing conquest. And that ungrateful woman, Shen Mengtian, he would make her grovel at his feet. "Kid, last time you got lucky because this young master didn't bring enough men. This time, you won't get off easy. All of you, get in here." No sooner had Kongjue finished speaking than a group of burly men in black burst through the doors. Every single one was black, burly, and muscular. Even through their clothes, you could feel the massive muscle beneath. Kongjue had paid a hefty sum to hire these men.
They were elite mercenaries from the top ranks of foreign mercenary groups. Kong Jua had witnessed firsthand how one of these black-clad men had taken down his previous bodyguard with a single move. With these elite fighters standing guard, just wait and see how that brat Yun Feiyang dares to act so cocky. Seeing these intimidating black men, Shen Mingtian's sweet eyes clouded over with worry. Though she knew little about mercenaries, she could tell at a glance these weren't ordinary men. Compared to these mercenaries, Yun Feiyang looked frail and scrawny, like he could be taken down with a single hand. Shen Mingtian shook her head, sighing inwardly. It seemed reality was about to teach Yun Feiyang a lesson in humility arrogance never paid. Yet when Shen Mingtian's gaze fell upon Yun Feiyang, she saw him utterly unfazed, showing not the slightest regard for these burly, imposing black men. Chapter 185, Bloody Tactics. Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette with a casual flick, sat down, and without lifting his head, declared, "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I came here today to discuss business, not to fight. If young Master Kong insists on forcing the issue and something bad happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, even Huang Jing beside him couldn't help but snort coldly twice. This kid sure knows how to put on an act. From his tone, dealing with these black guys would be a piece of cake? In Huang Jing's eyes, he was probably just putting on a brave face to intimidate people. Kong Jua, thinking Yun Feiyang was intimidated, sneered triumphantly, "Who are you trying to scare? Do you think I was raised in fear? I'm the third young master of the prestigious Kong family of Donghai. What haven't I seen? Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see what you look like? Trying to intimidate me?" Yun Feiyang curled his lip and stubbed out his cigarette. "Guess we're done talking then?" As he spoke, a faint chill settled in Yun Feiyang's gaze. "Looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty today." But Kong Jua had it coming. The one thing he shouldn't have done was provoke Shen Mingtian, the younger brother of the Yellow Bee. "Talk? When did I ever intend to talk with you? Don't you know what you are? Do you even deserve to speak with me?" Kong Jua bellowed arrogantly, pointing at Yun Feiyang. "You lot! Break this brat's arms and legs first. Then I'll torture him slowly." The black-clad men immediately advanced toward Yun Feiyang with menacing intent. Even Shen Mingtian and her agent were so terrified they broke out in cold sweat. Shen Mingtian's agent especially wanted to tear Yun Feiyang to shreds. Why did Yun Feiyang have to provoke Kong Jua, that mad dog? Now they were in for it. Kong Jua would surely take his anger out on them soon. What on earth were they to do now? Just then, Yun Feiyang slowly walked up to them and said calmly, "Stay back. If you don't have the guts, cover your eyes." "What the hell are you doing?" Shen Mingtian's voice trembled. Has Yun Feiyang lost his mind? He's going to fight these black guys? Is he even a match for these guys? Get out of the way. Yun Feiyang didn't bother explaining anything to Shen Mingtian. Truth be told, if Shen Mingtian weren't Sister Wasp, Yun Feiyang wouldn't give a damn about her life or death. But Hornet had done favors for Yun Feiyang and for every survivor in the entire squad. Yun Feiyang would never let anyone bully Sister Wasp. That was a man's promise and responsibility. A cold smile played on Kong Jua's lips as he puffed on his cigar, already envisioning Yun Feiyang being pinned to the ground and beaten senseless by these burly black men. "You're from the Iron Blood Corps, right?" Yun Feiyang's perfectly enunciated English left everyone present momentarily stunned. This kid knows English? Shen Mingtian looked utterly astonished. She had assumed Yun Feiyang was merely a skilled bodyguard. The lead black man's expression hardened as he stared at Yun Feiyang in confusion, replying in English, "How did you know that? How is your leg injury, Captain Howard?" Yun Feiyang dodged the question, his cold smile deepening. Earlier, Yun Feiyang had spotted the scorpion tattoo on the sleeve of this black-clad man's arm, a mark exclusive to members of the Iron Blood Corps. Who would have thought Kong Jua had such connections, managing to bring in members of the Iron Blood Corps ranked 36th in the world auction? Seems the Kong family of Donghai isn't entirely useless after all. "How do you know our commander's leg is injured, kid?" The black man's eyes narrowed sharply. The commander's injury was top secret within the regiment. Only high-ranking leaders like him had access to such information. How did this guy know? Yun Feiyang smiled, a wicked smirk curling his lips. His right hand mimicked a gun gesture as he spoke calmly, "Because the bullet wound in your commander's leg was fired by me." "You?" The black man's eyes suddenly sharpened, his voice trembling. "Could it be, you're the killing machine of the mercenary world?" Whoosh! Before the black leader could finish his sentence, Yun Feiyang's body moved. Almost simultaneously, the black leader's head was seized by Yun Feiyang and slammed directly into the nearby table. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as the solid wood desk shattered under the impact of the leader's head. Splinters flew through the air mixed with his blood, the pungent stench of gore instantly assaulting the senses of everyone present. Whoa! Shen Mingtian, the agent, Huang Jing, and Kong Jua all sucked in a sharp breath. Staring at the African-American leader pinned to the desk, his body convulsing uncontrollably, a chill ran down their spines. How terrifying was that? To literally push a burly, muscular man's head into the table? That kind of strength isn't something an ordinary person could possibly have. Ugh! Seeing the black leader's face covered in blood, someone like Kong Zhuo, who'd never witnessed such a bloody scene before, immediately threw up. Shen Mengtian had slightly better mental fortitude, but as a pampered goddess accustomed to a life of luxury, witnessing such a bloody scene still sent waves of nausea surging through her chest, nearly making her vomit. The black men behind them, though mentally tough, were filled with shock and fear in their eyes. They were members of one of the world's top-ranked mercenary groups. They could instantly assess whether they stood a chance against Yun Feiyang. If they had guns in their hands right now, they might stand a chance against Yun Feiyang. But relying solely on their skills? Not just the few of them, even dozens of them combined wouldn't be a match for Yun Feiyang. For these mercenaries, they earned their money by risking their lives, but they weren't here to lose them. Knowing full well that staying here meant certain death, how could they possibly remain? Suicide? With that thought, one of the black mercenaries pulled out a bank card and tossed it coldly before Kong Zhuo. "Sorry, sir," he said. "You misjudged your opponent's strength. You've cost our brothers their lives. We're abandoning this mission. Furthermore, Iron Blood Mercenaries reserves the right to hold you accountable. We're out." Without waiting for Kong Zhuo's response, the group approached Yun Feiyang and bowed. "Sir, as fellow professionals, you understand our code. Once we abandon this mission, you cease to be our enemy." These black men were mere foot soldiers. Though they didn't know who Yun Feiyang truly was, his single move slamming the black leader's head into the table proved he was a top-tier master. Even if they banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance against Yun Feiyang. A master of this caliber commands the respect of these mercenaries. Yun Feiyang shrugged and said, "This is the best outcome. You may carry this man away." Yun Feiyang gestured toward the half-dead black leader lying on the floor. This black leader was effectively finished. Even if he recovered, he'd be a vegetable. Yun Feiyang felt no pity for him. Having chosen the path of mercenary, these men had surely prepared themselves for such consequences long ago. Chapter 186, Beat Them into Submission. The African leader gave a slight nod, then fixed Kong Zhuo with an icy stare that made the young man's heart nearly leap out of his chest. "You are Kong Zhuo, third young master of the Kong family from Donghai, China. I remember you well. You fed our mercenary group false intelligence, leading to our leader's death. This debt, the Iron Blood Mercenary Group will settle with you. We're leaving." With that, the black man waved his hand and strode away, leading their leader with him. Watching the black men drag their half-dead leader away without a second glance, Kong Zhuo's face flushed crimson with fury. He was so furious he could have cursed his mother. He had paid a hefty sum to hire these elite fighters, certain they would crush Yun Feiyang. Yet the moment they met, one of their leaders had been crippled. Top-tier experts? They were nothing but useless trash. What was most infuriating was that these useless fools were now shifting the blame onto him. Kong Zhuo? Wasn't it obvious these men were useless? An internationally renowned mercenary group? What a joke! The esteemed Kong family of the East Sea, would they ever fear such rotten fish and rotten shrimp? But Kong Zhuo was utterly humiliated right now. He had been so certain of securing Yun Feiyang, yet now, all his boasts had been for nothing. Especially when he saw Yun Feiyang's icy glare, Kong Zhuo's heart pounded wildly. But he was still the third son of the Donghai Kong family. Would Yun Feiyang dare cause trouble in front of so many people? Would Yun Feiyang really beat him senseless again like last time? That would be utterly humiliating in front of Huang Jing. Yet Yun Feiyang merely lit a cigarette with a faint smile and sat down, showing no intention of laying a finger on Kong Zhuo. In Yun Feiyang's eyes, Kong Zhuo was a minor player. If Kong Zhuo didn't know his place, he'd be asking for trouble. Even if he really did kill Kong Zhuo, he could just hand the matter over to someone else. Yun Feiyang wouldn't risk offending Shen Mengtian by killing Kong Zhuo outright. Kong Zhuo, convinced Yun Feiyang feared his status as a member of the Donghai Kong family, sneered coldly, a mocking smile curling his lips. Perhaps Yun Feiyang hadn't fully grasped the might of the Donghai Kong family before, but these past few days should have given him a taste of their power. Not only had Yun Feiyang beaten up the bodyguards, but he'd even laid hands on Kong Zhuo himself. But today, Yun Feiyang had merely driven away the bodyguards. He hadn't dared lay a finger on Kong Zhuo. This proved Yun Feiyang now feared him, Kong Zhuo. With this thought, Kong Zhuo rose triumphantly, his nostrils flaring as if they were about to pierce the sky. He strode arrogantly before Yun Feiyang. "Kid, you don't dare lay a finger on this young master, do you? I'm the third son of the esteemed Kong family of the East Sea. How many people bow and scrape before me? You." Smack! Before Kong Zhuo could finish his sentence, Yun Feiyang casually slapped him, sending him flying backward. Whoosh! Thud! Kong Zhuo fared worse than last time, sent flying by Yun Feiyang's single slap. He slammed hard onto the ground, his right cheek instantly swelling up. Put! Seeing Kong Zhuo in such a sorry state, Shen Mengtian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Especially seeing Kong Zhuo's flushed face, seething with anger yet unable to speak up, it was simply too amusing. She'd never seen Kong Zhuo suffer such a defeat before. Though Shen Mengtian thought Yun Feiyang's actions were a bit ungrateful, seeing Kong Zhuo suffer secretly gave her a sense of satisfaction. Let this spoiled rich kid keep bullying people. I advise you to keep your mouth shut.
Otherwise, it won't do you any good. Yun Feiyang's icy glare sent a shiver down Kong Jua's spine. Truth be told, Kong Jua had always been arrogant in front of anyone. But after being confronted twice by Yun Feiyang, especially this time, witnessing Yun Feiyang slam the African martial artist's head into the desk with a single move, it left a deep psychological scar on Kong Jua. Now, all alone, even a single glance from Yun Feiyang could terrify Kong Jua half to death. Not saying anything? Yun Feiyang sneered coldly. Weren't you being so arrogant just now? Kong Jua shrank his neck and dared not utter another word. Yun Feiyang's gaze then fixed on Huang Jing. Feeling that icy stare, Huang Jing's heart lurched, and he swallowed hard involuntarily. What do you want? Let me remind you, this is a society governed by law. Huang Jing knew Yun Feiyang was Shin Mengtian's man. He'd just cut off all of Shin Mengtian's resources. Would this tough guy come after him? This man didn't even give Kong Jua a second glance. Why would he bother with Huang Jing? This kid's just a skilled fighter, no need to fear him. After all, Kong Jua is the son of the Dong Haikong family. When the time comes, the Dong Haikong family will deal with this kid. He's just a bodyguard with no real connections. What's there to fear? Return Shin Mengtian's resources to her now, and you can keep your position as general manager without trouble. I'm giving you one chance. Take it or leave it, it's your call. Yun Feiyang lit a cigarette, his narrowed eyes fixed impassively on Huang Jing. Huang Jing had only one chance, because Uncle Rome was the major shareholder of this entertainment company. In other words, Yun Feiyang called the shots here. After all, he was one of their own. It all depended on whether Huang Jing would cooperate. Huang Jing swallowed hard and forced out, "Are you threatening me with violence? I'm a law-abiding citizen running a legitimate company. You have no right to coerce me with force. Are you implying you're protecting that spoiled rich kid, Kong Jua?" Yun Feiyang fixed Huang Jing with a cold stare, his tone dripping with icy disdain. Helping outsiders while bullying his own people. A general manager like this has no place staying. Not to mention, Shin Mengtian is Huang Feng's sister to Yun Feiyang. She's someone he owes a debt of gratitude to. You're a bodyguard, I won't stoop to your level. But my company isn't your playground. Even if you resort to violence to coerce me, I'll still stand with young Master Kong. Huang Jing put on an air of righteous indignation, but in truth, he was only afraid of Kong Jua. He knew full well Kong Jua was a spoiled brat deliberately suppressing Shin Mengtian, yet he still helped Kong Jua strip her of her resources. Such accomplices to spoiled second-generation brats are even more despicable than Kong Jua himself. Given that, I've done all I can. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently before pulling out his phone and dialing Uncle Rome. Assign anyone to replace Huang Jing in his company position. This person is permanently barred from employment. With that, Yun Feiyang hung up coldly. Huang Jing snorted in disbelief. Young man, you're taking this way too far, aren't you? What are you, anyway? Just a bodyguard with a bit of fighting skill. How dare you decide my fate? Huang Jing sneered disdainfully. He had powerful connections, only the company's major shareholders could decide his fate. But the company's major shareholders were all super big shots in Donghai. Would they give face to a nobody like Yun Feiyang? At best, Yun Feiyang was merely a bodyguard. Even the most skilled bodyguards earned a few million yuan a year at most. Meanwhile, those top-tier tycoons control resources worth tens of billions. Would they give face to such a nobody? Snap. Just then, the conference room door swung open, and Deputy General Manager Chen of the talent agency strode in. Chapter 187, Mr. Yun's Intentions. Deputy General Manager Chen was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the kind of person who radiated efficiency and refinement at first glance. He oversaw a significant portion of the agency's talent management operations, with numerous celebrities under his purview. Shen Lingtian's gaze toward Vice President Chen held a hint of respect. This Vice President Chen was highly capable, and the artists under his management were all positioned and developed quite well. Within the company, anyone with discernment recognized that Vice President Chen's capabilities far surpassed those of Huang Jing, who was merely adept at flattery and sycophancy. Huang Jing's smug expression deepened when he saw Chen enter. Pointing at Yun Feiyang, he declared, "Deputy Director Chen, this man is Shin Mengtian's bodyguard. Acting on our orders, he is causing trouble here. Go get the company security now and throw both him and Shin Mengtian out of the company." Huang Jing completely missed the unusual look in Vice President Chen's eyes. Still convinced he was the company's top dog, he continued to boss Vice President Chen around with an air of arrogance. But Vice President Chen paid no heed to Huang Jing's demands. Instead, he approached Yun Feiyang with a respectful expression. "You must be Mr. Yun?" Vice President Chen inquired with a bow. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod, glanced at Vice President Chen, and replied, "Did the higher-ups send you?" Deputy General Manager Chen nodded. "That's correct. The company board has just issued new orders. Starting today, I will be taking over all company operations." Throughout his conversation with Yun Feiyang, Vice President Chen's gaze remained filled with deference, not daring to show the slightest hint of disrespect. The board's directive was stern and straightforward.
While ostensibly assigning Chen to assume all of Huang Jing's responsibilities, it also explicitly instructed him to strictly follow Yun Feiyang's directives. This was the board's highest directive.
In all his years, Vice President Chen had never encountered directives of this level before. There was only one explanation: Yun Feiyang's background was terrifyingly formidable, even the old men on the board dared not cross him. That was precisely why Vice President Chen was being so deferential toward Yun Feiyang. Huang Jing was baffled. What was Vice President Chen playing at? Fire him? But Vice President Chen was merely the company's vice president. Did he even have that authority? At this thought, Huang Jing frowned and demanded, "Deputy General Manager Chen, what do you mean?" "I, Huang Jing, am the company's general manager." Deputy General Manager Chen turned his head, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. "This is the board's order. If you don't believe me, call the company's HR department right now. I assure you, the board's order has already been issued. Huang Jing, you are no longer affiliated with this company." "What?" Huang Jing looked utterly incredulous. He'd been doing his job perfectly. Why was he suddenly dismissed? Moreover, Huang Jing had connections on the board. If he were truly being dismissed, he would have received advance notice. With that thought, Huang Jing immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the company's HR department. After connecting, it took only a few words for Huang Jing's expression to turn grim. "What? You mean I'm really fired?" Huang Jing looked utterly shocked, his voice thick with disbelief. How could this be? How could he be fired without warning? Shen Mengtian and her agent were equally stunned. Shen Mengtian, especially, shot Yun Feiyang a look filled with suspicion. Huang Jing's sudden dismissal was indeed highly suspicious. Someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. At this moment, Shen Mengtian could only think of Yun Feiyang. Just moments ago, Yun Feiyang had casually made a phone call and fired Huang Jing. To be honest, no one present had taken Yun Feiyang's words seriously, not even Huang Jing himself, who dismissed it as mere bragging. But just a few minutes later, the order to fire Huang Jing had already been issued. And it was issued at the highest level. Seeing how deferential Vice President Chen was toward Yun Feiyang, there could only be one explanation. Huang Jing's dismissal was indeed caused by a single phone call from Yun Feiyang. Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang, filled with utter shock. What kind of background does Yun Feiyang have? How could he wield such immense power? Shen Mengtian had previously assumed Yun Feiyang only dared act so brazenly because of Sister Rong's backing. But now it seemed completely unrelated to her. To have the general manager Huang Jing fired with just one phone call. Even Sister Rong didn't possess that kind of power. Huang Jing was now drenched in cold sweat, his voice stuttering as he spoke. How could this happen? I'm friends with the company's vice chairman. How could the board dismiss me without warning? This is impossible. Huang Jing's tone brimmed with disbelief. He couldn't fathom anyone actually firing him outright. Deputy General Manager Chen's gaze turned icy as he said flatly, "If you have anything to say, take it up with the board. I'll have security escort you out immediately." Vice President Chen had long harbored significant resentment toward Huang Jing. Huang Jing had no real ability. He'd only reached his current position through sycophantic flattery. Deputy General Manager Chen had long been fed up with him. Today, Huang Jing had crossed Yun Feiyang and was finally being kicked out of the company, a welcome development for Vice President Chen. He wished Huang Jing would vanish right then and there. Seeing this, Kang Zhuo could only glare viciously at Yun Feiyang before slinking away. Shen Mengtian and her agent spotted Kang Zhuo, but fearing his influence, they kept silent. As for Yun Feiyang, he ignored the entire scene. A minor figure like Kang Zhuo wasn't even worth Yun Feiyang's time. Mengtian, starting today, all your movie resources will be restored. Additionally, there are 2 blockbuster productions with budgets in the hundreds of millions. They're missing a leading lady, and I'll arrange for you to join the crew as soon as possible. Rest assured, as long as I, Chen, am here, within a year, I will definitely elevate Mengtian to a top-tier star. What? Shen Mengtian's agent's eyes lit up. Shen Mengtian's resources within the company have always been lacking. Truthfully, Shen Mengtian possesses considerable talent. Given sufficient resources, she would inevitably achieve massive stardom. Who would have thought that Vice President Chen's first move upon taking office would be to offer Shen Mengtian such incredible opportunities? A new billion-yuan investment project, if executed with high production values, it's bound to generate massive buzz. For Shen Mengtian, this is nothing short of a blessing. Deputy Chen, no, President Chen, thank you. Shen Mengtian's agent grasped Vice President Chen's hand in delight, her voice brimming with surprise and gratitude. A faint smile played at Vice President Chen's lips as he replied, "No need to thank me. This is all Mr. Yun's decision. I'm merely following his instructions." Mr. Yun? Shen Mengtian and her agent's expressions shifted slightly. They turned to look at Yun Feiyang with puzzled expressions, their eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 188, A Slap. It was Yun Feiyang after all. Shen Mengtian had clung to a sliver of doubt moments ago, but now, hearing Deputy Director Chen's explicit confirmation, both she and her agent instantly understood. This was indeed Yun Feiyang's doing.
But what puzzled Shen Mengtian was, where did Yun Feiyang get such clout that he could fire Huang Jing with just one phone call? Shen Mengtian had assumed Yun Feiyang was merely riding on Sister Rong's coattails, but now it was clear that wasn't the case at all.
Shen Mengtian's agent now wore a look of both gratitude and awkwardness.
Gritting her teeth, she approached Yun Feiyang and apologized. Mr. Yun, I'm truly sorry for offending you earlier.
I hope you won't hold it against me. Shen Mengtian's agent hadn't expected Yun Feiyang to have such powerful connections.
Huang Jing had connections on the board. The vice chairman of the board was Huang Jing's stronghold, yet in front of Yun Feiyang, he was nothing.
One phone call from Yun Feiyang, and the board issued the highest directive. What was a mere vice chairman worth? Nothing. I never intended to stoop to Shen Mengtian's level anyway. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Though Shen Mengtian didn't trust Yun Feiyang, she was still Huang Feng's sister. Naturally, Yun Feiyang wouldn't pick a fight with her.
He believed that starting today, Shen Mengtian wouldn't be glaring at him anymore. Shen Mengtian paused for a moment, then walked up to Yun Feiyang and said, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier.
Thank you for helping me like this.
Shen Mengtian assumed Yun Feiyang had only helped her because of Sister Rong's influence, which was why she expressed her gratitude.
But Yun Feiyang just smiled and said, it's the least I could do. How about this? Are you free sometime? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Shen Mengtian hesitated before replying to Yun Feiyang. Although Yun Feiyang was fulfilling his duty to protect her, what he had done far exceeded the responsibilities of a bodyguard. Shen Mengtian felt it was necessary to properly thank him. Forget it. I've got other things to attend to. Let's talk about it another time. With that, Yun Feiyang left the office immediately. Mengtian, this Mr. Yun is a big shot. We absolutely mustn't cross him in the future. Seeing Yun Feiyang leave, Shen Mengtian's agent whispered a warning to her.
Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes held a hint of confusion. She understood her agent's meaning, but at the same time, Shen Mengtian knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Could it be that Yun Feiyang was going out of his way to help her because, like Kong Zhua, he had some ulterior motive? Shen Mengtian shook her head. She couldn't afford to dwell on such matters now. Even if Yun Feiyang did harbor some underhanded intentions, Shen Mengtian doubted she had the energy to resist.
At the very least, she recognized that Yun Feiyang didn't cling to her with the shameless persistence of Kong Zhua.
That was good news for her. Seeing Yun Feiyang leave, Deputy General Manager Chen hurried after him, intending to personally escort him out. Though he didn't know Yun Feiyang's true background, the fact that a single phone call from him could trigger the highest level directive from the board clearly signaled Yun Feiyang's formidable influence. Truth be told, Deputy General Manager Chen owed his current position as General Manager to Yun Feiyang's backing.
Deputy General Manager Chen should now be addressed as General Manager Chen.
Following behind Yun Feiyang, President Chen respectfully stated, Mr. Yun, rest assured. Miss Shin will receive the very best resources our company has to offer. Aware that Yun Feiyang had come specifically for Shen Mengtian, Chen deliberately tailored his words to curry favor with her.
Yun Feiyang gave a faint nod, clearly understanding Chen's intentions.
He replied indifferently, manage the company well, and I won't shortchange you. With someone like Mr. Chen protecting Shen Mengtian within the company, Yun Feiyang could spare himself some worry. Additionally, Uncle Rong had already dispatched people to secretly protect Shen Mengtian's safety. He was confident she wouldn't face any trouble in the near future.
Thank you, Mr. Yun. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Chen felt a surge of quiet delight. This was precisely the assurance he'd been waiting for. With such a powerful figure as Yun Feiyang making this promise, Chen Zong could rest assured about the company's future. As long as he could focus on serving Shen Mengtian well, everything would be fine. Just then, a haughty voice echoed down the corridor, instantly drawing both Chen and Yun Feiyang's attention. It was him. He was the one who had just been pestering her. He had nearly made a pass at her. Hearing that voice and seeing the figure at the end of the corridor, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Wasn't this the very same Bai Jingjing who had tried to throw herself at Yun Feiyang earlier just because she sought his Lamborghini? Behind Bai Jingjing now trailed a pot-bellied middle-aged man. The man had his arm wrapped around Bai Jingjing, his lecherous expression dripping with false tenderness. Practically Bai Jingjing, meanwhile, wore a pitifully wronged expression, only fueling the man's protective, chivalrous demeanor. Sweetheart, don't worry. I'm here today, and I'll make sure justice is served. The man patted his chest, exuding masculine confidence. Not far away, Yun Feiyang let out a cold laugh and shook his head. So it seemed Bai Jingjing had suffered a loss at his hands before and couldn't swallow her pride, seeking someone to restore her dignity? But Feiyang couldn't care less. Get revenge? She'd have to earn that right first.
Just then, the middle-aged man strode over with Bai Jingjing, his nose in the air, and presented her before Feiyang.
Spotting General Manager Chen, Bai Jingjing's face took on an even more pitiful expression. Deputy Director Chen, you're here too.
It's this brat on the way here. He saw someone attractive and tried to make a pass at her.
If she hadn't run away fast, he probably would have.
After speaking, Bai Jingjing adopted an even more grievously wronged expression, squeezing out a few tears from her eyes.
The middle-aged man bellowed even more arrogantly, "Kid, do you know who Jingjing is to me? You dare make a pass at her? Tired of living already?"
Feiyang sneered coldly and retorted to Bai Jingjing, "You sure know how to turn the tables. You were the one who came to seduce me.
After I rejected you, you turn around and accuse me of making advances? There are plenty of witnesses outside. Who was the one who threw herself into my arms and begged to go to a hotel room with me? What did you say?"
Exposed by Feiyang, Bai Jingjing's face flushed crimson as she screamed, "Don't you dare look at yourself. What right do you have for me to fall into your arms and return your advances?
A lowly nobody like you I." Smack!
Before Bai Jingjing could finish her sentence, Chen Zong's hand came down hard, silencing her mid-rant.
Chapter 189, No Second Chances.
White Jingjing clutched her stinging cheek, eyes brimming with hurt tears.
Deputy Director Chen, it's Jingjing. Did you hit the wrong person?
Bai Jingjing was unaware that Chen had been promoted to general manager. Even if he were still just the vice president, she dared not cross him in the slightest.
Within the talent agency, Vice President Chen managed the largest roster of artists, many of whom were top-tier celebrities.
Bai Jingjing knew that within the company, it was better to offend Huang Jing than to cross Vice President Chen.
If she ever crossed Vice President Chen, she'd likely lose even the most marginal entertainment resources within the company.
Bai Jingjing had originally come to cause trouble for Feiyang, but unexpectedly, after listening to her tearful plea, Vice President Chen had slapped her across the face.
What was going on?
Vice President Chen's fierce eyes blazed with rage as he roared, "You blind dog.
Do you know who Mr. Yun is? He's not fit for the stage? Then you're even less fit. You blind dog."
Vice President Chen had just buttered up Feiyang, but before he could even take a few steps away, Bai Jingjing had already gone and provoked Feiyang.
Chen's heart pounded wildly.
Thankfully he'd followed Feiyang out earlier.
Otherwise, if Bai Jingjing had provoked Feiyang into anger, how could he possibly clean up that mess? Feiyang was a big shot who even the board of directors gave face to. Mr. Yun? Hearing Chen's words, Bai Jingjing froze in shock. A man of Chen's stature actually addressing that kid as Mr.? This guy's just a driver. How could he possibly have such clout?
Seeing his woman wronged, the middle-aged man beside her stepped forward with an air of superiority, blocking Bai Jingjing's path.
He puffed out his chest and declared, "Deputy Director Chen, what do you think you're doing? You hit my woman right in front of me? You're not giving me, no dolly, any face? Give you face?" Chen snorted coldly, sneering, "Who the hell are you, no dolly? You think I'd give you face?
To put it nicely, you're in the couple's products business.
To put it bluntly, you're just a condom seller. How could you compare to Mr. Yun? Ridiculous."
Nyo Dali made his fortune in couples products, but after expanding, he opened numerous branches and branched out into other businesses to launder his money. Now he's using his pocket change to muscle into showbiz, chasing after every woman in the entertainment industry.
A woman like Bai Jingjing?
She'll latch onto any rich guy she spots.
Nyo Dali found Bai Jingjing charming and alluring, and they instantly hit it off, locking eyes in mutual attraction.
Though it was purely a transactional relationship, how could Nyo Dali just let it slide when she slapped Bai Jingjing in front of him?
But Nyo Dali never imagined that for such a seemingly insignificant youngster, General Manager Chen would actually refuse to give him face? "Deputy Director Chen, what's your meaning? Am I, Nyo Dali, now inferior to this punk?" Nyo Dali's face flushed crimson. How could he lose face in front of Bai Jingjing? "Nyo Dali, I'm warning you, shut your filthy mouth. If you slight Mr. Yun, you'll lose every last bit of your business in Donghai." Mr. Chen wasn't exaggerating.
This talent agency held considerable clout throughout Donghai, with many board shareholders being renowned heavyweights.
And yet, with just one phone call from Feiyang, the highest orders came down. Even someone of Huang Jing's standing was stripped of his position in an instant. Nyo Dali?
To Feiyang, he was nothing more than a minor player who couldn't hold a candle to anyone. Fearing Feiyang's wrath, General Manager Chen quickly turned and addressed him respectfully, "Mr. Yun, I will immediately expel Nyo Dali from the company. Furthermore, I will cease all entertainment resources for Bai Jingjing effective immediately. Starting today, our company will permanently shelve Bai Jingjing.
She will never be reactivated." What? Hearing Chen's words, Bai Jingjing's expression instantly changed. Sidelined? For an artist on the rise, this was nothing short of a nightmare. All these years, how many men's beds had Bai Jingjing slept in to reach this precarious position? And now she was being shelved with just one sentence from Mr. Chen? "Deputy Director Chen, you can't do this to me.
Before Bai Jingjing could finish, Chen cut her off with a dismissive wave.
You needn't explain yourself to me. This is your punishment for offending Mr. Yun. Chen's expression was icy cold, utterly ruthless. This is what happens when you cross Yun Feiyang. This. Bai Jingjing was stunned. That kid's just a driver, right? Could he possibly be some kind of big shot? Just as Bai Jingjing was about to beg Yun Feiyang for mercy, he had already walked past her and left the agency. To Yun Feiyang, Bai Jingjing was nothing more than a gold digger he could easily do without. He saw no reason to stoop to her level. With Mr. Chen handling Bai Jingjing's situation, Yun Feiyang didn't need to lift a finger. Bai Jingjing hesitated for a moment, then rushed out after him. Regardless of whether Yun Feiyang was actually the driver, she had to beg for mercy. Otherwise, she risked being shelved by the company. For a rising female artist, this would be a devastating blow. Just as Bai Jingjing dashed out the company entrance, she saw Yun Feiyang already climbing into that auction-grade Lamborghini. The passenger seat of that Lamborghini was completely empty. Bai Jingjing stood there frozen in place. If Yun Feiyang was the driver, someone else should have been sitting in the passenger seat. But the entire Lamborghini contained only Yun Feiyang. This car belonged to Yun Feiyang. A wave of intense regret and despair surged through Bai Jingjing's heart. No wonder Vice President Chen showed Yun Feiyang such deference. It turned out Yun Feiyang was the owner of that Lamborghini. An auction-level license plate. This wasn't something just anyone could afford. The moment she recalled her earlier disdainful attitude toward Yun Feiyang, Bai Jingjing was filled with regret. By a hair's breadth, she'd almost hooked up with a super powerful big shot. But now it was all gone. Not only had she offended this big shot, but Chen Zong had also cut off all her resources. This was the end of her. Having crossed someone like this, she'd likely never make it in Donghai's entertainment industry again. On the way, Yun Feiyang received a call from Su Yuhan, demanding he rush to Donghai Airport immediately. Su Yuhan's best friend had arrived, and Su Yuhan herself had already been there for some time. Remember to change into the clothes I bought for you. After reminding Yun Feiyang, Su Yuhan hung up. This actually reminded Yun Feiyang that Su Yuhan's birthday was approaching. If Yun Feiyang remembered correctly, in just a few days by month's end both Su Yuhan and her best friend would celebrate their birthdays. Yun Feiyang's spirits had been steadily rising lately. Taylor should have arrived in Donghai by now. It seemed time to remind Zhang Bai to keep Taylor on standby. Chapter 190, merely a minor player. But the clothes Su Yuhan bought for Yun Feiyang? He couldn't bear to wear them. This was the very first gift Su Yuhan had ever given him. It held immense significance. He planned to keep it as a treasured keepsake. With that thought, Yun Feiyang drove straight to the Prada store, bought an identical outfit, and changed into it. This time, when Yun Feiyang entered the store, no one dared to treat him like a country bumpkin. After his earlier scene, every salesperson in the store recognized him now, treating him with utmost respect, almost eager to help him change clothes themselves. With preparations complete, Yun Feiyang drove straight to Donghai International Airport. Su Yuhan was already waiting at the exit with Yun Feiyang and her best friend. Spotting Yun Feiyang approaching from afar, Su Yuhan's eyes lit up. Before, Yun Feiyang always wore coarse cloth clothes not only washed until they were faded, but also completely lacking in style. This was the first time Su Yuhan had ever seen Yun Feiyang dressed so impeccably. The latest Prada menswear suit pants, leather shoes, and a crisp white shirt made him look much more refined. Though Yun Feiyang's complexion wasn't exceptionally fair, his healthy, sun-kissed tan radiated vitality. Combined with his bright, alert eyes, he looked utterly vibrant. Even walking down the street, he drew plenty of admiring glances from women. Su Yuhan couldn't help but feel a surge of sweetness in her heart. This was the first time Su Yuhan had felt such pride in being seen with Yun Feiyang, and a beautiful curve naturally formed on her lips. With a smile playing on her lips, Su Yuhan walked up to Yun Feiyang and nodded. "You look sharp." Yun Feiyang chuckled, "Isn't it all thanks to the clothes you picked out?" Su Yuhan chuckled helplessly, "Even the most stylish clothes need someone who can pull them off. Just look at you, you absolutely rock them. I never imagined you'd be such a natural after seeing you do laundry and cook all this time." Realizing she'd said too much, Su Yuhan's voice trailed off. A great deal of the suffering Yun Feiyang endured in the past was due to her, Su Yuhan. Had she treated Yun Feiyang well from the start of their marriage, he never would have endured so much injustice. And now it was clear Yun Feiyang wasn't incapable. He'd been doing this solely to help her recover her health. Seeing all the sacrifices Yun Feiyang had made for her, Su Yuhan made up her mind she would definitely build a good life with him from now on. Since she had chosen to give Yun Feiyang this chance, she would never let him down. "Let me introduce you to my best friend." Su Yuhan paused briefly before saying, "My best friend, Wachuru, was my college roommate. Back then, we shared the same birthday and got along incredibly well. After graduation, she went abroad for further studies. This time, she's visiting China with her boyfriend and decided to stop by to celebrate our birthdays together. She's beautiful, has high standards, and can be a bit blunt. If she happens to offend you, please don't take it personally, do it for me." Su Yuhan hesitated before saying, when we got married, I did mention it to her before.
But back then, you were a son-in-law who married into our family, so. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes held a hint of self-reproach.
Back when she first got married, Su Yuhan was dissatisfied with her marriage and took out her resentment on Yun Feiyang. Guo Churuo was Su Yuhan's best friend, so naturally, she shared this resentment with her. Thus, Yun Feiyang's first impression on Guo Churuo was utterly dreadful.
But now that Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang wasn't a good-for-nothing deadbeat, she naturally wanted to change the impression he had made on Guo Churu.
I misunderstood you before.
Rest assured, I'll do my best to change the impression you have in Churuo's mind,
Su Yuhan said apologetically to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently, so what? I'm used to it. Yun Feiyang couldn't care less about others' opinions of him. In Yun Feiyang's view, life should be kept simple, no need to dwell on all that messy nonsense. What mattered to Yun Feiyang was Su Yuhan.
Even when Su Yuhan had been cold toward him before, Yun Feiyang could endure others' criticism for her sake. Even if people called him a useless son-in-law, he couldn't care less. Now that Su Yuhan had completely changed her view of him, Yun Feiyang cared even less about what those meddlesome people thought. In Yun Feiyang's heart, Su Yuhan was his angel, his entire world. Only Su Yuhan's thoughts could prompt a shift in Yun Feiyang's attitude. After a year of marriage, Yun Feiyang had long since come to understand Su Yuhan's character inside out. With her upright values, Su Yuhan would never entertain any messy thoughts. Once Su Yuhan committed her heart to someone, she would give herself completely. At that very moment, a young woman wearing sunglasses emerged slowly from the station exit, pushing a luggage cart. Tall and slender, she rivaled Su Yuhan in stature. Her flawless figure and exquisite features drew countless admiring glances. Beside her stood a foreign man. This foreigner was quite handsome, blonde hair, blue eyes, a crisp white shirt, and standing over 6 feet tall, truly eye-catching. Most crucially, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner was dressed head to toe in designer labels, with a gold watch on his wrist. Not only handsome, but wealthy too. It was clear the young woman and the foreign hunk were a couple. They chatted and laughed constantly, drawing envious glances from many. A golden boy and a jade girl, what an enviable pairing. Add to that the foreign hunk's wealth, and it made some men who had considered approaching the young woman think twice. That's Guo Churu, my best friend. Beside her is her boyfriend and fiancé, Howard. Howard is the eldest son of a second-tier family abroad, controlling considerable resources. Su Yuhan pointed to Guo Churu and Howard nearby as she introduced them to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod, his eyes devoid of the envy visible in others. A foreign family? Just a second-tier family. During his overseas missions, Yun Feiyang had interacted with top-tier families, even the Swedish royal family. Those were the true world-class families. These top-tier foreign families even owned exclusive oil fields in places like Africa and the Middle East. This is something even some of China's top families can't compare to. Judging by Howard's demeanor, his family probably doesn't even qualify as second-rate, just a minor, low-tier clan. Chapter 191, Is he Yun Feiyang? Even second-tier families abroad have extremely high standards when selecting brides. Bloodlines carry significant weight abroad. Su Yuhan had already outlined Guo Churu's family background. Guo Churu's family are wealthy merchants, but they lack significant influence. In the eyes of those foreign families, Guo Churu was merely a wealthy commoner girl, and a Chinese one at that, not a native. Moreover, Howard is the eldest son of his family and the first in line for succession. If Howard's family were second tier, Guo Churu would likely face layer upon layer of scrutiny just to date him. That would be unavoidable. Yet judging by Guo Churu's relaxed demeanor, she seemed to have faced no difficulties whatsoever. This clearly indicated that Howard's family wasn't second-rate at all. At best, they were bottom tier. In essence, it was just a wealthy merchant family, much like Guo Churu's own household. Though Yun Feiyang could discern all this, Su Yuhan, like most ordinary people, had never encountered top-tier foreign families and naturally knew nothing of these conventions. This wasn't Su Yuhan's fault. Yun Feiyang had no intention of making such matters public anyway. Sometimes it's better to be blissfully ignorant. As long as Guo Churu and Howard were truly in love, money was irrelevant. By now, Su Yuhan had joined Guo Churu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with warmth. Guo Churu, beaming, embraced Su Yuhan affectionately. With two stunning beauties together, most eyes in the airport were drawn to them. Many in the airport couldn't help but compare the men behind Guo Churu and Su Yuhan. One was blonde-haired and blue-eyed, exceptionally handsome, sporting a gold watch on his wrist. The other wore Prada's latest men's collection, an outfit worth over 100,000 yuan, his eyes sharp and alert, radiating vitality. Both were prime catches. At that moment, Howard seemed to sense this comparison. His gaze lingered on Yun Feiyang several times, his eyes filled with intense scrutiny. Howard had always held himself in high regard, convinced he was the most exceptional man in the world. After graduating, he had seamlessly taken over his family's company, achieving remarkable success. Moreover, he had managed to win over a woman of Guo Churu's caliber. This trip to China, Howard had positioned himself as exceptionally high and mighty. Back home, he'd always heard that China was merely a developing nation that had just experienced rapid growth in recent decades. But after all, it was a developing nation utterly incomparable to his homeland, a developed country. Moreover, he considered himself an elite figure in his own country, arriving in China brimming with a profound sense of superiority. Logically, Chinese men should be bowing and scraping before him.
Yet Yun Feiyang's gaze never once lingered on Howard.
Instead, it remained fixed on Su Yuhan, which began to grate on Howard's nerves. Howard's gaze drifted involuntarily toward Su Yuhan, his eyes widening in surprise. Although Guochuru was beautiful and had a great figure, compared to her best friend, the difference was quite obvious. Su Yuhan not only possessed all of Guochuru's virtues, but also radiated an innate, icy elegance. This icy elegance stirred a desire to conquer in men like Howard. Getting his hands on a woman like this was something Howard had always craved. Truth be told, women with that innate, icy elegance existed in Howard's country too, but most of them were completely out of his league. With no other options, Howard had turned to Guochuru. The sudden appearance of such a peerless, icy beauty instantly ignited Howard's desire. This was the greatest gift delivered right to his doorstep.
In his mind, Howard was already plotting how to make Su Yuhan, this cold and exquisite flower, his own. At that thought, Howard couldn't help but glance at Yun Feiyang with envy.
That kid had such incredible luck actually landing such a cold beauty.
How have you been doing abroad? Su Yuhan asked Guochuru with a smile. Guochuru nodded.
Yeah, it's been okay. I brought my boyfriend this time to discuss marriage plans with my family.
Congratulations. Hearing her best friend was getting married, Su Yuhan's smile grew even brighter. At that moment, Guochuru noticed Yun Feiyang standing behind Su Yuhan.
Her beautiful eyes lit up.
Honestly, the man behind Su Yuhan was quite impressive.
Dressed in the latest product collection, with a fresh, healthy complexion and a sharp, energetic demeanor, he was clearly the kind of man you could rely on.
Yuhan, who's that guy behind you? Your new boyfriend? Did you dump that loser Yun Feiyang?
Guochuru tugged at Su Yuhan's arm, grinning as she said, "Wow, this guy's got real presence."
Back when Su Yuhan had just gotten married, she'd complained to Guochuru about Yun Feiyang.
He spent all day in an apron, shuttling between the market, laundry, and cooking, living like he was just waiting to die. In Guochuru's mind, Yun Feiyang was a good-for-nothing who couldn't hold a candle to the energetic young man standing before her.
Su Yuhan's face instantly turned awkward, and she glanced at Yun Feiyang with a touch of embarrassment. Guochuru hadn't exactly whispered her earlier remarks. Yun Feiyang must have heard them. What man could bear being called a good-for-nothing to his face? This was all Su Yuhan's fault.
Had she known Yun Feiyang truly cared for her, she never would have spoken so harshly to her best friend.
Fortunately, Yun Feiyang showed no sign of offense.
He continued to gaze at Su Yuhan with a warm smile, which eased her guilt considerably. Su Yuhan turned her head and hurriedly explained to Guochuru, "Don't say such things.
This is my husband, Yun Feiyang.
And he's no good for nothing."
For a moment, Su Yuhan didn't know how to explain things to Guochuru.
Too much had happened recently. It would be difficult to explain everything clearly in such a short time.
What? He's Yun Feiyang, the son-in-law who married into your family?
In Guochuru's beautiful eyes, there had been a trace of admiration for Yun Feiyang. But in an instant, that admiration turned into naked disgust. A deep-seated, genuine loathing for Yun Feiyang. Though Su Yuhan's complaints about Yun Feiyang were only scattered remarks, given Guochuru's proud nature, how could she possibly hold a favorable impression of a son-in-law like Yun Feiyang?
The only surprise was how spirited Yun Feiyang appeared now.
But no matter how impressive Yun Feiyang appeared now, Guochuru despised this kind of weakling who married into a family for money.
You're Yun Feiyang? Guochuru stepped before Yun Feiyang.
He could sense the displeasure in her tone, and the undisguised disgust and contempt hidden in her beautiful eyes.
Chapter 192, Only I Know His Sorrows. Yun Feiyang couldn't care less.
What image others held of him had nothing to do with Yun Feiyang himself.
As long as Su Yuhan stood by him, that was enough. What good was saving face in front of outsiders? If she gave him a hard time at home, she'd be a fool. As long as the door was shut and the couple lived in harmony, Yun Feiyang couldn't care less if outsiders thought him weak. In Yun Feiyang's eyes, only Su Yuhan existed. But Guochuru looked down on Yun Feiyang. If she dared to disrespect Su Yuhan, however, Yun Feiyang would never let it slide. "Darling, I recognize this beautiful and elegant lady. She's your good friend Su Yuhan. Could you introduce this gentleman?"
At that moment, Howard approached with stiff Chinese, his demeanor exuding elegance.
He had overheard Guochuru's words and now knew Yun Feiyang's identity. Howard had known of Yun Feiyang's existence before.
He simply couldn't fathom what kind of reason would drive a man to marry into another family as a son-in-law. When he first saw Yun Feiyang, Howard hadn't connected this well-dressed, energetic man to the good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang. Yet here he was, the very same man Guochuru had called her useless husband. Howard couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Now he had a chance to pursue Su Yuhan. With such a useless husband, Su Yuhan must have been itching to find a better man long ago, right? At that moment, Guochuru sneered coldly, deliberately mocking aloud, "Gentlemen?
What kind of gentleman is he? This Yun Feiyang is nothing but a son-in-law who married into my best friend Su Yuhan's family. Humph. What kind of gentleman would settle for such a lowly, disrespected position? Guochuru's words carried quite a bit of volume, instantly drawing the attention of many people. Instantly, the previously admiring gazes turned to confusion, then shifted to looks of contempt. A son-in-law by marriage? What a loser. Probably even his designer clothes were bought by his wife. What good is flashy clothing to someone like him? He'll always be the kind of person people look down on. Su Yuhan looked troubled and quickly grabbed Guochuru's hand, whispering, "Churo, keep your voice down. It's true Yun Feiyang married into our family, but he truly cares for me. He's not the good-for-nothing you make him out to be." Su Yuhan used to share Guochuru's opinion, but recent events had completely changed her view of Yun Feiyang. Seeing Guochuru publicly humiliate Yun Feiyang like this, Su Yuhan felt not only her face burning with embarrassment, but also a deep sense of guilt toward Yun Feiyang. Had she considered Yun Feiyang's perspective earlier instead of jumping to conclusions, he wouldn't be facing such humiliating ridicule from Guochuru now. Meanwhile, Howard put on a show of gentlemanly demeanor, his face cold as he addressed Yun Feiyang. "A son-in-law? You're actually a son-in-law? I, Howard, the eldest son and heir of the esteemed Ballberg family, am ashamed to have met someone as lowly as you." Howard's head lifted even higher. He deliberately flaunted his status, aiming to completely outshine Yun Feiyang in front of Su Yuhan. At that moment, Howard shot Su Yuhan a look brimming with smugness. Surely now, Su Yuhan could see that Howard was no ordinary man? With a piece of trash like Yun Feiyang as a comparison, Howard was confident that with just a little effort, a few manly tricks to charm a woman, Su Yuhan would practically throw herself at him. The mere thought of pinning a cold beauty like Su Yuhan beneath him sent Howard's nerves tingling with excitement. Yet hearing Howard's words, Yun Feiyang's lips only curled into a cold sneer. Though Howard was deliberately mocking him, Yun Feiyang, out of respect for Su Yuhan, couldn't be bothered to stoop to Howard's level. Howard considered knowing Yun Feiyang a disgrace, but Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. Not only was Howard merely the eldest son of a third-rate family, but even the Swedish royal princess treated Yun Feiyang with utmost respect. Once, the eldest son of a top-tier family offered Yun Feiyang 2 oil fields in exchange for a year of protection. At the time, Yun Feiyang was preparing to return to China to marry Su Yuhan. He didn't even hesitate before rejecting the offer. Could Howard possibly offer 2 oil fields? Such a small fry? Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to stoop to his level. Seeing Yun Feiyang merely shake his head without rebuttal, Su Yuhan felt pangs of guilt. Yet at that moment, she couldn't fathom how to defend him. Yun Feiyang's affection manifested in everyday gestures. Su Yuhan's shifting perspective toward him had accumulated gradually over time. Could she possibly tell Guochuru everything that had happened now? But that wouldn't protect Yun Feiyang, and this only deepened Su Yuhan's guilt. If only she hadn't told Guochuru about Yun Feiyang back then, she wouldn't be putting him in this awkward position now. With this thought, Su Yuhan reached out her small hand and took Yun Feiyang's in a deliberate gesture. Her beautiful eyes met his, filled with a mix of guilt and apology. "Guochuru is my best friend after all. Please don't hate her, okay?" Su Yuhan whispered softly to Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang smiled, shrugged indifferently, and said, "You're my wife. Of course I'll listen to you. Besides, what's their attitude toward me? I just ignore it." As long as Su Yuhan didn't see him as a good-for-nothing deadbeat in her heart, Yun Feiyang couldn't care less. Guochuru and Howard were just outsiders. Treat us like air? Who do you think you are? Do you know who my boyfriend Howard is? He's the heir to the Ballberg family. He's a real man. Do you even know what the Ballberg family is? Forget it, you wouldn't understand anyway. You're just a deadbeat freeloader of a son-in-law. Seeing Yun Feiyang's indifferent attitude, Guochuru assumed he intended to openly live off Su Yuhan's generosity, which infuriated her even more. Yun Feiyang gave a cold smile. He truly had no idea about this so-called Ballberg family. After all, Yun Feiyang only knew about the top-tier families abroad and royal nobility. The Ballberg family? The name alone screamed second-rate nobility. "Chu Ro, stop talking." Su Yuhan pulled Guochuru aside, her eyes filled with resignation as she said, "Listen to me, Yun Feiyang isn't a good-for-nothing. He cares about me, and what's more, he's made something of himself now." Chapter 193, This Man Cannot Board the Car. Su Yuhan had intended to add that Yun Feiyang was also highly capable, but the thought of Guochuru misunderstanding since Yun Feiyang had now joined her company stopped her from continuing. The thought of Yun Feiyang joining the company only deepened Su Yuhan's guilt. Originally at China Resources, Yun Feiyang was highly valued by his superiors and had even joined the general manager's office. His monthly salary was significantly higher than what he could earn at Time Retention. Yet Yun Feiyang had resolutely joined Time Retention to help her. Now, rumors about his relationship with her had spread throughout the company, causing widespread resentment toward Yun Feiyang. After all, why should a deadbeat who just coasted by get to be the company's vice president? And earn over 10,000 yuan a month? Only Su Yuhan understood the truth behind it all. Yun Feiyang didn't come to Time Capture to coast by, he came to help Su Yuhan with a major favor. However, Su Yuhan's defense meant absolutely nothing to Guochuru. Guochuru scolded Su Yuhan, "Yuhan, have you lost your mind? Defending Yun Feiyang? She's going to ruin your entire life. Hey, look at me, you're not actually interested in him, are you?
I'll admit the guy's got some charm and decent looks. But you're not exactly a superficial person. You need to recognize your own standing. With your looks, do you know who truly deserves you? Men like Howard are the ones worthy of us."
Guochuru was utterly speechless with Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan had always looked down on Yun Feiyang. Why was she suddenly defending Yun Feiyang now? Su Yuhan sighed helplessly. "You just got back to the country. There are some things you don't understand yet. I'll explain them to you gradually. For now, let me take you back home. We'll talk about the rest later." Regarding Yun Feiyang's situation, Su Yuhan could only explain it to Guochuru gradually. In Su Yuhan's heart, Yun Feiyang was absolutely a man she could rely on.
Guochuru shot Yun Feiyang a fierce glare, her eyes brimming with contempt. She strode over to him with an air of superiority and sneered deliberately, "Kid, Yuhan's too kind-hearted, easy to fool. But I'm no fool. As long as I'm around, you won't get to live off her like a freeloader." With that, Guochuru hooked her arm through Howard's and strode away with an air of superiority. Howard's face was thick with smug pride, his gaze fixed on Yun Feiyang brimming with mockery and contempt. Yun Feiyang shook his head and let out a cold laugh. What was there to gloat about? A rich merchant's daughter and the eldest son of a third-rate foreign family? Su Yuhan slipped her arm through Yun Feiyang's, her expression apologetic. "After Chu Ro and I celebrate my birthday, she'll handle her own marriage arrangements. Rest assured, I'll make sure she appears before you as little as possible. I won't put you in a difficult position." A warm wave washed over Yun Feiyang's heart. He smiled. "Knowing you care about me means more than anything. Rest assured, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll prove to her that marrying me is the best choice you could make." Truthfully, Guochuru wasn't a bad person at heart. She was only looking out for Su Yuhan, wanting her best friend to marry a good husband. While Guochuru might be a bit of a social climber, she's nothing like that gold-digging green tea one. After all, the fact that Su Yuhan could be such close friends with Guochuru showed that Guochuru wasn't truly a bad person. For Su Yuhan's sake, Yun Feiyang wouldn't stoop to her level. Su Yuhan smiled, gently nudging Yun Feiyang's chest as she teased, "You, huh? Who taught you all these sweet nothings? You've got a whole repertoire." But Yun Feiyang's sweet talk actually made Su Yuhan feel quite pleased. A woman's heart is actually quite simple. As long as her man has her in his thoughts and loves her, it all feels worthwhile. A man she trusted could make her beam with joy with just a casual sweet remark. Yet those around them, seeing Su Yuhan holding Yun Feiyang's hand with such a blissful expression, could only shake their heads in pity. Such a beautiful girl, how could she be so foolish? Falling for a son-in-law who married into the family? This girl's taste is truly terrible. Guochuru returned to China without informing her own family, choosing instead to notify only her best friend, Su Yuhan, a clear testament to Su Yuhan's place in Guochuru's heart. Su Yuhan drove an old Volkswagen. It was a car Su Yuhan had owned for several years. When Guochuru and Howard saw Su Yuhan's car, their expressions couldn't help but change. "Yuhan, why haven't you upgraded your car yet?" Guochuru frowned. "Did that good-for-nothing Yun Feiyang drag you down? Is he making you feel like a nobody at the family company?" Su Yuhan explained, "I've already left the family company and started my own business. You know how tough startups are. I only replaced this car 2 or 3 years ago, it still runs fine." "What? Does Miss Guo look down on my car?" Guochuru gave Su Yuhan a light shove, her voice brimming with indignation. "Am I that kind of person? We're best friends. Even if you were dirt poor, I'd still be your friend. I just can't stand seeing you held back, suffering and enduring injustice for nothing." As she spoke, Guochuru shot a meaningful glare at Yun Feiyang standing nearby. Yun Feiyang pretended not to notice. Truth be told, hearing Guochuru's words just now, Yun Feiyang knew she wasn't a bad person. At the very least, she wasn't gold-digging or snobbish. Her motives were purely for Su Yuhan's benefit, unlike Zhang Choyun, who merely saw Su Yuhan as a stepping stone to a wealthy family. "Miss Su, I, Howard, hold some standing in China. Had I known of your predicament, I could have arranged for a fleet of luxury cars to personally escort Guochuru." Howard puffed out his chest, his face beaming with pride. But Howard was just bragging. His company does have partnerships in China's East Sea region, but they're all minor collaborations. A fleet of luxury cars? That kind of clout was beyond his reach. An ordinary fleet? That he could manage. He was just bragging to show off his strength in front of Guochuru and Su Yuhan. Su Yuhan didn't think much of it, but Guochuru was thoroughly pleased. Her boyfriend doting on her like this naturally made her heart swell with joy. "Honey, next time. Besides, Yuhan drove here anyway, what difference does the car make? It's just a means of transportation." Guochuru nestled against Howard's chest, her lips curving into a blissful smile. "Honey, I'm so sorry for putting you through this," Howard said with feigned concern. "Get in the car." Su Yuhan invited Guochuru and Howard.
Wait a moment. At that moment, Howard raised a hand, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he looked at Yun Feiyang and coldly snorted, "This man cannot get in the car." Chapter 194, He drives a Lamborghini? He can't get in? A hint of difficulty clouded Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes as she replied, "Mr. Howard, this is my husband. Miss Su, as my fiancé's close friend, it's an honor for me, Howard, that you came to pick me up. However, this man has no right to share a car with me, Howard, the heir to the esteemed Ballberg family. You know very well he's just a son-in-law by marriage. He's brought shame upon our men's dignity. If word of me, the Ballberg heir, sharing a ride with him reached my family or friends, how could I, Howard, ever show my face to them again?" Gu Churu agreed with Howard's words, snorting coldly as she said, "Yun Feiyang, you saw that too? We don't want to share a car with you. You're just living off Su Yuhan. If it weren't for Yuhan, you wouldn't even have the privilege of knowing me or Howard." Su Yuhan looked troubled. "Churuo, don't put Yun Feiyang in this awkward position. He's not at all what you're making him out to be. Also, please talk to Mr. Howard. I promise, no outsider will ever know about us sharing a car today." That was all Su Yuhan could say. If only she hadn't introduced Yun Feiyang to Guo Churu. She never imagined this kind of trouble would arise. But how could Yun Feiyang possibly skip Su Yuhan's birthday? It was only a matter of time before Yun Feiyang and Guo Churu crossed paths. But she had only herself to blame. If she hadn't mentioned anything about Yun Feiyang to Guo Churu back then, Yun Feiyang wouldn't be putting her in such a difficult position now. Guo Churu frowned and said, "Yuhan, why are you still defending him? A loser like him? How could he possibly be worthy of you?" Su Yuhan sighed helplessly. "Churuo, you're wrong. Things aren't at all what you imagine." Su Yuhan felt a surge of urgency. She desperately wanted to tell Guo Churu everything about Yun Feiyang, including how he'd recently secured 200 million yuan in initial funding for her new company. But Su Yuhan truly didn't know where to begin. Because Yun Feiyang had done far too much for her. Guo Churu shook her head helplessly. She could see clearly now Su Yuhan was utterly bewitched by that Yun Feiyang. As her best friend, it was her duty to make Su Yuhan see Yun Feiyang's true colors. "Yun Feiyang, if you know what's good for you, don't put Yuhan in this awkward position. Anyway, Howard and I absolutely refuse to share a car with you today. If you know what's best, you'll walk back yourself. Don't dirty Yuhan's car." Guo Churu stepped coldly in front of Yun Feiyang and snapped at him angrily. In Guo Churu's eyes, Yun Feiyang was nothing but a freeloader utterly beneath her. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. "Fine, I won't." After all, Yun Feiyang had driven his Lamborghini here and never intended to ride with Su Yuhan anyway. Seeing Su Yuhan about to speak, Yun Feiyang shot her a meaningful glance. Guo Churu had gotten one thing right: Yun Feiyang didn't want to put Su Yuhan in an awkward position. As for something trivial like who got to ride in whose car, Yun Feiyang saw no point in arguing over such a minor matter in putting Su Yuhan in an awkward position in front of Guo Churu and Howard. Su Yuhan looked apologetic. This was all her fault. If only she hadn't misunderstood Yun Feiyang back then, he wouldn't have been put in such an awkward position in front of Guo Churu. Good for him for knowing his place. Realizing a son-in-law like him has no right to sit with us. Gu Churu declared indignantly, her expression brimming with disgust toward Yun Feiyang. Then let him walk back on his own. A man who disgraces our gentlemanly reputation. I, Howard, heir to the Ballberg family, refuse to be associated with such a disgrace. Howard gloated inwardly. He intended to humiliate Yun Feiyang completely in front of Su Yuhan. Only then could he showcase his own superiority. In the moment when Su Yuhan was utterly disappointed in Yun Feiyang, Howard would strike while the iron was hot. He was absolutely certain he could win her over. Yet Su Yuhan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her heart filled with disgust for Howard's incessant chatter. If Howard hadn't blurted out those words earlier, Yun Feiyang would have boarded the car long ago. Would any of this have happened? Why couldn't he just mind his own business? Guo Churu meddling in Su Yuhan's affairs was somewhat understandable, but what business was it of Howard's? Mind your own business. Beep. Just then, a Lamborghini nearby honked its horn, drawing both Guo Churu and Howard's attention. Guo Churu had sharp eyes. She'd already spotted the license plate number on the Lamborghini. Dong A00003. This license plate is absolutely auction grade. Mounted on a Lamborghini, this is a top-tier luxury car not just anyone can drive. And this license plate isn't something just anyone can afford to display. Could it be that there are other big shots in the parking lot? As Guo Churu's mind raced with speculation, the Lamborghini's butterfly doors slowly opened. To her stunned gaze, Yun Feiyang bent down and climbed into the supercar, instantly blinding both Guo Churu and Howard. How is this possible? How did Yun Feiyang get into that Lamborghini with an auction-grade license plate? Guo Churu stared in disbelief, murmuring to herself. Howard was even more stunned. This was a Lamborghini, a supercar only the wealthiest families could afford. Wasn't Yun Feiyang just a son-in-law who married into the family? He was merely living off Su Yuhan's generosity. Even Su Yuhan drove a Volkswagen. How could Yun Feiyang possibly afford a Lamborghini? Yuhan, what on earth is going on? Guo Churuo asked in confusion. To be honest, Su Yuhan knew exactly what was going on.
But seeing Guo Churu and Howard looking both flustered and stunned gave her a real sense of satisfaction.
Originally, Su Yuhan had intended to speak up for Yun Feiyang. But now, was there any need to say another word?
A Lamborghini with an auction-grade license plate spoke volumes.
Churuo, didn't I tell you? Yun Feiyang isn't some useless loser. Remember my new company? The 200 million yuan in startup capital? That was all thanks to Yun Feiyang.
Without him, my new company would never have gotten off the ground.
Su Yuhan was absolutely right.
Back then, if it weren't for Yun Feiyang, she'd probably still be being bullied by that spoiled rich kid Wang Mingyang.
200 million? How is that possible? Guo Churu looked utterly stunned.
In Guo Churu's mind, Yun Feiyang had always been nothing more than a deadbeat loafing around, doing nothing but laundry and cooking all day.
How could he possibly come up with 200 million? Yuhan, you're not lying to me, are you? Guo Churu frowned. Of course I'm not lying. Su Yuhan laughed. You saw it yourself, he's driving a Lamborghini. Even I couldn't afford that. Chapter 195, Tonight, I'm all yours.
Truth be told, seeing the faint surprise in Guo Churuo's beautiful eyes made Su Yuhan feel quite satisfied. After all, Yun Feiyang had given her a huge boost in prestige. Plus, if Guo Churu could clear up the misunderstanding, Su Yuhan wouldn't have to be stuck in the middle feeling awkward. Hey, he's just a son-in-law who married into the family. Where did he even get the money to buy himself a Lamborghini? Guo Churu's words made Su Yuhan feel puzzled too. Truth be told, Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang had recently hooked up with someone with powerful connections. But she couldn't help but worry, just who exactly was this mysterious figure backing him? Could they have some shady ulterior motive for Yun Feiyang? Still, Su Yuhan believed Yun Feiyang had a sound moral compass and wouldn't do anything reckless. This was Yun Feiyang's capability. He'd barely joined the company when the boss took a strong interest in him, even placing him in the general manager's office. Only later, when I started my new company, did he come to assist me, now serving as my company's vice president. At this point, Su Yuhan felt confident enough to mention Yun Feiyang's position as deputy general manager in her company. After all, Yun Feiyang was there to support her, not to live off her. General manager's office? Guo Churu couldn't help but inhale sharply. Truthfully, Su Yuhan's words shattered Guo Churu's long-held impression of Yun Feiyang. But Guo Churu knew Su Yuhan too well. Given Su Yuhan's temperament, how could she possibly defend a man so casually? It seemed Su Yuhan truly had feelings for Yun Feiyang. And Yun Feiyang wasn't the good-for-nothing deadbeat she remembered either. Still, Guo Churu remained skeptical about all this. If Yun Feiyang were truly capable, how could he have ended up as a son-in-law? That's a humiliation not every man could endure. As Su Yuhan's best friend, Guo Churu felt compelled to help her see the truth. What if Yun Feiyang was just putting on a show? Those involved are often blinded, while outsiders see clearly. At this very moment, Howard's eyes burned with resentment. He'd intended to humiliate Yun Feiyang, exploiting Su Yuhan's emotional vulnerability to gain an advantage. But unexpectedly, Yun Feiyang had quietly pulled off a masterstroke right before Su Yuhan and Guo Churu's eyes, driving his Lamborghini. This infuriated Howard. Seeing Su Yuhan fiercely defending Yun Feiyang only fueled his frustration. How could he possibly exploit her vulnerability now? No, he had to find an opportunity to demonstrate his manly prowess in front of Su Yuhan. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang drove back to the company ahead of schedule. Before long, Su Yuhan arrived at his office. About what happened at the airport earlier, I want to apologize on Shu Ro's behalf. She's not a bad person, she was just worried I married the wrong man. I resented the marriage grandfather arranged for me, so I vented to her. Her words about you were my fault. Su Yuhan hesitated, her face filled with regret. Su Yuhan bore the greatest responsibility for all the grievances Yun Feiyang had endured. Had Su Yuhan accepted Yun Feiyang sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have endured all this suffering. Yun Feiyang smiled reassuringly, what's the big deal? I'm used to it by now. Besides, as long as you don't look down on me, that's all that matters. Seeing the usually aloof Su Yuhan display such tenderness before him, Yun Feiyang felt a warm glow in his heart. Ever since he sensed Su Yuhan's heart had made room for him, Yun Feiyang felt he was no longer alone. From now on, he wouldn't have to shoulder everything alone. These next few days, you'll be with me. We'll also discuss the birthday banquet arrangements with Guo Churu and the others. Guo Churu might not treat you kindly then, but don't worry, I'll protect you. Although Yun Feiyang's Lamborghini had piqued Guo Churu's curiosity, Su Yuhan could tell Guo Churu hadn't changed her opinion of him much. After all, the image Yun Feiyang held in Guo Churu's mind was deeply ingrained, it simply couldn't be overturned overnight. Speaking of the birthday banquet, Yun Feiyang's smile grew even broader. With a mysterious chuckle, he said, don't worry. After the banquet, Guo Churu will never doubt that she married the right man. A faint smile played at the corners of Yun Feiyang's lips. He had invited Taylor as the special guest performer for Su Yuhan. He was confident it would deliver a tremendous surprise.
By then, Guochuru would surely see that marrying Yun Feiyang would make Su Yuhan the happiest woman in the world. Su Yuhan didn't catch the subtext in Yun Feiyang's words. As long as Yun Feiyang didn't fall out with Guochuru, Su Yuhan saw no reason for all this messy drama. In the office, Su Yuhan discussed the company's new products with Yun Feiyang.
During their conversation, she subtly hinted at him, hoping he'd take the initiative to go home. Yet, with his low emotional intelligence, Yun Feiyang still failed to grasp the meaning behind her words. This left Su Yuhan silently shaking her head in exasperation. It seemed the road ahead was still long and arduous before Yun Feiyang would voluntarily realize he should go home. After seeing Su Yuhan off as she left work, Yun Feiyang received a call from Sister Rong.
"Little bro, come swing by Galaxy. Sis wants to see you." Jia Rong's sultry voice drifted through the phone, laced with giggles that stirred the imagination.
Yun Feiyang gave a resigned chuckle and replied, "I'll be right over." After all, Yun Feiyang had promised Sister Rong he'd visit her soon, and he didn't want to break his word.
"Then I'll wait for you in the office, little brother. Did you like the silk nightgown I wore last time? Would you like to see me wear it again?"
Rong Jie giggled coquettishly before hanging up. Yun Feiyang coughed lightly, flustered by Sister Rong's blatant teasing.
Wearing silk nightgowns in the office? What exactly was Sister Rong up to?
With the Lamborghini, getting around had become much more convenient. As soon as Yun Feiyang pulled up outside Galaxy, he drew countless stares.
Dressed in the latest product collection, Yun Feiyang looked sharp and energetic.
Combined with the Lamborghini, several intense gazes immediately locked onto him.
In high-end venues like Galaxy, many women were there to hunt for romance.
A man like Yun Feiyang, driving a luxury car, naturally drew a crowd of admirers. The moment Yun Feiyang entered the venue, a young woman in a crop top and a short skirt that barely covered anything stood before him, her face radiating alluring charm and irresistible beauty.
"Handsome, all alone? Fancy buying me a drink? Just one round, and tonight belongs to you." In entertainment venues like this, what need is there for complicated tricks? When they set their sights on a man, these women were incredibly proactive. Once she climbed into a rich man's bed, she had ways to extract something from him. Whatever it takes. "Sorry, buddy, I've got a date tonight."
With a soft, enchanting voice trailing behind her, Sister Rong strode over with an aura of command, smiling as she slipped her arm through Yun Feiyang's.
Chapter 196, I did this willingly.
But Sister Rong wasn't wearing pajamas, she was dressed in red.
Fiery red lips, a knee-length red dress, black stockings, and red high heels.
Her entire being radiated an irresistible allure that stirred a powerful desire to conquer. Seeing Sister Rong, the girl instantly felt ashamed of herself. Not only did she feel her looks and aura pale in comparison to Sister Rong's, but she also knew Sister Rong's true identity. Sister Rong was the owner of the Galaxy and a renowned big boss in the East Sea underworld. She was merely a woman out to catch a rich man. How could she compare to Sister Rong?
"Sister Rong, I'm so sorry.
I didn't know this handsome gentleman was yours."
"My apologies."
The woman hurriedly nodded and apologized to Sister Rong, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. "Your taste is quite good, but unfortunately, you're a step too late." Sister Rong smiled charmingly, radiating allure. She wouldn't stoop to competing with such a woman who preyed on men in this kind of place. That such a woman had set her sights on Yun Feiyang only proved his charm. It also proved Sister Rong's discernment was spot on. Any man Sister Rong fancies is bound to be snatched up by other women. "Brother, let's go upstairs." Sister Rong hooked her arm through Yun Feiyang's, her expression brimming with intimacy. Gazing at Yun Feiyang's impeccably tailored Prada summer ensemble, Sister Rong's smile grew even broader. When she first met Yun Feiyang, he was clad in military uniform, radiating heroic vigor. Sister Rong had been captivated by his tenacious, responsible nature and the military bearing he carried. Today, dressed in a well-tailored suit, he exuded a different kind of charm. He looked sharp and carried himself with real presence. "Brother, you look sharp today." In the office, Sister Rong couldn't help but admire Yun Feiyang's outfit, murmuring her praise. "What can I say? I've got the build for it." Yun Feiyang shrugged. "Of course, the most important thing is that Su Yuhan has great taste. She picked out this perfectly fitting outfit. Too bad you still won't marry me. Otherwise, I'd be ready to tackle you onto the sofa right now." Sister Rong's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, sending a tingle through Yun Feiyang's heart.
"What's wrong? Don't you want to knock me down?"
Rong sat down on Yun Feiyang's lap, her eyes brimming with tender affection that nearly melted him, her slender arms wrapping around his neck.
"Rong, you're tempting me to sin."
Yun Feiyang swallowed hard, his face flushed crimson. The reason he'd been reluctant to see Sister Rong was because every encounter left him burning with desire.
How could it be a crime? Sister is doing this willingly.
When the police come to blame you, I'll just say you promised to marry me.
Do the cops even care about premarital sex these days?
Sister Rong's breath was sweet as orchids as she leaned close to Yun Feiyang's ear and whispered, "Brother, there are so many men in the world, but Sister is only this proactive with you.
Don't you dare think Sister is a promiscuous woman. Sister has never slept with a man before. Would you like to test it?" Test? Buzz. Yun Feiyang's mind felt like it was about to explode. Especially when he felt Sister Rong's soft, jade-like body pressed against him, and her faint, sweet scent lingered between his nostrils. Yun Feiyang found himself struggling to maintain control. Look at you, you're already reacting. Sitting right in Yun Feiyang's embrace, Sister Rong instantly sensed his reaction. Sister Rong's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. She knew it, how could this little brother not like her? Little brother, do you want to know the color of Sister's underwear? Why don't you take the initiative? Sister won't resist. Sister Rong's beautiful eyes had already grown hazy, her voice growing softer and softer. The moment Yun Feiyang recklessly carried her into the forest to hide, Sister Rong had already lost her heart to this man. In this lifetime, she could only have Yun Feiyang. Even if Yun Feiyang never married her, she would gladly offer him everything she treasured. Even if she never married, she would gladly be Yun Feiyang's lover for a lifetime. Knock. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted Yun Feiyang and Sister Rong. Just a moment ago, Yun Feiyang's rationality had nearly been extinguished by desire. Truth be told, even when faced with those elegant princesses from foreign royal families, Yun Feiyang could absolutely stay true to himself. Yet in front of Sister Rong, Yun Feiyang found his entire rationality vanishing. This wasn't due to a lack of self-control. Even someone as strong-willed as Yun Feiyang found himself powerless against Sister Rong's allure, let alone any other man. Fortunately, the timely knock on the door pulled Yun Feiyang back from his awkward predicament. Now, Yun Feiyang was genuinely afraid to face Sister Rong again. If she unleashed her full charm next time, could he possibly resist? A flicker of disappointment flickered in Sister Rong's beautiful eyes, and her lips turned down slightly. At this moment, having her plans interrupted naturally left Sister Rong feeling displeased. Just moments ago, she had been so close to surrendering everything to the man she cherished. She had long anticipated this exquisite moment. Sister Rong reluctantly slipped out of Yun Feiyang's embrace, smoothed her clothes, and said with a hint of resentment, "I have serious business to attend to today. Next time, I'll personally devour you." With that, Sister Rong swayed her graceful figure and opened the door. When Sister Rong opened the door and saw the woman standing there, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but freeze in surprise. For this woman was none other than Shen Mengtian. Who else could it be? "Sister Rong, thank you for bringing Mr. Yun here for me." Shen Mengtian's words left Yun Feiyang momentarily stunned. What did she mean? Could it be that Sister Rong didn't invite Yun Feiyang here on her own initiative, but rather at Shen Mengtian's request? Sister Rong smiled warmly and said, "Little brother, Mengtian specifically called me to express her gratitude for you saving her last time. Of course, the main reason I called you was because I really wanted to see you." Yun Feiyang understood. So it was about the talent agency. "Miss Shen, helping you was simply my duty. No need for thanks." Yun Feiyang gave Shen Mengtian a slight nod. These were Yun Feiyang's true feelings. The Hornet owed Yun Feiyang indeed, the entire team, a debt of life-saving gratitude. Yun Feiyang owed Huang Feng his life, so naturally he had to repay that debt to Shen Mengtian. But Shen Mengtian knew nothing about the Hornet. In her heart, Yun Feiyang was simply someone who had helped her, so she naturally felt compelled to express her gratitude. "Mr. Yun, your assistance has been invaluable. Let me put it this way, the previous compensation remains unchanged, but I'd like to treat you to a simple meal. I hope you won't refuse." Shen Mengtian fixed her beautiful eyes on Yun Feiyang as she spoke sincerely. Chapter 197, Shen Mengtian's Intuition. President Chen has now allocated nearly all the company's premium resources to Shen Mengtian. Before long, Shen Mengtian would soar into the ranks of top-tier celebrities, becoming a beloved national star. With that kind of clout, Shen Mengtian would naturally have the power to stand up to the Dong Haikong family. The favor Yun Feiyang had done for her was truly immense. Shen Mengtian felt compelled to express her gratitude for this immense kindness. "Brother, just agree to it. If you don't, Mengtian will pester me non-stop for 24 hours straight." Sister Rong chimed in from the side. "All right then." Yun Feiyang shrugged helplessly and could only say, "But forget about dinner. Just consider it a favor you owe me. You can repay this favor slowly over time." How could Yun Feiyang possibly let Shen Mengtian repay this favor? It was just a casual remark. Favor? Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion and hesitation. After a long pause, she finally asked, "Mr. Yun, could you please clarify exactly what kind of favor you're referring to?" Truth be told, Shen Mengtian had misunderstood Yun Feiyang somewhat. Could it be that Yun Feiyang, like Kong Zhua, was trying to force her into submission by exploiting her sense of obligation? Or perhaps Yun Feiyang's intentions were simpler, he merely wanted to possess her body, Shen Mengtian's. If that were truly the case, Shen Mengtian would rather forego Yun Feiyang's favor entirely. Yun Feiyang understood the implication in Shen Mengtian's words. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "You've misunderstood. I have no such intentions toward you. With Sister Rong as my witness, I won't impose any unreasonable demands on you." Sister Rong, sensing Shen Mengtian's misunderstanding, quietly interjected, "Mengtian, this young man is someone I hold in high regard. His character? I can vouch for it with my life.
Shin Mengtian finally relaxed a bit, blushing as she apologized. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Yet the look she gave Yun Feiyang still held a trace of confusion. The favor Yun Feiyang had done for her was simply too great. This wasn't something just anyone could shoulder. And especially considering all the unpleasantness between Shen Mengtian and Yun Feiyang at the start, why would Yun Feiyang go out of his way to help her like this? Mr. Yun, are you free? Would you mind grabbing a drink and chatting now? Shen Mengtian decided it would be best to test Yun Feiyang's intentions. Sis Rome, I'd like to borrow Mr. Yun for a moment. I hope you don't mind? Shen Mengtian turned to Sister Rong with a mischievous grin. Sister Rong replied with a smile, of course not. Would I be that petty? Yun Feiyang had no choice. Though he didn't want to chat with Shen Mengtian, he could tell she was here specifically for her today. Unless he probed Shen Mengtian's intentions, she wouldn't give up. Yun Feiyang followed Shen Mengtian into the bar's main hall, where they casually picked a booth and sat down.
Shen Mengtian was, after all, a major celebrity. Though she wore a baseball cap and dressed extremely plainly, even ordinary clothes couldn't conceal her exquisite curves. Her stunning figure was undeniably on display. However, with the brim of her cap pulled low and her head bowed, she blended seamlessly into the dim, glamorous lighting of the bar. No one could possibly notice her. Shen Mengtian ordered a fruit platter and 10 bottles of Rio fruit-flavored liquor. Shen Mengtian didn't drink often and had a low tolerance, a weakness that had hindered her career in previous years. At every banquet, her abysmal tolerance left a poor impression on influential figures. Those unfamiliar with her assumed she was being disrespectful. Yun Feiyang wasn't much of a drinker either, but Rio fruit-flavored liquor was practically child's play for him. Mr. Yun, now that it's just the two of us, can you tell me why you've gone out of your way to help me? Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes fixed on Yun Feiyang, as if she could see right through him. Truth be told, Shen Mengtian still harbored doubts about Yun Feiyang. No good deed goes unpunished. Strange behavior must hide ulterior motives. They were complete strangers. For Yun Feiyang to go out of his way like this, he must have some ulterior motive. Earlier, Yun Feiyang had simply been reluctant to reveal his true thoughts in front of Sister Rome. Knowing he couldn't deceive Shen Mengtian, Yun Feiyang paused thoughtfully before pointing to the cigarette box on her desk. The photo on that box, is that your brother? Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes flashed with wariness. That's right. You know my brother? Yun Feiyang gazed intently at the wildly swaying dance floor nearby and murmured, not only do I know him, we're very good friends. To be honest, a big reason I'm helping you is because of your brother. I once received a favor from your brother, so now I'm repaying that favor to you. Repay a favor? Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Reminded by Yun Feiyang, Shen Mengtian suddenly recalled. The moment Yun Feiyang's attitude shifted was precisely when he saw Shen Mengtian's cigarette case. So Yun Feiyang knew her brother and had even received a favor from him? But if it was about repaying a favor, why didn't Yun Feiyang repay it to my brother? Have you seen my brother? Where is he now? Shen Mengtian hadn't heard from her brother in ages. Usually, he would call her every month or two. But it had been over a year now with no word from him, leaving Shen Mengtian deeply worried. Having relied on each other since childhood, the absence of any news left Shen Mengtian feeling utterly panicked. Yun Feiyang hesitated before shaking his head. I'm sorry, I haven't heard from him either. He comes and goes without a trace. If even you, his own sister, can't reach him, how could I possibly contact him? Otherwise, why would I repay your kindness? I could have just returned the favor to your brother directly, couldn't I? Yun Feiyang had no immediate plans to tell Shen Mengtian about Huang Feng's sacrifice. If possible, Yun Feiyang intended to keep the truth from Shen Mengtian forever. As long as Shen Mengtian lived happily. Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes grew even more clouded with worry. She sighed softly and murmured, where could my brother have gone? Can you tell me about what happened with your brother? Yun Feiyang flicked a cigarette into life with a click, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Shen Mengtian felt as though the man before her had transformed into someone else entirely. He was utterly unfathomable, radiating an alluring aura that seemed to seep from every pore. Her instincts warned her this man was dangerous, she should leave immediately. Yet the memory of the security Yun Feiyang had provided her at the company made her hesitate, intoxicated by the thought. Sighing softly, Shen Mengtian found herself inexplicably drawn to this man she'd barely met, feeling an urge to bare her soul to him. Chapter 198, Reuniting with Howard. My brother and I grew up relying solely on our mother. Shen Mengtian's eyes dimmed slightly as she sighed, adding with self-mockery, actually, I do have a father. Only, he's an irresponsible one. Our family was abandoned. A bitter smile touched Shen Mengtian's lips as she continued, my mother came from a respectable family. After being abandoned by my father, unable to bear the scornful remarks from her relatives, she turned on the gas and gave my brother and me sleeping pills, intending to end all three of our lives. But fate intervened. A neighbor happened to bring us food that day, saving our lives. My mother suffered a cruel fate. Having ingested a large dose of sleeping pills and being so close to the gas leak, she died. My brother and I were rescued, but I was only 8 years old then, utterly alone. We begged every relative we knew, but no one was willing to help us. With no other choice, I took my brother by the hand and entered the orphanage. A single tear rolled down Shen Mengtian's cheek as she choked out, "Don't you think it's absurd? My own father lived a harmonious, blissful life with his new wife in his own home, while my brother and I were left helpless in an orphanage. Truthfully, I understand your feelings better than anyone else, believe it or not." Yun Feiyang's eyes narrowed involuntarily as he struggled to suppress his anger. Wasn't Yun Feiyang in the same situation? Shenlanji and Yun Feiyang had been ruthlessly abandoned by Yun Hanshan, all for the sake of that ridiculous Yun family inheritance. Had Su Yuhan not begged Su Wenshan to give the 2,000 yuan he carried to Yun Feiyang and his mother back then, Yun Feiyang and Shenlanji would likely have starved to death on the streets of Donghai long ago. It wasn't that Yun Feiyang and Shen Mengtian were inherently worthless, it was simply because Yun Hanshan and the Donghaishan family were utterly heartless. Shen Mengtian gazed at Yun Feiyang with her beautiful eyes, a hint of confusion flickering in them as she countered, "You understand me?" Yun Feiyang shrugged and said, "If I told you I'm just like you, an illegitimate child, would you believe me? Bastard?" Shen Mengtian shook her head. Truthfully, she didn't believe it. Back then, Yun Feiyang had Huang Jing fired with just one phone call. How could an illegitimate child possibly have such influence? "I know you're trying to comfort me, but this joke isn't funny at all." Shen Mengtian shook her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yun Feiyang didn't press the matter. He took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze growing even more profound. Shen Mengtian watched Yun Feiyang curiously, her beautiful eyes filled with scrutiny and confusion. When she first met Yun Feiyang, Shen Mengtian had mistaken him for a stalker fan, leading to some misunderstandings between them. Back then, Yun Feiyang was dressed in cheap, knockoff clothes. He didn't look like anyone special at all. But the incident with the talent agency completely changed Shen Mengtian's perception of him. Today, dressed in a sharp suit, Yun Feiyang looked exceptionally sharp. His eyes held a profound depth, as if concealing countless secrets. How could this possibly be the demeanor of a mere stalker? But Shen Mengtian could confirm one thing. Yun Feiyang wasn't harboring any malicious intent, he was only doing this for his younger brother's sake. This thought brought Shen Mengtian considerable peace of mind. After all these years navigating the entertainment industry, Shen Mengtian had seen far too many people harboring all sorts of twisted motives. Earlier, Kong Jua had harassed her. That was precisely why Shen Mengtian had been so guarded around Yun Feiyang. "Even though you're helping me because of my brother, I still want to thank you for this favor." Shen Mengtian paused for a moment before continuing, "How about this? Let's stick to our original agreement. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'll definitely assist you." Yun Feiyang nodded. Agreed. For Yun Feiyang, this was the best possible outcome. Of course, had it not been for all the messy complications, Yun Feiyang would never have sought Shen Mengtian's help in the first place. After drinking a few cups of wine, Shen Mengtian left the galaxy. After all, this was a nightclub. Shen Mengtian was destined to become a rising star in the entertainment industry. If paparazzi snapped photos of her sitting alone with a stranger in such a place, it could cause her unnecessary trouble down the road. Yun Feiyang didn't linger long at the booth. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice echoed from a nearby table. "This is my first visit to China, friends. You've all shown me great hospitality. Since that's the case, the drinks tonight are on me." Yun Feiyang turned toward the voice, his gaze sharpening instantly. This man was none other than Howard Balberg from the airport. Seated at a nearby booth surrounded by a group of young men and women, Howard Balberg had his right arm draped around a young woman dressed provocatively. And this young woman was not Guochuru. Howard Balberg had ditched Guochuru to come pick up girls at a nightclub? Yun Feiyang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. If Guochuru saw the scene, given her temper, who knew if she'd lose her mind? But Howard Balberg's womanizing had nothing to do with Yun Feiyang. Guochuru was at best Su Yuhan's close friend, not his. Yun Feiyang had no obligation to avenge her pride. She knew her own place. Perhaps in Guochuru's heart, Howard Balberg was still the perfect man, the elite gentleman she idealized. Just as Yun Feiyang was about to leave, Howard Balberg's haughty voice boomed from nearby. "Friends, today I've set my sights on a woman. As fellow Chinese, you should know what Chinese women with icy beauty crave, right?" Howard Balberg took a sip of wine, his lips curling with smug satisfaction. But Yun Feiyang's gaze instantly darkened. Cold and elegant women? A name already formed in Yun Feiyang's mind. Could it be Su Yuhan? "Mr. Howard Balberg, with your status and standing, what kind of woman could you not have? It's as easy as snatching a bird from a tree," a young man said obsequiously, nodding and bowing. He knew the heir to the Howard Balberg family, wealthy, powerful, and handsome. He was the very embodiment of the perfect man in any woman's eyes. The woman in Howard Balberg's arms cooed coquettishly, "Mr. Howard Balberg, aren't you already blessed with more than enough?" Bachelor, thoroughly enjoying the flattery, smacked the woman in his arms smugly and declared, "Tonight, you're mine. But I came to China specifically to experience Chinese women, especially those cold, elegant beauties.
As he spoke, Howard Ballberg licked his lips, seemingly imagining himself pinning Su Yuhan beneath him. Chapter 199, Daring to Set Your Sights on My Wife? Mr. Howard Ballberg, who exactly is this person you're so fixated on? The young man who had been bowing and scraping earlier asked. Howard Ballberg's face lit up with longing as he declared, "She's my current girlfriend's best friend. She's absolutely my ideal type. I'd love to get her into bed right now and pin her down hard." Howard Ballberg grinned lecherously, his sickening voice causing Yun Feiyang's expression to instantly turn cold. Yun Feiyang finally understood why Howard Ballberg had suddenly sided with Guochuru to mock him. It was all to make Yun Feiyang lose face in front of Su Yuhan. Yun Feiyang's expression darkened as he snorted coldly, "You've got your eye on my woman? You should look in the mirror first." A cold glint flashed in Yun Feiyang's eyes. Yun Feiyang had seen through Howard Ballberg nothing more than a playboy. Guochuru, young and inexperienced, had been deceived by Howard Ballberg. Guochuru's situation had nothing to do with Yun Feiyang. But Su Yuhan was different. How dare that scumbag Howard Ballberg harbor any improper intentions toward Su Yuhan? Yun Feiyang would skin him alive. With that thought, Yun Feiyang immediately called Uncle Rong. "Uncle Rong, I need you to handle something for me." Howard Ballberg and his cronies in China drank late into the night, bragging about the biggest lies of their lives before finally heading home satisfied. Throughout the night, Howard Ballberg bragged non-stop about how powerful his Ballberg family was and how vast their overseas assets were. This led the young, naive girls present to mistake Howard Ballberg for a sucker, practically throwing themselves at him. When they left the bar, Howard Ballberg was flanked by women on both sides, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. Being swarmed by so many Chinese girls made Howard Ballberg feel like he was above everyone else. Little did Howard Ballberg realize, however, that these women were throwing themselves at him precisely because they coveted the money and resources in his hands. Just as Howard Ballberg was walking toward his car, arm in arm with two flirtatious girls, several dark figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Howard Ballberg's face twisted with irritation as he bellowed, "Who the hell are you? What gives you the guts to block the heir of the Ballberg family?" Howard Ballberg was already drunk, nearly biting his tongue as he yelled. "You too, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of here." The leader of the black-clad figures glared coldly at the two girls, his voice carrying a chill. The girls, terrified by the leader's icy glare, shuddered violently. They immediately broke free from Howard Ballberg's embrace and fled. "Don't you dare leave!" Howard Ballberg yelled after their retreating backs. But the girls wished they had two more legs. They dared not even glance back. The men in black radiated an intimidating aura, their bodies brimming with murderous intent. It was clear they were no ordinary people, and the two girls were utterly terrified. They could tell these men were after Howard Ballberg. Though they'd hoped to gain something from him, survival was now their top priority. Money versus life? Life, of course. His plans disrupted, Howard Ballberg wore a look of pure displeasure, his drunken face contorted as he bellowed, "Who the hell are you? Daring to disturb the heir of the Ballberg family?" Smack! Howard Ballberg's words were cut short mid-sentence by a sharp slap from the leader of the black-clad figures. Half his face instantly swelled, his eyes blazing with fury. "How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" Smack! The leader of the black-clad men delivered another backhand slap. This time, Howard Ballberg's other cheek instantly swelled up. Now, Howard Ballberg felt his face burning fiercely, completely numb to any sensation. "What the hell do you want? Do you have any idea what happens when you cross me?" Though Howard Ballberg seethed inwardly, those two slaps snapped him completely back to his senses. If they were after money, that could be negotiated. Howard Ballberg still had funds. "Still haven't learned to speak properly, have you?" The leader of the black-clad men snorted coldly, waving his hand dismissively as he addressed the others behind him. "Let this foreigner cool off. Teach him the rules of our China." The orders were clear: keep Howard Ballberg in line. In China, he'd better not cause trouble. The leader knew these foreigners weren't exactly saints. Years ago, China was friendly and its policies toward foreigners were much more open. Many foreigners who couldn't make it in their own countries came to China and suddenly became privileged guests. This was rooted in China's millennia-old tradition of peace and friendship, yet it had become a shield for these ungrateful foreigners. They strut around like they're hot stuff, thinking they're above everyone else just because they're in China. The leader of the black-clad men despised this kind of self-important foreigner the most. Even if Howard Ballberg hadn't been specifically targeted for a warning, the leader of the men in black would still have wanted to beat him senseless. Because back at the bar, the leader had watched from the shadows and seen it all clearly. This foreigner, claiming to be from some Ballberg family, was practically flying high with arrogance. Well then, he'd gladly teach this ungrateful foreigner a free lesson on what Chinese rules truly entail. Hearing this, the black-clad men behind him dragged Howard Ballberg straight into a narrow alleyway and began pounding him relentlessly. Shrieks of agony echoed in rapid succession. Within moments, Howard Ballberg was clutching his head, wailing pitifully. "Stop! Stop! I have money! I have a lot of money! Stop hitting me! Whatever you want, I'll give it to you!" Howard Ballberg clutched his head, writhing on the ground.
But these men in black only obeyed their leader's orders, paying no heed to Howard Ballberg's pleas. After all, the only rule from above was to avoid killing him, otherwise, they could beat him however they wanted. When the leader waved his hand, signaling they'd had enough, the men finally stopped.
By now, Howard Ballberg's face was a mangled mess, his features completely unrecognizable. Where was the once arrogant heir to the Ballberg family? Chapter 200, Teaching You the Rules of China. Got the hang of our Chinese rules now?
The leader of the men in black grabbed Howard Ballberg by the hair, his icy gaze sending Howard Ballberg into a trembling fit.
I get it, I totally get it. Please stop hitting me.
Howard Ballberg pleaded repeatedly. By now, Howard Ballberg had sobered up completely and dared not show the slightest defiance toward the leader in black.
Then listen up. The leader of the black-clad men said coldly, my boss said it, you can't get any ideas about just any woman. If you dare to pursue a woman you shouldn't, next time it won't just be a beating, our boss will personally castrate you. Let's go. With that, the leader waved his hand and led all the men in black away from the scene. Howard Ballberg was left standing there utterly bewildered, nearly driven mad. What did those last words from the black-clad men mean? Howard Ballberg was seething inside. He'd been beaten senseless for no reason, and his sense of superiority felt utterly trampled. Yet for the moment, Howard Ballberg found no one to vent his frustration upon. After all, Howard Ballberg didn't even know who had hired someone to beat him up. Howard Ballberg was seething with rage. Originally, Howard Ballberg could have spent the night with 2 stunning women at the hotel. But now, he was in so much pain he could barely walk. Tonight, he'd likely be spending it in the hospital. At that very moment, Feiyang, who had just returned home, received a call from Uncle Rome. Young master, Howard Ballberg has been warned. Uncle Rome's voice came through the phone. You did well. Feiyang gave a slight nod, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Howard Ballberg was scum, and Feiyang would never let such trash bother Su Yuan. This time, it was merely a small warning. If Howard Ballberg didn't know when to back off, then Feiyang would have no choice but to be ruthless. The night passed without incident. The next day, as soon as Feiyang arrived at the company, Qin Shirwan approached him, pulling him into his office. Miss Qin? What's the rush? Seeing Qin Shirwan like this, Feiyang grimaced, utterly baffled. Do you know what day it is today? Qin Shirwan fixed her beautiful eyes on Feiyang, asking anxiously. I know. It's the first ever employee meeting. The first employee meeting since the company started. What's up? Am I dressed inappropriately today? Feiyang shrugged his shoulders. He had deliberately dressed in formal attire today. This was Su Yuhan's first staff meeting, and Feiyang absolutely wouldn't let her lose face. Then why did you come today? Why not hide? Qin Shirwan gritted her teeth. Hide? What's there to hide? Feiyang shrugged helplessly. I'm the company's vice president. How could I not be present for the first ever employee meeting? You just don't know when to back off. Qin Shirwan stomped her foot in anger. Have you forgotten? Everyone in the company knows that Mr. Su's husband is that kind of person. The words marrying into the family were difficult for Qin Shirwan to utter, yet Feiyang was indeed a son-in-law who had married into the Su family. To everyone in the company, Feiyang was nothing more than a freeloading son-in-law. The kind who was utterly unpresentable. Many in the company had long harbored resentment toward Feiyang. Add to that his recent pattern of skipping work, arriving late, and leaving early if he attended the staff meeting, he was bound to face trouble. It might even put Su Yuhan in an awkward position. So what? I'm just Yuhan's husband. So what if I'm a son-in-law? I love Yuhan. As long as I can be with her, who cares how it happened? Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Everyone says you're living off her. Qin Shirwan murmured softly. Although Qin Shirwan knew Feiyang's background wasn't simple, he'd even introduced several bigwigs to her at the Blue Sky Hotel, bringing in numerous business opportunities for the company. But the rest of the company had no idea about this guy. Everyone only knew Feiyang as Su Yuhan's husband who moved into her family home. They believed he got the vice president position purely because of Su Yuhan's influence and was living off her. Feiyang chuckled. Whether I'm living off someone else isn't for them to decide. Besides, I've made substantial contributions to the company. They can call me a freeloader all they want as long as Yuhan doesn't think so. You! Qin Shirwan was furious at Feiyang's utterly nonchalant attitude. Do you even know what a man's pride and dignity mean? You can just sit there and take it when people talk trash about you like that? Qin Shirwan truly couldn't understand. Feiyang, you're clearly not a loser, why won't you defend yourself? Feiyang laughed. Do you seriously think if I stand outside and shout, I'm not a loser, they'll suddenly believe me? Their mouths are their own, I can't control what they say. You? Qin Shirwan shook her head helplessly. Her good intentions were met with utter indifference. She was clearly trying to help Feiyang, yet he seemed completely unconcerned, leaving Qin Shirwan utterly exasperated. Still, she admired Feiyang's current mindset. What others say is their business, not his. People live such exhausting lives because they care too much about how they appear to others. But what if they give you a hard time later? What will you do then? Shin Shirwan frowned as she addressed Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. Give me a hard time? What could they possibly do to me? My conscience is clear, an upright person has nothing to fear. I'll just meet their challenges head on.
Seeing Yun Feiyang's utterly unconcerned demeanor, Shin Shirwan realized she'd overthought it. She'd worried about him for nothing.
No wonder someone of Yun Feiyang's stature would agree to become the Su family's son-in-law. With that kind of nonchalance, why would he care about others' attitudes toward him? Soon, the staff meeting commenced.
As Yun Feiyang stepped into the conference room, he could distinctly feel countless eyes piercing toward him. Every gaze carried a thick layer of contempt and displeasure.
Yun Feiyang couldn't care less. He walked calmly to his seat and plopped down. Chapter 201, The Sting. He actually dared to show up?
A son-in-law who leeches off his wife, what right does he have to be here?
Ridiculous. He's only here because of CEO Su. I wonder what CEO Su even sees in him. He's not even as handsome as me. Well, you just don't understand. Women, you know.
They all love men with thick skin.
If he didn't have thick skin, how could he have become a son-in-law in the first place?
Hearing the unpleasant chatter around her, Shin Shirwan shook her head helplessly from a distance. Yun Feiyang sure had nerves of steel sitting there unfazed while people mocked him like that. Yet his face showed no trace of disturbance, maintaining an air of calm composure as if he hadn't heard a word. Shin Shirwan shook her head again, sighing inwardly. It seemed she would have to speak up for Yun Feiyang later.
Shin Shirwan was doing this for the company's sake.
Many of the company's current pre-booked orders had been secured by Shin Shirwan during negotiations at the Blue Sky Hotel.
Every single one of those bigwigs was there solely because of Yun Feiyang.
Yun Feiyang's continued presence at the company was undoubtedly beneficial for everyone involved. Soon, Su Yuhan arrived at the conference room dressed in a business suit, carrying her laptop.
Her arrival instantly drew the attention of many in the company, especially the intense stares of the men. With her cold, ethereal beauty and an aura that seemed to say keep out, any man who saw her would feel an urge to conquer her. Too bad such a prime specimen was wasted on that piece of crap Yun Feiyang.
Su Yuhan's gaze remained composed as she outlined the company's current situation and announced the new agency products under negotiation. After finishing, Su Yuhan clapped her hands and said in a solemn tone, "The company is in a critical growth phase. I hope everyone will unite wholeheartedly to help us establish a solid foundation as quickly as possible." Just then, a bespectacled man in the front row raised his hand lazily.
"Miss Su," he drawled, "as employees, we'll naturally fulfill our duties. But that doesn't justify the company keeping idle hands on the payroll."
Yun Feiyang glanced up at the bespectacled man, his expression dripping with sarcasm.
Simultaneously, Yun Feiyang noticed the man's name tag, Technical Department Director, Niu Junfeng. Niu Junfeng's words were highly inflammatory.
Instantly, the employees in the conference room looked indignant. They already harbored grievances against Yun Feiyang, and Niu Junfeng's words now pointed the finger squarely at him.
"Niu Junfeng, what do you mean? No one in this company is idle." Su Yuhan's face turned cold as she spoke icily. "Is that so?" Niu Junfeng pointed at Yun Feiyang and shouted, "Miss Su, could you explain your relationship with Yun Feiyang? What exactly is his background that he could become the company's vice president? What contributions has he made to the company?"
Niu Junfeng paused, seeing the employees' emotions stirred up, and spoke with righteous indignation, "Then I'll speak for President Su. This man, Yun Feiyang, the company's vice president, is President Su's husband, a son-in-law who married into the Su family. Without President Su, what qualifications does he have to stay in our company? What qualifications does he have to be our company's vice president? Exactly. This man has made zero contributions to our company. Miss Su, surely you know? In all the days he's been here, how many times has he actually shown up? While we're busting our backs at work, he's late, leaves early, and skips work. Is this the fine vice president Miss Su found for us? Miss Su, we stay at this company because of your competence. But if you're going to play favorites and engage in malpractice, we're out."
"Exactly. We quit." The relentless shouts echoed through the room, making Su Yuhan's already icy expression grow even colder.
"It's true Yun Feiyang is my husband, but before joining this company, he worked in the general manager's office at China Resources. You've surely heard of China Resources.
Yun Feiyang only took this position out of respect for me.
He's the vice president, earning 15,000 a month.
Is there a problem with that?" Su Yuhan's icy words instantly silenced the murmuring crowd. General manager's office? China Resources general manager's office? How could he possibly qualify for China Resources general manager's office? If he really got into CR Vanguard's general manager's office, wouldn't his monthly salary start at least 20,000? Looks like Yun Feiyang joining our company as vice president is actually us climbing the ladder? Who would have guessed? Isn't he just a son-in-law who married into the family? People around him murmured in low voices, their faces filled with confusion. In Donghai, they had certainly heard of China Resources.
Though Huarun was only considered a second-tier company in Donghai, it was still a major corporation with annual revenues exceeding 1 billion yuan.
Forget the general manager's office, even landing a position in any of CR Vanguard's smaller departments would mean a hefty salary. They never imagined Yun Feiyang had actually worked in CRH's general manager's office.
Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Not only had Yun Feiyang worked in CRH's general office, but the entire CRH group was essentially his company.
Working at China Resources?
What's that? Su Yuhan continued. Also, you should know the company's initial capital was 200 million yuan, right? All the employees nodded in stunned silence. But do you know that this 200 million yuan was entirely Yun Feiyang's doing? Without the 200 million yuan investment Yun Feiyang secured, there would be no opening of our time.
And you certainly wouldn't be sitting in this conference room publicly accusing him. Su Yuhan's voice was icy cold, sending a chill through everyone present.
What? Even the company's 200 million yuan in startup capital came from Yun Feiyang? Every employee's eyes widened in utter shock. How could that be possible? Wasn't Yun Feiyang just a freeloading son-in-law? How could he possibly have such a massive sum?
Even Qin Sherwin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had intended to speak up for Yun Feiyang, but suddenly realized she'd been overthinking it.
If Su Yuhan's earlier words were true, then Yun Feiyang was undoubtedly the company's top contributor. What was a mere deputy general manager position and a monthly salary of 15,000 yuan? Yun Feiyang had just put up 200 million.
No wonder Yun Feiyang had remained so calm and composed earlier, not a trace of nervousness had been visible.
It turned out Yun Feiyang had been fully prepared all along.
It wasn't that he refused to stoop to the level of these employees, it was that he simply had no need to stoop to their level.
In Yun Feiyang's eyes, their arbitrary accusations were utterly laughable.
Mr. Su, you claim that the 200 million yuan was investment secured by Yun Feiyang.
What evidence do you have to support that? Chapter 202, He's the Mole.
Niu Junfeng glanced around the room and continued, if he could really secure 200 million in investment, why would he agree to marry into the Su family as a son-in-law? I suspect you're just covering for Yun Feiyang, forcing credit for that investment onto him to shut us up.
Don't you believe me? Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes fixed coldly on Niu Junfeng as she replied icily. Niu Junfeng snorted coldly. Ms. Su, do you think we're all fools? That we'd believe such unrealistic claims from you? Niu Junfeng's words instantly sparked doubt among all the company employees. Niu Junfeng was right. What was Yun Feiyang's status? Just a lowly son-in-law with no prospects. If he had the ability to secure 200 million in investment, why would he marry into the Su family? And with 200 million in investment, what man wouldn't start his own company and become the boss?
Su Yuhan was pretty, but she wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful.
Exactly. Director Niu is right. Yun Feiyang is just a son-in-law.
Where would he get such clout?
Need I say more? That 200 million is undoubtedly President Su's achievement. He just didn't want to embarrass Yun Feiyang at the company, so he pinned the credit on Yun Feiyang. Overhearing the whispers, Yun Feiyang's lips curled into a cold smile. Niu Junfeng, right? If I'm not mistaken, it was you who spread rumors about my relationship with Yuhan around the company, wasn't he it?
Yun Feiyang's icy stare made cold sweat break out on Niu Junfeng's brow. Truth be told, being stared at by Yun Feiyang felt like being fixed in the sights of a hunting eagle. A sense of danger rose within Niu Junfeng's heart.
So what if it was me? You're just freeloading at the company, don't you deserve criticism? Under Yun Feiyang's icy stare, Niu Junfeng's voice trembled slightly. Yun Feiyang let out a light chuckle.
If Yun Feiyang hadn't misjudged, the person who leaked the time retention product agency information earlier was undoubtedly this Niu Junfeng. Yun Feiyang had remained silent all this time for one simple reason, to lure the mole within the Su group into the open.
Sure enough, Niu Junfeng had slipped up. Yun Feiyang exchanged a glance with Su Yuhan.
From her eyes, he could tell she had already figured it out. If Su Yuhan couldn't see through Niu Junfeng's true identity now, then all her years of experience would have been wasted.
I am Yuhan's husband, that much is true.
Yun Feiyang shrugged and said, but you claim I've been coasting by at the company that I won't accept.
Niu Junfeng thought Yun Feiyang was bluffing and pressed his advantage. You won't admit it? Do the math yourself. How many days have you actually worked since the company opened? We've been diligently serving the company all this time. But you? How many days have you skipped work?
Yun Feiyang, confident and unhurried, replied, if you hadn't leaked the company's product agency information to the Su group, I probably wouldn't have had to disappear for a few days.
What do you mean? Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Niu Junfeng panicked instantly.
His eyes widened, and his voice betrayed a hint of panic.
Did I say something wrong?
Yun Feiyang sneered coldly, our agency partnerships for time retention products are confidential. Only the company's top management knows about them. Su Group managed to beat us to the punch and snatch all our product agencies precisely, isn't that you're doing?
I don't understand what you're saying. Neo Junfeng felt deeply uneasy, but since Yun Feiyang had no concrete evidence, he remained defiant. Yun Feiyang declared, "Since you're playing dumb, I'll be blunt.
This Neo Junfeng is an undercover agent planted in our company by Su Group. When our company had secured a product distribution deal with an overseas cosmetics firm, it was Neo Junfeng who leaked the information to Su Group, allowing them to snatch the distribution rights for our time retention products.
This man has even been spreading rumors about me and CEO Su within the company. His goal is simple, to create internal strife within the company." Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently. "My silence wasn't because I was idling away my time here.
I was lulling Neo Junfeng into a false sense of security, waiting for him to slip up."
Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, not only did Su Yuhan's lips curve into a faint smile, but even Qin Shiwen, standing nearby, couldn't help but shake her head, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Qin Shiwen had assumed Yun Feiyang genuinely didn't care about his reputation within the company. Little did she know he harbored such intricate schemes. "He's talking utter nonsense. I've never heard of the Su Group. I'm not part of the Su Group. He's clearly trying to smear me to clear his own name." Neo Junfeng grew flustered and shouted in explanation. "You certainly aren't part of the Su Group."
Just then, a faint voice drifted from the conference room doorway, drawing everyone's gaze. Who else could it be but Jiang Bai? Seeing Jiang Bai, Yun Feiyang smiled. The moment Neo Junfeng stepped forward, Yun Feiyang had sent Jiang Bai a message, instructing him to gather information on Neo Junfeng. As a world-class hacker, Jiang Bai could unearth every detail about Neo Junfeng with just the basic information Yun Feiyang provided. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Bai with confusion. She hadn't expected Jiang Bai to appear here.
Although Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan knew Jiang Bai, the others at Preserving Time didn't recognize him.
Their gazes toward Jiang Bai were filled with confusion.
"Who are you? This is a company. How did you get in?" Neo Junfeng glared at Jiang Bai, growling under his breath. "Who I am doesn't matter.
What matters is that I'm here to expose your true, despicable nature." Jiang Bai's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile as he casually tossed over a stack of documents. "You got one thing right, you're not part of the Su Group. But you are a retainer of the Donghai Wang family, having grown up alongside that Wang Mingyang. After graduating from university, you even took a position at the Wang family's company. Yet I'm curious you held the role of technical department supervisor there, earning 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Why would you quit that to join Staying with Time, taking a salary of just over 10,000 a month?" Jiang Bai sneered coldly, scanning the room. "I trust everyone here can see the implications of this, right?" "What?" Hearing Jiang Bai's words, many employees picked up the documents he'd tossed out, their eyes widening in shock. Neo Junfeng, he really is from the Donghai Wang family? Is he really a mole within our company? Of course. He's making 20,000 to 30,000 at the Wang family's company, why else would he come to our company? If he's not a mole, what is he? Hearing the buzzing whispers around him, Neo Junfeng instantly panicked. Chapter 203, Playing the Wrong Chords. Neo Junfeng was indeed the mole sent by Wang Mingyang and Su Zhihao. The rumors about Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan's relationship? Neo Junfeng had secretly spread them. The goal was simple, to stir up internal strife in the new company. Yun Feiyang had never responded or taken any action to salvage his reputation. Neo Junfeng had assumed Yun Feiyang was just an easy-to-bully son-in-law. Little did he know Yun Feiyang was this cunning, biding his time for Neo Junfeng to walk right into the trap. Now this unknown kid had surfaced, exposing all of Neo Junfeng's dirty secrets. For the first time, Neo Junfeng felt genuinely panicked. But Neo Junfeng knew that as long as he kept denying everything, he'd be fine. Who would believe the information you casually throw out? How can you prove your words are true? Neo Junfeng insisted. Besides, even if the information this person threw out was true, as long as Neo Junfeng denied everything outright and shifted all the blame onto Yun Feiyang, there was still a chance to salvage the situation. After all, Neo Junfeng was already exposed. At this point, if he focused solely on ruining Yun Feiyang's reputation within the company, he could still accomplish the task Su Zhihao and Wang Mingyang had assigned him, disrupt and undermine time retention. After all, Yun Feiyang coasting by at the company was a fact. As long as he remained there, employees would perpetually harbor resentment toward him. Because I hacked into the Wang family company's database. All your information was copied directly from there, unchanged. Jiang Bai said with utter disdain. Breaking into the Wang family company's database was a trivial matter for him, a piece of cake, nothing difficult at all. Are you kidding me? Neo Junfeng scoffed with a dismissive laugh. Who do you think you are? A company's database isn't that easy to hack into. Jiang Bai chuckled. For a half-baked hacker like you, breaching a company's database might be challenging. But for me? Child's play. Do you even know who I am? I'm the company's technical director. When it comes to computer technology, I'm an authority. Do you think I don't know how difficult it is to hack into a company's database? Neo Junfeng snorted coldly. Jiang Bai chuckled softly, saying nothing. Instead, he opened his laptop and after a few minutes of rapid typing, snapped his fingers and said, "So the company's HR director, Jin Shirwon, is actually a stunner."
What did you say? Nyo Juanfeng's expression darkened instantly.
Jiang Bai casually turned his laptop screen toward everyone.
This is the system Nyo Junfeng set up for the company. I just spent 2 minutes and 40 seconds hacking into your company's database. Jiang Bai shrugged. Now you should believe me, right? If you don't, I'll hack into the Wang family company's database right now and pull up this Nyo Junfeng's information.
Seeing Jiang Bai effortlessly breach the company database with a casual gesture, every employee's eyes widened in shock.
Though they weren't computer experts, they knew hacking a database wasn't something anyone could pull off casually.
If Jiang Bai could breach Time Retention's database, he could certainly breach Wang's company's database too. It seemed beyond doubt that Nyo Junfeng was a corporate spy. No wonder Nyo Junfeng had been badmouthing Yun Feiyang at the company all this time he was trying to stir up internal conflict. Nyo Junfeng, you're utterly shameless. Nyo Junfeng, you've deceived us all. What right do you have to remain as the technical department director? Get out of this company immediately. Swish. In an instant, notebooks, pens, and even water cups flew toward Nyo Junfeng. Just as he tried to flee, Yun Feiyang blocked his path. You caused all this chaos and think you can just walk away? Nothing in this world is that easy. The cold smile curling at Yun Feiyang's lips sent a chill down Nyo Junfeng's spine. Truthfully, Yun Feiyang's icy stare felt like being locked in the sights of a predatory hawk hunting its prey. His heart sank. What do you want? You have no right to deal with me like this. Nyo Junfeng stammered, fear already gripping his heart. I won't deal with you privately, of course. I'll hand you over to the police. After all, commercial espionage and dereliction of duty combined will keep you locked up for years. Yun Feiyang's words sent a chill down Nyo Junfeng's spine, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees with a thud. This was all Su Zhihao and young Master Wang making me do it. I had nothing to do with it. You can't hand me over to the police. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Nyo Junfeng was panicking, his eyes filled with utter terror. Hearing Nyo Junfeng's words, all the employees finally understood. So this scumbag Nyo Junfeng really had no good intentions. He was out to ruin the company. Such a person was utterly despicable. Jiang Bai kicked Nyo Junfeng aside with a cold snort. You talk more than I do. Save your excuses for the cops. So, boss, did I handle that well? Jiang Bai turned to Yun Feiyang, his face beaming with excitement. A small fry like this? I could take him down with one hand. Boss? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, everyone turned to look at Yun Feiyang with curiosity, then glanced back at Jiang Bai, their minds racing with speculation. Jiang Bai actually called Yun Feiyang boss? If they hadn't misjudged him, Jiang Bai was a computer whiz. And a top-tier one at that. Such a formidable figure actually calling Yun Feiyang boss? Previously, because of Nyo Junfeng's influence, everyone had assumed Yun Feiyang was just a deadbeat son-in-law living off others. But now, it seemed Yun Feiyang wasn't as simple as they'd imagined. Yun Feiyang patted Jiang Bai on the shoulder and said, if you agree to one thing for me, that would be truly awesome. What is it? Seeing Yun Feiyang's eerie expression, Jiang Bai swallowed hard. Others might not know Yun Feiyang, but Jiang Bai certainly did. When Yun Feiyang flashed that peculiar grin, it meant someone was about to get screwed over big time. And now, Yun Feiyang was grinning at Jiang Bai with that same eerie smile. Could it be that Yun Feiyang was about to screw him over? Relax. Yun Feiyang patted Jiang Bai on the shoulder and said, Nyo Junfeng's gone. The tech department needs a new head. How about you stick around? Interested? Yun Feiyang. Su Yuhan, hearing this, urgently grabbed Yun Feiyang's arm and shot him a warning glance. Yun Feiyang was being reckless. Asking Jiang Bai to stay and become the director of the company's tech department? That would be such a waste of talent. Jiang Bai is a top-tier hacker. How could someone of his caliber even consider staying at a fledgling startup like Time Retention? And besides, how could Su Yuhan possibly afford to pay someone of Jiang Bai's caliber? Yun Feiyang is just spouting nonsense. Chapter 204, The Chatterbox Jiang Bai. Yun Feiyang, however, looked completely unfazed. He chuckled, Yuhan, don't worry. This guy is practically begging to work for us. Su Yuhan wasn't buying it. A top-tier talent like Jiang Bai has his sights set much higher. Even if he and Yun Feiyang are close, he wouldn't shortchange himself, right? To her surprise, Jiang Bai shrugged cheerfully, utterly unconcerned. I thought it was some kind of trap. Turns out it's an offer to stay at my sister-in-law's company? I'd be delighted. With a beauty like her, working for her would be an honor. Besides, Jiang Bai grinned as he leaned closer to Qin Shirwan, striking up a conversation. You must be Miss Qin Shirwan, the HR manager? I just saw your profile in the database. Nice to meet you, I'm Jiang Bai. If you ever need computer repairs, just let me know. My hobby is fixing computers for beautiful women. Phone screen protection is my specialty too. Qin Shirwan looked thoroughly embarrassed. Although Jiang Bai gave her the vibe of a creepy uncle, she had witnessed his impressive computer skills firsthand.
She didn't want to make things too awkward with him. Seeing this, Feiyang couldn't help but shake his head.
Looks like Jiang Bai's taste hasn't changed at all. He's always been into girls like Qin Shirwan, with that fresh-faced, capable look.
Yuhan, see? I was right. Jiang Bai definitely wants to stay and work here.
Feiyang shrugged and said to Su Yuhan. Even without Qin Shirwan, given Feiyang's relationship with Jiang Bai, he'd probably agree without hesitation.
Jiang Bai doesn't have any proper job, he's just a hacker.
His biggest daily task is sitting at his computer desk, dealing with computers. As for maintaining the database for time retention, it wouldn't take up much of Jiang Bai's time or energy. Su Yuhan gave a slight nod, though her beautiful eyes held a hint of hesitation as she asked softly, but Jiang Bai's situation is different.
How much should I offer him as a salary? Appropriate? Feiyang shook his head and smiled.
With Jiang Bai's skills and market value, even an annual salary of tens of millions might not be enough to hire him.
That's tens of millions of dollars, not RMB.
Back then, Microsoft offered Jiang Bai tens of millions of dollars in annual salary, but he didn't even bat an eye. He turned it down outright.
If Su Yuhan truly wanted to offer Jiang Bai a salary commensurate with his worth, she simply couldn't afford it.
Feiyang thought for a moment before saying, I'll handle the salary negotiations with him.
You don't need to worry about it. Given Jiang Bai's character, he probably wouldn't even accept Su Yuhan's salary offer.
Besides, helping out at the company is just something he does on the side. It doesn't require any effort at all. And with a beauty like Qin Shirwan by his side, he was as happy as could be.
Su Yuhan couldn't help but glance at Jiang Bai.
Right then, he was eagerly hovering beside Qin Shirwan, chatting aimlessly and trying to get close to her, making Su Yuhan shake her head in disbelief. In her experience, top-tier experts were usually aloof and reserved. She never imagined Jiang Bai would be such a chatterbox. Soon, the police arrived and took away Nyo Junfeng, who had long since been scared stiff.
Although the company's resentment toward Feiyang had somewhat subsided, the employees still eyed him with lingering scrutiny and discontent. Even if Nyo Junfeng had ulterior motives, the fact remained that Feiyang was living off Su Yuhan.
After all, Feiyang hadn't made any significant contributions to the company.
Who could even verify the authenticity of that initial 200 million investment?
Even if Feiyang managed to bring in someone as capable as Jiang Bai, what real talent did Feiyang possess? His position as vice president did indeed leave some feeling resentful. Feiyang was well aware of everyone's attitude toward him. But time reveals true character, and Feiyang wasn't in a hurry to prove anything to these employees. When work ended that afternoon, Su Yuhan approached Feiyang's office. Seeing him leafing through company documents, a faint smile touched her lovely face.
Still busy? Su Yuhan asked with a smile. Not really. Now that you're here, I'm not busy anymore. Feiyang smiled and closed his laptop. It's already 6 in the evening. Time to head home. Su Yuhan raised her wristwatch to remind Feiyang. You're leaving already? Feiyang asked. No evening engagements? Su Yuhan shook her head. The new product distributor meeting didn't go well.
A hint of worry flickered in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes. After all, without securing the new product agency, the company would remain stuck in internal strife with no source of income.
Although many companies had already signed order contracts with time retention, without the product, these orders couldn't be fulfilled. Securing a new product was imperative. The new skincare product negotiations aren't going well? Feiyang inquired. Su Yuhan nodded. It's proving difficult.
The other party seems aware of our urgency to secure new products and has presented numerous challenging conditions.
Feiyang tentatively inquired, what if instead of using established products, we developed our own new product? Do you think that's feasible?
With access to the Iceling grass medicinal source, Feiyang had recently formulated some new products based on the recipe. However, Feiyang had no background in business matters. Rushing into using new products could lead to significant difficulties. Su Yuhan pondered for a moment before shaking her head.
It's too difficult. Why? Feiyang frowned.
First, developing new products requires a new formula. The new product must deliver excellent results, otherwise, it will struggle to gain market acceptance.
Su Yuhan pondered again before continuing, simultaneously, once the product launches, substantial promotion is essential.
Ideally, we'd secure prominent media coverage or top-tier celebrity endorsements paired with aggressive marketing to drive strong sales. Otherwise, even if a new product is excellent, without sufficient exposure and promotion, it'll likely struggle to gain traction. Su Yuhan shook her head, a look of helplessness on her face.
Where would a small company like ours find that kind of funding?
Forget the endorsement fees for top-tier celebrities, just the costs for prominent media outlets and widespread advertising campaigns would require a massive investment. With our current resources, it's simply too difficult. Su Yuhan continued, you know our company's accounts only hold 200 million yuan money you helped secure. To develop a hit new product, just the initial formula development would likely cost tens of millions, not to mention celebrity endorsements and other expenses.
Our funds simply aren't sufficient. For a small company like ours, the best way to generate revenue quickly is to distribute established products. That's how we'll secure orders and sales volume. Chapter 205, Su Yuhan takes the initiative. Hearing Su Yuhan's words, Feiyang couldn't help but nod.
It seemed there were quite a few intricacies involved. But from what he gathered, besides needing money, Su Yuhan also lacked top-tier celebrity endorsements and marketing.
Money? That's manageable. Securing widespread promotion across Donghai? That's manageable too. With Uncle Rong's help, even if not nationwide, it could at least be done in Donghai. As for a top-tier influencer? Feiyang had someone in mind. Uncle Rong's agency represents many A-list stars, but Feiyang's first thought was Shin Mengtian.
Having Shin Mengtian endorse Feiyang's new product would be a win-win for both parties. Seems like launching a new product isn't such a daunting task after all. The resources Su Yuhan desired were all within Feiyang's grasp.
With this thought, Feiyang felt a surge of confidence. He smiled warmly at Su Yuhan and said, "Yuhan, don't worry. Everything will work out in the end. Let's not dwell on such troublesome matters for now." Su Yuhan, however, took it in stride. A faint smile touched her lips as she asked, "Do you have plans tonight?"
Her beautiful eyes held a hint of anticipation as she looked at Feiyang. This was her subtle way of hinting at him.
At this moment, any man with half a brain would invite Su Yuhan out for dinner or something, right? Or perhaps Feiyang would invite her home for dinner? That would be ideal. Feiyang's gaze faltered for a moment before he replied, "No plans. Do you want me to walk you home?" "Sure." "You." Su Yuhan nearly choked on Feiyang's words. "It's only 6 o'clock. Why would I go home? I'd be all alone there. My parents aren't home right now." Feiyang was aware that Su Wenshan and Zhang Qiuyun weren't home. After acquiring shares in the company, Zhang Qiuyun had embraced her new life as a shareholder. She'd gone on a trip to Macau with her girlfriends. Su Wenshan naturally wouldn't accompany Zhang Qiuyun on vacation. He'd returned to his hometown to fish for a few days. He couldn't really help much at the company anyway. "Then shall we grab a bite together?" Feiyang's gaze faltered. He began to grasp Su Yuhan's meaning. A sweet warmth flushed Feiyang's heart. This was the first time Su Yuhan had ever taken the initiative to invite him out for a meal. Su Yuhan bit her lip and said, "What are we going out to eat? Have you forgotten about the foreign chef Jiang Bai invited? Or maybe we could eat at my place?" Since Feiyang was so clueless, Su Yuhan had to take the initiative herself. After all, she'd already decided in her heart to start anew with Feiyang. Being proactive wasn't a bad thing. But what if Mom found out? A hint of hesitation flickered in Feiyang's eyes. He naturally wanted to go out to eat with Su Yuhan, but if Zhang Qiuyun found out Feiyang had returned home without permission, she would surely give Su Yuhan a hard time. Su Yuhan stomped her foot in frustration. "Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. As long as you don't tell Mom, how would she find out? She's traveling in Macau right now." Feiyang smiled, "Great. I've been wanting to try the chef's cooking anyway. Let's go." Su Yuhan clicked shut Feiyang's laptop with a satisfying click, her arm naturally slipping through his. But Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly. To be honest, this was the first time she'd ever been so forward with a man. Su Yuhan felt strangely conflicted. This man was none other than her husband, the very man she had once looked down upon. As Su Yuhan emerged from the office with her arm linked through Feiyang's, everyone's gaze held a hint of envy. Not far away, Jiang Bai, seeing the look of happiness on Feiyang's face, couldn't help but inwardly click his tongue. "Ah, love-struck couples." Jiang Bai shook his head, then turned to Qin Shirwen beside him with a beaming smile. "Miss Qin, if you're willing, I could transform our friendship into the kind of love Feiyang and Su Yuhan share." Qin Shirwen was nearly driven mad by Jiang Bai's relentless chatter. Her face flushed as she stamped her foot and declared, "If you dare make such jokes again, believe me, I'll slap you silly." A slap means affection, a scolding means love. To be smacked to death by a beauty like Miss Qin would be my honor, oh my. But before he could finish, his face erupted in pain, making him yelp in agony. Qin Shirwen's high heels were stomping relentlessly on his toes. Feiyang drove off from the company with Su Yuhan in the car. Returning home once more, Feiyang felt as if he'd stepped into another world. Surrounded by the familiar sights of his home, Feiyang felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. After all, he had spent a year in this very house doing laundry, cooking, and grocery shopping. 3 chefs arrived promptly, bustling about for about half an hour before serving up an exquisite French meal. The chefs even opened a bottle of premium red wine especially for Feiyang and Su Yuhan, adding a touch of sophistication. After preparing the feast, the 3 chefs understood the unspoken invitation and departed. This was the young couple's private time together. How could they possibly intrude? "I'm going to take a shower first. We'll eat together after I'm done." Su Yuhan kicked off her high heels and swayed gracefully toward the bathroom. Seeing Su Yuhan's graceful figure, Yun Feiyang couldn't help but feel a little stirred.
Since their marriage, Zhang Xiuyun and Su Wenshan had always lived with Yun Feiyang.
This was the first time Yun Feiyang had been alone with Su Yuhan.
Hearing the splashing water from the bedroom, Yun Feiyang could faintly make out Su Yuhan's graceful figure and delicate curves through the bathroom glass, causing his mind to wander. To be honest, Yun Feiyang had always been a man who could control himself. After all, Su Yuhan had always been indifferent toward him, never giving him a second thought.
Naturally, Yun Feiyang never dared entertain any improper thoughts toward her.
But now things were different. Su Yuhan's attitude toward him had shifted, and she'd even begun seeking his company.
Unable to resist, Yun Feiyang found his mind wandering.
Add to that the smoldering desire stirred up by Sister Rome lately, and upon hearing Su Yuhan was showering, Yun Feiyang suddenly found himself losing control.
In fact, Yun Feiyang was now lost in wild fantasies. What if Su Yuhan, like Sister Rome, offered herself to him? What could he do? Yun Feiyang slapped his thigh. Su Yuhan was his wife. He'd been longing for this moment for ages. He'd only ever held Su Yuhan's small hand before, never once embraced her. To hold Su Yuhan's delicate curves in his arms would surely feel amazing, let alone sharing a bed with her. The thought made Yun Feiyang's anticipation surge even higher. Just as Yun Feiyang was lost in his fantasies, the bathroom door creaked open.
When Yun Feiyang saw the stunning figure standing in the doorway, he froze instantly. For Su Yuhan stood there as if unclothed, wrapped only in a towel. Chapter 206, Nerves. Yun Feiyang felt every nerve in his body tense up. Her smooth skin, long legs, delicate features, and hair still dripping wet. Even a captivating droplet of water clung to Su Yuhan's temple, carrying the last trace of enchanting grace as it slowly slid down. Gulp! Yun Feiyang couldn't help but swallow hard, his heartbeat accelerating several notches. His heart pounded wildly. This was the first time he'd ever seen Su Yuhan looking so exposed.
Su Yuhan noticed Yun Feiyang's flushed face and strained neck.
In the past, she might have found his gaze repulsive, but now, a sweet warmth unexpectedly blossomed within her heart. Yes, sweetness. The fact that she could elicit such a reaction from Yun Feiyang proved she still held enough charm in his eyes. Could you help me blow dry my hair? Su Yuhan gazed at Yun Feiyang with her beautiful eyes, and her soft words made Yun Feiyang's face flush even more. Truthfully, Su Yuhan could dry her hair herself, but for some reason, she just wanted Yun Feiyang to do it for her. This was a rare chance for them to be alone together. Moreover, Su Yuhan no longer harbored any misunderstandings toward Yun Feiyang. She wanted to build a good life with him. Of course I would. Yun Feiyang took the hairdryer from Su Yuhan's hands. She turned around smoothly, confidently offering her jade-like back to him. A faint, delicate fragrance drifted into Yun Feiyang's nostrils, filling him with a sense of blissful contentment. As he dried her hair, his fingers would occasionally brush against Su Yuhan's skin, smooth as jade. The sensation was like an electric shock, making his heart flutter with desire. Do you want to hold me? Just as his thoughts wandered, a shy voice reached him, instantly making his blood boil. Had he heard correctly? Was Su Yuhan asking him to hold her? As Yun Feiyang hesitated in a daze, Su Yuhan's body leaned back smoothly, resting against his solid chest. The warm, solid embrace instantly filled Su Yuhan with a deep sense of security. Truth be told, Su Yuhan had always held a poor impression of Yun Feiyang due to his status as a son-in-law who had married into the family. But recent events had drastically overturned her long-held perceptions of him. In Yun Feiyang, Su Yuhan even sensed the kind of security she expected from a husband. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. It was precisely this sense of security Yun Feiyang provided that completely changed Su Yuhan's view of him, even making her willing to open her heart to him completely. Yet the first time she leaned into Yun Feiyang of her own accord, a faint blush unexpectedly crept onto her cheeks. Meanwhile, Yun Feiyang was utterly thrilled. He could feel the warmth radiating from her body and even see the flush on her ears. A warm wave of affection welled up from the depths of Yun Feiyang's heart. He had never experienced such profound happiness before, leaving him momentarily flustered. I'm already leaning into your embrace. Are you just going to stand there like a fool? Don't you want to hold me? Seeing Yun Feiyang make no response, merely panting heavily as he stood frozen, Su Yuhan's tone carried a hint of reproach. I'm sorry. How could I not want to hold you? Yun Feiyang wrapped his arms around Su Yuhan from behind, feeling her body pressed against his. His eyes and brows were filled with profound happiness. In that moment, Yun Feiyang felt as if he possessed the entire world. This moment he had waited far too long for it. Su Yuhan nestled contentedly against Yun Feiyang's chest, enveloped by his faint masculine scent. A profound sense of security flooded her. After a while, Su softly asked, have you ever heard of lipstick that tastes sweet? Her cheeks flushed even redder after speaking. Was this a hint? Was she hinting that Yun Feiyang wanted to kiss her? But Yun Feiyang froze, not grasping Su Yuhan's true meaning. Lipstick with a sweet taste? Yun Feiyang's words made Su Yuhan sigh inwardly. It seemed rather difficult to make this blockhead understand her subtle hint. A resolute gleam flashed in Su Yuhan's eyes. She turned her head, her beautiful gaze softening as she looked at Feiyang. Biting her silver teeth, as if summoning great resolve, she tiptoed lightly and leaned in for a kiss. Buzz. Feiyang felt as if his mind had exploded. He never imagined Su Yuhan would take the initiative to kiss him. The next second, Feiyang wrapped his arms around Su Yuhan's soft waist and returned the kiss. But like Su Yuhan, Feiyang wasn't particularly experienced either. Their teeth even clattered together. After a long while, they pulled apart. So now you've tasted the sweetness of lipstick, huh? Su Yuhan gazed at Feiyang with her beautiful eyes, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. For some reason, Feiyang, a grown man, suddenly found himself blushing. At that moment, Feiyang finally understood what Su Yuhan had just said about the lipstick scent. She had been hinting for him to take the initiative and kiss her. Though the lipstick's taste wasn't sweet, Feiyang's heart was filled with sweetness. Feiyang gently pulled Su Yuhan into his embrace, his gaze softening considerably. Will I get to taste your lipstick again someday? Feiyang asked with a playful smile. Su Yuhan's lips curved slightly as she replied, depends on your behavior. With just those words, Feiyang understood exactly what Su Yuhan meant. At their wedding, Feiyang had sworn to treat Su Yuhan well for the rest of his life. And Feiyang would never break his promise. At that moment, Su Yuhan's body was slowly heating up. She bit her lip tightly, her mind torn with hesitation. Should she let Feiyang stay tonight and sleep with him? But if they did sleep together, what if Feiyang made all sorts of unreasonable demands tonight? Would she have to agree? Just as Su Yuhan was lost in these thoughts, Feiyang gently released her and said with a smile, hurry up and change clothes to eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Hearing Feiyang's words, Su Yuhan was almost speechless. At this moment, wouldn't any normal man be thinking strange thoughts? Yet Feiyang showed no such inclination whatsoever. His mind was focused solely on dinner. To be honest, Su Yuhan was actually feeling a bit hungry now. After a moment's hesitation, she went to the bedroom, changed into a different outfit, and came to the dining table. In front of Feiyang, Su Yuhan had completely let down her guard. She changed into a spaghetti strap nightgown, and the faint scent of her skin drifted over, making Feiyang feel a bit lightheaded. She recalled how, in the past, every time she went to sleep, Su Yuhan would make Feiyang sleep on the floor without even taking off his clothes. Chapter 207, Howard isn't a good guy. Now, however, Su Yuhan had completely let go of her fixation on Feiyang. She even took the initiative to appear before him wearing only a spaghetti strap nightgown. Evidently, Su Yuhan now regarded Feiyang as one of her own. Because she felt no need to be formal, she could be so relaxed around him. After dinner, Su Yuhan sat on the sofa in her nightgown. Seeing Feiyang about to clear the dishes, she quickly said, you really shouldn't do the laundry or cooking anymore. In the past, Feiyang doing laundry and cooking was Su Yuhan overlooking his mistakes. Now, she absolutely wouldn't let that mistake continue. Seeing this, Feiyang set down the dishes and said, in this whole world, I only do laundry and cook for you. Hearing his words, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes glowed with emotion. Since you say that, she murmured, I'll never let you do laundry or cook for anyone else. Helpless, Feiyang set down his chopsticks and bowl, walked over to Su Yuhan's side, and sat down beside her. Do you have plans tonight? Su Yuhan asked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Feiyang. Nothing. Feiyang hesitated for a moment before smiling. I can stay tonight. The lipstick incident had made Feiyang more cautious. So as he listened to Su Yuhan speak, he began to interpret the subtext behind her words. Perhaps he wouldn't have caught it before, but this time, Feiyang instantly understood Su Yuhan's meaning. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. Feiyang had finally caught on, sparing her the effort of hinting at him. Originally, Zhang Qiuyun had intended to throw away all of Feiyang's belongings from before, but Su Yuhan inexplicably decided to keep them. After finishing his ablutions, Feiyang headed to the bedroom. Seeing him preparing his makeshift bed on the floor, Su Yuhan sighed helplessly, if you'd like, you could actually sleep in the bed tonight. Feiyang's movements to prepare the floor bed halted. A warm current flowed through Feiyang's heart as he met Su Yuhan's gaze. After lying down, Su Yuhan closed the door, climbed into bed, and reached out to wrap her arm around Feiyang's. But Feiyang felt tense, especially when he caught the faint, delicate fragrance emanating from Su Yuhan's body. It sent his thoughts racing. How could Feiyang possibly sleep at a time like this? While Feiyang lay awake, Su Yuhan also found sleep elusive. Because at this moment, Su Yuhan was thinking, what if Feiyang made a certain request later? What should she do? This was Su Yuhan's first time. Yuhan. Feiyang's soft murmur made Su Yuhan tense up. The hand wrapped around his arm tightened involuntarily. Not tonight. It's not a safe day, and we don't have anything at home. Thinking Feiyang might make a certain request, Su Yuhan buried her face in his arm, her voice sounding almost like a plea. Su Yuhan hadn't prepared any precautions beforehand. She calculated the days today was likely her ovulation day. What if she got pregnant? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't want to have children with you. It's just that keep time has only just been established. Now that time capture had just been founded, if she were to have a child at this moment, it would be irresponsible to all the employees.
Yun Feiyang stroked Su Yuhan's head and said, "I'll do whatever you say."
Truthfully, though Yun Feiyang desired her intensely, he understood Su Yuhan's concerns.
"Looks like tonight I'll just have to hold back."
Oh, and tomorrow afternoon, I've arranged to meet with Chu Ro and Howard to discuss the birthday banquet at the end of the month.
"Would you like to come with me?" Su Yuhan suggested at that moment. "Sure." Yun Feiyang nodded slightly, then paused for a moment before saying, "Yuhan, that Howard isn't a good person.
You should advise your best friend not to waste her time on someone like him."
Recalling Howard's words at the bar, Yun Feiyang's gaze darkened.
He had given Howard one chance. If Howard dared to harbor any messy thoughts about Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang wouldn't mind ending his life right here in China. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement. "You're quite the jealous type, aren't you? He just didn't let you into the car. Why hold a grudge? After all, he's Chu Ro's fiancé. I won't stoop to his level. Rest assured, if he tries anything, I'll speak up for you." Yun Feiyang's gaze grew serious. "Trust me, this Howard guy is no good." Noticing Yun Feiyang's uneasy expression, Su Yuhan frowned and asked, "Is there something you know?" Yun Feiyang hesitated, choosing not to directly tell Su Yuhan about the bar incident. After all, Yun Feiyang didn't want Su Yuhan to know about Sister Rong and Shin Mengtian. It wasn't that Yun Feiyang harbored any improper thoughts towards Sister Rong, but he feared that if Su Yuhan learned about her, it might lead to misunderstandings. Their relationship had only just begun to mend, and Yun Feiyang didn't want any misunderstandings to arise between them. "I do know a little something." Yun Feiyang nodded slightly and said, "I had Jiang Bai look into it. Howard's Balbarg family isn't some second-rate foreign family at all. They're at best a wealthy individual, not even a minor family. Don't let your best friend get fooled by him." At this point, Yun Feiyang could only persuade Su Yuhan from this angle. Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes narrowed in confusion as she frowned. "I'll talk to Chu Ro about it when I have time. But they're genuinely in love. Chu Ro and I are best friends. I know her personality. She's not the type to be obsessed with money." Yun Feiyang nodded. Truthfully, he could see that if Guachuru were the gold-digging type, Su Yuhan probably wouldn't have become her best friend in the first place. But Howard really wasn't a good guy. It seemed Yun Feiyang needed to find a way to make Howard reveal his true scumbag nature in front of Guachuru. If Howard hadn't harbored those messy thoughts about Su Yuhan, Yun Feiyang might have let him off. But he shouldn't have had those messy thoughts about Su Yuhan. All this was Howard's own fault. With Yun Feiyang by her side, Su Yuhan slept soundly. She felt a sense of security from him. How could she not feel safe with her husband beside her? But Yun Feiyang was a different story. He barely slept a wink all night. With a goddess like Su Yuhan lying beside him, how could Yun Feiyang possibly rest well? The next day, seeing Yun Feiyang's dark circles, Su Yuhan couldn't help but smile. Even at the office, Qin Sherwin couldn't help but wonder, what was Yun Feiyang doing last night to get such dark circles? After work, Yun Feiyang drove, carrying Su Yuhan with him, to their rendezvous. Howard, eager to impress Su Yuhan, had reserved a table at a high-end Western restaurant, a place of considerable prestige. Chapter 208, A Weakling? But to Su Yuhan, the level of sophistication meant absolutely nothing. "Miss Su, this is the finest Western restaurant in all of Donghai. Every chef here is a master of their craft. I personally selected them for you and Chu Ro. The dishes are all aristocratic fare, guaranteed to delight your palate." Hearing Howard Balberg's words, Su Yuhan merely gave a slight nod, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, saying nothing more. Howard Balberg, however, wore an air of smug satisfaction, seemingly basking in the glory of impressing Su Yuhan. Guachuru beamed like a blooming flower, clearly feeling Howard Balberg had done her proud. Seeing Guachuru's reaction, Howard Balberg felt his own prestige soar, shooting a boastful glance at Yun Feiyang. Yet Yun Feiyang's lips curled into a cold smile, utterly unimpressed by Howard Balberg's attitude. Su Yuhan had tasted dishes prepared by top international chefs. Could this training restaurant, no matter how high-end, possibly afford a private chef commanding a multi-million-dollar annual salary? In Su Yuhan's eyes, the food these people eat is a whole notch below. It simply couldn't compare to what those 3 private chefs prepared. Therefore, Yun Feiyang had absolutely no reason to worry that Howard Balberg might attract Su Yuhan's attention. Besides, Su Yuhan wasn't the type of woman who chased after money. "Mr. Yun, this is an exclusive establishment. It's not a restaurant where just anyone can dine. You, a son-in-law by marriage, have disgraced us men. You have no right to dine with an elegant lady like Miss Su. Nor do you have the privilege to dine with the heir of the Balberg family." Seeing Yun Feiyang's dismissive attitude, Howard Balberg directly confronted him. While belittling Yun Feiyang, he simultaneously elevated his own status as Howard Balberg. What right did Yun Feiyang have to ignore him? A lowly son-in-law who couldn't hold his own. If not for Howard's invitation, Yun Feiyang would likely never have set foot in such a restaurant. Seeing Howard Balberg's anger directed at him, Yun Feiyang merely smiled faintly and replied evasively, "Howard, I'd advise you to mind your own affairs.
With your bruised and battered appearance, you probably wouldn't be allowed into such an upscale restaurant either, would you? Howard Ballberg had been beaten up by Uncle Rome's men that day, and now his bruised and battered face did look rather comical. But Howard Ballberg wasn't entirely without wit. He claimed to Guachuruo that he'd accidentally fallen and that was how he ended up like this. But such an excuse would only fool an inexperienced young woman like Guachuruo. Mr. Howard, let me make this clear, this is my husband, my chosen husband. He is not the son-in-law you imply. In my eyes, he has more right to dine with me than anyone else. Moreover, I came here today to see Churuo, not anyone else. If dining with us as a couple makes you feel beneath your station, no problem, I'll personally host a dinner for Churuo alone another day. Frankly, Howard Ballberg's mouth was just too sharp for Su Yuhan's taste. Su Yuhan stepped forward to defend Yun Feiyang. Dear. Seeing Su Yuhan genuinely upset, Guachuru tugged Howard Ballberg's arm, shook her head at him, then said to Su Yuhan, Yuhan, Howard didn't mean it the way you think. Although Guachuru harbored some dissatisfaction toward Yun Feiyang, judging by Su Yuhan's demeanor, she didn't seem to despise him. Moreover, seeing Yun Feiyang drive a Lamborghini with an auction-grade license plate that day had made Guachuru question his background. Perhaps Yun Feiyang wasn't as useless as she had imagined. Howard Ballberg hadn't expected Su Yuhan to get angry. He could only glare fiercely at Yun Feiyang before turning to Su Yuhan with a forced smile. It is my honor, Howard Ballberg, to dine with such an elegant lady as Miss Su. Su Yuhan's gaze remained cold, taking Howard Ballberg's words with a grain of salt. Frankly, Howard Ballberg's gaze disgusted her, oily and fawning, clearly not the look a best friend's boyfriend would give her. But for Guachuruo's sake, Su Yuhan had no choice but to endure it. Upon entering the restaurant, as if orchestrated beforehand, the waitstaff approached with utmost deference, bowing elegantly toward Howard Ballberg. Esteemed Mr. Howard Ballberg, we have reserved the finest scenic view in the hotel as per your instructions. From that vantage point, you may behold the river traversing the East Sea and the bustling metropolis spread out before you. The waiter's words made Howard Ballberg's back straighten involuntarily as he stared at Yun Feiyang with a look of pure pride. Yet Yun Feiyang showed no intention of competing with him, his gaze fixed solely on Su Yuhan, brimming with affection. Guachuru, feeling thoroughly pleased, linked arms with Howard Ballberg and walked ahead with a radiant smile. Su Yuhan, utterly unconcerned with seating arrangements, linked arms with Yun Feiyang, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower. Su Yuhan radiated confidence, her lips curved in a perfect smile that exuded elegance. Yun Feiyang looked sharp and energetic, drawing the attention of many in the restaurant. Seeing the spotlight stolen by Yun Feiyang, Howard Ballberg's expression darkened considerably. He had secured the hotel location himself. By all rights, the one who should be envied and respected was Howard Ballberg. Why were all these people focusing their attention on Yun Feiyang? He was just a lowly son-in-law. What gave him the right? After settling down, Howard Ballberg elegantly snapped his fingers. The waiter, seemingly prepared in advance, approached respectfully and presented the menu. Howard Ballberg shot a showy glance at Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan before ordering several dishes in fluent French. After finishing, Howard Ballberg snorted coldly, seemingly intent on making things difficult for Yun Feiyang, and handed the menu directly to him. Yun Feiyang, I've already ordered for Churuo and Miss Su. Since I don't know your preferences, order whatever you like. It's on me. Howard Ballberg wore a smug expression as he gave the waiter a knowing glance. The waiter understood perfectly, stepping directly in front of Yun Feiyang and asking in perfect French, what would you like to eat? A pathetic man? Chapter 209, shall I call the manager over? This was all part of the plan between the waiter and Howard Ballberg. In Howard Ballberg's eyes, someone like Yun Feiyang who hadn't seen much of the world would surely be clueless about French. If Yun Feiyang readily accepted the menu moments later, wouldn't that be admitting he was a weakling? Moreover, the entire menu was in French. Yun Feiyang definitely couldn't read it, which would make him look utterly foolish in front of Su Yuhan and Guachuru. At that moment, Howard Ballberg watched Yun Feiyang with a look of schadenfreude, seemingly preparing to witness his humiliation. Su Yuhan, too, frowned, glaring at the waiter with obvious displeasure. Though Su Yuhan didn't understand French, she could tell the waiter's attitude and tone weren't exactly friendly. Yun Feiyang shot a glance at the waiter. Yun Feiyang spoke in Chinese, repeat what you just said. What would you like to eat? A pathetic man? The waiter repeated each word slowly, his sneer growing even more pronounced. He was now certain Yun Feiyang definitely didn't understand French. Yun Feiyang didn't respond to the waiter. Instead, he turned to Su Yuhan and said, Yuhan, you heard what that waiter just said, right? If he repeats it, you should be able to tell if he's repeating himself, right? Su Yuhan nodded. Su Yuhan had an excellent memory. Though she hadn't understood the waiter's words, she could tell the difference if she heard them again. Yun Feiyang gave a slight nod, then addressed the waiter in perfectly articulated French. In an establishment of this caliber, you dare use insulting language toward your guests. Was this etiquette taught to you by your restaurant manager, or by someone else? As he spoke, Yun Feiyang fixed his gaze on Howard Ballberg, who stood visibly shaken, his eyes now cold and piercing. Summon your restaurant manager immediately. I intend to ask him clearly, is it your restaurant's policy to casually insult customers?
Don't try to deny it. I deliberately made you repeat those insulting words twice, and my wife heard them clearly.
You can't wriggle out of this.
The waiter was instantly terrified.
Just like Howard Balberg, he hadn't expected Feiyang to actually understand French.
The waiter dared not call the restaurant manager. If he actually called the manager, and the manager found out he'd used insulting language toward a customer, he'd lose his job. Realizing this, the waiter immediately began bowing and scraping before Feiyang, his voice dripping with supplication. Sir, the insult was not my idea. It was Mr. Howard Balberg's plan. He gave me $200 to act out this scene of insulting you. I apologize now and beg you not to call my manager. As he spoke, the waiter even pulled out $200 and placed it respectfully on the table, his expression tense with anxiety.
Howard Balberg's expression instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with irritation.
He couldn't fathom how Feiyang, the absent son-in-law, could possibly understand French.
When did this kid learn it?
Guchuru also looked at Feiyang with surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. All along, Feiyang had been nothing but a good-for-nothing slacker in Guchuruo's eyes. Yet here he was, speaking French? And so fluent at that, clearly someone who'd immersed themselves in it for a long time.
Puzzled, Guachuro quietly asked Su Yuhan, Yuhan, do you know French? How does Feiyang know French? Did you teach him? Su Yuhan smiled. I don't.
Feiyang spent some time abroad before and made quite a few friends there. To be honest, when Su Yuhan first learned Feiyang had traveled abroad and knew a foreign language, she had the same expression as Guachuruo. Shocked. But now Su Yuhan had grown accustomed to it, because Feiyang had already given her more than enough surprises.
So you didn't understand what Feiyang just said to the waiter either? Guachuro assumed Su Yuhan understood French and wanted to ask for clarification.
Just now, with just a few words, Feiyang had turned the waiter who'd been rude to him into a picture of deference. Then he pulled out $200.
What was that all about? Honey, what did Feiyang say to the waiter? Could you translate it for me?
Guachuruo tugged Howard Balberg's arm and whispered the question.
But how could Howard Balberg translate? Was he supposed to tell Su Yuhan and Guachuro that he'd bribed the waiter to deliberately embarrass Feiyang? How could he possibly say that? At that moment, Howard Balberg could only stand there looking utterly mortified, glaring at Feiyang with such ferocity it seemed he wanted to devour him. Feiyang pretended not to notice, fixing his gaze on the waiter and speaking coldly in Chinese. You understand Chinese, right?
The waiter dared not offend Feiyang now, nodding repeatedly.
Yes, yes. I speak Chinese and understand it too. Then let's communicate in Chinese. This is China, what are you pretending to be a foreigner for?
Feiyang scowled in annoyance. It's just that China's policies toward foreigners were too generous in recent years, making these expats think they're so awesome here.
Yes.
The waiter nodded repeatedly, afraid of angering Feiyang. With just one word, Feiyang summoned the manager over.
Howard, I don't need you to order for my own wife. After all, I know her tastes better than anyone.
A cold smile curled at the corner of Feiyang's lips as he gave Howard Balberg a dismissive snort.
Howard Balberg was seething with rage.
He'd intended to humiliate Feiyang in front of Su Yuhan, but never expected the brat to speak French. Now he'd been outmaneuvered. But Howard Balberg wasn't the least bit afraid of this brat. He was just a son-in-law by marriage, after all. So what if he knows French? Think he could take on the heir of the Balberg family? Ridiculous. Sooner or later, he would make Su Yuhan realize that Feiyang was nothing but a complete loser. Watching Su Yuhan rest her chin in her hand, listening tenderly as Feiyang explained the menu items to her, Guachuro couldn't help but feel a touch of envy in her eyes.
Truthfully, Guachuro saw no trace of disgust in Su Yuhan's gaze toward Feiyang, only a hint of affection. Guachuro understood Su Yuhan's character.
She was the kind of girl who never opened her heart to anyone, easily strong-willed and deeply perceptive. For Su Yuhan to gaze at Feiyang with such tender eyes meant she was preparing to open her heart to him. If Feiyang were merely a weak and useless son-in-law, why would Su Yuhan act this way? Perhaps she truly had some misunderstanding about Feiyang.
Chapter 210, You Can Actually Get Taylor? Guachuruo's beautiful eyes fixed on Feiyang as she asked doubtfully, You really went abroad? Feiyang nodded.
Yes, I spent several years abroad. Guachuruo was merely Su Yuhan's close friend. Feiyang saw no need to elaborate further.
Could you tell me about your experiences abroad?
For some reason, Guachuruo found herself feeling a hint of curiosity toward Feiyang.
However, Guachuruo's shift in attitude made Howard Balberg's expression turn awkward. He gritted his teeth, deeply dissatisfied with Feiyang.
Military service. Feiyang's gaze turned icy, his mind filled with the images of brothers who had fallen before him.
Mercenary? Guachuro knew that Chinese people serving abroad were usually mercenaries, and her eyes couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity toward Feiyang. Mercenaries faced death at every turn.
She never imagined that Yun Feiyang, who seemed like a useless fool in her eyes, was actually a man who had fought on the battlefield.
Xiaoro, let's talk about the birthday banquet instead. Noticing Guochuru's distracted expression, Su Yuhan interjected from the side. Guochuruo slapped her forehead. I almost forgot about the main event. Yuhan, do you have any ideas? Su Yuhan shook her head, saying nothing. Truth be told, if Guochuro hadn't returned to China with Howard Balberg, Su Yuhan probably wouldn't even have considered celebrating her birthday.
Miss Su, feel free to share any ideas. I hold some standing in Huaxia Donghai, perhaps I can accommodate your requests. Howard Balberg puffed out his chest. Yun Feiyang could tell the guy was just trying to show off.
Guochuru seemed to recall something.
She pulled out her phone and showed Su Yuhan a news article. Yuhan, I heard Taylor came to Donghai.
Apparently she snuck in secretly. Taylor? You mean that American singer Taylor? Su Yuhan's eyes lit up instantly, brimming with delight. A barely perceptible smile touched Yun Feiyang's lips.
This was the surprise he'd planned for Su Yuhan, and judging by her reaction, she seemed thoroughly pleased.
Really?
Su Yuhan glanced at the headline. Taylor mysteriously checked into Donghai Blue Sky Hotel. Reason remains unclear.
Guochuru nodded, her face radiant with longing.
If only she could sing a song at our business banquet, I'd have no regrets in this life.
Guochuru shared Su Yuhan's passion back in college. She'd already adored Taylor's music. Honey, are you close with Taylor? Could you invite her to sing at my and Yuhan's birthday banquet? Guochuru leaned on Howard Balberg's arm, her eyes sparkling with delight.
This. Howard Balberg looked troubled. Taylor Swift. She's an international singer who's won a Grammy Award.
The Howard Balberg family is just a small, unremarkable clan. How could he possibly have the clout to invite Taylor? I'll do my best.
The Balberg family carries some weight abroad. Perhaps Miss Taylor might grant me, Howard Balberg, a favor. Howard Balberg wiped his brow, unwilling to lose face in front of Su Yuhan and Guochuru.
That was all he could say.
Yun Feiyang shook his head with a cold smile. This guy really had no shame. Even if Howard Balberg were to kneel before Taylor, she likely wouldn't accept his invitation.
Because Taylor was invited by Zhang Bai to perform at Su Yuhan's birthday party. What are you laughing at? Seeing Yun Feiyang's cold smile, Howard Balberg felt his pride stung. He asked irritably. Yun Feiyang shrugged. Nothing.
I just don't think you're important enough to get Taylor to sing.
Howard Balberg snapped angrily. From the sound of it, you think you have that kind of clout? Yun Feiyang shrugged. I do have that kind of clout.
Howard Balberg scoffed dismissively, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous thing. Kid, if you could actually get Taylor to perform, why would you marry into the Donghai Su family? Howard Balberg looked utterly unconvinced. This kid was probably just trying to brag to Su Yuhan and Guochuru.
Su Yuhan frowned, tugging gently at Yun Feiyang's arm and whispering, what nonsense are you talking?
That's Taylor Swift,
the top female singer.
Even though Yun Feiyang had been abroad, how could he possibly have the clout to invite a top-tier singer like Taylor?
You really have some nerve. Guochuru shot Yun Feiyang an even more disgusted look.
She just started to warm up to him, but now that feeling vanished completely. Truth be told, Yun Feiyang had all the worst traits of men blowing his own horn.
Invite Taylor? Why doesn't he just say he can invite the President of the United States? Yun Feiyang held Su Yuhan's hand and smiled. Don't you trust me? Su Yuhan whispered, do you even know Taylor? She's not someone you can just invite. Be careful what you say. Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang meant well, but he had no idea how difficult it was to invite Taylor. Perhaps even Zhang Bai didn't have that kind of influence. Even if Zhang Bai had that kind of clout, it probably wouldn't come cheap. I never thought you'd not only disgrace us men, but also love spouting empty boasts you can't back up. You disgust me.
Howard Balberg seized the moment to taunt Yun Feiyang with cold sarcasm.
But Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to engage. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Taylor's visit to Donghai was specifically for Su Yuhan's birthday banquet. Only Howard Balberg, Guochuru, and even Su Yuhan herself were unaware of this. Yun Feiyang certainly wouldn't mention it now either, because he intended to give Su Yuhan a huge surprise. The meal concluded quickly, and Su Yuhan discussed some minor details with Guochuru. Throughout it all, Yun Feiyang remained uninvolved, silently noting the banquet's location.
Come the appointed time, Taylor would appear at the birthday celebration as promised.
After leaving the restaurant, Su Yuhan sat in the car, gazing out the window. Yun Feiyang drove while smiling and asking, what are you thinking about? Taylor? Su Yuhan turned her head and nodded slightly.
When I was at my lowest, Taylor's singing helped me through it. That's why I really want to meet her in person and thank her.
In everyone's youth, there exists a force that inspires them. For Yun Feiyang, it was Su Yuhan's gentle, angelic gaze. For Su Yuhan, it was Taylor's singing. Taylor wasn't just a singer, she was an encouragement to Su Yuhan's youth, holding extraordinary significance for her. In Yun Feiyang's eyes, Su Yuhan glimpsed a hint of regret.
This was the closest Taylor had ever come to Su Yuhan. Frankly, given Su Yuhan's circumstances, if she didn't meet Taylor this time, she might never see him again in her lifetime. She wanted to personally thank Taylor for the encouragement he had given her during her youth. Chapter 211, lost everything down to his pants. Feiyang let a faint smile slip across his face, saying nothing. The more Su Yuhan anticipated meeting Taylor, the more it confirmed Feiyang's decision to bring him along was spot on. In his heart, Feiyang was already anticipating the look of delight on Su Yuhan's face when she saw Taylor. Su family villa. Useless. With a furious shout, Wang Mingyang grabbed the ashtray and hurled it straight at Niu Juanfeng's forehead. Thud. The ashtray slammed solidly into Niu Juanfeng's head. Yet standing just a few feet away, Niu kept his head bowed, unable to dodge or meet Wang's gaze. He simply let the ashtray strike him. Because Niu Juanfeng had botched the task Wang Mingyang had assigned him. Blood slowly trickled down from the corner of his forehead, yet Niu Juanfeng dared not move a muscle. He stood with hands hanging limply at his sides, waiting for Wang Mingyang's wrath. Having followed Wang Mingyang for so many years, how could Niu Juanfeng not know his temper? Saying another word now would likely get him beaten to death. Su Zhihao tried to smooth things over. Young Master Wang, this isn't entirely Niu Juanfeng's fault. That Feiyang is just too cunning. Wang Mingyang's expression softened slightly, but he still roared at Niu Juanfeng. What kind of work are you doing? Exposing your own identity? Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to plant you there? Niu Juanfeng said nothing, but inwardly, he refused to accept it. Effort? All Wang Mingyang ever did was give him a task. What effort? Wasn't it all down to Niu Juanfeng's own efforts? But such thoughts were only dared to be entertained in his mind, never voiced aloud. Young Master Wang, there might still be a chance. Su Wenyuan's eyes darted around as he suggested, I heard Zhang Qiuyun is vacationing in Macau with her gold-digging girlfriends. This could be your chance to make your move, young Master Wang. If you have a plan, just spit it out. Wang Mingyang was nearly at the end of his patience. Up until now, Wang Mingyang had always been unstoppable when it came to pursuing women. With both money and power at his disposal, few women could resist his financial advances. Yet with Su Yuhan, he had stumbled spectacularly. He hadn't even come close to winning her over, yet he'd suffered so many humiliations in front of her. This humiliation was something Wang Mingyang simply couldn't swallow. He had to redeem himself in front of Su Yuhan. Simple. Su Wenyuan leaned close to Wang Mingyang's ear and murmured softly, what we need here is. Gradually, Wang Mingyang's dark expression softened. Recently, a smug, cold smile had even appeared on his face. It's just money? No problem. This time, I'll make sure Su Yuhan's company goes completely bankrupt. 3 days later, at the Macau casino. Zhang Qiuyun sat at a private gambling table, her eyes bloodshot from losing. She'd intended to gamble for fun with her best friend, but Zhang Qiuyun kept losing more and more. She'd lost count of how many hands she'd played. Just moments ago, convinced her hand was strong, she'd gone all in. But when the cards were revealed, she nearly lost her pants. Damn it all to hell. Fuming, Zhang Qiuyun slammed her cards down and shouted in frustration, bad luck. I'm done playing. Don't rush off. A close friend beside her grabbed her arm and feigned annoyance. What's that supposed to mean? You lose and want to quit? I'm on a winning streak. Exactly. So what if you're short on cash? Zhang Qiuyun, if you need money, I'll cover you. Stay and play with us a bit longer. A gold digger like Zhang Qiuyun, who valued her reputation above all, would never tolerate being called broke. Zhang Qiuyun narrowed her eyes angrily and snapped, who said I'm broke? Let's play. What are you going to do about it? Give me more chips. Hearing this, her friends exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions tinged with triumphant glee. Goaded by her friends, Zhang Qiuyun became increasingly reckless, grabbing more and more chips. She had no idea how much she'd already lost. This was classic gambler's psychology. After losing the first sum, the gambler's mind fixates solely on recouping the losses. But once they actually recoup their losses, they crave even more winnings. They remain trapped in this cycle of insatiability for life, becoming utterly consumed by gambling. Zhang Qiuyun was now blinded by the thrill of gambling, completely oblivious to how much she'd already lost. One more time. After losing her last chip, Zhang Qiuyun still wasn't satisfied. She slammed her cards down, her eyes flashing with irritation. But instead of chips, the bunny girl brought over a document. What's this? I asked for chips, not some paperwork. Zhang Qiuyun pushed the tray away, shouting angrily. Ms. Zhang, correct? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses approached slowly, his face plastered with a professional-grade fake smile. My apologies, he said. You have already lost 24 million yuan at our casino. Based on your asset assessment, you must settle this gambling debt before continuing to play here. Therefore, the man in gold-rimmed glasses paused briefly before continuing. We hope Ms. Zhang can settle the 24 million yuan gambling debt immediately. What? Zhang Qiuyun gasped in shock. 24 million yuan in gambling debt. Even if they killed Zhang Qiuyun, she couldn't possibly come up with that kind of money.
How could it be so much?
Her voice trembled as she frantically grabbed the documents from the tray, flipping through them repeatedly. When she saw the stark figure of 24 million at the bottom of the document, her heart sank.
She collapsed into her chair. Why didn't you warn me?
Zhang Xiuyun roared at her best friend in fury.
How could she possibly come up with that much money? We had no idea you'd lost that much.
Her friends, each looking as if it had nothing to do with them, said, "We've always had wins and losses."
Who knew your luck would be so bad, losing money the whole time?
Zhang Xiuyun was completely panicked, trembling as she stared at the middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses, unsure what to do. She had finally managed to secure a stable life with Su Yuhan's help, hoping to enjoy herself in Macau.
But now she was suddenly in such deep debt. What on earth was she supposed to do?
"Ms. Zhang, I understand you can't produce that much cash on the spot." The middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses flashed a cold, triumphant smirk.
"However, we understand that you hold a 40% stake in a company.
You could pledge that share here to settle your 24 million gambling debt."
Chapter 212, The Setup.
At that moment, the middle-aged man revealed his true colors.
Not far away,
Wang Mingyang watched coldly, a smug smile curling his lips. Wang Mingyang had long since bribed Zhang Qiuyun's close friends to collude with this middle-aged man.
It was Zhang Qiuyun's girlfriends who had dragged her into gambling.
Normally, to gamble, one must first exchange money for chips. But at this venue, Zhang Qiuyun had access to an endless supply of chips. This was a trap set by the middle-aged man, Zhang Qiuyun's best friend, and Wang Mingyang, all to lure Zhang Qiuyun into the snare.
Wang Mingyang's objective was simple. He was after the 40% stake in Zhang Qiuyun's hands. If it were anyone else, they might have been wary. But with Zhang Qiuyun's opportunistic, gold-digging nature, once provoked, she wouldn't stop. When the gambling debts reached a critical point, the middle-aged man made his timely appearance. Sure enough, he landed the decisive blow. Shares? You mean the shares in time retained? No way.
At that moment, Zhang Qiuyun roared in fury. This was a 40% stake, no small figure.
She had schemed relentlessly to wrest it from Yun Feiyang's grasp. How could she possibly relinquish it willingly? Absolutely not.
Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression turned cold. "Ms. Zhang, you clearly haven't grasped the situation.
These 40% shares are not yours to decide.
You must hand them over."
"So what if I don't want to hand them over? Can you force me?"
Zhang Qiuyun was used to throwing her weight around at home, mistaking these people for the silent Yun Feiyang. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Instantly, two men clad in black burst in, weapons drawn, their menacing presence terrifying. Zhang Qiuyun broke out in a cold sweat, her voice trembling.
What do you want?"
"Ms. Zhang, it seems my kindness has clouded your judgment. You owe our casino 24 million. Under Macau law, unless you settle this debt, you must provide collateral of equal value to secure it.
Otherwise, what happens?"
Zhang Qiuyun's heart skipped a beat, and she swallowed hard.
"It's simple. Under Macau law, you can choose not to repay this debt, but you'll go to prison for fraud. Our boss wields considerable influence here. As for how we deal with debtors who refuse to pay, I'm sure you can imagine, Ms. Zhang. Once you're behind bars, I guarantee every day will be worse than death." The middle-aged man's mix of coaxing and threats completely shattered Zhang Qiuyun's psychological defenses. Prison?
Ever since marrying into the Su family, Zhang Qiuyun had shed her former life as a factory worker, believing herself to be the legendary wealthy housewife living a bourgeois, materialistic existence. How could she possibly give up this comfortable life to suffer in prison? Was there truly no other solution? Cold sweat poured down Zhang Qiuyun's face as she trembled and asked.
"There is."
The middle-aged man snapped his fingers, and a bunny girl brought over a document. He pushed the papers toward Zhang Qiuyun, his tone a mix of coaxing and threat. "Sign this share transfer agreement, and your 24 million gambling debt will be wiped clean. You, Madame Zhang, will have no connection whatsoever to our casino. You can continue living the life of a lady. But if you refuse, I'll have no choice but to follow Macau's laws. Then you'll suffer in prison." Zhang Qiuyun's expression was vacant, her eyes hollow. The middle-aged man knew she was wavering and stoked the fire further, deliberately adding, "Ms. Zhang, retain time is just a new company, a small one at that. Logically speaking, a 40% stake isn't worth 24 million. While I haven't changed my mind yet, you'd best decide quickly. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't know a good thing when you see it, don't blame me." 1. Zhang Qiuyun's body shuddered. 2. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Qiuyun's back. 3. I'll sign. Seeing the middle-aged man poised to retract the contract, Zhang Qiuyun frantically tried to stop him. The middle-aged man was right. Time Retention is a new company. Whether it succeeds is still uncertain. 40% of the shares? Right now, it's just an empty number, it doesn't mean a thing. Keeping it in Zhang Qiuyun's hands is completely useless. This gambling debt was 24 million yuan. Zhang Qiuyun had never seen that much money in her entire life. These worthless 40% shares might as well be used to settle this massive gambling debt. After all, as long as Zhang Qiuyun kept quiet, Su Yuhan would never discover that the 40% stake had been transferred. With that thought, Zhang Qiuyun hesitated not a moment longer, swiftly signing her name on the document.
Is the gambling debt settled now?
These 24 million yuan have nothing to do with me, Zhang Qiuyun, anymore.
Zhang Qiuyun exclaimed loudly. The middle-aged man looked satisfied, shrugging indifferently. Ms. Zhang is a sensible woman. You may leave now.
Hearing this, Zhang Qiuyun didn't even bother with her best friend and hurriedly left the casino. The middle-aged man clutched the share transfer agreement and headed to an adjacent room. Wang Mingyang and Su Zhihao, father and son, sat there, their faces wearing smug, triumphant grins. Young Master Wang, as per your instructions, we've secured 40% of the shares. The middle-aged man respectfully handed the share transfer contract to Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang was pleased. He flicked the contract with his fingers and said, "You've done well. Here's your reward." With that, Wang Mingyang pulled a check from his suit pocket. The amount written on it, 25 million. Wang Mingyang declared triumphantly, "This 25 million will cover your casino's 24 million debt. The remaining 1 million is your reward. Thank you, young Master Wang. Should any similar opportunities arise in the future, please don't hesitate to let me know." The middle-aged man was overjoyed as he accepted the check with both hands. It was just a setup earning $1 million from it. Such things happen hundreds of times daily in the casino. What was that? In this casino, Zhang Qiuyun was far from the only one who had gambled away their entire fortune. Countless people left this casino each day only to jump into the sea. He actually hoped more scammers would come. $1 million each time was pure windfall. With this 40% stake, Su Yuhan's new company would essentially be within my grasp. A smug smile curled at the corners of Wang Mingyang's mouth as he schemed over how to make his move on Su Yuhan. Su Zhihao promptly chimed in with flattery, "Congratulations, young Master Wang. With this, Su Yuhan will be yours for the taking, right?" Wang Mingyang roared with laughter, his voice dripping with smug cruelty. "Su Yuhan, I'll make you kneel before me." Chapter 213, The Clown. East Sea, preserving time. Today was the birthday banquet for Su Yuhan and Guochuru. After work, Yun Feiyang arrived at Su Yuhan's office. Su Yuhan was still organizing documents. After Niu Junfeng was taken away, the company saw a significant drop in rumors and gossip. Negotiations for the new product's distribution rights were nearly finalized. Orders began rolling in, and Su Yuhan gradually became busier. Though time retention couldn't match the scale of the Su Group, for a startup to secure this many orders was already quite impressive. Still busy? Yun Feiyang pulled up a chair and sat across from Su Yuhan. Without looking up, Su Yuhan replied, "Just wait a moment longer. I'll finish this up soon. Oh, and I noticed the company doesn't seem to have any company cars. How about this? In a few days, I'll bring over a few vehicles to serve as our company fleet." During lunch, Yun Feiyang had spotted the company's sales vice president hailing a taxi to take a client out for a meal. That sight had already sparked an idea in his mind. 6 Bentleys were still parked outside Yun Feiyang's house. These 6 Bentleys were left with Yun Feiyang by President Liu. President Liu never took them back. They'd been parked beside Yun Feiyang's villa, untouched all this time. Since that's the case, why not bring them to the company and use them as business vehicles? Fine, whatever you say. Su Yuhan was so swamped she didn't even catch what Yun Feiyang said, merely nodding in agreement. If Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang intended to use 6 top-tier luxury cars like the Bentley Continental as company vehicles, she'd likely be so shocked her jaw would drop. Soon, Su Yuhan finished her work. After packing up her things, she linked arms with Yun Feiyang and walked out of the company. Now, Su Yuhan no longer cared what others said about Yun Feiyang. To others, Yun Feiyang might still be seen as a useless, freeloading son-in-law who brought nothing to the company. But Su Yuhan didn't see him that way, and that was all that mattered. As they departed, Yun Feiyang shot Jiang Bai a knowing glance. Jiang Bai understood immediately, fully aware of the message behind that look. Jiang Bai had already arranged everything. Taylor would arrive punctually at 6:30 p.m. tonight for Su Yuhan's birthday banquet, delivering a huge surprise. That Lamborghini was simply too flashy, having caused Yun Feiyang no end of trouble on multiple occasions. What's more, driving such a car every day would inevitably draw questions from Su Yuhan, and Yun Feiyang couldn't think of any plausible excuse to brush them off. Yun Feiyang had long since returned the Lamborghini to Uncle Rome. Now, he drove Su Yuhan's Volkswagen toward the Emperor Hotel. This was the hotel Howard Balberg had booked. Located in Donghai, it was considered a high-end establishment. When Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan arrived at the hotel, Huachuru and Howard Balberg were already waiting at the entrance for the two of them. Seeing Su Yuhan and Yun Feiyang arrive in a Volkswagen instead of a Lamborghini, Howard Balberg's face twisted into a cold, mocking sneer. "Yun Feiyang, where's your Lamborghini?" Howard Balberg sneered, "Surely you didn't return it to the rental company when the lease expired?" Howard Balberg had always suspected Yun Feiyang's Lamborghini was rented, and he hadn't been wrong.
On a day like this, how could Feiyang possibly not drive his Lamborghini? Clearly, the rental period had expired. How could Howard Balbird pass up such a golden opportunity to mock Feiyang?
Feiyang gave a calm smile, offering no response to Howard Balbird.
Instead, Yuhan stepped in to defend him. What car I drive doesn't matter.
What matters is that I get to celebrate our birthday, which is also our wedding anniversary, with Feiyang.
That's enough.
Yuhan linked her arm through Feiyang's, her beautiful eyes fixed on Howard Balbird, filled with icy coldness.
Over the past few days, Yuhan had learned the truth about Howard Balbird from Jiang Bai. The so-called Balbird family he spoke of was nothing more than a wealthy merchant. What defines a true family? A true family consists of descendants who are all elites in society. But the so-called Balbird family behind Howard Balbird? Plain and simple, it consisted of only Howard Balbird and his father. His father built his fortune through a retail company. Overseas, they're at best considered a well-off family, nowhere near a dynasty. His background was comparable to Guochuru's family. I really don't know where someone like him gets the nerve to mock Feiyang. Guochuru pulled Howard Balbird close and whispered, "Today is Yuhan and my birthday celebration. Harmony is paramount."
After speaking, Guochuru shot Feiyang a complex look. Truth be told, Guochuru found herself increasingly baffled by Feiyang.
She'd always assumed Feiyang was a good-for-nothing deadbeat just coasting through life.
But after interacting with him these past few days, Guochuru sensed he wasn't quite the useless slacker she'd imagined.
Now that Yuhan was treating Feiyang nicely, Guochuru knew Yuhan's temperament well. She didn't want to make things too awkward with Feiyang. "Churuo, you're defending this good-for-nothing man too?"
Howard Balbird's face twisted with displeasure as he snapped. He married into the Su family as a son-in-law.
He's brought shame upon all men. Why are you defending someone like him?
Howard Balbird's tone carried a hint of bitterness.
He simply couldn't fathom why Yuhan and Guochuru would make him endure this for Feiyang's sake. What gives him the right? What makes that kid any more noble than Howard Balbird himself? Howard Balbird considered himself a social elite. Guochuru frowned, tugging Howard Balbird's arm as she pleaded, "Today is my and Yuhan's birthday, after all. Can't you at least spare me the embarrassment for my sake?"
Howard Balbird's expression softened slightly. He gave Feiyang a cold snort and said, "Kid, for the sake of these two elegant ladies, I'll let you off the hook for a few days." With that, Howard Balbird lifted his chin, his expression dripping with self-importance. Yuhan grew increasingly annoyed and was about to speak up for Feiyang when he pulled her back. Feiyang shook his head at Yuhan. "Forget it. Saying more will just put your best friend in an awkward spot. Today is your birthday and our wedding anniversary, a day for joy." Feiyang had no desire to stoop to Howard Balbird's level. Besides, Taylor was here today to sing for Yuhan. She'd be thrilled. As for Howard Balbird, he was nothing but a clown, humiliating himself. Chapter 214, Taylor actually came? I'm putting you in an awkward position. Yuhan gazed at Feiyang with beautiful eyes, her expression complex. There was self-reproach, there was regret. Truthfully, if Yuhan had been kinder to Feiyang from the start, none of this would have happened. Feiyang said nothing, simply taking Yuhan's hand and leading her toward the hotel. Meanwhile, Howard Balbird, witnessing Yuhan's intimate demeanor with Feiyang, seethed with fury. He believed himself superior to Feiyang in every way. In terms of background, wealth, or even looks, what part of Feiyang could possibly compare to him? Why did Yuhan only have eyes for Feiyang? Wasn't he just a despised son-in-law? Today, he would make Yuhan understand that he was the true wealthy man. With that thought, Howard Balbird grabbed Guochuru's arm and deliberately announced loudly, "Churu, Miss Su, I've reserved the most luxurious hall in the hotel and even hired a band to entertain. I'll ensure these two elegant ladies have an unforgettable evening." "The Grand Hall? Darling, didn't you book a private room?" Guochuru asked in confusion. "I specifically hired a band for entertainment, so naturally they need the Grand Hall to perform. Furthermore, I've reserved all 30 tables in the hall. When guests arrive, each table will have a 10,000 spending limit on me. Everyone in the hall will become witnesses to the birthday celebration for these two beautiful ladies." Howard Balbird beamed with pride. 30 tables in the main hall, each with a 10,000 spending limit, that's 300,000 yuan. Their table alone, with its a la carte selections and the hired band, meant Howard Balbird's birthday banquet cost nearly 1 million yuan. This million yuan would absolutely make Guochuru and Yuhan look incredibly impressive. By then, Yuhan would surely look at him with newfound respect. The very thought made Howard Balbird's face light up with smug satisfaction. Guochuru, deeply moved, wrapped her arms around Howard Balbird's neck, planted a kiss on his cheek, and said sweetly, "Darling, you're so wonderful." Howard Balbird felt his spine straighten involuntarily. With an air of smug superiority, he addressed Feiyang. "Feiyang, your presence at this birthday banquet is solely due to Miss Su's favor. With your background, how could you possibly be worthy of dining with me, Howard Balbird? In truth, you wouldn't even qualify to eat with the servants of the Balbird family."
Su Yuhan frowned, about to retort, but Yun Feiyang stopped her.
Yun Feiyang shrugged indifferently, his voice tinged with cold derision.
Are you implying that dining with me would lower your standing? What else could it be?
Howard Balberg sneered haughtily, don't forget you're just a son-in-law by marriage, a pathetic, disgraceful man.
Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to stoop to Howard Balberg's level.
He shrugged indifferently.
Remember what you just said.
Later, when you're sitting at my table, you'll be eating your own words. Howard Balberg dismissed Yun Feiyang's words entirely, snorting, if not for the sake of Chu Ro and Miss Su, I, Howard Balberg, the heir to the esteemed Balberg family, would never dine with you.
What a joke.
Guo Churu, lost in bliss, paid no heed to Howard Balberg's insult toward Yun Feiyang. She tugged at his arm, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she asked, darling, you mentioned you hired a band to play songs, right? Howard Balberg lifted his chin, his nostrils practically flaring to the heavens, and declared, that's correct.
Is it Taylor? Is it really Taylor? Guo Churu was so thrilled she even tightened her grip on Howard Balberg's arm. At the same time, even Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes couldn't help but turn toward Howard Balberg. Earlier, Howard Balberg had mentioned he'd try his best to invite Taylor to perform at the birthday party. Could it be? Howard Balberg had actually pulled it off. Meeting the two women's eager gazes, Howard Balberg's eyes flashed a hint of awkwardness as he forced a smile. I did indeed extend an invitation to Miss Taylor, but she's incredibly busy and has commitments in Donghai. However, there's a possibility she might attend. To be safe, I've also booked another band, China's Seed Band. Their singing prowess rivals Taylor's. Howard Balberg had indeed tracked down Taylor's address and personally delivered the invitation. But Howard Balberg never even saw Taylor face to face, he only handed the invitation to Taylor's assistant. That look of utter disdain from Taylor's assistant remains etched in Howard Balberg's memory. A look of utter disdain. Frankly, no matter how Howard Balberg introduced himself, given Taylor's stature, accepting his invitation was simply out of the question. Because if Taylor were to make appearances for a second-rate figure like Howard Balberg, her own market value would plummet. She was a top-tier female singer. How could someone like Howard Balberg even register on her radar? Inviting Taylor was merely Howard Balberg's attempt to brag in front of Su Yuhan and Guo Churu. He had tried and failed to actually secure her. To this day, Taylor hasn't even given a formal reply. Not Taylor. Disappointment flickered in Guo Churu's beautiful eyes as she murmured, Seed Band? Having a band at all is already something. Honestly, neither Guo Churu nor Su Yuhan had ever heard of Seed Band. What kind of great band could they possibly be? Even if this Seed Band was amazing, what difference would it make? To Su Yuhan and Guo Churu, Taylor was a memory of their youth. No matter how great the band was, it couldn't compare to Taylor's singing in person. Though disappointed, Su Yuhan's eyes held a hint of consolation as she turned to Guo Churu. It's okay, Xiao Ro. Having a nice birthday party is already wonderful. Guo Churu nodded in agreement. Yeah, we were just getting ahead of ourselves. With Taylor's status, there's no way he'd come sing for us. Let's go inside first. When the group arrived at the hotel banquet hall, they were stunned by the scene inside. Every seat in the banquet hall was filled to capacity. The entrance area was swarming with reporters. Even within the banquet hall itself, a massive crowd of fans waved illuminated name signs. Every single lightboard displayed the same name, a name that made Su Yuhan and Guo Churu's hearts flutter. Taylor Swift. Chapter 215, Who else but me? How could this be? Guo Churu murmured. This scene was clearly meant to welcome Taylor. Didn't Howard Balberg just say they hadn't managed to invite Taylor? You four are also fans of Miss Taylor, right? At that moment, a reporter beside them pointed to the packed hall and said, too bad you're late, all 30 tables are already full. We are indeed fans of Miss Taylor. Su Yuhan nodded, suppressing her shock, and asked, what's going on here? Will Miss Taylor be appearing in the banquet hall today? The reporter frowned, you didn't know? Su Yuhan and Guo Churu shook their heads in disbelief. Hey! I thought you two were die-hard fans of Miss Taylor. The reporter shook his head. Haven't you heard? A few days ago, the world's top singer, Taylor, came to Donghai? We know. Guo Churu nodded blankly, but we didn't know what Taylor came here for. We didn't know either. The reporter looked mysterious as he said, but just last night, a rumor spread through Donghai's media circles. Miss Taylor is returning to the Emperor Hotel tonight to perform a song at a birthday banquet. This news has only circulated within a small circle. Only Taylor's die-hard fans and us well-connected media insiders know about it. After a pause, the reporter whistled in admiration. I wonder who could possibly have the clout to invite a top-tier star like Taylor to perform in Donghai. That's incredibly impressive. Even I'm curious, just who is this influential figure capable of securing Taylor? The reporter spoke without malice, but the listener was all ears. Guo Churu's eyes nearly lit up. Birthday banquet? Singing? That must be Su Yuhan and Guo Churu's birthday banquet. And it's in this very banquet hall Taylor must be singing at their birthday party. At this thought, Guo Churu grabbed Howard Balberg's arm, her face beaming with excitement as she exclaimed, Honey, did you hear that? Taylor's here. She's here. You must have invited Taylor and just kept it a secret from us, right? You wanted to surprise us, didn't you? Honey, you're just the best.
Guochuru wrapped her arms around Howard Balberg's neck, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Even Su Yuhan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of complexity. The two women hadn't held out any hope of Taylor actually showing up, yet here she was. Howard Balberg had truly managed to bring her in? Even Su Yuhan began to feel excited.
Taylor was her youth. Seeing Taylor meant Su Yuhan had no regrets left, let alone having Taylor perform a song at her birthday party.
Mr. Howard, thank you for this wonderful surprise.
I don't know how to express my gratitude for your kindness. Su Yuhan hesitated for a moment before addressing Howard Balberg. Though Su Yuhan didn't hold a favorable impression of Howard Balberg, regardless, he had brought Taylor here, making her wish come true. For appearance's sake, she had to express her gratitude. Seeing Su Yuhan show him such goodwill for the first time, Howard Balberg felt as if he could float to the heavens. He puffed out his chest and declared with great pride, "It is my good fortune, Howard Balberg, to have invited Taylor for Miss Su. Bringing Taylor here must have cost Mr. Howard a pretty penny. I'll cover part of the expenses." Su Yuhan felt quite uncomfortable under Howard Balberg's intense gaze. Regardless, Taylor's appearance fee wasn't cheap. She couldn't let Howard Balberg shoulder it alone.
Su Yuhan didn't want to owe Howard Balberg too much either. As long as it brings joy to Miss Su and Chu Ro, what does the expense matter?
Seeing Su Yuhan's expression soften for the first time, Howard Balberg felt his heart nearly burst with joy. Howard Balberg hadn't expected Taylor to grant him such favor, nor had he anticipated Taylor's actual arrival. Judging by Su Yuhan's reaction, Taylor's presence clearly delighted her. If he could arrange for Taylor to have a private dinner with Su Yuhan later, he might just win her over. The thought of being able to hold Su Yuhan's delicate body and do as he pleased in bed had Howard Balberg practically exploding with excitement. The reporter, puzzled by Guochuru's reaction, asked, "Are you actually fans or not?" Guochuru replied excitedly, "Of course we're Miss Taylor's fans. But we're special fans. Miss Taylor came here to sing just for us."
"What? You?"
The reporter froze, his voice dripping with astonishment.
"Of course it's us. Today is my birthday party with my best friend.
We never imagined we could invite Miss Taylor. It's all thanks to my boyfriend Howard."
Guochuru pulled Howard Balberg closer, beaming with pride and happiness.
Howard Balberg had made her look so good. Maybe, just maybe, she and Howard Balberg would make the front page of the Donghai Daily alongside Taylor.
That would be incredibly prestigious.
Howard Balberg stepped forward with a swagger, waving his hand grandly. "That's right.
It was indeed me who invited Miss Taylor.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Howard Balberg, heir to the Balberg family. Miss Taylor graciously honored our family by coming to Donghai to perform for these two beautiful and elegant ladies. Of course, some folks are riding my coattails, Howard Balberg, to have the privilege of meeting the world-renowned superstar, Miss Taylor." As he spoke, Howard Balberg shot a triumphant glance at Yun Feiyang, as if flaunting his privilege. Yun Feiyang shook his head, a cold sneer forming in his mind. This guy really knows how to take credit for things, doesn't he? Taylor came here for him? What a joke. A third-rate family like that? How could Taylor possibly give them face? But at this moment, Yun Feiyang couldn't be bothered to expose Howard Balberg. No need, and Yun Feiyang wouldn't stoop to it. Once Taylor arrived, the truth would reveal itself naturally. Click, click. Hearing Howard Balberg's words, all the reporters unleashed a barrage of camera flashes at him. Even the guests in the banquet hall raised their phones, snapping photos of Howard Balberg. Everyone here was here for Taylor. After news spread last night that Taylor would perform at the birthday banquet, everyone was curious, who could possibly have such clout to secure a superstar like Taylor? And it turned out to be a foreigner? Chapter 216, you sure know how to flatter yourself. That foreigner just mentioned he's the heir to the Balberg family. Seems like this Balberg family must be quite a powerful clan. Otherwise, Taylor wouldn't have deigned to come to this backwater of Donghai to sing for two nobodies. Howard Balberg strutted over to the crowd with an air of superiority, his nose practically in the clouds. Surveying the crowd, he grabbed the microphone and declared, "Thank you all for coming to witness the birthday celebration for Miss Chu Ro and Miss Su. That's right, Miss Taylor was personally invited by me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Howard Balberg, a member of the Balberg family abroad. Miss Taylor graced this hotel with her performance solely because of my standing." Whoa! Hearing Howard Balberg's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Simultaneously, every camera lens turned toward Howard Balberg. It was him. A top-tier singer like Taylor could only be invited by someone with deep connections. Not far away, Yun Feiyang shook his head and sneered coldly. If Taylor showed up soon, how would Howard Balberg save face? Howard Balberg now stared at Yun Feiyang with a look of pure smugness. Then, deliberately raising his voice for all to hear, he announced, "Now, allow me to proudly introduce my friends. This is my girlfriend, Guochuruo. This is my girlfriend's best friend, Miss Su Yuhan. And this gentleman here is Yun Feiyang." A mocking smile thickened at the corners of Howard Balberg's mouth as he announced in a clear voice, "This is Miss Su's husband."
However, this Yun Feiyang is Miss Su's husband who entered the family as a son-in-law.
In your Chinese terms, he's a son-in-law who married into the family. What? Hearing Howard Balberg's words, everyone's gaze toward Yun Feiyang was filled with contempt.
A son-in-law who marries into the family? Wasn't that the most despised kind of man? If a man had any ambition, how could he willingly become a son-in-law with no dignity? The only reasons to accept such a lowly status were either for money or for the person. At that moment, all eyes inevitably turned to Su Yuhan. Sure enough, Su Yuhan was coldly stunning, a beauty beyond compare. Though Yun Feiyang was dressed respectably, everyone assumed this dignity was bestowed upon him by Su Yuhan. A man who abandons his dignity for a woman and money will be despised by everyone. Howard Balberg felt a surge of satisfaction as he saw the disdainful glances directed at Yun Feiyang. Howard Balberg had deliberately exposed Yun Feiyang's identity in front of everyone precisely to make him the object of their scorn. This way, in Su Yuhan's eyes, Howard Balberg would appear far more distinguished than Yun Feiyang. Howard Balberg could bring in Taylor, but what could Yun Feiyang possibly do? He could only make Su Yuhan lose face in public. Su Yuhan's expression darkened instantly. How could she not understand Howard Balberg's motive for exposing Yun Feiyang's identity? Howard Balberg clearly intended to humiliate Yun Feiyang in front of everyone. Others might not know Yun Feiyang, but Su Yuhan did. Yun Feiyang was no deadbeat son-in-law just coasting through life. Without Yun Feiyang, Su Yuhan would have been kicked out of the Su group long ago, left with nothing. How could she possibly have the luxury of lingering in the present? At this thought, Su Yuhan stepped forward to speak up for Yun Feiyang, only to be abruptly pulled back by him. Yun Feiyang shook his head at Su Yuhan and said confidently, "Yuhan, don't get angry. This Howard won't be arrogant for long." Howard Balberg has already blown his own horn to the skies. As long as Taylor arrives at the hotel as promised, just wait and see how Howard Balberg will end up. Su Yuhan assumed Yun Feiyang was sparing her face and retorted unhappily, "He humiliated you in public. Why are you still giving him face?" Yun Feiyang smiled mysteriously. "We'll see who ends up looking foolish." The guests and reporters below saw Yun Feiyang pull Su Yuhan aside, but they couldn't hear what he said to her. At that moment, they assumed Yun Feiyang was holding Su Yuhan back out of fear the situation would escalate fear of Howard Balberg. Contempt flashed across their faces toward Yun Feiyang. To stoop so low as a man, what a pathetic sight. He let someone walk all over him, yet he still couldn't stand up for himself. Where was his manhood? A girl holding her phone couldn't help but snort coldly, her face twisted with contempt. Manliness? If this kid were a real man, would he become a son-in-law? What a joke. Exactly. Have you ever seen a man with any ambition marry into someone else's family? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Howard Balberg felt even more triumphant. Now, everyone was looking at him with admiration while casting contempt upon Yun Feiyang, exactly the outcome Howard Balberg had wanted. Truth be told, even Howard Balberg hadn't expected he could actually get Taylor to attend. He'd merely handed the invitation to Taylor's assistant, harboring no expectations whatsoever. Yet to his astonishment, Taylor had actually arrived as promised, leaving Howard Balberg utterly delighted. "Mr. Howard, for someone of Miss Taylor's stature to accept your invitation, you must hold considerable standing abroad, right?" A reporter flattered Howard Balberg with a sycophantic expression. Of course. Howard Balberg's nose nearly touched the sky as he declared, "Our Balberg family wields considerable influence abroad. Otherwise, how could we possibly have persuaded Miss Taylor to attend?" Hearing Howard Balberg still trying to flatter himself, Yun Feiyang's cold smile grew even more contemptuous. This guy really has some nerve. Doesn't he know his own limitations? That Taylor would give him the time of day? Ridiculous. Yet Taylor's fans and the journalists below actually believed it. After all, in their minds, among everyone present, only this Howard Balberg with his mysterious background could possibly have invited a top-tier superstar like Miss Taylor. As for the others? Not a chance. Especially Yun Feiyang, just a son-in-law living off his wife's money. What kind of clout could he possibly have? Miss Taylor has arrived. Just then, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention to her. Chapter 217, Moved. Miss Taylor? In an instant, every pair of eyes in the banquet hall turned toward the entrance. At the doorway, a foreign woman in an evening gown walked in with grace and poise, waving continuously to those around her. Who else could it be but Taylor? Fans inside the ballroom erupted into frenzy, frantically raising their phones to snap photos. Taylor, dressed in a tasteful red gown, smiled and nodded, but was instantly surrounded by media and fans. "Miss Taylor, what brought you to Donghai for this performance?" As far as we know, Miss Taylor always performs in large concert halls or high-end venues. Why did you choose to sing in a hotel banquet hall this time? Miss Taylor, any response? Miss Taylor, are you acquainted with the Balberg family? The barrage of questions troubled Taylor, yet she maintained her smile for none of the reporter's Chinese queries registered in her mind. Howard Balberg lifted his head and strode over to the reporters with an air of superiority. He assumed Taylor was there for him, and that it was his duty to greet her at this moment.
Miss Taylor, I'm delighted you accepted my invitation to attend the birthday celebration for Ms. Guachuru and Ms. Su Yuhan. Howard Ballbird pushed through the crowd, striking what he considered a gentlemanly pose as he bowed to Taylor. At that moment, Howard Ballbird felt like the center of attention, basking in the admiring glances of everyone around him. He shot Yun Feiyang a showy glance, the message in his eyes crystal clear. Show off, gloat. He could invite Taylor, could Yun Feiyang? This single achievement alone placed him leagues ahead of Yun Feiyang. From now on, in front of Howard Ballbird, Yun Feiyang, that son-in-law by marriage, would never hold his head high again. Miss Taylor, could you tell us what exactly your relationship is with this Howard Ballbird? Are you his confidant? Otherwise, why would you accept his invitation to perform in such a small place? A reporter beside her fired off the questions in rapid succession. Yes, Miss Taylor, what exactly is your relationship with Howard Ballbird? Which song are you planning to sing at this birthday banquet? Faced with so many questions, Taylor offered an apologetic smile to everyone and replied in English, I'm sorry, but I'm here today at someone's invitation to sing for an important person. We know that you were invited by this Mr. Howard Ballbird, correct? A reporter pointed at Howard Ballbird and addressed Taylor in English. They finally realized why Taylor hadn't answered any of their previous questions. It turned out they hadn't been speaking English. Howard Ballbird, feeling quite honored by the reporter's introduction, lifted his head and addressed Taylor, Miss Taylor, hello. We didn't meet last time, so allow me to introduce myself. I'm Howard Ballbird. I gave the invitation to your assistant last time. Thank you, Miss Taylor, for gracing this birthday party with your presence. Taylor frowned at Howard Ballbird and shook her head. You misunderstand. I was indeed asked to attend this birthday party, but I did not accept your invitation. Taylor finally understood why this man had approached her earlier with such self-assuredness to introduce himself. Turns out he thought she was here for him. But that wasn't the case. What? Everyone froze in shock. Taylor's calm response left everyone staring at Howard Ballbird in confusion, their minds filled with silent questions. Taylor wasn't here for Howard Ballbird? Howard Ballbird stood frozen for a long moment before murmuring, but Miss Taylor, weren't you invited by me? Weren't you here for the birthday party? Besides me, who else invited you? Howard Ballbird looked utterly incredulous. Only 4 people attended the birthday party. Here, besides Howard Ballbird, who else had such clout? Taylor scanned the room and asked in stiff Chinese, which one of you is Mr. Yun Feiyang? Yun Feiyang? All eyes in the room instantly focused on Yun Feiyang, their expressions turning blank. Could it be? Taylor came for Yun Feiyang? How could that be? Yun Feiyang was merely a lowly son-in-law with no standing. How could he possibly command such influence? Impossible. Su Yuhan and Guachuru both turned to look at Yun Feiyang. The shock in their eyes was plain to see. How did Taylor, a world-renowned singer, even know Yun Feiyang's name? Could it be? Taylor was here for Yun Feiyang? Honestly, not only did Guachuru find it hard to believe, but even Su Yuhan struggled to fathom any connection between Taylor and Yun Feiyang. Right then, under everyone's gaze, Yun Feiyang slowly walked up to Taylor and smiled. Miss Taylor, I've been waiting for you. I'm Yun Feiyang. Taylor flashed him a sweet smile, extended her hand warmly, and said in stiff Chinese, you must be Mr. Yun Feiyang? It's an honor to accept your invitation to perform at your wife's birthday celebration. Thank you for waiting. What? Taylor's words exploded like a bombshell throughout the entire venue. Everyone's gaze fixed on Yun Feiyang, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? Taylor is actually going after Yun Feiyang? That's just unbelievable. According to Howard Ballbird's earlier implication, wasn't Yun Feiyang just a lowly son-in-law? What's Taylor's status? An internationally renowned singer. How could she possibly give Yun Feiyang face by coming here to sing for his wife? Could it be that Yun Feiyang isn't the good-for-nothing son-in-law Howard Ballbird described, but some big shot in his 20s? Otherwise, how could one explain Taylor's appearance here out of respect for Yun Feiyang? Su Yuhan covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and delight. She had assumed Taylor came to the birthday party for Howard Ballbird's sake, but never imagined it was for Yun Feiyang's sake. She had only mentioned Taylor to Yun Feiyang once, and he had remembered it. At that moment, beyond her astonishment, Su Yuhan felt profoundly moved. A deep, heartfelt emotion of being cherished by her husband. Su Yuhan felt a profound sense of security, knowing she had married the right man. Under the gaze of everyone present, Su Yuhan took a step forward and threw herself into Yun Feiyang's arms, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 218, It Was You? Thank you for this surprise. Su Yuhan clung to Yun Feiyang's embrace, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. Under the spotlight, everyone couldn't help but gaze at Su Yuhan with envy. Yun Feiyang smiled as he ruffled Su Yuhan's hair, speaking with affection. Yuhan, I know Miss Taylor has always been your pillar of strength. Whenever you felt physically and mentally exhausted, you'd listen to her songs. I've long wanted to invite Miss Taylor here. Today is your birthday celebration, and also our wedding anniversary. I specially invited Miss Taylor for you. As I expected, you love it. Su Yuhan was too busy crying to respond, her face streaked with tears as she clung tightly to Yun Feiyang. She had never felt such a profound sense of security. The security of being cherished by her man. At this moment, 1,000 words couldn't match the warmth of a single tight embrace. Everyone in the banquet hall gazed at Su Yuhan with envy, some girls staring so intently their eyes went wide. To be cherished like this by one's husband was every woman's lifelong dream. They would have given anything to trade places with Su Yuhan. Now, everyone could see clearly, Yun Feiyang was no mere son-in-law. How could a son-in-law possibly persuade Taylor to attend? And the way Taylor treated Yun Feiyang with such respect was definitely not the kind of treatment a son-in-law could ever expect. I'm so envious of that woman, Su Yuhan. If my husband could get a top superstar like Taylor to come for me, I'd be laughing my head off. Comparing people is just so frustrating. You know, this guy is actually pretty handsome. Those who had previously mocked Yun Feiyang with biting sarcasm now completely shifted their tune, showering him with praise. Howard Balberg's eyes blazed with such intense fury they seemed ready to pierce Yun Feiyang right through. What gives Yun Feiyang the right? He's just a lowly son-in-law who can't hold his own. Who is Miss Taylor? How could she possibly accept his invitation? There must be some misunderstanding. With that thought, Howard Balberg strode directly before Taylor, pointing at Yun Feiyang and declaring, Miss Taylor, you are an internationally renowned superstar with your own standing. But do you know who this man is? He is a son-in-law from a lowly family in this small town. How could you possibly lower yourself to sing for such a person? Miss Taylor, I am the heir to the Balberg family. If even I cannot secure your invitation, what possible qualification does this man have? Howard Balberg's tone brimmed with fury. He simply couldn't accept the fact that Yun Feiyang had stolen the spotlight. Howard Balberg had deliberately revealed Yun Feiyang's background to Taylor. Given Taylor's stature and standing, she would never sing for someone as beneath her as Yun Feiyang. Yet to Howard Balberg's astonishment, Taylor responded coldly, Mr. Yun holds a position of great honor. It is my privilege to sing for him. I hope Mr. Howard will refrain from making such nonsensical remarks. Moreover, I have never heard of any Balberg family, and I expect you to cease any disrespectful comments toward Mr. Yun. Though Taylor remained unaware of Yun Feiyang's true identity, the person who had invited him to perform was no ordinary figure. And who was Howard Balberg? Taylor had never heard of him. As a top-tier celebrity, Taylor knew every prominent family inside out, yet this Balberg family was completely unknown to him. Why would Taylor risk offending Yun Feiyang over some minor family's words? Ridiculous. But words spoken without intent can be heard with purpose. Upon hearing Taylor's words, everyone turned to Howard Balberg with looks of intense curiosity. Did you hear what Miss Taylor said? So Miss Taylor doesn't know the Balberg family? I thought this Howard Balberg was some big shot. Turns out he's just a nobody. What gives him the right to look down on Mr. Yun? Mr. Yun is the one who invited Miss Taylor here. I suspect even Mr. Yun's story was fabricated by him. To take credit for Mr. Yun's achievements? How thick-skinned does one have to be? Now I finally understand what shamelessness means. This is shameless. Hearing the murmurs around him, Howard Balberg's face flushed crimson. He wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He had assumed it was his own influence that brought Taylor here, never expecting it to be Yun Feiyang's doing. What embarrassed Howard Balberg most was that Taylor had publicly declared he knew nothing about the Balberg family. With that, all the boasts he'd made in front of these people vanished into thin air. Once the official announcement came out the next day, what face would he possibly have left? Under the scornful stares of everyone present, Howard Balberg felt utterly humiliated. Hey, Howard, what are you doing blocking Miss Taylor? Didn't you hear her? She doesn't know any Balberg family. A reporter shouted at Howard Balberg. With no choice, Howard Balberg flushed crimson and stepped aside. Taylor walked up to Yun Feiyang, her smile as radiant as a flower. She then glanced at Su Yuhan and said cheerfully, Mr. Yun, this must be Miss Su Yuhan? To have such a considerate husband as Mr. Yun is truly your good fortune. Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes meeting Taylor's with a hint of excitement. Thank you for your kind wishes, Miss Taylor. I'm a huge fan of yours. Thank you for coming to sing at my birthday party. Su Yuhan extended her hand and clasped Taylor's. To be honest, Su Yuhan had always admired her idol from afar. Being this close to her idol for the first time made her both thrilled and nervous. Taylor smiled. Which of my songs do you like best, Miss Su? Not only can I sing for you today, but I can also share your birthday meal. Really? Not only was Su Yuhan thrilled, but Guochuruo beside her was bursting with excitement too. Su Yuhan pulled Guochuru closer and introduced her. Miss Taylor, this is my good friend, Guochuru. She's a fan of yours, just like me. Pleased to meet you. Taylor extended her hand warmly to Guochuru, who looked flustered. At that moment, Guochuru shot Yun Feiyang a complex look, her mind filled with curiosity. However, at this moment, Yun Feiyang's gaze was solely fixed on Su Yuhan, completely oblivious to Guochuru's glance.
Truth be told, Wachuro had already revised her opinion of Yun Feiyang and even felt a hint of curiosity toward him. Chapter 219, Don't recognize him? Who exactly was Yun Feiyang? To have Taylor come at his request, this was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere son-in-law. Moreover, even Su Yuhan showed him such favor. It seemed Yun Feiyang truly held secrets Wachuro didn't understand. Miss Taylor, Yuhan adores your song Love Story.
Yun Feiyang smiled as he said, I've been practicing the piano accompaniment for this song these past few days.
If Miss Taylor doesn't mind, I could accompany you on guitar? Accompany? Su Yuhan's face lit up with surprise as she tugged at Yun Feiyang's sleeve. When did you start playing piano?
Yun Feiyang scratched his head and said, I've been preparing for a long time to give you a surprise.
Of course, that was just an excuse Yun Feiyang had made up.
He had always known how to play the piano, having lived with the Yun family in the capital until he was 5.
Piano, guitar, violin, he'd dabbled in them all.
For Su Yuhan's birthday party these past few days, Yun Feiyang had deliberately pulled an extra shift to learn the accompaniment for Love Story.
You really know how to play?
Don't go and ruin the show later, Su Yuhan teased, though her tone carried a hint of happiness. Yun Feiyang patted his chest and assured her, don't worry, I've practiced for ages. Under everyone's gaze, Yun Feiyang unbuttoned his suit jacket and sat down elegantly at the piano. Wow, seen like this, Mr. Yun actually looks quite handsome. A girl held up her camera, her face glowing with adoration. Yeah, with such an impressive background and still being so doted on by her old man, Su Yuhan must have saved the galaxy in her past life.
If only my husband could cherish me like that.
Yun Feiyang sat down at the piano, fingers resting on the keys.
He took a deep breath and began to play.
We were both young when I first saw you.
Qingming's cheerful singing blended with Yun Feiyang's piano notes, instantly transforming the banquet hall into an atmosphere of refined elegance.
Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yun Feiyang throughout. He played with heartfelt dedication and grace, occasionally meeting her gaze with a tender look that struck straight to her heart.
Su Yuhan realized that, unbeknownst to her, Yun Feiyang was no longer the good-for-nothing deadbeat everyone talked about.
He was now the husband who could stand before her, shielding her from the world.
Wasn't this the very love and marriage she had always longed for?
Her husband was dependable and loved her. She could finally let down her guard, become a vulnerable woman, and no longer live with such exhaustion.
Because Su Yuhan knew her husband would always protect her. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted throughout the banquet hall.
It was not only for Taylor, but also for Yun Feiyang. His piano accompaniment had flowed seamlessly, with perfect rhythm.
Yuhan, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Yun Feiyang approached Su Yuhan with a smile. Su Yuhan smiled and replied, yes, it was wonderful. Wachuro hesitated, then asked curiously, Yun Feiyang, who taught you piano? Wachuro knew a thing or two about piano, and Yun Feiyang's technique just now wasn't something you could master in a couple of days of extra practice. Yun Feiyang thought for a moment before replying, if I recall correctly, it was Randy, I think? Yun Feiyang couldn't recall clearly, it had been over a decade ago. Randy? Brown Randy? The internationally renowned piano master? Wachuru's expression froze in surprise as she asked. That impressive? Yun Feiyang frowned.
He never imagined that the piano teacher Yun Hansan had hired for him as a child would have such an impressive background.
Wachuro was a bit shaken. What kind of background did Yun Feiyang have, to be able to hire a piano master of Brown Randy's caliber to teach him? Not to mention Taylor. Yuhan, tell me, is Yun Feiyang really just your family's son-in-law? He's a bit too bizarre, isn't he? Wachuro couldn't think of any other word to describe Su Yuhan except bizarre. Su Yuhan had no idea who Brown Landy was and could only whisper, Xiaoro, who exactly is this Brown Landy? You don't know him? Didn't Yun Feiyang tell you? Wachuro asked softly. She had assumed Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang's background inside out.
Su Yuhan shook her head flatly. To be honest, even she was starting to find Yun Feiyang a bit hard to figure out. Brown Randy is one of the top 10 pianists in the world. Think about it, Yun Feiyang not only managed to get Taylor, but also secured a master like Brown Randy as his piano teacher. Haven't you ever wondered what your husband's background really is? This isn't something just anyone could pull off. Think about it, how many people in Donghai could manage something like this? Your husband is no ordinary man. Wachuru's words planted seeds of doubt in Su Yuhan's mind. Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang had found a powerful patron, but she never imagined this patron would be this formidable. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to ask Yun Feiyang who exactly this powerful backer was. But right now, Su Yuhan felt mostly touched. No matter what, it mattered that Yun Feiyang cared about her. Howard Balberg's eyes nearly shot flames when he saw the curious glances Su Yuhan and Wachuro cast at Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang was just a freeloading son-in-law. What gave him the right to receive all this praise and envy? Wasn't it all thanks to someone else arranging Taylor's presence? It wasn't his own achievement. What was there to be so smug about? After all, this banquet hall was secured by Howard Balberg himself. The one deserving all this praise should be him, Howard Balberg. Here, he was the protagonist.
He had to reclaim the spotlight. With that thought, Howard Ballberg approached Taylor, adopting a masterful demeanor as he smiled obsequiously. "Miss Taylor, I've reserved this entire banquet hall. If there's any dish you'd like, just tell me, I'll have the kitchen prepare it immediately." After all, Taylor was an internationally renowned superstar. Howard Ballberg had always yearned for some connection with such elite artists, but opportunities had been scarce. How could Howard Ballberg let such a golden opportunity slip away? Taylor glanced at Yun Feiyang and smiled, replying, "I'll be dining with Mr. Yun. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, Mr. Howard." After all, Taylor was an international superstar who had navigated countless high-stakes events. How could she fail to see through Howard Ballberg's intentions? Howard Ballberg merely sought to steal Yun Feiyang's spotlight. Since Taylor had come for Yun Feiyang, she naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Her primary concern was preserving Yun Feiyang's dignity. Chapter 220, How awkward is that? Moreover, Taylor could tell Howard Ballberg seemed to be targeting Yun Feiyang. Knowing Yun Feiyang's background wasn't simple, Taylor naturally spoke up for him. "Mr. Howard, allow me to remind you with an ancient Chinese saying, don't upstage the host." Taylor's words caused Howard Ballberg's expression to stiffen, his face instantly turning awkward. He hadn't expected Taylor to be so direct. Steal the show? Having studied Chinese, Howard Ballberg understood the meaning perfectly. Taylor was implying that Howard Ballberg was out of line, that Uncle Yun Feiyang was the one calling the shots here, and Howard Ballberg should mind his own business. Though Howard Ballberg felt deeply displeased, he had no recourse. He dared not offend an international superstar like Taylor. After all, someone like Taylor wielded immense influence. He couldn't afford to provoke her. "Miss Taylor, I'm a friend of Mr. Yun. Dining with Mr. Yun means dining with me." With no other choice, Howard Ballberg could only say this, though he harbored deep resentment toward Yun Feiyang. "Howard, if I recall correctly, didn't you once say you wouldn't stoop to dining with someone like me, someone beneath your station?" At that moment, Yun Feiyang approached, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Yuhan's expression also darkened. Earlier, Howard Ballberg had publicly humiliated Yun Feiyang. Had Yun Feiyang not intervened, Su Yuhan would have exploded in anger. Besides, Howard Ballberg wasn't some big shot, he'd merely rented the banquet hall. And Taylor was invited by Yun Feiyang in the first place. What superiority complex was Howard Ballberg trying to project in front of Yun Feiyang? Even Guochuruo tugged at Howard Ballberg's arm and whispered, "Honey, you really should apologize to Yun Feiyang." Such words would have been unthinkable for Guochuruo in the past. But now she could see that Yun Feiyang was no ordinary man. Besides, Howard Ballberg was clearly in the wrong this time. You actually want me to apologize to him?" Howard Ballberg's face twisted with fury. Even Guochuruo, the girlfriend who had always shielded him, was now siding with that good-for-nothing man who had come knocking? Howard Ballberg was nearly boiling over with rage. "You were definitely in the wrong about this," Guochuruo murmured softly. To be honest, if someone said Yun Feiyang was a son-in-law by marriage, Guochuruo would believe it. But if anyone dared call him a loser or good-for-nothing, she wouldn't believe it anymore. Howard Ballberg's earlier remarks about Yun Feiyang were indeed unfair. "Howard, is what Miss Su said true?" At that moment, Taylor approached, frowning at Howard Ballberg with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Taylor knew Yun Feiyang came from a powerful background. Howard Ballberg had no right to speak to him like that. Seeing the displeasure in Taylor's eyes, Howard Ballberg panicked and quickly explained, "No, Miss Taylor, please don't misunderstand. I was just joking with Mr. Yun." Howard Ballberg could tell that Taylor seemed to hold an unusual respect for Yun Feiyang. It must be because of the person behind Yun Feiyang. Howard Ballberg could ignore Guochuruo's attitude, but he couldn't afford to ignore Taylor's. "A joke?" Yun Feiyang gave a cold laugh. "You can ask everyone here. Your attitude earlier certainly didn't seem like a joke, did it?" "Exactly. It wasn't a joke." A reporter pointed at Howard Ballberg and shouted, "This guy even claimed he invited Miss Taylor himself. What a joke. Who does he think he is? No talent, yet he acts like a big shot? Ridiculous." The relentless barrage of accusations sent cold sweat trickling down Howard Ballberg's back, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. "Howard, I've taken note of you. I expect you to apologize to Mr. Yun. Otherwise." Taylor's face was as cold as ice. The person who summoned Taylor to the East Sea was a close friend of hers, someone of considerable standing. Regardless of the reason, Taylor would never allow Howard Ballberg to disrespect Yun Feiyang in front of her. She would reclaim this situation for Yun Feiyang. Though Taylor stopped mid-sentence, Howard Ballberg understood her meaning perfectly. If Howard Ballberg didn't apologize to Yun Feiyang, Taylor would likely retaliate against the Ballberg family. Howard Ballberg certainly didn't have the nerve to provoke Taylor. Yet at the same time, Howard Ballberg refused to show weakness before Su Yuhan and Guochuruo. That would be utterly humiliating. "What? You don't want to apologize, right?" Seeing Howard Ballberg's lack of response, Taylor's tone turned icy. Cold sweat broke out on Howard Ballberg's brow. He hurriedly stammered, "I apologize. I apologize." Gritting his teeth, Howard Ballberg reluctantly approached Yun Feiyang. Bowing his head, he whispered, "Mr. Yun, I apologize." Yun Feiyang ignored Howard Ballberg entirely, instead turning to Su Yuhan and saying, "Yuhan, I told you whoever refuses to give face to whom remains to be seen." See? It paid off pretty quickly, didn't it? Su Yuhan couldn't help but smile. She hadn't expected Yun Feiyang to actually bring in Taylor. Howard Ballberg's face was flushed with embarrassment, his expression dark and ominous. Yet with Taylor present, Ballberg had no choice but to endure. The birthday banquet atmosphere was quite lively, with everyone appearing in high spirits except Howard Ballberg, of course. Howard Ballberg remained silent throughout, glaring at Yun Feiyang with such fury he looked ready to devour him. This was supposed to be his show, yet Yun Feiyang had stolen the spotlight. How could he not be furious? What drove Howard Ballberg mad was that despite his fury, he still had to obediently pay for the entire venue. By the end of it all, Howard Ballberg had spent nearly $1,000,000 for nothing. Even Guachuro had taken offense to him. Howard Ballberg was furious. Su Yuhan, however, felt as sweet as honey inside, her eyes practically sparkling with joy. Throughout the entire event, Su Yuhan had her arm hooked around Yun Feiyang's, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower, her face glowing with happiness. Howard Ballberg watched her, his eyes practically shooting fire. If things continued this way, he might never have a chance with Su Yuhan for the rest of his life. Chapter 221, More Bad Than Good. On the way back, Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes kept glancing at Yun Feiyang with subtle curiosity. The surprise at the birthday banquet still left her heart sweet and warm. However, Su Yuhan wasn't the type to let success go to her head. Once she regained her composure, she found herself filled with questions. Although her opinion of Yun Feiyang had largely improved, the scale of his surprise for her was simply too grand. After all, based on her impression of him, Yun Feiyang wasn't someone who could easily get Taylor to attend. "Yuhan, you're staring at me like that, I can't concentrate on driving." Yun Feiyang seemed to notice the unusual look in Su Yuhan's beautiful eyes and said with a smile. Su Yuhan averted her gaze and pondered for a long moment before slowly asking, "Can you tell me who exactly is helping you?" Su Yuhan knew Yun Feiyang had someone backing him, but exactly who that person was now piqued her curiosity. Judging by Taylor's attitude toward Yun Feiyang, the person backing him was definitely no ordinary figure. Su Yuhan was genuinely puzzled. In such a short time, Yun Feiyang had transformed completely, becoming someone she barely recognized. Yun Feiyang hesitated before replying, "Actually, the matter with Taylor was my decision. If anyone helped me, it was Jiang Bai who lent a hand later." "Jiang Bai?" Su Yuhan froze, her confusion evident. Jiang Bai actually knows Miss Taylor? In Su Yuhan's mind, Jiang Bai was just a hacker. How many influential people could he possibly know? Taylor was a top-tier superstar. This was beyond Su Yuhan's expectations. Yeah, Jiang Bai did help with Taylor. Hackers like him usually have some juicy dirt on international superstars. Just one call, and he got Taylor here. Yun Feiyang's casual remark made Su Yuhan grimace involuntarily. Yun Feiyang made it sound effortless, but Su Yuhan caught the subtext. Jiang Bai was essentially blackmailing him. Still, that was Jiang Bai's specialty after all. He could breach systems others couldn't crack. Ring ring. Just then, Su Yuhan's phone rang. It was Zhang Qiuyun. "Yuhan, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet?" Even Yun Feiyang could hear Zhang Qiuyun's voice on the other end of the line, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. Honestly, the perfect atmosphere was ruined by that one call. "I'll be right back," Su Yuhan said coldly before hanging up. "It was my mom." Su Yuhan's eyes flashed with apology as she added sheepishly, "My mom's back. You probably can't stay over tonight." Su Yuhan's cheeks flushed slightly. Over the past 2 days, while Zhang Qiuyun and Su Wenshan were away, Yun Feiyang and Su Yuhan had enjoyed some alone time together. They had even slept in the same bed. These rare moments together had been deeply cherished by both Su Yuhan and Yun Feiyang. Unfortunately, all this beautiful time was shattered the moment Zhang Qiuyun returned. Yun Feiyang chuckled, "No worries. We'll have plenty of chances to cuddle up together in bed later." After all, Yun Feiyang had already purchased a house and planned to bring Su Yuhan to live with him in the villa once matters were settled. Hearing Yun Feiyang's words, Su Yuhan's cheeks instantly flushed red. She pouted playfully, "Who wants to sleep cuddled up with you?" Though her tone was playful, her cheeks were flushed bright red, like a ripe apple, utterly adorable. It made Yun Feiyang want to kiss her. Had he not been driving, Yun Feiyang would have surely tasted Su Yuhan's lipstick again. After dropping Su Yuhan off at home, Yun Feiyang hailed a taxi to return to the villa when he received a call. It was Cobra. Yun Feiyang froze. He knew Cobra had recently been reassigned to protect Shin Mengtian. Cobra calling him now meant something serious was happening. "Boss, something's happened to Miss Shin." Cobra's deep voice came through the phone the moment he answered. "What happened?" Yun Feiyang pulled his car to the side of the road, his voice laced with icy coldness. Shen Mengtian was Wasp's sister. If something happened to her right under Yun Feiyang's nose, he would live with the guilt for the rest of his life. The three brothers assigned to protect Miss Shin suddenly lost contact.
We found their bodies, but Miss Shin, her whereabouts are currently unknown. Cobra's voice was low and grave. Feiyang could tell the situation was serious, that's why Cobra had called him directly.
Give me the address. I'm heading over immediately. With that, Feiyang hung up and immediately dialed Jiang Bai's number. Boss, what's up? Jiang Bai answered within a second.
Feiyang's voice was grave as he said, help me track a phone location.
Now. Jiang Bai was a master hacker, locating Shin Mingtian's phone should be no trouble. Boss, I'll have the exact location of that phone number for you in a minute.
Jiang Bai sensed the gravity in Feiyang's voice and patted his chest, promising firmly.
Got it. Hurry. After hanging up, Feiyang received the address sent by Cobra. 30 minutes later, Feiyang arrived at the location Cobra had provided.
It was an abandoned factory building. Stepping inside, a pungent stench of blood assaulted his senses.
Though battle-hardened, Feiyang still frowned at the horrific scene unfolding within. 3 bodies lay sprawled on the empty floor. Cobra stood nearby with several men in black. Among them, Feiyang recognized Uncle Rong.
Young master, these men came with hostile intent. All 3 are skilled fighters, yet they appear utterly helpless against our opponents. Hearing Uncle Rong's words, Feiyang's gaze fixed on the 3 corpses. These 3 brothers had died horribly, their bodies slashed with no fewer than 20 wounds, none of them fatal. Though not fatal, the bleeding from these wounds was substantial. Put simply, these 3 brothers had been tortured to death. None of the attacks were aimed at ending their lives. Each slash targeted non-fatal areas, causing them to bleed to death while still alive.
Feiyang's expression darkened instantly, his fists clenching tightly.
Feiyang had carried out assassination missions himself.
This method of killing was far from straightforward, yet the assassins seemed to relish the process. Feiyang asked coldly, any leads?
Uncle Rong detected the chill in Feiyang's voice and replied gravely, young master, the assailants came with malicious intent.
They left not a single trace.
Miss Shin is also missing.
I fear. Although Uncle Rong didn't finish his sentence, Feiyang understood what he meant. Shin Mengtian was in grave danger. Chapter 222, I came for her. Ding dong ding dong.
Just then, Feiyang's phone buzzed a message from Jiang Bai. At that moment, Feiyang saw Jiang Bai's message. It was Shin Mengtian's location.
Shin Mengtian's phone signal was moving. This suddenly eased Feiyang's mind.
It made sense. If Shin Mengtian had been killed, her body would remain here. The fact that the signal was moving meant the perpetrator had only abducted her.
Feiyang's expression darkened. If he hadn't misjudged, the person who abducted Shin Mengtian was likely Kong Zhua.
Last time, Kong Zhua had suffered a loss at Feiyang's hands. Given Kong Zhua's vindictive nature, he wouldn't let it go so easily. What surprised Feiyang, however, was that a spoiled rich kid like Kong Zhua could actually hire an elite-level assassin? Could this be at the behest of Kong Junfeng and Kong Xiaoyu? Last time at the Blue Sky Hotel, Feiyang had shown such blatant disrespect to the Donghai Kong family. Perhaps Kong Zhua had already informed Feiyang of his grudge against Shin Mengtian, leading to this current situation.
Young master, what's going on? Uncle Rong noticed Feiyang's unsettled expression and asked from the side.
Feiyang handed his phone to Uncle Rong and said, we've located Shin Mengtian, but she's on the move.
Gather some capable men and come with me. The enemy situation is unclear. Bring more reinforcements. Strength lies in numbers.
Uncle Rong moved swiftly, gathering a large group of elite operatives. They boarded a van. Uncle Rong prepared to join them, but Feiyang stopped him.
Uncle Rong, you really shouldn't come,
Feiyang said. Young master, I can't let you face danger alone, Uncle Rong replied firmly.
Feiyang smiled. If you come along, that's when I'd truly be in danger.
Uncle Rong isn't trained in martial arts and has no combat skills. If he comes along, I'll be preoccupied with protecting him, which might delay my mission.
Young master,
Uncle Rong tried to speak further, but Feiyang cut him off with a raised hand. Uncle Rong, if you truly care about me, you won't follow. Hearing Feiyang's words, Uncle Rong dared not disobey.
He could only watch helplessly as Feiyang climbed into the van.
Inside the van sat 7 or 8 men, each a lean, muscular young man clad in black, all strikingly handsome.
How old are you?
Feiyang's question startled the young man beside him. In his experience, young masters from wealthy families were all arrogant and haughty, likely looking down on them, the loyal servants who risked their lives.
To his surprise, this young master Feiyang was actually initiating conversation with them.
Young master, I just turned 21 this year, the young man replied respectfully.
Don't be nervous. Feiyang patted the young man on the shoulder and addressed the stiffly upright men in black surrounding them. Soon, we'll all be comrades in arms.
No need for such formality. Everyone paused, then smiled.
They knew Feiyang was Uncle Rong's young master, and they knew his standing today. A third of the entire East Sea lay under Feiyang's control. Logically, someone of his stature would carry himself with great pomposity, yet they saw no trace of arrogance in Feiyang.
Feiyang smiled but said nothing. Truth be told, Feiyang had no need to put on airs with these people. After all, these were men who risked their lives for him. Regardless of their motives, they were skilled warriors worthy of respect. At that moment, Yun Feiyang stared at the signal in his hand and noticed Shin Mengtian's phone signal had stopped at an abandoned factory.
To that location. Quickly.
Yun Feiyang handed the phone to the driver.
The driver nodded, slammed the accelerator, and shot forward. Abandoned factory in the outskirts of Donghai. Yun Feiyang parked the car not far from the abandoned factory and led his men to a nearby vantage point. This remote location offered a clear view of the factory's perimeter, while the guards surrounding the facility couldn't easily spot this vantage point.
You lot, take care of the outer perimeter.
The rest of you, follow me in. Remember, don't alert them unless absolutely necessary. Yun Feiyang whispered.
For now, this was the best plan. Of course, the easiest and fastest way would be to storm right through the main gate. But the defenses here were formidable. A direct assault risked causing chaos.
After all, these men had entrusted their lives to Yun Feiyang. He had to be responsible for their safety.
Understood, young master.
All nodded solemnly.
What surprised Yun Feiyang was how skilled these men were. They had silently taken out all the outer guards without a sound.
Inside the factory building,
Shen Mengtian was bound to a chair, her mouth sealed with black duct tape. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and her eyes held a hint of terror.
She wasn't alone in the factory.
Nearby, several people sat around a table, among them Kong Zhua. Beside Kong Zhua sat a young man in combat boots with a buzz cut, meticulously trimming his long nails with a dagger. Despite Kong Zhua's usual arrogant demeanor, he now carried a hint of respect and flattery in his expression toward this youth.
Clearly, this young man was no ordinary person.
Meanwhile, Shin Mengtian's beautiful eyes, fixed on the youth, betrayed fear and panic. Evidently, it was this very person who had brought her here.
Kong Zhua, the person you requested, I've brought her.
The young man flicked his dagger, pointing it at Shin Mengtian. My cousin never disappoints, he exclaimed.
Who in this world could possibly be a match for him? Kong Zhua's face was plastered with flattery.
This young man was Kong Zhua's cousin, Kong Wei, also a member of the Donghai Kong family. However, this young man was not Kong Juanfeng's son, but Kong Zhua's cousin. In top-tier families like the Donghai Kongs, every so often, they select exceptionally talented members to either join the military or become disciples under renowned masters.
Kong Wei was one of those chosen from a young age.
This time, Kong Zhua had invited Kong Wei not through family channels, but in a private capacity. Having suffered such a humiliating defeat at Yun Feiyang's hands, Kong Zhua's temperament would never allow him to let it go so easily. Kong Wei merely shrugged.
No need for such familiarity.
You may call me cousin, but I, Kong Wei, have no such spoiled little brother.
I'm not here for you, I'm here for her. Kong Wei nodded toward Shen Mengtian, a lecherous grin spreading across his lips. Kong Wei knew Kong Zhua's temperament and reputation.
As a spoiled, good-for-nothing who disdained serious matters, he couldn't care less about someone like Kong Zhua. But Kong Wei himself was a lecher.
Had Kong Zhua not claimed Shen Mengtian possessed rare, exquisite beauty, Kong Wei would never have waded into this mess. But the moment Kong Wei laid eyes on Shen Mengtian, he knew instantly, this trip was a steal. To have the chance to favor such a peerless beauty, what harm was there in making a move? Chapter 223, Half-Baked. How could Kong Zhua not understand Kong Wei's intentions? Truth be told, handing over a beauty like Shen Mengtian to Kong Wei left Kong Zhua feeling bitterly resentful. But Kong Zhua had no choice. He'd been humiliated so badly in front of Yun Feiyang and Shen Mengtian. Kong Zhua had made up his mind, he had to redeem himself, no matter what. To Kong Zhua, Shen Mengtian was merely a woman. So what if Kong Wei had taken her virginity? As long as he could savor this delicate flower himself. At that moment, Kong Wei slowly approached Shen Mengtian, his eyes gleaming with lust. Sensing Kong Wei's ill intent, Shen Mengtian frantically struggled backward, her beautiful eyes clouding over with mist. Shen Mengtian sensed Kong Wei was targeting her, her body retreating step by step. But bound to the chair, this backward movement only made her appear more like a weeping pear blossom. Her appearance, like a frightened little rabbit, only fueled Kong Wei's animalistic desires. He said, "Don't worry, my beauty. I'll be gentle and cherish you. I won't let you suffer even a bit." Shen Mengtian closed her eyes in despair, a deep sigh rising unbidden in her heart. The depth of the Donghai Kong family's resources was far beyond what an illegitimate child like her could ever imagine. She had witnessed this young man's skills firsthand. Her own hired bodyguards hadn't even lasted a single round against him. It was nothing short of a brutal slaughter. And those men were the most elite bodyguards Shen Mengtian could afford, hired at great expense. Compared to this young man named Kong Wei, they were utterly insignificant. Perhaps this was simply Shen Mengtian's fate. Even with Yun Feiyang protecting her before, he couldn't cover every angle. Wouldn't there come a day when he couldn't shield her? In just a single moment of vulnerability, she'd been snatched away and brought to this place. Today, it seemed inevitable she would fall into the hands of this young man. Tears of grievance welled up in Shen Mengtian's beautiful eyes.
She had already devised a plan the moment opportunity arose. She would rather take her own life than give Kong Wei any chance to humiliate her. Just as Kong Wei's hand was about to touch Shen Mengtian's shoulder, a thunderous crash echoed as the door was kicked open. Not only Kong Zhuo, but even Kong Wei himself was startled. Seeing the man standing in the doorway, Kong Zhuo's face twisted with fury, his voice thick with rage. "You? Yun Feiyang, you bastard, you dare show your face here? How did you find this place?" Yun Feiyang ignored Kong Zhuo, his gaze fixed firmly on Shen Mengtian. Though Shen Mengtian looked disheveled, she appeared unharmed. Yun Feiyang's heart finally settled. At that moment, Yun Feiyang's gaze instinctively shifted to Kong Wei, standing beside Shen Mengtian. This young man is no ordinary person. That was the instinct of a master. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Kong Wei's gaze toward Yun Feiyang held a hint of scrutiny. Outside, Kong Wei had stationed numerous guards and spies. Though not as skilled as himself, each was a formidable fighter. Ordinary people would have no chance of breaking through. "Cousin. This bastard is Yun Feiyang, the one I told you about. Cousin, kill this dog." Enemies meeting only intensified their hatred. Kong Zhuo immediately pointed at Yun Feiyang and began cursing him out. Yun Feiyang shot Kong Zhuo a disdainful glance and coldly remarked, "Kong Zhuo, I gave you one chance. Since you've shown no improvement, don't blame me for what comes next." Hearing Yun Feiyang speak with such contempt, Kong Zhuo was furious enough to smoke from every pore. He bellowed, "Yun Feiyang, I didn't have help before, so you got cocky for a few days. But do you even know who you're facing? This is my cousin, Kong Wei. He's no ordinary man. Mark my words, even 10 of you combined wouldn't stand a chance against him." Yun Feiyang's gaze fixed on Kong Wei, showing no sign of underestimating him. From Kong Wei, Yun Feiyang sensed a dangerous aura emanating from his chi. If Yun Feiyang wasn't mistaken, this Kong Wei was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts chi cultivation. Truth be told, Yun Feiyang was barely a beginner in ancient martial arts chi cultivation. Had he not gone to Shaoyang village, he'd never have known the old herbalists' breathing techniques were the very foundation of chi cultivation. For Yun Feiyang, he hadn't undergone systematic foundational training in ancient martial chi cultivation. But Kong Wei before him was different. Judging by the aura radiating from Kong Wei, he was at the very least an extraordinary expert, clearly someone who had undergone systematic cultivation in ancient martial chi. Against ordinary opponents, Yun Feiyang was confident he could prevail. But facing a practitioner of ancient martial arts chi cultivation? He had no idea where his limits lay. But when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave prevail. Yun Feiyang wasn't one to back down. During his time serving overseas, how many formidable opponents had he faced? Hadn't he endured them all? As Yun Feiyang sized up Kong Wei was sizing up Yun Feiyang. "You managed to evade my guards and reach this place. That shows you have some skill. But unfortunately, you've met me. I won't give you a chance to live." Kong Wei's tone radiated overwhelming confidence, and he had every reason to feel that way. As Kong Wei's aura slowly pressed down upon Yun Feiyang, even someone of Yun Feiyang's caliber couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. Shen Mengtian gazed at Yun Feiyang with eyes brimming with delight and emotion. She never imagined that in this moment of utter despair, Yun Feiyang would appear. How had he found this place? Yet at the same time, a flicker of worry for Yun Feiyang stirred in Shen Mengtian's heart. She had witnessed Kong Wei's formidable skills firsthand. Though Yun Feiyang was also formidable, Shen Mengtian couldn't help but worry for him. "Whoa!" Shen Mengtian's mouth was covered, leaving her unable to speak. She could only stare at Yun Feiyang, uttering muffled cries. Seeing this, Kong Wei deliberately patted Shen Mengtian's shoulder, a lecherous grin on his lips. "Don't worry, sweetheart. Once I deal with this blind fool, I'll come back for you." Kong Zhuo was utterly triumphant. This was precisely the response Kong Zhuo had been waiting for. Kong Zhuo had complete faith in Kong Wei's skills. After all, Kong Zhuo was a talent meticulously selected and cultivated by the family. How many thorny matters had he personally resolved for them? No assassin, no matter how formidable, stood a chance against Kong Wei. Kong Zhuo conceded Yun Feiyang had some skill, but compared to Kong Wei, he was nowhere near. The thought of seeing Yun Feiyang lying before him like a dead dog, helpless and at his mercy, filled Kong Zhuo with a sense of sweet revenge. "Kid, you came here to show off? Let's see how much trouble you can stir up this time." Chapter 224, How long will this fight last? Shen Mengtian watched Yun Feiyang with worry. Though she was deeply touched that he'd come for her sake, she also knew Kong Wei's formidable skills and couldn't help but fear for Yun Feiyang's safety. Yun Feiyang could feel the oppressive force emanating from Kong Wei. But Yun Feiyang was no ordinary man, he naturally possessed methods to resist such pressure. Clenching his fists, he channeled his true energy to push back against Kong Wei's imposing force. "Ha!" Kong Wei's eyes narrowed. A hint of surprise flashed across his brow before a cold smirk curled his lips. "No wonder he dared to come and cause trouble on my turf. Turns out he's a master." Those Kong Wei deemed masters weren't ordinary martial artists, but practitioners like himself who had delved into ancient martial arts and chi cultivation. "But I can tell you know nothing about your own power.
You're a latecomer to this, aren't you? Kong Wei could tell Yun Feiyang seemed clueless about wielding true chi, just a half-baked upstart.
Yun Feiyang remained impassive, his voice icy.
Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, get on with it. Kong Wei smiled faintly, dismissively remarking, you're no match for me at all.
But I relish tormenting rookies like you. Slaughtering greenhorns like you brings me the greatest pleasure. Kong Wei licked his parched lips, his face twisted into a savage grin.
From the age of 3, Kong Wei had been sent to cultivate within a sect.
Though not the direct heir of the Dong Haikong family, his birthright ensured he would have lived as a pampered young master of the wealthy clan had he not been sent to the sect to be forged into a secret weapon. Yet he was singled out by his clan to undergo the brutal trials of the sect. Cultivation sect trials were no simple matter. At 6 years old, Kong Wei carried out his first mission, to kill his fellow disciples who trained alongside him. For a 6-year-old, this command shattered every moral foundation he had ever known. Yet Kong Wei had no choice. In that situation, if he didn't kill his fellow disciples, the one who would die was Kong Wei himself. It was through these perverse, brutal trials that Kong Wei forged his twisted, sadistic nature. On every mission, Kong Wei never spared his opponents. He would only consider it done after he had tortured and killed them. Gazing into Kong Wei's twisted eyes, Yun Feiyang's heart sank. His mind flashed back to the 3 brothers who had met gruesome deaths at Kong Wei's hands. Yun Feiyang didn't know what Kong Wei had endured, but whatever it was, it could never justify his brutal killings. A tragic fate was no excuse for Kong Wei's cruelty. What Kong Wei should do was fight against his fate. Come at me. Let's see what you're made of. Yun Feiyang said coldly. Kid, you're asking for death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kong Wei stomped his foot, launching himself explosively toward Yun Feiyang. His form was like a soaring dragon, accompanied by a gale force wind. His fist, devoid of any flourish, packed immense power, aiming squarely for Yun Feiyang's vital points. But Yun Feiyang wasn't one to be pushed around. His long career as a mercenary had honed his reflexes and adaptability to an extraordinary degree. Though he wasn't particularly skilled with combat arrays, every one of his abilities had been honed in real battle. For Yun Feiyang now, Kong Wei was undoubtedly a rare opponent. Through his battle with Kong Wei, Yun Feiyang could hone his mastery of true chi. Swish! Yun Feiyang's speed was no slouch either. With just a sidestep, he dodged Kong Wei's punch. Ha! Kong Wei uttered a puzzled sound, clearly surprised. Though Kong Wei hadn't unleashed his full power in that punch, he'd still put considerable force and speed behind it. Yet this kid had dodged his strike so swiftly? He's got some skills. But I wasn't going all out just now. Next time, you won't be so lucky. With that, Kong Wei spun around. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of punches and palm strikes descended upon Yun Feiyang. Yun Feiyang was no slouch either. Though he didn't counterattack, his footwork remained steady as he dodged methodically. Crack! In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges flew between them. Yun Feiyang and Kong Wei's figures blurred into a dizzying blur. Kong Zhuo, watching nearby, was nearly mesmerized. Their prowess was just like something out of a TV show, so fast his eyes could barely keep up. Kong Zhuo had assumed Yun Feiyang was just an ordinary person. But to his utter surprise, Yun Feiyang was actually holding his own against Kong Wei, one of the family's top masters. Though bound, Shen Mengtian's eyes betrayed a mix of shock and bewilderment. Yun Feiyang was no ordinary man. While Kong Zhuo and Shen Mengtian were stunned, Kong Wei also began to take Yun Feiyang seriously. Kong Wei had survived the brutal sect eliminations precisely because of his exceptional talent in ancient martial arts cultivation. From the age of 3 until now, nearly every peer Kong Wei had encountered had been utterly crushed beneath his feet. But this kid before him? It was clear Yun Feiyang was still awkward with his true chi, far from mastering it. Originally, Kong Wei had assumed Yun Feiyang would be just another rookie, easily crushed under his hand. What shocked Kong Wei was that with each successive encounter against Yun Feiyang, the latter's mastery of true chi was advancing at a visible, rapid pace. How could this be? Cultivating chi in ancient martial arts was no overnight feat. Only through prolonged breathing exercises could one accumulate vast reserves of true chi within the body. Of course, such prolonged breathing exercises were invariably accompanied by extensive combat training. Kong Wei could tell that Yun Feiyang possessed a solid foundation of true chi, yet he wasn't particularly adept at utilizing it. This was truly contradictory. Could it be that Yun Feiyang, like him, had also practiced chi breathing and cultivation since childhood? Yet why was his application of true chi so clumsy? But none of that was the crux. What astonished Kong Wei most was that with each exchange between them, Yun Feiyang's mastery of his chi was actually increasing. On the surface, Yun Feiyang seemed to be retreating step by step. But truth be told, he was actually using retreat as a strategy to advance. Put simply, this guy didn't know how to wield true energy. He was learning its use by sparring with Kong Wei. Stealing techniques. Though this rankled Kong Wei, no matter how much he accelerated his attacks, the man kept pace. Worse, he had the leeway to study Kong Wei's chi techniques, then counter with identical moves. Whoosh, thud. During a head-on clash, Kong Wei stumbled back a step, his expression darkening.
How long do you plan to keep dodging like this?